You only sang a play on the stage of the village festival, unexpectedly attracting energy, engaging in all sorts of mysterious activities at night. It's all because you obtained the Opera Master System, which not only allows you to recruit strange individuals to form a theater troupe but also enables deities to possess and inspect the mortal realm. At this moment, you on stage performing, with a look of astonishment on your face. Ding! The Puppeteer system has been successfully activated, detecting the host currently dressed as the role of Judge Bao. Combining with the host's physical strength, 2% of Judge Bao's divine power is obtained. The character comes with 5 soldiers and 3 steel swords. Feeling the divine power possessing you, you finally gained confidence in your heart and decided to continue the act. But as soon as you spoke, the crowd, sensing the change in your power, all fell to their knees in awe. Please help us seek justice, Lord Bao. On the stage, you are like Bao Zhang in this world. Hearing the crowd clamoring for justice, the play naturally cannot go on. Why are you wronged? Quickly speak up. The elderly man with white hair knelt before you, quickly kowtowing and said, reporting to the master, we spirits have always been peaceful in our ancestral land, never daring to disturb the living or commit heinous acts like sucking away people's vitality. But a few years ago, an evil spirit arrived at our ancestral land, not only harming our people but also threatening us to pay tribute in currency every month, or else he would annihilate us, causing harm to our descendants. Upon hearing the words of the cunning old man with white hair, a surge of righteousness wells up within you. Guardians, where are Wang Chao, Ma Han, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu? Now that you are embodying the power of Bao Zhang, you must make a decision on this case. With your loud shout, Zhan Zhao and others appear out of thin air. According to the divine power you can now invoke, Wang Chao, Ma Han, and the 4 others are 5-star cunning generals, while Zhan Zhao is a 1-star cunning king. You guys, quickly capture the evil and cunning ones. With your command, the 5 shadow soldiers, along with the old trickster, disappeared in an instant on the stage. This scene left Jojo, who had been hiding in the corner live streaming, stunned. How did those people who suddenly appeared on stage also suddenly disappear? Is it a magic trick? Yu Mengjia beside her couldn't help but smile. A rural opera troupe, quite skilled in their performance. Nowadays, these opera troupes are also facing difficulties, competing with magicians for a living. The audience in the live broadcast room also started discussing. Before long, Zhan Zhao and the others appeared again. Adult, the villain has been captured by us. You focus your gaze and see a female sorceress who has reached the level of a 4-star sinister general, exuding a strong aura of bloodthirstiness. This kind of aura can only come from having harmed many living beings. Bold and wicked, coercing the soul of the Yu family to provide essence for you. And I heard you have also caused the death of several people. Do you know your sins? You pointed a finger, questioning coldly. I know what crime. So what if they framed me? So what if I harmed a few people? What can you do to me? You're just an actor. Even if you know a bit of tricks, I'm not afraid of you. My big brother is the Ghost King of Nanshan. In the midst of speaking, the woman in black exuded a powerful and eerie aura. Your thoughts entered the system. With a wave of your hand, a long pair of scissors appeared on the table. Prepare to face the consequences. I am now possessed by the power of Yama and Bao Zhang, just like Bao Gong in the mortal world. You dare to be arrogant without kneeling down. Since you admit your wrongdoing, I will deliver justice on behalf of the heavens. As your words fell, Wang Chao and Meihan escorted Nu Gui towards the direction of the guillotine of the dog's head. It was only then that Nu Gui screamed in terror. But under the custody of Wang Chao and Meihan, she couldn't break free at all. With the side blade of the guillotine of the dog's head raised, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu didn't hesitate and swiftly brought it down after Nu Gui's head was pressed onto the steel blade. The guillotine had the power to cut demons, harm the supernatural, and even gods. Nu Gui's head fell to the ground in an instant. Her body turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. To redress injustice, punish evil and deceit, and gain a merit value of 1,000. The host completes the task for the first time and receives a random divine power possession reward. Draw. In your heart, you muttered to yourself. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared before your eyes. Congratulations to the host for extracting and obtaining the power of Guan Yu's possession, along with the red hair horse. Seeing it was Lord Guan, you couldn't help but feel excited. With courage and loyalty, this is the ability of the legendary martial saint Lord Guan's possession. And after seeing the evil spirits being eliminated, the remaining members of the Yu family all bowed to you in gratitude. Thank you, sir, for seeking justice for us. With a flick of your mind, Zhan Zhao and his men, along with the 3-bladed knives, vanished into thin air. You waved your hand. You may leave. At the same time, Yu Mengjia walked up to the water-based brother she knew, bending her waist. Brother Shu Wei Shang, why are you also performing here? Yu Shang turned around and grinned. We came to watch the opera together today. Never expected that Master Bao would be invited. Master Bao sought justice for us and eliminated that villain. Jia Jia, when did you die? Yumeng Jia was completely puzzled. It was then that she noticed the memorial tablet placed on a nearby stool, with the name Yu Shi Yu Shan written on it. When she saw this name, she was instantly stunned. Lord Bao asked us to go back, so we'll leave first, Yu Shu Weisheng said, and then he disappeared into thin air. The once lively square now only had Judge Bao standing on the stage. Yumeng Jia seemed to realize something, shouted it's a trick, and then fainted. At this moment, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. The older generation used to say, the living should not watch ghostly plays. Now this taboo has been violated and things have become tricky. In the live stream chat, many viewers looked terrified as they commented on their phones. When you returned backstage, you saw several members of the opera troupe trembling as they knelt in front of the deity statue, murmuring incessantly. You simply smiled faintly at this sight. Koan Shu nervously approached and said, we just attracted some negative energy. Master Bao has arrived. You nodded. Master Bao came to seek justice just now, but he has already left. Uncle Koan hurriedly said, Master Bao is a noble and selfless person. Uncle Koan has been following your grandfather to manage the opera troupe for many years, so he naturally has some insights. Although he has never encountered any sinister incidents in his life, some spirits may appear when actors perform dark operas to punish the wicked and promote goodness. Below the stage, a group of strange figures appeared, and just now he had seen a group of strange figures appear below the stage from backstage, which startled him. However, when he saw the group of ghosts kneeling down to Yang Xian and shouting Lord Bao, Uncle Koan knew that this was Yama Bao Zhang in his body, so he didn't go forward. Interrupting a god's upper body is a way to incur divine punishment. Chapter 4 first made a name for itself. Most of these ghosts are family ghosts. They haven't done anything bad after death. If they really interrupted the god's possession due to the pilgrimage, and thus were punished by the gods, then it would be simply too wrong. And that's why Uncle Quan is worried. And now, heard Yang Xian said that those who came to listen to the ghosts of the theater were dismissed back by Lord Bao. Uncle Koan calmed down a lot. Looking at this is not yet to the fourth night. Listening to the theater audience are gone. A group of musicians are also stunned, bawling at Uncle Koan. Class master, look. Uncle Koan smashed his mouth, considering how to open his mouth. Let them all rest and take a break. In a moment when it's dawn, they still have to sing the Yang opera. Yang Xian said as he looked at the crowd kneeling in front of the god's platform. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just turned on the Yin opera system to give himself a little bit of backbone, he would probably have come to beg for the blessings of ancestor Huaguang just like them, and would not have been able to stand there and interrogate any evil spirits at all. Speaking of the system, Yang Xian explained the rest of the matter to Uncle Koan to deal with, and immediately returned to his exclusive rest compartment. It is said to be a cubicle, but in fact, it is just an area demarcated and hung with curtains, and it is just more space for a recliner than the others. Yang Xian did not even unload his makeup and lay down on the recliner. As a person who traveled through the world, how could he not know the system, this kind of heaven-defying thing anymore? So he secretly poked and shouted inwardly, system? 5 seconds of silence passed with little response. A shadowy theater system? Yang Xian shouted in a different way. Still no response. Cute system? Cute and charming system? Open the system? Open the shadowy theater system? Ding! Opening the Undertaker system. After trying several times, he finally opened that system. Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief. Instantly, the interface of the game he had played in his previous life appeared in his mind, with several figures in opera clothes that looked like a few drops of blood haloed out on top of the eerie background. Seeing this interface, Yang Xian instantly got goosebumps. Can't you make the background a little sunny? In the next second, the interface immediately changes to a background of freshly colored garden babies. Not bothering to be amazed at this bizarre scene, Yang Xian immediately called up the ability he had just obtained to familiarize himself with the system first. Ability 1. 2% of Yama's Bao Zhang's divine power possessed, with 5 Yin soldiers and 3 guillotine knives. Attachment time, 15 minutes. 2. Guan Yu Guan Wu Sheng divine power possession, with red hair horse. Possession time? Minutes. Merit value, 1000. Spells, 1. Invocation, rank 0. 2. Speech and law technique, rank 1. Mission, long-term mission, 1. To form their own class, number of apprentices, 0. After looking at the things he already owned, finally Yang Xian aimed his gaze at the merit mall that he wanted to see the most. By the nature of all novels is that the things within the mall must be so expensive that he would have to save up for a long time before he could buy them. But that didn't stop him from taking a look. Yang Xian excitedly clicked on the merit mall. Instantly a wide array of props came into view. What with artifacts, magic weapons, vestments, talismans, spell cultivation techniques, And there were also pets. Looking at the group of divine beasts, Yang Xian has sucked in his harumph. Instant kryptonite god on the body. It's so wanted. Who wouldn't want to get away with riding a flying dragon on Earth? But seeing the long string of zeros after the required merit value still calmed him down. It's really ridiculously expensive. Just one spell to cultivate the voice alone would cost 50,000 merit value. But it wasn't like he couldn't afford anything. The previous ones are still quite cheap. For example, Clear Heart Talisman, low level, only requires 10 merit value. Light Body Technique, time limit, 5 minutes. Stackable, 10 merit value. And so on. And some of the more low-level ones are quite cheap. Suddenly, Yang Xian's busy eyes stopped and looked at the Stealth Talisman, 100 merit value in front of him. Could this thing really be invisible? Just don't know how well it works. Should I try it or not? Poking the invisibility charm. Suddenly the system popped up a prompt and said in a cheerful electronic voice, "Ding. Please ask if you want to spend 100 merit value to buy the invisibility charm? How do you get people to buy this when you don't even know how it works? You can buy a regular instant noodle and know what ingredients and flavors are in it." Just after spitting, the system interface flashed, and that prompt suddenly turned into a solution. Ding. Stealth Talisman. Carrying this talisman can hide your body shape. Note, it can only be invisible to people. The method of use is simple. Just wear it close to your body. It is invalid if it is damaged. Ding. Please ask if you want to spend 100 merit value to buy the invisibility charm? Not buying. Pickpocket of the week. Just know how to make people kryptonite. And the interface is all jumbled together. The game's interface is also clearly divided into categories, and can be arranged from low to high prices. And you can also search for what you want. The system only lets people buy things. And the interface is so bad. Hot damn system. Suddenly, Merit Mall interface flashed twice. It became the game interface that Yang Xian just said. All kinds of props are divided into categories, well organized, lying in one box after another, but also consider it according to the value of merit from low to low high arrangement, next to the conversion of a high to low arrangement button. Then each props also have a description. More in the top corner of a search box. Search box labeled, just enter the function you want to search for the corresponding props. Oh. Seeing this change in the system interface, Yang Xian cocked an eyebrow in triumph and the corner of his mouth ticked. Looks like there's something wrong with the system. With that, he exited the Merit Mall and went to study other boards. Yang Xian was leisurely studying the system in the lounge with his eyes closed, unaware that the outside was already in chaos. First of all, I looked at the netizens who had just broadcast live from Tooth and Nail, and although Yu Mengjia had fainted, her cell phone was still on live. The pop-up screen above was quiet for some time before seeing a pop-up floating out like a careful, cowardly cat. That, please, is there anyone else in? Hair color is light chestnut. Phew, I thought I was the only one left. One after another, a few more popped up. The live room that had more than 3,000 people was now left with only a few scattered people, and everyone else ran away in fear. Cowardly cat, do you know where Gaga Loves to Sing is from? Jaja Loves to Sing is Yu Mengjia's name on Tooth Live. Most handsome Richie Rich. What? You're going after her? Hair color is light chestnut. Yes, she fainted there, and Jojo also loves to sing. Why didn't she show up? Xiao Xiao also loves to sing is the Xiao Xiao that Yu Mengjia brought out to live broadcast with her. Fluffy control, she's not going to be given by those ghosts. Read only texts with color. Should we call the police? The most handsome rich kid. The last time I talked to Jia, she said her hometown was in Baxian Village, Nanshan Town, Dongyang City. Only read texts with color. You actually know where it is. Hey, should we go over there and check it out? Ah? Hair color is light chestnut, worthy of being a Pengji big brother. After a burst of complimentary rainbow farts, the pop-up went quiet again and suddenly a big hand appeared on the screen and picked up the phone. Chapter 5, Ghosts in the background of a live broadcast. In front of the screen, the big hand covers the screen. No one is seen, and the zip 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 sound resounds throughout the live broadcast. None of the spectators who were watching were disturbed by the sound or the sight. This ghostly angle silenced the somewhat popular livestream once again. It wasn't until Yang Xian's face with half of his makeup faded was revealed, which loosened the taut thread in the hearts of the live broadcast audience. Cowardly cat, it's true that people scare people to death. That's a horrible angle. The most handsome rich kid, I almost called the police. I'm really impressed. But where are Jia Jia and Xiao Xiao? Cowardly cat, shouldn't they have been taken to the hospital already? At this time, Yang Xian held his cell phone and stared at the pop-ups in the live broadcast for a long while before he opened his mouth to explain. Don't worry folks, your anchor was knocked out by the shock and is now resting. I'm sure it won't take long to wake up. After Yang Xian finished speaking, he looked for the button to close the live broadcast. The gap in the search blew up on the air. Cowardly cat, Pengji big brother, do you see the woods behind this class master? With such a prompt from the timid cat, The viewers in the live broadcast room focused their attention on the woods behind Yang Xian. Within the woods, a glimmer of light was revealed, like a pair of eyes, which blinked twice, flooded with bright light, and then disappeared. The most handsome rich second generation. The play is not already sung? Why is this live room so evil? Only read texts with colors. No. Big brother Punji, you saw it too? Those were eyes in the woods just now? There was a long silence before the most handsome rich kid continued to speak. Handsome Richie Rich, yes. It's the eyes. Cowardly cat, no way. Could there be a wild animal in these woods? The most handsome rich second generation, no. Not a beast. I often go abroad to hunt. The eyes of beasts I know better than that. I just observed. It seems that it is not like the eyes of beasts, nor the eyes of human beings. The words of the most handsome rich second generation made the live broadcast room completely silent. The number of only a few dozen people. Crazy drop. Only the last few are left. Until after the shutdown broadcast, an SUV rushes towards Baxian village, Nanshan town, Donyang city. The person driving the car was none other than the live streamer named Cowardly Cat. Looking closely, the man was about 1.7 meters, chubby and hulking, conservatively estimated at 150 pounds. After closing the live broadcast, Yang Xian was just about to go to the backstage to rest for a while, when he saw Uncle Kuan jogging and rushing, with his cell phone in his hand. Class master, it's bad. Something's happened. Yang Xian was at a loss until Uncle Kuan trotted over and asked in a thin voice, Uncle Quinn, what's wrong? Uncle Kuan is old. Plus these steps, running up and down, cannot even speak well. But still, he handed his cell phone to Yang Xian. On the cell phone is the recording screen. It is the scene when the live broadcast. Looking at the content inside, Yang Xian is even more surprised. What's wrong? Uncle Kuan? Does it mean I can't show my face on the air? Uncle Quinn eased up about as much as he could, straightened up, and shook his hand. It's not that, class master. Look closely. What are those eyes behind you? Yang Xian followed the direction of Uncle Kuan's finger, and as expected, a pair of eyes appeared in the middle of the woods. The eyes were cunning and sinister, looking very uncomfortable. I don't know where the intuition came from, but Yang Xian always felt that the eyes were not the eyes of the young world. As soon as this thought came out, Yang Xian couldn't help but shiver. Uncle Kuan, tell the Lord's family that there will be an additional shadowy drama tomorrow at the third shift, and that the cost, if any, will be cut in half. Uncle Kuan froze, a little unsure, but still followed Yang Xian's words and went to discuss with the main family. Only Yang Xian was left standing alone, holding his cell phone and constantly examining it. When Yang Xian looked at the woods behind himself in the live broadcast, he completely confirmed down that it was definitely the eyes of an evil spirit. Only Yang Xian did not understand why when he looked into these eyes, he also felt that the eyes were also looking at himself. For a long time, Yang Xian puzzled. As for what is going on, can only wait for the next day's third shift to find out. During the day, the Yang opera was on as usual, and although the evenings were more tiring, it was good that the whole troupe had to come to rest after the fourth watch. Yang Xian is fine, but the troupe is not good. From Uncle Kuan down to the musicians, everyone is wearing a heavy black eye. Obviously, the night scene gave everyone a fright. Near morning, when Yang Xian was sleeping in a daze, Uncle Kuan arrived. Bandmaster, I have conveyed your meaning to the main family, who is very satisfied and has promised to pay our troupe half as much more. Yang Xian sniffed and nodded. Giving half more pay? What does that mean? This master family seems to know a little bit about Taoism as well. Why else would you say or do that? Uncle Kuan, take me to meet the main family. Led by Uncle Kuan, Yang Xian followed to a courtyard with relatively grand architecture. That being said, overall, the condition is still quite a bit worse than the buildings in other villages, which are simply incomparable. When you enter the courtyard, it's a dwelling made of mud bricks. The walls were covered with wiry cracks big enough to fit an adult's fingers. Master, may I be at home? Uncle Kuan yelled twice, only to see an old man of about 70 to 80 years of age with white hair and beard lifting the curtain and walking out from the house. So it's the troupe. What can I do for you? Uncle Kuan sniffed and immediately sidled up to Yang Xian behind him and introduced him. My lord, this is our class master, who heard that you were going to pay half the extra money and deliberately asked me to bring it to you. When he entered the house, the smell of incense wafted out. It looks like something was offered in this main family's home as well. Lord, you have offerings in this home as well? When the master of the house heard this, he turned around and stared meaningfully at Yang Xian. His eyes were very complicated, but it was only for a moment, and he returned to normal in an instant. Yes, follow me this way. The master of the house reached out and guided Yang Xian and Uncle Kuan to the east side of the house. The aroma of incense, on the other hand, wafted from the west side of the house. After entering the house, Yang Xian waved his hand towards Uncle Kuan. When Uncle Kuan left, Yang Xian changed his politeness and opened the door to ask, "My lord, to give me half the extra money for my theater class. I can see that you know something about it too. There's something unusual about this village. What's going on? Might as well tell." Yang Xian's words did not pry open the mouth of the main family, only to see the main family sitting there, smoking a dry cigarette, stammering, a look of wanting to talk. Seeing this, Yang Xian pulled out his cell phone, and when it played to those eyes, he pressed pause and handed it to the main family to see. "These eyes, do you recognize them?" When the master of the house looked at it, he could not help shivering in his hand as he held the stick of tobacco. "South, mountains." "What?" Without waiting to hear what the main family said, Yang Xian was pulled towards the outside by the main family. "You don't have to worry about this. Just sing your opera. Just stay out of the way, and I'll double the price of your troupe." After Yang Xian was kicked out, the main family closed the door of the room tightly. From the sound of the footsteps, it would appear that he had entered the west room and was muttering something under his breath. Chapter 6 Offering to the Ghost King of Nanshan, Repair. Yang Xian pressed his ear against the cold wall in an attempt to catch the movement inside the house. However, the thickness of the wall exceeded his expectations. He could only vaguely hear muffled voices that seemed to be the Lord's family praying to some god for forgiveness. This surprised Yang Xian because Orthodox divine worship was not usually accompanied by prayers for forgiveness. He realized that what the Lord's family was worshipping was by no means a god of righteousness, which made him even more determined to do some probing. "It seems like we have to find a chance to see what exactly the main family is offering," Yang Xian thought secretly in his heart. Leaving the main family's residence, Yang Xian had just returned to the theater troupe when an SUV came rushing by and almost knocked him down. A young man with a round figure came down from the car, and after he took his cell phone and checked it against Yang Xian, he suddenly grabbed Yang Xian's collar. "What did you do to Jojo and Jia?" The young man's tone was sharp and full of anger. Yang Xian was a bit puzzled for a while, but soon he remembered the two female anchors from last night. "You mean the two ladies who were on the air last night?" he asked rhetorically. "They were frightened and should still be resting now," Yang Xian explained, then offered to take him to meet them. Yumanjia's home is not far from the theater troupe, and Xiao Xiao is hiding in her home because of last night's incident. Once inside, Fatty flamed out and barreled inside. Looking at this situation, Yang Xian was confused. Is this a boyfriend? Inside the house, Yumanjia and Xiao Xiao had just eased down a bit from last night's shock, when they saw a little fat guy leap in, and were really startled again. "Oh my god, ghosts!" Xiao Xiao shouted and hurriedly hid behind Yumanjia. Yumanjia also wanted to hide, but Xiao Xiao preempted the attack. She had nowhere to hide. She only had to pick up a broom gada to use as a defense. Fortunately, Yang Xian came in just in time, which allowed the two women to relax a little. Squad leader Yang, who is this fat guy? Yang Xian, who was standing in the doorway, scratched his head and said with a helpless face, "I don't really know about this one. I think it has something to do with your live broadcast." Once Yang Xian explained this, Fatty also felt abrupt and had an awkward face. My name on the air is Cowardly Cat. Jia's live broadcast last night was really thrilling. I was afraid something would happen to you, so I came over." Upon hearing this, Yu Mengjia was touched, and even Xiao Qiao, who was hiding behind her, was envious. Jia, it's also your family that cares about you all the time. Look at me. I was equally stunned, but my family would only post some cold words of concern online. After the mutual introduction, due to the fact that little Fatty was originally a viewer of the live broadcast, he quickly fought with the two women, and in turn, Yang Xian was hung out to dry. "Don't worry, Jia. I did my homework before I came. It seems to me that those last night were blindfolds in the middle of a shadowy play, just about as good as street tricks. If there's another one of these underhanded plays, you don't have to be afraid. Just hide behind me. I'll just crack it." Yang Xian stood on the sidelines and listened to the real thing, and his heart chanted, "Very bad taste. Brother you come as you are, to protect their own anchor. I do not care, but you do not want to spoil the Yin drama. Do not make your own death If I really pissed off a certain ghost or monster, then when the time came, it wouldn't be something I could pocket at all. Ahem, let me interrupt. This fat brother, it's fine for you to protect your beautiful anchor woman, but if you really encounter anything after the third shift, don't try to be brave." Upon hearing this, Fatty quit, crossed his neck and raised his eyebrows, and gestured at Yang Xian. "Showing off? It was supposed to be fake. It's not your turn to warn. I think you'd better do your own work." After receiving such a dislike, Yang Xian couldn't say anything and walked straight out of the house. Since the daytime is for Yan opera, it is much easier compared to Yin opera, and some of the smallest members of the troupe are on stage enough to go through the motions. With this opening, Yang Xian happened to be resting backstage, while lying in a daze. Yang Xian seemed to have thought of something. Last night was captured that ghost. The body is full of fury. Before dying, seems to have said, his big brother is South Mountain Ghost King? Logic to this. Yang Xian seemed to have guessed something. So instantly enter into the system. Open the shadowy theater system. The system has been opened for you. As the voice sounded, the system interface surfaced in front of Yang Xian's eyes. Last night awakened Guan Yu Guan Wu Sheng divine power possession. Yang Xian currently has a specific understanding of possession, but how strong this Guan Yu Guan Wu Sheng is, and how long it has been possessed, he doesn't know all of it. If you really meet the Ghost King of Nanshan, if you invite Guan Yu Guan Wu Sheng, you can't beat him, then won't you rest on the spot? System, how strong is Guan Yu Guan Wu Sheng when he possesses me? The system cannot make an assessment because it has not yet possessed the employer. The pits. It seems like it has to be a gamble for once. The more Yang Xian thought about it, the more depressed he became. That's Ghost King strength. And it is still unknown exactly how many stars the Ghost King of South Mountain has. That's the bet? Damning or not? Listen to me say thank you. Before Yang Xian finished his calculations, the system in his mind sounded a dynamic thank you song, which lingered in Yang Xian's mind for 3 minutes before ending. Soon the evening came. After dinner, Yang Xian made up his mind backstage. Uncle Quan, let's have a performance of over 5 guards and 6 generals tonight. Uncle Cohen sniffed and looked puzzled. Class master, why the sudden change of theater? Yang Xian slammed the table, stood up, and said in a neutral voice, I think this place is too evil, and I want Master Guan to calm it down. Uncle Cohen nodded and went down to make arrangements. Singing in opera is usually in the middle of the night. Yang Xian is confused and falls into a deep sleep. Only this sleep is not peaceful. Yang Xian only felt that his body was cold, as if the person who was going to die could no longer grab that life-saving straw. And on the back of his hand, which was tightly clenched into a fist, the veins were exposed. Anyone? Yang Xian shouted, his slightly trembling voice betraying his emotions. A little nervous, nothing aside, only because he remembered that he just wanted to have a good sleep and rest to prepare for the night's passing the 5 passes and 6 generals. But as soon as he opened his eyes, surrounded by darkness, he actually stood in the middle of this floating space, and gradually solidified under his feet as the point of light went away. The desert in front of him is deserted, and the wind and sand make it impossible for people to open their eyes, and it was not easy to get used to this visual effect. But Yang Xian saw that not far away from the hill, a city wall towered. Looking at the distance, Yang Xian walked for a while, and the city was still far away in the sky, like an illusion and like a physical object. I had to Yang Xian shouted out, but in my heart, I was crying out for the miserable system. Open the shadowy theater system. The system has been opened for you. With the system's response, Yang Xian obviously exhaled a breath, as if relieved to look through the current panel. As before, the change is not big, but with the system in, nothing else, his bottom line is much more adequate. So, even though, when that voice of his just went out, there wasn't even an echo, he wasn't that panicked. Detecting that the host is in the lesser triad, does it cost 1000 merit value to turn on the scanning function? What scanning feature costs 1000 merit points? Inwardly, he spat, but Yang Xian still chose to agree, and as the scanning was completed, Yang Xian soon looked as if he was facing an enemy. His whole body tensed up. The so-called small 3 worlds, but in the past, those who are burdened with merits and virtues of the value of the person to store the burial of regrets or mistakes in the place, in addition to those in ghosts and gods such as a wisp of intent, all over the place is therefore sealed here in vain ghosts and spirits, resentment of the great, as if to be transformed into a substance, wrapped in Yang Xian Yuan. Yang Xian was naturally nervous to the extreme. It was no small matter for evil qi to enter his body. Today's self is like a wisp of soul body again. Not to mention that this inviting God to possess the body's ability is still there. It is false to say that it is not panicked. Scanning the surrounding clearly their environment, Yang Xian can only walk down with a stiff upper lip. Anyone? Yang Xian shouted again, louder and a little more steady than before. And a moment later, a voice came from the void, like a response. There you are. I've been waiting for you. Yang Xian, heart alarmed, carefully cohesive eyes, did not see where there is something over. The sound is like floating in the air, but also like there are people in all directions. Convergence of ears, so that Yang Xian cannot stop a tremor. Waiting for him? It was as if the thing knew he was coming. As if seeing that Yang Xian did not speak, the voice then solved the confusion. Yesterday, you borrowed my divine power, and your ability to try cases was outstanding and decent. And now, you still don't know who I am? Bao Zhang. The first time he borrowed the divine power was Pao. Only this place was formed by the convergence of regrets or desires. Can it be that Pao also had regrets? it is too late to think about whether this Bao Zhang is real. Yang Xian's first reaction is actually skeptical of the justice and strictness of Bao Zhang, the people's big lord of heaven. Even have regrets in the world? You, our Lord Pao? Yang Xian do not believe. Pao Zhang merit plus body. A trace of intention to stay here. How to think how can not be true. The most important, Yang Xian, although it is said to be the origin of the opera, on the ghosts and monsters god is not as other people that do not believe in evil, but it is also very difficult to imagine that one day they can personally contact, even if this god cannot be seen, cannot be touched. Thy name is Yang Xian, and it is by thy summons that I have reappeared in this heaven and earth with intent. Yang Xian's solemn respect, even the posture also from the beginning of the tense, to now stand straight, a solemn face. He is not brainless, easily believe this so-called Bao Zhang, just, from Bao Zhang out of the beginning, surrounded by the souls of the evil spirits, retreat as the tide, although still with the resentment, but do not dare to come close to their own periphery a little bit. Bao Zhang speaks with an official accent, but also may be ancient for many years. The formation of the intention still carries the original in the world when the accent, with the change of the times, the belief in the gods less and less people. In the narrative of Bao Zhang, once ascended to become a god, within the three worlds, in addition to the necessary wind, rain, thunder and lightning, fewer gods and goddesses who care about earthly affairs again. The reason why he was able to return to the world was that 10,000 years ago, the gods waited for a person who would dissipate the regrets and desires they had reached when they were sealed as gods or became ghosts, so that they would be able to satisfactorily dissipate their destiny on the earth. These years all kinds of formed the condition of a lot of people, but the desire and regret descended on the gods but more and more. Dealing with these things, more or less, there are still some reasons to deal with not clean, so increase or decrease back and forth, not a fixed number. Some because of these fated to deal with the people, has been the desire to dissipate, and some, such as Bao Zhang, waiting for thousands of years of the not a few. Do you mean that I am the one who has this destiny? And that because I have summoned you, I must take care of such things as to remove the regrets and desires that you have left here? Yang Xian frowned, the corners of his lips because he felt too ridiculous, could not help but pull lightly, his eyebrows moved slightly. He found a ghost not far away from the blue shirt in green. After hearing the sound of the resentment is getting bigger and bigger, the misty gas formed around him is getting stronger and stronger, as if there is a breakthrough in the momentum of the vastness of this side of heaven and earth. This is how the cycle of karma in the world should be. Yang Xian understands, the small three world not only appeared he's such a person with a destiny, vertical and horizontal the first few thousand years, like him to say that the people who are blessed by heaven, although few, but there are many, he inherited some of the divine power of Bao Zhang, and let Bao Zhang by the imperial edict on the body, broken next to the sum of the cause and effect, suffered from these benefits, naturally, should be for the Bao Zhang to sweep away those regrets and desires. What does the boy need to do now? What are the desires or regrets that you need to clear up? Bao Zhang was silent for a long time, so long that Yang Xian thought that this Bao Zhang had already left, and only then did he start talking. I have judged countless cases in my life, that is, in which the hell also had done 1,000 years of judges, just near the ascension, but stuck in the threshold, which realized that, still in the world, had judged a wrong case. Now I have been the soul body, the hell of the gods, should not be able to in the participation of the matter of the world of man, in accordance with the theory of, by what? Yang Xian didn't hear it, and the voice dissipated and disappeared. Yang Xian was confused. Ah, Lord Pao, can you say a clear? Back and forth pulling the other in turn understand. Your center of gravity? How to help you poor say ah. No, help him reopen a wrongful conviction? Or find the ghost of a wrongful conviction? It's not easy to talk about both. While thinking, Yang Xian suddenly felt an impact, almost by instinct to let him dodge over. A black shadow in the void with a thick grievances. The accumulation of momentum like a cracker came rushing. I do not know whether it is the reason of the system, or the special magnetic field of this small world. After entering the small three worlds today, I can see these ghosts. Yang Xian's nervous and scared mind lasted for a while, to the emergence of Pao's intention, got a little release, the sudden disappearance of Pao's intention, and then he was afraid of the emotions to the extreme. His heart was nervous, his little legs were slightly trembling, but on his face was a piece of indifference. The black shadow could not see the face, but the green and blue clothing, but extraordinarily clear. See Yang Xian dodge past, the black shadow swooshing sound, once again scurrying over. Yang Xian can't dodge past, the heart sinks deeply. Open the shadowy theater system. The rumbling thunder outside, accompanied by Yang Xian shouting, was extraordinarily gloomy and terrifying. Yang Xian sat up, the hand is still waving. Half a long time, only to take a deep breath and spit out a mouthful of turbid air. Even for a few moments cannot distinguish between reality or a dream like a stagnant for a long time. System thinks you're on. Accompanied by the beeping sound of this system being summoned, Yang Xian froze and stared at the panel's interface, and after a moment came to his senses. Within the taskbar of the system attribute panel, at some point there was more than one branchline task. Chapter 7 The Power of the Sacred Saint of Guanwu, Repair. Mission, Long-Term Mission, 1. To form their own class, number of apprentices 0. Side quest, retrial of Chen Shimi's case, Pao Cheng. Cold sweat accompanied the wind whistling outside the window, and Yang Xian's heart was cold. It wasn't a dream. Class master, it's time to get up and get ready. Hearing Uncle Kuan's call, Yang Xian consciousness back to the cage. He was supposed to rest a little, in order to prepare for the stage of Guan Yi, accidentally pulled to the little three worlds, although it is not yet clear what is because of, but the darkness around the house. In the moonlight, but also can see a little more clearly. Yang Xian turned on the bedside lamp, which returned, coming right up. Now the time is probably less than one shift. The preparation is not too late, but the brightness of the house, he is have to see those strange dirty things. Yang Xian rubbed his eyes, and after confirming again, he can only get up with a stomach of doubt. Soon, the second shift. The theater troupe is already painted backstage. Yang Xian in a Guan Airmaster look, majestic, long beard, a pair of Danfeng eyes killing. I'm going to make a good job of this shadowy play, especially the musicians. Remember, no matter what happens, play the music for me, whether you are singing a yang opera or a yin opera. The momentum is most important, and the momentum in the opera mainly comes from the playing of music. Yang Xian at this time is cross-hearted, want to extinguish the evil spirits of this place, let alone a ghost king. Even if it was a 5-star ghost emperor coming, Yang Xian would have the guts to fight. On the other side, Yu Mengjia's fanbase exploded. This group of fans demanded Yu Mengjia to open the show after learning that the timid cat had really gone for it. Last night's incident made Yu Mengjia's heart palpitate, but little Fatty stood next to him, with a look of confidence, patting his chest to guarantee that it would be absolutely fine, which gave Yu Mengjia the intention of continuing to live broadcast the singing of the yin opera tonight. 3 shifts on time. As the musicians played music, Yang Xian came up with an operatic stride, holding a green dragon crescent sword in one hand and brushing his long beard with the other. Whoa, 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 whoa. With a shout, a number of ghosts spread across the stage. Most of these ghosts are from the Yu family from last night, and they came over tonight. The main attraction is a croupier. Before Yang Xian had waited long to start, there were already cheers from below, just a short distance away in the forest. Those eyes blinked again. Within the forest, a thick baleful aura continued to brew. The birds and beasts around them fled in terror at the sensation. Next to those eyes, there were 2 more ghosts, which were different from the ghosts that held the stage for the Yin Theater, and had a very strong fury on them. Go on, teach that boy a lesson. Yes, Lord Ghost King. A cloudy wind whisked by, above the theater. Yang Xian felt his sweaty hairs stand on end, and his heart felt bad. However, he quickly stabilized his mind and shouted angrily at the stage. Wah! Who is it that comes and dares to fight me? The aura skyrocketed, and the ghosts holding the stage instantly disappeared. This made Yang Xian a bit puzzled. It's just a roar of anger to build up the momentum, but it's not so bad that it'll scare away this bunch of shady spirits, right? Guan Wu Shang hasn't even gotten into his body yet, and he's this powerful? Not far away. Yu Mengjia, who was holding a cell phone stand live, was excited. Because of the presence of Fatty, I'm quite a bit bolder today than I was last night. Since Yu Mengjia opened the live broadcast, the audience in the live broadcast room completely forgot about last night's thrill after seeing Yu Mengjia safe and sound. Fluffy control, I told you this must be a live effect. It's the most popular way to broadcast live on the internet now, but it's much faster than singing for money. The most handsome rich kid, it's good that Jia is okay. Don't care what the program effect is, as long as it's okay. But this cowardly cat really went? Loves iced tea, and what a cowardly cat. I'll be damned. This kid got there first. I can't believe he's really gone. No, brother Pengji, think about it. If he swipes so many gifts and Jia is cut off by this cowardly cat, you'll lose a lot of money. Just then, in front of the live camera, the timid cat greeted the audience inside. Guys, I'm still more of a man of action, right? Speaking is inevitable. Secretly, Jia looks even more beautiful in person than she did during the live broadcast. Just as the timid cat was talking, Chow Chow also came up. She was very dissatisfied after listening to an ear, and immediately grabbed the timid cat's ear and angrily rebuked. What do you mean? Only Jia Jia is beautiful? And I'm not beautiful? Oops. You're beautiful too. Have mercy, the timid cat said and hid, afraid of being attacked by Jojo again. Just then, the broadcast room vacated and the camera shone just below the theater stage. The empty auditorium was violently filled with two more figures. The live feed blew up again. Fluffy, I'm not blinking, am I? There was no one in the audience just now. What was that last night again? The big change? Loves iced tea? No. Look closely. You guys. These two audience members are standing up. Handsome Richie Rich, just stand up. What's the big deal? Without waiting for the most handsome rich second generation to finish, the audience in the room all noticed one thing. That is, these two audience members on the stage unexpectedly did not have feet, and the whole person was floating up. For a moment, the broadcast room was silent. Yang Xian, who was singing on stage, also noticed this. The viewpoint of the stage looking down on the stage was very wide, and since the moment these two spectators stood up, Yang Xian noticed that these two ghosts were clearly running towards him. Turn on the shadowy theater system. Yang Xian's heart murmured, and the system was instantly opened. Please possess Guan Yu Guan Wu Shang. As the words fell, a powerful sense of energy enveloped Yang Xian's entire body. Immediately afterward, Yang Xian felt his crotch violently rise as a tall horse appeared. Red hair? The red rabbit horse appeared and stamped its hooves twice restlessly, then raised its head to neigh. Boom! A blazing sensation came. Yang Xian tilted his head to look. The domineering green dragon crescent blade was actually ablaze with raging flames. System warm reminder, in the employer's own condition, Guan Yu Guan Wu Shang possesses the body for 3 minutes. Ha? 3 minutes? Yang Xian sniffed and panicked. What's 3 minutes worth of time? While thinking about it, the two ghosts were approaching the stage with their fury emanating from their bodies. Who is the visitor? At the same time Yang Xian roared. The red rabbit horse under his crotch was already restless and burning with nameless flames, his eyes fixed on the two ghosts. Originally, when the ghosts got up and came, they were still very arrogant, but after feeling the pressure brought by the red hair horse, all the fury they carried on their bodies inadvertently dispersed quite a bit. We have been ordered by the Ghost King of Nanshan to come and take your head. If you know what's good for you, don't resist. At this moment, Yu Mengjia and Xiao Xiao, who were standing on the side of the live broadcast, after seeing this scene, remembered everything that happened last night, and for a moment, their hearts were palpitating, hiding behind Fatty, afraid of being affected by those two ghosts. Chapter 8 The Olive Branch of the National Specialized Engineering Section, revised. Before waiting for the ghosts to make a move, Yang Xian's red rabbit jumped up, and his wide and thick hooves stepped on one of the ghosts, and the mingless flame was stained by the ghosts, and instantly disappeared in smoke. The other ghost, after sensing Yang Xian's might, looked slyly towards Yu Mengjia's side. Ha! Don't blame me for doing it if you don't comply. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes falsely, guessing the ghost's purpose, and raised the green dragon crescent blade in his hand high, slashing down at the ghost. While waving it, Yang Xian only felt that the long knife in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and the air he passed through was dispersed by this momentum. The feeling shocked him. What percent of Guan Wu Shang possessed is this? What if it's 100% possessed by Guan Wu Shang? The green dragon crescent blade slashed down, and the ghost instantly dissipated. Weiwa! Who else is strong? Though send them to me quickly. As Yang Xian's words fell, his eyes looked toward the distant woods, and the green dragon crescent blade in his hand danced a few times in the air as he roared. Evil sneak! If you ever dare to terrorize the folk again, I will cut you down. At this moment, in the forest, the Nanshan Ghost King was watching everything in front of him, and just now saw clearly when those two ghosts were decapitated by Yang Xian. Coupled with Yang Xian's aura at this time, the Nanshan Ghost King's heart showed its timidity. Without waiting for Yang Xian's side to continue, the Nanshan Ghost King let out a cold snort and left the forest. Near the stage, Yu Mengjia and Xiao Xiao hid behind Fatty, who didn't hide, but was trembling, with a streak of liquid showing under his pants. Obviously, terrified. If you really want to understand, it was not that Fatty was brave and protected the two women behind him, but he also wanted to hide, but his body simply did not listen to the command. Cowardly cat, are you okay? Yu Mengjia reached out her hand and touched his shoulder, inquiring in a low voice. This one made Fatty scream out and then pass out. Inside the live broadcast room, it was a mess at this point. Fluffy control, holy crap. What is this whole thing with the timid cat? The scene of the flower protector was directly acted into being paralyzed by fear? The guts are not as big as those of the two female anchors? Most handsome Richie, it seems that timid cats won't be able to mix in the future. It's just too humiliating. It's just some kind of blindfold, but it's still scared like this? Shame on you. At this moment, within the live broadcast room, there was another viewer named Most Handsome Agent who was carefully watching everything on the scene. Only he didn't make a sound. The whole thing was in this man's eyes. As for the barricades mentioned in the live broadcast, he didn't believe any of them. Captain, how is the master of this shadowy theater troupe? The man said, looking behind him at the captain. The captain pondered for a moment and inquired, if this young man is really the real deal. It's a talent. Just that. Through the screen, it's impossible to tell if it's a blindfold or if it's really powerful. I carefully observed some 2 live broadcasts. I was present. If it is a blindfold, this is afraid that it is also rich. But I have observed his 2 live broadcasts. Speech and talk, subconscious action, are not like what rich people, so the chances of being a blindfold is not much. Town Demon Charm is a fan of JoJo's, and checking out these simple country outdoor broadcasts in his spare time coincidentally allowed him to watch 2 great shows. The captain nodded, touching his chin and pondering. A lot of cases piled up at hand. If this Yang Xian is really a wizard, that is naturally cherished, can pull together into the team, is bound to be a big help. But, how can ordinary people easily see ghosts, and live stream it for all to see? Another member of the team voiced a question, which was one of the reasons the captain thought it was a blindfold. Most of their group, for the most part, had strange and genuine skills, such as being able to see ghosts, such as being able to touch ghosts, or having a master of astute sensory magnetism, or, perhaps, they still had some jutsu at their disposal. This is also the reason why I am puzzled. Jin Demon Talisman said. Between the eyebrows also cannot help but wrinkle into a chuanzi, obviously very entangled, for a while before turning to the captain and said, I want to go to the scene. The live broadcast of the place is not far away from us. Go over to explore the reality is also good. Jin Demon Charm is some ability in the body. The ability to observe people is even more accurate outrageous. He can also rest assured. Thinking about this, the captain nodded. Agreed. In that case, Demon Suppressor Talisman, you'll make the trip. See to it that you handle it yourself, and contact the team in time if anything happens. The demonic talisman nodded and turned to go pack his bags, but it was the captain, who turned to the remaining few, as if sighing, if he's really capable, with him on board, some of the cases in our group will be relatively better handled. Baxian Village, a corner not far from the theater. The main house was lying there, witnessing everything, especially after Yang Xian wielded the green dragon crescent blade to kill the ghost. His entire heart was in his throat. What to do? I'm afraid that if we annoy Lord Nanshan Ghost King, the entire village will be buried with him. No, I can't just let it go. I have to go make amends with Lord Nanshan Ghost King. Returning to the residence, the main family had just entered the house and knelt down to kowtow when they felt the statue of the Ghost King of Nanshan Mountain swaying, then falling to the ground unsteadily and breaking apart. Turning his head to look, the main family found that it was none other than Yang Xian, who at the moment had only half of the Guan Wu Sheng makeup removed from his face, and his eyes were staring intently at him. Now, the Ghost King you worship is having trouble protecting himself, and you still want to ask for his blessing? What a dimwit! As Yang Xian spoke, his foot twisted twice on top of the already shattered remnants of the Ghost King statue. Seeing this, the master of the house, a nameless fire rolled up from his chest, and he was about to lose his temper. But he was disliked by Yang Xian. Evil spirits are rampant, and it's because of ignorant people like you who go and make offerings that it's come to this. Without such ignorant incense offerings, how could he, an evil ghost, become one of the Ghost Kings? This time, considering your ignorance, I'll spare you once. If you dare to go astray again, you'll suffer the consequences. Yang Xian threw down these words and twisted his head to leave, lifting the door curtain about to walk out. When he thought of something, he coldly said, if that guy dares to trouble you again in the future, don't be afraid, just tell me, I'll naturally help you clean up. After leaving from the main house, Yang Xian returned to the backstage rest area of the theater troupe. Ever since Guan Wuxing's possession faded, Yang Xian had sensed its difference. Unlike Bao Zhang, although Guan Wusheng only had 3 minutes of possession time, it was extremely exhausting for himself. Just a furious chop across the horse was enough to make Yang Xian's body a bit overwhelmed. You know, Yang Xian is singing and reading and doing everything well, practicing diligently every day. The body itself has never put down physical quality than the average person do not know how much stronger. Spare a thought and still feel this tired. Chapter 9, The End of a Strong Crossbow, Revised. It seems that the Guan martial sage really lives up to his name. Open the Undertaker system. Enter the attribute panel. Ability, 1. 2% Yama God's divine power possessed, with 5 soldiers and 3 guillotine knives. Attachment time, 15 minutes. 2. 5% on Guan Wusheng divine power possession, with red hair horse. Possession time, 3 minutes. Merit value, 3000. Spells, 1. Invocation, rank 1. 2. Words follow acts, rank 1. Mission, long-term mission, 1. To form their own class, number of apprentices 0. Side quest, retrial of Chen Shimi's case, Pao Ching. After seeing the attribute panel, Yang Xian realized what was going on. So this Guan Wusheng came up and possessed himself to 5%. No wonder this body of his was a bit overwhelming. However, the level of the recruitment spirit technique had unexpectedly reached 1, which made Yang Xian recall that when Guan Wusheng possessed him, it should be the level of the recruitment spirit technique that had been raised by the appearance of this red rabbit horse. That is to say, as long as in the future, when singing the Yin opera, but whenever one summons out Zhan Zhao and the others or the red rabbit horse, one can increase the level of the recruiting spirit technique. System. What is the purpose of the leveling up of the recruiting spirit technique? Employer. The higher the level of the recruitment technique, the stronger the target summoned. Erase. Yang Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath of cool air. Today this red rabbit horse out. It has been domineering enough to pull the wind. And this is only rank 1 of the invocation of the spirit of the art of summoning out. If the future invocation of the spirit of the art of a high level up, summoned out of the red rabbit horse is still a good thing? The Nanshan Ghost King looked at the broken statue, his eyes burning with rage. He was a ghost king, but he was humiliated by a small playwright. Yang Xian, if you dare to destroy my Dharma statue, I want you to live a life worse than death. With a hiss, the Ghost King transformed into a black mist and flew towards where Yang Xian was. Yang Xian was resting backstage when he suddenly felt an overcast wind blowing across his back. No good. It's the South Mountain Ghost King. He got up with a huff and tried to turn on the possession state, but was prompted by the system. Ding! Employer's current possession ability is insufficient to provide possession in randomized scenes. What? Falling off the wagon at a critical moment? Yang Xian was shocked and furious, seeing that the Nanshan Ghost King was already approaching with a murderous aura. Yang Xian only felt a strong wind coming at him, and his figure was instantly lifted out and fell heavily on the ground. Blood seeped out from the corners of his mouth as Yang Xian barely managed to support himself to climb up, his gaze deadpan on the Nanshan Ghost King in front of him. In the past, despite the fact that he had exerted all his strength, it was still difficult for him to defeat the terrifying strength of the Ghost King. Today he is at the end of his rope. Ha ha ha, Yang Xian, this trifling skill of yours, how dare you show off in front of me? The Ghost King of Nanshan laughed fiercely and pressed on. Today I want your heart and liver for my wine. With that, he probed out his sharp claws and pounced straight at Yang Xian's face. Yang Xian saw that he couldn't dodge and despaired in his heart. Just in the nick of time. Ding! The host's life is detected to be in danger. Is it possible to spend 500 merit values for an emergency teleportation? The system's prompt sounded like heavenly music. Teleport! Teleport quickly! Yang Xian roared. The next moment, a white light flashed before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Yang Xian was already in a strange space. Where is? Here? He looked around, but all he could see was gray and dark. A man dressed in white was walking slowly. I am Chen Shimi. May I ask your name? The visitor arched his hand in a respectful manner. Yang Xian was shocked in his heart. This name was so familiar. Are you the heartless Chen Shimi who abandoned his wife and child? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Xian realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, Chen Shimi burst into flames. Shut up! Who says I'm heartless? This is clearly a great injustice. With a single word, Yang Xian was stunned. What is your grievance? Is it not true that you abandoned your wife and married a new woman? It was all a misunderstanding. Chen Shimi was in tears with grief and anger. In fact, back then, I was sincere to Xianglian. But who knows? The princess took a liking to my looks and wanted to take me for herself. First she put Xianglian under house arrest and forced me to repudiate my wife. When I refused to comply, she blackmailed me with the lives of my children. I had no choice before I had to endure the pain. Who knows? I just led the princess's will. Xianglian hanged herself in prison, and my child, brutally murdered by the princess's minions. Chen Shimi's words were sobbing. Yang Xian listened to the heart-rending realization. I see. You were victimized by the princess, and only then did you fall into the reputation of being negative and thin-skinned. Pity you for bearing 1,000 curses, but being the most innocent of victims. Chen Shimi sniffed and burst into tears. Your Excellency is clear. Mr. Chen is grateful. Yang Xian pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. My name is Yang Xian, and I am a playwright. But I happen to have inherited the mantle of Lord Bao Zhang, and I am fortunate enough to have been blessed with his old man's immortal fortune. If your Excellency trusts me, I can clear your name and allow you to reincarnate with a clear mind. This. Chen Shimi hesitated for a moment, then promptly fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. Lord Yang, I am unable to repay you, and in the next life, I will surely knit the grass to repay the great kindness. Yang Xian waved his hand and helped him up. No need. You and I have no grudges, and I'm only helping you in passing. Why do you have to be so polite? Lord Yang's great kindness is unforgettable to Qin Shimi. Open the In Opera Master System. Please possess Lord Bao Zhang. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura enveloped his entire body. Yang Xian only felt a tremor in his soul, as if there was a great figure that was slowly walking towards him. Ding! Bao's possession is successful. Divine power increased to 5%. Possession time extended to 20 minutes. In a flash, Yang Xian had a black robe on his body, a spandex scarf on his head, and a guillotine blade in his hand, just like the style of Bao Zhang. Who is in the hall? Do you have a grievance? Yang Xian opened his mouth, his voice like a bell. Qin Shimi was busy bending his head and kneeling down, retelling that old story in colorful detail. Yang Xian nodded his head at the words and said with a straight face, although this case has been a long time ago, but listen to what you said, really is not white injustice. In that case, this official is here to vindicate you. From now on, the name of Qin Shimi shall be cleared of any stain. That fox-charming princess designed to frame the evil deeds, also should be made known to the world. Thank you, Lord Pao. Thank you, Lord Pao. Qin Shimi sobbed and kowtowed. It was only after this that the ghost of Qin Shimi drifted away. With a flash of golden light, Yang Xian regained his original appearance. Yang Xian, you are worthy of being destined to be a man of destiny, and you are able to solve cases like a god, deserving of the name Qing Tian. Pao's voice sounded again with a few moments of relief. The old man has no regrets about having an heir like you. Thank you for the teachings of my predecessor. Yang Xian was busy saluting and thanking him. Okay, I'll take you back now. Pao grunted lightly. Chapter 10, Beheading the Ghost King, revised. In the next moment, Yang Xian felt the sky spinning and his consciousness falling into chaos. I'm back here? He rubbed his eyes in some disbelief. Looking around, where were the shadows of the little three worlds? As far as the eye could see, there was only the familiar streetscape of Bashian village. He subconsciously shouted, "Open the shadowy theater system." Ding! The host has completed the side quest, retrial of the Qin Shimi case. Quest reward, Bao Zhang possession ability increased by 3%, currently 5%. Bao Zhang's possession time is extended by 5 minutes, currently 20 minutes. Gain 2,000 points of merit value. Current merit value totals 5,000 points. Looking at the series of system prompts, Yang Xian burst into tears for a moment. By the way, the Ghost King of South Mountain. Yang Xian slammed his head, which reminded him of the unresolved trouble. It's not good. I've been missing for so long. I don't know what happened to the village. He was so alarmed that he rushed to the theater. Instead of the usual bustle, the village was dead. Uncle Cohen, where is everyone? Yang Xian called out eagerly in the village, but no one responded. He ran to several homes, only to find them empty. What's going on? Did something happen to Murphy? A sense of foreboding surged through me. Just as Yang Xian was anxious, a wail suddenly came from the direction of the village chief's house. Mayor! Yang Xian didn't care and flew away. The scene in front of him taught him to stare in disbelief. The village chief was kneeling in the courtyard bawling his eyes out, and the body beside him was clearly his son, Fat, only to see that a Fat's chest was pierced through a large hole, and his organs were scattered and bloody. What's going on here? Yang Xian asked in a trembling voice. What else could be going on? I blame that South Mountain Ghost King. The village headman was overwhelmed with grief and indignation. After you disappeared last night, he killed the door and said he wanted to punish us. In order to protect me, Afa was pierced through the heart by one of his claws. Even our troop's little Fuzi had his heart and liver ripped out. There was despair in the village chief's eyes. It's just that it's our fate. Who told us to mess with something we shouldn't mess with? No. Yang Xian jerked his head up with a firm gaze. Yang Xian, swear that I will avenge everyone's death. Class master, where can you fight that guy alone? The village chief smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I have an idea. Yang Xian stood up and threw his voice. I'm going to build another theater, so that the Ghost King of Nanshan will know what it means for the net of heaven to be wide open. But class master, don't worry. This time, regarding the possession of the Elder Master, coupled with Lord Pao's guidance, I'm confident in subduing that sinful obstacle. Yang Xian chopped his words. Village chief, I still ask for your help. Help me prepare props, arrange food and lodging, and within 3 days, I need to sing a performance of Beheading the Ghost King in front of the Ghost King's lair in Nanshan Mountain. Seeing that he was determined, the village chief could only nod heavily. This matter is of great importance and must not be publicized. Otherwise, letting that sinful bastard know about it would be bad instead. Uncle Cohen, who was on the side, was worried and pulled Yang Xian to ask in a low voice. Class master, is Master Guan really capable of subduing demons? If anything goes wrong, we're all doomed. Yang Xian glanced at him with firm eyes. Don't worry Uncle Cohen, with me here, I will never let anything happen to everyone. Besides, it's a good thing to get rid of evil and promote good. I'll give up my life if it's a big deal. I don't know who I'm afraid of if I become a ghost. Uncle Quinn was so hot from what he said that he suddenly grew bold. The class master is right. Let's just take the fight to the end. What's the point of breaking the net? A man's life is a matter of righteousness. A man's life is a matter of benevolence. Even if his blood is spilled on the spot, he will not hesitate to do so. Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. Good. With your words, I'm even more confident. Let's make a deal then. And from tomorrow onwards, we'll start preparing for the setting up of the stage. Keep everything simple but effective. 3 or 5 days at the most. Let's make sure the play opens. Uncle Koan answered and led the way. And the Nanshan Ghost King, who was hiding in the dark, seemed to have sensed something as well. He smiled sorrowfully, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Yang Xian, you really aren't a light. Since you want to fight me, then I will fulfill you. But it's not just a theater stage you have to build. It's a hell of a way to get killed. Ha ha ha. Good. Let's give it a shot. Even if the fish dies in the net, we have to get rid of the evil and promote the good, and do justice. And so it was that a shocking drama was reenacted in the village of Baxian. Hundreds of villagers worked night and day with full cooperation. Only 2 days' work, an imposing theater rose up, and Yang Xian was even more sleepless and closed for rehearsals. Uncle Koan, this time we have to use the real thing. Yang Xian commanded while looking at the playbill. The green dragon crescent sword should be sharp and incomparable, and the heavy armor should be sturdy and defensive. There is also that soul-inviting streamer. It must also be painted more realistically, and it is best to show a few points of ghostly aura. Don't worry, class master, I'll go and make arrangements. Uncle Koan nodded his head repeatedly and busied himself. Yang Xian put down his pen and scrutinized the script on the case, a hint of thought flashing through his eyes. It's still up to Master Guan to make the crucial scene. It's just that I don't know how many % of divine power this exalted god can give. It would be a shame if it didn't work out when the time came. Thinking of this, Yang Xian couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He prayed silently and swore in his heart. Master Guan is at the top. Yang Xian is at the bottom. However, with a sincere heart, with courage, we will drive away the evil and promote goodness, and return the village to a peaceful. If I fail in my duty, I am willing to die a martyr's death. Turning to the early morning of the 3rd day, Yang Xian was fully clothed and majestic. The drums and the music are in mourning and march, and the heroes are gone for good. He stood in front of the stage and chanted aloud. It is like a song that has been sung for thousands of years. Just at this moment, a black mist suddenly rose from the forest in front of them, shrouding heaven and earth. A gasp erupted from the crowd. It's the South Mountain Ghost King. He's coming. As expected, the fog cleared and a burly figure clad in black armor came striding in. It was the murderous Ghost King of Nanshan. Yang Xian, do you really think that you can subdue this king with this little carving skill? The Ghost King looked up to the sky and whistled, his eyes showing a fierce light. Today I want your life, your heart and liver, to sacrifice for my hate, to pay for my anger. Ha ha ha. Before his words fell, dozens of black shadows scurried out from all sides. The Hierophant is a group of evil spirits that are a scourge to the people. Bold! Yang Xian burst out and shouted, where are the heavenly soldiers and generals? Protect the law for me. As soon as the words fell, a dragon's roar resounded, and the red rabbit horse descended from the sky. Immediately following, is Zhen Zhao, the Dynasty 5 tiger generals, each of them dragon essence and tiger. God's majestic, Ghost King, don't be wild. By order of the Jade Emperor, we have come to arrest you and punish you with heavenly punishment. Zhen Zhao raised his whip and shouted. Chapter 11, Auction House, Revised. Ha, just by you and the others. You dare to show off in front of this king? The Ghost King of Nanshan coldly laughed repeatedly, and his gloominess grew more and more. In the next second, the battle raged steeply. The clanging of weapons was accompanied by the sound of swords, and ghosts cried out. Yang Xian was in the lead with his horse, and his green dragon crescent blade swept across the army. Wherever they went, the evil spirits were left in pieces, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, the Nanshan Ghost King is getting more and more courageous, and even forced the red hair horse back a few steps. Master Guan, help me! Yang Xian shouted, and the air was filled with haze. A figure in red slowly landed. It is the venerable god Guan Yu, who is so heroic and stirring. The Ghost King rests. I am coming too. Guan Gong offered his green dragon crescent sword and struck with a dazzling swordsmanship. The Nanshan Ghost King was caught off guard and had one of his arms chopped off. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the valley. Liu Bei is here. Where is Guan Yu? Another voice snapped. I saw a red-robed god riding on a horse, stepping on fire. It was no one else but Liu Bei, Emperor Zhao Lai of Shu Han. My lord is here. Guan is here. Yang Xian bowed. Very good. Liu Bei nodded and turned to look at the Ghost King. Shortling, Nanshan Ghost King, your sins are heinous. You don't want to escape again today. Be a good boy and capture me, and I'll spare you from death. The Ghost King of Nanshan was horrified and his square was in chaos. Had he ever seen such a big battle? Seeing that the gods and Buddhas had joined forces, it was already difficult to resist, but the greed in his heart can't be easily let go. I am the Ghost King. How dare a few immortals in the district control me? He resisted, hissing and growling. Yang Xian, you and I will fight again in the coming day. Before the words fell, the South Mountain Ghost King transformed into a black smoke, charging left and right. Don't try to escape, Liu Bei bellowed. One, you chopped out a blade, blocking the retreat. Yang Xian galloped his horse and chased after him, waving his green dragon crescent blade. In an instant, the heaven and earth were in a state of anomaly, and the wind was raging. Dozens of long swords, steeply breaking through the air. It was a magic treasure that was transformed by the demon-suppressing talisman to kill evil spirits. Only a poof was heard, and the South Mountain Ghost King's chest was pierced, and blood gushed out. Ah! Ding! The system detects that this beheading. The battlefield has left behind the Nanshan Ghost King's battlesuit *1. The screen turned and a tattered and torn cloak full of fury appeared in front of Yang Xian's eyes. Is this Nanshan Ghost King so shabby? Does he wear such shabby clothes? Remind employers, where the battlefield captured the spoils of war. You can leave their own equipment themselves, but also can be placed in the mall for auction. The auction to obtain. There will be a final transaction price decision. For this battle suit, Yang Xian really has no good feelings, so immediately ordered the system into the mall auction. Okay, employer. The system will now hang the Nanshan Ghost King's battlesuit in the auction house and auction it off for you. Reserve price, 5,000 merits. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian was not calm. One's own hard work slaughtered 3 evil ghosts, only to give 3,000 merit value. Did not think that the Nanshan Ghost King a piece of ragged clothes, on the 5,000 bottom price? Is the world still about fairness? As his thoughts pulled back, Yang Xian also realized that in order to make himself stronger, he had to go and kill more of these evil spirits that were doing harm to the party. As for accepting disciples, Yang Xian had also renewed his intentions. When the Een opera began, he had clearly instructed the musicians long ago that they must play no matter what happened. But when the situation really happened, the musicians were still so dumbfounded that they forgot to play music at all. None of the music continues to be played. So may I ask how to continue the dance? Just as Yang Xian was confused, Uncle Cohen walked in with a bottle of water. Class master, drink some water. I can see you've worked hard on this underhanded drama today. Yang Xian took the water and spoke the thoughts in his mind. Uncle Cohen, I intend to set up another specialized Een opera troupe. As you can see today, this group of people really encountered a situation and did not give a damn. For Yang Xian's choice, Uncle Cohen did not have any unnecessary comments. You're the class president, and I'll support you in whatever decision you make. But there's someone out there right now who's anxious to see you. So do you think it's best to go and meet him? Or should I get rid of him? Wait until daylight? Once he heard this, Yang Xian didn't have any thoughts of continuing to rest. To ask for an audience at night, and also to ask for a Een opera troupe master, is tantamount to being solicitous for nothing, and it means that one is either an adulterer or a thief. After coming out from the backstage of the theater troupe, led by Uncle Cohen, Yang Xian met the visitor. The visitor was a scruffy man in his mid-30s, wearing a pair of sunglasses and looking rather odd. When he first saw it, he was staring at Yumunja's arched buttocks and swallowing hard. Sir, this is our class president. If there's something going on, you guys talk. The demon suppressor rune withdrew his gaze, looked Yang Xian up and down, and opened his mouth. I've watched both of your shady scenes carefully. And then what? You also have a need to sing negative theater? Yang Xian said bluntly. If it's an appointment, you can always ask Uncle Quinn. After saying that, Yang Xian got up and prepared to leave, but he was stopped by the demon suppressor talisman clutching his wrist. Others may not see it, but I do. Neither of these two scenes are fake. The words drew Yang Xian's attention. The process of shadow play itself possesses some false performances, which are used to shock the air and achieve the effect of reassuring the dead. The average person basically couldn't see this, but the demon suppressor talisman was able to see it, causing Yang Xian's first reaction to guess that this demon suppressor talisman should know something as well. What are you trying to say? The demon suppressor rune pulled out a token and handed it to Yang Xian, which was carved with the patterns of some ghosts. I'm from the State Secret Special Engineering section, and this time I came over to invite you to join us. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian did not have much to say, only on his complexion. He was even colder and half-heartedly interested in what he was doing. I'm not interested. Find someone else. Jin Demon Runner where can? Yang Xian did not refute his words, naturally, is to recognize those on the stage are true, which also proves that Yang Xian's ability, surely more than just these in front of you. The heart is more than cannot stop the excitement for the invitation to this person to go to the team, but also more sincere. I'm sorry, I'm just a theater moderator and don't really fit into whatever team you're talking about. This person comes strange, temporarily their ability to dare not inform outsiders. After all, this person's behavioral style, and not like what serious people, easy to agree, more appear to be cheap. Yang Xian, before I came here, I have already investigated your biography very clearly. This theater troupe, cannot last long, and you, Jin Demon Rune said, looking up and down at Yang Xian. The measuring eyes made him not feel comfortable, but Yang Xian didn't say anything, and still looked at Jin Demon Rune in a good way, waiting for him to say the next words. What? Apart from being able to sing songs, you are almost physically incapable, and if opera is eliminated from society, are you prepared to move bricks to support your large group of people? The words of the demon suppressor rune were not without reason, but Yang Xian did not want to let him be complacent, and did not even change his expression. Chapter 12, Behave Yourself, Revised. Often sent to the door. There is nothing good. Yang Xian will not give him the opportunity to pull the pedal. Besides, this inexplicable door to the door of the people, said that the state agencies concerned is the relevant agencies? I'm sorry, even if you have a point, but I have my own path. If you want to watch the show, contact Uncle Cohen to make an appointment. If you still want to pester me, I won't accompany you. Yang Xian said to go and left without leaving a chance for the demon suppressor charm to go and say it again. The latter was at a loss, and for a moment he touched his chin and muttered in a small voice. Interesting. The demon-suppressing talisman didn't stay in the theater troupe for much longer, but Yang Xian went directly to the cafeteria. The village doesn't provide food, and the village head's family is in danger of being dismounted because of their offerings to the Ghost King of Nanshan after the matter of the Ghost King of Nanshan is over. But all this had little to do with him. The opera in the village was completely over, and Uncle Cohen had gone to the main house to settle the bill, and was greeting the others as they packed their bags. Yang Xian bored to look at the phone. These two live broadcasts, so that the two Netflix fans directly doubled several times. Playback in the clip, but also unusually clear to see those behaving oddly under the stage of the spectators. The two anchors of the ability to seize the center point is still good. Those ghosts and monsters suddenly appeared, suddenly disappeared. In their editing, the more horrifying and unusual. Today the day is already deep. Green eyes in the middle of the jungle has been invisible. Off the possessed state of Yang Xian. Consecutive nights of trial and error, observing the surrounding area, and did not see the ghost scene in the singing. What about this video? What's going on again? Just as Yang Xian froze, Fatty brought Yu Mingjia and Xiao Qiao over. I say brother, you're so fierce. This opera is singing out special effects, especially that red rabbit horse under the seat. For this little fat, Yang Xian was relatively indifferent, even though he was now recovered and didn't have the hostile, reckless look he had when he first arrived. On the contrary, the two anchors in the tooth live. Let Yang Xian sigh their courage. In order to bow traffic dare to do anything after the courage. The seriousness of the advice. I know you want to get more attention, but advise you. This kind of thing, in the future, or don't do it. Hearing Yang Xian open his mouth, the two netizens didn't say anything. But Fatty was unhappy first. But a shady opera singer, how do you even talk to your own goddess? Probably having been embarrassed. Fatty straightened his back and was eager to get his image back in front of the goddess. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Where did an opera singer get such a big rack? Facing little Fatty's rudeness, Yang Xian glanced over with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, leaving aside the question of personal qualities. If I come here to sing a shadowy opera, the whole village should treat me as a guest of honor. Do you have any rules? What Yang Xian said was right, and it was indeed the case that in the past, the opera masters were subject to kneeling in worship, and before the opening and after the end of the song, they were subject to the kneeling and worshipping rites of the main family and even the entire village. As soon as Fatty heard this, he immediately crossed his neck and glared, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to strike. But he was unexpectedly stopped by Yu Mingjia. Don't be rude, cowardly cat. It's our rule here. With Yu Mingjia speaking out, the breath that Fatty wanted to spit out was once again swallowed back. Standing dumbfounded, he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Yu Mingjia's cell phone was closed for live broadcasting due to low battery. But Xiao Qiao was on. The viewers who were still in Yu Mingjia's live broadcast all switched to Xiao Qiao's live broadcast. The group questioned the timid cat after seeing this statement. Super powerful invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, is there anyone who knows what they're doing to explain? Is the opera master really such a big name? Are the rules they just mentioned true? The most handsome second generation of the rich, yes. Those rules are indeed true. at present in some villages in the country still continue, can be said to be a kind of tradition. Super powerful invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, scratch that. If that's the case, then this kid really doesn't know the rules. Does anyone know him? The live broadcast room you a word, each with their own point of view, soon made a mess of noise. The number of live audience also from the beginning of the dozens of people directly soared to tens of thousands of people. And the numbers are on the rise. Several people. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to rest first. Yang Xian was about to leave, but Xiao Qiao pulled his arm. Aya, don't go. Dream has something to discuss with you. Yu Mingjia blankly glanced at Xiao Qiao. It was originally the two of them who had agreed to follow this Yin opera troupe's as live in the future. And now you're talking to the other side about something? Can you be trusted? Oh, what is it? That. I wonder if we can follow your troupe live from now on. That's all I have to say. So be on your best behavior. And the fact that I'm not obligated to protect your lives. After dropping this sentence, Yang Xian drilled his head into the backstage to rest. Only the two women and one man were left standing in place. Flabbergasted. Holy, this kid dares to refute Meng Meng's face like this? You know how many people want to have a close contact with Meng Meng. I didn't expect him to give his face away. At the moment, the timid cat was like a reckless man, constantly having to show the presence of male hormones of men in front of the two women. But he forgot that he was scared into some kind of bad shape in the middle of the shadowy drama. I have an idea. Jojo, who hadn't said a word, revealed a witty eccentricity and looked over at the shadowy theater group. It's true that the class master didn't agree, but it's not illegal for us to follow them live, right? Yu Mingjia tasted Pinchocho's words and asked rhetorically. You mean, we're not ashamed to follow? Geez, don't say that. Backstage, Yang Xian leaned back on the recliner and turned the Yin Opera Master System on. Go to the auction screen. Just as he went in, Yang Xian rubbed his eyes and thought that he was blinking. The South Mountain Ghost King battlesuit, which had currently been auctioned off at 7,000 merit values. And it's not over, it's even trending up. With every little rise, Yang Xian felt unprecedented excitement. After all, every bit of merit in the markup is your own at the end of the day. Ding dong, the auction is over. The final result is 7,500 merit value. Cent, 7,500 merit values, plus the 3,000 merit values that he originally possessed. A whole 10,500 mezzo. Later, the merit value will be remitted to the employer's account. Ding, 7,500 merit value has been successfully credited. Current employer merit value, 12,500. Detecting that an employer has gained more than 10,000 merits will open a competition for the employer to win attribute prizes. The interface turned, and the three glowing blue tokens kept flipping over alternately. The employer is asked to choose one of the pieces. Looking at the three identical tokens with almost no difference, Yang Xian randomly chose the one in the center. Chapter 13, The Order of Opportunity, revised. Blue light exploded and the token flipped. Congratulations to the employer, who has been awarded the Order of Opportunity. Usage of the Order of Chance, charge the value of merit and virtue into it to obtain the chance of continuous stacking, with the chance of obtaining rumors of secret treasures, rare magic treasures and other rare resources with a high chance. As the function of the Order of Opportunity was unveiled, Yang Xian couldn't help but have a golden light in his eyes. In that case, wouldn't I be able to pocket all the treasures in this world by virtue of the Order of Chance? The interface flashed and entered the interface for using the Order of Chance. Order of Chance. Level, 0 to 10/3000 merit value. The first chance will be revealed at the first promotion. Does the employer recharge? Recharge 3000 merit values. Congratulations to the employer on the successful recharge. As a golden light flashed up, the Order of Chance was successfully promoted to the first level. First chance revealed, Bad Fury Elixir. Location is shown. Yang Xian utilized his consciousness to touch the location and the page flipped again, successfully entering within a map. This map was like being there, and the location of where the evil fiend elixir was located was clearly marked on the map by the cursor. This land boundary is exactly the nearby forest. The opportunity appeared. Even though Yang Xian was tired from the night, he couldn't care less and dragged his tired body straight to the forest. He didn't want the opportunity to be taken first. After arriving at the designated location, Yang Xian copied the shovel he brought and dug at the place marked with the cursor on the map. 1 shovel, 2 shovels. After digging a full meter and a half, a rusty iron box appeared in Yang Xian's line of sight. Yang Xian looked left and right, looked around, saw that there was indeed no one, jumped directly into the pit and brought the box up. Upon opening it, a Dan pill with a mixed body and the slightest hint of fury scattered on it lay in it. Upon closer inspection, inside this Dan pill, there was also an evil ghost with teeth and claws imprisoned. The system reminds me that the secret treasure of chance is rather eye-catching. Do I need to include it in the system? Incorporate. Whoosh! The evil dead elixir instantly disappeared. Yang Xian entered the system and found the evil fiend spirit pill within the attribute of treasury. It looks like the depot is its own private warehouse. After filling the dug hole, Yang Xian returned to the theater troupe as fast as he could. Just as Yang Xian left on this end, several silhouettes appeared. Lord Ghost King. This is it. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor was buried here after being sealed by those abominable humans. As the words fell, a white body took 2 steps forward, and when it saw the marks on the ground that had been dug up, the whole thing became disgruntled. What the hell is going on here? The accompanying minion crouched down, and after inspecting it, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Lord Ghost King. Judging by the wetness of the soil, this place should have been dug up. The evil spirit known as Lord Ghost King had a gloomy face after learning this news. From obtaining information about the sealing of the evil fiend Ghost Emperor to getting the specific location, the entire process had taken it a full 5 or 6 years. I thought I was about to find the evil fiend Ghost Emperor, but in the end, I was cut off. This kind of thing, not to mention in the Yang world, even if it is to the King of Yin encounter, also have to give angry enough. Lord Ghost King, don't be angry. I'm more than familiar with Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor's scent. That person shouldn't have left far. With his scent, I'm completely able to track him down. Humph. But you said, if you can't track it, I'll waste you. The minion didn't dare to be slow, lying on the ground, carefully feeling the aura of the evil demon emperor, and then took 2 steps out towards the front before being dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? I've clearly felt Lord Ghost Emperor's aura, but the aura disappeared here. When the Ghost King heard this, he had an unbelievable look on his face, and his fierce eyes were fixed on this little kid. Then he took 2 steps forward and utilized his own ability to identify it. After tossing and turning for half an hour, the Ghost King came to the conclusion that the little kid wasn't lying. Now, all the ghosts present were dumbfounded. On the other hand, inside the theater troupe, Yang Xian, who had obtained the evil fury elixir, was humming a little song and crossing his legs. How can you not be happy to get such a treasure? Class master, we should pack up and go. Uncle Cohen stepped forward. Okay, go. After packing up, the troupe headed to the next main house there. From the information, I learned that this main family invited the Een Opera troupe to give a whole show to their own family members who had died horribly. By dying horizontally, I mean not dying well. On the way, Uncle Kuan showed Yang Xian the order, and the price offered by the main family was very high, 3 times the daily rate, and the location is an upscale neighborhood. This is an upscale neighborhood, so when we get to the ground, I'll be smart and see what happens. Yang Xian instructed. After all, in his opinion, these rich people were all very eccentric in character, but if they were offended a little, it wouldn't do any good to their side. At this moment, not far behind the theater troupe's convoy, a familiar car followed close behind. Inside the car, Fatty was driving skillfully, and Yu Mengjia, the co-pilot, was holding a selfie stick and snapping at the Een Opera troupe convoy in front of her. Fellow family members, next let's continue to follow this Een Opera troupe. As long as they have a Een Opera to sing, Anchor, I will certainly do whatever I can. Even if it means risking my life, I will still give you all a full live broadcast. When Yu Mengjia said this, Chow Chow, who was sitting in the back seat, muttered in her heart, what in the hell? Who would take that risk if it weren't for the fact that since the change to live play live streaming, revenues have skyrocketed? Jojo then looked thoughtfully at Fatty in the driver's seat, and felt even worse. With such a lord to protect, it would be better to have no protection at all. Jojo had no trust in him since the last time the timid cat had been scared into peeing her pants. What with all the boyfriend power and super protective titles, a wave of them were all taken back by her. The car had been on the road for a full 5 hours before the Een Opera class stopped in front of an upscale neighborhood. The neighborhood is called Shanghai Flower Garden and is priced at more than 30,000 per square meter. Solidly wealthy neighborhood. Uncle Quinn, we're at the ground. Make contact. Uncle Quinn let out a hum and took out his cell phone to call the main house. Een Opera class from the generation of Yang Xian's grandfather. It is Uncle Cohen in the liaison business. For these, it is completely hand to handle the pinch. But the phone had been called out 7 or 8 times, but no one answered. Uncle Cohen, we won't be fooled, right? Yang Xian had just finished speaking when he felt someone tapping on the car window. Rolled down the window and looked just into the face of the demon suppressor. Why you? The demonic talisman dug its nose in, not seeing the slightest thing. Of course I am. I'm the one who ordered you guys. After leaving that day, went back to the team and discussed with the team. The captain's meaning is that since people are not willing to, do not believe it is normal, why not first establish a little friendship base? When it comes to come or not, it can always help the team. Besides, they have not personally experienced how Yang Xian's ability, hastily pulling together into the team. It is also really not good. Chapter 14, you have to collect the money first, revised. Jin Demon Charms thought, but also really this reasoning, also agreed to come down. It happens that the team has a Zhuang case has been delayed for a long time. Why don't we place an order to hire, to see how this Yang Xian ability, and then have such a play. I've already greeted the security guards. Come with me. The car entered the neighborhood and eventually stopped at building 44. Class master, you come with me. The others stay below and wait. Jin Demon Talisman finished, drilled into the building. Yang Xian in the spirit of a money not to make money idea, followed up. When he caught up with the demon suppressor charm, he was standing at the top of the stairs waiting. Why don't you take the elevator here? Why do you have to walk up? The demon suppressor rune didn't stop it and sneered. If you're not afraid to die, you can sit. After following the demon suppressor talisman, it was only after climbing 18 floors that he arrived at the designated location. The occupant room number is 1804. The building, with 3 households on one floor, is numbered sequentially as the number of floors plus the first household on the floor in which it is located. But in 1804 on the 18th floor where there are clearly only 3 homes, this family is a friend of mine, and they were a family of 6, and all 5 of them except the children died. This family is certainly not a friend of the demon suppressor charm. Only Yang Xian did not join the team. Naturally, there are some words that cannot be directly said to understand. Yang Xian took the photo that Jin Demon Rune handed over. This was taken when the police intervened at that time. Jin Demon Rune as a member of the special engineering section. There is no problem with having this privilege. The scene in the photo was very disgusting and horrible. 2 men and 3 women fell in the middle of the living room. Blood flow into the river. But the surrounding environment, but not at all messy. Subconsciously, Yang Xian is sure that it is the ghosts and monsters mess. This is where it happened. Click. The door was opened and the demon suppressor charm sidled over to make a please gesture, signaling Yang Xian to go in first. Yang Xian heart bottomless, but thought of broad daylight. This town demon talisman even if again evil, still cannot eat people after, boldly walked in. As soon as he entered the house, a strong smell of blood hit his nose, and the floor and walls were covered with dried blood. There was also a rusty kitchen knife sitting in the middle of the living room. By the way, just to tell you one more thing, the 5-year-old disappeared on the 10th day after the murder. Disappeared into thin air? Right. The police sent people to search for a long time, but this child, it's like he disappeared out of thin air, evaporated into thin air, and there is no trace of him. How many people live in this house? 6. Yang Xian heart has a number, and then searched around. The whole scene is well preserved by the police. A glance over the place with the side and no difference. But Yang Xian is the feeling that the surrounding aura seems to be eerie and terrifying a lot of people. But, I'll go out for a smoke. You watch first. The demon suppressor charm said and was about to leave. With 1 foot out of the basement door, he turned back and reminded, if you can't do it, I suggest you, don't destroy the scene. Yang Xian frowned, but did not move his hands to turn over the house. His eyes watched the surroundings, but his mind suddenly thought of the system. Right, after killing the Ghost King this time, there was an upgrade to the system, and he had looked at the panel before, but he hadn't paid attention to the side stuff. Coincidentally, no one in the surrounding area. Yang Xian opened the system, and sure enough, the system was upgraded with the option of the mall, and after clicking on it, Yang Xian couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. It's a real sleepy head. The mall even has yin and yang eyes for sale. Just looking at his hard-won merit value. Yang Xian 2 breaths of silence. Neat pain point down. 10,000 merit value. In exchange for the right to use the yin and yang eyes. Well, can you do it? The demon suppressor charm person has not yet come in. The sound has already come in. Yang Xian closed the system interface with his hands and feet, pretending to continue to check the situation in the house. Just singing to them, what can't be done? After answering with a slightly arrogant voice, Yang Xian silently recited, open the yin and yang eyes. There was no strange sensation coming from his body, just that as soon as he opened his eyes, even though Yang Xian had already seen ghosts, he still couldn't help but be startled. It wasn't that the sudden sight of ghosts was so frightening, but the few ghosts in front of him, maintaining their deaths, were too miserable. Yang Xian stiffened for a moment, only to slow down, and Jin Demon Charm's eyes narrowed slightly. Just that moment of breath. Not quite right. This Yang Xian, I'm afraid that when it really will be something else. Recalling the number of people that the demon-suppressing talisman said, Yang Xian then compared the souls in the room as if he understood something. There were only 5 spirits in the room, and the spirit of the youngest child depicted in the file was surprisingly absent. Anything? You may not believe me when I tell you. Yang Xian didn't stay, turned around and left the room, heading downstairs. The demon suppressor talisman had a puzzled look on its face and followed closely behind. By the time he got downstairs, Yang Xian was already lying in the car. What did you mean by that just now? But it hasn't made sense yet. Uncle Cohen, give him the POS machine and pay for this order first. Uncle Cohen looked puzzled. Class master, our business has always been to sing a negative opera before collecting money. Would that be a bad rule? No, people like him have to be paid up front. Seeing that Uncle Cohen did not react, Yang Xian snatched the possum and handed it to the demon suppressor talisman, then stared at him without blinking. It wasn't until after the payment for the demon suppressing talisman that Yang Xian got a little better. We can't see anything yet. Wait for the night. Uncle Quinn, go to the room and set up the stage. This scene must be sung inside. As for the theater, having a similar look will do. The heart of the demon suppressor charm that was so coldly rejected was very bad. No matter how you put it, you're still considered an old man in the team. And this newcomer, who was just invited and hasn't joined yet, dares to yell at him? How can he be convinced? For a while, the demon-suppressing talisman also gambled with Yang Xian. In his heart, he calculated that it was time that he had to show this kid something powerful, or else he wouldn't be able to suppress him at all. Hey, kid, you come with me. I'll show you my treasure. Otherwise you'd really be taken for a dry meal. Yang Xian had no intention of doing anything, but once he heard the word treasure, he became interested and followed the demon suppressor talisman to his car. Seeing the car of the demon suppressor talisman, although it is an old Porsche, but the asking price is not cheap. So think about it, Yang Xian straight regret, the payoff is going to be less. Don't just stand there, come in. Entering the car, the demonic talisman took out a worn wooden box from the back seat, with quite a bit of dust still hanging on it. With a casual glance, the car raised a haze. You the man. Seeing that Yang Xian was about to get off, the demon suppressor talisman hurriedly stopped him. Don't be in a hurry. Why are young people so impatient these days? That's just you. I wouldn't show it to him so easily if it was anyone else. After saying that, the demon suppressor rune opened the wooden box with great pride. Inside the wooden crate, there was a worn-out dress. The clothes were exactly the Nanshan Ghost King battlesuit that Yang Xian had only just auctioned off from within the system. No talking. Ha! I knew that was your reaction. Chapter 15, this thing is a baby? Repair. I knew that was your reaction. Let me introduce it to you. This thing is called the South Mountain Ghost King battlesuit. When you wear it, ordinary ghosts and evil spirits can't do anything to you. They won't dare to come near you for 100 miles. Up to this point, Yang Xian could no longer listen, pulled open the door and got out of the car. What's that? Babying this thing? Hey, you kid. You've got your nose in the air, don't you? And I don't blame you. I know you're jealous when you see this baby of mine. Big deal. Can't I just borrow you to wear it for a couple days? When the Jin Demon Talisman dejected, Yang Xian had a brand new understanding of the system's auction. It seems that the system is throughout the world. Not only sold, but also obtained by these fellow travelers who are hidden in the world. Maybe there are other worlds than the one you were originally from, but it's all delusional for now. So let's not mull it over. Yang Xian slept this sleep until 9 o'clock in the evening before waking up. When he woke up, he twisted his head around and looked right into the face of the demon suppression charm. At the moment, he had taken off his glasses, and his left eye was only a hole in the ground, which was scary. Seeing this scene by Yang Xian, the demon suppressing talisman had a cold face and pointed to his own eye socket. How was it? Cool. Ha! For this town demon talisman, Yang Xian is really speechless, which is the other side stalled in the new era of peace and civilization. Otherwise, Yang Xian has long disliked the town demon talisman a sentence. You it. After packing up the guys, Yang Xian went up. Only this whole building had no electricity. If you want to sing a negative opera, go get the electricity hooked up. I can't take this job without electricity. The demon suppressor rune sniffed and scratched his head as he explained. Electricity. If you bother to be able to connect, this building has been unoccupied for a year. The neighborhood property has long since pulled the electric switch. To get electricity, you need paperwork. As soon as he heard this, Yang Xian was not accustomed to it, and threw the guy thing into the car, clapped his hands, and directly got into the car. In that case, we'll go ahead. Don't. Jin Demon Rune is now really panicked, so he gave the money, and in the end, nothing will fall? It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? In the heat of the moment, he came up with a foolproof plan. Come on, you don't have to sing tonight, just give me a day. I promise I'll have power tomorrow night. Originally, the demon suppressor rune thought that this suggestion of his would get a satisfactory reply from Yang Xian, who had thought that Yang Xian would just stare at him without saying a word, looking at him straight. What more do you want? Yang Xian twisted his head and glanced at the troops fellow and snapped his fingers. Go and put them all inside the hotel. Or spend the night in the car? Half an hour later, all the people from the theater troupe checked into a nearby hotel, and only Yang Xian remained in the car. After so many years, Yang Xian was used to it, and there was no discomfort when he lay down in the car and slept. Seeing that Yang Xian didn't leave, the demon suppressor talisman also got on and laid down. I say, aren't you afraid you'll lose that baby of yours, lying here? The demonic talisman snorted with a reckless smile. With my status and that object, I'm just asking you, who dares to make a move under my nose? Yang Xian thought, said also, the town of Demon Charm in the end or the official people. The general public really will not do it under his eyes. But, the reason he purposely stayed today was to ask about how the demon-suppressing talisman got this Ghost King's battlesuit. As far as I know, this Ghost King's battlesuit is not available in the current auction house. So if it's said to be a treasure, it might just be a piece of scrap. His own hard-earned clothes from the auction were said to be scraps. How can that be? Jin Demon Rune nonchalantly glared angrily over, as if Yang Xian did not know its benefits. You don't understand. Our team. I don't know where to get a piece of crystal screen. That thing divided down the crystal pool. Can link an unknown auction house? This thing, that's where I came from the auction. That triumphant appearance. Yang Xian did not care, but probably understood. Learned what he wanted. Yang Xian no longer say anything. And you're not curious? Yang Xian fake sleep. No longer take care of. This kind of time. If he put forward to want to know, Jin Demon Rune is bound to take Joe. It would be better to do the opposite. Jin Demon Rune will naturally say what he knows. When the crystal screen first arrived at the team, we used every means cleanly. The thing was so solid that a 2000-degree flame couldn't melt it. And even we took out the most primitive saws and slowly ground it. And the thing froze and wouldn't lose any powder. Jin Demon Rune tilted his head to look at Yang Xian. The other party seems to have fallen asleep. Some angry, but also know that they need to ask for help at the moment. Held back, and finally took out an object from under the carriage to take out and look at it, stopping the conversation. And then what? The corners of Yang Xian's mouth were a bit taut. He was still a sure winner in this round. Hearing Yang Xian's voice, the demon suppressor rune was not polite and handed the object in his hand to Yang Xian to see. Yang Xian realized that this thing was similar to an auction receiver, and the interface that opened was like a second shopping mall, except that there were only 6 positions there for goods, and they were all empty for the time being. It doesn't look any different. Yang Xian's disdain for this look ultimately made the demon suppressor rune not hold back his emotions, sitting straight up directly and roaring. Nothing different? I say you people look like you've never seen anything good. You don't say. Maybe I sold you that Ghost King battle suit? Jin Demon Rune froze and looked at Yang Xian for 2 seconds, then laughed out loud. What is the strength of the Demon King? Even if he alone can beat it. But Yang Xian, this look, how does it not look like he can do over the Ghost King? I'm afraid you don't know how powerful this auction house is. Wash your ears? I say powerful because no one knows where this system came from and no one has ever met the boss behind the auction house. But all the bigwigs in the circle give this auction house face. Yang Xian was also speechless when the demon suppressor rune said so. This is not nonsense. This auction venue can be said to be the only platform for people in the circle to obtain rare and exotic treasures. Who dares to dislike it when they can't wait to join? You use merit value for purchases as well? The demon suppressing talisman twisted its head at the question, as if it was looking at a little cutie. The same eyes looked at Yang Xian. Nonsense. Anyone in the circle uses merit value. It's only the ghost world that uses Yin soul value. But there's not much difference between the two. It's just a different name. Shadowy soul value? What's that? Yang Xian was puzzled. When asked, the demon suppressor rune visibly hesitated, but still wasn't going to say anything. Then you don't have to care. When it's time for you to know, you'll naturally be let in on it. While talking, Yang Xian noticed that a black shadow slowly moved over from behind the car. Chapter 16 and Scrupulous, Revised. The shadow was round in size and clumsy in his movements. Just as the other party was about to approach the front door of the car, Yang Xian opened the door violently and the door slammed into the dark shadow. Ouch! It hurts! By the sound of his voice, it was none other than Fatty. Fatty covered his bleeding nose with a look of resentment. Yang Xian, what do you mean? Being unscrupulous on the grounds that you're the owner of the car? Just get back at me. Ha! Seeing little Fatty say this, Yang Xian instead raised his eyebrows and spread his hands innocently. And you use me to get back at me for this virtue? On the contrary, what do you want? Sneaking around? Just now Fatty did want to come over to scare Yang Xian. After all, from Baxian village followed all the way here. Fatty was dissatisfied. I thought tonight the troupe will directly sing the shadowy opera. The result waited until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Do not see the troupe have any initiative. The delay is nothing. But let Fatty's goddess Yumingjia also agree to sleep in the car. Let Fatty cannot accept. Me? I haven't questioned you yet, but instead you're the one who's questioning me first? How interesting. I'd like to ask you, why hasn't this shadowy play started yet? Once he heard this, Yang Xian wasn't going to reply properly. What? Does it matter to you if you sing or not? Are you the head of the class or did you spend the money? If you haven't spent any money and you're not the class president, don't talk so much. You're really going to piss me off. What? Bite me if you don't want to. As the two argued, Yu Mengjia and Xiao Qiao walked over with cell phone camera poles. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of a fight, the two women rushed up to talk it out. You guys knock it off. Cowardly cat. Don't be so rude. After all, we are following people. Speak politely. Yu Mengjia had a righteous face, treating things fairly and justly, without the slightest intention of protecting her shortcomings. This provoked a lot of praise from the viewers of the live broadcast. It is small but great, worthy of the quality anchor, and treat things in a public way. Support. But now I look at this little fat. I do not know why. Always feel that it does not look good. I am a few necks, upstairs. What does your name mean? What do you mean by small but great? Is it the same as my name? It's small but it's big. No. I mean, can you guys not be so cheesy? My name says Dream. Is it anything like yours? After Yu Mengjia and Xiao Qiao appeared, this gave the timid cat a boost and made it even more reckless. I don't care. You're the one who hit me in the nose with the car door. I don't want an apology, but the medical bills, you have to pay me. Do you want a chicken bone? Yang Xian glanced sideways at the leftover chicken leg bone he had just eaten with a sincere face. I want a hammer. Don't give me anything else. $30,000. Not a penny less. Yang Xian lazily ignored it and directly got into the car, rolled the window up and hummed a little song inside the car, not giving the other party any chance at all. Just then, room 1804 flashed twice, and everyone's attention was focused on it. Not good. Something's going on in 1804. The demon suppressor rune copied the guy thing, gave Yang Xian a wink, and took the lead to run towards the upstairs. Yang Xian also wanted to see what was going on upstairs and followed closely behind. These two went up. Yu Mengjia and Xiao Qiao definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity and chased after them. Although little fatty was terrified inside, he also hardened his heart and followed up in order to show his super strength in front of these two beauties. Jia, don't worry, I'll go first. Follow me. If you run into anything, you go first. At this moment, no one was paying attention to the live broadcast room, but the viewers inside launched a questioning of Fatty's behavior. Drinking nutrient express body cannot, not. This little fat in the end is hua. How so annoying. If this is a woman, it's just green tea. The more iced tea you drink, the more you drink. This is a former live viewer, and although the same family members, this almost death-defying expressiveness is really annoying. The most handsome rich second generation, if you ask me. This is also the dream. Have such a good quality. In other anchors, I'm afraid that would have been angry. Fluffy monster, hey, big brother Pengji. If you ask me, you'd better be careful. Don't come back to lose your wife and soldiers. This little fat but drunkenness is not ah. When this was said, the live broadcast list one big brother was silent. At this moment, the demon suppressor talisman had already entered the building. Yu Mengjia and the others also walked in, but the three of them chose to press the elevator after coming in. It was strange to say that the building had no power throughout, but the elevator had power all the time. Just as the elevator doors opened, a hand tugged on Yu Mengjia. Ah, ghost. Shoo, don't make a sound. And if you don't want to die, don't get on the elevator. Take the hallway. Yang Xian nodded and then climbed up the building. Yang Xian's speed was fast, and he realized that after experiencing Guan Yu Guan Wu Shang's possession, his own physical strength was more than a little better than before. I don't know if this is real or psychological. Just as he reached the 18th floor, he heard a bang and the demon suppressor talisman flew out. Asterisk. Seeing this, Yang Xian couldn't help but stare. This is something inside room 1804? Blood oozed from the corners of the mouth of the demon suppressor rune, who had fallen to the ground with a crash. Are you okay? The demonic talisman shook his head, his eyes fixed on room 1804. I'm fine. There's something more aggressive in this room. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian nodded in understanding and took out the possum he was carrying and handed it to the demon suppressor amulet. Need a favor? I'll give you a friendly price if you need it. The demon suppressor rune was cursing again in his heart at the moment. It's a matter of life and death. Why does this kid only know about money? But seeing that Yang Xian didn't look like he was joking, the demon suppressor talisman also had to pull out the card. Swipe as many as you want yourself. Ding, insufficient balance. Sorry, there's no money in the card. The demon suppressor rune let out a long breath and clenched his teeth. Let's cut the crap for now. As long as you fix that thing inside, I'll go back to the organization and definitely make this money up to you. Okay? but don't go back on your word. For the demon suppressor talisman, Yang Xian was not afraid in the slightest that he would not redeem it. If he really didn't exchange it, then it would be better. Yang Xian had plenty of ways to fix him. The big deal is that everything he buys from the auction in the future will just show up at the auction again and be done with it. Just as he entered the house, Tang Xian felt a powerful baleful aura strike him. The room was covered with red light, while in the corner of the wall, 4 people were squatting, and right in the center was standing a child, who was holding a kitchen knife in his left hand, while in his right hand he was clutching a human head. No wonder there was a lack of people inside this room during the day. So it's here. As soon as Yang Xian stepped in, he closed the door of the room behind him, and then realized that the little brat was staring at himself. Chapter 17, The Disappearance of the Furies, Revised. Open the shadowy theater system. Employer, it's open for you. The auction of the Ghost King of South Mountain's battlesuit was successful. Auction price, 8,000 merit values. Detecting that the system has conducted 2 consecutive auctions, the system has specially rewarded the employer with the possession of the Tang Sanzang, talkative version, once. Ask the employer if they use it? Yang Xian entered the system-possessed character panel to take a look, and found that Yan Luo Bao Zhang's cooldown is still 12 hours left, and Guan Yu Guan Wu Shang's possessed cooldown is even more outrageous. There are still a full 72 hours. I'm afraid there's no choice now. Had to go with this Tang Sanzang, talkative version, possession. Possession. The system is loading. About to possess the employer. Detected Tang Sanzang, chatterbox version, possession time is 30 minutes. Ding, possession successful. As the possession success tone sounded, Yang Xian felt that there was no difference between this possession and the previous 2. The first 2 times I was possessed, I felt unprecedented power all over my body. But this time, my body was no different from before I was possessed. What's going on at? As soon as Yang Xian opened his mouth, a mess of words visible to the naked eye floated out from the side of his mouth. The words drifted, unceremoniously, straight towards the little ghost standing in the middle of the living room, enveloping the little ghost into it. Feeling the words, the little kid was cranky, casually waving his arms and shattering the words. Tang Sanzang, chatterbox version, spin-off detected. Immortal binding rope. Yang Xian moved his mind and a bundle of twine appeared in his hand. It then closed in on the fraught brat. Little brat, seeing your grandpa me, don't you know how to beg for mercy? Really uneducated. No upbringing not to mention. But also looks so ugly. Ugly even. Short. I really don't know if a brat like you will be beaten when you're alive. And I don't know if you'll be able to find a girlfriend when you grow up. I'm afraid that when you drink cold water, you can also stuff your teeth. You can fall on your face when you walk. And you can get electrocuted when you pee. As Yang Xian opened his mouth, a constant stream of words surrounded the brat. 1 or 2 sentences were fine. But Yang Xian also accidentally realized that this Tang Sanzang's mouth was as if it didn't belong to him since he possessed it. Why are you so talkative? Not only talkative, but also dense, and worst of all, this mouth is really bad. After talking for about 5 minutes, the little brat's face changed. His eyes, which were still ferocious, became somewhat frightened, and the fury on his body also became quite thin. Click. The windows open automatically. Seeing this, Yang Xian knew that it was not good. This brat was unable to carry on and wanted to run. Absolutely not. Bundle. The immortal binding rope was thrown out, and a few moments later, it bound this little kid in place. And no matter how much the little kid struggled, this immortal binding rope just didn't move, binding it solidly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You still want to run with your short legs? Really out of the window. Also not afraid to fall to the ground and die. What a shame. When you are a human being, you are devious and cunning. When you are a ghost, all you think about is running away as well. Another 5 minutes of verbal output. Yang Xian found that the bound brat actually cried. As soon as the brat cried, Yang Xian also felt that the originally powerful fury around it had disappeared. At this moment, in front of the door of room 1804, Yu Mengjia is pointing the camera inside the house. Although she couldn't see inside, the camera could see through the doorway. Inside the live feed, this group of spectators were dumbfounded after seeing Yang Xian's maneuver just now. Many of the audience watching with their cell phones could not help but stop the action of their hands, and even some were surprised by the mouth grows big, and even drooled out, but also do not know. Mysterious old man, what kind of mouth is this? This eloquence, not to mention the general occasion, even the village mouth of the old age group is not a rival. It is estimated that in front of that group to walk around, can be that group of old deng all scolded to cry. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex, still scolding old den? I'm afraid it's not a problem to just single-handedly take on a nursing home. This class master really has a pair of skills. I'm a little grass. Wait, you guys, what is this Yang Xian outputting into the air? What is this scene called? Tang Sanzang scolding and crying red child? Inside room 1804, Yang Xian sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and his eyes fixed on the little kid. In front of the brat, there was a pen and a piece of paper. I'm giving you the chance now to tell me everything that happened before. Or don't blame me. The little kid who appreciated Yang Xian's power where dare not obey, babbling began to say. This can be difficult to Yang Xian. He really cannot understand a word. Can you speak human? If you can't speak, write me. After saying that, Yang Xian made a big move with his hand, and the immortal binding rope immediately returned to his hand. After looking at the pen and paper on the floor, the freed brat timidly picked it up and, with a big pouty ass, got down on the floor and started to write. But after looking at what the brat had written out, Yang Xian didn't have the good sense to kick at the brat's body. What education? You can't even write like a worm, and you're still killing people? It's outrageous. You can't even write well enough to know how to hold a knife? Write properly or I'll pull the hairs out of your head later. As soon as the brat heard this, tears once again flowed uncontrollably. Yang Xian was not spoiling for it and kicked again. It was only then that the little kid had no choice but to continue writing, and although the words were better than the ones he had written before, Yang Xian realized that he still couldn't read them. The writing was not earthly at all. Similar to some ghost writing. Ghost text is ghost text. Who let people spend money on demon-suppressing charms? As for the rest, it is not for him to consider. Whether to read or not, the demon suppressor talisman solves itself. If you want to fix it yourself, no problem, but that's extra money. After a full 10 minutes or so, the little kid then raised his head to look at Yang Xian, and the meaning expressed by those eyes was clear. The writing was finished. Picking up the paper and looking at it, Yang Xian was satisfied, but he didn't know how to deal with this brat for a while. This time it's just a possessed Tang Sanzang, the talkative version, which is annoying but doesn't have the ability to decimate. There was no way to give this brat except for a while, which made Yang Xian difficult. Employer. The system has detected that the brat has full acting ability. I wonder if employer would like to take it as a member of the theater troupe. Yang Xian was a bit stunned. It turns out that this theater troupe accepts members who are not only able to take in humans, but also these ghosts and monsters. Thinking of this, Yang Xian was very proud in his heart, knowing that the performing power of these ghosts and monsters could not be compared to humans at all. Imagine, in the future, more ghosts and monsters will be collected, and then, in the event of a random shadowy scene, wouldn't it be full of special effects? At that time, he or she can also be a hands-off, do not have to work, can lie down and collect the money. Take it in. Ding, detecting an employer taking in a member of the theater troupe. Opera troupe member, 1. Member's name, Machete Kid. Strength, Ghost King 3 stars. Acting talent, specializing in thrillers, children's plays, etc. Chapter 18, Gotta Add Money, revised. As the system took in, the brat in front of him disappeared out of thin air and appeared within the system interface. Just as soon as he felt the members of the theater troupe, Yang Xian's eyes lit up, and he was able to read the words on the paper. Hey, this is great. Let's see how I can swindle you. After coming out of room 1804, Yang Xian, without saying a word, shoved the paper to the demon-suppressing talisman who was wiping his nosebleed. That's the whole thing. Of course you can ask me if you don't know what it says, but it's extra. Extra money? The demon-suppressing talisman was stunned. His eyes filled with incredulity. Money makes the world go round. However, when the demon-suppressing talisman looked at the paper Yang Xian handed over, his eyes glazed over. Although he couldn't read what was written on the paper, he was pretty sure it was ghostwriting. No, kid, what have you done? Force a confession? Yang Xian reached into the pocket of the demon suppressor talisman and took a whole box of huazi out of it, pulling out one and holding it in his mouth, and finally putting the rest into his own pocket before nodding. Or else, by the way, I've taken care of that brat. As for the rest of those insignificant ones, you take care of them. After saying that, Yang Xian left without looking back and went straight to the hotel. What's the point of staying in the car by yourself when all the problems on this side have been solved? Of course it is to go to the hotel to have a good rest. The most important thing is that the hotel is reimbursed by someone. After receiving the ghost text, the demon suppressor rune didn't make a stop and went straight to the organization's headquarters in the night. It was close to dawn when we reached the headquarters. Once inside, the demonic talisman found its way to the leader. Boss, this is for you. It's a forced confession from that kid, but I always felt something was wrong. The man known as Boss nodded as he took the paper. Yes, this is indeed ghostwriting, and I'm sure it can't be faked. As he was talking, a hot figure walked out. The visitor was wearing a tight wraparound skirt. A light-colored kanji draped over her shoulders. Big waves like waterfalls draped over her back. And her appearance was even more exquisite. No matter where she was placed, she was a woeful existence. However, When the demon suppressor rune took a good look at the woman, a flash of fear immediately surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Old boss, how come the demon girl is back? What? Are you disgruntled? The demoness' thin lips moved slightly, and a seductive timbre spread out. Alright, Demonji, don't bully the demon suppressor rune. No matter what, he's also an old man inside the organization. With the boss's words, the demon girl then did to collect herself. The figure lurched, arched her hips up onto the desk, and sat down, looking sideways at the piece of paper. Yo, ghost text? Haven't seen one of these in years. Who's got it in them? The boss smiled faintly and spoke about the newly accepted members, and when the demon girl heard it, a great interest surfaced in the depths of her eyes. Boss, I'll have to meet this new member sometime. The boss showed a hard look after the demoness left. Old Town, getting this ghost text is indeed very powerful, but no one in our organization can read this, so look at it and let the new members help translate it? The organization boss had just finished speaking when the demon suppressor charm reached out with a difficult face and beckoned. Boss, translation is no problem, but I have to be funded more or less. Funding? What do you mean? Didn't I give you $100,000 when I was leaving? You're not going to swallow it, are you? The demon suppressor rune blushed at the question, and his heart was in a bad mood. After all, this trip, not only the organization inside the 100,000 left, his wife Ben also took in 50,000 yuan. On top of that, the merit value saved up from so many years of hard work doing quests was even more of a loss. After the demon suppressor talisman had finished all of these hardships, the organization boss's face became deliberate and considered. Tell you what, let the demoness go with you. I don't believe that the demoness can't cure him. At this moment, a relatively hidden valley. The place doesn't even show up on the map, replaced by an ocean. If it is discovered and reported by some relevant people, it will definitely create a big stir in the world. Within the valley, no less than 5 ghost kings are waiting here. Among them, there is also a ghost emperor who has just advanced, and the valley is full of fury, and some weak ghosts kneel on the ground, not daring to raise their heads at all. What should we do now? Everything that needs to be prepared for the ceremony to resurrect Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor has already been prepared, but now we can't find the Dan spirit that seals Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor. What should we do? The one-star Ghost Emperor sitting at the top of the table was filled with sadness, rubbing his temples with his hands. Lord Ghost Emperor, surely we must find Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor's Dan spirit, or else all of our efforts over the past 5 or 6 years will go down the drain. The one-star Ghost Emperor went up and gave the Ghost King below a kick when he heard it say that. Are you out of words? This kind of fart is best kept to a minimum in the future. I still don't know to look for it, but where to look now? Even the scent of Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor has disappeared. It should be known that in the ghost world, as long as one reaches the Ghost King, he or she will have a very large personal aura of their own. But anyone in the ghost world will be able to find each other based on this aura. Even though the Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor had been sealed for many years, his breath was still strong, and it was precisely because of this that these henchmen were able to feel the Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor's breath, and thus had faith in their hearts, and were able to work hard to prepare for so many years. But now, that aura had disappeared, which made the group of henchmen restless and uneasy in their hearts. I don't care what tactics you guys use, now go and look for it properly. If you can't find the whereabouts of Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor's Dan spirit, you don't have to come back. All of you will die outside. The one-star Ghost Emperor was furious and pointed at the group of henchmen and cursed. Just as the group of men were about to leave, one of the Ghost Kings suddenly thought of something. My lord, haven't we already died once? Get out. Meanwhile, Yang Xian, who had just woken up from the hotel, was exploring the system. Cell phone but issued a jingle sound. Yang Xian took out a look. An unnamed text message, with your strength not to join the special engineering section pity. You can think about it, after all, life is short, why not do something meaningful? Seeing the content of the cell phone, Yang Xian had a moment of confusion. Inviting himself to join the special engineering section in addition to that inexplicable scruffy man there is no one else. But the content of this text message. But it is not like the demon suppressing charms can say words. Where does Yang Xian know that the organization is underfunded? The matter of translating the ghost text. Was Captain Boss full authority pushed to the demonic talisman? Cannot get the money. It can only be soft. Yang Xian into their own people. You can't work for your own people and Yang Xian still collects money. Yang Xian didn't think about it that much, but his attention was diverted away by the system's beep. Employer, it has been detected that the machete brat is hungry and needs to be fed. Do you know whether to supply merit value? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Yang Xian froze with a look of displeasure. You've taken in a little brother, and instead of making money for yourself, you're even thinking about getting yourself fed? Is it a rip? This kind of thing, Yang Xian. Would never do. Rejected. I'm 180% not voting. The system detects that the employer does not want to feed. Employer has a second option, to release the team members to feed themselves. Ha, that's a good one. Okay. Free range. Just as he finished speaking, the machete brat appeared in front of himself with a big head bobbing around. Chapter 19, Genius Entrepreneurial Youth, Revised. After sizing up the brat, Yang Xian complimented him with great satisfaction. Not bad. You are indeed ugly enough. Hungry. The machete brat muttered a sentence, blinking his big eyes and looking at Yang Xian. That look was as pitiful as it could be. Very different from the brat last night that was full of fury all around. Hungry? You're hungry. Go find food. Wherever there's merit value. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the machete brat twisted his head and was about to leave. Seeing that it was going out, Yang Xian was a bit uneasy and called back. Wait, I haven't even mentioned the rules. When you go out to forage for food, don't do anything harmful. And also, when you find merit values, remember to bring me back some. Of course, if there's treasure there or something, memorize the information as well and let me know when you get back. The machete brat nodded his head obediently, and then his figure gradually became illusory and disappeared into the hotel room. This scene was not seen by the organization. If it was really seen by the organization, the boss of the organization would definitely stick out his thumbs. Yang Xian is definitely a proper genius entrepreneurial youth. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yang Xian looked at the door with an impatient face, then still went forward and opened the door. Just as soon as he opened the door, the demon suppressor amulet barged in. Say, how much would it cost to get you to help translate? Since the demon suppressor talisman was really too much of a swagger, Yang Xian didn't notice that there was even an enchanting woman following behind him. Simple. A bite of $50,000. Upon hearing this, the demon suppressor rune wept poor. I say, brother, you're too dark, aren't you? A lion's share. $50,000? Realize that you'll most likely be working at the same place as me in the future. If you're so money-minded, who's going to help you in the future if you're in trouble? Jin Demon Rune also do not know from which book to see. Began to give Yang Xian whole up psychology. After the last 1804 room thing, Yang Xian also want to know the auction house involved in the degree of how high. So for the Jin Demon Rune once again invited the matter. Yang Xian also promised to consider. However, Yang Xian simply do not eat this set. He said to think about it, but has not fully entered the organization. Besides, the message just replied to the past. The person has already appeared in the door. It is clear that it has long been calculated. This can be tolerated? We'll talk about the future later. If we really fall to the level of using your help, I reckon it must be worse than death too. With these words, the demon-suppressing talisman directly broke the defense, and his hand kept touching something in his back waist, but he touched a large circle and nothing was there. Just as the demon-suppressing talisman was near insanity, a seductive voice came. Little brother, it's true that $50,000 is not too much to ask for an ugly man like him, but what if I ask you to translate? Sister? Yang Xian sized up the flamboyantly dressed demoness, and just by sweeping over it, he basically understood which things on the demoness were worth money. Sister is so beautiful. This body, this face, this charm. I'm afraid it's rare in the country. Truly, if you come and ask me to translate that ghostly text, I promise to make you happy with the price. Upon hearing this, the demon girl revealed a smug smile, her heart relaxing with great confidence. After all, there were countless brats who had fallen in front of her, and from here they were all able to line up and circle the globe for 2 weeks. What's one Yang Xian worth? The eyes that looked into the demon suppressor talisman all seemed to say, see, this is the strength of the old lady out there. But not yet waiting for the demon girl that the stock of oil from the bottom of the heart to float up for how long? Yang Xian opened his mouth. In your case, simple, $150,000 will suffice. What? The demon girl's eyes widened in disbelief. You know she's invincible when it comes to men. In all these years, there has never been a defeat. But Yang Xian was really filling Demon Ji with frustration. Even the demon suppressor talisman only costs 50,000. Why do you want me to pay 150,000? Yang Xian reached inside the pocket of the demon suppressor talisman and took out the newly purchased cigarettes and explained. Simply because he's already spent the full 100,000 with me. Well, I'm a fair guy, right? Undeterred by her frustration, the demon girl yanked the demon suppressor talisman out as soon as she could, then unlocked the door. After doing all this, the demon girl twisted her sexy body and went straight to Yang Xian, sitting on Yang Xian's lap between the twisting of her arched buttocks and pouting. I know it was inconvenient for you just now when he was there. What if it's now? Is it possible for the price to come down a bit appropriately? Demon G exhaled like orchids. The scent of her body and the residual heat between her words were enough to make any heterosexual delirious. But Yang Xian still didn't eat the set of words, and wrapped his arms around Demon G's waist and said, "If you offer enough money, I don't mind serving you. I just don't know if you can come up with $1 million. $1 million? Yeah, it's a separate program, so of course you have to pay extra." The demonist's body, which was originally still writhing, completely stiffened after hearing these words. What is this? It's a shame, a stark humiliation. No man had ever done that to himself. In a fit of pique, the demoness got up violently, opened the door to her room, and left in a fit of pique. Inside the building, Yumengjia's trio was borrowing a restroom to wash up. Since the three of them slept in the car last night, there was no wash in the car, so they had to come to this nearest hotel. Just entered the door, the three of them bumped into the demon girl, who left in a negative mood. And the original confused little fat. After seeing the demon girl, the whole person froze, and all their eyes were fascinated by the demon girl, and their hearts apoplectic up. Beautiful. So beautiful. Fatty's words were not loud, but they were heard by Jojo, which made Jojo unhappy. What? Getting bold? Dare to compliment another woman in front of Dream? She's beautiful? And our dreams aren't beautiful? And me? Chow Chow said it straight. But even so, Fatty's eyes still followed the demon girl until the demon girl walked out of the hotel, and Fatty took his eyes back. Humph. Mang. Let's not involve this guy in future live broadcasts. It's really annoying. Let's go. Fatty, who had been left behind, realized the seriousness of the matter and rushed forward to explain. You guys listen to my explanation. It's not like that. I just hold an admiring view towards that woman. It's the real emotion towards you guys. House Yang Xian just to come over to close the door. After hearing the words of the little fat, lips hooked up a smile. This little fat, will human nature to pinpoint the really accurate, fickle and tend to avoid harm, but again and again did not want to tear with the little fat reason, or because of the voice of the little fat. Fatty speak, with a little special Minnan accent, voice export, very special. The voice is not sharp, set on a particularly mellow, is a good seedling singing opera. This is also why the three of them followed the live broadcast. Yang Xian did not carry out the reason to drive away, to take down the small fat, naturally, to give them the opportunity to contact, but the two female anchors, but still need to be taught a lesson to be two big guts. Chapter 20 Auctioning the Evil Fiend Spirit Elixir, revised. After about 5 minutes, the most handsome rich second generation, brothers, I did go to check it out, but from my resources, this beauty seems to be quite hard connected, and simply pretty much some key information, so I'm certain that she should still be an uncommonly rich woman. Big color batches me, I go, then this is not a proper white rich beauty? If you get such a beautiful woman, you'll live 10 years less. Yumengjia sat in the car, looking at the comments on the live broadcast, her heart full of jealousy. Although their own face value is not top stream, but at least is a big beautiful woman, but so are ratio. Their own live audience have fallen to that woman's end, who do not have a hard time. Inside the hotel, the demon suppressing talisman. After paying $50,000, Yang Xian translated all the contents of the ghost text. As for the words of the ghost text, he indeed did not understand it, but asked for all the translations of this ghost text while the machete brat was out. You're not going to lie to me, are you? If it's fake, my main focus here is in honesty, but if there's any problem, it's refundable. After sending away the demon suppressing talisman, Yang Xian once again turned the Opera Master System on. This evil dead elixir has been in hand for a full day, but now Yang Xian was also in trouble. What to do with this thing? Judging from the profile of this evil fiend spirit elixir, what was imprisoned inside was a super powerful ghost emperor, but now it was sealed, and required extremely special rituals as well as conditions to unseal it. I'm afraid it won't work if I open and cultivate it myself, and if I stay in my hand, Yang Xian doesn't think it has any value, so it's better to just put it in the auction. Open the auction block. May I ask if I may personally preside over the auction floor? Of course, but the system is not responsible for any discrepancies in the auction prices. Alright, now arrange an auction for me. I want to personally auction off the evil fiend spirit pill. Okay, the system will arrange it for you right away. Soon, the most recent auction was arranged by the system, with the evil fiend spirit pill on it. However, Yang Xian is currently unable to enter the arena, mainly because the system needs part of the time to be publicized. The demon suppressor rune immediately called a car after leaving the hotel and went straight to the headquarters. He had just arrived at the headquarters and was interrupted by the boss before he could bring out the translated ghost text. Wait, I don't have time to deal with ghost texts right now. The demon suppressor rune came closer to take a look, and after seeing the evil fiend spirit pill displayed on the auction instrument in the hands of the organization boss, the entire person was confused. Boss, what's going on here? Is this auction house crazy? Even an object like the evil fiend spirit pill is being put up for auction? Can you find out who auctioned it off? The organization boss looked at the demon suppressor amulet with a look of idiocy. You think I can find out? What an idiot. On the other side, inside the valley, the one-star ghost emperor was looking at the evil fiend spirit pills placed on the auction floor in a near frenzy. Surprisingly, someone has such guts, putting Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor on top of the auction. Truly lawless. This is definitely a humiliation for Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor. After the one-star Ghost Emperor calmed down a bit, he looked at the soul value in his background, and there was still a full million. For the sake of Lord Evil Fiend Ghost Emperor being able to successfully lift the seal, even if I have to spend all of this million, I will do nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction will now begin. And this auction will be conducted by the holder himself. Inside the system, Yang Xian coughed twice and cleared his throat, then lowered his voice and said to the inside, the object for this auction is the Evil Fury Spirit Pill, with a starting price of $1 million. The starting bid is $1 million. This price is really considered to be a sky-high price at this stage. Yang Xian wants to personally preside over the reason is naturally because at present his merit value is too poor. For the time being there is no big thing to do. Although the system is also rewarded merit value after subduing the little kid, but in front of him, it is still a drop in the bucket. Want to get rich? Naturally want to run out of this hot potato on hand. The evil spirit Dan and the suppression of the Ghost Emperor. For the current self, if not careful will die without burial, although placed in the system is also safe, but do not destroy. In the end, or not quite assured. The one-star Ghost Emperor couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart after hearing this price. I thought that there would be a large portion of this 1 million ghost coin in soul value left at the end of the day, but it turned out to be just enough for the entrance ticket. Even so, the one-star Ghost Emperor crossed his heart and took down the evil fiend spirit pill no matter what. Shoot! Someone bid $1 million. After taking the shot, the one-star Ghost Emperor immediately sent signals to the minions he had just released. What he wanted was simple, the fastest possible recall. In matters like raising money, naturally, there is strength in numbers. Within the organization, the demon suppressor talisman immediately froze when it heard the sound of the auction venue. Boss, why does that voice sound a bit familiar to me? The boss who was staring at the price of the auction didn't have any kind words on his face when he heard the demon suppressor talisman say that. Get the hell out of here. What time is it? And you still have the heart to pay attention to that? Demon suppressing talisman was thrown out. Can't blame the boss. After all, this price is really too high. Even the organization, also a little difficult. It wasn't because the organization couldn't afford to auction it off. It was just that the boss was pondering that if he really did auction this off, the organization wouldn't be able to get much richer in terms of internal merit value. At that point, I'm afraid the entire organization will have to tighten its belt. But if he doesn't shoot, he has heard of the reputation of this evil fiend Ghost Emperor. If he really releases it and something happens, the organization has ways to deal with it. But I'm afraid that the loss of manpower and material resources won't be lower than this 1 million merit value. So the boss had an idea. Shoot, price 1,100,000. 1,100,000 is bid. After this price had just been offered, the users at the other ends of the auction who were watching this auction couldn't help but show contemptuous looks. $100 higher? Isn't this a disgrace? At auctions like this one, basically the people who come to participate are those who have money to shoot and those who don't have money to pull back. An extra 100. That's definitely a matter of temperament. A bid of $1,200,000. At this moment, within the valley, the one-star Ghost King had already recalled all 4 major Ghost Kings, and the organization's headquarters was frantically raising merit values. At the end of the day, though, the merit value is still not very rich. Now the boss was pissed off enough. Demon Suppressor Talisman, go ask that Yang Xian for me and see if he has any extra merit value there. We'll borrow it. Without saying a word, Jin Demon Rune immediately called Yang Xian. This side is shooting to sell. The call from the Demon Suppressor Talisman came, making Yang Xian a little annoyed. What's wrong? Had to call at this hour. The demonic talisman opened the door. You should have seen that evil Fury Dance spirit as well, right? It's being auctioned right now, but there's not enough organization merit. So the boss is asking you, how much do you have on hand right now? Borrow some. Upon hearing about borrowing merit, Yang Xian became interested. Just that this merit value can still be lent out? Yang Xian adjusted the panel to the background, and next to the merit value, there was indeed a word for transfer. Gift, and Yang Xian's eyes lit up. This evil Fury Spirit Dan was originally being auctioned by himself, and if he really lent it to the organization, the money was nothing more than his left hand going into his right hand. So when the outside world seems sky-high auction, Yang Xian operation is still very simple. Borrowing merit value is no problem. But how much do you want to borrow? How much do you want to pay back? After hearing this, the demon suppressor rune twisted his head to look at his boss inquiringly. Boss, the new member asks, how much do you want to borrow? The more the merrier. It's better to be able to shoot this thing down for good. Chapter 21, The Attached Secretary, Revised. The boss's voice wasn't loud, but Yang Xian heard it clearly. Alright, you guys wait. I'll help you auction this evil fury Dan spirit. And as for the cost, is there a problem with paying me back 10% more? Boss, you should be able to hear me, right? Without waiting for the demon suppressor charm to finish its question, the boss's side shouted. Raider, 10%? I seriously doubt this kid is a bandit now. 10%. Why don't you go rob? Thinking back then, labor lending didn't have such a high interest rate. Without waiting for the boss to finish cursing, Yang Xian's end directly hung up the phone. After less than a minute, the call came again. You know, the boss guy is just grumpy. Borrow. I'll definitely borrow this, and absolutely pay you back 10% more. Okay, don't worry. I'll just help you guys shoot down this evil fiend spirit pill. At the auction, 1,300,000 had just been offered, and Yang Xian himself had bid. System, help me bid to 2 million. There's already a bid of $2 million. Now, both the one-star ghost emperors in the valley and the organization's boss were silent. 2 million. Who can afford $2 million? Now the auction was at an impasse. The auction ended at $2 million. Looking at the evil fiend Dan spirit left in his hand, Yang Xian was satisfied. This object was neither sold to the ghost clan, but also earned 2 million merit values for no reason at all. No, to be precise, it should be 2,200,000 merit values. The auction had just ended when the call came in from the demon suppressor rune. Kid, what's going on? Did you shoot that $2 million? What? Problems? Ah. Why are you bidding so hard? The original bid was only $1,300,000, and you directly raised the price by $700,000? If you ask me, if you raise the price properly, it might just go to $1,035,000. Facing the discontent of the demon suppressor rune, Yang Xian did not spoil it at all. Raise the price properly? Do we have to raise the price 100 at a time? Like the organization's boss? Yang Xian one sentence blocked the mouth of Jin Demon Rune. Of course, Jin Demon Rune did not get suspicious. After all, even he himself knows. This boss buckle to what kind? The entire auction. No, I should say the entire world. There should be no one other than his own boss who could raise the price by 100 in this kind of big auction. And, of course, there aren't any ghosts. Come and get it later. And remember to bring 2,200,000 merit values with you. If it's too late, I'll take the next shady theater job. Within half an hour of hanging up, the sound of a propeller rang out over the hotel. The demon suppressor rune got out of the helicopter in style. Except, of course, for the haste of his gait, and the flash of his calves. In order to be able to remove the evil fiend spirit elixir faster, the boss had deliberately dispatched a helicopter. After arriving at the hotel, the demon suppressor rune asked with a smug look on his face, "Where's the evil fury Dan spirit?" Yang Xian looked at the demon suppressing talisman with cold eyes and asked rhetorically, "Did you bring the merit value?" One hand pays for the other. With the merit value in place, the evil fiend Dan spirit will be given to you immediately. If it's not in place, I'll resell it. When he was about to come out, the boss only gave the demon suppressor rune 200,000 merit values, and as for the rest, the boss only gave a sentence to let the demon suppressor rune take care of itself. Jin Demon Talisman had thought to come here to rely on his own lips to convince Yang Xian, but now it seems that 80% is hopeless. However, on second thought, since he couldn't be convinced, the demon suppressing talisman had other conditions. What about the merit value? I only have 200,000 here, but I can make up for that remaining 2 million merit value with the rest. Saying that, the demon suppressor rune leaned down to lie on Yang Xian's ear and whispered. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian came into the spirit. After all, anyone would love an unexpected pleasure. Tell me, what are you going to offset it with? The demon suppressor rune burst into a bad laugh and said lewdly, "The beautiful woman who came from within the organization that day. Do you still remember?" Yang Xian thought about it for a while and did recall the face of the demoness as well as her hot body. Remember? Why? Want to get her or not? The more the demon suppressor charm spoke, the more excited it became, and its eyebrows flew up. Don't want to, but I do see that you want her badly. Jin Demon Talisman is very speechless. This day would have been fast chatting, but for 2 million merit value, or to hold back the emotions, continue to nag. Seriously, do you want it or not? Don't want. For this point of mind of the demon suppressor rune, Yang Xian has long been clearer than ever. After a moment of silence, The demon suppressor rune thought of something else and continued. I'll tell you secretly, the demoness is a rich woman. If you take it down for her, not to mention $2 million, even if it's $10 million, you'll be able to have it. $10 million? Yang Xian was a little surprised. The last time he saw the demon lady, Yang Xian felt that this demon lady was not special except for her excellent figure and face. She's a weak woman. Where did she get $10 million? You don't believe me? Jin Demon Rune pulled out his cell phone and rummaged around for a long while before giving it to Yang Xian. Here's the balance of my sneak peek at the siren. Yang Xian swept a glance and realized that this demoness balance was really tens of millions of dollars. That was tens of millions of dollars. And if all of this came to hand, Yang Xian somewhat dared not imagine to what extent his system could be opened. Deal. After handing over the evil fiend dance spirit to the demon suppressing talisman, 200,000 merit values arrived. Without spending a single point, he managed to gain 200,000 merit points. Looking at the balance within the system, Yang Xian was inwardly very satisfied. After the demon suppressor talisman left, Tang Xian locked the door to his room tightly before entering the system. Just as I entered, I saw the system interface change. Congratulations to the host. It has been detected that the host has broken through 200,000 merit values. The system will automatically upgrade the order of opportunity for the host. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The order of chance is still able to be upgraded? Yes, host. The order of chance is divided into 4 classes, from highest to lowest, and upgrades are based on the balance, which is 20W, 100W, 1000W, and $100 million. The higher the level of the order of chance, the higher the chance you will receive. I wonder if the host would like to upgrade the order of chance to open new chances. Order of chance, level 1 to 2, 0/5000 merit value. Yang Xian thought about it. He is currently a well-off family with 200,000 merit values, and a mere 5,000 merit values is naturally not a problem. Recharge. Congratulations to the host. 5,000 merit values recharged successfully. The Xian class order of chance has reached level 2. The order of chance reward is now open for you. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Soul Realm banner *1. Address, map. As Yang Xian navigated to this location on the map, a huge map appeared inside the system with a cursor drawn on it. And this place was exactly where the Soul Realm flag was located. After some careful observation, Yang Xian found that this place was surprisingly less than 10 kilometers from the hotel. It was just a bit of an odd location, on the top floor of a building. The opportunity is not to be lost. Act now. Once the order of opportunity came out, with Yang Xian's urbane nature it was naturally impossible to let the treasure fall into someone else's hands, so he immediately acted. Chapter 22, The Basics of Being a Human Being, Revised. Went out and got a cab and went straight to the building. Boss, all dressed up. Are you going to meet your girlfriend? No, it's a boyfriend. With one word, the driver was completely gagged. Really? Just drive and ask random questions. Don't you know that curiosity killed the cat? In the future, when there is time, Yang Xian will absolutely publish a book on the professionalism of master drivers. Upon arriving at the location, Yang Xian pulled out a crumpled $20 bill and handed it to the driver. Master, an invoice. The driver master looked up and took a look at Yang Xian. His face filled with disgust. You need an invoice for $20? Is this too much to live for? Hey, other people might think that, but not Yang Xian. Life is well, careful budgeting, and now they have their own organization. All travel must be invoiced to seek reimbursement from the organization. It's not just an attitude towards life. It's basic to being a human being. Entering the building, Yang Xian jogged all the way to the top floor, which was not too high, 10 floors. With the lesson from the last time, Yang Xian didn't take the elevator, which he also learned afterwards that some ghosts like to prey on the humans inside the elevator the most. Many of the elevator accidents reported on the news are also the result of this. When he jogged to the 7th floor, Yang Xian slowed his pace, and vaguely, he heard what seemed to be someone talking about something. The situation is very bad right now. One side is led by the newly promoted 1-star Ghost Emperor within the Bad News Valley. The other side is the Nanshan Ghost King. And to a lesser extent, there's also that organization's people who are also looking. No matter what, we have to find the Soul Realm banner one step ahead of them. As long as we get the Soul Realm flag, we'll be able to unify the entire Ghost Soul Realm. But boss, this Nanshan Ghost King is just a Ghost King. What right does he have to compete with the one from Bad News Valley and you? Waste. You ask really wasteful questions. Don't you know about the issue of bloodline? Don't look at the fact that the Nanshan Ghost King's current strength is only a Ghost King, but his ancestry is a proper Nanshan bloodline. The previous head of the Soul Realm was the Nanshan Ghost King. Next time you dare to ask me these cutie pie questions, I'll rip your head off. And this information is something I spent a lot of money to get from the auction above. The Soul Realm flag is inside this building. Give me a good layer by layer search. Yang Xian also had a number in his heart when he heard this. He didn't expect that the people of the Ghost Soul Realm had also set their eyes on this Soul Realm flag. It seems that he has to move a little faster, but it was a bit difficult to keep these ghosts from noticing him. So Yang Xian spent 15 merit value to exchange an invisibility pill in the system mall. When the pill was ingested, a cooling sensation instantly struck. Sensing this energy, Yang Xian hurried towards the top floor of the building. When he reached the top floor, Yang Xian realized that there were already people up there. No, to be precise, it should have been overrun by ghosts. And one of them, Yang Xian looked at seems to be somewhat familiar. Just shook his brain. Also did not think of this ghost from where to see. Only that person's situation wasn't too good. Surrounded by 3 ghost kings. Shihua Ghost King, just you want to take away the Soul Realm flag? Are you worthy? I admit that your bloodline is indeed powerful, but in the end, your current strength is nothing more than a ghost king. A word of advice. This matter, you'd better stay out of it. We'll give the previous Shihua Ghost Emperor face and let you go now. But if you insist on getting involved, we have 3 ghost kings here, so it'll be easy to settle you. When the Shihua Ghost King heard this, he laughed loudly to the sky. He and Nanshan Ghost King are brothers from different mothers. The 2 ghosts were born, a mother with 2 children, only to be born successfully, while Nanshan Ghost King was extremely lacking in oxygen, resulting in death after suffocation, and climbed up to the position of Ghost King step by step. If Yang Xian knew the connection, he would naturally know why this ghost named Shihua Ghost King looked so familiar. However, although the 2 are brothers, people die and debts are eliminated. Brotherhood is not much. Coupled with the Shihua Ghost King's death when he became a small ghost to defect to the Nanshan Ghost King, suffered from the cold treatment, he could not wait for the Nanshan Ghost King to die faster. Ashes and smoke good. As a result, a while ago, he suddenly lost track of the Nanshan Ghost King. He thought of going to the Nanshan Ghost King's place to find some treasures, and it so happened that by virtue of the secret treasures left behind by the previous Nanshan Ghost Emperor, he managed to feel the existence of the Soul Clan's flag with great difficulty, and it turned out that he encountered such a few pieces of material just when he came up. Even if you encountered it, you even threatened it, who wouldn't be angry at such a thing? So what if there are 3 Ghost Kings, 2 1-stars and 1 2-star? Are you a match for my 5 elements Ghost King? The Shihua Ghost King finished speaking and took the lead. With this opening, Yang Xian slipped through the gap between the 4 Ghost Kings fighting and headed straight for the Soul Realm flag. This invisibility pill was only effective for 3 minutes. Yang Xian didn't have time to waste here. Since the last time the eyes of heaven opened, one after another, the system's mall popped out a lot of good things out. This invisibility pill is one of them, but it is said that can only escape the eyes of the ghosts and monsters, but people can see clearly understand. There were 8 flags planted on the top floor, all identical in both shape, appearance and breadth. It's difficult to easily recognize it. Fortunately, Yang Xian has the Order of Chance. The advantage of the Order of Chance lies in that not only will the characteristics of the organ object, function and so on, and even the exact location of the specific also marked very clearly. Comparing them, Yang Xian immediately found the flag on the far right, which was precisely the Soul Realm flag. With the invisibility effect of the stealth pill, Yang Xian approached and immediately ordered the system to take the Soul Realm banner within it. There was a system to help stow it, and on the top floor, there was no sound or movement, except for a flag that disappeared. When he was about to go down to the top floor, Yang Xian twisted his head to take a look and realized that these 4 Ghost Kings were still fighting. Heh, what a dumbass. What's not a fool to still be there doing stupid battles when the Soul Realm flag has been gotten away from them? Just as he reached the stairway, Yang Xian found the 2 ghosts that he had bumped into earlier talking on the stairway coming head on. Oh, come on. It's so okay to be blocked by these 2 idiots. Since the hallway was narrow and there was only one exit, Yang Xian had to return to the top floor. Invisible Dan remaining time, 107. With only a minute or so left, it looked like we'd have to find time to bolt. Just as he reached the top floor, one of the 2 ghosts that came up yelled, "Wow, the fight is so intense. And it's still 4 Ghost Kings. Boss, I'm a ghost general with 5 stars, so I'd better forget about it. Retreat first." The voice of the ghost general's little brother floated in the air, and the person had already disappeared first. Looking at the emptiness around him, the Ghost King boss had a strange expression. At this moment, the 4 Ghost Kings who were doing battle on the top floor turned their heads together and looked at this Ghost King boss, but it was only just a glance, and then he withdrew his gaze and continued to do his job, not putting it in his eyes at all. What? You all don't give the Yellow Springs Ghost King any face? You don't even hang him? Don't BB, you're not even hanging. And you're talking about me? Harm. He's here from the stupid egg, don't bother with him. The Yellow Springs Ghost King stood at the entrance of the staircase, listening to these four great Ghost Kings in front of him ignoring his words, and suffered a 100-point storm inside. A great sense of humiliation slowly rose in his heart. No matter what, it was a Ghost King, but to be so ignored and called a fool. This kind of real damage. Who could stand it? No, one must cleanse one's existence. The Yellow Springs Ghost King shuddered inwardly, and rushed up with open teeth and claws, not caring what the situation was, hitting on sight. Having gotten this opening, Yang Xian immediately slipped down the stairway towards the bottom. Chapter 23, How come it's him? Halfway there, the stealth pill was completely ineffective, and Yang Xian appeared in his human form. If there was only one Ghost King, Yang Xian really didn't care, but the top floor, plus that fool, was full of 5 Ghost Kings, so if they were discovered, it would be no small trouble. Besides, this time, the one he took was the Soul Realm flag that made the entire Ghost Soul Realm seethe. Currently, Yang Xian didn't want to make an enemy of the entire ghost world. Just as Yang Xian walked out of the building, the Shihua Ghost King on the top floor realized what was going on and hurriedly stopped it. Stop! Do you guys remember how many flags were here when you first came up? The Shihua Ghost King's question silenced the remaining 4 Ghost Kings present. After counting, the Ghost King of Nanshan broke into tears. It's all stupid. One flag missing and still fighting there. The Soul Realm flag has been taken. Why don't you chase after it? After the Shihua Ghost King finished speaking, the other 3 Ghost Kings together turned their gazes towards the Yellow Springs Ghost King. There weren't any ghosts up on this top floor just now, except for this dumbass coming up, so there can only be one possibility. The 3 Ghost Kings finished speaking and pounced towards the Yellow Springs Ghost King. Agoo. 3 against 1. Not a good man. If you have the ability, fight with me one-on-one. Raoul was the king of one-upmanship back in the day. Ouch. The Shihua Ghost King couldn't care less about this, lying on the window and looking downwards, just in time to meet the gaze of Yang Xian who was looking towards the top. For a moment, it trembled and shuddered. Yang Xian was not there when he invited the gods to behead the Nanshan Ghost King, but when he went to get the Nanshan Ghost King's property, this Shihua Ghost King also kept an eye out, relying on the Nanshan Ghost King's scent and probing into his biography. So naturally, he knew about what happened at that time, but avenging a brother's death? He didn't have that in mind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How is he? Now. The Shihua Ghost King was silent. For a while, he was internally torn between whether or not to tell the entire ghost world about this news. If you don't tell, it's not only the Soul Realm flag that's lost face, it's the entire Soul Realm. But if he told, with Shihua Ghost King's understanding of Yang Xian, he was afraid that the entire ghost world would suffer. Yang Xian came out of the building and immediately returned to the hotel, and just after opening the door, he saw that Machete Kid Head was sitting on the bed eating chips. Asterisk 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 this ghost eats potato chips too? After coming in and taking a closer look, Yang Xian realized that the strength of this machete brat had actually increased to the strength of a 5-star Ghost King. It's only been out for a day and he's already this strong. If he were to be released for a few more days, wouldn't he have an unbeatable fighter? Open the shadowy theater system. The system has been opened for you. What are the host's instructions? Testing the strength of the machete brat. Member, Chopper Kid. Strength, 5-star Ghost King. Awakening skill, eat a whale. Just as Yang Xian's attention was all focused on the system, the machete brat took a small step to Yang Xian's side and stretched out his fleshy little hand to tug on his pants leg. Whoa, 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 whoa. The machete brat gabbled a lot, but Yang Xian froze and didn't understand a single word. Detected that the host is unable to communicate normally with his teammates. I wonder if the host needs to purchase the language proficiency gift pack. Yang Xian glanced at the price and couldn't help but grin in horror. Just such a language tool alone would require a full 500 merit values. The system has detected that the host is not moved and has decided to increase the price. As long as the purchase is made, the system will come with a full knowledge of the host's language, and after learning it, the host will be able to understand the language of any species. Yang Xian was silent for 2 seconds. This is a bargain? It seems that in the future, when buying things within the system mall, you still have to keep it more mindless. Bye. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase and the acquisition of the language proficiency ability. Yang Xian only felt a refreshing sensation in his head and was actually able to really understand what the machete brat was saying. Bully, I found a treasure when I was looking for something tasty to eat. In what place? Yang Xian came to his senses. Machete Kid was silent for a few seconds and continued. I don't know what the place is called, I can only take you there. At this moment, outside the hotel, Yumengjia sat in the car with an unhappy face. Dream, just don't be mad. It's just that I can't get a shot. I've got it covered. With that, Jojo pulled out a box containing a drone. Meng, we'll use this to shoot from now on. It's already been filed. It's absolutely thrilling and exciting. Looking at the drone, Yumengjia was a bit flabbergasted. Jojo, as far as I know, it's not cheap. I'm afraid you can't buy it with your assets, right? Jojo fumed at being asked that. Meng, don't mind. Anyway, when the stuff arrives, you just use it. The drone was funded by the most handsome rich second generation in the live broadcast room. The strength of the first big brother of the list is beyond doubt. But this list of big brother is Yumengjia's live room. And Jojo didn't tell her when she accepted this drone. It's actually sponsored by Big Brother ranking one's affection on the live broadcast. Upon hearing this, Yumengjia has not yet reacted. But little fatty is first 1,000 times unhappy. Humph, Jojo, you're so insufficient. If you really wanted to use drones, you could have told me first. I could have backed you up as usual. Saying that like you look down on me and I don't have any money? At this moment, Yumengjia's live broadcast was still live. Cowardly Cat's words caused many viewers in the live stream to become disgruntled. The most handsome rich kid, this little fatso has quite a big tone. How dare he clamor with me? You know that this drone can be filed to shoot under any circumstances. No ordinary person can get such a privilege. Comparing to me, you have to have the capital to do that. Digging a booger to make you tea, that's right. I am most displeased with this kind of dead fat man who has little strength and still fiddles crazily in front of beautiful women. Really speechless. I really want to talk about strength, but also the first big brother of the list. I'm Dumb Cup. I'll break the news to you guys. I've gone through quite a few channels to dig up a picture of our live streaming room's top 1 big brother. I'll share it with you later. Millennium Vixen, wow. This is too handsome. Surprisingly, it has abs. How many good things did Meng do in her past life to have such a handsome big brother Pengjiai? Shy little sister, I'll be honest. If Meng doesn't cherish it, I'm going to get my hands on big brother Pengjiai. Just as Yumengjia was disgruntled and planning to ask Xiao Xiao to return the drone, a call came back from big brother Pengjiai. Meng, this drone is not free for you to use. Since you're using this drone, you have to give the audience an unprecedented live broadcast effect. Big brother Pengjiai's emotional intelligence is so high that one sentence compels Yumengjia to accept this drone. Yumengjia had previous training in drone operation and got up to speed quickly. Assembly complete. Camera on. Controls. Drone lifts off. It was then that Yumengjia realized that this drone was indeed more advanced than the drones on the market and was silent. Inside the live room, the camera shook for a moment, then stabilized. Chapter 24, Falling into the Tiger's Den, revised. It hadn't been long since he flew, when a viewer of the live stream spotted the shady theater class. Shy little sister, hey, look, isn't the one walking out of the hotel the master of the opera troupe? The most handsome rich kid, you don't say it's true. Let Dreamy follow and see what tricks this kid has up his sleeve. Watching the statements of the live broadcast audience, Yumengjia maneuvered the drone to follow Yang Xian's head. All of this was naturally discovered by Yang Xian, but Yang Xian didn't take it personally. If you like to follow it, then follow it. As to whether or not there will be any images that should not be there later on, it depends on the mental capacity of the audience. The machete kid dives into stealth as he exits the hotel and leads the way. Walking slowly. Cowardly cat. You drive. The master of this shadowy theater troupe may make a move. We must follow. The car started. Fatty drove to follow up. Yumengjia sat in the car and carefully maneuvered the drone. After coming out from the hotel, Yang Xian followed and saw the brat crossing 3 streets. And then he didn't know how many turns he took before stopping in front of a villa area. Villa Hayes? This villa area Yang Xian has heard before. It is said to be the completion of the project when a person's life. So a lot of the original very optimistic about the guests of Hanhai have to give up. In order to sell the villa, the developer did not know how many sales tactics were used during the period, whether it was reduced price concessions or what, but it did not work. So much so that this villa area was placed until now. It is said that only a few were sold and the rest of the villas are empty. The machete brat paused and headed for the gate, passing through it with barely any effort. Hey kid, wait, you can get through. I'm not that good. Yang Xian shouted, and only then did the machete brat twist his head and wait up in a good manner. Fortunately, the courtyard wall of the villa area was not high. Yang Xian exerted his feet and stretched his arms upward to reach the eaves of the wall, and then slightly exerted himself, and with a tumble, he jumped in. Handsomest rich kid, huh? Did you hear that? It seems like the master of this shadowy theater troupe was talking to someone. Shy little sister, I did hear that too. But, there's no one around him? Is it possible that he's talking to a ghost? The words of the shy little sister caused the audience in the live broadcast room to fall into silence. This sudden coming of strangeness made the heat of the live room start to rise like crazy, and the number of people in the live room surged crazily from a few hundred at the very beginning to thousands, and it was still doubling crazily towards the top. After entering the villa area, the Machete Kid head went straight to the innermost one single house, a long way away. Yang Xian could see the difference of this villa. Even though it was not yet nighttime, the surroundings of this single villa were covered in fury, and the layers of fury wrapped the villa tightly. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, 80% of them would be swallowed up by the fury inside this single house. ABA. Machete Kid reached out his meaty little hand and pointed at the villa. The meaning of its words was very clear. It was telling Yang Xian that this was the place. Yang Xian fixed his mind and went straight inside. As the saying goes, if you don't enter the tiger's den, you don't get the tiger's son. Just open the door of the villa. A baleful aura crazily attacked. Yang Xian felt the danger and intended to retreat towards the side. But before he could act, the machete brat spat a large mouthful of breath towards the inside. The breath glowed green, and the moment it exited, the fury that had soared out from within the villa instantly dissipated. It seemed that Yang Xian had still underestimated the strength of the 5-star Ghost King. Nayanat dig. The machete brat pointed inside and gibbered. Yang Xian immediately understand what it means. This is to let Yang Xian see what to take. Just like their own home, don't be polite. If something happens at top. Yang Xian was a bit puzzled. Who was the boss here? A member of a theater troupe. Acting like a boss here. Not only acting like a boss, but taking someone else's territory for himself? The more Yang Xian thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Although inwardly he felt that the behavior of the machete brat was barbaric and rude. But he liked it. Once inside, the Undertaker's system opens automatically. Host, feeling that there are many treasures here, the system deliberately opened the treasure identification function for you. This time to use. Only charge 10% of the handling fee. If the host does not agree, he can purchase the Heaven's Eye identification pill in the system mall. 10%? That is 410,000 merits. You have to deduct 1,000? No, it's just too expensive. Open the mall. Entering the system mall, Yang Xian immediately typed Heaven's Eye identification pill in the search bar. Heaven's Eye identification pill. Upon obtaining it, the employer can have a daily half-hour identification effect. Price, 15,000 merit value. 15,000 merit value is indeed not low, but there are so many treasures here. If you really harvested 1,000,000 merit value, the one that was divided away by the system could be 100,000. When you put it that way, it's still much more cost-effective to identify pills with the Eye of Heaven. The main thing is that this pill can be used for half an hour every day after taking it. Who can guarantee that it won't be used in the future? Bye. Okay, the system has automatically deducted it for the host. When the pill arrived, Yang Xian immediately took it. A strong medicinal power spread and instantly enveloped his eyes. After a short period of blindness, Yang Xian found himself looking at the objects in front of him with a change in color. Host, today's discernment ability of the celestial eye has been automatically turned on for you. Remaining time, 30:00. System, what is the difference between the color distinctions identified by the celestial eye? Host, is so, the level of the sky eye identification baby to color division. In order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple. From high to low order, the red baby rank the highest, purple rank for the lowest. With this reminder, Yang Xian began to identify it. Enchanted teacup, purple, low level. Suspended table and chairs, purple, low level. After appraising the circle, Yang Xian looked up slightly to see a painting. Since there were no lights on in the room and his vision was dim, Yang Xian was able to see that the painting was a portrait of a person. But he couldn't see much more specifically. Invincible portrait, cyan. Intermediate. It was so hard to come out with a cyan color. Yang Xian that was killed could not let go easily. Revenue system. Okay, employer. The invincible portrait has been successfully put into the system warehouse. After doing this, Yang Xian in this villa and look for a while, but most of the objects are purple low level, simply cannot attract the interest of Yang Xian. Simply with a machete kid head to leave. Yang Xian's side had just left when a figure appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the villa area. If one looked closely, one would realize that the figure was none other than the Shihua Ghost King. At this moment, a wound appeared on the arm of the Shihua Ghost King. This wound was precisely the one that fell from the battle with those Ghost Kings. Originally, the Shihua Ghost King started out fighting with those 3 Ghost Kings, not losing the battle at all. But after the Yellow Springs Ghost King joined in, those 3 Ghost Kings kept on verbally attacking the Yellow Springs Ghost King, and froze to give the Yellow Springs Ghost King a sharp tongue. Chapter 25, The Soul Recovery Gemstone, Repair. Yellow Springs Ghost King looks like a fool, but after anxious eyes, that is simply a mad dog possessed. Battle strength sword. Also no matter who. Up is a messy dry. After sensing the crisis, the Manhwa Ghost King had wanted to unite with the other 3 Ghost Kings to subdue this Yellow Springs Ghost King, which knew that those 3 goons didn't make the slightest stop at the sight of the situation, and directly buggered off. That leaves only the Manhwa Ghost King. The Manhwa Ghost King was trying to leave, but the Yellow Springs Ghost King refused to let go and kept pestering. Helplessly, the Nanshan Ghost King exerted a lot of effort to get rid of the Yellow Springs Ghost King, but the price he paid was that his arm was bitten by the Yellow Springs Ghost King. At the moment, the drone is hovering over the villa. The Manhwa Ghost King didn't care. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded after seeing the Nanshan Ghost King appear. The most handsome rich kid, what's wrong with this guy? He just appeared out of thin air, didn't he? Chick smiley, I just saw something similar to what Big Brother Pongwon said. I am more or less a big disease, no. You do not scare me in my cognition, can suddenly appear, I am afraid that only. At this, the broadcast room was silent once again. Manhwa Ghost King stood at the entrance of the villa, looking at the open door of the villa, took a deep breath, felt bad, and rushed in towards the inside. Not long after he entered, he heard a scream from inside the villa. Why are you doing this to me? It's not even enough to steal something, but it's the most handsome portrait of labor. This wail happened to be recorded by Yu Mengjia's drone in the live broadcast, which made the old Ironman in the live broadcast a bit dumbfounded. The poorest of the poor, no? Then the master of the opera troupe isn't interested in boys, is he? He came all the way to someone's house to steal a portrait? The most handsome rich second generation, I don't think so. The master of the opera class is not an ordinary person, and the owner of this villa is not an ordinary person. There must be something inside that we don't know. Just as the viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, Yu Mengjia maneuvered the drone and gradually sailed away, chasing towards Yang Xian's side. Since the drone was modified by the most handsome rich kid who got someone to modify it, the flight speed was several times faster than normal. It took less than a few minutes to catch up with Yang Xian, who at the moment was hiding inside a relatively remote alleyway, observing the portrait. Ever since Yang Xian saw the confident smile of the Manhwa Ghost King on top of the portrait, he had a look of disgust on his face. It doesn't matter if you look that ugly. You still have the heart to get yourself a portrait to hang in the villa. How shameless. The portrait was taken out and Yang Xian held it in his hands and carefully examined it, and finally found a string of rubies on the back of the portrait. After utilizing his heavenly eye to identify some, Yang Xian discovered that the real treasure was actually this ruby. As for the portrait, bull asterisk 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 asterisk, the ruby was put away into the system, and the portrait was casually thrown by Yang Xian into the trash can on the side. Yang Xian had just left, and the Manhwa Ghost King rushed to the hutong following his scent. When it saw that its portrait was casually thrown here, anger was revealed in its eyes. Really think that laborers are in the business for nothing. The bullies are bullying people to the head of the laborers. Where's my soul return gem? The Manhwa Ghost King was dumbfounded after checking some portraits. One must know that the soul return jewel was the greatest treasure of the Manhwa Ghost King. Originally, the Manhwa Ghost King was seeking to return to the villa to fetch the magic treasure and go to the Yellow Springs Ghost King to avenge that bite. Now it's good. Not only can't you get your revenge, but you've lost your magic treasure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In anger, the Manhwa Ghost King threw a punch at the wall of the alley. A punch goes down and blood flows from the fist. Looking at the blood flowing out of his fist, the Manhwa Ghost King was on the verge of collapsing. It's true that the house is a leaky house, so I haven't hammered a wall in so many years. How come when I do, I come across a reinforced wall panel that removes the evil spirits? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Whoever you are, if I catch you, I will absolutely kill you, even if it's the King of Heaven. The Manhwa Ghost King calmed down and took a sharp breath, intending to explore the traces of the magic treasure. But after this mouthful of inhalation, Manhwa Ghost King's nostrils did not have any odor related to the magic treasure except for the dirty stench that should be present in this narrow alley. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Again, since the last time, the Manhwa Ghost King had discovered this, whether it was the Manhwa battle clothes or the Soul Realm banner, when they were lost, there was no scent to trace. This made him realize the seriousness of the problem. Upon further reflection, the Manhwa Ghost King was completely enraged. No matter who you are, I'm going to get rid of you this time. It's too much of a bully. Back inside the villa, the Manhwa Ghost King took out his instrument and entered the auction venue, took out all the 100,000 in soul values he had left, and put out the word, as long as whoever helps me get rid of that person, all 100,000 in soul values will be taken. 100,000 in souls were worth one person's head. which was definitely a value for money deal in the soul world. Even before the auction, there were already quite a few ghosts from the soul realm frantically signing up. On the other side, Yang Xian also detected the Shihua Ghost King's movements within the system. This wanted information didn't interest Yang Xian much. Instead, the fact that a bounty could even be issued within the system aroused his full interest. System, introduce the bounty order. Good host, the bounty order opened by the auction house. As the name suggests, as long as you have enough merit value, you can put a bounty on any target. The reward publisher can choose the target for the execution of the order on his own. And if it is too much trouble, the auction can be involved to choose the most suitable actor for the reward publisher to carry out the mission. Only the bounty exists in a hierarchical division. Ghost Soldier, 1,000. Ghost General, 10,000. Ghost King, 100,000. Ghost Emperor, 10,000. And all the above values are the starting price of the bounty target. Humans are just like the soul race, but strength needs to be assessed in full by the auction. After understanding the effect of the bounty order, Yang Xian was satisfied. In other words, as long as one possessed enough merit values in the future, then whoever one wanted to kill could be killed completely without one's own hands. This good thing is convenient and quick. After Yang Xian stared at the bounty issued by the Shihua Ghost King for a while, the auction selected the optimal executor for the Shihua Ghost King, the Yellow Spring Ghost King. Ha, that's interesting. On the other end of the villa, the Shihua Ghost King wanted to die after receiving the executor that the auction had chosen for him. This bite of revenge on his own arm had not yet been avenged, and as a result, the Yellow Springs Ghost King had taken the bounty order. What do you mean? Not only did he bite himself, but he also wanted to earn his own soul value? Lean. Yellow Springs Pavilion. After the Yellow Springs Ghost King took the task, the auction immediately pulled up all of Yang Xian's portrait as well as his personal information and handed it over to the Yellow Springs Ghost King. After taking a glance at the portrait, the Yellow Springs Ghost King couldn't help but laugh out loud. Simple. With such a mortal, it's definitely a matter of minutes before I strike. As the words fell, the Yellow Spring Ghost King disappeared into the Yellow Spring Pavilion. Chapter 26, The Immortal Jumper, Revised. But what it didn't know was that there was a big discrepancy in the system's comprehensive assessment of Yang Xian. Not only did any of the magic treasures not evaluate out, but it even directly assessed Yang Xian as a ghost general rank. Inside the hotel, Yang Xian lay on the bed pondering over the ruby he got from the Shihua Ghost King after having a nice full meal. Before he could study it for a moment, a terrifying aura invaded the entire room. The powerful darkness, even with the lights on, was suppressed. Cluck cluck cluck. Kid, if you're honest, don't resist. That way there's less pain. The Yellow Springs Ghost King appeared in the room with his aura in full force. After the light flickered twice, it resumed brightly, and only then did Yang Xian see that the one who came turned out to be the Yellow Springs Ghost King. Aren't you the dumbass that those 4 Ghost Kings were talking about the other day? The Yellow Springs Ghost King was silent for a moment as an even greater rage spread throughout his body. The term stupid egg was allowed to be said by the 4 Ghost Kings, but coming from a human, the Yellow Springs Ghost King couldn't accept it. You dare to call me a fool? Very well. I don't think you've ever experienced what it means to be desperate. As the Yellow Springs Ghost King spoke, his body transformed and a very scary face appeared in the hotel. Just as the Yellow Springs Ghost King was planning to make a move on Yang Xian, Yang Xian opened the Opera Master System and pulled out the ghost banner, holding it in his hand and shaking it twice. Ghost flags? Why is this in your hands? Yang Xian smiled coldly. As far as I know, the one who obtains the ghost banner has the ability to command the entire Soul Clan, regardless of whether the bearer is a ghost of the Soul Clan or a human. The Yellow Springs Ghost King wanted to take the ghost banner for himself the first time he saw it. An object that could command the entire Soul Clan could never fall into the hands of a human. This was a disgrace to the entire Soul Clan, but just as it wanted to make a move, the ghost banner produced a great pressure with every wave Yang Xian made. This pressure caused the Yellow Springs Ghost King to completely submit. Chieftain, my little one will always be loyal to the chieftain and carry out his orders. Yang Xian had originally just waved it twice to try it out, but as a result, after seeing this reaction from the Yellow Springs Ghost King, he completely understood how powerful the ghost banner really was. Is the 100,000 in soul value paid to you by the auction currently in your possession? Yes, my lord. On me. Give it all to me. Yes. Ding, the system has successfully credited 100,000 in soul value. The in soul value will be interchangeable with the merit value. With 100,000 in soul value in hand, Yang Xian was very satisfied. Go find the Shihua Ghost King and pull out one of its incisors. Yes, chief. After sending the Yellow Springs Ghost King away, there was a sharp knock at the door. Kid, I know you're in there. Hurry up and open the door for me. Listening to the voice, Yang Shen knew that it was the demon lady who had come. The execution ability of the demon suppressor talisman is still possible, and the sail that is sent to the door, that can be ignored. Opening the doorway, as expected, the banshee wiggled her sexy waist and barged in like nobody's business. Today's siren wore a very well-fitting professional outfit, a small suit with a wraparound skirt that set off her body in the best possible way, plus those long legs covered in black silk, which were full of temptation. Walking into the room, the demon girl sat down on her ass on the bed, crossed her legs, and lit a thin cigarette. The long legs teased up, hidden and visible, so that Yang Xian could not help but swallow 2 mouthfuls of saliva. This is definitely something special. Staying by her side, wouldn't she be able to start the fairy jump scam with impunity? At this moment, the demon girl is completely unclear about what Yang Xian is thinking inside his head. If she knew what Yang Xian was thinking inside his head, the demon girl would definitely castrate him immediately. Kid, the boss sent me here to assist you. You better be honest from now on. I'll absolutely kill you if you even think the slightest thing about it. After the demoness finished speaking, her gaze moved towards Yang Xian's bottom, her meaning very clear. Stimulate me? Yang Xian said in his heart, with a face of disbelief. If you were more submissive, I really wouldn't do anything to you, but now that it's all said and done, a man and a woman in the same room together, I have to show you some color. Before the demoness could finish her sentence, she felt her body tilt backwards and her eyes went black as she seemed to be crushed by something. It wasn't until he opened his eyes that he could see that it was Yang Xian. At this time, Yang Xian's entire body covered the demon Ji. Both hands firmly grasped the demon Ji's wrists, letting the demon Ji no matter how much she struggled, all to no avail. What are you going to do to me if I even think about it in the slightest? After Yang Xian finished, he moved closer towards the demon girl's face, and a warm scented breath instantly attacked, smelling Yang Xian with some confusion. Yoo-hoo! It smells pretty good. I just don't know if it smells good inside. Sensing that Yang Xian didn't look like he was trying to scare her, the demoness completely panicked. At the moment, she had 1,000 ways to kill Yang Xian, but with her hands bound and her legs pressed down, she couldn't move at all. Not speaking? Not saying anything would be a tacit admission. Since you acquiesce, I'll be polite, ha. Just as Yang Xian was planning to proceed towards the next step, Demon Ji completely panicked. After so many years of arrogance, a taste of despair miraculously appeared inside. Don't! Hearing the demoness soften, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yang Xian's mouth. Don't? It's not up to you. You want me to let you go? No problem. But you have to show some sincerity, right? Say, your boss sent you here to assist me. Who exactly should I listen to? The demoness gritted her teeth. A sense of humiliation surfaced in her heart, and among her eyes that looked at Yang Xian, they were filled with killing intent. Okay, tough talk, ha? Seeing Yang Xian's big lips that were about to stick up, the demon girl could no longer hold on, and the line of defense at the bottom of her heart completely succumbed. You, listen to you. Ha, that's right. Now that we're here we have to prioritize. I'll keep asking you, if the two of us are in danger, who goes first? I'll go first, demon girl said indifferently. Not bad. Let me ask you again. Who's going to cook for dinner from now on? I. Who's going to wash my clothes? I. Answering, the demon girl realized that this you ask me answer. How come it's a bit tasteless? But with her current situation, she couldn't care less and just had to go along with what Yang Xian said. In the end of her reply, Demonji even felt that Yang Xian was a bit childish. That's right. Since you're my partner now, it's only natural that money should be spent on the blade of a knife. Now transfer all your merit values to me. Ha! Without any further ado, Yang Xian locked the two wrists of the demon lady with one hand, and the free hand was about to unbutton the demon lady. This made the demoness succumb once again and had to transfer all of her remaining 50,000 merit values to Yang Xian. Feeling the extra 50,000 incoming within the system, Yang Xian then let go of the demon lady with satisfaction. Just as soon as she let go, the demon girl couldn't stand it anymore and pulled out her dagger, stabbing it towards Yang Xian. Chapter 27, Old Cunning, Revised. However, in the next second, the battle was reversed, and not only was the dagger in the demoness' hand taken away, but she was even pressed onto the bed once again. The position was even more humiliating than the last one. Now the banshee was confused. When he came, the organization's boss had explained that Yang Xian's strength was at best the peak of a ghost general, but now it seemed, where was this the peak of a ghost general? One must know that within the Ghost King's faction, excluding the peak Ghost King, the demon Ji was in existence of chaotic killing, but this strength to Yang Xian, even the opportunity to fight back. Inside the organization, the boss was relieved to learn that Demon Girl had already met up with Yang Xian. The demon suppressor charm standing on the side was worried. Boss, with the nature of the demoness, if we let her assist Yang Xian, will Yang Xian be able to resist? Besides, hasn't Yang Xian agreed to join us yet? The boss let out a heated, bad joke, wrapped his arms around the neck of the demon suppressor charm, and leaned in close to whisper. What do you know? When we were leaving, I told Demon G that Yang Xian had agreed to join us, and that he was only at the peak of ghost general strength. Demon G, this girl in the end, how much ability? I am more than clear. Let her go to Yang Xian to eat more defeats. Pressure the temperament. It is not bad for her. Always so brutal and unreasonable. How can she be married off in the future? The demon suppressor rune sniffed and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air, giving a thumbs up to the boss. Boss, it's still you. You're so cunning. Minato, how do you talk? How's the investigation I asked you to look into coming along? The demon suppressor talisman took out a map and spread it out. And upon closer inspection, the map was a bit different from the usual maps. All of the markings on it were divisions of the soul race, as well as the gathering points of some strong human forces. After spreading it out, the demon suppressor amulet was confused. Boss, from what I've observed these days, there's something I can't quite see about the soul race's actions. The entire soul clan, the 5 ghost kings are all in a big mess, especially the Shihua Ghost King and the Yellow Spring Ghost King, fighting each other. And I've heard through the grapevine that this Yellow Springs Ghost King is rumored to have put out harsh words, saying that he's going to pull out one of the Shihua Ghost King's incisors. The boss sniffed, poking his chin and moving his hand to his temple, rubbing it twice quickly. He also couldn't analyze it clearly. What was wrong with this soul world? The Ghost Kings were even seeking revenge among themselves and wanted to pull out their incisors. Such cruelty can be done. Demon suppressor talisman, you continue to keep an eye on it, but whenever there is anything else, report back to me in time. And the demon girl side, you don't have to worry about it. I'll be in contact the whole time. Not only do I need to know about the demon girl situation, but I'll also continue to go and verify the quality of this new member of ours. Yes, boss. Inside the villa of the Ghost King of Shihua, the Shihua Ghost King sat cross-legged on the ground, and the house was constantly strewn with baneful chi. After hovering for a few weeks, the thick baneful chi converged towards the wound on his arm, constantly nourishing it so that it could be repaired. The wound was half repaired when the door to the villa soared in across the room. The powerful force kicked the door right into the wall. Shihua Ghost King, get the hell out of here. Labor will now pull out your incisors. Also, I advise you that you'd better not resist. I'm here by order of the chief. This series of words from the Yellow Spring Ghost King caused the Shihua Ghost King to be a bit baffled, and he got up and couldn't help but question. What are you talking about? Didn't you take the bounty? Where is that man's head? Heads? Ha ha, you're so naive. With your virtues, you still want a human head? The Yellow Spring Ghost King was unbridled, and he made a mockery of the Shihua Ghost King. This made the Shihua Ghost King very unhappy in his heart. It's fine if you don't have a human head. 100,000 in soul values handed over to me now. This 100,000 in soul value was indeed not a huge amount of money on the market, but for the recent Shihua Ghost King, it was the last treasure. The battle suit has been lost. The magic treasure has been lost. If this 100,000 in soul value is lost again, then it is really hard to rise again. When the Yellow Spring Ghost King heard that the Shihua Ghost King wanted to get back his in soul value, he smiled lewdly. Just count your 100,000 in soul value as an offering to the chief. Chief? What chief? The Shihua Ghost King was dumbfounded. In the ghost soul realm, except for a few hundred years ago, when a super strong leader appeared, the soul race was leaderless for so many years. Where is the chief in this situation now? Humph. The Yellow Springs Ghost King had a displeased look on his face as he angrily rebuked. Say chief is chief. Other than that, don't talk so much nonsense. With your current strength you don't deserve to know who the chief is. The Yellow Spring Ghost King said so, but the real situation was that when it came out, Yang Xian had warned it not to reveal its identity. The owner of the Soul Clan's flag had a blistered brain before he could think of nothing else to go against the other side. That kind of behemoth existence was not something that the Yellow Springs Ghost King could afford to mess with. For this secret, it naturally had to keep it well. The chief has given word that one of your front teeth must be pulled out today. Listening to the Yellow Springs Ghost King's nonsense, the Shihua Ghost King's face was completely gloomy. Breathlessness took up most of the entire facial expression. If the chief wants it, let him come to me all he wants. As for you, you don't have that ability yet. The Shihua Ghost King had a disdainful look on his face and didn't take the Yellow Spring Ghost King's words to heart at all. Even though it had lost its magic treasure, it wasn't a difficult task to finish off the Yellow Spring Ghost King. But the next second, the Shihua Ghost King was dumbfounded. The entire villa was surrounded by a huge baneful aura that rose up. The concentration of the baneful aura was so great that any touch would cause erosion to oneself. Yellow Spring Ghost King, are you crazy? In order to pull out one of my incisors, you don't hesitate to utilize the magic treasure left behind by the previous Yellow Springs Ghost Emperor? After feeling the Yellow Springs Ghost King come true, the Manhwa Ghost King was completely confused. All along, the Yellow Springs Ghost King had relied on the magic treasures left behind by the previous Yellow Springs Ghost Emperor to survive. Otherwise, with its stupid brain circuitry, it would have been exterminated many times over. Before Manhwa Ghost King could think of anything else, he was pressed to the ground by that powerful baleful aura. And then Huang Quan Ghost King swaggered in with a pair of special pincers, aiming at Manhwa Ghost King's incisors. Don't say it. Your incisors are quite pretty. The Yellow Springs Ghost King surveyed the incisors and couldn't help but praise them. In the next second, it seemed to think of something and continued. By the way, that 100,000 is considered your sincerity to the chief this month. Remember to prepare 100,000 next month. After the Yellow Springs Ghost King left, the Manhwa Ghost King covered his mouth with a gloomy face. Collecting protection money has come to my head. Then I'll wait and see if I'm good or not. On the street, the Yellow Springs Ghost King shook his body beautifully. Little seagulls fly blindly by mail. Little conchs blow blindly by mail. The famous song was sung all the way by the Ghost King of Yellow Springs, and then strutted to the hotel room where Yang Xian was. Entering the room, the Yellow Springs Ghost King immediately knelt down on one knee and gave Yang Xian a gesture. Chief, mission accomplished. Chapter 28 Embarrassment, revised. This is the tooth of the Manhwa Ghost King. Please inspect it. On top of that, I've ordered the Manhwa Ghost King to prepare another 100,000 in soul values to honor you next month. Yang Xian was satisfied with Huang Quan Ghost King's report. On the contrary, the Demon Ji who was sitting next to him and was elegantly smoking a cigarette was dismayed. The Manhwa Ghost King you mentioned, could it be the one who lives in the Ghost Chi Villa area? The Yellow Spring Ghost King had an annoyed look on his face and twisted his head to glare at the Demon Ji. But in the way of Yang Xian's face, he still replied impatiently. Or what? As soon as she heard this, Demon Ji immediately came over to Yang Xian's side. The delicate body, coupled with the two soft places in front of his body, squeezed Yang Xian were nearly unable to resist. Ha ha, don't tease. Just this, and the incisors of the Manhwa Ghost King? Acting doesn't come with this. After the demoness finished, she laughed more and more. But other than the demoness, neither Yang Xian nor the Yellow Springs Ghost King had any intention of laughing. It made her laugh halfway through, and she couldn't help but be embarrassed. You're doing great, but it's not perfect. Since the Manhwa Ghost King has contributed its own soul value, can't you be worse than it? Yang Xian stared closely at the Yellow Spring Ghost King, his face revealing a bad smile. A minute later, 200,000 in soul values came into the account. Yang Xian was very satisfied. After sending away the Yellow Springs Ghost King, Yang Xian was just about to enter the system to take a look around when he was interrupted by the Demon Ji. Hey, kid, I say, if this incisor is the Ghost King of Shiwas, who was that one just now? Could it be that he's also a Ghost King? Or else, Yang Xian didn't have the good sense to say. This made the demon girl laugh even harder. Entering the system, Yang Xian surveyed the treasures he had gotten over the past few days. The Evil Fiend Spirit Elixir was handed over to the organization. The ruby could not be moved for the time being, and I'm afraid that the only thing that could be auctioned off was the Manhwa Ghost King's incisors. It's decided. System, put the Manhwa Ghost King's incisors up for auction. Okay, host, one Manhwa Ghost King incisor has been detected. The auction is evaluating it for you. 5-star late-stage Ghost King incisors. Auction value from 10,000. 10,000? Yang Xian froze. I thought it was not a valuable thing. Who had thought that the incisors were worth 10,000? I should have known that I would let the Yellow Springs Ghost King go over and knock down all the teeth of the Manhwa Ghost King. The auction will take place immediately, and due to the low value, this time the auction will take care of the whole process for you. The Manhwa Ghost King's incisors had just been put up for auction, and all the forces were dumbfounded. Inside the organization, Demon Suppressor Talisman, what the hell is going on here? What kind of person is so bold as to even knock down the incisors of the Manhwa Demon King and get it auctioned here? The boss had a puzzled look on his face. I don't know, boss, this is outrageous. Even though I've traveled south and north, this is unheard of and unseen. It's outrageous. Grab the investigation. How powerful does it have to be to play black humor on me at this juncture? Yellow Springs residence. The Yellow Springs Ghost King laughed so hard that his entire ghost stomach hurt after seeing this scene. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the chief. Doing things is absolute. The incisor auction. Killing people to kill them. Unsurprisingly, it is estimated that it will be difficult for the Manhwa Ghost King to raise his head again in this lifetime. Inside the valley, The three Ghost Kings took the auction instruments and trotted over to the Ghost Emperor's hands. Lord Ghost Emperor. Look! Something big has happened. What's worth getting all grossed out about? Receiving the instrument, the Ghost Emperor's entire body was a bit messed up after confirming that what was being auctioned was indeed the incisor of the Manhwa Ghost King. It knew very well in its heart that with its current strength, it didn't even dare to mess with the Manhwa Ghost King so much. Between Ghost King to Ghost Emperor, although there was a whole class apart, if one really went to humiliate a Ghost King like that, what awaited the Ghost King would be endless retaliation. Of course, the most frightening thing was that at this stage of the Ghost King, it already possessed destructive energy, and the crazy Ghost King retaliated, most likely allowing it to use self-explosion to achieve its goal. Who pulled out the incisors of the Manhwa Ghost King? Do you know? The Ghost Emperor said with a confused look on his face. The three Ghost Kings looked at me. I looked at you, and finally told the truth. The Yellow Springs Ghost King moved. It is rumored that the Yellow Springs Ghost King did not hesitate to use the magic treasure left behind by the previous Yellow Springs Ghost Emperor in order to pull out the incisor of the Manhwa Ghost King. Rub! What exactly did you guys do to this Yellow Springs Ghost King? How could you drive such a fool to the brink? With things having come to this, the one-star Ghost Emperor could figure out with his feet that the Manhwa Ghost King was definitely pushed to the brink. How can a fool be in a hurry if he's not messing with anyone? The three Ghost Kings lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. This made the one-star Ghost Emperor even more furious. Tell me, if you don't talk, I'll throw all three of you inside the swamp pool. Lord Ghost Emperor. Don't worry, we just said a stupid remark about the Yellow Springs Ghost Emperor like you did just now. The one-star Ghost Emperor's face was so gloomy that he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand. I'll tell you guys, in the future, no one should call the Yellow Springs Ghost King a douchebag in front of it. The three Ghost Kings nodded, and the one with the highest strength among them inquired. Lord Ghost Emperor, what do we do next? Get ready and head to the Manhwa Ghost King's residence. I remember very clearly, this kid has a very powerful magic treasure named Ruby. If it can be obtained by me, my strength will definitely rise drastically. At that time, we won't need to look at the face of any power at all. Manhwa Ghost King's villa area. At this moment, the Manhwa Ghost King was sitting on the sofa, and a row of minions appeared below him, but the strength of these minions were not high, and the highest strength was only at the level of Ghost General. After looking around, the Manhwa Ghost King's heart was sad. It's been gathering forces since it had its front teeth pulled out, but all it's gathered are these stinky fish and shrimp. If you really take it out to war, you'll still get beat up. What the hell is wrong with you guys? When I was on my way out of Manhwa Valley, didn't I leave quite a few heavenly materials for you guys? So why is my strength lower than when I left there? Manhwa Ghost King frowned. Also cannot figure out this matter. Have seen the slow cultivation speed, but upside down cultivation, or the first time to see. If this were to convene in a few more years, I'm afraid my own men would all be ghost soldiers. Lord Ghost King, you don't know. Manhwa Valley is very evil. Since you left, the surrounding beasts have been arrogant and domineering, and froze to occupy our original territory. Exactly. If you ask me, this is riding on our heads and ting on us, and the poop is still thin. The Manhwa Ghost King listened to this and paced in place, his chest aching with anger. Manhwa Valley evil? You guys are ghosts. How can a bunch of animals be as evil as you? What a disgrace to my Manhwa Valley. Remember, from now on, call me Ghost King Gu. Manhwa Ghost King made this decision after thinking about it. Lord Demon King, why did you change your name to this? The Manhwa Ghost King spat out a mouthful of stuffy air, and his eyes that were originally filled with fighting spirit were filled with helplessness. Why? What a face to ask. Chapter 29, Face or Strength, Revised. Manhwa Valley's face has been disgraced by you, and the signboard has been smashed by you. If I call myself the Manhwa Ghost King again, won't I be laughed at by other forces when I go out? The Manhwa Ghost King had just finished speaking, and he didn't know which one of the ungrateful juniors below had abnormal brain circuits and asked a superb question. Lord Demon King, if our deeds and your deeds of having your front teeth pulled out were taken out at the same time, which would be more humiliating? This little brother's words, just finished, the Manhwa Ghost King's body surfaced a heavy baneful aura, wrapping this little brother into it, followed by miserable screams. After the other ghost generals sensed the danger, no ghost dared to make another sound. You guys, hand over all the soul values you have on you. After a while, the Manhwa Ghost King possessed 10,000 soul value. Although the funds weren't much, if he wanted to revitalize Manhwa Valley's prestige, he could only start with this 10,000 soul value. You guys stay put and wait for orders. I'm going to make some purchases within the auction venue. Get ready, let's fight back. Just after entering the auction, the pupils of the Manhwa Ghost King could not help but expand. This is, rubbing its eyes. The whole thing stormed out when it got a thorough look. God damn it. Yellow Springs Ghost King. From now on, you and I are enemies. Pulled out my teeth. And still dare to put it in the auction. It's too much of a bully. Although the Manhwa Ghost King was furious, after calming down, he was still staring at the auction's starting price of 10,000 and flabbergasted. He only had 10,000 in soul value left, but if he were to auction off this incisor, he wouldn't have any funds. But it would be a real shame if the incisor got out if it didn't. Face or strength? It has to be one or the other, right? In the end, after Manhwa Ghost King's deep thought, he still decided to have a face. Shoot, the Manhwa Ghost King's incisor has been bid at 10,000. Is there anyone else to continue bidding? Congratulations to this boss for obtaining one incisor of Manhwa Ghost King. At this moment, under the auction house, the speaking area, many of those who came to watch have spoken, but these statements are anonymous. Holy, I didn't realize that this Manhwa Ghost King incisor was really shot by someone. I thought no one would want it, but I was pleasantly surprised. If you ask me, no one wants this piece of except the Ghost King of Manhwa. Looking at the speeches below, the Manhwa Ghost King's lofty pride was once again hurt. It hurts. It really hurts. Wow. Mud. If I don't get this revenge, I swear I won't be a ghost. Inside the hotel, after 10,000 in soul values were credited, Yang Xian was contentedly lying on the bed. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Just as she was about to take a break, then she got a call from the organization sent to her. Yang Xian, the organization is here on a mission. Something big is going to happen in the ghost world. You're coming with me now. Go where? Yang Xian was confused. The arrival of the demon lady was nothing more than a deal he had struck with the demon suppressor talisman. What did the organization's mission have to do with him? Yang Xian? For this organization as well as the demoness, Yang Xian only gave 50% trust at the moment, so he had to ask carefully before setting off. You probably won't believe me when I say it, but after all, you haven't been exposed to this circle yet. You'll get used to it later, and in order for you to be able to grow faster, I've decided to tell you the truth. The Manhwa Ghost King is furious and intends to have a great battle with the Yellow Springs Ghost King, and I'm afraid that if nothing goes wrong, it will spread to the human circle. The organization sent us over there to keep an eye on them, not to spread to ordinary people, and to step in if necessary. Boss just sent me the location. Let's go to the location and guard it. In order to prevent the group members of the opera troupe from worrying, Yang Xian explained to Uncle Kuan before he left the house and told them to stay here first. After all, the money for the stay was paid for by the demon suppressor talisman, so it wouldn't hurt to stay for a few more days. Just out of the hotel, the banshee stood frozen in the doorway, making no move. What's wrong? Not going to your destination? The demoness twisted her head around, and her face looked embarrassed. That what? Can you lend me $50 first? $50? I don't know if she was in the way or what, but after finishing her speech, the demoness directly drilled into the cab, leaving a seat in the back row for Yang Xian. Helplessly, Yang Xian drilled in. I say demon girl, didn't the demon suppressor talisman say that you're a rich woman? How come you have to borrow $50? The demon girl sniffed and glanced her head to the other side, not happy about it. Humph, mind your own business when it comes to fairies. Half an hour later, the cab stopped and arrived at the location. Looking at the familiar place, Yang Xian's heart felt bad. The Yellow Springs Ghost King's base. Is it appropriate to come here and watch after you've just screwed someone? Yang Xian, I'll say the ugly words up front. The organization has given us the toughest watch point ever. Unsurprisingly, it's very likely that the Manhwa Ghost King will come here shortly to exact his revenge. If something happens because of you personally, the organization will never forgive you lightly. Before the demon lady could finish her words, a massive baleful aura rushed out from within the base. This base of the Yellow Springs Ghost King is not as dashing as the Manhwa Ghost King, just a very small village. And from the point of view of the construction of the house, it should have a history of several decades. Many of the courtyard walls are crooked. Stomping up a foot, it is likely to collapse. The Fury Chi rushed out, instantly surrounding Yang Xian and the Demon Ji in the center. Is this Yellow Springs Ghost King strong to this point? How come we've just arrived and we've been discovered? It's not supposed to be. Yang Xian, prepare for battle. The demoness pulled off the hairpin coiled in her hair and held it in her hand, staring warily at the place where the Fury had appeared. On the contrary, Yang Xian, with a relaxed face, stretched and yawned. Slow down. Without waiting for the Fury to engulf the duo, a strong voice rang out from inside the house. In a few seconds, the Yellow Spring Ghost King's figure appeared in front of the duo. Chief, what brings you here? The Yellow Springs Ghost King knelt down on one knee with a flattered look on his face. It's nothing. I heard that the last time you pulled out your teeth, it made you angry with the Manhwa Ghost King? I was afraid that it would come to take revenge on you. so I deliberately came over to take a look. Ha ha, I didn't expect the chief to be so attached to me. Come on, chief, inside please. The demon G, who was dropped 5 or 6 meters, was stunned, somewhat unable to believe that the fool in front of her was the legendary famous Yellow Springs Ghost King. And the most confusing thing for the demon G was that the Yellow Springs Ghost King had a mouthful of chiefs to Yang Xian. What exactly did he mean? Can it be that Yang Xian has defected to the Ghost Clan? Entering the house, the Yellow Spring Ghost King was so attentive that he took out all the wine he had treasured for many years. There are countless delicious dishes of all kinds. The whole thing seemed to be in a dream as the demon girl ate the food and drank the aged wine. Yang Xian, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Otherwise I have no way to answer to the organization. Yang Xian put down his wine glass with a surprised face. Chapter 30 Shihua Valley, revised. Account? Account to whom? Saying that, Yang Xian stepped forward and pinched the demonist's chin, measuring it madly before letting go. Demonji, you've got a wacky head on your shoulders, don't you? Your organization owes me 2 million merit values, and you were pressed over here for offsetting the debt. If I really want to say an explanation, I'll have to wait until the organization pays me the full amount of this 2 million merit value, and as for the interest, I don't want it. Yang Xian was proud when he said this. Do not interest, it is the greatest loyalty to the organization. Of course, the demon suppressor talisman had already given Yang Xian the interest of 200,000 merit values. After saying that, Yang Xian began to pace around the Yellow Spring Ghost King's room with a shaking red wineglass in his hand. The eyes, on the other hand, kept searching for which objects inside were worth money. But after turning the boss around, Yang Xian didn't have any gains. This made Yang Xian a little bitter. He had thought that there would be unexpected gains, but now it seemed that the Yellow Springs Ghost King was a complete pauper. No wonder it lives in this place. After spending half a day here at the Yellow Spring Ghost King, the Yellow Spring Ghost King's mouth froze without stopping for a moment. To Yang Xian were all sorts of complimentary words. Even the demoness on the side was a little hard of hearing. Yang Xian, won't you get tired of listening to it for so long? Yang Xian nodded towards the demon G and immediately turned his head to angrily rebuke the Yellow Spring Ghost King. Change the compliments around. Near dawn, a figure appeared outside the village. The Shihua Ghost King brought a group of ghost general minions to encircle along the wall. You little ones wait outside and let the wind out. I'm only going in for half an hour. If I don't come out in half an hour, you guys go back to Shihua Valley and bring the news that I'm dead to that lord deep in the valley. Don't worry, Lord Ghost King, we will definitely deliver the message on time. Hearing this reply, the Shihua Ghost King's heart ached. Isn't this raising a bunch of white wolves? Thanks to it, when it left Shihua Valley, it had deliberately left many exotic treasures there for them to absorb and progress. Now it's good. Not only did you not receive the favor, you still don't have any confidence in yourself. Is this certain that you will definitely die? At the end of the thought, the more Shihua Ghost King thought about it, the more angry he became. He couldn't wait to give these ghost general minions, one ghost at a time, a mouthful on the spot. Due to the fact that the territory he was in was owned by the Yellow Springs Ghost King, the Shihua Ghost King ended up holding back. There was no way back for it now. It had to take care of the Yellow Springs Ghost King and take its face back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to return to Shihua Valley. That group of beasts in Shihua Valley were powerful after absorbing away the rare and exotic treasures. Being blocked from your home by something you raised? It's ridiculous to say that. Leaving the Ghost General's little brother at the entrance of the village, Shihua Ghost Dynasty headed inside. But just as I reached the door, I realized something was wrong. The Yellow Springs Ghost King didn't even notice? What's going on here? Even if this Yellow Springs Ghost King is a fool, there's no way he hasn't realized me by now. Without waiting for the Shihua Ghost King to figure it out, the Yellow Spring Ghost King's voice came ghostly from behind it. Old friend, is it a surprise? A surprise, that I show up here? Ah, when people scare people, they do scare people to death. But when ghosts scare ghosts, ghosts can't stand it. ********Q. Shiva Ghost throws a jab to the back. This punch carries a fury, but the fury just disappeared as soon as it was struck. It felt like it was being absorbed by some object in the darkness. Strange. Alright, don't bother. To tell you the truth, the chief is here, and whatever you cast will only be absorbed by the chief. It's useless even if you explode. The Shihua Ghost King looked towards the darkness with wide eyes. Only in the darkness, Yang Xian was sitting comfortably on the sofa and waving a flag in his hand. The moment he saw the flag, the Shihua Ghost King felt timid from the inside. It just couldn't see clearly what the nature of the flag was. There was no two reasons for this. Yang Xian had wrapped the appearance of this Soul Realm flag before he came. If he, a human, were to wave the Soul Realm flag with great fanfare and let the Soul Race's bunch see it, the flag would immediately turn into a hot potato. Yellow Springs Ghost King, you bully the ghosts too much. I'll put up with the whole pulling out my incisors thing, but auctioning off my incisors is absolutely intolerable. As the Shihua Ghost King's words fell, a massive baleful aura erupted from his body, which instantly covered the entire residence, obscuring the sky. Not good. It wants to fight for its life, Demon Ji exclaimed, a look of panic on her face as she hurriedly went to Yang Xian. Yang Xian naturally saw the Shihua Ghost King's abnormality. The Soul Realm banner was indeed able to deter the Shihua Ghost King, but Yang Xian did not want to expose the information that the Soul Realm banner was in his hands just because of a Shihua Ghost King for the time being. Looks like it's back to war. The fury spread, and the Shihua Ghost King's figure soared and changed, eventually transforming into a 2-meter tall bull-headed monster. The hairs of sweat on the monster's body stood up like an iron needle. Roar! The Shihua Ghost King roared, his figure violently charging towards the Yellow Springs Ghost King. In just a single glance, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was already unable to resist, and the brutal force smashed it into the wall. Coupled with the loss of his magic treasure, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was powerless to fight back. Is this illuminating the real body? The demoness murmured, and with her insight, she wasn't sure. What does the organization say? Yang Xian twisted his head to look at the demon girl. The boss gave instructions to just maintain the scene and not let the news of the battle get out. I didn't ask you that. I asked how much the organization would pay for slaughtering the Shihua Ghost King. Yang Xian's words silenced the demoness a bit with her question. Shihua Ghost King has been disillusioned. Even the boss does not dare to say directly slaughter it. But Yang Xian is. Slaughter it? Demon girl asked again, a little skeptical. That's right. After thoroughly determining Yang Xian's thoughts, the demon girl was a bit uneasy and immediately called the organization. Crooked. Crooked? How come I can't hear it? What's that crappy signal on your end? Okay, can hear you now. Boss, Yang Xian wants to kill the Shihua Ghost King now. As soon as the demoness words had passed, the organization boss was completely unable to sit still and violently stood up from his seat. What did you say? Slaughtering the Shihua Ghost King? The organization boss was a bit stunned to know that he had picked up on the fact that the Shihua Ghost King had been disillusioned. Moving the Shihua Ghost King at this juncture, the information would likely leak out, and at that point, things would be difficult. Banshee, keep an eye on him. I'm going over there now. Okay, boss. I don't think I'll be able to hold it for long, so hurry up. After putting down the phone, the demoness looked again, and Yang Xian, who was originally sitting on the sofa, had already disappeared. Where are the people? Without waiting for the demoness to react, a thin figure appeared in front of her. Looking closely, the facial profile of the skinny figure was none other than Yang Xian. Only, how did he become so short? Chapter 31 Children's Edition, Revised. Just now, during the gap between the demon girl's phone call to communicate with the organization's boss, Yang Xian once again opened the In Opera Master System. Spent a full 20,000 merit value to unlock the new possession, the Great Sage of Qi Tian, children's version. Although at the very beginning Yang Xian did not intend to spend the $20,000, but the system, this old dang played tricks, promising that with Qi Tian de Shang, children's edition, can definitely take down the Ghost King of Shihua. With the system as a guarantee, Yang Xian redeemed it. Demon, how dare you come to my Mount Huagua and make a scene? I think you don't know how to die. Yang Xian moved his theater steps and paced slowly in the direction of the Shihua Ghost King. At this moment, Yang Xian also had no bottom in his heart. Since the redemption, Yang Xian realized that this Qi Tian de Shang, children's version, is, to put it bluntly, the version that just came out of the mountain of flowers and fruits. Whether it is the sea-defining needle or the great trouble in Heavenly Palace, these experiences are not available. This worried Yang Xian. There's nothing. What's there to fight with? As he was wondering, the Shihua Ghost King had already invaded over and aimed a punch at Yang Xian's chest. Boo! A fist slammed down hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demoness watching from the side couldn't help but close her eyes tightly, not daring to look. With this punch from the Shihua Ghost King, the demon Ji asked herself, with her mortal flesh, she would most likely be hammered into mud. But when the dust cleared, the demon girl nearly dropped her jaw. Holy, what the hell? In the center of the battle, Yang Xian stood straight and didn't move an inch, while on the contrary, the Shihua Ghost King was covering his fists and stomping his feet. Humph, demon, don't you know that your grandpa's son I am incarnated from stone? Just by you dare to compete with me? I'll let you have 3 moves first. Shihua Ghost King was even more upset by Yang Xian's shouting after this, and changed his fist to his leg, shining a kick at Yang Xian's body. A kick went down, and the Shihua Ghost King fought his inner regret. Not only did this kick not hurt Yang Xian in the slightest, but he even broke his own foot as a result. Not too much. Again, if you don't dare, when you see your grandpa's son in the future, you will obediently call out. At the moment, Yang Xian was singing the opera text while gaining insight into the attributes of Qi Tian De Shang, children's version. The defense coefficient at the very beginning was but 1,000, but after being augmented by the punches and kicks of the Xihua Ghost King, the defense coefficient had unexpectedly reached 500. That is to say, this Qi Tian De Shang, children's version, is mainly an anti-punching, anti-thirsty enemy? Asterisk. How is it that every time the system unlocks a possessed deity it's so in tune with its own urbane nature? Apprentice son, come on. 20 minutes later, the Xihua Ghost King was lying on the ground, panting heavily. The original illusionary archetype also shriveled down to its original form. Weiwa, sinner, don't run away. Yang Xian took 2 steps forward and extended his leg to kick the Xihua Ghost King. The scared Xihua Ghost King was on the verge of crying out. Run away? Where to? The joints don't count. Even the muscles are jarred. Where's the mobility? For the entire 20 minutes, the Xihua Ghost King had been punching Yang Xian, but the kicks and punches that went out seemed to have hit him on his own body. My lord, have mercy. At this moment, the Xihua Ghost King didn't care about dignity or not. You can't even beat a humanoid in disguise. And you want dignity? Sinner, do you know your sin? That is, do you know the offense? With an extra question, Yang Xian twisted his head to look and found that the Yellow Springs Ghost King fellow had stood up at some point. At this moment, he was sticking out his finger and pointing at the Xihua Ghost King and continuously clamoring. Get out! Another word and I'll make you lie down too. Possessing the illusion, Yang Xian resumed his prototype and gave the Yellow Springs Ghost King a scolding. What's something that hangs on the wall when it's time to do it, and is exuberant when it's time to fool around? Being scolded by Yang Xian, the Yellow Springs Ghost King not only didn't get angry, but instead, his head was lowered and his fists were clasped as he respectfully said to Yang Xian, Tai, Grandpa's son, obey the order. The Yellow Springs Ghost King, accompanied by the words of the opera, fell, gradually retreating towards the back. For a moment, the room was silent. The Xihua Ghost King was silent. The demon lady was silent. And even Yang Xian was silent. At this moment, Yang Xian realized a saying: it was possible for a ghost to get its name wrong, but its nickname would never be wrong. Dumbass, definitely fits the Yellow Springs Ghost King. After a short period of silence, Yang Xian took the lead and jumped to his feet, aiming a large electric cannon at the Yellow Spring Ghost King. Stinking pretender, I'll whip you to death. I'll see if you're still pretending. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? At this moment, the people and ghosts present, even the flowers and plants, the trees and trees, all hated to get the Yellow Springs Ghost King killed, without caring whether she could beat the Yellow Spring Ghost King or not. The demon Ji went up to it and scratched it. Even the paralyzed Xihua Ghost King picked up the broken small wooden stick placed aside with a trembling arm, and used all the strength he had left to knock on the Yellow Springs Ghost King's head. After his heart had finished venting its evil anger, Yang Xian reached out towards the demon lady's chest and touched it. The sirens habitually ducked backward with a pouty look on her face. How can we separate the scene? There are so many ghosts watching. Yang Xian didn't care in the slightest. His hand continued to reach forward, which led him to take the cigarette out from inside the pocket on the banshee's chest and light one. Xihua Ghost King, I now somewhat understand why you fought the Yellow Springs Ghost King even though you were fighting to the death. Good job. Keep it up next time. The system has detected that the host has fought and subdued a Ghost King. Is it necessary to capture and become a captive? This thing takes prisoners? Yes. Okay. The system has automatically deducted 50,000 merit values for you to exchange for the immortal binding rope. The bound ghosts will be able to be stowed into the system by the host. At this moment, Yang Xian was a bit messy. How did the system start to make the first move? Deducting 50,000 merits directly? Is a Xihua Ghost King worth 50,000 merits? But now that it's been redeemed, what else can we do? Interest losses can only be minimized. Bundle. As Yang Xian's words fell, a rope appeared very nimbly and tied up the Xihua Ghost King before being put into the system. The Xihua Ghost King was in a daze as he was taken into the system. What do you mean? Didn't you just say there would be a next time? Damn human. Words don't count. Without waiting for the Xihua Ghost King to finish speaking, Yang Xian turned on the stinky scolding mode. Any more nonsense? I'll put you in a cell with the Yellow Springs Ghost King. When these words came out, the Xihua Ghost King was instantly silenced. At this, Yang Xian looked towards the Yellow Spring Ghost King and an odd thought appeared in his heart. This Yellow Springs Ghost King had such a bad brain and was so infuriating. If he were to take it for himself, wouldn't it be a cruel mental torture for those disobedient ghosts? The corner of his mouth twitched as the Yellow Springs Ghost King looked at Yang Xian, who was smiling badly towards him. My lord, you're not looking at my beauty, are you? I'll go *%. After packing everything up, Yang Xian then looked at the demon G. Remember, don't reveal anything about what happened here to outsiders, including the organization's boss. Otherwise, ha 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 ha. The demon lady winced and was also clear about Yang Xian's methods. Chapter 32, Cherish Life, Stay Away from Yang Xian, revised. It's only been 2 days, and the demon girl is completely convinced. She had come in all high and mighty, but now it seemed that she was starting to cringe on the inside. No, we have to find a way to get away from him or something will happen sooner or later. The demoness was calculating within herself, but her eyes were full of sincerity amongst them. After all, she couldn't let Yang Xian see through what she was thinking inside. Just as they were about to go back, a strong figure appeared in front of the duo. When the demoness saw the visitor, she immediately gestured a very special hand signal. Boss, you're here? Boss? Yang Xian sized up the man in front of him. The man was 1.7 meters in height, with mediocre looks and a bearded face, and was definitely an ordinary to unusual existence when placed in a crowd, except for a bone-deep scar on his arm. When the boss arrived, he didn't respond to Banshee, but instead walked himself around the grounds of the battle he had just fought in. After making the rounds, the brains went straight to the floor. What is this? Where's the Xihua Ghost King? Mentioning the Xihua Ghost King, Yang Xian immediately looked at the Demon G, which made the Demon G remember what Yang Xian had just said about keeping what had just happened a secret. But in such a short time, it was too hard for the demon girl to come up with a reasonable excuse. Eyes fluttering, the demon girl's brain cells died in a frenzy, eventually holding back a reason. Boss, before you came, the Xihua Ghost King was indeed still here, but halfway through the fight, the Xihua Ghost King's house seemed to be on fire, and left here in a hurry. Banshee, do you mean to say that the swamp-filled place in Xihua Valley is on fire? The demon girl was speechless, unable to think of an explanation for a moment. Follow my left hand and right hand in one slow motion. The boss's phone rings. When it was answered, on the other end of the receiver, the demonic talisman's voice was loud. Boss, it's bad. Xihua Valley is on fire. The boss stared wide-eyed, looking at the demon lady and then at Yang Xian with a look of disbelief. Historical records. Thousands of years. The Xihua Valley is through the big and small do not know how many battles, but on fire, has never been. This, Demon G, you and Yang Xian go back first. I'll rush to Xihua Valley with the demon suppressing talisman. Without waiting for the boss to leave, the demon girl was the first to ask for orders. Boss, Xihua Valley is full of dangers. I'll join you. When she said this, the demon girl's inner thoughts hit the right spot. Just one point. Cherish life and stay away from Yang Xian. Who knew that the boss wouldn't even give that a chance and dismissed it outright? Forget it. You protect Yang Xian. I can take care of the Xihua Valley side. The boss was just about to leave when Yang Xian stopped him. Wait. The boss looked at Yang Xian, his heart full of puzzlement. Yang Xian, do you have anything to report? Reporting to the boss. We should always have some kind of gift for the first time we meet, right? The boss stood still and froze without saying anything for a full 10 seconds. There should indeed be a meet and greet. But with all the current starvation in the organization, where is there a little money left? Thinking about it, the boss pulled out his pockets and didn't know what object. Took it out and casually shoved it into Yang Xian's hands. Came out in a hurry. Didn't bring anything. Gifts are light. After saying that, the organization boss fled like a desert and skipped away. And when he tried to look again, the person was already gone. Scud? Waiting for the boss to leave for a while, Yang Xian spread out his palms before realizing that what the boss had just stuffed into himself was a square plastic package. Look closely and there is a very proper circle in the center. This is something Yang Xian knows, and it is said that the explanation given by the translation network is BYT. The demon girl standing aside also saw it, and had an embarrassed look on her face. The boss you're getting this for the first time? It also gave Yang Xian an exasperated laugh. Banshee, keep this. I'll pay you when we get back. Go find a master to frame it for me and hang it on the wall. A gift from the boss that I must treasure. Framed? The demoness pulled out her ears, somewhat wondering if she had heard wrong. This thing framed? Can't I? The boss has said it all. The gift is light. What's the point of giving me something like that? You see, round on the inside and boxy on the outside. The boss is telling me that one must be round, and that one must keep to the rules. Inside the Valley of the Evil Dead, the three Ghost Kings knelt on the ground with nervous faces. Lord Ghost Emperor, Xihua Valley is truly unbeatable. That group of wild beasts is too fierce. I don't know what kind of brain the Xihua Ghost King has, but he even left so many exotic treasures inside the valley, and froze to nourish these beasts into essence. That is, Lord Ghost Emperor. You don't know. The three of us just went in, and those sons of ES. They even set fire directly. Set the entire Xihua Valley on fire. The one-star ghost emperor sitting at the top of the table grimaced as he heard the situation reported by his men. Rubbish! A wild beast is still a wild beast even if it becomes refined. You guys are ghost kings. 3 ghost kings and you still can't solve the beast? Asterisk 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 go. Take me over there. If these beasts aren't as fierce as you say, I'll waste you. Half an hour later, led by the 3 ghost kings, the one-star ghost emperor arrived at Shihua Valley. Just as he arrived here, the one-star ghost emperor felt the intense burning sensation coming from Shihua Valley. Before he could react, 2 cries of oath came from the valley in the distance. A round ball of dung then came into the wind and smashed towards the one-star ghost emperor's face. The one-star ghost emperor reacted quickly, stretching out its arm and grabbing the dung ball in one hand. And in a flash, the soup coming out of the dung ball stained its entire palm, and the sickening odor rushed into its nostrils. Without waiting for the one-star ghost emperor to get mad, a gorilla was seen above the valley gleefully waving its arms and hammering its chest furiously. Boss, that's the gorilla that started the fire. And the gorilla has developed a spirit and named himself Whisper. Mud, go on, you must catch it for me. With the one-star ghost emperor in place, the 3 ghost kings were considered to have a bottom line, and with their strength at full strength, they headed straight for the gorilla. But before he could take a few steps, a roiling ball of fecal matter came crashing down. In less than a minute, the 3 ghost kings had turned into asterisk 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 ballers. Unbridled. Before the one-star ghost emperor could finish, a drop of fecal water splashed into its mouth. Well, a low hiss followed. The one-star ghost emperor was completely furious. I'm really going to freak out. As the words fell, the baneful chi rose up into the air, transforming into 2 large hands that smashed straight at the group of beasts. The gorilla waved a gesture at the surrounding beasts as he sensed something was wrong. Hundreds of beasts in a single gasp, hiding nowhere. The big hand smashed down without the slightest reaction. My lord, it was like that just now. These beasts are cheap. They run when they can't beat them. When you stop fighting, they come out and chase you. Chapter 33, A Strange Shame, Revised. This ghost king had just finished speaking when the gorilla took advantage of the one-star ghost emperor's lack of attack and came back with a wave of dungball attacks. Lawlessness. Go back first. I must obtain possession of this land boundary of Shihua Valley. At that time, I must raze this realm to the ground. Just as they were about to leave, the one-star ghost emperor realized that behind them, there were still 2 people standing. These 2 were none other than the organization boss and the demon suppressor charm. After seeing that it was the organization's boss, the one-star ghost emperor had a gloomy face. Du Cheng, I'm not in the mood to fight you right now, but what happened before didn't go over so well. I'll come after you sooner or later. Hearing the one-star ghost emperor call his name, Du Cheng pulled his sunglasses downward with a baffled look on his face. Demon suppressor amulet. Why is this speaking voice so familiar? Who? After carefully inspecting the demon suppressor rune, he shook his head and said, Boss, I don't know. This person's body is covered in feces, so it's impossible to see his appearance. Hearing the other side say so, the one-star ghost emperor is also clear. And then stay here. I'm afraid that the face loss is even greater. Gray with 3 ghost king minions. Quickly bugger off. It wasn't until the one-star ghost emperor left that Du Cheng inspected the fire in Shihua Valley. Inside the valley, the blazing fire was still burning, and the fire had no intention of slowing down. Wanting to extinguish the fire with his own strength, Du Cheng asked himself, he simply couldn't do it. Go back first. When we go back, it is imperative that we secure possession of the Seward Valley. Only then can we order the water demons by the vast sea to put out the fire. Yang Xian sighed. He was thinking of going back to the hotel, but halfway there, Yang Xian felt something was wrong. The ghost king of Shihua has let himself be done. Why stay in a chicken feather hotel? A villa area that big has to be appropriated. Within the villa area, Yang Xian picked a sunny villa and decided to live here in the future. Take away the bogeyman. It's a really nice villa, well furnished and turnkey. After entering inside, Yang Xian gave the demoness $200 and dispatched her out to frame the gift given by Du Cheng. After there were no bystanders, Yang Xian then entered the system and began to interrogate the Shihua Ghost King. At this moment, the Shihua Ghost King was tied up in knots and had a decrepit look on his face. After noticing Yang Xian's gaze, he immediately begged for mercy. Chief, I really didn't know at first. So offended you. Please, let me go. Fine, I'll let you go. But where are all the real estate certificates for this villa area? Upon hearing that there was hope of being released, the Shihua Ghost King explained everything. Even the number of treasures hidden in the villa area was told. A crocodile belt was hidden under a couch on the first floor inside the 31 villas. There's also a case of coke in Villa 43 that hasn't been drunk yet. Chief, I really don't have any more treasures besides these. So the belts and the coke are out? That's outrageous. Since you're so sincere, I'll let you go. After saying that, the Shihua Ghost King looked joyful, but in the next second, it could no longer laugh, because it was put up for auction. If it was a shame for the battlesuit to be auctioned off and the magic treasure to be lost earlier, then it was definitely a strange shame for it to be put up for auction now. Host, it is detected that the auction is busy. The Shihua Ghost King will be placed at the end of the lot. May I ask if the host needs to purchase the preemptive auction qualification? The price for preemptive auction qualification is as follows. 1 preemptive, 50,000 merit value, 2 preemptive 100,000 merit value. Seeing this astronomical figure, Yang Xian decisively refused. This if robbed to start the auction now. Yang Xian is not even clear to Shihua Ghost King can shoot back to the capital. There was no choice but to sit on the couch and smoke a cigar and wait. During the boring wait, Yang Xian realized that someone was speaking at the bottom of the auction venue. Have you heard? Today's grand finale is the right to use the entire valley of Shihua Valley, but only for a year. The right to use it is indeed a bit short, but you also have to look at where it is. Shihua Valley is a good place. It's said that the Shihua Ghost King hid a lot of good stuff there. If you look at it that way, the right to use the Shihua Valley is absolutely fine as a grand finale. Seeing the right to use Shihua Valley, Yang Xian also became interested. It is indeed possible to rent out the place if necessary. Currently, Yang Xian had already taken in a machete brathead, and Shihua Valley was more than suitable as a stocking base. After the news was spread out, various forces were concerned about the right to use the Shihua Valley organizational base. Du Qing had a sad face. What to do? The grant hasn't arrived yet, and your sister-in-law isn't paying. The demon suppressor talisman sniffed and looked surprised. No, boss, how did you offend sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is so good-tempered, and she answered every request earlier, especially when it comes to money. There's never any ambiguity. It was fine if the demon-suppressing talisman wasn't mentioned, but as soon as this was mentioned, Du Qing became even more annoyed. When he came back, Du Qing had thought of going home to make out with his wife, thus exchanging some funds to auction the right to use Shihua Valley. But when it came to the critical moment, Du Qing was dumbfounded when he pulled out his pocket. The measures are gone. Thinking about it, Du Qing recalled that when he saw Yang Xian, he was in a hurry and gave out the measures in his pocket. Originally, Du Qing wanted to explain, but before he could open his mouth, he received 2 mouths on his face. This is great. Not only do you not get the money, but you also get a slap in the face. Who's going to talk to about this? But now that the auction is right in front of us, it's too late to find Yang Xian and then explain to his wife, so he just has to coax his wife after taking the right to use Shihua Valley first. But now the money is short by a big chunk. How can we take the Shihua Valley? Demon Suppressor Talisman, go call Yang Xian and ask him if he still has any extra merit value. A phone call is made, and the demonic talisman picks out the reason for his visit, but it was immediately rejected by Yang Xian. Demon Suppressor Talisman, borrowing money is fine, but first pay back the 2 million merit values from last time. Pay back? Pay back what? The demon suppressor charm pretended to be confused, and immediately pulled everything on the demon girl. Kid, Demoness, such an enchanting beauty can be given to you. You still don't know enough? For such a big beauty, it's not worth 2 million merit values? Not worth it. Inside the earpiece, Yang Xian's voice was flat. Upon hearing this, the demonic talisman tightened his fists and let loose on the other end of the phone. How about this? As long as you lend the organization another 2 million this time, the organization will help you finish your marriage with the Demoness. How's that? A blind tone came through the earpiece. The demonic talisman couldn't take it anymore and was a little skeptical. Asterisk. Hang up? Boss, look at this. This kid dares to hang up on me. What the hell does that mean? Is it that I have no majesty? Or is it that the siren has no charisma? While the demon-suppressing talisman was whining madly, Du Qing's brain was thinking madly. Chapter 34 The Price of Heaven, Revised. Given the capital of the Demoness, it's impossible to be placed in front of any opposite sex without being seductive. The only factor that could make Yang Xian reject us outright could only be that he has already taken down the demon G. Du Qing analyzed the situation, and it happened to be this analysis that made the already fuming demon suppressor rune even more unbalanced in his heart. Boss, how sure are you of your analysis? 10%. If that's the case, my life is too much of a failure. You know, I've been chasing after the Demoness for a full 5 years. I didn't think this kid would take it down for Banshee after only a few days. Auction. The first few small lots were auctioned off quickly. Either there weren't many bids, or the lots went unsold. And soon it was time for the auction for the 1-year right to use the Shihua Valley. Next, the 1-year right to use the Shihua Valley. Starting price, $5 million. When the starting price came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The starting price of $5 million. Not to mention ordinary people, Even ordinary powers couldn't afford this price. Moreover, this is still the starting price. The 1-year right to use the Shihua Valley is so hotly speculated. There is no bidding. Never. $5 million. A boss is bidding $5 million. $5,010,000. Any more bids from the boss? Subsequent bids were made sporadically, but each increase did not exceed $100,000. Yang Shen looked at his balance and shot this pure bull asterisk. Not to mention that the organization didn't give themselves that 2 million, and even if they did, they couldn't afford to shoot it. To summarize, it's the same thing, too poor. I don't know who the researched auctioning this. Just as Yang Xin cursed, a caption appeared on the system pop-up window. Worried about running out of money? Still looking for friends to borrow money to pull the face and agonized? Why don't you try Ali to the internet banking? Large amount. Low interest rate. Audit good through. The pop-up subtitles were accompanied by a hot babe scratching her head and shaking it constantly. Seeing this, Yang Xian cursed even more fiercely. But after his emotions calmed down, he had no choice but to click on the pop-up. It quickly goes to an application review screen. The system has automatically filled in the information for you and is being reviewed. Ding, audit results complete. Amount, 20,000,000. Looking at the amount of 20 million merit value on it, Yang Xian came to have confidence. Borrow. Lend it all. Half a minute later, within Yang Xian's system balance, there was an extra $20 million. With $20 million at the bottom, wouldn't it be easy to shoot a Shihua Valley? Just let Yang Xian more meet pain is. I'm afraid that after shooting Shihua Valley, he will enter the repayment day next. $20 million borrowed at a 10% daily interest rate, which means that the money, for every day that passes, will have to be paid back an additional $2 million. Pure and simple sky-high interest. But Yang Xian knew clearly what kind of wealth Shihua Valley would bring for himself if he were to pocket it. Bid $10 million. A boss has bid $10 million. Is there anyone else who will continue to raise the bid? The moment the price of $10 million came out, all the forces were shocked. Organizational headquarters. Du Qing frowned as he looked at the astronomical auction price quoted on the instrument. Old Town. Privately, by any means necessary, you will find this fellow out for me. The demon suppressor talisman sniffed and looked puzzled. Boss, a character who can casually offer 10 million merit values. Do you think it's an existence I can investigate? Du Qing thought about it and let out a long sigh. Indeed, the existence of 10 million merit values at the drop of a hat. If one really gave into anger, even the organization would be in big trouble. Forget it, just wait. Inside Evil Dead Canyon, the one-star ghost emperor was rubbing his soul body hard, trying to get rid of the damn odor. Halfway through the rubbing, he was shocked by the $10 million auction price inside the instrument. A price of $10 million? You dare to bid $10 million for the right to use Shihua Valley for 1 year alone? Crazy. The other 3 Ghost Kings were puzzled when they heard this and inquired, Lord Ghost Emperor, why do you say that? With a displeased face, the one-star Ghost Emperor glanced at the 3 Ghost Emperors and cursed angrily. Only you 3 could ask such a stupid question. Whoever told you to follow me? I'll give you a good explanation. Not to mention whether the Shihua Ghost King is currently dead or alive. That terrifying existence deep within Shihua Valley alone is enough to render Shihua Valley worthless after the auction. A terrifying existence deep in the valley? The 4-star Ghost King muttered, a look of panic appearing violently on his face. Lord Ghost Emperor, could it be that the incident of a peak-level Ghost Emperor sneaking into the depths of Shihua Valley to cultivate back then was real? Well, I can still feel his presence to this day. Inside the auction house, after Yang Xian bid $10 million, no forces bid. In the end, the 1 year right to use the Shihua Valley fell into Yang Xian's hands. Looking at the 10 million merit values that had been scratched away from within the system balance, Yang Xian felt a pain within his heart. As Shihua Valley was auctioned off, the various forces watching at the auction venue intended to retreat. Finish bidding on the grand finale. Don't poke around. Disperse. But seeing such a great scene in my lifetime, I have no regrets in dying. No, I've died once. I should say, I have no regrets even if I die once again. Without waiting for the group to disperse, a huge red rune was pulled open in the middle of the auction arena. As the red talisman dispersed, the auction house made a sound. Next is the last finale lot of this auction. As the news spread, the bosses, who had planned to leave, blew up. What? There's even a lot? I'm going to be numb. I thought that the 1 year right to use the Shihua Valley was already a heavyweight. I didn't realize that there was an even more important grand finale. I really can't imagine what the grand finale must be. As the lights of the auction house flashed, a huge dais appeared in the middle of the field, and on the dais sat the Shihua Ghost King, who was bound solidly by the immortal binding rope. Last lot, Shihua Ghost King, starting price, $10 million. There was silence. A long silence. All the forces, all the bosses. The reason why they were silent wasn't because the starting price was too high, but rather, almost all the existences were a bit panicked that the auction venue was actually openly auctioning off the Shihua Ghost King. Auctioning a live one doesn't even count, and the auction is for a Ghost King. The appearance of this phenomenon is nothing less than the feeling of a volcanic eruption in the land of the sun. Who dares to shoot a Ghost King? And it's the toughest Ghost King in Shihua. Upstairs. Don't bull asterisk here. Talking like you have the money to shoot if you dare to shoot. Don't be such a wimp. Protesting. I firmly protest. Auctioning off the Ghost King of my ghost world? Isn't that the same as telling those humans that we ghosts can be exchanged for merit values? I don't agree. Chapter 35 Relationship between Peak Ghost Emperors, revised. I don't agree either. If we keep filming, I'm going to say you humans are hypocrites. Wasn't it you who came up with the jingle for the previous commercial? No harm. No foul. Just as the controversy was heating up, a languid comment surfaced. Do you guys think there's a possibility that the Shihua Ghost King was captured by a ghost who was a kindred spirit? Now the room was silent again. At this moment, inside the villa, Yang Xian was holding a red wine glass and sipping the red wine in it prettily. The starting bid of $10 million really surprised him. In that case, as long as the Shihua Ghost King shot out, it would be equivalent to the Shihua Valley being gained for nothing. That's the kind of good thing to be happy about. Ka-ching. The door was opened and Banshee came rushing in carrying an oversized picture frame. Yang Xian, did you see it? The Shihua Ghost King was actually auctioned off. Demon Ji took the instrument and sent it towards Yang Xian, signaling for him to look at it. Yang Xian, on the other hand, was uninterested and digressed to ask, framed? Of course. I'll do my job with absolute confidence. Looking at the framed gift, Yang Xian was satisfied. This is a work of art. Hanging up the gift, Yang Xian continued to take a sip of red wine. The demoness looked at the instrument and then at Yang Xian's happy expression before she reacted and asked carefully, Yang Xian, the person bidding for the Shihua Ghost King wouldn't be you, would it? Demon Ji remembered clearly that after Shihua Ghost King was beaten and could not climb up, he was tied up by Yang Xian and ended up going nowhere. Although Demon Ji somewhat questioned that Yang Xian had only just joined the organization and was not qualified to be an auctioneer at all, she was still a bit skeptical inwardly. Do I look like that to you? A word that dissuaded the demon girl from the idea. Wicked Fury Canyon. After the one-star Ghost Emperor saw the Shihua Ghost King being auctioned off, an intention rose in his heart. If we can get the Shihua Ghost King into our hands, with his relationship with that peak Ghost Emperor deep within Shihua Valley, wouldn't we be able to keep Shihua Valley for ourselves? In that case, auctioning the Shihua Ghost King is equivalent to obtaining 2 lots. The one-star Ghost Emperor analyzed this, and his thoughts gradually became clearer. The 3 Ghost Kings below were even praising them. Lord Ghost Emperor is really smart. Brilliant idea. Absolutely brilliant. Facing these slips, the one-star Ghost Emperor scratched its head. The thing that gave it the most headache came, where to get that 10 million in soul values. Hey, you guys, who can get me 10 million in soul values? As long as anyone has a way to help me get 10 million in soul values, I'll make it Vice Valley Master. Silence. A long silence. The 3 Ghost Kings at the bottom had their heads dead lowered, and no one refused to make a sound. After a long time, the Ghost King with the weakest strength thought of something and snapped. My lord, I have an idea. Recently, the Dark Forest side released the news that it can be borrowed. I think with your status as a one-star Ghost Emperor, lending a $10 million is definitely not a problem. At the mention of the Dark Forest, the one-star Ghost Emperor's eyelids couldn't help but twitch twice. That place is not to be messed with. Don't look at it stepping into the one-star Ghost Emperor's strength. If it went to that place, 80% of it would have to be skinned down. But now, the Shihua Ghost King is such a big piece of fat meat in front of him. If he doesn't eat it, the one-star Ghost Emperor probably won't even be able to sleep. Go to the Dark Forest. Soon, the Dark Forest exits. The one-star Ghost Emperor walked out of it with great satisfaction, and 10 million extra in soul values appeared within the instrument. Upon closer inspection, its left sleeve was empty, and in addition to that, an eye was missing. With the deal just made, the Dark Forest decided to loan the one-star Ghost Emperor $10 million, but had to bet an arm and an eyeball. If it is not redeemed with interest in a week's time, then the arm and eye will disappear completely, and the interest rate in the Dark Forest is horrendously high. $10 million, diverted for a week, $15 million with interest. Just after coming out, the one-star Ghost Emperor didn't care about the pain in his body and immediately slapped the Shihua Ghost King down on the instrument. Shihua Ghost King auction. A bid of $10 million has been placed. Is there any more bosses to raise the bid? Countdown to auction. 1, 2, 3. Sold. As the auction ended, the the Shihua Ghost King was pocketed by the one-star Ghost Emperor. Soon, 10 million in soul values were also transferred into Yang Xian's system balance. Looking at the $20 million balance, Yang Xian didn't dare to do too much hesitation and immediately paid off the loan. $20 million in principal, plus interest for using it for the hour or so, for a total of $20.5 million. The interest rate is a little higher, but it is good that Shihua Valley has arrived, and this point makes Yang Xian very pleased. At this moment, near the villa, a fat figure was moving this way. Looking closely with the help of the moonlight, he realized that the person was none other than Fatty. You're really going to sneak a peek? I've read about this place online, but it's evil. Rumor has it that last year a kid kicked a ball in, got inside to look for it, and the person froze. What's the result? Fatty asked in disbelief as he twisted his head to look at his skinny monkey-like fellow. Turns out the kid was found in the villa area half a month later, and when he was found, he was rotting. Monkey, don't demonize me here. What year is this? Who dares to be so bold? Besides, later on, you turn on the live broadcast for me. The whole thing will be live, so I won't be afraid if someone really does something to us. The skinny monkey shook his head helplessly as he saw that the dissuasion was unsuccessful. A day ago, Yu Mingjia and the others were hindered in their live broadcast, and despite the presence of drones, they said they couldn't find Yang Xian's people. Even if he asked Uncle Koan of the In Opera class, he could not get any useful information. In order to prevent Yu Mingjia from being disappointed, Fatty then got his buddy Monkey to inquire about Yang Xian's whereabouts and decided to steal some footage for Yu Mingjia. Monkey, turn on the live feed. Monkey took out his cell phone and opened the live stream, following Fatty as he jumped to the villa area. Inside the villa, the demoness was the first to notice the abnormality. Someone's coming in. Do you want me to take care of them? Yang Xian inspected the surveillance system, and after seeing that the visitor was Fatty, he hurriedly waved his hand at Demon G. Forget it, it's just an ordinary person. No need to get serious with him. Besides, this kid is on live, so there are a lot of things that aren't convenient to publicize. For little Fatty as a person, Yang Xian still had ideas, but he could take this opportunity to let little Fatty grow a lesson. Banshee, pack up, you're going back to the organization. What about you? Demon G asked back suspiciously, looking at Yang Xian as if she was looking at a thief. I'm sleeping. After sending the demon girl away, Yang Xian packed up and prepared to head to Shihua Valley. As for Fatty, Yang Xian had absolutely no intention to care. The matter of Shihua Valley was much more important than dealing with Fatty. After leaving the villa area, Yang Xian summoned the Machete Brat. Chapter 36, Perverts. The Machete Brats have been sleeping in the system since the last time they were loose and fed for a while. After summoning it out, the Machete Brat was full of displeasure and twisted his head to be furious. But as a result, after seeing that it was Yang Xian, the displeasure on his face immediately disappeared and was replaced by cordiality and joy. A poof a poof a poof a poof. Looking at the attitude of the Machete Brat, Yang Xian was satisfied. That's saying hello to him. Go, take me to Shihua Valley. As the words fell, the Machete Brat shook his big head and a green-colored smoke wrapped Yang Xian inside. With the addition of the green smoke, a massive ascending force took him into the air and ran him in the direction of the Shihua Valley. Just after Yang Xian left, Fatty and Skinny Monkey sneaked into the villa. With so many villas, the one that these two entered just happened to be the one that Yang Xian lived in. Good man, what a broad. Fatty came in to inspect the room, and after realizing that no one was in the house, he spoke to the live camera. Fellow fans, I'm here to lead the adventure today. Fatty then took the Skinny Monkey and started searching the room. As he walked to the far end, Fatty flipped open a drawer. The inside of the drawer was covered with real estate licenses. Skinny Monkey, come on, something's going on over here. By the time the Skinny Monkey arrived, Fatty had already taken out all the real estate certificates to inspect. What's going on here? The names on these real estate certificates are all Yang Xian? The Skinny Monkey sniffed and grabbed the real estate license to inspect it. And after determining that this was indeed the case, his face was filled with shock. That is to say, this entire villa area is owned by this one called Yang Xian? The thought of Yang Xian's face that was more handsome than his own made Fatty angry. And now he was richer than he was, which made Fatty unable to stand it any longer. I glanced up just in time to catch a glimpse of something hanging on the wall. After seeing what the framed object was, Fatty had a heart. As expected, this Yang Xian is a pervert. No, I'm going to make a video call to Meng Meng and tell her the true face of Yang Xian. The phone was connected, and after Fatty greeted Yu Mingjia, he pointed to the framed objects on the wall and showed them to Yu Mingjia. Meng Meng, did you see that? This Yang Xian is purely and simply a pervert. Framing the measure is showing off his twisted psyche? Yu Mingjia didn't know what to say for a moment after seeing it. Organizational headquarters. Du Cheng, who didn't shoot any? was depressed and took out his cell phone, intending to watch a live broadcast to soothe his emotions. I happened to enter the Timid Cat live room. As soon as you enter, the live feed is framed wallpaper on the wall. Why does this look so familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't this the ing one I pulled out by mistake for Yang Xian? Strange shame. Originally, Du Qing had a nagging feeling about this matter, and now it was also shaken up by little fatty live. How could Du Qing, who was a 24K pure straight man, swallow this breath? Old Town, get your ass over here. After the demon suppressor rune arrived, he couldn't help but mourn for Fatty in his heart after seeing the live feed. Brother, you're on your own. As expected. In the next second, Du Qing angrily hammered the desktop and gave an order. Go contact the authorities for me and take him away for interrogation. Let's see how much black material he really has. But whatever comes out of the trial will not be tolerated. At this moment, inside the villa, Fatty was still constantly showing off how strong he was to Yuming. Who knew that in the next second, 2 helicopters landed and 4 or 5 heavily armed professional experts rushed up and pinned Fatty to the ground. The flashlight was aimed at Fatty's face, and after getting a good look at him, the leader ordered in cold words, "Take it away." Seward Valley. The fire that had been burning all day and all night still had no tendency to be wiped out. Standing at the mouth of Shihua Valley, Yang Xian only felt hot and restless. Take a step closer and you could be roasted at any time. Ding, 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 ding. The system emergency alert tone sounded. Inspecting the system, Yang Xian realized that the order of chance issued an early warning. Order of chance random chance opens. Perceived the appearance of secret treasures in the field of the vast sea near Shihua Valley. Address, as shown. Looking at the map location, Yang Xian decided to head to Hanhai. A few minutes later, a dense jungle around haze. Yang Xian pressed and hid the big head of the machete brat, for no other reason than the fact that the machete kid's head is just too big. If you don't press it, there's a good chance you'll be exposed. Several waves of people had already gathered on the shore of the vast sea. A few of them were also familiar faces to Yang Xian. The one-star Ghost Emperor arrived early with his 3 Ghost Kings, and in order to appear grand and sincere, he went out of his way to set up an offering table by the vast sea, in order to request the Dragon Lord of Hanhai to be able to travel to Shihua Valley to extinguish the fire. Hanhai Dragon Lord is the same one-star Ghost Emperor's strength. The same strength poses the offering table, is really a disgrace, but at this time, the one-star Ghost Emperor couldn't care less, and his entire fortune was pressed on Shihua Valley. If the blood money is not returned, only endless retaliation awaits it. Therefore, the fire in the Shihua Valley must be extinguished. The offering table was set up, and the one-star Ghost Emperor chanted some incantation in his mouth. As the incantation ended, a massive baleful aura rose into the air and the Dragon King, dressed in white, landed on the shore. This aura is familiar. If I'm not mistaken, you should be that newly promoted Ghost Emperor from Evil Fiend Canyon, right? Facing the Dragon King, the one-star Ghost Emperor didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly offered his attentions. Lord Dragon King, that's exactly what I am. Since you know me, there's no need for me to talk nonsense. This time I want to ask you to come out and go help me put out the fire in Shihua Valley. When the Dragon King heard this request, a hint of cunning swept across his eyes. No problem, but after the fire is extinguished, I must be allowed to meet that being within the valley. The 2 Ghost Emperors hit it off and headed to Shihua Valley. Yang Xian didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed. The interrogation room of the relevant department. Fatty and Skinny Monkey were handcuffed to the interrogation table. Cell phones were put away. Inside the interrogation room, there was no one other than the 2 of them. Fatty, what now? You didn't tell me this job was so dangerous when I came here, did you? The Skinny Monkey's whole body was trembling as he spoke. After a full minute or so, the thin monkey did not see Fatty talk back, could not help but twist his head to look. Fatty, you're not going to be scared silly, are you? Just as he turned his head, the Skinny Monkey saw that Fatty was using the wire in his hand to open the handcuffs on his left hand. Fatty, you, Ka-ching. The other handcuff was also unlocked. Fatty then got up from his seat and looked at the Skinny Monkey. At that moment, the Skinny Monkey only felt that the little fat man in front of him was a bit strange, especially his eyes that were full of playfulness. Fat, you don't scare me, the Skinny Monkey said, trembling even more, his body's thinness making his quivering ribs a little sore. LOL. Fatty sneered, came to the locked door of the interrogation room, poked the wire into the lock hole, casually 2 times. The door was opened. Fatty walked out. Chapter 37, Overloading. When the thin monkey saw this scene, a wave of panic ran through his heart. He was completely able to confirm that the little fatty just now was not the little fatty he remembered. Half an hour later, Du Qing came into the interrogation room with the demon suppressor talisman. After seeing that the thin monkey was the only one inside, Du Qing's face became very ugly and a bad premonition surfaced. Not good. Old Town. Quick. Follow me back. Organizational headquarters. Just after entering inside, Du Qing realized that it was a mess. The heart couldn't help but regret it. Currently at the organization's headquarters, the demon lady had been dispatched, leaving only herself and the demon suppressor talisman. As a result, we just caught Fatty and Skinny Monkey, and they both rushed over together, with no one inside the organization to watch over them. This is a big mess. Old Town. Now hurry up and check. See if anything's missing. After a quick inspection, the demonic talisman trotted over and let out a long breath. Boss, something's happened. The evil fiend spirit pill is gone. Evil fury elixir. Looks like something's going to happen. Old Town. Go investigate. Let's see if that little fatso took the evil fury elixir away or not. Seward Valley. The Dragon King leaped into the sky, just above, manifesting the shape of a scaly dragon, and his huge body was a violent column of water towards the bottom. Within the water column, there seemed to be hints of ice crystals. The flames that tainted the water column were instantly extinguished. In less than half an hour, the fires in the Seward Valley were extinguished. After resolving the flames, the beasts of Shihua Valley were restless and surged out. The one-star ghost emperor frowned, a bit terrified inside, but before they could charge, the Dragon King repelled the beasts with another jet of water. Go, follow me to the depths of the valley to meet that being. The two ghost emperors dived into the valley before Yang Xian exposed his figure and prepared to follow. Before he could move, a familiar figure approached. Fatty? How did he get here? The machete brat told Yang Xian that this person's body carried the evil fiend spirit pearl. This information surprised Yang Xian. Having been in contact with little Fatty a few times earlier, Yang Xian could see that this person couldn't be more ordinary, not to mention how the evil fiend spirit bead came to be. Just carrying the evil fiend spirit bead, with this mortal body of Fatty, it was already an oversized load. Go, keep up. Yang Xian didn't walk fast and deliberately distanced himself from Fatty to prevent the other party from noticing. Inside the valley, it was much more complicated than Yang Xian had imagined. The jungle is all over the place, and there are no decent roads, so a little inattention and you'll lose them. It's a good thing the machete brat was there and was able to track Fatty's scent. After about half an hour of walking, it was dark. The machete brat suddenly stopped in his tracks and pulled Yang Xian towards the grass to hide. Then, not far away, came the sound of a gurgling conversation. So, you guys are in favor of my plan? My lord, we absolutely embrace your choice. Well, in that case, it's time for me to come out. But before you leave, remember to finish off the brats outside. I don't like to cause trouble outside. Hearing this, Yang Xian, who was lying on the grass, inwardly tightened. Could it be exposed? But it's unlikely. After coming in, he hid his own aura. How could he be discovered? Just as he thought of this, Fatty's voice came. No need to settle. It's all our own. I couldn't be clearer about your plans. And for the first time, I'll bring you a meet and greet gift. Evil Fury Spirit Pill? I can't believe you were able to get your hands on this. It looks like it's not far from the success of the plan. The Soul Clan banner, and the Evil Fiend Spirit Elixir. As long as these two are collected, it's perfect. I have a way to help you get the Soul Race flag. But I have conditions. Little Fatty said sorrowfully. His voice was frightening. On what terms? The last rites must be performed by me, and if that doesn't work, I can get someone else to replace you. Yang Xian lay down on the grass and looked at it from a distance. At this moment, Fatty's tone of voice was completely different from earlier. Could it be that something is possessed? In addition to little Fatty's ghost, Yang Xian had an inner doubt. What is this thing they just talked about under their breath? What would be the consequences if it succeeded? Just as Yang Xian was about to go out and find out what was going on, a drone suddenly appeared in the air. The drone was flying so fast that the sound was almost negligible. No sooner had the drone approached than it was struck down by a fury. A figure then rushed out violently, heading straight for the entrance of the valley. At the entrance of the valley, Yu Mingjiao was commentating with Xiao Xiao to the viewers of the live broadcast. The viewers in the live broadcast room all sat back as they watched the novelty of the scene in front of them. The number of people in the live room also reached an unprecedented 100,000 plus. Everyone, this time, Dream and I are bringing you to a place that is definitely the first of its kind among all outdoor anchors. Just as Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she tilted her head and fell to the ground. Yu Mingjiao wanted to lower herself down and see what was going on, but in the next second she also blacked out and fainted. The two women fainted and the live feed was shut down. There were still some viewers in the live stream at the moment who were a bit confused. It was live and fine. Why did it suddenly shut down? And it looks like the anchor fainted before shutting down the broadcast. May there be no cilantro in heaven, guys. Did you just see that? Why did I see that Dreamy and Jojo seem to have fainted? I'm a sand sculpture, yes. I saw it too. It can't be an accident, can it? The truth is here, it's hard to say. How can a harmonious society be possible? My guess is that it's probably a program effect created by the anchor. At the entrance of Shihua Valley, after Qiao Qiao and Yu Mengjia fainted, a figure appeared. Little Fatty sized up the two women and turned his head to the one-star Ghost Emperor and the Dragon King. No matter what, this matter must be sealed off from the news. It must not be revealed to the human that any until it is accomplished. Then what will happen to these two now? The one-star Ghost Emperor's eyes revealed a murderous aura as he took a few steps closer in the direction of the two women. Little Fatty smiled coldly and stopped the one-star Ghost Emperor. Leave these two for me to deal with. I have great use for them. Not far away. Yang Xian heard the entire process clearly, but for the moment he didn't do anything rash. That big secret behind this whole thing, he was bound to pull it all out. After the two Ghost Emperors and Fatty left, Yang Xian looked at the cave deep in the valley and walked in with the machete brat. What a strange scent. And it's still human. A rumbling sound rang out, vibrating with the smell of blood. At the entrance of the cave, there were all kinds of corpses strewn about, but these corpses had a different skeletal structure than humans. Entering the valley, Yang Xian took out his lighter and lit it, and only then did he see that a very old ghost was sitting in the innermost part of the valley. Chapter 38, Underestimation. Judging by the state of the ghost's skin folds, it must have survived for hundreds of years. It really is human. It seems you still don't know who I am. If you did, you wouldn't have rushed in here. Yang Xian sized up the ghost in front of him, naturally knowing full well that its strength was not comparable to those existences of one-star Ghost Emperors. Open the door. I heard everything just now. What is your plan? The ghost sniffed. Forget the plan for a moment. Do you know what consequences you'll suffer if you talk to me like that? Ghosts surround the body of the fierce gas explosion, which is also mixed with a trace of blood gas. Blood gas under the upsurge actually will be directly blocked the hole. On the contrary, Yang Xian had a bland face and just stared at the ghost with a deadpan expression. Do you know what will happen to you if you don't reveal the conspiracy? Yang Xian's tone was even better, overpowering the ghost. Downfall? You're qualified to say that to me? The ghost was still disdainful, and the baneful aura around his body stared at Yang Xian intently. However, Yang Xian didn't pay any attention to it and continued. If you don't tell me, you have to die today. What a mouthful. Yang Xian entered the system and rummaged around, and a flag appeared in his hand. The Soul Clan banner. None of the ghosts it saw were shocked by the powerful aura it carried within itself. The Soul Clan flag? I didn't expect this to be with you. It seems to have been a great success. God help me. The fury surged and wrapped Yang Xian in it. Without waiting for the fury to make the next move, Yang Xian waved the Soul Clan flag in his hand. 1, 2, 3. With each wave of the flag, Yang Xian only felt that the force needed to swing it was getting bigger and bigger, especially when he reached the third stroke. Yang Xian only felt that his arm was abnormally sore and swollen. 3 times the flag was waved. The surrounding baneful chi wanted to approach, but it stayed at about 1 meter around Yang Xian's circumference. To be able to wave the flag 3 times, it seems that I have truly underestimated you. This soul race flag. Yang Xian is also considered to have just touched the doorway of using it. The number of swings could produce a powerful pressure on the ghosts, but the force required for each swing was multiplied. It seems like I'll have to do it myself if I want to get the Soul Clan's flag. The ghost slowly stood up, and with the help of the faint bright light, he vaguely looked at it, only to realize that the ghost was missing a leg. As the one-legged ghost stood up, the fury in the air thickened considerably. Host, the system has detected that you are in need of power. Do you know if you need to purchase it? As the system debriefing ends, the mall pops up. Powerful pill, able to exponentially increase the strength of the person taking it, and taking it can be stacked indefinitely. Price, 1,000 merit value. 1,000 merit values? Yang Xian muttered. It was important to know that the elixirs within the system mall that were currently in use only cost a few hundred at most. This Dali Maru is not polite, and he wants 1,000 in his mouth. And it's not known how effective this thing is. If it requires a lot of strength, wouldn't it require several pills? Or even dozens of pills? It's a bit too outrageous to burn so much money. But right now, in the face of such a thing, Yang Xian's money is considered to be spent. Buy 3. Okay, host. 3 have been purchased for you. 3 power pills arrived. Yang Xian immediately took one, and a powerful energy ran through his body. As Yang Xian felt the energy coming from his arm, the soul race flag was waved down once again. 4th down. With the 4th swing, the surrounding fury dissipated quite a bit. The missing leg ghost's eyes couldn't help but look puzzled when he saw this 4th stroke. Being able to wave the Soul Clan flag 4 times? Are you a human or a ghost? You don't deserve to know. Immediately after that, The fifth down was swung by Yang Xian. Half of the fury dissipated. If the missing leg ghost had a face of arrogance just now, its emotions were now replaced by shock. In its impression, the most powerful human it had ever seen was only able to swing to the fourth blow, but Yang Xian had swung the fifth blow under its eyes. Thinking about this, the crippled ghost was not sure whether Yang Xian standing in front of him was a human or a ghost, especially since Yang Xian was accompanied by a machete brat head, which made the crippled ghost even more unsure. Stop. Although I'm not sure why you have a human scent on you, I'm sure now that you should be of my kind. The crippled ghost reached out to stop it, but unexpectedly, Yang Xian simply ignored it for this. Dang, are you going to say it or not? Don't make me slap you. Words like barbaric, rude, and ill-mannered suddenly appeared in the crippled ghost's mind, but it didn't know how to retort for a moment. Sixth down. The Soul Clan flag was waved down. The crippled ghost was a little panicked in his mind now. The Soul Clan banner. It was more than familiar with it, and although the ability to strike first wasn't exactly fierce, it was strong in that the Soul Clan banner could be wielded indefinitely. The prerequisite is how good the user is. If the user was strong enough, then the Soul Clan banner would exert great power. At the moment, the crippled ghost's heart was restless. It was already the sixth strike, and if it continued, I was afraid that even it would not be able to eat it. Ha! You old denizen mouth is still tough. Yang Xian finished and swung again. Seventh down. This time, all the fury inside the cave dissipated, leaving only the crippled ghost such a lightweight. The machete brat, who had stood by and remained silent, perceived that the moment was clear, and stretched out his fleshy little finger to the crippled ghost and laughed in mockery. You have deceived the ghost. The crippled ghost spoke viciously, but at the moment he was like an ant on a hot pan, restless but not daring to lash out. That's tough. I'd like to see how long you'll be tough. Yang Xian wanted to continue swinging, but the soreness coming from his arm prevented him from proceeding. Take another one of the power pills. The power exploded. Eighth down. With this swing, the already sparse hair on top of the crippled ghost's head was roughly swept down a strand, and the already tattered clothes on his body were made to have a few more holes. It looks like a mess. It's come to this point. You still don't know what to do? Yang Xian's eyes were icy cold, with a stance that if he didn't make a move, he would swing the ninth down. Don't! Stop swinging. I admit I was wrong, don't you think? You just want me to call you boss. Why don't I? The crippled ghost said, falling straight to his knees. This scene caused Yang Xian to be a bit overwhelmed. It was supposed to force the issue of what the plan was that they were talking about, and this turns out to be a collection of minions? Say, what is your plot? At the mention of this, the crippled ghost struggled a bit, but after seeing the Soul Clan banner in Yang Xian's hand, he still gave in and spilled the plot. Say, I'll say it all, but please stop swinging. Chapter 39, Strange Door. Say, I'll say it all, but please stop swinging. The whole thing still has to start with Shihua Valley, which is terrifying mainly because there is a passageway in the deepest part of the valley. The passageway connects to those terrifying existences, but for now, the passageway seems to be restricted, only able to have a king appear every year. King? Yang Xian heard about it for the first time, and he wasn't quite sure what kind of existence it was. That's the Lord of Terror that's going to be above us. Humans are definitely no match for them. Above them all? Yang Xian was a bit surprised that the crippled ghost in front of him had reached peak Ghost Emperor strength. But in this world, there are still existences more terrifying than the Ghost Emperor? They are immortal, and no one can deal with them. My plan is to open the passageway, but opening the passageway requires an extremely harsh sacrificial ritual. As long as the passage is opened up, it will allow those terrifying existences to appear in the realm of the slice of mankind, and at that time, the earth will be devastated with life. The crippled ghost became more and more agitated as he spoke, the slightest bit of undisguised ambition appearing in his eyes. Is that why you're so anxious to get together the Evil Fiend Spirit Elixir as well as the Soul Clan banner? That's right. To put it bluntly, both the Evil Fiend Spirit Elixir and the Soul Clan banner are nothing more than sacrifices to open that passageway. These two objects are the most powerful existences I currently know of. With the help of them it's absolutely possible to blast the passageway open. Blow up? By that logic, the crippled ghost is trying to do a super blast with these two objects? Is there anything else you're hiding from me? Yang Xian raised the Soul Race flag threateningly. The crippled ghost was so scared that it backed up and begged for mercy. My lord, have mercy. There is absolutely nothing else I haven't told you. The power pill entrances again, and the Soul Clan flag continues to wave. Unlike earlier, Yang Xian did not restrain himself this time and swung until he had no strength left. 23 full strokes, setting a new record for all-time Soul Clan banner users. At the entrance of the Shihua Valley cave, Yang Xian led the machete brat towards deeper depths. Inside the cave, the crippled ghost was completely naked. All of his hair had been slapped out of his face. and the only leg he had was cut off from it, became a complete and utter legless ghost. Feeling the pain caused by the legless ghost's heart was filled with resentment, especially when Yang Xian was on his way out. He came to say, "What's the point of keeping one leg? You can only be a cripple in this life. I can help you not to be a cripple." The legless ghost originally thought that it had worshipped Yang Xian as its boss and was able to cure the crippled leg. But who would have thought that in the next second, the only remaining good leg would be gone? Humph. Wait for me. As long as I still have a breath, I won't let you go at the ends of the earth. But then the question arises, how can we move now without legs? You can't climb by hand, can you? Entering deeper into the Xihua Valley, Yang Xian realized that the trees or beasts inside were more than twice as powerful as those outside. Probably because of the existence of the Soul Clan flag in Yang Xian's hand, they had not encountered any danger all the way to the deepest part of Xihua Valley. All the way to the innermost part of the valley, a strangely shaped door was erected in front of him. The door was a bit old, with some weird symbols carved on it, and there was a hidden fury floating in the middle of the door. I think this should be it. Yang Xian made sure and made a move on the door. The door didn't budge at all, not even a scratch on it. It looks like we have to make a trip to the special engineering section first and find Du Qing to find out what's going on. 2 hours later, at the entrance to the special engineering section, Yang Xian pushed the door in, and it was busy as hell inside. Yang Xian is here? I don't have time to greet you right now. Find your own place. Something big has happened to the organization. The evil fiend spirit pill has been stolen. All these, Yang Xian had expected. Du Qing, wait. I have something to ask you. Yang Xian grabbed Du Qing's arm and brought him to the room before he told what happened in Xihua Valley. Every word is true? Du Qing didn't quite believe it and repeated to make sure. It's true. The evil fiend spirit pill was also stolen by them. Du Qing was silent for a moment before looking at Yang Xian with a burning gaze. As a member of the organization, do you have the determination to contribute something to the organization? Organization? I'm not in any organization. Yang Xian denied the words let Du Qing very helpless, but half away no. This kid said before is to consider the consideration. And now the special engineering section of the loss of the demon girl also lost the past. He is still half a sentence does not mention into the organization of the matter. The old treacherous should be described him. But now the current situation is that the special engineering section is somewhat inseparable from him. Yang Xian in the time, things are always dealt with very quickly. Not that the special engineering section does not have the ability to do a good job. There is a quick way. Who would like to continue to turtle crawling? So what are you going to do now? Du Qing pretended that nothing happened? He didn't believe that Yang Xian could sit still. After knowing the effects of both the Soul Clan banner and the evil fiend spirit pill, even he was somewhat moved. What else can I do? Open the pendulum. Yang Xian said carelessly. The old thief Du Qing was definitely moved, or else he couldn't have kept lassoing himself. In that case, then don't blame yourself. You're holding the Soul Clan flag, and you're only one evil fury spirit elixir away from opening the passageway, aren't you? What a pendulum to open. What a waste. Du Qing had a pained look on his face. Then what else? Go and snatch back the evil fiend spirit pill? I'm not going to do it. It's not like I know anything about that what's it gate. Yang Xian made a gesture to leave. Now Du Qing was anxious and hurriedly pulled on the hem of Yang Xian's coat. Don't you go yet. What for? Yang Xian looked at Du Qing with raised eyebrows. Or are you planning to go and snatch back the evil fiend spirit pill yourself? Where would I get that? Du Qing said in a good-natured manner. Otherwise, why don't you join our organization, so that we can cooperate with you to retrieve the evil fiend spirit elixir? And by then, won't the news of that sector door be told to you? He sort of saw it. Yang Xian came over to find himself for this door. Deliberately telling himself about the evil fiend spirit elixir was also a way to get words out of his mouth. What's wrong with you? I don't want to join the organization just yet. And as for the evil fiend spirit pill, it's of no use to me. I'm going to head back, whenever you feel like it. Dropping these words, Yang Xian returned the way he came. By the looks of it, that passageway was also very important to Du Qing and the others. Or else Du Qing wouldn't have placed so much importance on that evil fiend spiritual elixir. Not to mention that he wouldn't have been hiding the news of that door all this time. Since they were unwilling to tell themselves, then Yang Xian planned to investigate personally. It's just a bit of work. The road to Xihua Valley is still as calm as ever. But the more so, Yang Xian only feels that the more this water is very deep. Chapter 40, Designing Traps. Without walking for long, Yang Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was a line of sight that had been following him closely, and when the afterglow swept over him, the man was very wary and hid. Yang Xian feigned ignorance and went straight back inside Xihua Valley. At this moment, the legless ghost behind him was looking at Yang Xian, his eyes on fire. But when Yang Xian turned his head, the legless ghost changed into a smiling face again. Skimming his lips, Yang Shen knew that the one watching him was definitely not the legless ghost. After looking around a bit, I suddenly noticed a set of footprints, and not far behind the rock, there was a bit of a hemline, which, by the looks of it, should have been Chubby. This fat little man follows himself. Thinking of the matter of Fatty knocking out those two people, Yang Xian simply made a plan and pretended to know nothing as he continued to observe the door in front of him. Fatty was also observing Yang Xian's behavior. Seeing that he really was completely unaffected and continued to look at the gate instead, he finally dropped some of his defenses in his heart. The reason why Yang Xian pretended to be unaware of the appearance. In fact, he wanted to know what in the end little Fatty followed him to do. He believed that as long as little Fatty came over again, he would inevitably reveal his footsteps, and then we'll follow the trail to find the people behind them. Sure enough, little Fatty couldn't hold back and jumped out from the grass, standing next to Yang Xian. Brother Yang, let's study it together. Fatty's face was full of smiles. He had been holding back for a long time and couldn't hold it in any longer. No need. I'm just here to take a look at the scenery. I'm not interested in what's inside. Please also get out of the way. Yang Xian indifferently said. Brother Yang, we are not outsiders. Fatty shyly moved a few points closer. Yang Xian frowned. He hated it when people leaned so close. Get lost. At those words, little Fatty's complexion changed, and he coldly snorted. Toast the wine. I'll see how long you can hold out. After he said that, he took a few steps back and clasped his hands to his chest, watching Yang Xian continue to stay. He's in no hurry. The patience of so many years would not be easily destroyed by such a trivial matter. Yang Xian secretly paid attention to Fatty, and when he saw that he looked like he was winning, the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile. He knew that this guy must be up to something. Yang Xian simply wasn't in a hurry and slowly viewed the surrounding scenery. As night fell and the sky grew late, a coolness gradually filled the Xihua Valley. A trace of anxiety appeared on Fatty's face. Was this kid not afraid? Yang Xian certainly did it on purpose. This was Xihua Valley after all. Even if that legless ghost's concealment technique was very strong. But Yang Xian had already locked his position as early as the moment just now, and he simply couldn't hide his tracks under Yang Xian's eyes. Humph. This kid. I can't believe you've been able to stay calm. Little Fatty stared coldly at Yang Xian, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Yang Xian was still concentrating on the scenery, seemingly not putting Fatty's threats in his eyes at all, and Fatty's patience finally ran out completely. He violently charged towards Yang Xian. The speed was extremely fast, as if it wanted to tear Yang Xian apart. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had expected this. As expected, just as little Fatty rushed towards Yang Xian, Yang Xian quickly moved a few steps sideways. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground that Yang Xian was standing on, and a pit was dented in hard. Fatty pounced and fell to the ground. His whole face turned green as he looked up at the pit he had smashed out. Tried to get out of this pit, but it was hard to do. You! Fatty gritted his teeth and roared angrily. I'm going to get you killed today. Yang Xian sneered. Are you sure you can get me killed? You! Fatty gasped. I advise you to be honest. What exactly do you want? Yang Xian coldly said. Humph. Little Fatty stifled a snort, clearly not intending to take care of Yang Xian. No? Fine. Yang Xian shrugged. Then we'll just wear out like this and see who wears out who. Hearing Yang Xian's words, a flash of panic finally appeared on Fatty's face. He knew that if he continued to spend time like this, he was afraid that even he himself would not be able to hold out. What the hell do you want? Yang Xian smiled faintly, reached out and patted Fatty's cheek, teasingly saying, what do you think? Little Fatty's pupils plummeted and his eyes flashed. I won't give you a single thing inside this Xihua Valley. Yang Xian laughed. I know I didn't expect you to take it out. At those words, Fatty froze for a moment and then realized. This guy turned out to be setting him up. Fatty glared angrily at Yang Xian. His eyes reddened as he tried to suppress himself, but he still couldn't help but growl. Yang Xian, you tricked me. You're saying it wrong. Yang Xian shook his head inside. You're my prisoner now, eh? Why should I cooperate with you? Little Fatty's face was green and white for a while, originally wanting to make a move on Yang Xian, but after struggling for a long time, he realized that he couldn't break free. Now, Fatty was disheveled. Could it be that the only way to get out of here was to ask Yang Xian for help? Little Fatty stared at Yang Xian unwillingly. He knew that Yang Xian wasn't simple, but he wasn't so powerful, right? Hey, little fat brother. Why are you looking at me like that? Yang Xian flirted. Fatty viciously poo-pooed. Who's your brother? Don't recognize your relatives indiscriminately. Yang Xian laughed and ignored Fatty's protests. Brother Yang. So what? I was wrong. Fatty suddenly softened and apologized in a low voice. He knew very well that if he didn't apologize and give in, he would be stuck here forever. Yang Xian asked with interest. Oh, where did you go wrong? Little Fatty said with a bitter face. I shouldn't have brought you to Xihua Valley. And even more so, I shouldn't have used a trick to trick you into coming here. Not bad. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Quite sensible. Brother Yang, you're an adult. Spare me this time. Little Fatty smiled apologetically. Spare you? Yang Xian shook his head. Then you have to tell me what valuable treasures are in this Xihua Valley. This. Fatty hesitated. What? Not willing to say? Yang Xian's eyes stared and his tone became chilly. Little Fatty was trembling with fear. He clenched his teeth, and only after a long time did he slowly spit out a sentence. I'm not too sure what's in this Xihua Valley. Other than that ghost realm. The rest of the things are all ordinary medicinal herbs and ores. Really? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Everything I said is true. Little Fatty hastily assured. Yang Xian nodded. Then do you know what all these herbs are used for? Or what's so special about them? This. Little Fatty scratched his head and thought for a long time before replying. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but there are rumors that these herbs all contain spiritual qi and can be refined into pills. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Elixir? Are you sure? Fatty nodded affirmatively. Yang Xian stroked his chin and pondered. Chapter 41, The Man in the Black Robe. The truth of this fat little man's words is debatable. From the things he had said earlier, this man was not to be trusted. But right now, if you want to unlock this channel, the evil spirit elixir is essential. In that case, it would be better to try to follow up on that lead. Yang Xian already had his own thoughts in his mind, so he once again looked at Fatty. I can get you out, but I have one request. What's the request? Fatty's eyes lit up. I know that the evil fiend spirit pill is with you, and coincidentally, the soul race flag is with me, so we can consider opening that door together. Yang Xian opened his mouth. At those words, Fatty's face grimaced. Are you a spy among those people? Of course not. Yang Xian shook his head and waved his hand. It's just that I have a flag, and I have the same purpose as you all. I want to enter this door. However, I only want to see if there are spirit medicines within it. Little Fatty frowned and pondered for a while, then spoke. Okay, if you can bring me out of here, I'll tell you about the ghost world. Deal. Yang Xian laughed and reached out to grab Fatty. However, just as his hand reached halfway, a force suddenly appeared and blasted on Yang Xian, sending him flying out hard. Yang Xian let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly rolled over to stand still, twisting his head to look toward the back, only to see a person dressed in a black robe standing there, holding a fan in his hand. For some reason, when Yang Xian saw this fan, there was inexplicably some bad feeling in his heart. This fan, it doesn't seem simple. Thinking of this, Yang Xian immediately dodged away, while grabbing little Fatty in front of him and forming seals with both hands, wanting to quickly escape from Xihua Valley. Fatty didn't react at the moment. Surprisingly, they were just directly grabbed by Yang Xian and left together. Only before they could escape to the mouth of the valley, Yang Xian found a figure blocking his way. It was the black-robed man. Get lost. Yang Xian rebuked in a cold voice. However, the other party did not have the slightest intention to get out of the way, with a bland look on his face, and the fan in his hand was continuously emitting light, reflecting the surrounding brightly. Yang Xian frowned slightly, sensing a hint of something wrong. Kid, obediently leave your flag behind and I'll give you a pain in the ass, the black-robed man said in a ghostly voice. Listening to this voice, Yang Xian felt a little itchy at the root of his ears, and even felt that his entire head was buzzing. It felt as if something was controlling his mind. Yang Xian's face grew more and more grave as he hastily clapped his hands a few times. A cool sensation came over him, and clarity was restored to his ears. At this time, Yang Xian's heart grew more and more alert. That feeling just now was very much like a mental spell. This person must have approached him for the Soul Clan banner in his hand. It looked like another one rushing at the suppressed king. Yang Xian thought in his mind. The other party didn't seem to expect that Yang Xian would expel the sensation so simply, so he couldn't help but froze, and then revealed a sneer. Kid, I didn't realize you had a hand in this. It seems a bit interesting. Yang Xian's face remained unchanged. Too much nonsense. If you want to rob me, be prepared to be killed back. Not a small mouth. The black-robed man sneered. In the next moment, a monstrous black aura violently erupted from its body. The terrifying aura directly enveloped Yang Xian, making him feel like it was difficult to breathe. There was some sort of strange magic in this aura that seemed to be able to destroy his sanity. This power is even stronger than before. Yang Xian's face changed slightly, and he was about to make a move to counterattack, when at that moment, the legless evil ghost from earlier reappeared. Kid, you're the one who got one of my legs off, aren't you? The evil spirit had been thinking about revenge for a long time, but he just hadn't found the opportunity. I didn't realize it was such a good time. Fatty noticed what was happening and quietly ducked back. This situation, on the contrary, is suitable for you to sit back and reap the benefits. Hiding in the darkness, Fatty watched the 2-minute war. That evil spirit was annihilated by the Soul Clan banner in Yang Xian's hand in just 2 strikes. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement when he saw the Soul Clan's flag. Yang Xian looked at the black-robed man with cold eyes. Want it right? Come and get it yourself if you're capable. With that, he took the initiative to charge towards the black-robed man. This time, the black-robed man didn't dare to be careless. The folding fan in his hand violently fanned out, and countless crows appeared out of thin air. These crows were in great numbers, covering the sky and densely packed, blocking out the sky, and Yang Xian was enveloped by this swarm of crows. The black-robed man let out a cold snort as he reached out and grabbed a black air mass before quickly crushing it. Instantly, the black crow flock began to shrink, and in the end, it actually coalesced into a large bow that was as black as ink. Seeing such a scene, Yang Xian's expression also became much more grave. What the hell is this guy? Although his heart was full of doubts, Yang Xian didn't stop his hand movements but once again exchanged the power pill. The only weapon he currently held in his hand was this Soul Clan banner. Without relying on the power pill, it would be difficult to deal with the black-robed man in front of him. Yang Xian took a deep breath and leapt up. The Soul Race banner in his hand suddenly glowed. Heavenly demon power. The black-robed man roared. Along with his hissing sound, the aura emanating from that bow and arrow became more and more dangerous and terrifying. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and showed no weakness. Directly urging the Soul Clan banner, the White Storm whistled. Fighting with those black crows. Kid, let's see how many arrows you can block me. The black-robed man opened his mouth and laughed. I'll try if I can't block it. In the face of the black-robed man's threat, Yang Xian only snorted coldly without any other superfluous words. The flag in his hand continued to wave. When the black-robed man saw this, his expression changed slightly, and a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. The next moment, the folding fan in the black-robed man's hand swung out again. Yang Xian felt the danger ahead and his feet steeply retreated backward. At the same time, a layer of transparent shield surfaced in front of his body. Shield of the Soul Clan, go to hell, the black-robed man sneered. The black bow and arrow shot steeply and explosively towards Yang Xian. A loud noise came out. However, Yang Xian was not harmed. The Soul Clan's shield did not collapse, but it was the black bow and arrow that exploded with a bang after impacting on top of the shield, turning into dots of black gas that dissipated into nothingness. Impossible. A normal Soul Clan flag can only be waved 3 times. Why can you wave it so many times? The black-robed man couldn't help but shriek in shock upon seeing this scene. By now Yang Xian had swung a full 22 times, but he continued to swing as if he didn't know how to get tired. Yang Xian sneered and no longer tangled with the black-robed man. Chapter 42 Entering the Valley. Since the other party was so surprised by the power of the Soul Clan's banner, it was all the more important for him to not reveal his true strength. When the black-robed man saw Yang Xian acting like this, he also realized that he had lost his temper. The next second, black feathers rose from the ground. It was as if these feathers possessed a great attraction, constantly converging towards Yang Xian. The black-robed man's palms slowly stretched out, and feathers were grasped in his hands one after another, quickly condensing into a black feather fan. In the next instant, the feather fan's light skyrocketed. The black-robed man directly attacked Yang Xian. Seeing this, Yang Xian immediately changed his mind. Since this was the case, it would be better to directly solve this black-robed man, forever and ever. It's a little safer that way. I can continue to wave it because the Soul Clan flag is in my hand, Yang Xian said in a flat tone. A flash of doubt flashed across the black-robed man's face, followed by a slight frown on his brow, and his expression gradually became alarmed. He wanted to turn around and leave, but Yang Xian waved the flag 3 more times in succession. That powerful impact completely controlled his movements. The black-robed man could no longer move. Yang Xian flew up unhurriedly, then raised the flag in his hand and dropped it towards the opponent without hesitation. An incomparably mournful scream resounded in midair. Half a minute, the dust settles. Yang Xian turned his head to look at Fatty, who was hiding not far away, and with just a glance, he had already guessed what kind of idea the other party was playing. Let's go. Go open that door, Yang Xian said indifferently. Little Fatty looked at Yang Xian with an uncertain expression of shock. He didn't know why the other party's strength suddenly surged so much. What in the world had happened? And the change, it was too sudden for him to react. If time could be turned back, he would never choose to lure Yang Xian. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Looking at the way Yang Xian kept staring at him, little Fatty could only choose to take out the evil fury spirit pill in the end. Boom! The door slowly opened towards both sides, revealing a passageway to an unknown world. Go! Yang Xian said. Little Fatty's heart was very complicated at the moment. but it didn't say anything more and immediately drilled into the door. Yang Xian similarly followed into it. Once you enter, there is a path inside the door. It was a strange stretch of road with murals carved into the walls around it. Some of the people in the pictures were fighting monsters, while others were wandering around. Yang Xian guessed that the murals probably told about the situation inside the door. It's just a shame that you don't know anything about this door at all, so you have to feel your way forward. It was about a half-hour walk. A glow appeared ahead. Fatty was the first to appear at that place and headed inside. Hey, wait! Yang Xian drank, but he was answered by Fatty speeding up and running away from himself. Sure enough, this person was probably trying to go ahead and take in those so-called kings. It was just that Yang Xian always felt that something wasn't quite right. Really want to use two things at the same time to open this door. The Ghost World King appeared inside will be allowed to be driven by human beings? With all sorts of speculations? Yang Xian also arrived in front of that light. The environment in front of him was completely different from the scenery he had just seen, and the walls around him had disappeared. An air of desolation filled everywhere. Yang Xian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze looking towards the surroundings. What came into view was a stretch of rolling hills, but these hills looked rather odd. There were many black dots on the towering hills, which from a distance looked like individual ants. What's that? Yang Xian wrinkled his brows in thought, then carefully approached a hill and carefully surveyed it. As he got closer, the ants finally got a better look. This turned out to be an evil spirit, but these ghosts were too numerous and had been placed under a ban here, so much so that it was densely packed with all of them trapped on top of the hill. Yang Xian only felt his scalp go numb. He had never seen such a scene before. When I looked up, there were many peaks overhead as well. The same evil spirits are trapped there. Yang Xian had a bad feeling in his heart. He had a vague feeling that he seemed to have mistakenly entered a dangerous place. It would be nice to be able to turn back. At this very moment, Fatty is wreaking havoc on the hill. Using his own unique method, he managed to establish contact with all the trapped evil spirits here. And through some conditions, these evil spirits are made to submit in droves. But the method he has established is only temporary. Once someone forces this hill open, the evil spirits inside will immediately rebel. Fatty naturally thought of this. That's why they can't wait to take over the place. Seeing that no one was around, Yang Xian immediately left this area, intending to go to other places to take another look. Since these evil spirits can't move, then why not go ahead and find the so-called king? If he could subdue that king, these evil spirits should not be able to cause any more harm to himself. What Yang Xian didn't know was that the ghost had been secretly observing him ever since he entered inside this door. Looking at Yang Xian's weak strength, a glint of bloodlust flashed in the ghost's eyes. It's been a while since I've seen a human. Looks like he was able to have a nice meal. Thinking of this, the ghost slowly opened its own eyes, its gaze revealing excitement and fierceness. At this very moment, Yang Xian was searching. He had to locate this ghost as soon as possible. In case Fatty got the jump on him, he would have even less of an advantage. But after searching for a while, I didn't see a single trace. It can't be true that it didn't come out, can it? Yang Xian muttered, but his eyes suddenly saw a shadow in the distance. Hardly? Yang Xian's expression was stunned as he immediately ran towards that side. However, when he walked to the edge of the shadows and looked at the scene in front of him, Yang Xian almost couldn't help but scream. The shadow was surprisingly left behind by a huge monster that looked as if it was a bat in appearance, but was dozens of meters long and had a pungent smell emanating from its body. It stinks. Yang Xian pinched his nose in some disgust. The creature is dead. The odor it gave off became so strong that it was unbearable because of its prolonged exposure. Yang Xian forced himself to endure his nausea and walked up to scrutinize the monster's body. It was at this time that he noticed two deep bloody holes in the huge monster's neck. Shouldn't. The creature was drained of blood by that thing and died. I think. Thinking of this, Yang Xian's pupils suddenly dilated. His heart began to flutter and beat frantically. Just as Yang Xian was surprised, a subtle voice suddenly came. He looked at the sound, and not far away a dark shadow was coming in his direction. The black shadow grew from small to large and was obviously getting closer and closer to him. Chapter 43, Manipulated. But the closer he got, the more Yang Xian felt that something was wrong. This figure is somewhat like Fatty. How could little Fatty be so flexible? And Fatty's body still carried a black aura. Is it hard to be controlled by a ghost? Or has been possessed by a ghost? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Yang Xian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he held his breath as much as he could and continued to stand in place as if nothing had happened. It was still imperative to get to the bottom of the situation so as not to cause more trouble. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully stared at the figure in front of him while getting ready to fight at any time. Time passed by. Yang Xian waited with bated breath, only to see the figure approaching towards him little by little. He watched his opponent's movements closely, his body arching slightly as he built up his strength. Soon, the black shadow came in front of Yang Xian's eyes, and only then did he see that it was indeed little Fatty, except that his face was covered by a black mist. "What's wrong with you?" Yang Xian asked in a deep voice, his face slightly serious. Little Fatty did not reply. Suddenly, he grinned, followed by opening his fangs and biting hard at Yang Xian's shoulder. Noticing the other party's movements, Yang Xian quickly reacted. The two immediately tangled together. Yang Xian found that Fatty's strength had actually increased by a large margin, and was simply on the verge of catching up with himself. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. As the saying goes, evil power is quick. Could it be that he had practiced some kind of evil art? No, that's not possible. He was clearly human. Yang Xian frowned as he dealt with little Fatty while trying to figure out how to crack this layer of black mist, but to his surprise, no matter how many methods he used, he was unable to dispel the layer of black mist. Is it hard to believe that Fatty is no longer human? Yang Xian didn't dare to continue to think more. Nowadays, there was only one road in front of him, and that was to defeat little Fatty. Seeing that the head in the black mist had already arrived in front of him, Yang Xian directly waved the Soul Clan flag in his hand. An energy fluctuation headed in Fatty's direction. This move was exactly what he had comprehended from the Soul Clan's banner. Facing the silver-white beam of light, Fatty was not the least bit intimidated, but instead laughed out loud. Soon, a black smoke spat out from his mouth like a sharp blade and collided with the silver-white beam of light emitted from the Soul Clan's flag. Although it appeared to be an even match, Yang Xian was well aware that his opponent's strength was far above his own. It seems that this fat little man should be possessed by that ghost. This shows that the ghost's ability is above his own. That was a bit tricky. It seems like we need to be more careful with our next actions or we'll be in a passive state. Suddenly, Yang Xian felt a powerful force rushing towards him. He subconsciously stepped back, but was still a step too late. Little Fatty actually rushed directly to Yang Xian and grinned. There was something really scary about that smile. The corners of his mouth were about to split to the base of his ears, and his eyes were completely dark purple. Yang Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the movements in his hands gradually slowed down. He looked at Fatty warily, afraid that he would be attacked in the next second. Fatty hemmed and hawed and suddenly shot out and grabbed Yang Xian's wrist, then lashed out and dragged Yang Xian to the ground. Yang Xian was caught off guard, and after falling to the ground, he quickly rolled over and got up, quickly rummaging through the system mall. Right now, the only thing that could be purchased, besides the power pill, was an extreme speed pill. But will the extreme pill allow you to escape? There are only a few points left. Once you have purchased the extreme pill, you are in no condition to purchase the power pill. In that case, when in danger, he would be in critical condition. What's more, he still didn't know what was going on with Fatty, whether he was completely out of human control or not. But with this situation at hand, he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Yang Xian chose to buy the extreme speed pill without hesitation. The extreme speed pill could buy himself only a few seconds, but that was enough for him, only to see Fatty lunging towards himself once again. Yang Xian swallowed that extreme speed pill without hesitation and started running wildly with his legs open. The world of ghosts isn't so easy to leave. Besides, so many evil spirits exist here. Gritting his teeth, Yang Xian made a decision. Come what may, find a way to take away the token that governs this ghost world. In this way, the ghost world kings born each year in the future would be able to be driven by themselves. Think of it as an investment in yourself. Thinking of this, Yang Xian continued to charge forward, and in that black fog, a figure could be seen faintly chasing itself continuously. The afterglow noticed a palace not far away, which was completely different from what existed in the outside world. It even revealed a few eerie moments. Could it be that the king of the ghost world usually lives in this palace? Once in the palace, there might be a chance for the ghost to detach itself from Fatty. Even if you can't get out of it, it's better than running like that all the time. Thinking of this, Yang Xian directly rushed into the middle of the palace, with little Fatty in the black mist following closely behind. In the palace, it was dark and there was an eerie atmosphere everywhere, but thankfully, it did not possess evil spirits like the outside world. Yang Xian accelerated his steps to the deepest part of the palace, only to see that the deepest part of the palace was a tall stone pillar. There was a sword sticking out of the stone pillar. Seeing this sword, Yang Xian couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart because the sword's appearance was just too familiar. That was clearly the soul sword. He was a little unable to believe his eyes. This couldn't be real, could it? Could it be that the soul sword was the exclusive ghost item of this ghost realm king? From this, I'm afraid that this ghost's origins are not small. After all, once the soul sword had been sealed, but now it appeared in this place. It was really surprising. Little Fatty followed closely, his dark eyes gazing at Yang Xian with an unusually fierce expression on his face. Yang Xian swallowed his saliva. He felt that he and this guy were not at the same level at all. If he fought alone, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to carry the other party's blow. Just as he was about to take out the soul race banner once more, a black shadow attacked from behind, followed by a huge impact. With a loud bang, Yang Xian was sent flying into the corner, and a sharp pain was even coming from his chest. Strongly enduring the severe pain in his chest, Yang Xian got up with great difficulty, looking at the soul sword that was stuck on the stone pillar. As if he thought of something, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Fatty saw the rage. Did not expect this guy can actually stand up. Just as he was preparing his next move, he suddenly looked at Yang Xian in shocked anger. For no other reason, Yang Xian was about to pull off the soul sword on the stone pillar. Ghosts are literally comparable to the heart for ghosts. Even though Yang Xian couldn't beat this ghost, if he got the ghost in his hands, the chances of winning can be increased to at least 80%, because he can cause great damage to his opponent through ghosts. Chapter 44. So, as long as the ghostly object was snatched up in your hand, the opponent would basically be ruined. As expected, Fatty became extremely angry. He swung his fist towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian panicked and dodged, but he was still hit by Fatty's fist. A tingling sensation once again hit his chest, which caused Yang Xian to stop his movements. In the black mist, little Fatty laughed and walked over, and Yang Xian noticed that the fangs in his mouth were even sharper and more pointed than before, even glowing with blood. Could it be that this strike of his own just now had caused this ghost to enter a berserk state? If that's the case, that's a problem. Little Fatty opened his fang-filled mouth and lunged towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian didn't choose to deal with it head-on, but turned around and fled. The effects of the extreme speed Dan had not yet passed. Seeing that Yang Xian was about to escape, the ghost simply abandoned Fatty's body. Only a wisp of black smoke appeared in the clearing, and as it grew larger and larger, it gradually formed a human shape. Seeing this, Yang Xian hurriedly stopped his footsteps and stared intently at the human form in the middle of the black gas in the distance, because his senses told him that the other party would be even stronger than before after detaching from Fatty's body. I'm afraid this trip will be 9 deaths, but he can't give up. The black fog gradually dissipated, and the human figure formed in the midst of the black fog gradually became clearer, eventually revealing its face. It was a face with hideous, unmistakable features, with eyes of scarlet depth, and 2 lines of black tears below them. Sharp fangs stood out, while his hands were clawed. All of this made Yang Xian feel that this ghost was much more terrifying than those individual evil ghosts before. This ghost just revealed its original form and directly grinned at Yang Xian, revealing those sharp fangs. In the next second, the black gas instantly transformed into a large black hand and slapped at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was in a cold sweat. Facing this strike, he didn't dodge but quickly picked up an item from the item bar, an unintentionally acquired dagger. It was also the only weapon other than the Soul Clan's flag. At this moment, without a hint of hesitation, Yang Xian directly gripped the dagger and swung it towards the black mist. Bang! With a loud bang, the arm condensed from that black mist directly dissipated. The black mist seemed to be a bit surprised. Then the black mist transformed into a pair of arms and grabbed towards Yang Xian once again. Yang Xian was unmoved and gripped the dagger in his hand and slashed across again. There was another loud bang. This time it directly angered the ghost. The ghost suddenly made a sound that was unusually hard to hear, as if his voice had been burned by fire. Why do you have the Soul Eater dagger? What? Yang Xian was uncertain. What soul-devouring dagger? The mind kept asking the system, but the damn system suddenly went offline. The ghost looked at Yang Xian warily. This dagger can devour souls. It can do damage to their ghosts as well, so it's scary. But how could the soul-devouring dagger fall into the hands of a district human? The ghost obviously didn't expect the human in front of him to be able to use the soul-devouring dagger, a secret treasure that would actually be taken by an outsider. It seems necessary to get rid of this person. The black mist suddenly summoned countless hideous brats to lunge towards Yang Xian, who once again used the soul-devouring dagger to attack. Without exception, those little ghosts were all annihilated into black smoke, dissipating into nothingness as the wind blew. The ghost's face grew more and more gloomy as it lowered its head and contemplated for a while before revealing a wry smile and making quick seals with both hands. A black light flashed and the entire hall was plunged into darkness. Yang Xian's eyes suddenly blossomed, and when he slowed down, he realized that his surroundings had changed drastically, and the original hall had disappeared, replaced by a barren and dilapidated world. Everywhere there was debris, while the sky was covered with a dark cloud. The ghost seemed to be very satisfied looking at the illusion it had set up. It smiled with satisfaction. Kid, how is it? Isn't it very desperate? Yang Xian frowned as he realized that he might have entered the illusionary realm, but the illusion was so real that even the ground masonry had cracks. It was unbelievable. I would like to ask, who are you? Yang Xian asked rhetorically. The ghost sneered. Me? It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is you. Why do you have a heaven-defying divine weapon like the soul-devouring dagger? That should have fallen into the hands of a trickster like me. Yang Xian didn't say anything. He just looked at the ghost in front of him vigilantly. He didn't know what the other party meant by these words. Does it mean there's some kind of conspiracy? Black Mist didn't say any more nonsense, and his body transformed into a black smoke that floated into the sky. It suddenly opened its mouth. Kid, I am a ghost walker. If you give me the soul-devouring dagger, I am willing to make a pact with you and protect you for 3 years. How? That's a tempting enough offer. 3 years? Enough time for him to figure out the world of ghosts. By then, even if he met a more powerful ghost, he would be able to deal with it. But only if he can trust the ghost? Why are you bonding with me? Because I found that you have good talent, and your physical body is also very powerful. If you make a pact with me, I can impart some moves to you. The ghost, or ghost walker, spoke again. The reason why it looked at this kid was because it had never seen a human capable of using the Soul Clan banner. Plus the kid's fleshly strength was exceedingly strong, which was why it spoke out about bonding with a human. If not, it would not have been so proactive. Yang Xian frowned slightly. Did Ghost Walker mean what he said? He still has some disbelief. But this is the illusion world. Everything is in the control of the other party, and all he can do now is to promise, or break the situation. Thinking of breaking the game, Yang Xian slightly froze. Something was not right. If he remembered correctly, the ghost said something like this while controlling Fatty's body. As long as I can eat you without any problems, I will be able to recover most of my strength. But right now, the other party actually said that he wanted to make a pact with him. There's definitely a scam going on here. Okay, a deed is fine, but I have one request. Kid, feel free to mention it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely fulfill you. The ghost walker seemed confident and replied directly. Yang Xian smiled faintly, his tone calm. You have to guarantee that you won't harm me and won't break the contract early. The ghost walker grunted lightly, a displeased look on its face. It hadn't expected Yang Xian to make such a request, but it could be understood upon careful thought. It's a ghost, after all. Good. Ghostwalker nodded and agreed. When Yang Xian saw this, a wry smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He was about to say something when he saw the ghost suddenly raise his hand and slowly draw a spell seal in the air. Immediately, a circle of ripples rippled out, and Yang Xian only felt that his body was falling. He subconsciously opened his eyes, only to realize that he was back in the middle of that original hall. Everything that he had just experienced was all an illusion. Chapter 45, Backstabbing. The ghost walker's figure recoalesced in front of Yang Xian, and its hideous face even looked a bit more solemn at the moment. Kid, the contract has been finalized. From today onwards, I will protect you for 3 years, Ghost Walker said. Yang Xian nodded, but he still remained vigilant in his heart. He knew deep down that making a pact with a ghost was not a simple matter, and he feared that the road ahead would be full of unknown dangers. Then, isn't it time for you to teach me some moves next? Yang Xian stared at Ghost Walker and asked. Ghost Walker sneered. There's no rush. Follow me first. After saying that, it turned around and walked towards the depths of the palace. Yang Xian hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Along the way, the darkness around them seemed to intensify, making it inexplicably depressing. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they came to a secret room. The walls of the secret room were carved with strange runes. This is... Yang Xian looked at those runes suspiciously. The Ghost Walker slowly spoke. This is the cultivation method. So watch this. Only to see its hands dancing. Those runes began to shine with a bizarre light. Yang Xian watched with full concentration, trying to memorize every detail. However, just as he was fully engaged, a hint of cunning flashed in the Ghostwalker's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the rune and rushed directly towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boo! Yang Xian was hit by this force and his body flew out backwards, hitting the wall heavily. You even lied to me! Yang Xian roared angrily. Ghostwalker laughed out loud. Foolish human, did you really think I would honor the contract? Yang Xian struggled to get up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with determination. I won't let you. The Ghostwalker's laughter came to an abrupt end as it looked at Yang Xian's resolute demeanor, and there was a trace of gravity in its eyes. Humph, brat who doesn't know how to die. Since you're so insistent, I'll completely obliterate you. With that, rolling black mist surged up from the Ghostwalker's body, and a powerful pressure spread out. Yang Xian took a deep breath, endured the pain in his body, and mobilized the strength of his entire body. The soul-devouring dagger trembled slightly in his hand, as if it was responding to his determination. Come on! Yang Xian roared and took the lead in charging towards the Ghostwalker. Ghostwalker snorted coldly and waved his hand as a black light shot towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian sidestepped and dodged, His dagger swung smoothly and a cold light flashed by. The two of them were instantly entangled in a fight, with light interlacing and energy fluctuations overflowing in the chamber. Although Yang Xian was at a disadvantage, his every move and style was filled with determination and courage. Just as Yang Xian was gradually running out of stamina, he suddenly discovered a break in the Ghostwalker's moves. Without hesitation, he seized this opportunity and stabbed the soul-devouring dagger fiercely at the Ghostwalker. However, the Ghostwalker reacted extremely quickly and sidestepped to avoid the fatal blow. However, Yang Xian's attack still left a wound on its body. Ah! The Ghostwalker let out a roar. It didn't expect Yang Xian to be able to injure itself. Yang Xian took advantage of the situation and continuously launched attacks. But the Ghostwalker was powerful after all, and soon regained the upper hand. Kid, you're asking for death. Ghostwalker once again increased the strength of his attack. Yang Xian's body added many more wounds, and blood dyed his clothes red. However, his eyes remained firm, without the slightest intention of retreating. Right at this life and death moment, Yang Xian suddenly felt a mysterious power coming from the soul-devouring dagger. His heart moved as if he understood something. He gripped the dagger tightly and mouthed the words. Instantly, the soul-devouring dagger erupted with a powerful force that enveloped the Ghostwalker. The Ghostwalker realized with horror that his power was being continuously devoured by the soul-devouring dagger. No, this can't be. The Ghostwalker struggled desperately, but was unable to get rid of the force. In the end, under the powerful might of the soul-devouring dagger, the Ghostwalker's figure gradually became illusory until it disappeared. Yang Xian gasped and collapsed to the ground. He looked at the soul-devouring dagger in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. He didn't expect that he would have obtained such a powerful weapon by mistake, and if it wasn't for the help of the soul-devouring dagger just now, he would have definitely been finished off long ago. It seems that this soul-devouring dagger also hides quite a few secrets, so I'll find some time to study it properly. After thinking about it, he collected his mind and sat cross-legged within the secret room. He closed his eyes and began to digest the information in his mind while restoring his body. A day later, Yang Xian opened his eyes with a joyful expression on his face. He stood up and swung his fists and feet with ease, feeling that he was too much stronger than before. He raised his head and realized that the location he was in was no longer the secret room. This was a cave with various ores piled up around it, and at the top of the cave was set a large night pearl. Is this the teleportation array? Yang Xian muttered. He took a step towards the teleportation array, wanting to get out of here. Suddenly, he realized that many ancient inscriptions had surfaced on the teleportation array. These inscriptions were very subtle, revealing a flavor of ancient vicissitudes. What are these inscriptions? Yang Xian frowned and pondered. Why have I never seen them before? Right at this moment, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly emanated from the teleportation array. Immediately afterward, a sense of vertigo struck. Yang Xian hurriedly stabilized his mind. He only felt that the scenery in front of him was rapidly regressing, and the sound of the wind whistling beside his ears was becoming clearer and clearer. I don't know how much time had passed, but he felt like he had entered another world. It was a vast plain with green grass. In the distance, mountains surrounded the area with layers of hills, giving it a mysterious and distant feeling. Yang Xian surveyed the surroundings and confirmed that he had left the secret room. Where is this place? How come it's so beautiful? Yang Xian sighed as he admired the beautiful scenery. Suddenly, a cold air current brushed his face, causing him to shiver. Yang Xian twisted his head to look behind him and was startled, only to see that an evil spirit had appeared behind him at some point. His appearance was very ugly and hideous. His body was wearing pitch-black armor, and there were two huge sharp bone blades on his arms. He was covered in an eerie black aura. His entire face was a greenish-black color, and his bloodshot eyes glowed with a scarlet light. Damn! This guy is actually staring at me. Yang Xian cursed and hurriedly diverted his eyes, preparing to escape. That evil ghost snorted coldly and swung its huge bone blade to charge over. Yang Xian gritted his teeth to meet the enemy and fought with that evil ghost. The evil ghost was extremely strong and Yang Xian alone could not deal with it. He had no choice but to take out the Soul Clan banner, and it was a good thing that the Soul Clan banner could control the ghost. This was the method Yang Xian used to get those evil spirits to do his bidding in the first place. Sure enough, the evil spirits stalled when they saw the Soul Clan's flag. Chapter 46, The Heart of the Evil Ghost. Until now, Yang Xian hadn't figured out where this evil ghost had come from. Why do you keep staring after yourself? It couldn't be that one-star ghost emperor's henchman, could it? After searching for a long time in the large Shihua Valley, he was unable to find a suitable hiding place. In desperation, Yang Xian summoned the In Opera Master System once again. Please choose to use props or skills, other than the Xuanwu Spirit Armor. Yang Xian only had the Soul-Devouring Dagger, the Evil Fury Spirit Pill, and the Soul Clan banner right now, and the Order of Opportunity. It's just that the Order of Chance is definitely not going to come in handy right now. The Soul Clan banner had just been used up with little effect, and there was no need to use it again. If the evil fiend spirit pill, Yang Xian did not want to use it too early. Although the soul-devouring dagger was powerful, if he used it up, Yang Xian would have no way to use it again in a short period of time. For this unknown place, Yang Xian still wanted to keep some cards. Use prop, soul-devouring dagger. Yang Xian directly chose the soul-devouring dagger without even thinking. The Yin General has possessed me too many times today, and I'm afraid my body won't be able to handle it if I keep using it. So far, only the soul-devouring dagger seems to work best. With this, dealing with this evil spirit is no problem. With the soul-devouring dagger in his hand, Yang Xian immediately no longer feared this evil spirit. He rushed towards the evil ghost, and the soul-devouring dagger instantly struck out. The evil spirit seemed to sense something and immediately dodged Yang Xian's attack while counterattacking. Yang Xian was shocked. This speed was completely beyond his imagination. Originally, he thought that with the soul-devouring dagger, dealing with this guy should be very simple. But who would have thought that the other party's strength far exceeded his own? In that case, don't blame yourself for being ruthless. Yang Xian once again summoned the Yellow Spring Ghost King. The Imperial Ghost King had now become a professional fighter in its own right, basically taking out opponents as soon as it was summoned. As soon as the Yellow Springs Ghost King appeared, he immediately met the evil ghost, and the two powerhouses collided together. A strong wind came, and Yang Xian felt the pressure from the air. The pressure was quite terrifying, simply even more terrifying than when he had fought those individual Yin ghosts earlier. However, it was good that the Xuanwu spirit armor was able to withstand it all, so Yang Xian was able to watch the show from the side in a good manner. No longer as wretched and hasty as earlier, his gaze fell on top of the fierce battle between the Yellow Springs Ghost King and the evil ghost, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Two masters fighting against each other would be of great help to him, and such an opportunity could not be missed. The boogeyman was even dropping equipment. Ding! Detected the heart of an evil spirit X1. Whether or not to recycle, Yang Xian chose to recycle it without even thinking about it, and he didn't know how much merit value this thing could be auctioned for. The Yellow Springs Ghost King clearly had more of an upper hand, and that evil spirit was gradually running low on stamina at the moment. Being held back by the Yellow Springs Ghost King, he was unable to take the initiative to attack again. Yang Xian glanced at the map. The Xihua Valley was a large area, but the number of truly safe places was estimated to be few and far between. The most important thing he needed to consider at the moment was to find a place to look for those heavenly treasures. The Xihua Valley had a high concentration of spiritual qi, so he thought there would be quite a few treasures. Thinking that he was about to get rich, Yang Xian's eyes jumped with money symbols. He's poor now. Thinking about his balance of less than 4 digits of merit value, Yang Xian cried even more. At that time, in order to buy Xihua Valley spent his entire merit value. In a short while of work, Yang Xian found a pure natural wild ginseng. This ginseng looked extraordinary. It was thousands of years old, definitely the finest among ginsengs. Yang Xian went forward to pick, and carefully put it away and received it in the system backpack. He looked up and around to make sure there was no danger before moving on. Another dozen or so herbs were found, each of which was worth a fortune. Just as Yang Xian was planning to continue searching, suddenly, a dangerous feeling surged up from the soles of his feet, straight to his back, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Yang Xian hurriedly stood firmly and looked up in a direction. Nothing, but he knew that there was definitely something there watching him. Yang Xian didn't move and observed that direction for a while, then continued to advance. This time, he accelerated his speed while his vigilance was raised to the highest level. It didn't take long for him to discover a few more heavenly plants. Every time he found one, Yang Xian immediately collected it and then he moved on. He always maintained the same high level of vigilance as he had originally, not daring to relax. It wasn't until Yang Xian turned around a mountain peak once more that numbing feeling resurfaced. Yang Xian stopped and looked around, but he was surrounded by nothing. It was a feeling of being spied on. It's like there's a pair of eyes staring at you from the shadows. Yang Xian only felt goosebumps on the verge of rising, his brow furrowed in a cold sweat. Who is it? Yang Xian drank up, his voice traveling far away, but after a long time, there was still no movement. Yang Xian's heart was a bit flustered. He didn't know what was going on. What kind of existence was spying on him from the shadows? Friend or foe again? If it's a friend it's fine, if it's an enemy, it's quite dangerous. He took a deep breath, his eyes locked on the direction he had just taken. Not a moment's effort later, the demoness walked out and looked at Yang Xian with a smile on her face. Why are you here? The vigilance in Yang Xian's heart disappeared. He didn't expect it to be this girl. The demoness stomped those hateful heights to Yang Xian's side. Aren't I curious about what you're doing? Why did you come to the Xihua Valley? I just came to see. Yang Xian doesn't want these people to know that he bought the news of Xihua Valley. or else he will definitely be available to woolgather. This chick wasn't weak, and he didn't dare to take it lightly. Demon G gave Yang Xian a skeptical look. You're not telling the truth. It's really not. Just happened to come in. Yang Xian explained. I see that you have a deathly aura on your body. Just now there was a stern ghost here that came over. It should be rushing towards you, Demon G said with a grave expression on her face. Just now, she happened to see a white light flash up over here, and Yang Xian suddenly appeared, so she immediately followed her. Yang Xian's face was stiff. So backward? Actually seen by this girl. Never let her know about the relationship between the Yellow Springs Ghost King and herself, although the Yellow Springs Ghost King had already submitted himself. However, to the people of the Special Engineering Section, it was a great disrespect and a matter of high treason. This deathly aura, why is it so familiar? Demon G suddenly frowned, her gaze locking onto Yang Xian. Did you just see a Ghost King covered in black aura? And it was very tall looking. Yang Xian's scalp tingled, and he said that this girl's eyes were really poisonous, so a quick excuse was made. No, how could I have seen it? The demoness looked Yang Xian up and down. Liar. Yang Xian's heart was bitter, so he could only dryly laugh a few times, not daring to say much. Chapter 47. This chick is so savvy, it seems better to deal with her less. Where's that stern ghost from earlier? Was it killed by you? Demoness asked again. That Ghost King is very powerful. How can I just kill it? I just happened to pass by. Yang Xian laughed dryly. Really? Demon G looked at Yang Xian suspiciously. Is there any need for me to lie to you? Yang Xian was depressed. How come everything he said to this chick was just talking to a bull? He was about to say something else to change the subject, when a mournful scream rose steeply. Yang Xian and Demon G looked in that direction in unison, only to see the Yellow Springs Ghost King falling from the sky to the ground, covered in black smoke, obviously suffering from a heavy blow. This, Yang Xian and Demon G exclaimed out in shock at the same time. That evil ghost situation was equally bad at the moment. It had thought that it could easily solve the Yellow Springs Ghost King by virtue of its own strength, but it hadn't expected that the Yellow Springs Ghost King would actually be able to fly as well. The most crucial thing was that it was nothing that the Yellow Springs Ghost King could fly, but the key Yellow Springs Ghost King's tactics were also varied, making people unable to defend themselves. If the Yellow Spring Ghost King hadn't been injured, it was afraid that it wouldn't have been able to get rid of the Yellow Spring Ghost King's entanglement right now. Also, as a Ghost King, why did you go and become a traitor to humans? That evil ghost cursed angrily. It knew for sure that it would not be able to escape tonight, so it simply broke the pot. The Yellow Spring Ghost King was now Yang Xian's subordinate. Hearing that evil ghost insulting Yang Xian, the Yellow Spring Ghost King immediately jumped out of his skin. How dare you? Is my master also something you can chew on? You actually call this human your master? No wonder you are willing to be his traitor. That evil ghost's face changed. Humph. The master's power is far beyond your ability to fathom. It's you instead. Bind your hands. Never. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in that evil spirit's eyes. Since that's the case, let's fight to the death. Before the words fell, a violet aura suddenly erupted around that evil spirit, enveloping it. At the same time, its eyes gradually turned into a blood-red color, and the ferocious aura emanating from its body became more and more intense. Seeing this, the Yellow Spring Ghost King's heart thumped violently. It was because it realized that it had been locked by that ferocious aura, and there was nowhere to hide. That evil ghost actually burned his own life, wanting to die with the Yellow Springs Ghost King. That's just asking for trouble. The Yellow Spring Ghost King knew that his strength was not enough, so he can only place his eyes for help on Yang Xian. Yang Xian frowned. This situation was indeed difficult to control, even with the Soul Clan banner. Instead, try the Evil Dead Elixir. It's something from the Evil Ghost King, and it's so helpful for ghosts. Anyway, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was now his own henchman, and after only a few seconds of hesitation, Yang Xian handed the Evil Fiend Spirit Pill to the Yellow Springs Ghost King. Swallow the elixir and fight quickly. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Springs Ghost King didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly took the Spirit Elixir. Roar! The evil ghost raised its head to the sky and whirled into a dark cloud to charge towards the Yellow Springs Ghost King. Die for me! The Yellow Spring Ghost King shouted angrily and met him. In an instant, the entire area was wildly windy, sandy and dusty, with a cloudy wind that chilled one's body all over. The Yellow Springs Ghost King's strength after swallowing the Evil Fiend Spirit Pill had already reached the Ghost Emperor. Although it was not comparable to a true Ghost Emperor, it was definitely not to be underestimated. The Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Evil Ghost fought together again, both of them exerting their full strength. Their moves were bizarre to the extreme. The demon girl who watched the battle from the sidelines was so dazzled that she couldn't tell who was stronger. The Yellow Springs Ghost King slapped out his palm, and the evil ghost immediately flew backward several meters, with a bone-deep wound appearing on his chest. Hiss! The evil ghost sucked in a breath of cool air from the pane, covered his chest and slowly stood up, coldly gazing at the Yellow Springs Ghost King. I didn't expect you to actually have such cultivation. He. The Yellow Spring Ghost King grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. This amount of strength isn't enough to stuff your teeth. Sure enough, recognizing Yang Xian as his master wasn't a loss, and he was able to obtain something as good as the evil fiend spirit pill himself. Humph. The evil ghost looked at the Yellow Springs Ghost King angrily. Do you really think that I can't do anything to help you after eating the spirit elixir? As the words fell, the evil ghost opened its bloody mouth, and a bead the size of a fist emerged. The bead was a dark golden color, and the sound of ghostly cries and wolves came faintly from it. Soul-devouring bead? The demon Ji's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she lost her voice in horror. Yang Xian frowned and couldn't help but ask, "What is that thing?" "That's a treasure condensed from the evil ghost's firstborn," Demon Ji said in a deep voice. "It is said that if one can refine the soul-devouring bead, they will have the ability to devour ghosts. Asterisk. So heaven-defying." Yang Xian's eyes widened in shock. "Humph. That's right. This is a treasure that I have spent thousands of years and gone through countless trials and tribulations to obtain. And today, I will take you to sacrifice the soul-devouring pearl." As the words fell, the evil spirit took one step and instantly arrived in front of the Yellow Springs Ghost King. Yang Xian's mind moved. If he could get his hands on this soul-devouring pearl, wouldn't it mean that he could also have the ability to devour ghosts just like it? The evil ghost nonchalantly blasted the Yellow Springs Ghost King with a palm strike, knocking him to the ground. However, the evil ghost's attack did not stop, and it became more and more severe, each attack containing destructive power. Facing such a frantic attack from the evil spirits, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was losing ground and had already sustained multiple injuries on his body. With another blow, the Yellow Spring Ghost King was blasted into the wall, blood spurting out, looking miserable. "Ha, Yellow Spring Ghost King, your time to die has come," the evil ghost laughed hideously and maniacally. With an air of victory, Yang Xian knew that he couldn't watch any longer and instantly summoned the Yin Opera Master System. Use Quanji to possess. Summoning the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, Yang Xian blocked in front of the Yellow Spring Ghost King. No matter what, they were also their own men. It was impossible to just be devoured by that evil spirit. Ha! Sensing the aura emanating from Yang Xian's body, the evil ghost froze. Yang Xian's strength clearly exceeded the evil ghost's expectations, and even the evil ghost had developed a trace of fear. Damn it, what the hell is this guy? The evil ghost cursed darkly, not realizing that there would actually be such a perverted existence in the secular world. Don't worry about that. Kill him first, devour his soul and essence blood. Maybe my strength can still increase. Thinking of this, the evil ghost no longer hesitated and waved its sharp claws at Yang Xian, wanting to kill him in one fell swoop. In the face of this ferocious attack, Yang Xian did not choose to retreat, but swung his Green Dragon Crescent Blade to slash out. Clang! Sparks splattered everywhere, and the evil spirit was shocked into taking several consecutive steps backward, a look of surprise appearing on his face. It completely didn't expect Yang Xian to be able to defend itself against its own attack. Taking advantage of the evil ghost's slightly stunned gap, Yang Xian seized the opportunity and kicked out, knocking it to the ground. The evil spirit snarled and climbed to its feet, its black aura skyrocketing. "This is..." Demon Ji looked grave. "No good. It's going to blow itself up." Chapter 48, Devouring Evil Ghosts. Hearing the words of the Demon Ji, Yang Xian was shocked and hurriedly put away his Green Dragon Crescent Blade. Only the evil ghost's body swelled and was haunted by black mist. Violent gasps rang out, along with the expansion of the evil ghost's body. Yang Xian's expression became more and more grave as he kept retreating. Jia, I'm going to tear all of you apart and swallow you in one bite." The evil ghost laughed hideously and maniacally. "Move," Demoness whispered. At this moment, the evil ghost had completely fallen into a state of madness, wanting to take revenge on everyone present despite everything. Yellow Springs Ghost King also knows the power of the evil ghost self-detonation. Once the explosion must be the fish in the pond. Immediately followed Yang Xian to escape. Jia, want to run? Too late. The evil ghost let out a piercingly strange cry, its eyes flashing with red light. In the next moment, the self-detonation finally erupted. Loud noises were heard, and terrifying waves of strength raged and swept. The surrounding mountains collapsed and turned into ruins. Cough cough. Yang Xian and Demon Ji escaped the mortal danger, but they were still affected by the waves. "Master, how are you?" The Yellow Spring Ghost King cried out in worry and hurriedly held Yang Xian. "It's okay, just rest for a while." Yang Xian looked at a trace of the evil ghost's residual soul and was worried about how to devour it, but he didn't expect it to come to his door by itself. Yang Xian devoured the evil spirit without even thinking about it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for devouring the evil spirit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul of an evil spirit. Please work hard to cultivate it. The system's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Since the soul of the evil ghost belongs to the soul of the evil ghost, the host cannot directly digest it for the time being, and needs to refine it for a period of time before doing so. What the hell? It still needs to be refined? Yang Xian was stunned. The soul of the evil ghost is the crystallization of the evil ghost's lifelong cultivation. Therefore, unless the host is strong enough, it cannot be easily digested, and if it fails to be refined, it will suffer a backlash, and in severe cases, it will even lose its life. The system explained. Yang Xian's face changed, not realizing that the soul of the evil spirit he had just absorbed was actually at risk. The system has detected that the host's current strength is too weak to guarantee safety, and suggests that the host improve his strength as soon as possible. Yang Xian skimmed his mouth, and in his heart he slandered, how the hell do I know when I will be able to raise my strength? Since it can't be digested for the time being, let's keep it. When I'm strong enough to devour the evil ghost's soul, then it won't be too late to refine it. Yang Xian pondered for a moment and decided to give up the evil ghost soul for the time being. Exhaling a deep breath of turbid air, Yang Xian slowly stood up, his gaze directed towards the Yellow Springs Ghost King. At this moment, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was extremely weak, but no matter what, it was one of his own, so he couldn't let it really die. So Yang Xian took out a few pills from his storage ring and threw them to him. These pills can help you recover your vitality. Eat them. The Yellow Springs Ghost King didn't make any pretense, and took the elixir and consumed it. Half an hour later, the Yellow Springs Ghost King opened his eyes, his pale face gradually becoming red. Thank you, master, for saving my life, the Yellow Spring Ghost King said gratefully to Yang Xian. Yang Xian waved his hand in a gesture. Don't be polite for now. Let's get out of here first. He didn't want the demon girl to follow him around in this Shihua Valley, or he might have to lose something. Banshee, let's go. Let's go to the special engineering section together. It just so happens that I have something to ask. Yang Xian deliberately made an appearance that he had nothing to do with Shihua Valley. Good. The demoness nodded her head in agreement. Immediately, the two of them rushed towards the special engineering section. On the way, Yang Xian asked the demoness many information about Shihua Valley, while the demoness answered part of it. Soon, the two arrived at the special engineering section. At this time, the inside of the special engineering section was empty and seemed a bit cold. How come it's so cold here? Yang Xian looked around and asked suspiciously. She had expected a lot of people in the special engineering section. Maybe they went out on a mission. The demoness smiled faintly. Not that she was surprised. It could happen every day. Soon, demoness led Yang Xian to the core area of the underground base. There is a secret prison here that is dedicated to the capture of unholy spirits. I see that you can devour evil spirits, or else if you devour all of these, the merit value we owe in the special engineering section will cancel out. Demon girl said with a bad smile. Since your own charm doesn't work, let's do it differently. At those words, Yang Xian's face twitched slightly. Holy, you're damn well punking me? The evil spirits in here are several times more powerful than outside. I'll just tease you. Count me as owing you this time. I'll make it up to you next time. The demoness covered her mouth and laughed. Charmingly. Yang Xian rolled his eyes and lazily ignored the demon girl. The demoness continued her introduction. Do you see that cage over there? Over there is where some of the other prisoners are being held. What's the point of bringing me here? Yang Xian asked suspiciously. The demoness pointed at the wall next to her and said, the prisoners incarcerated here are all vicious and evil people who kill with a vengeance. So if you can devour them all, it will definitely increase your power. Are you sure? Yang Xian asked suspiciously. Although his current power was weak, it was far beyond normal. Moreover, he didn't consider himself to be any kind of good. What if devouring those sinful guys led to insanity? You mustn't hesitate, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The demon lady's tone was full of temptation. Alright, in that case, I'll give it a try. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and said. He then stepped inside the prison and took a good look at the wickedness of the place. Yang Xian's target locked on two men, both of whom were quite handsome and stout, wearing a black robe. These two people's physiques are not simple. Yang Xian frowned and secretly said, Hey kid, are you new here? Suddenly, two burly men walked up to Yang Xian and one of them asked, So what if it is? Yang Xian calmly said, You're not afraid of death? The other burly man said grimly, If you were afraid of death, you wouldn't have come. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the two burly men froze and glanced at each other. We don't care what your origin is, as long as you dare to set foot here. You must abide by the rules, the two burly men said in unison. Rules? What rules? Yang Xian asked with interest. You want to know? The two burly men snorted. It's simple. Whoever has the hardest fists. Whoever says so. As the words fell, the two of them flickered, instantly arriving beside Yang Xian, and blasted out in unison. The two of them were extremely fast, and their attacks were severe, not allowing Yang Xian to dodge at all. Facing the attack of the two, Yang Xian did not panic. His toes pointed to the ground and his entire body soared up, avoiding the attack of the two. I can't believe I dodged it. The two burly men stared at Yang Xian in surprise, obviously not expecting his stance to be this subtle. Is that all the strength you guys have? Yang Xian teased. The two burly men were furious and swung their fists at Yang Xian. Chapter 49, Section Chief Dewey. The fists of the two strong men were all blocked by Yang Xian, and they couldn't even touch the corners of their clothes. The two burly men's faces suddenly changed. Again. Yang Xian lightly drank and bullied his way closer. His palms turned into claws and went straight for the throats of the two strong men at the throat. No good. The two strong men were so scared that they hurriedly dodged. Yang Xian took the opportunity to clasp the two men's throats and lifted them up. I really didn't expect that after devouring that evil spirit, my strength had actually reached such a point. Yang Xian was ecstatic in his heart. You let us go. The two strong men struggled and shouted. It's fine to let you guys go. However, you have to pay some protection fees. Yang Xian smiled evilly. The two burly men immediately turned blue. Paying protection money? What a joke. Isn't this a ING bandit? Not handing it over? Yang Xian's eyes were slightly cold, and his palms tightened violently. Bone-cracking sounds rang out as the wrists of the two burly men were pinched and broken, causing them to scream in pain. Don, talk nonsense. Hurry up and cut us loose. The two burly men wailed in pain. That's a good boy. Yang Xian revealed a bright smile. Spinning around, he let go of his hands and tossed the two aside. The two strong men covered their violently trembling arms and glared resentfully at Yang Xian. If they hadn't been too careless just now, how would they have been sneak attacked by Yang Xian? Cough cough. You guys better be honest. Don't let me find an excuse. Yang Xian warned. Upon hearing this, the two burly men immediately shut up. Well, come with me to meet the section chief. Banshee laughed. Aha. Yang Xian nodded. Afterwards, Demon Ji led Yang Xian towards the room where the villains were being held. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the prisoners were, and there were even a few whose bodies were as tall as several feet, like mountains. Section chief, I've brought you someone. Banshee knocked on the door. Come in. A hoarse, low voice came from inside the house. The demoness pushed the door in and gave Yang Xian a wink. Subsequently, Yang Xian followed the demon girl inside. What met Yang Xian's eyes was a spacious and bright interrogation room. A middle-aged man with a country face and decent features was sitting on a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Section chief, the people have been brought to you, Demoness said respectfully. Oh, the middle-aged man slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes sweeping Yang Xian. With just this one glance, Yang Xian felt ice-cold, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, and his soul almost collapsed away. Yang Xian was shocked in his heart. No wonder the demon girl called him section chief. This person's ability was clearly above Du Qing. Worthy of being a big brother? It seems that this world is more dangerous than I thought. Yang Xian sighed in his heart. The middle-aged man's gaze lingered on Yang Xian for a long time. Then he said indifferently, Kid, are you the newcomer? Not yet. I don't want to join the special labor section. It doesn't feel necessary. Yang Xian wasn't afraid of offending anyone, and said it bluntly, not hiding it. He has quite a lot of guts. Do you know how many people begged to enter the special engineering section but couldn't get the qualification? The middle-aged man teased. So what? I'm still not willing. Yang Xian remained calm and firm. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen someone with such a personality. Kid, do you know how many powerful people there are in the Secret Service division? The middle-aged man asked with interest. Not sure, but it shouldn't be weaker than me. Yang Xian said frankly. Since you're so confident, then fight me. Win me and you'll be free. Lose and you'll obediently join the special labor section. The middle-aged man said. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian raised his eyebrows and agreed after a little thought. Yeah, wait. Just then, Du Qing suddenly stood out. Dad, are you sure you want to fight him? The middle-aged man, that is, Du Wei, waved his hand and said, Du Qing, this is an agreement between me and this little brother, so just stay out of it. Du Qing's face was cloudy, and after hesitating for a moment, he retreated back to his original position. Little brother, let's go out. Dewey stood up and turned to leave. Yang Xian shrugged, then followed Dewey out of the office. At the corner of the hallway at the end of the corridor, Dewey looked into the distance with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep and profound. Yang Xian, on the other hand, leaned against the wall with a careless look. After a long time, Dewey suddenly asked. Why didn't you choose to become a member of the special engineering section? Yang Xian froze, then shook his head and said, because I don't like doing these things. You don't like it? What do you like then? Singing negative theater? In fact, our job content is the same. If you join us, we can also provide you with facilities. After all, we have all kinds of advanced equipment and technology, Dewey said. Yang Xian smiled and said, there are so many things I like that you may not have. Dewey couldn't help but frown at his words. He heard a hint of scorn in Yang Xian's tone. Young man, although you have good talent, don't be so blind, Dewey said in a deep voice. I just want to sing my opera in peace. Yang Xian shrugged and said lazily, Humph, I hope you don't regret it. Dewey let out a heavy cold snort and flung his sleeves away. Hey! Yang Xian sighed helplessly. There are always some little cuties in this era, taking himself as a savior. He didn't have that kind of free time to save the living, he just wanted to live each day. Afterward, Yang Xian returned to his office. The demoness had already waited here. She smiled charmingly and said, Little handsome, how's the consideration going? No need to think about it. I refuse. Yang Xian said without hesitation. Demon G's eyebrows knitted lightly. Her beautiful eyes flashed a touch of color, saying, you have to think clearly. The special engineering section is not like ordinary departments, which has many secrets. If you join, you can be spared from the pain of punishment. Thanks for your kind words, beautiful lady. It's just that I really don't like going to work by the book, so you'd better hire someone else. Yang Xian smiled apologetically and then left. Looking at Yang Xian's fading back, Demon G's pretty face was covered with surprise and doubt. What exactly is this kid's origin? How dare he even refute Dewey's face? Forget it, he's a free man now anyway, and he's not forced to join the special labor section if he doesn't want to. After pondering for a moment, the demoness gave up on continuing her persuasion. She took out her phone and dialed a number and said, Hey, it's me. I want you to look into a young man named Yang Xian. The more detailed the better. Meanwhile, Yang Xian was already on his way back to his house. I've been busy out there for a while now and haven't been back in a while. A layer of dust had fallen on the home. Yang Xian was a bit disgusted and simply summoned the machete brat, letting the machete brat help him clean up. So, under Yang Xian's orders, the machete brats moved quickly around the house. After cleaning the room, Machete Kid got the dishes Yang Xian had bought online. Chapter 50, Entanglement. In no time at all, the machete brat had prepared a large meal. Ha! I didn't realize you had it in you. Yang Xian looked at the Machete Kid head in surprise. He hadn't deliberately taught the Machete Kid head these things. Most of the time it was loose. I didn't realize it actually had that effect. By the looks of things, is it possible for one to equip a Machete Kid with a cell phone? And the Yellow Springs Ghost King too. After all, they were all their subordinates, so equipping them with adequate equipment might be a miracle in future battles. Thinking of this encounter in the Xihua Valley, Yang Xian firmly thought so. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Yang Xian frowned as he went over to check, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Demon G, the shady soul, following him again. Not big sister. What are you always following me for? Yang Xian was on the verge of convincing this person. From the beginning of going to the opera by myself until now. Basically, most of the time the demon girl follows herself around to the point where it's inconvenient to do something about it. The Xihua Valley side hadn't been explored yet, so there was definitely another trip to be made. But before you go there, make sure you find a way to get rid of the banshee first. And that creepy door. Didn't it say that it produced a particularly powerful ghost king every year? It just so happened that he was still short of some slaves. The first one was already dead by itself. He would never let go of the next ones, which were excellent for fighting. The most crucial point also lies in the fact that these kings among the ghost world are not only super strong in combat, but if they are allowed to learn these basic things, is it not possible for them to turn into their own appearance to deal with the demon Heim? This is just great. What are you thinking about? Seeing Yang Xian's delay in answering her question, Demon G couldn't help but ask again. Nothing. Only then did Yang Xian come back to his senses. Big sister, can you stop following me all the time? Although the demoness was indeed very beautiful, beauty was like a snake. Not to mention that this woman was definitely uneasy with good intentions as she followed her around. Yang Xian didn't want to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon, in case one was accidentally counted by this woman. Wouldn't he or she be in bad luck? What are you talking about? Demon G also came to temper. He followed Yang Xian at his own beck and call, even if he did not expect to be disliked so much. This is simply intolerable. Besides, don't you think that you'd be honored if I followed you around? What's the face? Yang Xian is worthy of being a straight man, and all he can think about is earning money. Even if it was merit value, that was still enough. After all, One's main focus was to earn merit value by singing in opera, which could be exchanged for more skills. Only with more skills will you be able to deal with evil spirits in the future. It couldn't be the same as before, spending so much merit value to exchange for power pills, thinking that a single power pill would require 1,000 points of merit value. Yang Xian was a meat. If you save all that merit value, TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't imagine that I could simply become the richest man in the world. Also, when will you guys in the special engineering section pay back those merit values you owe me? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes at the demon lady. It's been dragging on for so long. You guys aren't planning on not paying it back, are you? The demon girl blushed. I didn't expect to be seen by Yang Xian. Awkwardness filled the atmosphere around the two of them, and the demoness hastily played a sloppy game. How can it be? It's just temporary. For now. It's not that we don't have much merit value in the special engineering section right now, and if we want you to join us, you won't come, so we can only owe it like this for now. Speaking of which, the demon girl was also skeptical for a moment. Can it be that your own charm is not increasing but decreasing? Why is it that in front of Yang Xian, she has no seductive power at all? It's just so frustrating. I can say in advance that what I owed before won't count, and I'll be charging interest from now on. Yang Xian had an angina. I should have known that. I should have made it clear in advance the last time I met Du Qing. After so many days, I'm afraid the interest is a few thousand. It's really a $100 million mistake. What the hell? Banshee couldn't help but burst out. How the hell do you want to collect interest? Originally thought of letting himself come over to sell his body to cover the debt, and by the way to hook people back. Did not think that all the same did not complete, but on the contrary, still have to lose some more. Who can stand that? No, class master, we don't have to be like this. Or I will work for your class, so that I can still attract people for you. No need. Yang Xian rejected the demoness without even thinking about it. I don't need you to publicize this show of mine. My old clients from before have already pulled me into a group. Yang Xian showed his cell phone to Banshee. This can be full of people in need, and if they need help, I'll be the first to see it, and no one will make a difference. As he spoke, Yang Xian even looked at Demon Ji with a smile. Plants. The demon girl's face went green and white. I don't know who had nothing better to do than build this group. So what now? What are they going to do to make it work when the original path they had in mind can't be followed? So you might as well go back. I don't keep idle hands here. Getting rid of the demon girl was also a way to avoid letting her discover the machete brat she had hidden here. Although it was no longer a secret that he had a Yellow Spring Ghost King by his side, but Machete Kid has not been seen by anyone yet. Save yourself from the Special Engineering Division. Yang Xian. The demoness clipped her voice and cried out daintily. But the more she was like this, the more hairy Yang Xian's body became, and he closed the door directly without even thinking about it. No matter how much the demon girl knocked on the door outside, Yang Xian didn't open it. The demon girl's eyes widened in disbelief, and a wave of frustration surged through her. It was the first time since he had come of age that he had been subjected to such treatment. Yang Xian, you wait for me. It's not a woman who doesn't take this revenge. The demoness gritted her teeth viciously and then left Yang Xian's door. I don't know how long it took to make sure that there was no more movement outside the door, but only then did Yang Xian summon the machete brat once again. You go clean your room and then go out and forage for food yourself. Come back at mealtime and cook for me. After discovering that the method of free-range breeding was feasible, Yang Xian didn't need to worry about these things. It looks like the ghostly servant is good for something. While eating his meal, Yang Xian swiped the video on his cell phone and saw some weird events over at a rotten building. Yang Xian was a bit hesitant. It looks like it should be some kind of unnatural type event again. Want to go? If you go, you might run into these guys from the special labor section again. Thinking of those Du Qing who were not moving and even tried to trick and deceive themselves, Yang Xian rightfully gave up on this idea. As the saying goes, professional things should be done by professionals. Chapter 51, The Ghost Elixir of the Ghost King of Xihua. He wasn't a professional ghost catcher himself anyway, but he was just a singer. Going over there won't help much. Yang Xian was contentedly lying on the sofa, swiping the short video. Seeing the video of the beautiful woman, Yang Xian thought nothing of all crossed over. The woman will only affect the speed of my moving bricks. Don't even think about messing with my mind. Just then, the Yellow Springs Ghost King also returned. Master, you've come just in time. How is that Xihua Ghost King doing now? Yang Xian sat up and looked at the Yellow Spring Ghost King curiously. At that time, after defeating that evil ghost, he himself left Xihua Valley with the Demon Ji, while the Yellow Spring Ghost King stayed over there, searching for that one-star Ghost Emperor as well as the Xihua Ghost King. Found it. The Yellow Springs Ghost King still had a smirk on his face. Just how this smirk looked awkward. Or you might as well stop laughing. Looking at the Yellow Springs Ghost King's mouth had split to the root behind his ear. Yang Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Does this thing not realize how ugly it is in its own right? It's good for scaring people. Yes, master. The Yellow Springs Ghost King was now completely at Yang Xian's beck and call, even though he might have his own ideas on some things. But as long as Yang Xian spoke, it would listen unconditionally. The Ghost King of Shiawa's Ghost Dan has already been beaten out by me. Master, it's right here. The Yellow Spring Ghost King immediately took out a black pill. You call this a ING Ghost Dan? Yang Xian didn't hold back another nationalist cry. This stuff smells so bad, too. Why does it feel so gross? The Yellow Springs Ghost King didn't have any thoughts about this. After all, he had only devoured that evil fiend spirit pill not long ago. This Shihua Ghost King's Ghost Dan had no helpful effect on himself. The machete kid on the sidelines suddenly lunged. The machete kid gesticulated anxiously, suffering from the fact that he couldn't speak, so he could only use his body language to make a statement. Yang Xian bared his teeth for a while. You want this Ghost Dan? A poof a poof. Machete kid nodded repeatedly. Yang Xian finally understood the meaning of this brat, and immediately threw this Ghost Dan to the machete brat head without hesitation. Eat it and refine it properly. You'll have to take care of the family in the future. You don't eat your own stuff for nothing. So far, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was his own professional fighter, and the machete kid head was basically on the verge of becoming his professional butler. Not only do you have to shoulder the burden of cleaning as well as cooking, but you'll also have a machete brat to get you to wherever you're going. It's a lot faster than taking transportation. Yellow Spring Ghost King. Yang Xian suddenly called out the name of the Yellow Spring Ghost King. The Yellow Spring Ghost King stood up straight with a jolt. Here. Now there's one more task. You go and keep an eye on me around that special engineering section. If you find out recently that they've collected any treasures over there, make sure to tell me at the first opportunity. Wouldn't grab it from them though. But if they came crying to him next time, he'd have to figure out how much the interest should go up. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and thought, not waiting for Yang Xian to finish arranging. The cell phone rang once again. May I ask if you're Master Lin? I'm from Huangjia Village. There have been some paranormal incidents over here recently, and I was wondering if you could come over here to take care of them. Yes, send me the address. Thinking that he hadn't sung in opera for almost a week, Yang Xian immediately packed his bags, almost forgot about the old job. It's still more comfortable and smoother to do the old job. In a short while of work, the address of Huangjia Village appeared on Yang Xian's cell phone. Machete Kid, send me there. Ah poo ah poo. The machete brat once again changed into a cloud of smoke that wrapped around Yang Xian. The eating stuff is stowed away in the system storage. Yang Xian wasn't worried about revealing it and hurting the machete brat. What's more, the machete brat had already signed a contract with himself, so even if those things were placed in front of the brat, it wouldn't have any effect. 10 minutes later, Yang Xian stood at the entrance of Huangjia Village. I'm Yang Xian. Your village chief invited me to come over here to sing the Yin opera. Yang Xian stood in the doorway and saw a few old ladies chatting over there and spoke directly. Yin theater? What the hell is this? You can take it easy. Haven't you heard? Someone died a while ago. I guess this master was hired specifically to put him to rest. You mean that ninny Huang Irma? Exactly. Several old ladies spoke to each other, but just no one bothered to respond to Yang Xian. Seeing this, Yang Xian was not in a hurry, but sat down next to a few people. What are you guys talking about Huang Irma? Anyway, the village chief hadn't come yet, so he could inquire about what was going on from this side. As soon as those old ladies saw Yang Xian come over, they immediately greeted him warmly. You don't know. This Huang Irma died a horrible death. Huang Irma was the first female university student to pass out of our village. I didn't expect to be defiled inside the school. His father also negotiated a good marriage for him, with the village chief's son. I didn't expect This Huang Irma, ashamed of the village, directly jumped to her death. Now the body has been brought back, but every night, the village can hear the cries of Huang Irma. This master, now that you're here, is it possible to solve the problem? Several people placed their eyes on Yang Xian once more. Yang Xian frowned. So it was a suicide. But that's not right. If she committed suicide, Huang Irma's spirit would have gone to haunt the person who defiled her. So how could it be wandering around the village? I'm afraid there's something else going on here. After thinking carefully about it, so far the only ones he could use were Pao and Guan used divine possession. Isn't it time to think about inviting a new god? Who would be more appropriate in this situation? While Yang Xian was frowning and pondering, the village chief came to the village entrance in a hurry. You're Master Lin, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be so young. I've probably gotten some idea of what happened. Is there anything else you guys can add? Yang Xian hadn't figured out which god to invite out yet, so he had to communicate with the village chief first. Let's see if there are any oversights. In this way, when the time comes to invite the gods, the most appropriate one can be invited. Huang Irma. This child also has a miserable life. Originally I was thinking of letting this girl marry my son. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? The village chief slapped his thigh in anger. Then where is Huang Irma's body now? Yang Xian had been observing the village head's demeanor in between his words. Why did it always feel like this village chief had such a strange expression when he spoke? It was as if he knew something, but kept it hidden, unwilling to tell himself. If it was really for Huang Irma's good, how could she hide it? Chapter 52, Fatty returns. Oh, you're talking about that female corpse, right? It's parked in the center of the courtyard of the village committee. The village chief pointed to the village committee house, signaling Yang Xian to go over and look. Yang Xian nodded and then walked towards the village committee, pushing open the door to the village council room. A pungent, musty odor emanated from inside. Yang Xian couldn't help but cough twice. Master Lin, this is Huang Irma's body. After the village chief finished speaking, he took a few steps back. Yang Xian raised his eyes and found that a coffin was indeed placed in the center of the room. The lid of the coffin was half open, and inside lay the body of a white female. The corpse was dressed in a red coat. Its face was incredibly pale. Its skin was dry and wrinkled. Its eyes were lifeless, and its mouth was slightly open, as if it was telling some kind of secret. Seeing this appearance of Huang Irma, even though Yang Xian was used to seeing all kinds of scenes, he could not stand this kind of picture. Alas, I really don't know how those bastards got off on it. The village chief sighed, then continued to inquire to Yang Xian. Master Lin, what do you need me to do? Yang Xian was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. I'm going to get ready to start. Aha! The mayor nodded and stepped back to the side. Immediately after, Yang Xian took a deep breath, pinched his right hand and pinched his sword finger with his left hand, then pressed his sword finger against Huang Irma's forehead. A wisp of black smoke floated up from within Huang Irma's mind. The black smoke gradually formed the appearance of a little girl, who ran towards the outside with a terrified face, but was grabbed by Yang Xian. Are you the ghost of Huang Irma? Yang Xian said indifferently. He could feel that the girl's heart was full of resentment. Huang Irma struggled a bit, seemingly trying to escape Yang Xian's bonds, but in vain. Humph, if you dare to touch me, you will definitely get retribution. Yang Xian shook his head and laughed coldly. I'm here to help you, and if you miss me, you might only end up with a broken soul in the future. Huang Irma stopped struggling at the words and turned to look at Yang Xian, her eyes full of doubts and incomprehension. I've already told you that I'm here to save you, so I hope you'll cooperate. After Yang Xian finished speaking, the sword finger in his hand violently swung forward, instantly collecting Huang Irma into the middle of the magic gourd space. Yang Xian glanced at the magic treasure, then turned to leave. This village revealed a lot of weirdness. It was not advisable to stay for long. Anyway, the village chief's deposit had already been paid to himself. As long as he solved Huang Irma's matter, he would get the final payment. There's no hurry. Yang Xian just went out the door and saw Fatty, who came on his way. It's not that I'm saying, Brother Lin, you're too insufficient. You agreed to work together before, and you just left me there alone. Hearing little Fatty's words filled with resentment, Yang Xian then remembered that he had forgotten something. After Fatty was possessed by that evil spirit that day, he himself was too focused on fooling the demon girl to leave. Little Fatty just stayed in that Xihua Valley. Sorry, it was my miscalculation. Yang Xian scratched his head and hurriedly apologized. Alright, cut the crap. Let's both hurry up and go. Fatty pulled Yang Xian and headed outside. At that moment, the village chief came out after him. Master Lin, wait. Yang Xian turned back and looked at the village chief suspiciously. Are you leaving? Yes, there's something that needs to be taken care of. Don't worry about it. Then I wish Master Lin a successful completion of his mission. The village chief rubbed his hands together, obviously a little anxious to speak. Yang Xian could see that the village chief had something difficult to say, so he didn't ask more questions. Take care, Master Lin. Little Fatty also waved his hand at Yang Xian. Afterwards, Yang Xian left the village with little Fatty. On the way, Fatty kept sizing up Yang Xian, as if he was trying to see something. But in the end, he failed because Yang Xian couldn't even see the slightest break on the surface. Hey, Master Lin, tell me, what did that village chief want with you just now? Let me supersede Huang Irma. There are quite a few lonely souls in this village. Aha, more overtaking. Ha, otherwise, what should we do? Is it hard to kill? Yang Xian skimmed his mouth. Little Fatty closed his mouth when he heard Yang Xian's words. These young people really don't understand the world. The two walked for a long time before stopping at the foot of a remote mountain. There is a river at the bottom of the hill with clear water and a few trees planted along the banks. Yang Xian, do you think there's something odd under this mountain? Little Fatty looked at the bottom of the mountain and suddenly asked out loud. Aha! Yang Xian nodded. his gaze heavy as he stared at the foot of the mountain. What's so weird? Fatty asked uncertainly. If my guess is right, this mountain is called Yin Yang Gully. It is the place where the bones of the dead are buried. The grievances here are extremely heavy. There are severe ghosts wandering here all year round. And there may even be powerful evil creatures at the level of Ghost King. Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Ghost King? Fatty's eyes widened. Yang Xian nodded. Look at the surrounding feng shui pattern, coupled with the thickening fury all around. If my guess is right, it's very likely that this place was once a burial complex. Hiss. Fatty drew a breath of cool air and got a little scared. The memory of the day after he was possessed by an evil spirit was still there. This place is actually a burial complex. Then wouldn't he have messed with something he shouldn't have messed with? Master Lin, since it's a cluster of tombs, we'd better take a detour. Little Fatty egged on. Detour? Yang Xian, don't have the word detour in my dictionary yet. Yang Xian said in a cold voice. Although he, Yang Xian, didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but if he encountered such a thing, he would definitely not choose to retreat. After all, the path of cultivation was originally a journey against the heavens, which could be avoided so easily. This is a graveyard. What if a zombie comes out of it? Little Fat two strands of war. Scared legs are soft. Yang Xian glanced at Fatty, then took a step in the direction of Yin Yang Ditch. After hesitating for a moment, Fatty gritted his teeth and followed. After Yang Xian walked into the Yin Yang Ditch, he immediately noticed that the temperature around him plummeted by several times. Phew! A gust of wind blew by and Fatty couldn't help but shiver. Holy! Fatty screamed and twisted his head to run back, but it was too late. A dried-up white skeleton blocked his path. Asterisk. Fatty was trembling with fear and fell straight to the ground, sitting on his butt. Don't be afraid. Yang Xian patted Fatty's shoulder, then stood up. When Yang Xian looked up, he only saw a woman dressed in red with a cloak of hair looking at him with those cold and incomparable eyes. Yang Xian frowned. Master Lin. Little Fatty was trembling and lying beside Yang Xian. He was really about to cry now, and this time he was completely scared to pee. Yang Xian sighed and spent 5,000 merit values to exchange a Bagua mirror from the Yin Opera Master System. Yang Xian held the 8 trigrams mirror in his hand and with a low gulp, threw it into mid-air. The 8 trigrams mirror was suspended in the air, blooming with a faint light. With a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams mirror spun rapidly. A wisp of ghostly blue flame rose out of the 8 trigrams mirror and transformed into a huge lotus flower. Chapter 53, Huang Deya. The lotus flower bloomed, and a massive pressure filled the air, causing the surroundings to become incredibly quiet. That's when that female ghost slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were blood red in color, and her pupils were even more intimidatingly deep like black holes. This female ghost's face was covered with dense black spots and her skin was wrinkled and withered. Like an old crone, the female ghost let out a roar, then violently lunged towards Yang Xian. Her speed was so fast that she arrived in front of Yang Xian in the blink of an eye. However, Yang Xian did not panic. He reached out, index and middle fingers together, and pressed toward the female ghost's forehead. The female ghost opened her mouth, revealing 2 dark and chilling fangs. Seeing this, in order not to expose the relationship between himself and the Yellow Springs Ghost King, Yang Xian could only strike out on his own. Fatty on the side had long since pissed his pants in fear. Yang Xian's 2 fingers pressed on top of the female ghost's forehead. The female ghost's movements instantly came to a screeching halt, as if frozen in place. Click! In the next moment, the female ghost's face directly cracked a tiny slit. A splash of scarlet blood spilled out. Immediately afterward, the female ghost howled miserably and fell to the ground. Who are you? Why are you meddling in unrelated matters? Yang Xian just looked at the female ghost indifferently. If I'm not wrong, you should be Huang Irma's sister. I only made this trip to get to the bottom of the truth and transcend Huang Irma. If you 2 sisters still want to enter the cycle of reincarnation, I'd advise you that you'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, after today, Huang Irma will stay here with you forever. Yang Xian's words were filled with unquestionable dominance. The female ghost was lying on the ground, her eyes red as she stared at Yang Xian. Who exactly are you and why do you know my identity? The female ghost said with incomparable indignation. Yang Xian laughed lightly. I'm just an ordinary Yin Opera Master. Yin Opera Master? The female ghost's expression stagnated. Then she muttered. I didn't realize that Yin Opera Masters even existed in this era. It's really rare. Yin Opera Master, as the name suggests, is a magician who specializes in exorcising ghosts and warding off evil spirits. Yang Xian explained indifferently. I don't care what you are or why you want to help the Huang family. You better get out of here. The female ghost gritted her teeth and said, since when do I need your lonely soul's permission to do anything? Yang Xian shook his head. If you have to stop me, I can only reluctantly give you a ride. The female ghost's face stiffened. Then she snorted coldly. Good. Then let's see if you're strong enough to make me submit. The female ghost got up violently, then grabbed at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was in no hurry, and with a flip of his wrist, a copper coin appeared in his palm. The copper coins fell and hit the female ghost right in the center of her eyebrow, and the female ghost let out a muffled grunt before going limp on the ground once more. Yang Xian walked forward, stretched out 2 fingers, pinched the female ghost's neck, and lifted her up. The female ghost struggled frantically, but could never escape Yang Xian's control. What? Are you willing to tell me everything now? Yang Xian asked indifferently. The female ghost was silent for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, I am indeed Huang Irma's sister. After I died, my resentment was so great that I became a stern ghost and have been trapped here. Yang Xian nodded. It seemed that this female ghost's death was really something else. How did you die? Yang Xian continued to ask. My body, which is in the woods at the top of the hill, has been buried for a long time. The female ghost said bitterly. Oh, hearing this, Yang Xian immediately became interested. He took Fatty with him and headed straight for the woods at the top of the hill. Within a short time, Yang Xian and the others arrived at the outskirts of the forest at the top of the mountain. As soon as he entered the woods, a chill hit his face. Hiss! Yang Xian sucked in a breath of cool air, although he was not afraid of the cold. This cold, however, made him feel a hint of piercing pain. As he raised his eyes, the entire forest was shrouded in a layer of misty fog, making it impossible to see the scene inside. Moreover, Yang Xian could feel that the mist contained a dense and extremely rich resentment, as well as a deathly aura. Little Fatty obviously also noticed that something was wrong and hid behind Yang Xian. It doesn't seem simple in here. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and said, I always feel like there's something hidden in here. No, I have to go in and see what's going on, in case I can find any treasures. As soon as Yang Xian's words fell, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked dazedly in a certain direction, because in that direction, there was actually the sound of a gurgling baby crying. This baby cry is exceptionally miserable and creepy. Is this someone in here? Yang Xian swallowed his saliva, then took a step into the mist. Seeing this, Fatty hesitated for a few seconds before following. Yang Xian walked into the mist, and immediately, a horrible and treacherous picture was presented to him. In front of his eyes, there were all the densely packed skeletons scattered everywhere. They are covered in maggots and emit a foul odor. On top of each skeleton, there were talismans plastered all over it, and it looked like Huang Deya's body should be among them, just that it was nowhere to be found. Woohoo! Suddenly, a weird crying sound rang out around them, as if it was coming from the 9 hells, sending chills all over one's body. Ghost ah! Fatty was terrified, trembling and hiding behind Yang Xian. Yang Xian frowned and scanned the surroundings. Why are these ghosts gathering together? Murphy! Yang Xian suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Could it be because of this female ghost? She's Huang Irma's sister, so all these ghosts know her and take orders from her, which creates this horrible and lurid picture. Thinking of this, Yang Xian turned his head towards the female ghost and said in a deep voice, These ghosts are all because of you. Do you have a way to make them disappear? I have long since severed my ties with this group of sins, so how can I make them disappear? The female ghost gritted her teeth. Then how are you going to handle this matter? Yang Xian asked. The female ghost whispered, I hope you can let my sister off the hook, and I will never come back to pester any of the Huang family again. Why should I trust you? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. I can swear with my soul, if I break the oath, heaven and earth will destroy me. Well, in that case, I'll trust you for now. Yang Xian gently waved his sleeve, and a wisp of fresh wind blew past, instantly dispersing these unjust souls. As the many ghosts gradually faded away, the white mist that had originally filled the woods slowly dispersed. Thanks. After all the ghosts had completely dispersed, the female ghost arched her hand towards Yang Xian and thanked him, then quickly floated away. Yang Xian sighed slightly. He hadn't thought that Huang Irma had such a poor sister. However, since he had promised Huang Deya, Yang Xian naturally would not go back on his word, so he prepared to return to the village. Just after walking for a while, his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly crouched down and hid behind a large tree. Chapter 54, Extermination. Only to see that there were 3 strong men in front of them who were running in a hurry, and while they were running, their mouths were still shouting something. Obviously they were in danger. Help! Help! There's a ghost! There's a ghost! The 3 men yelled, looking terrified and obviously in shock. Fatty looked at Yang Xian suspiciously. Where are the ghosts? Why don't I see them? Cut the crap! Hurry up and leave! Yang Xian urged. He always felt that the 3 people in front of him were not too normal, especially the eyes of the 2 youths in the middle of them, which were actually glowing with red aura, just like wild beasts, causing palpitations. Suddenly, Yang Xian's pupils shrunk violently and his face changed dramatically. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not looking good. Hurry up. Yang Xian pulled on Fatty and fled quickly. Fatty was pulled by Yang Xian, staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. He was wondering why Yang Xian was running. And right at this moment, those three people in front of them unexpectedly chased directly towards Fatty and Yang Xian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What ing bad luck. Yang Xian cursed. He really didn't expect to actually get caught up in something like this. Those three guys are obviously inviting the hell out of something. But it's just too much for them to try to draw that damn thing towards themselves. This kind of scourge is bad luck for anyone who gets involved. What's more, all these ghosts were actually swarming in their direction. Wasn't this going to drag them into the abyss? Whatever. Run first. Yang Xian took Fatty and ran frantically, huffing and puffing. The two of them ran half a block in one breath, seeing that they had finally lost the three men before they stopped. Now you can tell me, what the hell happened? Fatty had gone from a flexible fat man to a dying fat man, and for the first time he knew that running was actually so tiring. Those three men were possessed by ghosts. Didn't you realize that? Yang Xian blankly glanced at Fatty. Those three men don't have shadows. I'm guessing that the village people know that we went to check up on Huang Irma and Huang Danya, so they specifically wanted to take care of us together. When he said this, Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. That village chief looked to be a kind brow, but he didn't expect to actually be so vicious in private. Little Fatty froze, and then burst into a rage. Mother asterisk 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 I'm going to get those assholes killed. Yang Xian indifferently glanced at the angry Fatty. The most important thing we need to do now is to preserve our strength. Find Huang Irma's soul, and then leave here as soon as possible. What do you mean? Little Fatty stared at Yang Xian with wide eyes and some surprise. That's right. I reckon Huang Irma's death has something to do with those three men just now as well. They should all be possessed by ghosts. And all we have to do is kill these ghosts and leave this place as soon as possible. Yang Xian said solemnly. Although his cultivation level was not high, it was more than enough to deal with some ordinary ghosts. After all, he was a big man with the In Opera Master System, so dealing with just a mere ghost was naturally no big deal. Even if he couldn't do it himself, there was still the Yellow Springs Ghost King anyway. Yang Xian's confidence has doubled. Just now fled in fear, only because he has not yet figured out the truth. Now he knows everything. Naturally, he is fearless. Good. Let's join hands to overthrow those mother asterisk 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 heirs today. Little Fatty rubbed his fists together with a look of excitement. Wait. Yang Xian suddenly frowned. Why do I feel eerie around me? Yang Xian looked around. The road was empty. Little Fatty sniffed. Also immediately alert. He carefully observed for a moment, and indeed found that this place was indeed very quiet. There was no sound at all. He raised his head and looked into the distant night, only to hear a clatter. The sky unexpectedly hung full of densely packed blood moon. This blood moon was very bizarre. It was suspended above the black night, emitting a demonic light that illuminated the entire village as if it was in the Shura purgatory. This bizarre and bleak scene gave Yang Xian the creeps. A chill rose behind him and he couldn't help but shiver. Little Fat likewise, he was covered with goosebumps, couldn't help but hug his arms tightly, shivering. What kind of Thai place is this? It always feels strange. Yang Xian's face was pale. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We accidentally entered that ghost's illusion. I should have known that I would have brought Huang Daya here. Even though it wasn't a powerful ghost, they weren't so passive in such a situation. If you really can't, you'll have to release Machete Kid Head in Yellow Springs Ghost King later. Yang Xian could no longer care about whether or not he would expose his identity. Besides, if he was really exposed, he could still threaten Fatty and make him a member of his theater troupe as well. What should we do now? Fatty asked. A little hexed. You stay away for a while, Yang Xian commanded, and then he kept calling out to the system in his mind. Are there any ghost-repelling charms? Ghost-repelling talisman 3000 points of merit value for 1. Does the host need to exchange it? Needed. Saving his life was important, so where did Yang Xian care about the price? In total, there were still more than 50,000 merit points left, so let's hope we can hold out until dawn. Congratulations to the host for spending 3,000 points of merit value to redeem the chopper charm. To make sure the talisman arrived, Yang Xian took it out in a hurry and bit his finger to draw the ghost-repelling talisman. At that moment, Yang Xian felt a sizzling heat coming from his chest, as if something was burning. At the same time, the originally quiet surroundings suddenly resounded with a burst of whispers, as if they were ghosts crying and wolves howling. Yang Xian and Fatty were so scared that they hastily covered their ears and squatted down. Rumble! A muffled thunder exploded out of nowhere, deafening Yang Xian and little Fatty's heads. Immediately after that, a dark mist slowly floated out and transformed into a girl dressed in red. She had a delicate appearance. Her features were exquisite and stunning. and her ebony eyes flashed with an icy and ghostly light. The girl's lips were thin, her cheeks were thin, and she had a pale, sickly look about her. One of her mouths grinned, revealing sharp, snow-white teeth with blood still lingering around the corners. She said, word for word, Huang Irma, Huang Deya? Ha, these two. After saying that, the girl suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Xian and little Fatty. Yang Xian was stared at by her heart. Harry couldn't he help but swallow saliva. Do you have any conflicts between you and Huang Deya, Huang Area? I was invited by the village chief to do the practice. I don't know exactly what the situation is. You can't implicate the innocent. Yang Xian's heart went straight to his head. I should have known better than to take this order. How did I get myself involved this time? Innocent? Oh, she stole my fiancé back then and caused me to lose my virginity. Can I get my revenge? The girl growled with a fierce face as she violently stretched out her hand and grabbed towards Yang Xian. Chapter 55, Huang Yuhang. Yang Xian hurriedly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the girl's attack. Hey, Yellow Springs Ghost King, hurry up and come out. Things had come to a head. Relying only on himself was definitely not an option. Yang Xian hurriedly summoned the Yellow Springs Ghost King. The Ghost King of the Yellow Springs has descended. A gray mist drilled out of Yang Xian's neck. It stood on Yang Xian's shoulder, its eyes looking gloomily at the female ghost in front of it. The appearance of the Yellow Spring Ghost King instantly attracted the female ghost's attention, and the female ghost's scarlet tongue licked the corner of her mouth, revealing a greedy expression. He. I didn't expect that you weren't a proper Taoist priest either, and that you actually kept ghosts. TSK, you're quite fat for a ghost. I might be able to recover quite a bit of my vitality if I eat you. The Yellow Springs Ghost King snorted coldly. Humph, if you dare to hurt my master even half a bit, I'll tell you to fly into the dust. Ha 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 ha. Your master? The female ghost laughed out loud, her eyes becoming even more scarlet, filled with a crazy bloodlust. A mere brat. How dare you speak such big words? The female ghost sneered. She didn't even put the ghostly creature in front of her in her eyes. She was a red-clothed stern ghost. Unless it was a ghost at the Ghost King level, there was nothing that could be done about it. Yang Xian cursed in his heart. This damned village chief can really harm himself. However, at this crisis point now, he could only hold on to his head. Ghost King, help me finish her off. Yang Xian urged. Remember, don't get her killed. The Yellow Springs Ghost King swept a contemptuous glance at the female ghost and laughed coldly. Don't worry, dealing with such a weak red-clothed stern ghost is as easy as a slap in the face for me. You're looking for death. The female ghost was completely enraged. Her figure shifted and transformed into a speedy wind, rushing to the Yellow Springs Ghost King in the blink of an eye. The Yellow Springs Ghost King was undaunted, and swung his fist towards the female ghost, and with a bang, the female ghost was knocked back several steps and almost fell to the ground. The female ghost was incredibly surprised. You're actually the Ghost King. Her eyes widened in some horror and she looked scandalized. Just now, the Yellow Spring Ghost King had repelled her with one punch, giving her a huge sense of oppression that made her a little breathless. The Ghost King was the most feared existence of all the severe ghosts, because they possessed the power to crush other severe ghosts. Not to mention the Ghost Emperor. This Taoist priest in front of him was actually able to drive the Ghost King. What kind of person was he? The Yellow Springs Ghost King, however, didn't pay any attention to it, but continued to attack towards the female ghost, in a manner that was bound to destroy her. Seeing this, the female ghost hurriedly took a few steps back and stared vigilantly at the Yellow Springs Ghost King. The Yellow Spring Ghost King let out a roar, and the entire ghost instantly turned into a blurry shadow pouncing on the female ghost. The female ghost was horrified and immediately dodged to the left, managing to avoid the Yellow Springs Ghost King's attack. The Yellow Springs Ghost King's blow fell short and coalesced again, preparing to continue his attack. However, the female ghost seemed to have seen through the Yellow Springs Ghost King's thoughts, and even turned around directly to escape. You think you can run away? The Yellow Spring Ghost King snorted and immediately chased after him. Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief. It looked like the Yellow Spring Ghost King was still very easy to deal with. He was about to leave the place to settle the score with the village chief when he suddenly heard a footstep. Then a stout, tall man came hurrying over from the distance. Yang Xian observed carefully and realized that this man looked a bit similar to the village chief. His mind moved slightly. Could it be that this man was the son of the village chief? Huang Irma's fiancé. This guy wouldn't have anything to do with Huang Irma's death, would he? At this time, the man had already run to Yang Xian. He looked Yang Xian up and down and questioned, "Who are you?" I'm here to do the practice." Yang Xian coughed dryly and said, "I'm here to exorcise the evil spirits. Aren't you guys dead here? The village chief specially invited me to sing the Yin opera just to appease the dead souls." The man frowned and looked at Yang Xian skeptically. "Really?" Yang Xian nodded his head and swore with assurance. It's absolutely true. The man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Alright then, I'll believe you for once. What was that you said about singing a shadowy opera?" Yang Xian was somewhat helpless, hoping that this man is not understanding at all. Huang village chief is not saying anything, since he wasn't even clear about it. Then Yang Xian didn't bother to explain. When the village chief comes, he should tell you. For now, take me to the ancestral hall first. The man glanced at Yang Xian suspiciously, and although his heart was in doubt, he still led Yang Xian to the door of the village chief's house. In front of the courtyard, 3 ox carts were parked. The village chief was sitting on the ox cart smoking a dry cigarette, and the moment he saw Yang Xian, his face was obviously a bit ugly. He himself even arranged for the night ghost to deal with Yang Xian. It was to avoid Yang Xian from digging deeper into the secrets of their village, and as a result, he didn't stop it. People are still being brought back by their own sons. Little Fatty had already been shaking uncontrollably for a long time, and when he saw the appearance of the village chief, it was as if he had seen his regenerative parents. Ao scurried behind the village chief. "Village chief, you don't know how we came over. There are ghosts in this village of yours." Little Fatty kept wailing, wiping his tears while complaining. The village chief forced down the disgust in his eyes. "Shut up! Where did a ghost come from in our village? You mustn't talk nonsense." He spat viciously, then turned his head to look at Yang Xian. "Master Lin, I invited you here to pacify Huang Irma. Sing her a song and send her away. Are you guys doubting us by saying this now?" Yang Xian's face stiffened. This little fatty is a real drag queen pro. Wouldn't this be a surprise if the village chief knew of their intentions? "Village chief, that's not what I meant." Yang Xian snapped and laughed twice. "I do think, right, that Huang Irma died unjustly, so that's why I proposed to let her go into the ground. As for how Huang Irma died, this matter will naturally be investigated by you." When the village chief heard this, a look of realization appeared on his face. "So it is." The village headman instantly stretched his eyebrows and laughed. "I was the one who was overly concerned. Huang Irma's body has already been cremated. She's now in the ground." "Oh yeah?" Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. The old man is such a pretender, but he doesn't break it down. "In that case, I'll leave first." Yang Xian didn't want to continue staying in this weird village. It was just too abnormal. Even Huang Irma's body was the same. The play itself has been sung, but the mystery of it is not yet solved. I'm afraid I'll have to look for it from the red-clad ghost as well as Huang Daya, even the 3 men from before. Wait a minute. Just then, the village chief's son, Huang Yuhang, suddenly called out to Yang Xian. "There's something else?" Yang Xian looked at Huang Yuhang suspiciously. The village chief's face became somber once more, wrinkling his eyebrows at his son. Chapter 56. Nothing much, the village chief said to Yang Xian. He's just never seen something like Yang Xian before, so he's a bit curious. "You don't need to care much." Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Alright, since the village chief said so, then I'll leave." Huang Yuhang suddenly asked, "May I ask what your name is?" Yang Xian replied calmly, "Yang Xian." Huang Yuhang obviously had something to say, but considering the presence of the village chief, he finally mumbled for half a day, but still couldn't finish. "You take care." Yang Xian took little fatty and prepared to go home first. This matter is afraid that it is not ordinary. Maybe it needs the help of the special engineering section. Thinking about this, Yang Xian became even more annoyed. If you don't join the special labor section, there are some things that are really troublesome to investigate, but if you do, those people don't have good intentions at first glance. 100% are going to screw themselves. Fatty was uncertain, not knowing how Yang Xian was so emo all of a sudden. Yang Xian and Fatty had just left the village entrance when the village chief rushed into the house and picked up the smoking gun on the table and smashed it towards Huang Yuhang. "Bastard! Who told you to let that little brat go without permission?" the village chief roared. Huang Yuhang rubbed the corner of his forehead. "Father, don't be so agitated. What if you hurt your old back? You cut the crap." The village chief furiously pointed at Huang Yuhang and scolded through gritted teeth. "You hurry up and go get Yang Xian back, otherwise you won't be able to sleep tonight either." Huang Yuhang immediately glared in fear. "Dad, can we not make a scene anymore? You don't know that Huang Irma died unjustly. I just deliberately pretended to be like that because I wanted to get the word out, but you suddenly appeared, causing me to lose all my efforts. You brat!" The village chief raised his hand and slapped Huang Yuhang's head, hating the iron and saying, "Is that Yang Xian something you can't afford to mess with? You actually dare to pry into his news. Do you think your life is too long?" Huang Yuhang covered his head and said with a crying face, "Dad, that Yang Xian is just a feng shui master. What's the big deal? Why are you so afraid of him?" Huang Yuhang is a playboy, usually idle, does not care about this. Even Huang Irma's death had something to do with him. The village chief was about to die of anger when he heard his questioning. "Feng shui master? Oh, That kid is much more noble than a feng shui master. Okay? What do you think our Huang family village is for? The village chief said with an angry grunt. Huang Yuhang frowned, puzzled. Isn't it just an ordinary village? You know. The village chief glared at him and continued. Let me tell you, the Huang family village has existed for so long, but not just because we are mountain farmers. The village head gave a few brief words about the background of the Huang family village. So many strange things have happened in our village over the years because they are all related to the Huang family village. Do you know what that Yang Xian is? He is a Yin opera master. I originally thought of getting him over to sacrifice him, so that in the future, I can also bless our village to not have similar things happen again. I didn't expect you to do something stupid. Huang Yuhang bristled. Dad, are you stupid? The Yin opera master is so mysterious. What are you letting people come here for? I have my own ideas about these things. In short, you are right to listen to me, the village chief said. If it wasn't for the assholes this brat had done, why would he have gone through all this trouble? Thinking about the $50,000 that had been spent, the village chief felt another pang of flesh. Now that Yang Xian had left the village, they had to think of other ways to get people over. Okay. Huang Yuhang helplessly spread his hands. After Yang Xian left, he didn't go home, but went to the town, and Fatty was curious. So we're not going to the Yellow Village anymore? The opera is over. What else is there to do? He said this on his lips, but Yang Xian was already suspicious in his heart. What's the problem between Huang Deya, Huang area, and that Huang Yuhang and the village head? It always felt like the atmosphere was particularly weird. Brother Xian, are you really not going? Then where are we going now? Little Fatty asked excitedly. Yang Xian pondered for a moment before he spoke. Let's go find something to eat first, and rest on the way. But what are you following me for? Yang Xian forgot to ask. It's not even if he followed himself when he was in the village. But what is he doing following himself now? Fatty hemmed and hawed, with a slightly shy expression on his face. Brother Xian, you should know that before. When you were singing outside, the other two female anchors and I followed you all the time. But after what happened last time, I decided to give up the darkness. What the hell? Yang Xian froze. Fatty said with a serious face. I've decided to pimp you out full-time from now on. Yang Xian's head was filled with black lines. Fatty the young man is not very good, but he is quite smart. So do I look like I'm short of women to you? Fatty touched the tip of his nose. I don't mean that. I mean to be an assistant for you. You sing in opera outside. I'll be in charge of taking orders and organizing the information. This way you can not also be a lot more convenient. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian was somewhat moved. That's the kind of boost he needs most right now. Fine, you stay, but I can warn you, you'd better not play tricks on me. If I find out, not to mention my friends, even if you're my own brother I won't let you go. Absolutely not. Little Fatty immediately patted his chest and assured. Brother Xian, you can rest assured. As long as you use me, just open your mouth. Yang Xian nodded. Since you're willing to be an assistant, then from today onwards, I'll leave most of my matters to you, so don't make any mistakes. The reason why Yang Xian dared to take Fatty as his assistant was indeed because on one hand, he had seen the existence of those ghosts. He also knew that the Yellow Springs Ghost King was his slave. This, in turn, avoids the possibility of him leaking out. And for another, it's still relatively very safe to keep someone under your nose. Moreover, when he was in Shihua Valley, this little fatso actually knew the secret of that door. This means that Fatty must have some access to information. True to form, it will help you very much in the future. Don't worry Brother Xian, I promise I won't disgrace you, little Fatty said with conviction, while at the same time he couldn't help but steal joy in his heart. He was worried that he didn't know how to curry favor with the big man, and now the opportunity came to him. This is a real snoozefest. Little Fatty had been following behind Yang Xian, and while following along, he asked, Brother Xian, will you still sing in opera in the future? Sing. Yang Xian said decisively, this is what I do. What else do you think I can do if I don't sing? Can't I just wait to drink the northwest wind? Fatty smiled sardonically. I didn't see that you still had two ghosts. Thought you. Chapter 57, Fatty's Life. Are you still thinking about that door in Shihua Valley? I can make it clear in advance that that door has been completely closed, and no one will be able to enter in the future. Yang Xian's tone dropped. Why? Isn't there the evil fiend spirit elixir and the soul clan banner? Little Fatty asked in surprise. It was only after he woke up that he realized he was already outside of Shihua Valley. I had wanted to go in, but the door was blocked and I couldn't get in. Because the evil fiend spirit elixir has already been eaten by the Yellow Springs Ghost King, this matter is known to the Demon G and the others. So if you have something on your mind you can also say it before it's too late. Yang Shan looked at Fatty inquisitively. It always felt like something wasn't right with this fat guy. But what exactly was wrong? He couldn't say. Getting the word out ahead of time was also a way to avoid Fatty's bad behavior in private. Having only just become his assistant now, Yang Xian didn't feel that Fatty could befriend him. Most of it is still hidden from him. This time Fatty, however, suddenly became much more honest. Brother Xian, since you said so, then I definitely won't do anything to wrong you in the future. You have to believe me. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh, little Fatty hastily raised his right hand and swore. I solemnly promise you that I will be loyal to you from now on. No matter what. Loyal to me. How do you plan to be loyal? Yang Xian looked at him with a smile. Fatty froze, then reacted. Since it's already like this, I'll be honest with you. In fact, the matter about the evil fiend's spirit elixir as well as the Soul Clan's flag is a secret that has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. That's why I'm thinking of going to that door. I just didn't expect to run into you in the middle of it. Speaking of this, Fatty smiled a little far-fetched. Originally I did have thought of subjugating the ghosts inside. But the problem is that this strength of mine is no way at all. And the last time I went it directly cost me half my life. Yan Shen looked at Fatty thoughtfully. No wonder Fatty knew. Also stole the evil dead elixir from the Special Engineering Division. Looks like it was prepared. I don't know anything about what you said for now, so I can't give you any promises. Yang Xian said indifferently. He was not a little cutie. It was still unclear if little Fatty was completely subservient to himself now, but little Fatty had already seen his own strength, so naturally he wouldn't betray it easily. What's more, even if Fatty wanted to betray, Yang Xian might not allow it. After all, he was no ordinary ghost hunter. And there was no telling what kind of price Fatty would have to pay if he wanted to take something from him. Little Fatty nodded and looked happy. Brother Xian, you don't have to worry. I won't let you raise me for nothing. In the future, if there's anything you look for me, just tell me what to do. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Is it hard to believe that you know some feng shui techniques as well? Ha ha ha. Fatty suddenly smiled proudly. Do know a little. Not much, but enough. To be honest, before I met you, I was always telling fortunes to make some money to live on. It was only after learning of the news that the Soul Clan banner and the evil fiend's spirit elixir had both come out that I was moved. Fatty, that's kind of a handful. Only Yang Xian was still a bit curious. What exactly does your family do? It's just a Taoist priest that has been passed down from generation to generation. Compared to you, Brother Xian, it's not worth mentioning. Little Fatty said and also took out a small pamphlet from his pocket. I know that Brother Xian is someone with great ability, and definitely can't look at these qi and huang arts of our family. But in order to prove that what I said is true, so I decided to show you anyway. With that, Fatty handed Yang Xian that pamphlet. After Yang Xian took it and carefully flipped through a few pages, his complexion changed slightly. This booklet was a formation created by Fatty's ancestor called the Gathering Yin Formation. Cultivating this Yin gathering formation required the absorption of a large amount of Yin Qi, which would eventually be transformed into pure power and condensed in the formation. It was also considered a very strong formation. So you went to capture those ghosts before because you wanted to get this formation? But why were you so afraid of ghosts when you were in Huangjia village? Yang Xian was puzzled. Logically, since this person is a Taoist priest, he shouldn't be afraid of ghosts. However, when he saw those ghosts in Huangjia village, Fatty was so scared that he was shaking uncharacteristically. Cough cough. Fatty scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Xian, I don't want to lie to you either. I only know how to tell fortunes, but if I really want to say that I can't catch ghosts, I really can't. After hearing little Fatty tell the truth, Yang Xian was too lazy to care anymore. Do you mean that there is an extremely large amount of Yin Qi hidden behind that door? And you want to use this formation to transform this Yin Qi into Yang Qi, which will finally be used for you to drive? Fatty raised his head in surprise. Brother Xian, how do you know everything? Yang Xian shook his head. It was all written in that booklet. This fat little man is indeed a nerd. 2. After this, Yang Xian's suspicion of Fatty was also reduced by a lot. Little Fatty was also a smart one, knowing that after he told the truth, Yang Xian had relaxed his guard against him, so he simply started bargaining. Brother Xian, we've known each other for so long, you also know that I have no other skills, only this mouth is powerful. So, in the future, if you encounter any trouble or need help, you can just open your mouth, no matter how difficult it is. I'm obligated to do it, and will absolutely fight to the death to accomplish it. I'll remember your words. Yang Xian nodded in agreement. Little Fatty immediately patted his chest with a joyful smile and gave Yang Xian a guarantee. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you properly in the future. Yang Xian didn't chime in again. The two got on the green train for the return trip, which was uneventful, and did not encounter the previous situation again. Yang Xian closed his eyes and rested his mind, while Fatty fell asleep on the side. After I don't know how long, the train came to a slow stop. Fatty walked to the window and shouted to wake up Yang Xian. Brother Xian, we're at the station. Yang Xian opened his eyes and realized that it had long been dark outside. He rubbed his eyes. So soon? Of course. Little Fatty grinned and pulled Yang Xian's arm. Let's go. Yang Xian looked around and took a random cab to return to his house. Brother Xian, then can I live with you? Fatty rubbed his hands together. The apartment I originally rented. Because of the coma a while ago, the landlord didn't receive the rent and threw out all my stuff. It's okay, but I won't let you live for nothing on my side. The rent will be deducted from your salary. Speaking here, Yang Xian suddenly remembered that they forgot to discuss the matter of wages. If I'm on my side, I'll pay your insurance and give you another $5,000 a month, depending, up to $10,000 if I'm busy. If there's a client, it's a different story. Chapter 58, Seeing Huang Yuhang again. As for a place to stay, I have a room here that's empty, so I'll show you later, and if it's suitable you can stay there for now. Fatty nodded his head, his face full of excitement. Thank you, Brother Xian. Thank you, Brother Xian. Yang Xian waved his hand and told him to go inside first to rest while he went home to wash up and get ready for bed. The next morning, Yang Xian was woken up by Fatty. Brother Xian, I prepared breakfast for you. Little Fatty had gotten up early on purpose, just to prepare breakfast for Yang Xian. Okay, I got it. Yawning, Yang Xian lazily got up from the bed. It was kind of a relief that the demon girl hadn't bothered him for a while. While he was eating, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Fatty walked over to open the door and saw Huang Yuhang standing there. What are you doing here? He hadn't forgotten his experience in Huangjia village the other day. There's definitely something wrong with this Huang Yuhang's father. Hearing Fatty's words, Yang Xian also bit into a bun and walked over, and was just as surprised when he saw Huang Yuhang. I'm done with your side of the opera. What are you doing here looking for me? Huang Yuhang scratched the back of his head in some embarrassment. It's like this, Master Lin. In fact, in addition to Huang Irma's status as my fiancé, she's also the girlfriend I'm talking to. But I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden she was dead, and she was defiled to death. I also asked my father about this matter, but he was unwilling to tell me in any way. Speaking of this, Huang Yuhang's expression became visibly downcast. After meeting you two masters in the village that day, I saw that you looked unusual and guessed that you hadn't seen Irma's ghost, and I wanted to know what had happened. Huang Yuhang's eyes had turned completely red, looked like a good man with a lot of heart. However, Yang Xian always felt that things seemed to be not quite right somewhere, and this Huang Yuhang seemed to have some problems as well. In any case, since the other party was sincerely asking for his help, he went along with it. Okay, as long as you're sure your fiancée is really what you say she is, we'll definitely do our best. Huang Yuhang hurriedly bowed gratefully. Thank you, Master Lin. After having enough to eat and drink, Yang Xian and Fatty left the house and prepared to head to Huangjia village once again. Fatty was a little annoyed. I should have known I wouldn't have come back yesterday. I didn't realize I'd have to take the bus there. The green train is also a full 3-hour ride. It's a toss-up. Yang Xian, however, suddenly noticed something unusual. How did you come to find us? I peeked at my father's chat records. Huang Yuhang was quite a bit embarrassed as he spoke. I didn't dare to do this too blatantly for fear of being discovered by them, so I could only come to you privately and quietly. Fatty bristled. So you're not afraid they'll find out now? No fear, it's not like they'll know anyway. Yang Xian frowned in contemplation for a moment before he slowly spoke. Alright, since you've decided, then follow us on a trip to the Huang clan village tonight. Fatty nodded. Yang Xian gave Huang Yuhang his phone number. You go over there first, and we'll go over there later when we've got some stuff ready, and I'll contact you then. Night falls and the lights come on. Yang Xian and Fatty wandered around the village for half a day before finally choosing to come to a dilapidated ancient temple. Brother Xian, is this the place? Little Fatty looked around and looked at Yang Xian in confusion. Yang Xian ummed. Let's hide and see what happens later. Someone might come. If there's no one, we'll look for another place. After some observation, this is the only place with the heaviest een. Okay, listen to you. Fatty nodded, then hid in the corner, vigilantly watching the surroundings. At this time, the night was getting thicker. Yang Xian leaned under a tree trunk, his eyes closed tightly, listening carefully to the wind and grass around him. I don't know when, but the temperature around me gradually became colder. A chill surged through his heart, causing Yang Xian to open his eyes violently. He turned his head to look, only to see an old man in his 60s walking towards this side. The old man was dressed in black, his face was pale, and his steps were weak and feeble, as if he would fall to the ground at any moment. But even so, the old man still walked in slowly towards the ruins of the ancient temple. This is not the village chief, Fatty exclaimed, almost screaming. because the old man's face was actually extremely similar to the village head Huang Jianren. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Yang Xian immediately covered Fatty's mouth. At the same time a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Although this person looked like Huang Jianren, there were still some differences, such as the black mole on his chin. Huang Yuhang didn't tell himself about this. Yang Xian instantly became suspicious. They came over this time, but they didn't tell Huang Yuhang in advance. Did Huang Yuhang trick him into coming here? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and quietly waited for the old man to come closer. Without a word, the old man walked straight into the middle of the ancient temple before sitting down on his knees. He closed his eyes, pinched his hands together, and recited incantations with a pious look. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. This old man still knew Zuanjutsu? Brother Xian, what's going on? What is this old man doing? Fatty came over and lowered his voice to inquire. He should be chanting a soul-locking spell here. Yang Xian's face was a bit ugly. Where were there any souls in the vicinity? Apart from Huang Dayet and Huang Arya, and the red-clad ghost. But the red-clothed stern ghost had already been caught back by the yellow spring ghost king, and Yang Xian hadn't had time to deal with it yet, and it was currently still sitting in the rental house. Fatty's eyes widened. What? Soul-locking curse? His voice was not too loud or too small, and the old man seemed to have sensed something, opening his eyes and sweeping a glance in the direction where the two of them were, scaring him into hurried silence. Even so, the old man got up and came over to check it out. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and called out the system. Give me 2 invisibility charms. Good host, 2,000 points of merit value have been collected. Getting the invisibility talisman, Yang Xian held back the urge to curse in his heart. Originally, the merit value was not much, but I did not expect that because of this movement of Fatty. It also alarmed people. If they didn't use the invisibility talisman, they would definitely be exposed. Fatty, in a moment you stand still and don't move. After saying that, Yang Xian handed the talisman inside his hand to Fatty. Fatty received the invisibility talisman with a puzzled face. What am I going to do? Don't ask. Just keep quiet. Yang Xian patted his shoulder. As long as you don't make strange noises, we'll be fine. The old man quickly came to the duo's side. Fatty was trembling with fear, but in a short while, he realized that the old man acted as if he hadn't noticed the two of them. After searching and finding no one, the old man left the area in a hurry. Chapter 59. Perhaps it was because the commotion just now made him suspect that there might be someone in the neighborhood, and he didn't dare to continue his previous movements. That's what relieved Fatty. And at the same time, Yang Xian had quietly walked out from his hiding place. This should be the Huang family village. The ancestral tomb of the Huang family village is here. Yang Xian pointed to the hill not far away and said, this place is extremely heavy with yin qi. I'm afraid that the dead of the Huang clan village were buried in this neighborhood. Since that old man has already left, we might as well consider changing places. Yang Xian nodded, then brought Fatty around to another direction. Brother Xian, where are we going? Fatty couldn't help but ask. Huangjia village is a place where villagers gather, and there are a few houses here. We can go over there first, then take advantage of the dead of night to climb over the wall and enter the rooms, looking for any clues, especially those 3 men from yesterday. The village headman's house is not too daring for the time being. Maybe they are also alerted. There was only time for this evening, and tomorrow they were to meet with Huang Yuhang as promised. Oh, yeah, it dawned on Fatty. What they needed most now was to confirm whether there were any clues in the Huang's village or not. So the 2 men took advantage of the night and flew to the east of the village. Yang Xian had a very good memory, and he breezed to a compound. It was an ordinary farmer's compound. There was nothing special about it, and it didn't look any different. Brother Xian, are you really not mistaken? Fatty asked suspiciously. This village didn't look normal in any way. I have a good memory. I definitely won't misremember. Yang Xian said with certainty, but I always feel that something is staring at us. Fatty gulped and said with some trepidation. There is? How come I didn't notice it? Yang Xian put on an unnoticed expression before lifting his feet and walking inside. Seeing this, Fatty hurriedly followed. The courtyard door was not locked and the 2 men pushed their way in. The courtyard was empty. Nothing. But Fatty still felt a chill down his spine. Brother Xian, why do I suddenly feel that this village is so oozy? Little Fatty trembled. I'm scared. I don't dare to stay here. Yang Xian frowned as he turned his head to look at the room next to him. Fatty, you go back first. I'll wander around again. Yang Xian decided to act alone after pondering for a moment. After all, with the invisibility talisman in his body, even if he did encounter any accidents, he wouldn't be caught with his hands tied. Well, then you pay attention to safety. Little Fatty was slightly relieved when he heard Yang Xian's words. You mustn't go far. Fatty droned on before slowly backing away, and shortly after little Fatty left, Yang Xian suddenly felt a hint of a chilly intent coming on. A cold, bone-piercing chill instantly spread throughout his body, and Yang Xian couldn't help but shiver. Who? Yang Xian turned his head violently. A breeze rustled the leaves. Other than that, the whole village was terribly silent. Machete little ghost head, come out. Yang Xian was also a bit terrified, so he summoned his ghost servant Machete Kid Head to accompany him. Although he didn't know how strong this machete brat was, Yang Xian was more at ease with its company. Yang Xian was slightly more bold as he scanned around and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Could it really be that I'm overthinking this? Yang Xian shook his head and expelled the distracting thoughts from his mind. With that, he locked his eyes on a wooden window. Yang Xian walked straight up, then took out a yellow talisman paper from his coat pocket, pasted it on the wooden window, and burned it off with the fire folders. After doing these things, Yang Xian quietly pulled the wooden window shut and returned to the courtyard again. This time he didn't leave immediately, but waited for the moment to come. The night was getting darker and the village was quiet. Suddenly, in the moonlight, a blurry black shadow appeared, as if something was slowly approaching. Yang Xian held his breath and stared at the black shadow. The black shadow gradually turned into the appearance of a girl. She stood in place for a long time hesitantly, and finally took a step and walked towards Yang Xian. Are you Huang Irma? Yang Xian wrinkled his eyebrows. This ghost looked quite similar to Huang Daya. The woman's indifferent voice came. You died unjustly? Yang Xian asked. Sort of. The woman lowered her head, her voice slightly sad. Do you want to take revenge? Yang Xian asked. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I can promise to let you reincarnate. Huang Irma sniffed and raised her head, her face showing a miserable smile. I'm already like this. Can I still be reincarnated? Yang Xian was silent. This Huang Irma was indeed quite miserable. Her soul was severely traumatized, and there was no way for her to be reincarnated unless someone transcended her. Actually, I should have died a long time ago. My sister was only abused to death in order to protect me. I hate it. I resent it. I hate the cruelty of this world towards the weak. I hate those who are heartless and bully women. I hate why I myself am alive. Huang Irma's tears slid down, her face full of pain. It's a pain that perhaps only she can experience. I'll give you an incense stick of time to tell me what you know. Yang Xian pursed his lips. I can help you realize your wish. Really? Huang Irma's eyes suddenly glowed with hope when she heard this. Aha! Yang Xian nodded, signaling her to continue. I want to kill Huang Yuhang. Huang Irma gritted her teeth and said, it was Huang Yuhang and his fox friend who raped me and my sister. And in the end, afraid that we'd call the police, they even killed to silence us. Yang Xian frowned. The beginning and end of this matter was more or less what he had guessed. I'm too weak to move right now. Can you help me? Huang Irma looked at Yang Xian expectantly. All this, thanks to Huang Yuhang. She hated this beast. Okay, I promise you. Yang Xian didn't refuse because this was also her wish. Huang Yuhang killed 2 people, so he must pay the price too. Thank you. Huang Irma bowed deeply. Hurry up and tell me everything you know. Huang Irma wiped the tears from her face and calmed her excitement. She organized her words and began to pontificate. That night, my sister and I were getting ready for bed, but I had just laid down when Huang Yuhang barged in, and with his group of fox friends, he humiliated me in front of my sister, and in the end, he took my virginity. Huang Irma gritted her teeth in hatred. In order to protect me, my sister was hard knocked off her legs by those people and fell unconscious. Huang Irma closed her eyes and tried to suppress her anger. Then Huang Yuhua threw my sister into the ravine, and even a corpse couldn't even find it back. I was a little bit lucky, and the body was found. Speaking of this, Huang Irma was already sobbing uncontrollably. Her body trembled lightly and shivered. Chapter 60, Revenge. Hearing this, Yang Xian clenched his fists, his nails involuntarily embedded in his palms. This Huang Yuhang, too vicious, simply worse than a beast. I'm going to kill him. Huang Irma opened her reddened eyes and roared with incomparable anger. I'm going to break him into pieces. Huang Irma's words were filled with monstrous anger, as if she wanted to burn out the sky. Don't be in a hurry to shout and kill first. Listen to me carefully. I will help you take revenge. Yang Xian pacified. As for how to do it, I will think of a way. The most crucial thing for you now is to nurture your energy and strive to regain a little bit of strength so that you can take better revenge. Huang Irma nodded, then sat down on her knees, adjusting her breathing and slowly stabilizing her emotions. Yang Xian followed suit and sat down, quietly standing guard. Time passed, and soon the middle of the night had passed and dawn was approaching. What's your name, little brother? Huang Irma's breath finally calmed down as she raised her head to look at Yang Xian. Yang Xian froze slightly for a moment, then replied, Yang Xian. Yang Xian? Huang Irma murmured. That name is so familiar. You know me? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. I seem to have seen you. Huang Irma pondered for a while and shook her head. I don't remember. It always feels like I've seen you before, but I can't recall exactly. Yang Xian rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Could it be that he was easy to attract attention because he was handsome? Yang Xian, I don't have the strength to cast a spell right now, so I'm afraid you can't help me today. I'll contact you again when I've recuperated. Huang Irma sighed. Alas, my current soul state is just too weak. There's no way for me to fully gather power. Yang Xian's heart was clear. Although this Huang Irma's soul was damaged, it had not dissipated, which was why it was able to support it until now. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Thanks a lot. Huang Irma once again bowed at Yang Xian and then fell into a deep sleep. Yang Xian saw that she had fallen asleep and also quietly left. On the next day, Yang Xian woke up at dawn, and as he looked at the gradually whitening sky outside, a ghostly cold aura crossed the bottom of his eyes. The information provided by Huang Irma last night was not much, merely letting Yang Xian know the general situation. The Huang family's power in this village cannot be underestimated. Huang Yuhang is the only child of the Huang family, naturally precious. Yang Xian wanted to move him. It would take a bit of effort and there was a certain amount of danger. However, Yang Xian was not afraid of any difficulties, and even if there were thorns ahead, he remained righteous. Since he had decided to help Huang Irma to avenge her hatred, Yang Xian began to secretly observe Huang Yuhang. As expected, Huang Yuhang sneaked away early in the morning, not knowing where to fool around. Huang Yuhang's fox and dog friends would go to the town to gamble every day, and today happened to be Friday, so they went out in style again. Yang Xian took the opportunity to sneak into the Huang family. The Huang family's courtyard wall was so high that it was difficult for ordinary people to climb in, but for Yang Xian, it was a piece of cake. Yang Xian pulled out a few talismans from his pocket and recited the incantation. The talismans immediately turned into a golden light and flew in. The door of the Huang family's room was hidden. Yang Xian pushed it open and walked straight towards the house. The interior of the house was simply furnished with an 8 centimeters table, 2 chairs and a bed, and nothing else. There was a woman lying on the bed. It was Huang Yuhang's mother. Her eyes were tightly closed. Her face was pale. Her body was stiff, obviously dead for a long time. Yang Xian frowned and walked over to the bed, reaching out to put his hand on her pulse, and a moment later, his eyes snapped wide open. Surprisingly, has been dead for more than 3 days? Yang Xian's expression became grave. This matter was beyond his expectations. Yang Xian originally only thought that Huang Irma was killed because she was defiled by Huang Yuhang, but now it seems that there is something else going on. This Huang Yuhang's guts are really fat. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth sketched out a mocking smile. Even daring to kill his own old lady? This incident is no accident. It should be a murder without a doubt. Yang Xian glanced at the corpse on the bed. His eyes flashed with a strange luster. Then he turned around and went out, ready to continue tracking Huang Yuhang. System, is it possible to summon a deity from hell to possess me? Yang Xian inquired. Ding. Host, please wait. Successfully summoned one judge. Possession requires spending 5,000 merit values. Is the host sure he wants to summon? Yang Xian let out a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Okay, possession successful. Along with the fall of the voice, a cold and piercing breath drilled into Yang Xian's body, and Yang Xian couldn't help but shudder. In the next second, an image suddenly appeared in Yang Xian's mind. The black and white irregulars, the ox-headed horseface, escorting countless prisoners returning from the netherworld. The vast procession is enough to stun the world. Yang Xian held back his excitement and forced himself to calm down as he slowly closed his eyes and summoned the black and white irregulars to give him a helping hand. Soon, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and 2 blurred figures appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Xian. One wore a white robe and the other wore a black robe, and both of them carried long swords in a valiant manner. Greetings, Judge, the 2 men said in unison. Be excused. Yang Xian waved his hand. There's been a murder here. You 2 check on this person's lifespan. As you wish. The 2 men saluted and then divided up their duties, each busy in their own way. With about 10 years of life left, the cause of death was end of life. The 2 men paused for a moment, then continued. Rang, now dead at the hands of his own son, the fatal wound being a stab to the chest. Yang Xian fell into silence after hearing this. Over the years, what illegal and disorderly things has the Huang family done? A moment later, Yang Xian opened his mouth and asked. White Impermanence shook his head. They were just people from the hell. They only cared about ghosts. The rest of the things had nothing to do with them, so they weren't sure. Aha! Yang Xian nodded. Yang Xian planned to find a time to meet Huang Yuhang. After all, Huang Yuhang was not in the village right now. After the black and white irregulars left, the judge's possession was lifted. Yang Xian turned his gaze to the woman on the bed, his eyes slightly austere. The cause of this woman's death was related to Huang Yuhang. and now her soul has been separated from her physical body and is nowhere to be found. Worthy of being the judge of hell. Yang Xian sighed with emotion, to have such a heaven-defying skill. However, this state wouldn't last long. It was estimated that in half a pillar of incense at most, the judge would return to his original state and retreat back to hell. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Xian heard noisy footsteps coming from outside, and there were many people running this way, so he hurriedly hid in the grass next to him. A few moments later, a group of people poured in, led by none other than Huang Yuhang, and Huang Yuhang's father, the village chief. Behind them were some other people from the village. As soon as they entered the door, they began to chatter and discuss the death of Huang Yuhang's mother, noisily disturbing the entire courtyard. Chapter 61, False Accusations. At this point, the village chief couldn't help but shout angrily, "Shut up, all of you!" The crowd was instantly silenced, and no one dared to say anything. "Wife, how did you die?" The village chief sighed and walked over to the woman, gently holding her hand with tears in his eyes. "Wifey, we've suffered you." The village chief choked and said, "Don't worry, I will do it for you." "Father, what do you think is going on with my mother? It couldn't be that what's his name shadowy playwright that came to the village a few days ago that's causing the trouble." Huang Yuhang deliberately led the others to think in this direction, trying to create public pressure to get Yang Xian punished. Sure enough, the villagers nodded their heads in agreement with Huang's words. "That's right, it must be that Lin guy who did this. He must have used evil magic to harm my sister-in-law. I've told you before, that Lin surname is certainly no good. Not only did he kill brother Yuhang's daughter-in-law, but he also dared to come to the village to cause trouble. Too arrogant. We definitely can't let him off easily this time." The crowd was talking, all of them pointing their spearheads at Yang Xian. Huang Yuhang stood behind the crowd with a look of resentment in his eyes as he snorted coldly. "As long as that surname Lin dares to come to our village again, I'll ask someone to get him killed." Hearing these words, the eyes of the crowd lit up, as if they saw the hope of revenge. Yang Xian hid in a tree, listening to Huang Yuhang's words, but a trace of disgust rose in his heart. Huang Yuhang even wanted to take advantage of his absence to make up such a story about himself with someone else. It was simply despicable to the extreme. Since that's the case, I'll collect a little bit of interest first. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a sly arc. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, Yang Xian noticed a crooked neck tree not far away, hung with a strip of red rope, and a copper coin was strung on the end of each red rope. So it is. The curve of Yang Xian's mouth became even more intense. When night fell and moonlight poured over the land, Huang Yuhang and the others gathered at the outskirts of the village, quietly waiting for Yang Xian's arrival. "Xiao Hang, when will that little one come?" the village chief asked on his crutches. "Father, don't be anxious, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. After all, there are so many of us. I don't believe we can't get him killed." Huang Yuhang laughed with a hideous face. "The mountains are extraordinarily dark at night, and you can't see your fingers." Yang Xian quietly lurked on a boulder outside the village. He took out a candle and lit it. The flame jumped. "Huang Yuhang, I'd like to see what tricks you want to play," Yang Xian whispered to himself. Although Yang Xian wasn't sure exactly what was going on, he vaguely guessed that Huang Yuhang seemed to want to use the villager's hands to kill himself. Yang Xian stuck the candle in the soil and waited quietly. Squeak dash. A battered old truck pulled into the village. Yang Xian pushed open the door and got out of the car while a man sat in the driver's seat of the truck. The man had a beard and a fierce look. He was dressed in rough linen. He was stout, and he carried a chopping axe at his waist. "Master Lin, you're finally here." Seeing Yang Xian, Huang Yuhang greeted him. "I'm coming." Yang Xian responded. "Didn't you say you had something to find me? What is it? Your fiancé's matter?" Huang Yuhang's face changed several times when he heard this. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. "Master Lin, please come inside and talk." "It's okay." Yang Xian lifted his foot to follow. Soon, the three came to the house. "Master Lin, I still need to trouble you for help in this matter," Huang Yuhang said as he opened the door. "Oh, what is it?" Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. "My mother has also passed away. I would like to ask you to do some supernatural work for my mother," Huang Yuhang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Yang Xian instantly understood. It's an attempt to bring himself down and then use the knife to kill him. "This matter isn't difficult to do. I can override your hall at any time." Yang Xian nodded his head in agreement. "Thank you, Master Lin. On behalf of our family, I'll toast you first," Huang Yuhang said as he raised a bowl of wine on the table. Yang Xian glanced at it and then drank the wine in the bowl. "Master Lin, do you think it's time to transcend now?" Huang Yuhang asked urgently. "Aha!" Yang Xian indifferently responded, then took out his peachwood sword and recited the incantation. A moment later, a faint green aura emanated from the mahogany sword. Yang Xian snapped his eyes open. His right hand grasped in the air, and a ball of violet flame was cupped in his hand. Immediately afterward, Yang Xian threw the violet flame in his hand and landed on the corpse of Huang Yuhang's mother. In a flash, the violet flame blazed up, transforming into a huge fireball that wrapped around Huang Yuhang's mother. Huang Yuhang's eyes widened in surprise. He had never expected Yang Xian to actually be able to manipulate flames. Yang Xian didn't pay attention to Huang Yuhang's shocked gaze as he sat cross-legged next to Huang Yuhang's mother's corpse and pinched his hands to seal. At the same time, Yang Xian pinched an odd spell with his left hand and waved his mahogany sword with his right hand. Only the purple flame grew more and more prevalent, and the temperature increased, finally completely incinerating Huang Yuhang's mother's corpse. "Mom!" Huang Yuhang yelled tearfully, falling to his knees and bawling. When the other villagers and others saw this, they were beyond indignant. This little man doesn't even spare a dead man. Where is he coming to overpower the dead? He's obviously here to cause trouble. If we don't teach him a lesson today, it'll be hard to resolve the hatred in our hearts. The villagers were furious and rolled up their sleeves, ready to rush up and beat them up. Slow down. Huang Yuhang suddenly stopped the crowd. "Xiao Hang, why are you stopping us? This kind of asshole must be given some serious attention." A woman cursed in exasperation. "Yeah, there are so many of us. What are we afraid of him for? I know you're worried about the repercussions of your mother's death, but this little man is abominable, and we must give him credit." Huang Yuhang frowned slightly and mused. "Uncles, you don't know that this Yang Xian is also a feng shui master." "Feng shui master?" The crowd was stunned. Huang Yuhang continued. "It is said that this Yang Xian knows a lot of strange and weird things. I worry about it. What are you afraid of? If he dares to play any tricks, I'll break both his legs with a stick," a burly man said with a pat on his chest. Huang Yuhang shook his head. Seeing Yang Xian's hand just now, he temporarily changed his mind. Yang Xian's instincts are very powerful. I advise all the uncles not to act rashly. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Xiao Hang has a point. This Yang Xian is indeed very powerful. I'm afraid it won't be easy if we annoy him. Another villager concurred. Humph. So what if he's even more powerful? He's just an ordinary person after all. Could it be that so many of us can't deal with him? The previous burly man said with a sense of concern. Chapter 62, Troubleshooting. Xiao Hang, aren't you worrying too much? No matter how powerful Yang Xian is, he's still a mortal. Can he still turn over a flower? Another villager said. Right. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? In my opinion, let's just smash his head with a hoe and shovel and save him from wreaking havoc. The crowd spoke with a variety of voices, all in favor of these proposals. Huang Yuhang frowned. He felt that he had still underestimated Yang Xian's ability. That's just it. Since all the uncles are adamant about this, I won't try to persuade you more. Huang Yuhang sighed. However, I hope that all the uncles will remember my warning and not hurt the innocent. Ha ha, don't worry about this. We're not stupid. We won't make a scene. Right. We just want to scare Yang Xian. The crowd agreed with laughter. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Yang Xian walk out. It's already over. Is there anything else? This. Huang Yuhang was at a loss for words, not knowing how to reply. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Yang Xian said in a cold voice, turned around and left. Huang Yuhang opened his mouth, but never shouted. Yang Xian, stop. At this time, the village chief suddenly opened his mouth and called out. Yang Xian stopped and turned his head to look at him. I see that my daughter-in-law's death has something to do with you. The village chief nonchalantly followed their original plan and said, You killed my daughter-in-law. That's right, he killed him. Yang Xian, hurry up and give us a clear explanation, or we definitely won't spare you. When the villagers heard this, they gathered towards Yang Xian and surrounded him. Yang Xian's face was gloomy. He had long guessed that the village chief and the others must be unsettled. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Yang Xian asked rhetorically. If so, you'll come with me to the station immediately to take a statement. The village chief gritted his teeth and stared at Yang Xian as if he wanted to eat him. What if it's not? Yang Xian asked again. If you don't admit it, you won't be able to walk out of here today. The village chief shouted angrily. How dare you? Yang Xian stared at the village chief with an icy gaze. What wouldn't I dare? The village chief looked at Yang Xian angrily. You killed my daughter-in-law. Today I must make you pay for her life. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers clamored. Take him away. Yes, escort him back first. Several men immediately picked up shovels, pickaxes and other tools toward Yang Xian. Yang Xian sneered twice. You think you guys can do anything about me? You killed my wife. Even if I have to fight for my life today, I will avenge her death. The village chief said righteously. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the village chief was really trying to put him to death without any concern at all. These villagers were the same. with fierce and brutal eyes. Yang Xian looked at Huang Yuhang again, and saw that he had a look of unconcern. Obviously he supported the village head in doing so. It seems that they are joining forces to put on a show for themselves. Yang Xian smiled contemptuously. Fine, you guys win. But, do you think that you can trap me like this? You. Huang Yuhang's face changed violently. What do you mean? That's what I mean. Get the hell out of here. Yang Xian said word for word. In an instant, the crowd's expressions froze as they stared at Yang Xian in shock. Yang Xian actually told them to roll. It's simply arrogant. Huang Yuhang was even more furious, pointing at Yang Xian's nose and cursing. Yang Xian, you're too arrogant. I'm warning you, if you know what's good for you, you'll behave yourself. Otherwise, before Huang Yuhang finished his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Xian's cold voice, or else what? You'll regret it. Huang Yuhang gritted his teeth. You can try it now. I'd like to know how I'll regret it. Yang Xian said indifferently. Well, in that case, I'll fulfill you. Huang Yuhang said as he pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Not long after, several cars drove into the mountain village. More than 20 strong men fishtailed and quickly rushed into the house. These men wore black undershirts, their muscles bulging, and it was obvious at first glance that they were immensely powerful, and they exuded an aura of danger. The villagers were suddenly excited. It's Captain Wang coming. Hey, let's see what he does to this kid. This kid still wants to escape. It's simply delusional. The crowd gloated. Yang Xian swept around and finally landed on the leader. He remembered that this guy was the burly guy who was with Huang Yuhang before. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. Sure enough, these idiots are just trying to set him up. Captain Wan walked over to Huang Yuhang. Yuhang, who moved sister-in-law? Him. Huang Yuhang pointed at Yang Xian. Oh, Captain Wang looked along, his gaze instantly becoming sharp. That's him. Huang Yuhang gritted his teeth. Yang Xian didn't say anything and just quietly looked at Captain Wang. A flash of coldness flashed under Captain Wang's eyes, then he took a step towards Yang Xian. Brother, you're quite bold. Even dare to touch our people. Looking for death? Captain Wang sneered. Which one of you? Yang Xian asked indifferently. My last name is Wang. Captain Wang said with a smile. King? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. You do look more like the old king next doors. What did you say? Captain Wang showed a fierce face and said viciously. You're damn tired of living, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll kill you? Yang Xian shook his head. Don't believe it. Nima. Captain Wang was furious and lifted his leg towards Yang Xian to kick him. Yang Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold and directly summoned the machete brat to meet the attack. Clang! An ear-splitting metallic clash came. The others couldn't see the machete kid head and thought it was Yang Xian who did something. In the next second, a line of blood splattered open, and Captain Wang screamed miserably as he covered his right leg and fell back several steps, his face full of pain. Captain Wang! Everyone's faces changed and they rushed forward to support him. Waste! Huang Yuhang roared in incomparable anger. What are you for? Can't even solve a brat. Yuhang, there's something odd about this kid. Captain Wang endured the intense pain and said, he's very powerful, not an ordinary person. Awesome? Huang Yuhang looked mocking. I think he's just pretending. Captain Wang, don't be afraid. Brothers together. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape death today. Yeah, I can't believe what else he can turn up. The others chimed in. With so many of them together, could they still lose to a brat? All of you back off. Leave this kid to me. Captain Wang waved his hand, signaling the crowd to back off. But, Chapter 63, Justice. Don't worry, I can handle it. Alright then, take care of yourself then. Huang Yuhang instructed. Afterwards, the rest of them retreated to the side and waited for Captain Wang to clean up Yang Xian. Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently. Captain Wang stared at Yang Xian and smiled sinisterly. As long as you're willing to confess to the crime, I'll make sure that you won't suffer any physical pain. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth rose slightly as he smiled contemptuously. Just buy you guys? Humph. Captain Wang snorted coldly. Don't forget, you are isolated. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian sneered. Who told you that I'm only one person? Just because they can't see the ghost beside them doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Hearing Yang Xian's words, Captain Wang couldn't help but frown. Are you scared, silly? You still want to stall for time in this situation? Yang Xian didn't bother to pay attention to him, looked down at the ghosts and said in a deep voice, capture them, no need to show mercy. Yes, master, the 2 ghosts said in unison, then turned into a wisp of green smoke that floated out and disappeared. Immediately afterward, a mournful and miserable howl resounded throughout the entire courtyard. Only to see the crowd, which had been ferocious just a moment ago, suddenly clutching their heads and frantically rolling on the ground. This What is this thing? Captain Wang's pupils shrunk violently, and a strong color of fear appeared on his face. They couldn't see the ghosts at all, so they were powerless to resist and could only be slaughtered. You Hang, save me, Captain Wang pleaded. This kid is too evil. He even has such a contraption around him. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Huang Yuhang was also stunned, his legs trembling. Bang! The house suddenly collapsed, dust filled the air, and the scene was chaotic. At this moment, Huang Yuhang stood in the center of the ruins, looking at Yang Xian with a dull expression. Yang Xian kept calling out to the system, "Can you show them these two ghosts?" Of course, the system responded. Yang Xian then felt a force sweeping in from all around, wrapping around everyone. In the next second, Huang Yuhang and the others suddenly started screaming, "Help! There's a ghost!" The Yellow Springs Ghost King wandered back and forth in front of several people, his teeth and claws open, seemingly ready to pounce and kill, frightening the crowd to keep ducking into the corners. Yang Xian sneered, "What? Are you afraid of this?" No, you've misunderstood. This is absolutely not true." Huang Yuhang desperately shook his head. "Everyone run." He turned to run, but he didn't want to step on his feet and fall into the dirt. "Ah!" Huang Yuhang screamed out, and his face was suddenly covered in filthy dirt. "What the hell are you yelling for?" Captain Wang cursed angrily. I stepped on a rock." Huang Yuhang wailed, unable to cry. "Step on it, my ass. Hurry up and get lost with me." Captain Wang cursed. This Huang Yuhang usually although arrogant and domineering some, but the key time is still reliable. I do not know why this time is so stupid. Huang Yuhang gritted his teeth, climbed up, and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. *******. What are you waiting for? Go! Captain Wang yelled at the top of his voice. The rest of the crowd woke up as if in a dream and scrambled off into the distance. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Ah! A mournful and extremely miserable scream rang out one after another. It turned out that the Yellow Springs Ghost King chased after a group of people and tied them up as much as he could. After doing so, Yang Xian looked at them in a good manner. "So, how exactly did Huang Irma die? Is there anyone who can tell me?" Yang Xian slowly hooked his lips. I. Huang Yuhang swallowed, his eyes flickering from side to side, clearly lacking in bottom air. How dare he tell the truth? Isn't he tired of living? Ha! Not saying yes? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Machete kid head, give him some color. Just don't get anyone killed. Huang Yuhang's body shook violently, his eyes widening in horror. You actually. Oh, whoa. Before he could say anything, he saw the machete brat appear out of thin air and head straight for him. No! Accompanied by a heartbreaking scream, Huang Yuhang was instantly sucked into the black mist. Immediately afterward, he opened his eyes again and was back in the same place. ********. I'm actually fine? Huang Yuhang touched his neck and couldn't help but feel relieved when he realized that there was no blood. How exactly did Huang Irma die? Speak, if you don't I'll turn all of you into ghosts. Yang Xian's icy voice suddenly came out, as if it was a life-altering charm. Huang Yuhang's body trembled, his face as pale as paper. Don't come over. I'll say it. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth curled slightly as he quietly waited for the answer. A moment later, Huang Yuhang replied warily. Huang Irma was killed by me, but I was also careless. How did I know she was so timid? At those words, Yang Xian's eyes half narrowed dangerously. Are you sure? But as far as I know, wasn't Huang Irma gang raped to death by people you led? And her sister too. Yang Xian suddenly pulled up his volume. He also didn't know what this Huang Yuhang thought. Clearly Huang Irma was his fiancée, but instead of marrying her, he joined with outsiders to bully her. It's amazing that there are such vicious men in this world. As expected, Huang Yuhang's face became even more unsightly after hearing these words, his eyes flickering. Huang Yuhang. Yang Xian's gaze steepened, his tone chilling and piercing. I was wrong. I killed him, but I didn't do it on purpose. Huang Yuhang hastily changed his words. Humph. Since you admit it, go accompany her. Yang Xian indifferently said. What? Huang Yuhang yelled in panic. Don't. Yang Xian. You can't do this. Why can't I? Yang Xian sneered. You and Captain Wang teamed up to bully her sister. Shouldn't you be punished? I. Huang Yuhang was dumbfounded. Don't worry. I won't kill you. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth hung in a bizarre arc. Huang Yuhang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say something grateful when he felt his body suddenly turn cold. He lowered his head and found a white, slender hand grasping at his throat, followed by a feeling of the sky spinning and eventually falling into infinite darkness. Huang Yuhang fainted, while the rest of them remained in the screaming position, trembling violently as if they had seen a ghost. This is the price for being evil. Yang Xian smiled contemptuously and lifted his steps to leave. Hey! Yang Xian, where are you going? Captain Wang hurriedly chased after him. You guys keep playing here, I'm going to the police station first. Huang Yuhua was now being dragged into a nightmare by Huang Irma, which was a lesson for him, but the real punishment is still to be meted out by the police. Little Fatty panted and came to Yang Xian's side. I finally found you. You ran too fast. Just now. Yang Xian's speed was faster than a rabbit's, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared within his field of vision. Well, I'm going to the police station. Yang Xian patted his shoulder. Chapter 64, joining the special engineering section. Oh, then I'll send you there. Little Fatty had already consciously assumed the role of Yang Xian's assistant and said respectfully. The two had an unimpeded journey and soon arrived at the police station. Ha, isn't this Yang Xian? The policeman on duty in the gatehouse recognized Yang Xian. Yes, I came to call the police. Yang Xian told the police the complete story of the Huang's village. Before he came, he also made a point of contacting Du Qing. The case in Huangjia village is at the disposal of your police. Remember to check it out. Yang Xian reminded. The policeman on duty nodded and then called his colleagues to come over immediately. Yang Xian and Fatty left the police station, and Fatty asked, by the way, Brother Lin, why did you suddenly think of calling the police? Did something happen? Yang Xian was silent for a moment. Huang Yuhang killed Huang Irma. I want him to pay for his life. Little Fatty immediately revealed a stunned expression. What? Huang Yuhang killed Huang Irma? Yes. Yang Xian replied affirmatively. Fatty was stunned. His mouth opened for a long time without uttering a word, and only after a long time did he murmur, that Huang Yuhang is really heartless enough. Yang Xian nodded his head deeply. By the time the two returned to the residential area, the sky was completely dark, and the moon was creeping out of the dark clouds with a pale blue ethereal sheen. From a long distance away, Yang Xian saw Du Qing. Du Qing was dressed in black and stood by the courtyard wall smoking a cigarette, with a few cigarette butts scattered at his feet. His face looked gloomy, as if he had encountered something troublesome. Yang Xian, Du Qing briefly greeted, then frowned at Fatty. Why are you here? He hadn't forgotten about Fatty stealing their evil fiend spirit pill. What happened before was all a misunderstanding. I also have a bitter reason. Little Fatty scratched his ears anxiously. Ha! Du Qing snorted. What a line about having bitter feelings. Fatty's face was tangled, not knowing how to explain. Yang Xian patted Fatty's shoulder, then walked over to Du Qing. Section Chief Du, let's take a step to talk. Du Qing raised his eyebrows and said suspiciously, what for? I don't have anything to talk to you about other than joining our special engineering section. I came here today to talk to you about this matter. Yang Xian looked serious. He thought long and hard about it and finally made the decision. For one thing, with the help of the special engineering section, one could cut down on a lot of trouble. The second is that there are some things you can't accomplish on your own. Let's take this Huang Irma thing for example. Now we must quickly let the police side to find out the truth, and give Huang Irma girls an explanation, so that they can send them to reincarnation. If not, these two will always be a lonely ghost. Yang Xian was not a kind person, but in the case of the two Huang Irma sisters, he inexplicably had compassion. Oh, you want to join our special engineering section? Du Qing was a bit surprised. He originally thought that Yang Xian would refuse. After all, Yang Xian had refused countless times before, and this time he suddenly took the initiative to ask to join, which did surprise him. Yes, I'm willing to join your special engineering section and will fully cooperate with you in investigating the case in Huang's village. Yang Xian's attitude was firm, without the slightest hesitation. He knew that once Du Qing and the others accepted him in, they were accepting him as a person. And once one joins the special engineering section, one is giving one's back to every one of one's fellow officers in the special engineering section. Therefore, he had to think it over carefully, lest he get into trouble in the future. Are you sure? Du Qing narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Yang Xian with a burning gaze. They had been coveting Yang Xian for a long time. Although Yang Xian is young, his potential is very high. He is a diamond in the rough, and they have long wanted to cultivate him properly. Well, I'm pretty sure. Du Qing nodded. Good. Since you've thought it through, let's talk about the conditions. What conditions? Yang Xian asked. It's simple. Just need you to do a few things for us after you join our special engineering section. Du Qing laughed. Run a couple errands? What exactly? Yang Xian asked again. Du Qing pondered slightly for a moment and slowly spat out a sentence. Carry out the mission for us. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. What mission? Du Qing shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Yang Xian was a bit speechless. These people were trying to whore themselves out for nothing. But you're not losing out, so you might as well give it a try and maybe have a novel experience if you're just sitting around anyway. Okay, no problem. Ha 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 ha. Painful. Du Qing was overjoyed and took out his cell phone on the spot. Dialing a phone number. Xiao Wu. Immediately arrange an office for Yang Xian to go in and work. Section Chief do. Although I agreed to join, I don't have time to go to work during the week. I can only make it when I'm on a mission. Yang Xian hurriedly opened his mouth to remind. Du Cheng waved his hand and said with a disinterested face, "Don't worry. Our special engineering section is extremely specialized. Even if you're usually not available, you can occasionally rotate to take a break. It's just that we have to work hard for you to run errands." Hearing Du Qing's words, Yang Xian was finally relieved. He didn't want to be tied to a chair and not be able to go anywhere. "I won't go over there first. I'll leave the matter of the Huang family village to you guys." Yang Xian didn't forget the business. Huang Deya and Huang area can both still be waiting. Du Qing nodded. "Well, you go, leave this side of things to us. Just don't worry." Only then did Yang Xian turn around and leave. Looking at Yang Xian's departing back, Du Qing's eyes flashed with an excited essence. Yang Xian and Fatty came to the inn, and after working all night, they could finally rest. "Now we're just waiting to appease Huang Deya and Huang area and send them to their reincarnation." Fatty looked at Yang Xian, hesitated for a long time or opened his mouth. "Brother Xian, can I officially be your assistant?" "Assistant?" Yang Xian froze. He had never thought that he would be short of assistants, let alone such a big one. "Aha." Fatty nodded, his tone serious. "I promise, I'll be able to fulfill your assistant position." Yang Xian touched his nose. "Then do you think I look like someone who lacks an assistant?" "Not like, but I do want to follow you, no matter what. Before I was possessed by an evil spirit, it was also you who saved me." Little Fatty lowered his head, with a look of aggrieved blah blah blah. "I understand." Yang Xian let out a light sigh, then nodded. "All right, but the ugly words can be said in advance. It's fine for you to follow me, but you absolutely can't make any trouble. Otherwise I'll definitely kick you out." Fatty jerked his head up in surprise. "Brother Xian, you promised?" "Nonsense." Yang Xian glared at Fatty. "Yay." Little Fatty cheered and fell into Yang Xian's arms at once, almost crying with excitement. "Hey you kid, get the hell away from me and don't touch the old man." Yang Xian disgustedly pushed Fatty away, then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep with his eyes closed. Chapter 65 Grief. Seeing this, little Fatty didn't dare to continue pestering Yang Xian. Early the next morning, the two men were just about to leave the house when they realized that two eyewitnesses had come to the inn. One of them was dressed in a suit and had a handsome face, the look of a successful man. The other person was a woman, a plain dress, with soft features, looking gentle and virtuous, like a little neighbor's daughter-in-law. Yang Xian's expression was slightly stunned when he saw the two of them, and a deep, cold aura flashed across the bottom of his eyes, but he recovered in just an instant. The four just brushed past each other, none of them noticing each other. Huangjia Village, the head of the village. The village chief sat on his knees on a stone bench, not saying a word, his eyes staring blankly ahead, as if he had lost his soul. His whole person was mute and frightening. Huang Yuhang's face was iron blue, lying on the ground, not moving, and not knowing whether he was dead or alive. The surrounding area was a mess, with all sorts of debris scattered on the ground and bloodstains that were shocking to the eye. Alas, what kind of sins did this Huangjia village create, that this kind of tragedy would actually happen? That's right, last night I passed by here in the middle of the night, and I heard a mournful cry, which scared me, and I thought it was haunted. Hush, you keep your voice down. It's bad luck. What are you afraid of? I'm just feeling random emotions. I'm not harming anyone. The crowd was talking and talking. At this time, Yang Xian came before the village chief. Village chief, the matter has come to this. Are you still not going to turn yourselves in? Yang Xian's cold voice rang out. The village chief's body trembled slightly, turning his head to look at Yang Xian, his face covered in tears. Yang Xian, please let my son go. He's still young. He can't withstand the sanctions of the law. The village chief's mournful voice carried throughout the mountain, provoking sympathy. Village chief, you're wrong, aren't you? It's not that I won't let him go. Murder pays for life and debt pays for debt. You guys committed a crime. Do you still expect me to help you escape punishment? Yang Xian shook his head. Village chief, you still don't understand. After a pause, Yang Xian continued. Huang Daya and Huang area are both dead. Even if you guys turn yourselves in, the final outcome still won't change. But my son can't die. He's only 19 years old. The village chief cried out, hissing, Yang Xian, please let my son go. He's still young. Yang Xian laughed coldly. Is he young enough to kill? Ask yourself. When he kills, does he think about the situation of others? I am dumbfounded, said the village chief. He knew very well what Yang Xian meant. There was no room for salvation after 2 lives died in Huangjia village. Village chief, you father and son should turn yourselves in at the earliest possible time. so as not to delay the process. And sooner or later you'll have to be put to death anyway. Yang Xian stopped paying attention to the village chief after he finished speaking and walked straight out. Brother Xian, wait for me. Little Fatty was in hot pursuit. After Little Fatty and Yang Xian left, the village chief fell limply to the ground, his eyes red with tears. He knew that he was finished. His son was the mastermind, and if the criminal law was followed, he would surely die, and he, as a father, could not be blamed. The village chief covered his chest and cried out in pain. Brother Xian, are those two female ghosts still around? Little Fatty followed Yang Xian and probed his head. At this moment, he had long since lost his initial fear. Yang Xian lightly glanced at Fatty. At those words, Fatty shivered and hurriedly took a few steps back to keep a distance from Yang Xian. Brother Xian, let's just get on with business. Fatty didn't dare to stay any longer. In case these two female ghosts found themselves, what can we do? Ha, coward. Yang Xian snorted and lazily ignored Fatty, turning around and walking towards the house. Fatty scratched his head. Brother Xian, I'm just too worried about your safety. Entering the room, Yang Xian closed the door behind him, isolating Little Fatty's prying eyes. Summoning the ghosts of Huang Daya and Huang Area to come, Yang Xian began to inquire about their situation. Huang Daya, Huang Area, are you willing to be reincarnated? Hearing Yang Xian's question, Huang Daya and Huang Area both revealed struggling expressions. They are not willing to die out like this, but their enemies can soon be sentenced, and there is no point for them to remain in this world. After a long time, Huang Daya was the first to nod her head. Well, thank you, Brother Xian. I'm willing. Huang Daya, what about you? Yang Xian turned his head to look at Huang Irma. Huang Irma hesitated. I am willing. Yang Xian sighed. Since that's the case, you guys will go to reincarnation. I hope that in your next life, you can be happy and spend this life peacefully. When the words fell, Yang Xian waved his hand, and Huang Daya and Huang Area turned into two wisps of green smoke, blending into the air and disappearing. Yang Xian put away the talisman paper and walked out of the courtyard. Everyone in Huangjia village had gathered near the village head's house, and when they saw Yang Xian walking once again, they all scrambled to hide. The village chief had already lost all hope. If he had known, he would not have invited someone to appease that Huang Irma's soul. I didn't realize it would end up harming my own son. He regretted it. He should have known better. Yang Xian came in front of the village chief, looked down low, and slowly spoke. Village chief, take care of yourself. The village chief sat disheveled on the ground, tears streaming down his face. After Yang Xian came out from the village chief's house, he went straight to the place where he first met Huang Daya. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this was where Huang Daya's bones were buried. If you want to send them to reincarnation, the bodies must be found. Yang Xian squatted down and looked around carefully. Soon, his eyes suddenly lit up. Under a pile of withered grass, there was a rotting corpse concealed, and because of the corpse, the weeds around it had grown a lot taller. Yang Xian used his dagger to pluck apart the rotting corpse and dig it out. The corpse was wearing a blue floral dress, and although it was already completely disfigured, Yang Xian vaguely recognized the other party as a pretty girl. Alas! Yang Xian sighed darkly and loaded the corpse inside the back basket. Brother Xian, what are you doing? Seeing this, Little Fatty hurriedly ran over and asked. Yang Xian told Fatty truthfully, take her to reincarnation. Really? Fatty perked up. Yang Xian nodded. Well, this girl's grievance has been answered and she can be allowed to rest in peace. Yang Xian raised his feet and prepared to leave, but just then, a surprised voice came from behind him. You're Yang Xian? Hearing the sound, Yang Xian immediately stopped his steps and turned around to follow the sound. 3 meters away to his left stood an old woman of about 50 or 60 years old. The old woman had kind eyebrows and was wearing a whitewashed dress. She was staring at Yang Xian. Grandma, why are you here? Yang Xian froze. The old woman in front of her was the village chief's mother, Huang Yuhang's grandmother. I know about Yuxuan. Master Lin, you did the right thing. Yuxuan deserves to be punished. The old woman patted Yang Xian's shoulder with a firm demeanor. Chapter 66, Rescue. Seeing that the old woman's words seemed to be genuine, Yang Xian was also relieved. He was originally worried that this old woman was siding with her grandson without distinguishing between black and white. Now it seemed that it was he who had gotten it wrong. Grandma, since this matter has nothing to do with you, you should leave it alone. Yang Xian persuaded. Now that it's making a lot of noise outside, you'd better leave as soon as possible, lest you get into trouble. I know, Master Lin. Thank you. After saying that, the old woman left the place. Yang Xian concentrated on digging up Huang Dia's body and preparing to bury it properly. As for Huang Yuo's case, he left it to the police department to investigate. After doing this, it was already dawn. Yang Xian placed Huang Dia's body into the grave. and then took out Huang Dia's photo and placed it next to the tombstone. Dia, rest in peace. I'm sure that you'll live a happier life in the other world, Yang Xian muttered. After doing so, Yang Xian disposed of Huang Irma's body according to the law. The ghosts of the two were right next to Yang Xian. Yang Xian directly summoned the possession of Yan Wang, holding the Book of Life and Death in his hand. Considering that the two of you were persecuted, the unexpired lifespan of this life will be added to the next life, and the two of you will be sisterly family happy in the next life. The good thing about Yama's possession is this. Huang Dia and Huang Area saw Yang Xian as if he had changed into a different person. 1 second they were puzzled. The next they were surprised when they felt the aura of Yan Wang. The duo hurriedly knelt and kowtowed to Yang Xian. Master Lin, thank you for redressing the injustice for the two of us. Both of them didn't expect Yang Xian to have such a skill and even be able to borrow the Book of Life and Death for a while, and at the same time, a little thankful. Fortunately, neither of them had offended Yang Xian, otherwise the end will only be the soul. Yang Xian smiled and waved his hand to signal them to get up. The two of you just need to cultivate well, and when the merit is complete, you can renew your previous relationship. Master Lin, we'll take note. The two of them walked into the door of reincarnation, and seeing that the dust had finally settled, Yang Xian was sort of relieved. Before that it had been all about singing and catching ghosts. This time it was to seek justice for a ghost. Yang Xian felt a wonderful feeling. Whether it was Huang Yuhang, or Huang Irma, or Huang Dia, what happened to them was quite similar to their own. That was why Yang Xian chose to help without hesitation. This is also considered to be a good deed to accumulate yin and do good deeds. Not to mention, looking at the 100,000 points of merit value rewarded by the system, Yang Xian joyfully smiled. Worrying about the lack of merit value, did not expect that this task actually has additional rewards. Just then, an ear-splitting sound of brakes hit the air, followed by a violent crash. Bang! The whole mountain trembled. What happened? Yang Xian hurriedly looked in the direction the voice came from. Fatty was also uncertain. I don't know. The two looked at each other and rushed towards the direction the sound came from. At this moment, about 500 meters away from Yang Xian, a sedan was lying on the side of the road. The car door was open. The driver's side was in a mess, and a middle-aged man was on his back in a pool of blood. The other car fled the scene directly. Yang Xian frowned and quickly approached the scene to check the man's injuries. The man's chest collapsed and his face took on a purplish-blue color, so it was clear that he would not survive. What to do? Brother Xian. Fatty was also terrified. Don't panic. Save the man first, Yang Xian said in a deep voice, hurriedly exchanging the complete book of healing arts, and then spent another 1,000 merit values for silver needles. And after pulling out the silver needles, he stabbed the man in several acupoints. Hiss! The man stifled a grunt and slowly opened his eyes. Wake up! Wake up! Brother Xian! You're too good! Little Fatty shouted excitedly. Who are you? The man asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze, as if he was pondering what had just happened. You've been seriously injured and are now very weak. You need to be treated immediately. Yang Xian frowned. Where am I? The man asked. A scene suddenly surged in his mind, causing his pupils to shrink violently, his expression instantly becoming agitated as he looked at Yang Xian excitedly. You're Master Lin. Yang Xian nodded slightly. It's me. I'm Yang Xian. Master Yang Xian. Please help me take revenge. The man struggled to sit up from the ground. Yang Xian reached out to stop the man. You're seriously injured right now, and besides, you've just been in a car accident. You must recuperate. But my daughter. Hearing this, the man, although reluctant, but ultimately had to give up, sighed and said, my daughter died tragically. Is there not even a chance to take revenge? The opportunity for revenge will definitely come, but not now. Yang Xian subconsciously frowned. How another case? He'd only just joined the special engineering section himself, and one thing after another was coming up. What should we do then? The man was anxious. Tell me what's going on first. Yang Xian eventually went soft. My name is Yang Jianjun, a farmer in this neighborhood. Yang Jianjun held back his tears. Unfortunately, my daughter hasn't graduated from university yet. When she went home a while ago she was tailed and even split into pieces. I received her head but I don't know where the rest of the body parts are. I heard someone say that Master Lin you are very capable. Can you help me? Yang Xian sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. These thugs are really heartless. Actually even do this kind of thing. But Yang Xian did not immediately agree. He looked at Yang Jianjun and said, I can promise to help you find the missing body parts. Here. Yang Xian paused. But I have a condition. What conditions? You say, as long as I can do it, I'm willing to do anything. Yang Jianjun nodded repeatedly. Yang Xian smiled bashfully. You answer me a question first. When did you receive the message from your daughter and what was the content of the message? Yang Jianjun frowned and thought back for a moment. Then said, I was at more than 9 o'clock in the evening. My daughter said she wanted to eat the city's sugar gourd, so she went to buy it. At that time, I also joked with her, saying that she would still like to eat such a childish thing now that she's grown up so much, and she laughed at me and said that she would always be my little princess. After that she sent me 3 pictures, the first one of Sugarloaf, the second one of her riding in the car, and the third one of her getting out of the car, with only her back captured. Speaking here, Yang Jianjun's face was very ugly. The third one looks like it was taken by someone else. Yang Xian frowned at his words. This was really a big case, so I called her and it turned out, not long after that there was a knock on the door and I saw my daughter's head. After listening to Yang Jianjun's words, Yang Xian could already judge something in his heart. Although Yang Jianjun provided very few clues, it didn't matter, as long as there were clues. Chapter 67, Helping Yang Xiaoyun. You take me to your house first. I'll try to see if I can summon your daughter's soul. Yang Xian said softly. Okay, follow me. Yang Jianjun said hurriedly. The two came to Yang Jianjun's home. Yang Jianjun was limping. Yang Xian couldn't bear to see it, took out a silver needle and gave Yang Jianjun a few more needles. Yang Jianjun was a lot better for it. Yang Xian made Yang Jianjun sit on a chair, then quickly condensed his mana, and with a stretch of his hand, the soul race flag appeared in Yang Xian's hand. Immediately afterward, Yang Xian recited the true words and a black streamer rose up with a ghostly aura on it. Soul Clan Messenger, Soul Summoning. Yang Xian bellowed. As the words fell, a black mist immediately floated out, and a face appeared in the black streamer. Immediately after that, a ghostly gas floated out, and in the ghostly gas, there was a transparent body. It was not clear what it looked like. It should be the girl's soul. What's your daughter's name? Yang Xian looked at Yang Jianjun. Yang Jianjun looked at the figure with a complicated expression. My daughter's name is Yang Xiaoyun. Yang Xian sniffed and reached out, pulling Yang Xiaoyun's soul over. Xiaoyun. Yang Jianjun lost his voice and cried. Dad. Oh. Yang Xiaoyun's body trembled and cried. Dad. I'm so scared. I'm really scared. Xiaoyun. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Oh. Yang Jianjun cried uncontrollably. A big man hugging the little girl's soul, bawling. Dad. I'm in pain. Yang Xiaoyun cried as if she had seen something terrible. When Yang Jianjun heard this, he hurriedly held Yang Xiaoyun and comforted her. Yang Xian frowned slightly. What happened then? Tell me. Maybe I can help you. Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Aha. Yang Xiaoyun took a deep breath and began to recall. She recalled, her eyes full of panic, her voice trembling. I remember. When I got off the bus and was walking in the direction of the neighborhood, suddenly someone touched me from behind. At that time, I thought it was which classmate was playing with me, and I didn't care, but the result was that the man touched me twice more, and I felt that it was not right, so I accelerated my steps and rushed forward, and the result was that the man suddenly grabbed me by the hair, said here, Yang Xiaoyun emotions began to break down, shouting, spare my life ah, spare my life ah. He grabbed me by the hair and shook my head so hard that my brain felt like it was going to crack and the pain was unbearable. Yang Xian's eyes flickered, and he already had a guess in his heart. That man used a dagger to slash at me a few times, and I saw my blood splattered on his face while he seemed happy. Yang Xiaoyun's voice was weak, and she couldn't stop crying, as if she had lost her most precious thing. Yang Jianjun couldn't stop his tears from flowing when he heard this, and he cursed angrily. Asterisk. Then, I watched as my body was divided into many pieces, some thrown in the trash, some in the gutter, and my heart was swallowed by him. Put. Yang Jianjun was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot and directly fell to the ground. Yang Xiaoyun was shocked and panicked. Dad, are you okay? Yang Xian hurriedly stepped in when he saw this and helped Yang Jianjun up. Dad, are you alright? Yang Xiaoyun pounced over and tried to hug Yang Jianjun's arm, but it went straight through. Yang Jianjun said, and cried again, crying like a small child. His mental trauma was extremely severe, even more so than Yang Xiaoyun's. Seeing her dad like this, Yang Xiaoyun was heartbroken and hurriedly said to Yang Xian, Sir, please save my dad. Yang Xian nodded. I'll do my best. Thank you. Yang Xiaoyun thanked her. Sir, may I ask what I have to do to be reincarnated? I still want to be my father's daughter. Yang Xian sighed. This matter really didn't have much to do with Yang Xiaoyun. She was innocent. That murderous demon chopped up her body and swallowed her heart. And that's what really made it hard. If I'm not wrong, your soul has not dispersed and has not completely annihilated in the world. Yang Xian said softly, 70% of your soul was retrieved by me. But, there is another 30% that should have been dispersed in that incident. So, your reincarnation will be troublesome. not impossible to do, though. Yang Xiaoyun sniffed with delight. You must have a solution, sir, right? Yang Xian sighed lightly. I can give you a chance, but you can only cultivate your soul and accompany your father. And only after he reincarnates and marries and has children once more can you renew the father-daughter bond between the two of you. Of course, it all depends on your father's choice. And if your father does not wish you to follow, you must leave as well. I'm willing, Yang Xiaoyun replied instantly. Whatever choice Dad has, I'll listen. Good. Yang Xian nodded. Mr. Yang, I need your hair and blood. Yang Jianjun froze for a moment at his words, but nodded his head in agreement. Come on. Yang Xian took out a pair of scissors and handed them to Yang Jianjun. Yang Jianjun gripped the scissors tightly and cut off some of the hair, followed by a cut on his hand. Yang Xian pinched the handful of hair tightly and picked his finger. Blood formed a red line underneath the handful of hair. Immediately afterward, that blood flew up and fused with Yang Xiaoyun's soul. The handful of hair, on the other hand, floated up, and then Yang Xiaoyun's soul drilled into the handful of hair. After doing so, Yang Xiaoyun knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Yang Jianjun. Dad, thank you for your nurturing, thank you for your selfless love and care. Daughter, get up. Yang Jianjun cried uncontrollably as tears fell like rain. Yang Xian looked at this scene, and there was a slight wetness in his eyes. Then he waved his hand. The two of you will just live normally in the future. And if there are any problems, come back and contact me. This matter was originally a passing favor, and Yang Xian only charged some nominal fees. In the end it is also their destiny. But that murderous demon. Yang Xian rubbed his chin. It must be gotten rid of and thrown to the 18 layers of hell before it can be done. Otherwise it will destroy more families. Okay. Yang Xiaoyun wiped away her tears, stood up from the ground, and assisted Yang Jianjun. Yang Jianjun had stabilized, but was still wiping tears from his eyes. Fatty had just rushed to the address Yang Xian had sent him when he saw Yang Xian walk out. Xian, are you done? Well, let's go back first. Yang Xian had already thought about this matter and told Du Qing to investigate. This kind of murderous devil must be caught before he can be caught, or sooner or later he will still be a scourge. Chapter 68, The Cowardly Fatty. After returning to the villa, Yang Xian looked at Fatty. Go find Du Qing and talk to him about this matter. I know. Fatty nodded in response. Yang Xian walked into the hall and saw that the Yellow Spring Ghost King and the Machete Kid Head were sitting on the sofa watching TV, craning their necks every now and then. Seeing that Yang Xian had returned, the second ghost raised his head. Master, you're back. The Yellow Spring Ghost King stood up while the Machete Brat was about to go and cook for Yang Xian. Yang Xian, however, waved his hand. No need for now. I'm not very hungry. Chopper Kid rubbed his head, seemingly in some confusion. Yang Xian didn't have the heart to care about its thoughts and came directly to the Yellow Springs Ghost King, staring at its eyes for a while before he opened his mouth and asked, There's nothing much going on lately, is there? No. The Yellow Spring Ghost King answered honestly. Good. Yang Xian sat on the sofa and began to check the loot from this period of time. It's really less than that. It wasn't as much as the things that went to rob the Xihua Ghost King at that time. Yang Xian checked it out and had no heart for it, casually hanging all these things on the auction block. Although he wasn't too short of money, these things were all things he had worked hard to get, so how could he sell some of them? Is there anything strange in Xihua Valley lately? Yang Xian's eyes were on the TV screen, but his words were addressed to the Yellow Springs Ghost King. The Yellow Spring Ghost King pondered for a few seconds. Master, I heard that a female ghost came to Xihua Valley some time ago. Extremely strong. It seems to be one of the wives of the Xihua Ghost King. Yang Xian's eyes twitched. Xihua Ghost King's woman? Good guy. This Xihua Ghost King is really rich. He has several wives. Then there should be something good on this female ghost as well. Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Aha! The Yellow Spring Ghost King nodded. And I've heard that the Xihua Ghost King has hidden quite a few things at its little wife's place. Yes? Yang Xian's expression moved slightly, suddenly a little interested in going to Xihua Valley to see if the Xihua Ghost King had any good things, and if he did, then he would have to get it over. He was now planning to go looking for some treasures to hang in the auction house. Redeeming a little more merit value would be very helpful to him in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Xian looked at the Yellow Spring Ghost King again. How have you guys been doing recently? Any gains? Yes. The Yellow Spring Ghost King nodded. A few days ago, we found the Southern Mountain Ghost King. The Yellow Spring Ghost King reported truthfully. It's just that he was very vigilant. We didn't dare to get too close, so we didn't do it. Nanshan Ghost King? Yang Xian thought back slightly. The strength of the Nanshan Ghost King was not even a tenth of the Xihua Ghost King. What does it have to hide? Yang Xian was puzzled. The Yellow Spring Ghost King shook his head. I'm not particularly sure about this. but it should have something to do with the treasures it hides. Oh, Yang Xian was a bit curious. So he said, how about this? In a few days I'll go with you guys to the Southern Mountain Ghost King's palace. Good. The Yellow Spring Ghost King nodded. Yang Xian rubbed his nose, stood up from the sofa and walked towards the second floor. I'll take a rest. You take care of the machete brat for me. Yes, master. The Yellow Spring Ghost King respectfully bent down and bowed his head in agreement. Yang Xian walked up the stairs, and the Yellow Springs Ghost King continued to sit in the living room with the machete brat to watch TV. Not long after, Fatty came back and saw that the TV was on, and thought that Yang Xian had forgotten to turn it off. Walking over to the TV and getting ready to turn it off, he was almost scared out of his wits when he saw the Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Machete Kid head. Ghost? There's a ghost. Fatty took several steps back, screaming his lungs out. The Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Machete Kid head were startled. Then they looked towards the living room door. Just a fat body crouching in the corner, 2 little short legs trembling, face pale, 2 rows of teeth chattering up and down. You? What kind of ghosts are you? Little Fatty trembled, pointing at the Yellow Springs Ghost King and Machete Kid head and asked. The Machete Kid didn't know what to do and looked to the Yellow Springs Ghost King. The Yellow Springs Ghost King sighed, stood up from the sofa, and said, don't be afraid. I'm my master's ghost servant. Ghost servant? Fatty froze. Master? The Yellow Spring Ghost King nodded and extended a hand towards Fatty. Master is upstairs. So you're Xian's ghost servant. Fatty then remembered that he had seen these 2 ghosts before, but they were very low-key, plus his attention was on Yang Xian, so he didn't care. Now that he heard the Yellow Springs Ghost King say this, he immediately knew their identities. Ahahaha, hello. Little Fatty rushed the Yellow Spring Ghost King and Machete Kid head to shake hands, his face full of panic. He was really confused just now, except that neither of the ghosts were solid, and Fatty's hand went through and shook hands with the air. The scene made him even more terrified, and both feet involuntarily shrank back until he retreated to the corner. Shivering, the Yellow Spring Ghost King cried and laughed as he looked at Fatty. There's no need to be so afraid. Machete Kid nodded his head in agreement, his 2 pale green eyes wide. I'm fine. Fatty shivered. He was scared to death, but he couldn't show it, so he could only shake his head desperately. What is your name? The master told me about you. The Yellow Spring Ghost King continued to ask. My name is Fatty. Fatty said as he swallowed. Oh, little Fatty. The Yellow Spring Ghost King looked at little Fatty thoughtfully, guessing in his heart why he was so fearful. Fatty nodded and tried to squeeze out a small smile. Even though I knew they shouldn't be able to hurt themselves, it just didn't feel very good. Fatty thought to himself that he would have to teach Yang Xian about Taoism later, or at least be able to deal with ghosts. Otherwise, living under the same roof with 2 ghosts every day, Fatty felt that he was turning into a scared bird. Okay, you guys watch TV. I'm going. Fatty hurriedly stood up and ran away. The Yellow Spring Ghost King looked at it and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch up. This little guy is truly a coward. Alwo Machete Kid grinned and laughed loudly. The Yellow Springs Ghost King looked at it helplessly. It had only just practiced ghost language now, and every time it spoke, it struggled, almost using all its strength to express a sentence. Not long after, Yang Xian came down from upstairs. He came into the living room, and when he saw how happy the Machete Kid was smiling, he asked, what are you doing again? Pfft. Machete Kid had laughed while pointing in the direction where Fatty disappeared. What happened to Fatty? Yang Xian was curious. The Yellow Spring Ghost King then said, Master, you weren't here just now, and we were chatting when little Fatty came in. Then you scared Fatty away. Yang Xian had guessed the outcome correctly. This guy little Fatty is really timid enough too. Yang Xian smiled helplessly and sat down on the sofa. The Yellow Spring Ghost King nodded. I had wanted to treat him well, but I didn't expect him to react so strongly. Chapter 69, Follow Yang Xian. Forget it, don't mind him. Yang Xian laughed breathlessly, fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth as he asked, what are we going to eat tonight? I'm not sure, Master. The Yellow Spring Ghost King replied respectfully. Yang Xian froze and turned his head to look at the Yellow Spring Ghost King. He realized that the Yellow Springs Ghost King had really become stupid. Could it be that it was because he was like this after becoming his ghost servant? Unable to do anything else, Yang Xian could only continue to arrange the cooking to the Machete Brat. Machete Kid, oh whoa, what does that mean? I'll leave it to you to make dinner today. Go to the supermarket and buy some vegetables. Yang Xian said as he took out money and handed it to the Machete Brat. Machete Kid head, Apu? Why me? Yang Xian scratched his head. Only your cooking is edible. After the Machete Brat left, Yang Xian first went to find Fatty, and the two of them went to the special engineering section together. Du Cheng looked at Yang Xian and couldn't bear to look at him. As soon as you joined our special engineering section, You've brought us two big troubles. Thinking that his phone was almost busted in the past few days, Du Qing just had a headache. Before, I was looking at Yang Xian's ability, but this is a little too unbelievable, right? Yang Xian smiled awkwardly. Don't say that. I have no choice. Du Qing sighed. Now that someone above you is watching you, I suggest that you do things more securely. Although you have the ability, you have to hide your clumsiness. I know. Yang Xian nodded and was about to take his leave when Du Qing suddenly remembered something and pulled him back. Hasn't Banshee been following you for the past few days? I've placed her completely at your side. Banshee? Yang Xian frowned. Aha. Du Qing nodded. There have been too many haunted things lately. If you let the demon girl follow you and encounter anything, you can directly interface with her. She is able to represent me. She's a very capable woman. Good. Yang Xian didn't ask much. Anyway, no matter what happened now, there were people to cover for him. Waiting until 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Xian went home, and sure enough, he saw Demon Ji watching TV in the living room, and after seeing Yang Xian come back, he stood up and smiled. Back ah. Yang Xian smiled bitterly. He still couldn't get rid of this woman? Why are you here? I thought you would go back to your own home. I'm quite scared to be alone in the villa. Banshee spat out her tongue and gave a flirtatious smile. Besides, I can accomplish my mission faster if I have you here, can't I? Yang Xian bristled. Are you treating me like a bodyguard? It's clearly for you to be my bodyguard. And with you being like this, I have a lot of pressure in my heart. The demoness laughed. I won't get in the way. Don't worry. Seeing that she was insistent on this, Yang Xian couldn't be bothered to insist too much and said, alright, that's the conditions I promised you anyway. Well, then you should rest early. The demoness smiled sweetly and turned towards her room. Yang Xian froze and looked at the back of the demon girl in surprise. It wasn't until the next morning, when Yang Xian climbed up from the quilt and came to the bathroom to wash up, that he realized that the demon girl actually did stay in his room last night. And at the moment, it seemed like she hadn't woken up yet. The quilt rumbled a piece, and a faint scent of a woman's body was still coming from her. Yang Xian lightly stroked his forehead and thought to himself, forget it, let her stay and let her stay. It won't have any effect on him anyway. By the time of the evening meal, Yang Xian's attitude towards the demon girl is also a little better. After all, she is also considered a girl. To be because of the pressure of their own heart and other conditions, Yang Xian feel that he also can't bear it. Banshee, what kind of food do you want? Yang Xian sat at the dining table and asked when he saw that the demoness was only bored with her meal. Anything, I'll eat anything. The demon girl shook her head without looking up. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. There was nothing wrong with that, but he couldn't let him keep calling himself Banshee. Could he? After thinking about it, Yang Xian opened his mouth and asked, is your name Banshee? The demoness raised her head at those words and stared at Yang Xian before nodding. That's right, my name is indeed Demoness. So can you tell me your real name? I think it's a bit strange to keep calling you Demoness. Yang Xian said seriously. No. The demoness immediately shook her head and looked at Yang Xian warily, whispering, if you want to know my real name, unless you marry me. Holy? What the hell is this? Yang Xian was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to turn out like this at all. Is this a joke? The demon girl smiled when she saw Yang Xian's face was not right. This Yang Xian is still as good as ever to flirt with. She knew that Yang Xian wouldn't really want to marry her. It was just that she found this matter interesting. Alright, don't take it seriously. Yang Xian sighed, knowing that he had been fooled by the demoness again, shook his head and prepared to stop asking her anything. However, the demoness heatedly laughed and said, Brother Lin, do you think if I marry you in the future, you'll treat me well? These words made Yang Xian almost not spit out blood. He was already not good at dealing with this kind of woman, and now he was even more unable to cope, so he had to change the topic. Hurry up and eat. I still have things to do after dinner, but I won't let you go. Demoness pursed her lips and smiled, suddenly grabbing Yang Xian's hand. You have to be responsible for people. I'm responsible for your sister. Yang Xian's face was black as the bottom of a pot. The demoness heated and laughed again. Well, I won't tease you anymore. If you really want to marry me, it's okay to marry me in the future. I'll you up. Yang Xian slapped at the demon girl's head. Yeah, the demoness exclaimed and scrunched up her neck. Why are you hitting my head? Brother Lin? You won't remember until you're beaten. Yang Xian angrily rebuked. Big Brother Lin, the demon girl's voice sounded pitifully resigned. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. No hitting, no hitting. I'll never hit you again, okay? The demoness then nodded in satisfaction. You're not going to lie to me. After a good meal, Yang Xian planned to go to Xihua Valley again. The last time was too hasty. So many good things did not bring out. It was just that he couldn't take the two guys, Demonji and Fatty, with him when he went, so he had to leave both of them at home. explaining that they should stay inside the villa and never run around. After making preparations, Yang Xian set off again. He didn't use any transportation this time. He just hiked up the mountain. Because there was a place on the mountain that was more hidden and few people would go there. That place was located at the halfway point of the mountain. The terrain was extremely steep. The trees were overgrown, and it was covered with fallen leaves all year round. So people would rarely go there in general. When Yang Xian arrived, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The woods looked dim inside because of the darker sky. Chapter 70, Returning to Xihua Valley. Finding that place, Yang Xian leapt down and landed directly in the Xihua Valley. It hadn't been visited for a long time, so it looked very depressed, with weeds and bushes growing very thickly. Yang Xian followed the previous path and explored inside. It had to be said that it was still dangerous to walk here. Some wild beasts would occasionally appear, and there was also a plant that was tricky. Its roots were like suction cups, and when it encountered a person, it would suck them up, making it difficult to dislodge them. Yang Xian walked carefully all the way and found so many precious medicinal herbs along the way, all of which he received in the system space, until once again standing in front of that creepy door. Taking out the Soul Clan flag, he waved it and the door opened. Without even thinking about it, Yang Xian walked in, knowing that he might not be that lucky this time, and that there might be big trouble coming. In that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. After opening the formation, Yang Xian found himself entering above a stone bridge. The water flowed gently on both sides, while the banks of the river were lined with thick forests on both sides. Yang Xian took a few steps forward and stood at the very center of the stone bridge, raising his eyes and looking around. The surroundings were dead silent. However, just as he wanted to leave, a wonderful feeling came from his feet, as if something was calling him. The feeling wasn't strong, but it was hard to resist. With an appeal that shook the heart and soul, Yang Xian looked down and saw that there seemed to be something wrong with the color of the stone tiles around his feet. Everywhere else was grayish-white stone, but only the stone under his feet was black. Yang Xian frowned. Could there be something fishy here? In order to prevent accidents from happening, Yang Xian summoned the Yellow Spring Ghost King in advance to stand guard at the side. This way he could do what he wanted to do without fear. He walked over to the black stone tile and crouched down. Taking a closer look, the stone tile wasn't much different from the others around it, except for the color. However, the aura emanating from this black stone brick was different. The aura it emanated seemed to be warning Yang Xian, warning him not to approach. This feeling Yang Xian had never had before. Yang Xian was a bit hesitant. What exactly was this black stone brick? He tried to reach out and gently touch the surface of the black stone tile, and before he could react, a powerful attraction emanated from the stone. Yang Xian's body was sucked into it, and before he could react to what was going on, his eyes were already dark. When he woke up, he realized he was lying in a cave. Yang Xian sat up and surveyed his surroundings. It was a huge cave, roughly tens of square meters in size, with bare stone walls, and only a few tiny exits at the top of the cave, with light coming in through the inside of these small openings. What the hell is this place again? Yang Xian murmured and stood up from the ground, walking towards the surroundings. The inside of this cave was empty. Nothing. However, when he walked to a place in the cave, Yang Xian realized that it seemed like something had been placed here before. A shallow scratch could be seen on the ground where he stood, a mark left by dragging an object. Judging by the traces, someone should have put some object in here before. Yang Xian squatted down and carefully observed the traces on the ground. Those marks were obvious and the dragged objects were not light. Strange. Yang Xian frowned as his eyes looked at the surrounding walls. No useful information could be seen on the walls either. Yang Xian stepped aside and touched the stone wall before grabbing a handful of soil for a closer look. The soil inside the cave was dry, with no moisture, and it was hard, similar to mud. However, when Yang Xian pinched the soil in his hand with his fingers, he realized that the soil inside was completely different from the soil on the mountain outside. Both the composition and the hardness were too different. It was impossible to exist in a mountain at the same time. Moreover, Yang Xian also smelled a hint of an unusual flavor from the air, which was very faint but still could not escape his nose. What the hell is going on here? Yang Xian had some doubts in his heart. He looked in the direction he had just walked and suddenly saw a bit of something stuck to the sole of his right foot. At first he thought it was dirt, but when he crouched down he realized that what was sticking to the bottom of his shoes was green watercress, whose leaves were transparent and through which he seemed to be able to see what was underneath. Yang Xian froze for a moment and lowered his head towards his feet, only to see that there were surprisingly a lot of water plants sticking to the position of his ankles as well. He reached down and scratched at the water plants attached to his ankles, and surprisingly, he couldn't pull them off, and he realized that the water plants seemed to be spreading and growing, as if they wanted to wrap around his entire body. Yang Xian's face changed. This was a situation he had never seen before and couldn't even comprehend. If it was just these ordinary water plants, Yang Xian would not be afraid, but these things seemed to be deliberately trying to pester him, and this feeling made him very unhappy. Damn it! Yang Xian cursed in a low voice. He didn't dare to linger any longer. He turned around and flew out. Not long after he had just left this cave, the ground was covered with tiny water plants, which kept spreading, and in no time the whole cave was covered with them. After leaving the cave, Yang Xian was relieved. Immediately afterward he noticed that something was very wrong with the view. The place where he was a wooded area, with a layer of white mist floating in the sky, obscuring the sky, and in the distance, dark buildings could be vaguely seen in the woods, like a black high-rise towering over him, looking incredibly mysterious. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where is this again? Yang Xian frowned. Bad. I shouldn't have sold the Shihua Ghost King, now I can't find my way at all. He fumbled for his cell phone and saw that there was no signal, and I don't know why, but there was actually a strange smell inside this forest, a very special smell, and a very pleasant feeling when smelling it. Yang Xian didn't know what the hell this flavor was, but he always felt that it didn't seem right, and he vaguely saw something in the woods flash by in the distance, so he walked towards that side. He thought it would be better to find out what was going on around him first, otherwise it wouldn't be a good idea to stay in this hellish place all the time. At least find a direction to continue exploring, right? The woods were so quiet that you could barely hear anything. Yang Xian looked at the straight and upright trees around him and felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. The trees here were different from anything they had seen before. There were no leaves or fruits on them, and even the branches couldn't be seen in any way. They stood straight, as if they were a standing pillar. Yang Xian walked carefully, but it didn't take him long to realize that something was wrong. Chapter 71, The Complete Book of Formations. The appearance of these trees was indeed very ordinary, but if one looked carefully one would realize that each tree had a peculiar pattern carved into it, and if one paid attention to the direction of these patterns, it was easy to realize that these patterns were actually connected together, forming a huge circle, and Yang Xian was located right in the center of this circle. Yang Xian's heart became more and more strange. Why would he appear in such an odd place? Yang Xian raised his head to look upwards. This look instantly sent chills and goosebumps all over his body, for the circular pattern stretched all the way from the ground to high in the air, and then connected with the mist above his head. Holy! Yang Xian's face went white because the circular pattern was just too huge. It was even beyond the scope of his imagination. It was only then that Yang Xian realized that this circular pattern was far more than just on the ground. It ran through everything in the forest. Damn! Why did it turn out like this? Yang Xian panicked. For some reason he always felt that this circular pattern gave him an uneasy feeling of terror. It was as if they were manipulating him in the dark, making him act according to a certain pattern. He looked up at the trees around him and suddenly thought of a possibility, so he scrambled back a few steps and then ran off to the left. When he stopped he found himself in the center of the circular pattern. Instead, the position he was in just now was the outside of the circular pattern. It was then that he reacted to the fact that no matter how he walked just now, he would return to the same place he was in, meaning that everything just now was arranged. This Shihua Valley was really too weird. Yang Xian felt like he was falling into a trap right now. He couldn't break free at all. But the more this happened the more he had to be calm. Yang Xian kept telling himself that he mustn't mess up now or he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. So Yang Xian began to carefully check his surroundings. He came to a tree and touched the surface of the tree with both hands, and was surprised to find an evil spirit trapped in the tree. It's not just this tree, it's the other trees too. Every big tree has an evil spirit sealed inside. He carefully examined his surroundings and found that there were at least a dozen evil spirits sealed in the tree within a 10-meter radius alone. At this time, Yang Xian's heart gradually calmed down. Since there was a discovery, it meant that there was still a way to solve things. Yang Xian thought about it and came to a tree, reached out and released an evil ghost, which immediately let out a hoarse and horrible sound as soon as it came out. Yang Xian dragged the Yellow Spring Ghost King over without even thinking. When he dealt with the Shihua Ghost King before, the Yellow Spring Ghost King's reaction speed was fast, and he was also outstanding in terms of ghost control, so now it should be no problem to deal with this evil ghost that was just released. Sure enough, at Yang Xian's command, the Yellow Spring Ghost King did not hesitate to pounce on the evil ghost before swallowing it into his belly. Master, is there any more? I'm not full yet. The Yellow Spring Ghost King licked his lips and said pitifully. Alright, you wait. After Yang Xian finished speaking, he quickly released several other evil ghosts around him that were sealed on the tree, all of which were eaten by the Yellow Spring Ghost King. Looking at the talismans that were still spinning on the large trees around him, Yang Xian was struck with an idea. He knew what the charms were for. The function of the charms was to seal the evil spirits. The reason why these spells can keep spinning is because there is energy inside to support them. As long as we destroy all the spells here, the evil spirits inside will be able to escape. Of course this was just his guess. and he would need to actually do it again to be sure. Thinking of this, Yang Xian no longer hesitates, picking up the mahogany sword and rushing over to cut the talisman. But at the moment the talisman was cut, the energy in the talisman erupted in a burst of black light, causing Yang Xian to be shaken and almost fly out backwards. Luckily, he reacted sharply and hid behind a tree the moment the talisman erupted into light. The energy from the bursting of the talisman dissipated, and Yang Xian was relieved to see that the Yellow Springs Ghost King was fine. Although he knew that the Yellow Springs Ghost King wasn't afraid of these things, he still carefully stared at the ground. He'd stick his mahogany sword through it if anything on the ground came rushing out. Luckily, everything was just a false alarm. The Yellow Spring Ghost King ate happily, and he felt that the energy contained within his body was getting stronger and stronger. What he didn't know was that as the energy in his body accumulated more and more as he devoured the evil ghosts, he was getting closer to upgrading to the Ghost Emperor level. Not a moment's effort later, the Yellow Springs Ghost King felt a heat flow rapidly within his body, and the energy within his body was actually really getting stronger quickly. He excitedly looked at Yang Xian, then waved around in front of him, happily shouting, "Master, Master! Look at me now that I've gotten stronger again." Looking at the Yellow Spring Ghost King with a silly look on his face, Yang Xian smiled and slapped him. "I know you've gotten stronger now and you'll be able to upgrade to Ghost Emperor soon. Congratulations!" The Yellow Springs Ghost King was happy to hear Yang Xian and hummed a little tune in his mouth. He then ran to the side to prepare for his advancement. Yang Xian cried and laughed when he saw the Yellow Springs Ghost King slipping away on his own. This guy, such a big ghost, doesn't know how to be reserved at all. However, he was still happy in his heart, and he felt happy to see that the Yellow Springs Ghost King had become stronger. After all, this was his own ghost servant. When the Yellow Spring Ghost King became stronger, it was equivalent to becoming stronger himself. At this time, the Yellow Springs Ghost King had already entered a state of advancement, and his body was haunted by wisps of black gas, as if he was absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. During the promotion, the Yellow Spring Ghost King became quiet and waited for the promotion to end. While in the process, Yang Xian put his attention on the large trees around him. Not only were evil spirits imprisoned above these trees, but there were also quite a few formations. Yang Xian studied the operation route of the formation and observed it again with his Dao magic, eventually discovering the changing pattern of the entire formation. He realized that the trajectories of these formations all changed according to the time of day. That is, when daytime came, the formations changed, and when nighttime came, the formations changed in another way. But no matter which changes were made, the operation of the formation always followed a reincarnation trajectory. He carefully watched the trajectory of the formation, and identified a few weaker points from it. If Yang Xian wanted to break the formation, he only needed to find these few weak points. As for what would happen after breaking the formation, he wasn't sure. System, is there a book of formations? Yes. Host, 1,000,000 of merit value is required. After hearing the price, Yang Xian's heart was overwhelmed with pain. It was too expensive. But if we don't learn the formation, then what if there's danger after breaking the formation? One can't just do nothing. So he clenched his teeth and deducted 1 million from his merit value. Host, do you want to buy the complete book of elementary formations? Buy. Yang Xian took a deep breath and said. A golden light then flashed in his mind, followed by the use of various basic formations as well as ways to break them. Chapter 72 Advancement. The elementary formation book that he had spent 100,000 merit values on in exchange seemed to be quite good. Yang Xian sighed in relief. The next step is to wait for the end of the Yellow Springs Ghost King's advancement, and they'll be able to break formation and get out of here. Although the Yellow Springs Ghost King would not be promoted for a long time, Yang Xian was not in a hurry to disturb it, but instead, he quieted his mind to study it properly. A few formations set up on the outskirts of the forest. These several formations were not complicated. As long as one could find the location of the eye of the formation, it would be easy to break it, and now the most important thing was to find the eye of this formation. About half an hour or so later, Yang Xian found a gap that allowed him to enter the forest, where a few stone pillars were erected. But at the moment, these stone pillars were not the same as ordinary stone pillars. Yang Xian knew that this should be a formation eye. He walked to the side of the stone pillars and carefully sensed them, but he couldn't feel the slightest abnormality, as if these stone pillars were just ordinary furnishings. Just when Yang Xian was a bit hesitant, a familiar black shadow pounced from behind. Master, Master, I've advanced. The Yellow Spring Ghost King was thrilled. If one followed the normal progression, one would need at least a few decades to successfully advance. However, because of its master's help, its advancement speed has accelerated a lot. Congratulations! You've succeeded in advancing to the next level, and you've gotten a lot stronger again. Yang Xian said with a smile. Master, Thank you for your help. It's been a long time since I felt the joy that comes from becoming stronger. The way I feel now is just fantastic. The Yellow Spring Ghost King clenched his own fists and said excitedly. Yang Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at the Yellow Springs Ghost King with a nervous look. Fine. I don't care about you first. I'll go break the formation. Just be careful yourself. Master, what are you talking about? I'm already a Ghost Emperor level powerhouse. There aren't many ghosts that are my match. The Yellow Spring Ghost King hemmed and hawed. Yang Xian nodded his head as he sniffed. I'll go then. After saying that, he directly walked towards where that one formation was. Although this formation doesn't look very powerful, it's not easy to crack. Without the help of the complete book of formations, even if I was given a month, I wouldn't be able to break open this place. But now well. Yang Xian walked next to one of the stone pillars and gently rested his hands on it. In an instant, the entire grand formation lit up and a huge curtain of light appeared in front of Yang Xian. Seeing all this in front of him, a flash of essence blossomed in Yang Xian's eyes as he shouted, "Break!" As his voice fell, the light dimmed. Boom! The space where the formation was located shook violently, and the formation was forcibly broken open. Yang Xian saw the right moment and took a step into the middle of the big formation. The moment he just went in, the scene around him suddenly changed. A thick black cloud lingered in the air, and a poisonous snake wrapped around a large tree. Yang Xian raised his head and looked up high. There was a layer of foggy boundary. It didn't look good, but it possessed an extremely high defense power. It seems that if you want to rush out, you have to destroy this place to do so. Yang Xian frowned and thought. Unconsciously, the sky slowly dimmed. Yang Xian stood up and looked around in all directions. Within this area, in addition to poisonous snakes and various poisonous insects, there were also many hidden dangers. Looks like we're going to spend tonight here. Yang Xian bitterly touched the tip of his nose. However, it was good that he was prepared. Taking out the poison-repelling spirit pills that he had exchanged in advance and swallowed them, and as the spiritual energy in his body surged, the toxins were dispersed out as much as possible. The night breeze brought a fishy odor with it. Yang Xian shook his head and looked at the sky with a cold gaze. Although there were a lot of weird things within this area, as long as we could get out of here, and with his current strength, he was not something that any ghost could covet at all, but he was cautious just to be on the safe side. Yang Xian sat on his knees, feeling the spiritual energy surging within his body. This bout of time by learning ghost catching techniques. Yang Xian also unconsciously entered a state of cultivation. It was still a bit of a drag compared to a proper deity, but it was good enough. After all, Yang Xian's talent was there. It was already good enough to have such an improvement. At this time, on the other side of the Xihua Valley, a just-born ghost creature slowly opened its eyes. It was clad in purple battle armor, holding a halberd in its hand, and its pair of eyes coldly stared at the direction where Yang Xian was. Even from a distance, this ghostly creature could detect Yang Xian's aura. Damn human! How dare you trespass into my territory? You're really looking for death. The purple ghostly creature let out an angry roar and turned into a remnant shadow as it approached Yang Xian. However, when it arrived at the entrance of the formation, it was blocked back by an invisible barrier. Impossible! The purple-clothed ghost creature looked incredulously at the barrier that stood in front of him. How could my formation be destroyed by someone? Its formations had always been strong, and as long as it was within range, no matter what kind of demonic creature dared to step in easily. But now, a strange breath actually broke the boundaries of its formation? What the hell is going on here? No way! Gotta get out there and find out what's going on. When it thought of this, it swung the halberd in its hand fiercely, aiming a heavy blow at the formation in front of it. Without any surprises, the purple ghostly creature's strike did not cause any injuries to this barrier at all. Why is it still useless? Why is this? The purple ghostly creature was furious, frantically attacking the invisible barrier. But no matter how it attacked, it couldn't shake the formation. Damned bastard! I'm going to thwart you! The purple ghostly creature was so angry that it was about to go crazy, roaring at the formation. Yang Xian was oblivious and was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Not knowing how long had passed, Yang Xian opened his eyes quietly, a trace of satisfaction on his face. He put away his cross-legged posture and got up and swept towards the direction of the boundary. Bang! A loud noise entered Yang Xian's ears. Looking sideways, a black flame violently attacked his side, directly enveloping Yang Xian. Yang Xian's pupils contracted slightly as he felt a scorching heat come over him. Looks like it's really not easy here. Yang Xian sneered. It was just as well that his spiritual power had risen so much that he could take a newly appeared ghostly creature to test his hand. What are you? The purple ghost creature looked at Yang Xian warily. The purple war halberd in his hand gripped tightly, fearing that Yang Xian would strike out at him. Yang Xian's face was expressionless as he spoke faintly. I'm the one who wants to kill you. Trying to kill my people? The purple ghostly creature froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. A mere mortal actually dares to say that he wants to kill me. Ha ha ha. Too funny. As the words fell, the war halberd in his hand lifted and violently struck in Yang Xian's direction. Chapter 73, System Upgrade. Yang Xian did not panic and took out the Soul Clan flag and swung it in the direction of the ghost. In an instant, countless golden runes converged from all directions, forming a huge golden wall that blocked the purple ghost's attack. The purple ghost creature's eyes shrunk violently. How is this possible? How did you do that? Because you're weak. The corners of Yang Xian's mouth rose, and this pussy was considered to have been installed by himself. The purple ghost creature was immediately infuriated and shouted, waving its halberd and attacking towards Yang Xian once again. Yang Xian's eyes were dark as his figure quickly flickered across, avoiding his attack. However, at that moment, several more black flames landed around him, attempting to force him back to his original position. Kind of interesting. Yang Xian surveyed the flames. This was the first time he had seen them. It looked like this was a high-level ghost creature that was born once a year in this Xihua Valley. I'm afraid it's unlikely to be possible to take it in. Might as well grab it and sell it on the auction block. The Xihua Ghost King could be sold for a high price of 10 million merit values, let alone this special high-level ghost item. With this skill of yours, you're worthy of fighting me. Yang Xian laughed sarcastically. The purple ghostly creature stormed out, gritting its teeth as it looked at Yang Xian. Suffer death, little thief. After saying that, the halberd in his hand stabbed fiercely in Yang Xian's direction. What Yang Xian wanted to do was to provoke it. Only then could he make the other party lose its mind. It will be much easier to get the other guy when the time comes. When he saw that the halberd was about to attack, Yang Xian suddenly stopped and stood in place without dodging. The purple ghost creature's eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent. In its opinion, the human in front of it was simply a cutie. Kid, you will pay for your foolish behavior, the purple ghostly creature said arrogantly. Yang Xian's eyes deepened, and in the next second, he took out the soul-devouring dagger from before. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why do you have this? The purple ghost mist shouted in surprise. Originally thought that Yang Xian was nothing more than an ordinary mortal with no hands. Now it seems, this guy actually hides his clumsiness. No wonder it never came out before. Seeing Yang Xian take out the soul-devouring dagger, the purple ghost subconsciously began to back away. However, Yang Xian's movements were too fast and he appeared in front of the purple ghostly creature in an instant. The moment the soul-devouring dagger was about to approach him, the purple ghost creature suddenly stopped its retreating steps and stared at Yang Xian with scarlet eyes, as if it wanted to tear Yang Xian apart. It gripped the war halberd in its hand and stabbed hard towards Yang Xian's heart position. If Yang Xian hadn't expected it wrong, this purple ghost creature was definitely going to fight to the death. However, Yang Xian was not the least bit panicked. A cold glint flashed under his eyes, and the soul-devouring dagger in his hand mercilessly stabbed into the heart of the purple ghost creature. Ah! In a flash, a sharp and miserable scream resounded throughout the ghost domain. One could only see black smoke rising from the purple ghost's body as it rolled on the ground in agony. As the soul-devouring dagger slowly moved elsewhere, the purple ghostly creature's screams became more and more mournful. Eventually, he collapsed helplessly to the ground, dying. Yang Xian coldly smiled, reached out and grabbed the soul-devouring dagger and pulled it with force, catching the purple ghost over. System, put this up on the auction block. Good host. In a short while, this purple ghostly creature was slapped away. 30 million merit values? Yang Xian looked on incredulously. This has only just been put up and it's already been tapped away. I don't know which way the dirt is on the other side. Just in time for the system to be upgraded. System, upgrade. Alright, host, the Undertaker system has now been upgraded to level 2. The host may ask a deity to descend to the earth to help him, provided that he fulfills his wish and exists in spirit form after descending to the earth, so that he can lend his strength if necessary. The series of words stunned Yang Xian. What did it mean? Does it mean that you won't be limited by those few invitation to God skills in the future? But the God's wish. What's this again? Host, did you hear me clearly? The system's voice rang out. Yang Xian then responded. Oh, listen carefully. The host can ask at any time, and this system can answer for you. I would like to ask, if this so-called inviting the gods to the earth and wishes are related? Yang Xian felt that there might be some key information hidden here. Inviting God down to the earth has nothing to do with wishes. Then why must the gods fulfill each other's wishes after they come down to earth? Is it because of the karma created by helping me? Yang Xian once again questioned. The host's question is a strange one, so please don't mess with the law of cause and effect here. Yang Xian's face suddenly changed. This is neither here nor there. What the hell is this thing? Forget it, it's useless to ask you. I'll just feel my way around on my own. Yang Xian sighed. And then she was ready to leave this place and go home to rest. This batch of ghosts has been captured. so it can be peaceful for a while to come. The Yellow Springs Ghost King has been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yang Xian come out, his ass followed him. And with that, one man and one ghost returned to their house. When I got back, the demon girl happened to be sitting on the couch watching TV. You're back. Aha. Yang Xian said faintly and was about to go back to his room when he saw Demon G get up and follow him. Yang Xian immediately looked horrified. What are you going to do? Nonsense. Since I'm already your assistant, it's my duty to warm the bed. The demoness approached Yang Xian with a winking smile on her face. Yang Xian swallowed his saliva. What the hell is all this? Said that the good thing about letting the demon girl come over is to help himself together to catch ghosts. Why is this demon girl so immodest? Looking at the demonic girl in front of him, Yang Xian's mouth twitched and he turned around and walked towards the bedroom. Just as he lay down, the demon girl climbed into his bed. Hey, 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 I said, do you really not understand or do you not understand? Yang Xian was already helpless enough. Alright, hurry up and sleep. However, the banshee wouldn't even listen. But people are already here. The siren's dainty voice made one's ears go soft, and one couldn't wait to rub this vixen into one's arms and love her. I don't care about you. Do what you like. Yang Xian breathlessly rolled over and turned his back to Banshee. When the demoness saw this, she immediately laughed. Doesn't this guy know anything about women? She's been so forthcoming, and she still doesn't know how to be compassionate? I don't care. I'm going to sleep with you today. What are you saying? I've already gone to bed. Can't you leave me alone? Yang Xian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the footsteps of the demoness coming from behind him. No way. I'm your person now. Whatever you say, I have to do. The demoness said in a domineering manner, and then started to undress with her hands. Yang Xian, his grandma, what kind of great god has this invited back? Asterisk 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 stop it. What the hell do you want? If you do that again, then we'll just not be together. Chapter 74 Illusory Realm of Ghosts. Yang Xian was furious and got up to go out. Unexpectedly, the demon girl actually jumped into his arms at once. Just as Yang Xian wanted to speak, his cell phone rang. Master Yang, can I trouble you to come to Southern Province? I'm in a bit of trouble over here. It was Du Qing on the other end of the phone. How could Du Qing be in trouble? It doesn't look like it's anything trivial. I'm on my way. Although he was preparing to have a good rest, in order to avoid the demon girl, Yang Xian immediately put on his clothes and went out. This woman is so abrasive. Only when Yang Xian walked out of the bedroom did the demon G let out a cold snort. Stinky man, just know how to make my mom angry. Although she said so on her lips, the demon girl was staring at Yang Xian's departing back with misty eyes. This guy is such a freak. It's just fascinating. After leaving from his home, Yang Xian didn't take long to get on the train to the Southern Province. Because it's a moving train, it takes just half an hour. Yang Xian briefly understood the situation on the phone. Du Qing's side had encountered a group of difficult evil spirits and needed him to go and assist. Upon arriving at the Southern Province, Du Qing had been waiting outside the station for a long time. Yang Xian, let's hurry up and go. Those ghosts are getting harder and harder to deal with. Good. Yang Xian nodded. The two quickly ran in the direction of the mountains. They hadn't even gotten close to that mountain when a solemn aura swept over them. Killing intent. Very strong killing intent. This is. Yang Xian sensed that something was wrong. Something seems odd here. Du Qing also frowned. The mountains were empty, and there was no one else at all except for a group of ferocious ghosts. Du Qing, you leave here first. Leave this place to me. Yang Xian didn't want to show his secret weapon in front of Du Qing, so he had to be allowed to leave first. Yang Xian, these ghosts are not easy to deal with. Du Qing knew that Yang Xian was powerful, but now that he was facing this group of ghosts, was Yang Xian too gullible? Let's go. It's not as dangerous as you think. Trust me. Yang Xian laughed. Du Qing looked at Yang Xian and hesitated but did as he was told. Take care of yourself then. Du Qing turned around and left, and it wasn't long before Yang Xian felt a familiar aura. He took out the Soul Clan flag and then walked towards the front. Under that big tree, a ghostly creature was hovering, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Yang Xian approaching, the ghostly creature suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, a black shadow instantly pounced towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian had taken precautions and quickly danced the Soul Clan banner as golden light rushed out and blocked the ghostly creature. Still trying to run away from me? Yang Xian's eyes narrowed and the black shadow was instantly surrounded by golden light. Seeing the situation, the ghostly creature tried to escape again, and ended up crashing directly into the golden light, falling on its face, looking very pitiful. This golden light was so powerful that even though it tried to escape, it was never able to escape. Yellow Spring Ghost King, come out and help. Devour all these ghosts. There's no shortage of ghosts here. Relying on Yang Xian alone, I was afraid that it would be a bit difficult. so Yang Xian had no choice but to call out the Yellow Springs Ghost King and ask it to help in the battle. The appearance of the Yellow Spring Ghost King quickly caused the ghosts to panic. A powerful big ghost stood there, exuding an appalling aura. Where would the other little ghosts dare to clamor with them? They all fled in fear, clutching their heads. However, Yang Xian had known that they would be like this, so he struck when he saw them trying to escape. With the Soul Clan banner as a divine weapon, these brats couldn't escape at all. Yang Xian stood aside and watched the battle. He only needed to trap these ghosts now and leave all the rest to the Yellow Spring Ghost King. The Yellow Spring Ghost King was now a solid Ghost Emperor level, and it was natural to deal with some ghosts. The Yellow Springs Ghost King also enjoyed this life. For this matter, the Yellow Spring Ghost King was happy to be able to improve his strength. Remembering that he had still submitted to Yang Xian in the beginning because of the Soul Clan's banner, the Yellow Spring Ghost King couldn't wait to give himself a big earful. This is the kind of good thing you would have come over if you had known about it earlier. I'm afraid I've long since reached the level of a ghost ruler. Just now everything has been too late. Yellow Springs Ghost King can only accept the current situation, slowly cultivate to enhance their own strength. It was too easy for the Yellow Springs Ghost King to deal with these brats. In just a few minutes, a large group of little ghosts were settled by the Yellow Spring Ghost King. Strange, how could Du Qing not be able to deal with just this many ghosts? Instead, he asked me to come over? Yang Xian was a bit puzzled. The Yellow Springs Ghost King, however, hemmed and hawed. Master, you don't have to care so much, just settle all these ghosts. It will enhance my strength, and it will be easier for us to go out and catch ghosts in the future. Yang Xian thought yes, as long as they took care of these ghosts. So it was that Yang Xian began to look for new prey. It didn't take long for Yang Xian and the Yellow Springs Ghost King to have wiped out these ghosts clean. The Yellow Spring Ghost King absorbed the aura from them, and his strength slowly began to increase. Yang Xian, on the other hand, checked the terrain. It didn't take long for Yang Xian to realize what the problem was. On the tree not far from him, there was actually a black aura flowing. Strange, it's actually a ghostly area. Looking at the large tree in front of him, Yang Xian frowned. Ghost domain. It was a space that only existences above the Ghost Emperor level could open up. This space was no ordinary space. It was capable of trapping living people. It's also commonly known as ghosting. Generally Ghost Emperors rarely use this skill. I didn't realize that Du Qing was actually encountering such a problem, so it seemed that the situation was quite serious. Yang Xian had to be careful. In order not to let his trail be exposed, Yang Xian directly used the invisibility pill to conceal his figure, and then carefully sneaked into the ghost domain. It was a black space in which almost nothing could be seen. Yang Xian could only feel his way forward with his senses, and from time to time, he had to dodge the attacks around him. It was all made up of darkness, and Yang Xian had no idea what was around him. A huge palm slapped towards Yang Xian, but fortunately Yang Xian reacted sharply and dodged the palm's attack. Who's there? Yang Xian shouted. You are Yang Xian, aren't you? I didn't expect you to be quite strong, and actually didn't fall for my illusion. An icy voice came out from inside. Yang Xian knew that the owner of this voice was that Ghost Emperor. However, Yang Xian still deliberately pretended to know nothing. What are you talking about? What illusion? Humph, don't pretend. Do you think I can't see that you're using something to conceal your aura? A mere invisibility pill is nothing under my father's illusions. Since you've already been discovered by me, then immediately hand over the Soul Clan banner, or else your end will definitely not be good. Chapter 75 Ejecting the Ghost Region. Yang Xian could hear that this Ghost Emperor was not weak. The Soul Clan banner was the nemesis of all ghosts, and it was impossible for him not to understand the power of the Soul Clan banner. However, Yang Xian was wondering how this person knew that the Soul Race flag was on him. What do you mean? You're looking for the Soul Clan flag? Sorry, that thing seems to be lost, Yang Xian said in a posturing manner. It was just thrown. Yang Xian also deliberately added a sentence. As long as this Ghost Emperor dropped his guard a little, he would be in a passive position. Kid, don't try to fool me anymore. I understand your purpose very well. It's nothing more than to stall for time. In fact, you could have just surrendered. In that case, not only would I not kill you, I could also let you go. These words caused Yang Xian to be a bit shocked. How could the other party let him leave so easily? It was really perverse. How could you let me go so easily? Hearing Yang Xian's words, the other party laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, looks like you still don't believe my words, but it doesn't matter. As long as you obediently take out something, I will naturally let you go. Hearing this, Yang Xian was even more certain that he had guessed correctly. The other party must know something, that's why he was able to let himself go so easily. Could it be that you know me? Or maybe you know who I am? Yang Xian was a little excited. If the other party really knew his identity, that would be a good opportunity. But Yang Xian didn't know how to utilize this opportunity now. Seeing that Yang Xian had guessed it out, The other party was laughing coldly. It seems that you are not stupid to the core. Not bad. It is precisely because I know your identity that I am willing to let you live. If you are willing to be obedient, I can let you live. This guy also has a big opportunity. I can actually relate to those gods. One had better not offend this guy too hard, or it would be one's own bad luck. Yang Xian looked at the void in front of him uncertainly. That ghost emperor had been unwilling to show himself, instead choosing to use his spiritual power to communicate with Yang Xian, which made Yang Xian feel weird. The other party was unsuspecting, but their strength was also high, so they should never act rashly. While Yang Xian was pondering, the huge black hand attacked again. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Nice guy, actually playing sneak attack? Looks like I'm being taken for a soft touch. Don't you think I'm easy to bully? Yang Xian coldly grunted and fiercely struck out, a fist directly hitting that big hand. There was a loud bang, and the large hand actually didn't disappear. Yang Xian was a bit surprised. It seemed that this ghost emperor did have two tricks up his sleeve, but Yang Xian wasn't a saving grace either. Facing an unknown powerhouse, Yang Xian didn't dare to take it lightly. Therefore, Yang Xian directly used his merit value to exchange for the instantaneous movement talisman, and his figure disappeared in place. The next moment appeared behind that big hand. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Yang Xian's mouth. Looks like you forgot. After saying that, Yang Xian slammed his fist on that big hand. In an instant, the large hand completely dissipated. Behind that big hand was a black shadow, and that black shadow was the true face of the Ghost Emperor. Who exactly are you? The Ghost Emperor asked angrily. I originally thought of scaring him, but I didn't expect this kid to come for real. Yang Xian snorted coldly as his figure appeared behind that black shadow. It's none of your business what I am. Pulling out the soul-devouring dagger. A trace of ruthlessness flashed under Yang Xian's eyes as he directly stabbed at the black shadow's heart. This move really kills. The black shadow's body visibly stalled, but it quickly reacted. Your soul-devouring dagger. Where did you get it? This thing was a big killer for their ghosts. I didn't expect this kid to have this kind of treasure. Yang Xian didn't say anything either. Gripping the soul-devouring dagger in his hand, he stabbed down without hesitation in the Ghost Emperor's horrified eyes. If this succeeded, even if this Ghost Emperor didn't die, he would have to shed his skin. However, just at the moment Yang Xian was ready to succeed, the black shadow in the void suddenly moved. Drive me! A powerful aura instantly shook Yang Xian out. Yang Xian stood on that mountain with a dumbfounded look on his face. How did he get bounced out of the ghostly realm for good reason? It's outrageous. Just as Yang Xian wanted to do something, he saw Du Qing, who he had sent away earlier, walk over. Why did you just suddenly disappear? Du Qing frowned and looked at Yang Xian critically. Yang Xian's heart thumped. This guy still doesn't trust himself. He would actually spy on himself in the dark. I just entered that Ghost Emperor's ghost domain and fought with it. Du Qing nodded slightly. It was not a surprise. After all, the Ghost Emperor could open up a ghost domain. The ghost domain was an independent space. And in the ghost domain, the Ghost Emperor had supreme power. Just like an emperor. Unless you're good enough, you don't flip. Of course these circumstances, Du Qing did not tell Yang Xian. Since Yang Xian was able to fight with that Ghost Emperor inside, it meant that Yang Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. So it is. Du Qing nodded, then looked at Yang Xian once again. Now that all the evil spirits have been removed from this side, we can go back first. Yang Xian had wanted to stay here to solve the problem of that ghost domain, but now, he himself had been ejected by that Ghost Emperor, and there was no way to get back in. Looks like something else has to be done. Suddenly remembered that the system upgraded to give a deity's wish. If one accomplished the deity's wish, would it be able to help one break open the ghost domain? This kind of ghost emperor who could create a ghost domain was put on the auction block. Gotta make a lot of money again. Yang Xian was ready to count his money again, but the most important thing now was to hurry back to study. What exactly was that deity's wish? So Yang Xian returned to the hotel with Du Qing, and after returning to the hotel, Du Qing took a call and went out again, while Yang Xian opened the system, checked out the features and tasks about the upgraded system. System, how to fulfill a deity's wish. Is there a designated deity or can you make your own selection? The host can pick and choose. After getting a response, Yang Xian was even more excited. It would be a lot easier if he could pick it himself. And if he could get a little connection with those powerful deities, then it would help him in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Xian immediately asked the system, System, can you tell me how to pick? Unable to disclose. Yang Xian, fine. Yang Xian sighed and began to think about which deity to ask for help. Words against ghosts. It seems like Zhong Kuei is a bit better. After all, this guy is kind of the originator of exorcism. Definitely much more powerful than other exorcisms. Since Zhong Kuei is called the god of exorcism, he should be able to take care of this ghost emperor, right? Chapter 76, Zhong Kuei's Wish. Yang Xian thought for a moment and decided to make a trip to the Zhong Kuei temple, which was in his city anyway. In order to prevent Du Qing from discovering anything, Yang Xian purposely put on a mask and duck-tongue cap to cover his appearance. Quietly, he slipped out of the hotel and headed outside. When he came to the street, Yang Xian suddenly saw a person walking towards him head-on. After the person approached himself, Yang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. "Why are you here?" The man froze and seemed a bit surprised as well, looking Yang Xian up and down. "It's you. It's actually a banshee." Yang Xian didn't think that it was such a coincidence that he was able to run into her here. "What brings you to this place?" Yang Xian asked in wonder. "This ninny is a real ghost. I see her everywhere I go, and it's all surprisingly incidental. I was just passing through." The demoness smiled faintly. Then her words changed. "What are you doing here?" She had now been arranged to follow Yang Xian as his assistant, but Yang Xian hasn't been doing much of anything lately. That's why it's not good for Banshee to seek it out. Yang Xian smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. "I'm going to Zhong Kuei Temple now. Do you want to go with me? To the Temple of the Bellwether?" The demoness froze for a moment. She knew a little about this temple as well. "I didn't expect Yang Xian to go to this place." However, what was more curious in her mind was why Yang Xian chose to go to the Zhong Kuei Temple. "Why did you bring me here?" "Of course there is something." Yang Xian heatedly smiled. "When you follow me, aren't you going to treat me as a teacher?" Teachers naturally have to teach their students knowledge. There's nothing wrong with him saying that. The siren had no reason to push back. The two of them then walked shoulder to shoulder down the street towards the Zhong Kuei Temple. Although Yang Xian didn't know how she knew about the Zhong Kuei Temple, but since she was here, it would be good to go in together and take a look. Waiting until after 8 p.m. We finally arrived at the Zhong Kuei Temple. There weren't many people at the Zhong Kuei Temple at this time. Not many people came here at night, but there was still some light inside the Zhong Kuei Temple. Yang Xian walked in and saw a large courtyard. There is a well in the center of the courtyard. In the night, it gave off an eerie green light. A ghost well? Yang Xian was slightly surprised. He thought how sacred this place would be. Unexpectedly, it's not just a well, it's a ghost well. The demon lady pointed at the well and explained. It is rumored that this well was opened by Zhong Kuei to exterminate demons and evils, and that throwing offerings here can pray for blessings, but no one knows what is actually underneath this well. Yang Xian nodded slightly. In that case, I can still try to see if I can get the well water out of this place and experiment with the ghosts. While Yang Xian was pondering, a footstep sounded in his ears. Turning around, they saw a man in a security uniform, holding an electric baton, walking towards them. "Both of you, please don't walk around in the middle of the night." Yang Xian and Demon Ji were stunned at the same time. Then Yang Xian grinned and said, "You're the security guard here?" "Yes, I'm the security guard here. Are you two tourists here to burn incense and worship Buddha? If so, please come with me. Register yourselves, and then burn incense and worship Buddha at the prescribed location." Yang Xian nodded. Actually, he didn't mean any harm, just want to test the waters. If this is really the Zhong Kuei Temple, then I should be able to meet Zhong Kuei myself. In time, let's see who's a little bit better. Thinking this way, Yang Xian agreed to the security guard's request and went with him to a small room for registration, and then gave money for burning incense. "2 people, be over there when you worship Buddha and burn incense." The guard pointed to a spot, to a row of burning candles. "Over there is a place to burn incense and pray, so go there." Yang Xian nodded and then walked over. The demoness followed behind, her eyes always watching Yang Xian's every move. When Yang Xian picked up the 3 thick joss sticks and was about to go light them, the demon girl hurriedly stopped him. "What are you getting at? Such a thick joss stick? You can still light it? Don't believe me? Try it and you won't know." Yang Xian smiled, took out a lighter from his backpack, and just wanted to reach out to light the joss sticks. Suddenly, the 3 bundled joss sticks actually burned on their own, and it's still a roaring fire in general, and in the blink of an eye, it's lighting the candles around it. Yang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that Zhong Kuei had been summoned by himself? If that was really the case, then why had he not sensed any Zhong Kuei's aura? Just as Yang Xian was puzzled, a gust of cloudy wind blew in. Yang Xian subconsciously raised his hand to block his face. This gust of wind was particularly strong, and it even scraped Yang Xian's body, which was somewhat unsteady. It was as if the whole world was spinning. When Yang Xian stood still, he realized that the entire room was shrouded in a cloud of darkness, and he couldn't see anything. "Where are the lights?" The demoness stood still, her face very pale. "Let's get out. There is no way for anyone to find out what is going on in this situation. The only way to go now is to get the hell out of here." But by the time the demoness had just opened her mouth, the 3 lit incense candles instantly went out. the whole room was calm again. Yang Xian froze in place, looking at the scene in front of him with a slight frown. Could it be that I was just hallucinating? It shouldn't be. It was all very real at the time. Thinking of this, Yang Xian once again locked his eyes on those 3 incense candles. He had just been so focused on feeling the wind that he hadn't looked closely enough. This time he walked directly to the 3 scented candles. Sure enough, when his hand touched these 3 joss sticks, he obviously felt a huge fluctuation of airflow that came from Yang Xian's palm. Yang Xian's eyes steeply lit up. He understands. When he appeared at the Zhongkuwei temple, he had already established a connection with Zhongkuwei. Now it's just a matter of fulfilling Zhongkuwei's wish for him. Lord Zhongkuwei, my name is Yang Xian. I don't know if you have any wishes left to fulfill. Yang Xian called out to Zhongkuwei in his mind. Sure enough, it was just as he thought it would be. A majestic voice rang out. I hope you can help me find my sister, who has already been reincarnated and cannot be recalled. Find my sister and present you with a Ghost King seal. Yang Xian's eyes jumped when he heard the 3 words Ghost King seal. I didn't realize it would be such a big deal, although he wasn't a ghost cultivator. Nowadays these days, those who could possess the Ghost King seal were few and far between existences. I don't want this Ghost King seal. Why? Because I want you as a person. What do you mean? It's very simple. In the future, if you encounter evil spirits that are difficult to deal with, please, your old man can come to your aid. Chapter 77, Zhonglinger. Yang Xian's words seemed to have silenced Zhongkuwei for a long time. In the next second, Zhongkuwei directly disappeared. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth lightly hooked, knowing that he should have fallen back into slumber by now. Since there is such a powerful booster, if you don't seize the opportunity, when will you wait? Just exactly where to look for the bellhop's sister. Just as Yang Xian was pondering over the problem, he heard the demon Ji on the side was continuously calling out his name. What were you gawking at just now? Nothing. Yang Xian clapped his hands and brought his thoughts back. The most important thing now was to find Zhongkuwei's sister and have him help deal with those ghosts so that he wouldn't have to do it himself every time. But that takes time to find. Or at least a while not. Yang Xian also understood that it was impossible for everything to be so easy. But, if you can't do it yourself, you can always ask someone from the Special Industries Division to conduct an investigation for you. He's one of them now anyway. We'll go back first. Yang Xian and Demon Ji left the Zhongkuwei temple and took a taxi back to the hotel. What's the matter with you today? Wouldn't have encountered a ghost, right? Demon Ji looked at Yang Xian with some worry. Yang Xian shook his head and didn't say anything. After all, this kind of thing was fine as long as he knew it himself. Nothing. The demoness didn't ask much, but she always felt that Yang Xian seemed to be hiding something. Forget it. Let's wait until Yang Xian wants to tell her. Thinking about finding Zhongkuwei's sister, Yang Xian suddenly looked at Demon Ji. Can the special engineering section help me find someone? Looking for someone? What kind of people are you looking for? John Ling Air. Yang Xian directly threw out this name. When the demoness heard this, an odd look surfaced on her face. What are you looking for her for? I'm looking for her for something. Demon Ji looked at Yang Xian suspiciously, and although she didn't know what his purpose was, she didn't stop him. I'll set it up now and call you. Aha. Seeing this, the demon girl went back to her guest room. Only after the demoness left did Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't expect that he and Zhongkuwei had established a connection. For ghost practitioners, entering reincarnation is a kind of liberation. But for someone as powerful as Zhongkuwei, I'm sure it's unlikely that he would be willing to enter the reincarnation cycle to be reincarnated. Yang Xian shook his head and stopped imagining things, but began to cultivate. Zhongkuwei's appearance gave Yang Xian a kind of great pressure to pay attention to this problem. If he wanted to raise his strength, he had to hurry up and look for Zhonglinger and find a way to awaken Zhongkuwei's divine power. The next morning, the demoness knocked on the door of Yang Xian's room. The one you're looking for, I've found for you. Yang Xian opened the door, took the cell phone, and looked at the other party's information. The woman in the photo is beautiful, but so soft that it makes your heart ache at first glance. Are you sure it's her? The demoness nodded. On our side, we do have a girl named Zhonglinger, but the girl is not in Zhengcheng now. Not in Zhengcheng? Yang Xian frowned slightly. Where is she? She was sent to Europe. When Yang Xian heard this, his brows tightened. How did Zhonglinger get sent abroad? But now that he knew Zhonglinger's information, it was much more convenient. I know. Leave this to me. Seeing this, the demoness nodded and turned around to go back to her room. Yang Xian took his cell phone and walked out of the guest room. Now that he had a lot of money in his hands, he could just fly to Europe to look for Zhonglinger. Zhonglinger didn't know that she was Zhongkuwei's sister yet. Yang Xian planned, first find the other party and then slowly explain to her. Just as Yang Xian arrived abroad, the situation on Zhonglinger's side was less optimistic. She was locked in a small dark room with her hands and feet bound. and there was no way for her to resist. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that she was hallucinating? Zhonglinger stared incredulously at the rope at her wrist, but no matter how hard she tried, there was no way to untie these ropes. Just as she was lost in thought, a figure appeared. "Wake up!" A slap landed on her face. Zhonglinger came to her senses from the beating, and when she saw the man in front of her, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. "Who are you guys?" Zhonglinger was so scared that she wanted to scream out, but the man gagged her with something. Zhonglinger's whimpering voice gradually turned into a whimper. The man squatted in front of her, staring at the soft-faced woman in front of him. A bit of evil in his eyes emerged. "TSK, this figure is not bad." The other man's eyes lit up when he heard this. The two men looked at each other with a strange look on their faces. Zhonglinger's eyes reddened when she saw them like this. "Beast, let go of me. Don't touch me." Zhonglinger struggled desperately, but there was nothing she could do. The two men looked at each other and directly tied Zhonglinger up, making her stand up. The two men began to work on undoing her pants. Zhonglinger looked at them with a pale face as tears continued to flow down her face. "Beast!" Zhonglinger cried out as she struggled. The man heard this, but he laughed. "Ha ha ha, that look on your face is a real turn-on." When Zhonglinger saw this, she was even more desperate. Yang Xian had just gotten off the plane and hadn't even sat down yet when he received a call from the special engineering section. "Brother Xian, Zhonglinger, who you asked us to check, has been kidnapped," Demon Ji said anxiously on the phone. Yang Xian's expression immediately changed after hearing this. "Kidnapped? Yes, those people posted her nude photos on the internet. We're going to deal with it immediately." After finishing her sentence, Demonis was about to hang up the phone. "Wait, send me the address. I'll save her." "Where is she?" "We'll send the address to your cell phone soon. We're mobilizing a helicopter over there right now. Don't worry, someone will be there with you." Yang Xian heard this. "No, I'll go by myself. You guys don't need to follow." The demon girl froze when she heard this. "Are you crazy? This is too dangerous." "No way." Yang Xian interrupted her and said decisively, "This matter, it must be done by me." The siren was silent for a moment and could only agree. "All right, I'll have them come back then." "Aha." Yang Xian nodded and hung up the phone. There was only one thought left in his mind right now, and that was to hurry to Zhonglinger's location. If she let those people take advantage of her, Zhonglinger might be left with a shadow for the rest of her life and lose hope in life. At this moment, Zhonglinger was tied to the bed without an inch of clothing. Chapter 78, Rescuing Zhonglinger. Her eyes were vacant and lifeless as she let the tears slide down her face. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps reached inside her ears. Thinking that the man who had just arrived was in league with the two in front of her, Zhonglinger closed her eyes in despair. She regretted so much why she had come to visit such a place. She should have stayed in Jiangcheng obediently. If he was still in Jiangcheng, he wouldn't have run into these messy people. It's just a shame that there are no pills of regret to buy in the world. The more Zhonglinger thought about it, the more she couldn't help but want to cry. "Let her go." An unfamiliar voice rang out, and the words spoken were also in Mandarin. After realizing this, Zhonglinger raised her head in disbelief. Looking in the direction the voice came from, he saw a man facing the two men who had tied him up. Yang Xian also didn't expect to see actually such a scene when he arrived. If only it were a little later. These two were bold enough to touch Zhong Kuei's sister. If Zhong Kuei knew about this, he would definitely thwart them. When these two men saw Yang Xian appear, their faces changed slightly. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Yang Xian laughed coldly. Daring to touch anyone really ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. The two men heard this and were uncertain. This person was inexplicable, but to the extent that it affected their good deeds, they naturally would not be soft. The two brothers immediately pulled out their weapons. "This is Europe. This guy coming alone is just looking for death. You hurry up and go." Zhonglinger shouted with all her strength. She didn't want to see anyone else get dragged down with her. Yang Xian turned his head to look at her. "Don't worry for now. I'll take you out of here right away." Just after these words were said, the brothers had already rushed over, aiming at Yang Xian with a vicious shot. Yang Xian dodged the bullet with a wobble of his body. Zhonglinger's body, which was already trembling from fear, saw Yang Xian's eyes widen when he actually dodged the bullet with ease. Does he have special kung fu like those movies show? Yang Xian didn't notice Zhonglinger's expression, and after dodging the two men's attacks, he turned around and gave them a punch. The two men took several steps backwards. A cold light flashed out from under Yang Xian's eyes, and the corner of his mouth sketched out a cruel smile. "Now that you're here, don't go." Yang Xian coldly finished speaking and then directly pounced on him. When the two men saw this, they didn't care about the pain in their bodies and hurriedly pulled their legs out and ran. Zhonglinger's eyes widened in surprise when she saw this. What was this? The two vicious bad guys from earlier just ran away like that? However, very quickly, Yang Xian's goal shifted to Zhong Linger's body. He walked to Zhong Linger's front and untied her. My name is Yang Xian. I was entrusted to find you. Let's go back to our country first. Then I'll take you to a place. After briefly introducing himself, Yang Xian picked up Zhong Linger and held her in his arms. Zhong Linger's face instantly reddened as she felt the proximity of the male scent. Gritting her teeth and trying to keep her composure, she hung her head low and asked in a small voice, "Why are you helping me?" I said, "By proxy." Yang Xian couldn't help but feel that Zhong Kuei's sister was more than just pretty. Her body was also one of a kind. It was a bit of a stupid feeling to just hold it. Myself. After returning to the country by airplane, Yang Xian simply drove Zhong Linger in his car. A wave of sadness crossed Zhong Linger's heart as she saw the familiar yet unfamiliar scene outside the car window. She hadn't expected that she would actually encounter such a troublesome situation on this trip, and almost get defiled. Where are you taking me? Zhong Linger suddenly stopped the car and looked at the man in the driver's seat suspiciously. Yang Xian swept Zhong Linger a glance from inside the rearview mirror. You'll know when we get there. Zhong Linger's frown deepened as she heard this, but she still didn't continue to pursue the matter anymore. Yang Xian had just saved himself, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Soon, Yang Xian's car stopped at the entrance of Zhong Kuei Temple. I also wondered if I would be able to obtain any other additional rewards after fulfilling Zhong Kuei's wish, but the most important thing right now is for the siblings to recognize each other. I wonder what it would be like for this person and soul to recognize each other. Yang Xian thought curiously. He opened the car door and stepped down, waving at Zhong Linger, who was standing in front of the temple. Zhong Linger looked at him suspiciously, wondering what this man was going to do. Still, she slogged on. Zhong Linger looked at the dilapidated buildings around her with a hint of strangeness in her heart. She raised her head and scrutinized the plaque hanging at the entrance of the temple Zhong Kuei Temple. Although much dilapidated, the handwriting was clear. With a strong and elegant brush, Yang Xian saw her staring blankly at the plaque and couldn't help but remind her. Let's go. Zhong Linger returned to her senses and followed Yang Xian inside. The Zhong Kuei Temple lives up to its name, with a steady stream of people coming to worship Buddha and burn incense every day. What did you bring me here for? Zhong Linger still couldn't hold back her question. Yang Xian looked at Zhong Linger in front of him and faintly explained, the one who entrusted me to find you and protect you is him. Saying that, Yang Xian pointed to the Zhong Kuei sculpture next to him. Zhong Linger followed his finger to the side and was stunned. Her eyes widened as she looked at the sculpture, a mist of water pooling inside her eyes. For some reason, although it was just a sculpture, Zhong Linger had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. It's like intimacy, pang after pang. She reached out and touched the sculpture, her lips trembling, her voice choked. Brother. Hearing her call out this name, Yang Xian was also stunned. You remembered? Zhong Linger ignored him and knelt straight in front of Zhong Kuei's sculpture, tears streaming down her face. At the same time, Zhong Kuei's soul appeared in front of Zhong Linger. Linger. Zhong Kuei looked at his sister, too excited to speak. Zhong Linger also looked at her brother as tears continued to flow out of her eyes. Brother, I've finally met you. Zhong Kuei sighed and walked forward, touching Zhong Linger's head. Linger, it's all my brother's fault for being incapable of picking you up and making you suffer. Zhong Linger shook her head. Brother, I don't blame you. Zhong Kuei gave Zhong Linger a gratifying glance, then dropped his eyes on Yang Xian. He arched his hand and respectfully said, many thanks to the benefactor for making a move. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to command. Yang Xian waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite. I'm just fulfilling your wish for you. You two siblings should catch up first. I'll summon you when I need your help. Aha. Yang Xian nodded and turned to leave. As she passed in front of Zhong Linger suddenly called out to Yang Xian. Hey, thank you for saving me tonight. I'll be sure to thank you again some other day. Chapter 79. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled. A show of hands. What's the point? After saying that, Yang Xian left the Zhong Kuei Temple. On the way home, Yang Xian summoned the system. System, is there any reward after Zhong Kuei's wish is completed? The system's mechanical voice appeared quickly this time. Host completes Deity Wish X1. Cumulative completion of Deity Wishes X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Zhong Kuei mask. After wearing it, you can obtain divine power to possess and change into the appearance of Zhong Kuei, and obtain all of Zhong Kuei's divine power, as well as obtaining the permanent skill, Shocking Ghosts. Listening to the information coming from his ears, Yang Xian nodded slightly. Zhong Kuei is a yin and yang seer who specializes in exorcising demons and warding off evil spirits with great strength. If Yang Xian encountered danger in the future, he could completely use Zhong Kuei's power to solve it. Thinking of the ghostly domain that day, Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. If he followed this progress, wouldn't he be able to collect all of the deity's divine power in the future? It's just about to be unbeatable. However, Yang Xian's goal was not invincibility. because what he wants is to guard what he wants to guard. The next morning, Yang Xian was eating breakfast when the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Yang Xian muttered, putting down his dishes and heading towards the door. After opening the door, we saw Demon G and Fatty standing there. "Not me. The two of us are at least considered your assistants. You left without saying a word and came back without saying a word. Really think you're the overbearing president?" The demoness chattered on, counting down Yang Xian, as if she wanted to spit out all the grievances that had accumulated over the past few days. Fatty chimed in, "Yang Xian, you are indeed too overbearing." The two of them sang as if they had sold Yang Xian out. Yang Xian cried and laughed, and hurriedly explained, "There was an emergency last night, so I left for a bit. I didn't mean to leave you guys behind. I'll explain this matter to you guys later, and now there's a very important thing to explain to you guys." Banshee and Fatty looked at each other, then sat down. "Say, what's up? I want to know about what happened that night in the ghost domain." Yang Xian pondered for a long time and stated his purpose. The demoness nodded. "So that's what this is about. You guys know?" Yang Xian asked with a frown. Fatty snatched the answer. "Yang Xian, don't forget, we are at least with you a piece of people who have seen ghosts, although not as good as you, but also understand some." "Oh." Yang Xian nodded in realization. At this time, the Demon G continued. "The ghost domain made a lot of commotion that night, but we checked all the information but didn't have any clues. Recently we investigated that a ghost sovereign left an heir in the outside world, but the exact location, we didn't find it. So we guessed if that ghost was the ghost sovereign's heir?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xian fell into thought. He didn't doubt the Demonji's speculation. After all, the strength of that ghost was certainly quite a bit higher than his own before. "Brother Xian, then what do we do now?" Fatty asked tentatively. Demon G also looked at Yang Xian expectantly, waiting for his arrangement. "Make another trip over there tonight." "I don't believe it. I still can't help a small ghost domain. It's just as well to try out the Zhong Kuei possession that I just obtained." As night fell, Yang Xian, Demon G, and Little Fatty quietly sneaked into the ghost region. It was a barren mountain wilderness, surrounded by nothing but overgrown weeds. At the foot of the mountain there were a few dilapidated houses, and in the distance there was a faint sound of whimpering and crying. Miserable to the core, the demon girl frowned. This place had already been visited by Yang Xian and Du Qing last time. Nothing had changed, and this time Yang Xian could clearly see that there was a black smoke covering the place where he was ejected. Couldn't see anything before. Could it be that this was the extra ability gained after obtaining Zhong Kuei's divine power possession? "Yang Xian, are you sure you want to go here?" Demon G looked at Yang Xian worriedly. Yang Xian nodded his head and took a step towards the black smoke. Just as soon as he got close, Yang Xian felt chills all over his body. This cold is by no means ordinary cold, and like a pair of cold hands that burrowed down his pores. Yang Xian was secretly shocked in his heart. Where exactly did this bizarre aura come from? "Yang Xian, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Demon G stared at Yang Xian nervously, her face full of worry. Yang Xian gently shook his head. He looked around and didn't find anything special. And right at that moment, the black mist suddenly churned violently. At the same time, a piercingly sharp hiss came out suddenly, as if it was going to tear one's soul apart. The demon girl was so scared that she hid behind Yang Xian and shivered. The corners of Yang Xian's mouth revealed a hint of intrigue, guessing that this ghost was also realizing that he was the one who was ejected by it that day. "That's why you're terrorizing yourself and forcing yourself out of here. He favors not." Yang Xian immediately put on the Zhong Kuei mask in his hand, and in the next moment, Yang Xian's entire body suddenly turned into the appearance of Zhong Kuei. "What's going on here?" Demon G stared at Yang Xian in surprise, not daring to look at him confidently. "Played a big change in front of yourself? This Yang Xian is really getting wilder and wilder." Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling her to be silent, then slowly walked towards the front. That black mist also seemed to have sensed that Yang Xian was not immortal, and became even more unscrupulous. Suddenly, the black mist manifested into a huge thing that rushed towards Yang Xian. "Good timing," Yang Xian said excitedly. This black fog was finally going to reveal its true colors. Yang Xian leapt up and reached out to grab Black Mist's neck, trying to lift it up. However, surprisingly, he couldn't even touch the black mist in the slightest. But the black mist could hit him. Yang Xian was a bit dazed by the impact and almost fell to the ground. Not only that, the speed of the black fog was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Xian was wrapped up and then brought into the depths of the black fog. "Crap, shouldn't Brother Xian be in danger?" Little Fatty said anxiously. "Shut up." The demoness gave him a blank look. "Can't you realize that Yang Xian is not an ordinary person?" The other side. Yang Xian was brought to the center of the ghost domain by that black mist. How many years have I not encountered a human who dares to offend this king's majesty? Since you insist on challenging, let you taste this king's wrath." The black mist roared angrily and then lunged towards Yang Xian. The black mist coalesced into a fist-sized ball that contained a tremendous amount of sinister power. Facing the attack of the black mist, Yang Xian stood there without moving. The black mist was obviously a bit stunned, not anticipating Yang Xian's move. However, just in the nick of time, Yang Xian used Zhong Kuei's mana and his body shone with golden light. Bang! Yang Xian raised his leg and kicked on the black mist, directly sending it flying out. Ah! The black mist roared in agony. How dare you hurt this king? Simply deserve to die. Chapter 80, Destroying the Ghost Domain. Ha! Facing black mist's roar, Yang Xian disdained it and slapped black mist's head, then kicked him hard in the ass. Ah! You bastard! This king will kill you! This king will kill you! Looking at this pile of black mist impotent and furious, Yang Xian was also interested. Simply summoned the Machete Kid head and the Yellow Springs Ghost King. It's a good idea to let these two ghosts practice as well. As your own ghost servant, how can you be a weakling? I'll leave this black mist to you guys. Yang Xian wouldn't admit that he was trying to be lazy, so he assigned such two guys to appear. The Machete Kid was immediately fist-pumping and ready to start the show. The Yellow Spring Ghost King, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh and directly wielded the scythe he snatched from nowhere to chop at the black mist. Damn! These two mole crickets! Black Mist was furious to the extreme. He was the king of the ghost domain, but he was surrounded by a ghost king. And a little kid? Wouldn't this be a disgrace to the ghost clan when it was spread out? Humph! The black mist snorted coldly, and immediately, the black mist on his body skyrocketed several times, and actually shook the Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Machete Kid head back a few steps. This thing is really powerful. The Yellow Springs Ghost King's eyes were shining. He could feel the powerful strength of this black mist. If he fought with this black mist, his chances of winning would be no more than 50%. Ha ha ha, mole crickets. Just with you guys you still want to destroy this king? Dream on. The black mist laughed wildly. Seeing how arrogant he was, Yang Xian didn't even think about it and gave it another hook. You're already a ghost, but you're still so dishonest. Aha! You lowly human. How dare you hurt me? I will kill you. Black Mist was attacked again and exploded with anger. He was the king of the ghost domain, but he couldn't even solve a mole cricket. The black mist was furious to the extreme, and it kept releasing thick black mist before forming various monsters. At this moment, the black mist could not care less about the state of Yang Xian being possessed by Zhong Kuei. It hated Yang Xian and wanted to kill him first. It had to be said that black mist's moves were very sharp, and every attack was able to hit the other ghosts hard. Chopper Kid looked on in horror. However, Yang Xian still didn't change his face, allowing this black mist's moves to bombard him. On the contrary, the black mist, the more it fought, the more alarmed it became, because no matter how many ghosts it created, in the end all of them would be exterminated by Yang Xian in a single glance. Who the hell are you? The black mist stopped continuing its attack, its tone filled with doubt. Me? Someone who specialized in cleaning up after you. Yang Xian spoke indifferently. Ha ha ha, you're so stupid. Black Mist suddenly let out a loud laugh, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Don't you know that this is a ghost domain? The Black Mist glanced at Yang Xian with contempt. In my territory, whoever I want to die must die. Just as Black Mist's words fell, a gust of black smoke suddenly filled the surroundings. Immediately afterward, the black smoke actually formed a tall figure. It was a man wearing a black robe. He was wrapped in black mist all over his body, looking bizarre to the extreme, especially those scarlet bloodthirsty eyes, which were like the pupils of a demon. The moment the black-robed man appeared, the temperature of the entire space plummeted, freezing cold and shivering. What kind of monster is this? The Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Machete Kid head were both filled with trepidation. GG. The black-robed man let out a sharp and ear-piercing hiss before charging towards Yang Xian. The black-robed man's speed was strangely fast, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Yang Xian. He raised his blackened claws and slapped down towards Yang Xian's chest. However, at that moment, Yang Xian moved swiftly and dodged sideways. The black-robed man frowned slightly as he seemed to have underestimated Yang Xian. Ha. Yang Xian let out a sardonic laugh. He had deliberately restrained Zhong Kuei's aura just now, and it was just the right moment to release it all. As expected, the black-robed man immediately changed his face. Why do you have the scent of Zhong Kuei? The black-robed man's tone finally rippled. Zhong Kuei was transformed by the aura of heaven and earth, and except for those in the divine realm, no one had ever seen Zhong Kuei's true face at all, let alone possessing Zhong Kuei's aura. Then don't you care? Today is the day you die. Yang Xian drank coldly. After saying that, Yang Xian swung the axe in his hand and chopped towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man panicked and dodged. Yang Xian kept smashing at it with his axe in hand, But the other party was just too slippery and always managed to dodge away in time whenever he got close. If it was an ordinary ghost, it would have been smashed to death several times by Yang Xian. Damn! Yang Xian cursed. He had originally planned to wait for the Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Machete Kid head to settle the black mist, then he could lie down and win. But now it seems that his plans are in vain. It looked like this black-robed man couldn't deal with anyone else but himself. It just so happens that the other guy is still in awe of himself. In that case, the only way to do it is to do it yourself. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. His arm holding the axe handle fiercely exerted force. The light on the axe flickered, and as the axe blade crossed the mid-air, bringing out a string of sparks, the axe ruthlessly cleaved on the black-robed man. Ow dash! The black-robed man once again transformed into black mist and dissipated with a miserable cry. Ding! Congratulations to the player who defeated the king of the ghost realm, gaining 10,000 merit points and picking up a ghost elixir. The system's mechanical voice resounded through Yang Xian's mind. Yang Xian took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Phew! Yang Xian loosened up and sat down on the ground. The battle with the black mist just now had cost Yang Xian a huge amount of his mind and soul, and now he only felt exhausted. However, it was good that Yang Xian had still taken down the Ghost Domain King, so it was somewhat rewarding. Master! The Yellow Spring Ghost King and Machete Kid head ran to Yang Xian's side and asked with concern, "How are you doing?" "It's fine. Just take a rest." Yang Xian waved his hand. Yang Xian raised his head and looked towards the Zhong Kuei silhouette that was suspended in midair, quietly looking at him. The mask had been removed, but Zhong Kuei was in no hurry to leave. Zhong Kuei, hard work. Yang Xian bowed to the Zhong Kuei silhouette. Although Zhong Kuei was not a living creature, Yang Xian still regarded Zhong Kuei as an elder. Zhong Kuei nodded. His figure fluttered and he soon left the place. Demon Ji and Fatty also finally found Yang Xian's figure. "Brother Xian, we finally found you." Fatty wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. "Brother Xian, you're not hurt." Yang Xian shook his head. "Let's go. I'll explain it to you when we get back." All the way back to the inn, the group washed up and prepared for dinner. "Yang Xian, we all felt the battle just now. We didn't expect this ghost domain to be quite powerful." Demon Ji sighed. "Indeed powerful." Yang Xian nodded. "If it wasn't for me, you guys would definitely be in danger." Chapter 81 Guan Yu's Wish. Speaking of which, I wonder where Ching found this thing. It's not possible that after he joins the special labor section, he's going to be here a lot to work for them as a cow, right? At the dinner table, Yang Xian briefly told Demon Ji and the others what happened tonight, and they all sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing it. "Brother Xian, you're too strong, aren't you?" Little Fatty's mouth opened wide in shock as he gulped down his saliva and said. The demon lady's beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Yang Xian with a gaze filled with strange colors. She had guessed that Yang Xian's identity was by no means unusual, but she hadn't expected it to be so powerful. "My God, Brother Xian, no wonder you're joining the special labor section. You're trying to take out the entire world." Fatty shouted excitedly. Cough. Yang Xian coughed lightly in embarrassment. "That's a serious statement. Just doing a favor in passing." Fatty skimmed his mouth and said, "Okay Brother Xian, we have known each other for so many years. You are still polite with me what?" "Yeah Yang Xian, we didn't say you're a superhero. Why are you so modest?" Demoness smiled shallowly. Did she count herself as hugging a thick leg? Yang Xian helplessly touched the tip of his nose. He said an honest statement, but surprisingly no one believed it. "By the way, Yang Xian, how did you suddenly change your appearance that time? It feels like Zhong Kuei?" Demon Ji was puzzled. Yang Xian smiled and shook his head. "That's right, that Zhong Kuei just now was summoned by me." Little Fatty's eyes widened. "You actually even summoned Zhong Kuei? Brother Xian, just how many undercards do you have?" Yang Xian blankly glanced at Fatty. "What bottom card can I have? I'm a in opera singer. Summoning Zhong Kuei isn't a crime." It dawned on Fatty. "Oh, so that's it." The demoness pursed her lips and smiled. Yang Xian had this kind of strength. Then her worries were put down. "Alright, let's eat first. I have a task to explain to you guys later after eating." Yang Xian picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into the bowl, then said indifferently, "Mission?" The demoness raised an eyebrow. "What kind of mission?" "It's a secret." Yang Xian sold a secret. "Poof." The demoness snorted coldly. Fatty, on the other hand, silently lowered his head and grubbed at his bowl of rice. According to his experience, it was best for him not to interrupt when these two people were talking. After eating, several people were ready to rest. Yang Xian returned to his room. Remembering today's events, he was suddenly a little curious. "System, what divine powers of Zhong Kuei can I use? That is, what divine powers does Zhong Kuei have? I know some of it myself, but that's all from mythology. There must be more godly skills in reality." Host, Please explore on your own. The system does not include this feature. Yang Xian's originally excited expression pulled down. This dog system is pitiful. After all this time you're still trying to figure out how to explore on your own. However, one advantage now is that one can decide whether Zhang Kuei is possessed or just appears. And it looks like this is the change that comes with the fulfillment of a wish. What about the divine powers of Bao Zhang and Guan Air Master that he had originally possessed? Master Guan Air, please also show yourself quickly. Following the method taught by the system earlier, Yang Xian quickly summoned Guan Yu. Within a short time, Guan Yu's spirit appeared beside Yang Xian. Little brother, what is it that you summoned me for? Yang Xian bowed respectfully. Second Master Guan is here. The kid doesn't dare to be arrogant. But I just want to ask if the second master has a wish that he has not yet fulfilled? If so, the kid can fulfill it for you. I only ask that when the brat encounters danger in the future, the second master will be able to come to his aid. Yang Xian was also discovering that the power he could inspire when he used the other party's divine power to possess him was not complete enough. It is still most appropriate to bring down the appropriate deity. Ordinary netherworld plays can be handled by themselves, requiring divine power to possess them, but when faced with some powerful ghosts, these spirits must be invited to appear. Master Guan Air was not surprised to hear this. I do have regrets yet to fulfill. I wonder if little brother can help me fulfill them. But at the command of Master Guan Air, Master Guan Air nodded slightly, then spoke slowly. I wish you to find my corpse and rebury it. What the hell? Yang Xian's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe what he was hearing. According to reason, Guan Yu's body should not have been buried by Liu Bei? Why did he have to find himself for burial? As if he could see Yang Xian's doubt, Guan Ershi smiled bitterly. After 1,000 years, my bones have long been unearthed by outlaws and are now exposed in the wilderness. I only hope to find a place to rest. Can the second master perceive the place where his bones are? Yang Xian frowned. If he wanted to go looking for a corpse, this was a bit difficult. I'm afraid, after all, it had been so many years, that had long since become a puddle of white bones. There may not even be much left. Could be. Please also give a direction, second master, and I will take you along to look for it. Hearing Guan Yu's reply, Yang Xian then unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. In these next few days, Guan Yu would be in the form of his soul by Yang Xian's side. After all, the system has been upgraded and is completely different from the previous divine possession, and Guan Yu is now able to see today's society. I really didn't realize that the afterlife was so. Guan Yu looked at the traffic on the street and the novelties. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Xian smiled, and while he was still in the stage of preparing for his departure, he simply played the modern remake of the Three Kingdoms to Guan Yu. What is this? Seeing that the small black box in front of him actually made sounds and actually had a picture on it, Guan Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Originally, I thought it would be amazing enough to come here. I didn't realize there was actually something more magical going on. This is a cell phone. Yang Xian patiently explained to Guan Yu. He had a premonition that such things would definitely happen again in the future, and not a few. It looks like it's time to brush up on your history in advance. After a brief introduction, Guan Yu concentrated on reading the romance of the Three Kingdoms on his cell phone. Every now and then he got red in the face and let out an angry curse. How dare you? Pity my big brother who worked so hard to build the kingdom. Guan Yu soon saw what Lu Zhen did after he succeeded to the throne and felt nothing but heartache. What a no-brainer. Surprisingly so. Looking at Guan Yu's red eyes, Yang Xian just shook his head and did not say anything more, which can be uploaded down from history exactly how they have not known. After finally packing his bags, Yang Xian bought his ticket and prepared to leave. It always feels like I'm forgetting something. Not being able to think of anything for a while, Yang Xian prepared to set off. Guan Yu once again returned to Yang Xian's side, but in his mind, he kept recalling the images he had just seen. Those are just remakes of TV dramas. That's not necessarily how it really was in history. Second Master, you don't have to be too angry. Chapter 82 Departure. Searching for white bones. After thinking about it, Yang Xian still persuaded. Things have already happened. Even anger is useless. Unless one can still see those people. Speaking of this, Yang Xian had a flash of light. Then is it possible to summon Lu Zhen by yourself? Forget it. You can't have people die and get pulled out and flogged again after 1,000 years. Besides, Lu Zhen is not considered a god, but only an ancient man. I see. Guan Yu didn't know what came to his mind. Squinting his eyes as he kept pondering. Because of watching TV in the past few days, Guan Yu has undergone many changes when he speaks. No longer as literal as before. What did you understand, Second Master? Yang Xian is a little puzzled. Able to make Guan Yu no longer think about this matter. It is difficult to see that he cannot see Lu Zhen again. Nothing. After you fulfill my heart's desire, I can go back to inform my big brother in the military division of this matter, and they will be. At that time. Speaking of this, Guan Yu's tone suddenly became lighter. Even though it's happened, it's okay to get out of the way. Yang Xian couldn't help but light a lamp for Lu Zhen in his heart. I'm sorry, man. But because of Guan Yu's words, Yang Xian was a little more curious. Second master, could it be that you still see these people on your side? Sure, although they don't all become gods, their souls still exist. Even if they enter the cycle of reincarnation, they can still return to their original place after death and regain all their memories. So that's how it is. Yang Xian was puzzled. That means that all relevant characters can be summoned. Suddenly I'm kind of looking forward to Lu Zhen getting mixed doubles. How about summoning them all and seeing them live? The more I think about it, the more feasible this behavior seems. Second master, after accomplishing your heart's desire, could you not leave in a hurry first? I would like to try to summon all of your elder and third brothers, as well as the military division, and young Lord Lu. After all, it's better to look at the evidence for this kind of thing that comes out of your mouth. Yang Xianfly rubbed his hands with a bad smile. Good thing too, that 3 countries Guan Yu are not yet fully read, although some of their own practices also do make people misunderstand, but they actually experienced people know their intentions. It's just the right time to also take the opportunity to experience the present again. It's important to realize that after they become spirits, they are limited in where they can go and have no way of knowing what their future lives will be like. Only on occasional trips to hell can one learn a thing or two from among the newly arrived souls. Nay, they can no longer enter the wheel. 1 man and 1 soul were ready to go. The Yellow Spring Ghost King and the Machete Kid Head had expended their strength during the last battle and were still recuperating in Shihua Valley at the moment. Yang Xian was already the master of that Shihua Valley. When there was nothing else to do, the 2 ghosts would be sent forward to station over there, so that no other lonely ghosts would enter by mistake. This will also stop others from going in and causing havoc. When there was a need, Yang Xian only needed to recite in his heart, and the 2 ghosts could instantly appear in front of him. Just after opening the gate, Yang Xian was blocked by the Demon Ji and Little Fatty in front of him. Yang Xian, where are you going? The demoness smiled as she looked at Yang Xian, but the unkindness in her eyes was not hidden at all. Yang Xian froze for a split second, his brain racing. He then said that he felt as if he had forgotten something, and it turned out to be that he had forgotten to tell Banshee and Fatty about this matter. I have to go out for something. What is it? The demoness still had the same expression she had a moment ago, but she pressed on Yang Xian step by step. This aura was too strong. Yang Xian subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Just a bit of personal business, but the 2 of us are your assistants. Is it appropriate for you not to bring us? Little Fatty also charged from the side. Yang Xian usually always left the 2 of them behind whether he was going on errands or doing something else. It caused Fatty to often be alone in a room with the demon girl. Wide-eyed. That scene was just too awkward. Fatty didn't want to stay in the same place as this woman. Demoness. That was simply stressful. So you guys are coming with me? I'm taking a trip up north this time, and it's a long way from here. Yang Xian kindly reminded, but Banshee had a I don't listen your scum expression while flattening her mouth. Who would dare think that? A royal-looking woman making such an expression. Who could carry this off? Alright, all together. Yang Xian really lost to the demon lady. This woman is just a little too abrasive. It was good that neither Demon Ji nor Little Fatty could see Guan Yu beside Yang Xian, so he was able to rest assured and boldly take the 2 of them forward together. Although these 2 were now his assistants, Yang Xian did not want to expose himself to the duo so early. The matter of those 2 ghosts is now exposed. The system also has things about the gods that should never be told to them. Come on, it's not too late to get to the station. Quickly booking tickets for them as well. Yang Xian took them along to the Black Province. Why are you going so far away all of a sudden? Demon Ji subconsciously frowned, somewhat confused as to what Yang Xian was going to do. I'm going to find something. Yang Xian said vaguely, it's related to my Een opera. Once they heard that it was related to the Een opera, the 2 of them stopped pursuing the matter further. Speaking of which, it should have cooled down in the north by now. Is it okay for us to just wear this? The demoness was slightly worried. She had been to the Black Province once before. The temperature over there was just too much of a difference, and even with a body like hers, she still inevitably caught a cold. If he himself was like this, let alone 2 ordinary people, Yang Xian and Little Fatty, I guess not. Yang Xian looked at the duo thoughtfully. These 2 people had taken the marrow cleansing pills they had given themselves. Their physique should have gotten a lot better, or at least stronger than it would have been before. Yang Xian was originally thinking of letting the 2's bodies become a little stronger first, so that he could easily look for medicinal herbs to do some major remodeling for them. Now that the duo had taken the marrow cleansing pill again and were in much better condition than before, then they shouldn't catch a cold. People came and went on the train. especially since they were still going very far away, almost 2,000 kilometers. Yang Xian was a bit bored, so he prepared to sleep. Noticing a dark aura lingering on the person in the next bed with his afterglow, Yang Xian subconsciously frowned. What's going on here? Second master, can you see the black aura on that person's body? Yang Xian tried to ask Guan Yu beside him. Guan Yu nodded. I can see. Guan Yu even smelled a slight putrid odor mixed in with that black gas. It's definitely not because the weather is turning cooler. Could it be that the man was possessed by an evil spirit? Yang Xian did not speak immediately. After all, such a thing is too metaphysical. He needed to think about it before deciding whether or not to tell them. Just in case, Yang Xian finally decided to say it. Chapter 83, A Man Possessed by an Evil Spirit. I realized that the man seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit. What? Evil spirits? When Yang Xian said this, Fatty immediately turned pale with fear. What's wrong with evil spirits? With Yang Xian around, what are you afraid of? The demoness, on the other hand, was unsure. Fatty's body shook like a sieve. That's what I said. But it's really scary when you really encounter it. The demon girl didn't know about Fatty's previous possession. After Fatty was possessed by the evil spirit at that time, his whole body was almost as good as dead. Even now, thinking about it still makes me cringe. Don't worry, Yang Xian coughed lightly. None of them could see Guan Yu beside them, and it was unjustifiable that they would be afraid. You guys rest first. I'll keep an eye on this guy of yours, and if anything happens, I'll be able to stop him in time. Okay. Hearing Yang Xian's words, Fatty's previous mood eased a little. Who can't be afraid of ghosts? Not to mention the fact that the ghost is of unknown origin. What if you possess yourself again? After pacifying Fatty, Yang Xian specially slept on the opposite side of that person, while the upper bunk that originally belonged to himself was given to Fatty. As she watched Fatty clumsily climb upwards, Banshee couldn't help but laugh. Can you get up there? I can. In order not to share a place with that evil spirit, Fatty almost exerted his strength. Finally climbed to the top bunk. I thought that Fatty should not be able to sleep in such a scared situation. But not a moment later, a few people heard the sound of snores shaking the sky. This guy is really absolute. Demonji was a bit speechless for a while, but still very much admired Fatty's ability to sleep in this second. That's a pretty explosive skill no matter who you put it on. Okay? Unlike Fatty's seconds of sleep, Demonji slept in the middle bunk, but still kept an eye on the man's status. After looking at it for half a day and not seeing anything, he communicated with Yang Xian through his cell phone. Yang Xian frowned. This man is definitely not normal. That said, how did you know he was possessed by an evil spirit? Banshee's fingers flew over the phone. Looking at this typing speed, Yang Xian was a bit staggered. A black aura surrounds his body all the time. Can't you see it? Can't see. Okay, you take an early rest. To go over there at least another 20 hours or so. This moment I'll first stare for a while. I'm resting, you still have to stare. What happens to the situation is not right. Be sure to wake me up. After saying this, Yang Xian pretended to be swiping the video. But in reality, his afterglow kept an eye on the movements of the person next to him. The demon girl fell asleep not long afterward as well. Originally thought that the person would keep lying like this and would not make any movements. What surprised Yang Xian was that the person suddenly got up and didn't know where to go. Out of doubt, Yang Xian also followed. Seeing the man come to the column carriage, the whole aura of the man changed abruptly. Ah! A roar of pain passed. The man straightened up once more, and in addition to his aura changing, his pupils also turned red. It was obvious that this was being controlled by an evil spirit. Eyes on him as he came to a mother and child. The kid, that someone was blocking his way, kicked the man in front of him with great displeasure. You're blocking me from playing. I'm going to hit you. The kid looked like a bear and kept attacking the man. And the child's mother just got high and watched the play without saying much of anything, and even clapped her hands. Someone nearby was accusing the mother and son, but the pair didn't care in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian frowned. What the hell is going on? The sense of dissonance was too much for him to settle down. It always felt like something really bad was going to happen next. Right after Yang Xian had such a thought, Guan Yu beside him suddenly spoke. That guy made a move. Yang Xian fixed his eyes and saw that the man suddenly pinched the child's neck and grabbed him. The kid's legs kept kicking in the air. The woman was also anxious, pulling the man's hand and constantly tearing at him, but the man was as if he could not feel the pain, and even his grip on the child's hand was getting tighter and tighter. The people who had been arguing with the woman were now coming up to help. At the moment of life and death, they can still distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Seeing that the child was about to break, his entire little face suffocating in red, Yang Xian sighed. System, is there a charm to control ghosts? In this situation, one absolutely could not expose any of the magic treasures on one's body. Once he was targeted by those people of the Xian sect, His future days could never be peaceful. In the best case, it's through runes. Better still, those people should see the evil spirit, or the man will have a hard time getting away with it. I'm afraid, host, the fixation talisman only requires 1,000 merit values. For some reason, Yang Xian suddenly felt that this system's mechanical voice seemed to have a few playful tones mixed in. It's too late to think about it. Take it. Is there anything else? There is no such thing as a shedding of tears that can make the presence of a ghost visible to others. Yes, it only takes a manifestation talisman to make a ghost visible. Worth 5,000 merits. It's so expensive. Why don't you go grab it? It can't be helped. The system produces. It must be a fine product. Although helpless, Yang Xian still purchased these two kinds of talisman paper, which had a big role for now. Using the manifestation talisman was not just to let these people see the ghost's presence, but also to allow Demon G and Fatty to be able to keep an eye on the ghost later on and not go hokum on the others. It was also able to deter the bears on this train again. Yang Xian didn't even think about it and took the two pieces of talisman paper that he had just redeemed, and stuck one on the man. Watching the man's body suddenly not move, the boy's mother shivered and rushed forward to snatch her child from the man's hands, and a line of people next to him rushed up to hold the man down. Hold your horses, Yang Xian said in an unhurried manner, while releasing the pressure belonging to Zhong Kuei on his body. The evil spirit did escape from the man's body. Still want to escape? Yang Xian casually flung the manifestation talisman over, and a black shadow appeared in front of the crowd. Everyone, this man would have just struck out at the child solely because he was possessed by an evil spirit, and now that the evil spirit has been forced out by me, you can let him go. Hearing this, the person next to him still didn't dare to let go of the man, but uncharacteristically, they moved farther away from the ghostly shadow that had manifested itself. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian was somewhat helpless. It's not right for you guys to hide so much. Just trust me, nothing will happen with me. After more persuasion, the men finally let go of the man. Chapter 84 Punishing Bear Parents. That man also finally regained consciousness at this moment. Although he had just been possessed by an evil spirit, his memory was still there. The man's red face hurriedly apologized to the person next to him. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it just now. I don't know what's going on. No matter how much he apologized. But the people next to him were looking at him with scorn. After all, this talent had been possessed by an evil spirit. This kind of thing would make you feel scared even if you said it. Okay? Yang Xian, however, just patted his shoulder. Why don't you go back and rest for a while? You've been possessed for a while by the looks of you. You shouldn't have had a good rest in a while. Get well before you say anything else. After saying that, Yang Xian casually grabbed the black shadow and prepared to leave. But the woman slowed down, but suddenly pulled on Yang Xian's clothes to prevent him from leaving. You're not allowed to leave. You two must be in cahoots to hurt my child. I don't care, you guys have to pay me back. Seeing this woman being unreasonable here, Yang Xian frowned. No, this big sister. I just saved your child's life. Is it appropriate for you to ask me for money now? Really? Shouldn't you be the one paying me? I give a. The woman spat at Yang Xian. At a glance, I know that you two are acting charlatans. You actually want to cheat me out of my money. I'm telling you, it's impossible. The kid had slowed down by now. Looking at the man who had just hurt him, he rushed up and punched and kicked him. The man knew he had a guilty conscience and could only let the kid have his way with him, without the slightest intention of fighting back. Yang Xian was simply going to be infuriated. What's with all the weirdness? Just now if he had not made a move, this mother and son would have been dead. How can he have the nerve to ask for money? Or I'll remove this talisman and let this ghost continue to have a good conversation with you. Yang Xian doesn't consider himself a good person, though trying to help them just now was just to keep this train from having chaos on it. But being provoked to the face, Yang Xian naturally could not continue to endure. Who's afraid? This must be a false shadow you've created through some means, the woman said arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian also laughed in anger and lifted his hand to remove the talisman. One is really redundant in meddling here. Wouldn't it be better to talk to Mr. Quan here? It really is. After watching Yang Xian take that talisman paper, the black shadow suddenly disappeared, and the woman's expression froze. This guy can't be telling the truth. Can he? No way. How could this have happened? It's obviously all a lie. Thinking this way, the timidity in the woman's mind lessened. But the next second, he saw that his son was rushing towards him at the moment, and even opened his mouth to bite on his leg. Ah, ho-oh, what are you doing? The woman looked at her son incredulously. How could you bite yourself? It had to be you. What did you move? Big sister. I'm right here, standing and not even touching your son. What are you slandering here? Those people beside him saw this scene, and at this moment, they were also more and more disgusted with this mother and son. They all knew very well that if it wasn't for Yang Xian's help just now, I'm afraid they would have lost their lives. Now this mother and son are actually backpedaling. No one will help her at all. I beg you, please help me. Now, the woman was really scared too, especially when she saw the scarlet in her son's eyes. The pain in his legs kept coming. The woman could even feel the flesh being torn off her legs. What was it like to have your own son's teeth? The woman knew it well, of course, and it was obviously not a normal thing to be able to have such power. No help. Yang Xian hadn't forgotten how this person had slandered himself just now. It's not like he's an ingrate. Why should I help people over and over again? And no obligation? I'll pull out the money. The woman endured the pain and pulled out $500 from her money clip. Please save me. Yang Xian unhurriedly put those money inside his pocket before he reattached the talisman to the child. Wouldn't that have been nice? Eyes watching to see the black shadow once again appeared in the hands of Yang Xian. The woman this time is not anything dare not say. Worried that something might happen to his son again. This kind of thing is so metaphysical that I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. But bias does happen. Yang Xian took the dumbfounded man back to their section of the carriage. Seeing this black shadow in front of him, the man hesitated a bit. Big brother, can you put this thing away? I'm a bit scared. After all, having been possessed by this evil spirit, the man was genuinely afraid of doing it again. This is a really bad feeling. There's even the possibility of a murder charge attached to it. It's fine. Don't worry. As long as the talisman paper doesn't fall off, nothing will happen. Yang Xian's tone was flat, as if he was talking about what to eat today. The man was even more flustered now. Even if someone passes by, they have to check to see if that talisman has fallen. Seeing the man so vigilant, Yang Xian couldn't help but snicker. With himself staring here, he really didn't know what this man was afraid of. On the side, Mr. Guanair was also observing the black shadow. This thing doesn't seem very simple. It seems to be an evil spirit from a long time ago, at least 1,000 years. So long. Yang Xian frowned. He was just going to make a trip to the north. He didn't expect to find this on the way. This is a little too bizarre. You'd better be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. Yang Xian nodded. Don't worry. I know. As he was talking, he heard both Fatty and Banshee above him waking up and calling their names. Brother Xian, are you still there? Fatty's voice was still trembling. I am. Yang Xian casually responded. You guys can come down and watch this thing. I put a manifestation charm on it. You guys just have to keep an eye on the charm to keep it from falling off. What? Fatty screamed. Will it be scary? What are you thinking? Yang Xian had a head full of black lines. Just keep an eye on it with the demon girl and don't let the talisman paper leave your line of sight. Also, that little brother is fine now. You don't have to be so afraid of him. Before going to bed, Yang Xian deliberately mentioned it. Hearing this, Fatty hurriedly came to that little brother's side, and the two of them hugged each other for warmth. After all, they were both people who had been possessed by ghosts, and they were kind of in the same boat at the moment. The duo even began to exchange information about what it was like to be possessed by a ghost. Looking at this scene, Yang Xian only felt helpless. The demon girl was sitting at Yang Xian's feet, not knowing what she was thinking. Yang Xian closed his eyes and looked like he was asleep, but he was actually thinking about the problem. Chapter 85, The True Body of the Evil Ghost. This evil ghost is easy to handle. Just give it back to the Yellow Springs Ghost King and the Machete Kid to eat. I just don't know how in the world this young man was possessed by this evil spirit or how he was haunted. The train finally arrived in the Black Province. Yang Xian opened his eyes and was planning to get off the train with Demon G and Little Fatty. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks when he felt a chilly, cold wind. The demoness seemed to sense all of this as well, and her entire face changed unpredictably. The two of them looked at each other and glanced in all directions. What's wrong? Fatty inquired suspiciously. Shoo, keep your voice down. Yang Xian signaled Fatty to be quiet, because he sensed that around here, there seemed to be a few more ghosts. Fatty was a little confused. There was no one else in here but them, right? Yang Xian pointed to the mountains in the distance, and Fatty realized something and was instantly silenced. Yang Xian took Demon G and Little Fatty straight into the deep mountains, which was also the direction Guan Yu had pointed to, although he didn't know why Guan Yu's bones were over here. Yang Xian was more curious as to why this place was filled with yin qi. Normally, a place with enough sunlight shouldn't have that much yin qi unless. Yang Xian suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed dead center on a short distance behind him, where the branches of the trees swayed. A dark shadow disappeared in a flash. Who? Brother Xian, what are you talking about? I didn't understand. Yang Xian frowned. The speed of this black shadow was frighteningly fast, and at such a close distance. It was surprising that not even a single fluctuation was transmitted. Has this thing cultivated into a spirit? After all, ghosts and spirits can exist, let alone elves and monsters. Thinking of this, Yang Xian was suddenly a little creeped out. He looked up at the sky. The sun was high and bright at the moment. This environment is simply not suitable for any ghosts to survive. You follow the demoness down the mountain first. Yang Xian said seriously. I'll track over later. You guys don't have to worry about me. Fatty froze. But, Brother Xian, will you be alone? Nonsense. What would you do if you stayed? Dragging oil bottles? Yang Xian gave him a blank look. Leave quickly. It's easier for me to be alone. The demon girl looked around at the dense jungle, and finally chose to leave after Fatty. As soon as little Fatty left, Yang Xian immediately summoned Guan Yu's spirit to accompany him. Second Master, can you feel what this thing is? This ghostly creature is very powerful. Guan Yu replied in a low voice, and it hasn't fully unleashed its power, so I'm afraid it could tear you apart if it wanted to. That powerful? Yang Xian was surprised. He had never encountered something so powerful. Guan Yu nodded his head, looking very grave. This instantly caused Yang Xian's sense of crisis to instantly become intense. The one he had summoned now was Guan Yu, and he was unable to summon more deities at the same time. So one can never make a mistake, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to settle this thing as early as possible before he could do so. Thinking of this, Yang Xian took out the Soul Clan flag, bent his legs slightly, and assumed a fighting stance. Second Master, can you find it? Yang Xian asked. Can. Guan Yu nodded. After I died, I had spent thousands of years in hell, and my sense of smell for ghosts is extremely keen. Yang Xian was relieved to hear that. Since Guan Yu was able to smell the flavor, he was at least able to find out where the other party was. Guan Yu held his green dragon crescent blade and approached in a certain direction at a slow pace, and Yang Xian was ready, one hand cupping the Soul Clan's flag, while the other hand was holding the soul-devouring dagger. As long as that thing dares to show up, it must be given some good time. Guan Yu's speed was getting slower and slower, and finally even stopped in place. At the same time, an extremely dancing chi came to the face, as if one was in an ice cave. Show up. Yang Xian looked around nervously as Guan Yu held his long sword in his hand and stood still. GGG. You guys actually managed to find this place? The mass of black shadows suddenly took on a human form, completely different from the one caught on the train. This one is obviously a little more powerful. What I just grabbed was your doppelganger, Yang Xian said with certainty. According to this situation, I'm afraid that this evil spirit has split out quite a few subdivisions. I just don't know what the purpose is exactly. Ha ha, interesting, how did you find out? The evil spirit laughed, revealing its morose teeth. Not only did I find out, but I was deliberately lured here by you. Yang Xian pretended to be relaxed just to maneuver around it. The evil spirits, on the other hand, believed that Yang Xian had indeed been tricked and couldn't help but laugh up in the air. I have countless doppelgangers, and every time I go out to look for meat, I can send my prey over. This matter itself has nothing to do with you, but you just came to seek death. The evil spirit smiled sorrowfully. Since you're so impatient to die, I'll give you a ride. As the words of the evil ghost fell, Yang Xian suddenly noticed that the air around him plummeted, and the temperature was steeply raised to sub-zero, with bone-piercing coolness spreading all over his body. Yang Xian finally understood why this evil spirit had to pull such a stunt. Turns out it's all about getting those people here, God forbid, as its sustenance. In this way, because those people come of their own accord, they are usually ruled missing as well. This is obviously not the first time this evil spirit has done this. Thinking of this, Yang Xian couldn't help but shiver. Luckily, he reacted quickly and didn't rush there. Otherwise, it would have been a dead body by now. Yang Xian gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to clean up this evil spirit today. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Second Master, help delay it for a moment. I'll find a way to subdue it. Guan Yu pondered for a moment. Yes, how long do you need? Just half an hour at the latest. Good. Guan Yu nodded, then brandished his long sword and charged towards the evil spirit. Yang Xian also stopped delaying and immediately ran up with the soul-devouring dagger, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. Although this evil spirit was powerful, the soul-devouring dagger was aimed at all spirits, so Yang Xian still had a better chance of winning. Guan Yu and the evil spirit were intertwined. Although Guan Yu was fierce, he was still no match for the evil spirits and gradually fell into a disadvantage. The evil spirit snorted coldly. Master Guan Er, aren't you known as the martial saint? How come you can't even kill a little minion like me? You shut up. Guan Yu could only exert 10% of his ability. His face red with anger. Ha ha ha. It seems that the rumors are false. This is all that a hallowed martial saint is capable of? The evil ghost scoffed. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man is now injured, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to last a single move. Don't be wild. Guan Yu shouted angrily, slashing towards the evil spirit with all his strength. Chapter 86, System Tasks. Although Guan Yu is brave and good at fighting, but the evil ghost is very cunning. It constantly dodges. Just not with Guan Yu hard to touch. Jia jia jia. The evil ghost laughed disdainfully. A martial saint is nothing more than that. Yes? Guan Yu suddenly roared and slashed out his sword. This blade actually directly cut through the air, tearing it in half. The evil spirit was startled and hastily drew back. Boom! The piece of ground where the evil spirit had originally stood was split in half. Even the trees in the rear were tragically affected. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian was dumbfounded. It was worthy of being Guan Ershi. Even if he could only perform 10% of his ability, he was so brave. When he fulfills his heart's desire and completely unseals his abilities, won't that be heavenly? Master Guan Er is mighty and domineering. Yang Xian raised his fist high and shouted excitedly. When Guan Yu heard Yang Xian's praise, his face cleared up a bit and he faintly pretended. It's just a small carving skill. Yang Xian, damn. Quan Ji's power of pretending has increased again. I poo. The evil spirit let out a low curse. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out. As soon as the words fell, the evil spirits began to perform their secret arts and use various means to attack Guan Yu. Guan Yu's face became more and more grave, his eyes narrowing into slits. Guan Yu suddenly leapt into mid-air, attracting the attention of the evil spirits. Yang Xian took advantage of the situation and directly used the soul-devouring dagger to slash at the evil ghost's neck, causing it to temporarily fall into a stunned state. Guan Yu fell from midair, panting. I'll go back and rest for a while. Kid, go for it. Guan Yu wiped the non-existent sweat from the corners of his forehead and then disappeared into thin air. Don't worry Guanji, just watch. Yang Xian said and continued to walk towards the evil spirits. The evil spirit had already fallen into unconsciousness, but just in case, Yang Xian simply spent another 10,000 merit points to exchange for a binding immortal lock. Forcibly lock up the evil spirits. After doing this, Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief and sat paralyzed on the ground. Although it was only a few seconds, for Yang Xian, it was like experiencing long years of exhaustion. Yang Xian sighed and shook his head. This mission was really difficult and he almost fell. Just as Yang Xian was recovering the aura in his body, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the hidden quest Capture the Evil Ghost. Are you checking out the rewards? Yang Xian froze. Then his eyes widened in surprise. He could never have imagined that he would actually be able to obtain an additional quest reward. He originally came to fulfill Guan Yu's wish, but ended up completing the system's hidden mission by mistake. But then again, does the system still release quests? Does that have to be a main quest? Or side quests? System, pick up the mission. Yang Xian spoke tentatively. Ding! Mission detected. Please choose whether to receive or reject it. Pick up. In the next second, a quest sprang up in the middle of Yang Xian's mind. Capture 10 night ghosts. Only missions without rewards? Yang Xian pursued. Successful capture rewards 10,000 points of merit value. Failure will deduct 10,000 points of merit value. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. System, can I change it? Can't. Yang Xian sighed and said breathlessly. Forget it, take it all. Just do the task. There's no time limit anyway. It's a good thing for yourself. Yang Xian let out a deep breath and slowly got up and walked towards the front. Just as he stepped out, he realized that the scenery around him had suddenly changed. A wooden board suddenly appeared under Yang Xian's feet. He was caught off guard and stepped on it directly, and his whole body fell to the ground. Ouch! It hurts, old man, to death. A familiar voice came from his ears. Who's screaming? Yang Xian covered his butt and climbed up. Brat! How dare you kick the old man's ass? You're bold. That old voice came again, carrying intense anger and aggression. Yang Xian looked at the source of the sound and saw that by his feet was a white bone, and that voice came from a soul. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully surveyed that soul body. Hey, young man, don't look. Quickly help the old man up. The old man is in pain all over. The old man said and coughed twice. I owe this appearance to you. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth twitched. Thanks to me? He didn't do anything right. Is it because he's so handsome? The old man looked up at him and grunted. Brat, you stepped over my coffin board, causing the old man to almost die. You must be responsible. Yang Xian's brain was full of black lines. He couldn't help but spit out. Obviously it's your coffin position that's not suitable. You have to rely on me. Really think I'm stupid? Humph. The old man snorted coldly. What do you know? Coffins are things that gather in. Put them in the wrong place, but it will make the corpse stiffen and even produce mutations. Do you understand? The corner of Yang Xian's mouth tugged. In that case, how come you haven't turned into a zombie? You. The old man was choked half a day, unable to speak, held back for a long time before hating the iron. Coffin is a thing of the in house. Yin and yang are separated. Do you understand? Yang Xian rolled his eyes and lazily ignored him, preparing to leave. The old man immediately blocked in front of him. Young man, let's have a chat. Not interested. Yang Xian walked around him after saying that and went forward. The old man hurriedly followed. Hey and laugh. Kid, you are still quite a character. Have you ever thought of finding a daughter-in-law? At those words, Yang Xian stopped his steps and turned to look at the old man. I say, old man, are you so idle? Ha ha. In fact, whether the old man is idle or not has nothing to do with you. Only looking at your age, you should not have married yet, right? The old man laughed. If you are willing, I can help you. Oh, how do you want to help me? Yang Xian seemed to have gotten interested. Very simple. The old man rubbed his palms together, a hint of calculation flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Give me 100 points of Yin soul value, and I can introduce you to as many girls as you want. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Old man, your appetite is quite big. He. The old immortal has lived for so long and has seen a wide range of things, so he naturally knows how to pick the best candidate. He had just seen Yang Xian subdue the evil spirit with his own eyes. So young, surely he doesn't know how to please a girl. If he can help him, maybe he can even earn some Yin soul value from him. Wouldn't it be great? Yang Xian snorted, his eyes staring at the old man with contempt. Do you think yourself qualified to negotiate with me? Saying that, Yang Xian took a step and continued walking forward. Hey, kid, wait. The old man's face sank slightly. Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Chapter 87, Subduing Zhang Tianyang. Yang Xian stopped and turned his head to indifferently say, whoever you are, if you annoy me, kill as usual. As he spoke, Yang Xian released the aura belonging to Guan Yu on his body. All of a sudden, a cold wind blew through, and a solemn aura instantly permeated the surroundings. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the old man's expression was stagnant, as if his soul had been dislodged, and he stood in place. After a long time, the old man trembled violently for a few minutes. A touch of fear crossed the bottom of his eyes, and he muttered, what exactly are you? You? Yang Xian hooked the corner of his mouth. What do you guess? The old man swallowed his saliva and shivered. Don't you mess around, or else what? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows and teasingly looked at the old man. The old man hurriedly lowered his head in fear, unable to utter a single word. Goon! Yang Xian sneered. Just this and still want to cheat his Yin soul value? Dream on. Little brother stay back. The old man suddenly shouted. Yang Xian's footsteps lurched as he turned to look at the old man. The old man laughed dryly. Little brother, can you lend me a little Yin soul value to use first? When I get through the crisis, I will definitely return it to you. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Oh, then tell me, what do you want this Yin soul value for? The old man hesitated for a moment and stammered. Well, I need to cultivate, so I need Yin soul value. So, how much Yin soul value do you need to be enough? Yang Xian asked with interest. Hearing this, the old man's spirit trembled, and a trace of hopefulness blossomed in his eyes as he hurriedly replied, 10,000 Yin soul values are enough. Yang Xian frowned. 10,000 Yin soul values? Are you sure? The old man patted his chest and assured. Of course, I can guarantee with my life that I will definitely not lie to you. Yang Xian was silent and seemed to be thinking. After a long time he slowly raised his head and said seriously, I can give you 10,000 Yin soul values, but I have conditions. On what terms? Be my ghost servant. The old man froze. What? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows and patiently explained. I said, be my ghost servant. The old man rounded his eyes. Kid, you are too arrogant, aren't you? How dare you ask me to be your ghost servant? By what right do you? Yang Xian glanced at him faintly. Unimpressed. Based on your current situation, there's no other way but to be my ghost servant, or die. The old man was shocked, his body was jolted, and he subconsciously shook his head. No, I can't die. Yang Xian wrapped his arms around his chest and slowly said, if you don't want to die, then be obedient and don't make me repeat myself a second time. The old man opened his mouth and eventually compromised. Alright, I promise to be your ghost servant, but you must promise to return my freedom as soon as I get through the calamity. Good. Yang Xian hooked his lips in a smile. Remember, don't ever try to escape, because I can take your life anytime. The old man gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, I will never betray my master. Very well, I believe you. Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction. The old man cursed Yang Xian's shamelessness in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his mouth. Yang Xian reached out and made a point on the old man's forehead. Sign the contract. The old man couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. He didn't expect Yang Xian to be so decisive and not give himself any room to refuse. Hurry up, Yang Xian urged, his eyes glittering, clearly not joking with the old man. Seeing this, the old man could only harden his heart and sign a contract with Yang Xian. What's your name? Yang Xian asked. The old man sighed. My real name is Zhao Tianyang, but I've been dead for 100 years. Oh, Zhao Tianyang, I'll remember. Yang Xian nodded. The old man hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, May I know your name? My name is Yang Xian. Yang Xian. Old man recited a few silent words and memorized it deeply in his mind. Yang Xian shifted his gaze to look into the distance. A hint of profoundness surfaced under his eyes. Since the contract has been finalized, I should leave. You can forage for food on your own. Just come and find me when you encounter danger. After saying that, Yang Xian walked straight towards the outside of the forest. Looking at Yang Xian's fading back, a flash of color flowed through the old man's eyes and muttered, Yang Xian. Ha, interesting. Yang Xian went to the small hotel to look for Demon Ji and Fatty as agreed. Searching for Guan Yu's bones was obviously not enough by himself alone, so he had to pull in more helpers. Yang Xian was just about to step inside the inn when a man's voice came from the side. This friend, please stay. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian turned to look behind him, and what met his eyes was a young man wearing white clothes with an elegant and handsome look, who was gazing at himself with a smile on his face. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows and said softly, Who is your excellency? The man smiled, and pointed behind himself. Our boss is waiting for you. There are some things that he would like to talk to you about. HM? Yang Xian was slightly stunned. He'd never seen the man before. And what's more, who was his boss? With doubts, Yang Xian stepped away and walked into the hotel. The lobby of the hotel was gorgeously decorated, with many antique paintings and calligraphies hanging on the walls. A woman with a gentle face was sitting at the table. Her surroundings were filled with various kinds of vases and porcelains, and the air was filled with the smell of fragrance. When the woman saw Yang Xian enter, she immediately stood up and warmly greeted him. This gentleman, please sit down, the woman said in a soft voice, her every move elegant and noble. Yang Xian nodded. Thank you, you're welcome. The woman smiled lightly, and immediately sat back in her seat. Introduce yourself. My name is Li Yun, the owner of this inn. Yang Xian nodded his head. Li Yun picked up her teacup and sipped her water, then looked at Yang Xian and opened the door. I know that Mr. Yang is from the special engineering section. Some days ago, I encountered something strange. I wonder if Mr. Yang can solve it for me? Yang Xian frowned slightly and spoke after a moment of contemplation. What exactly is going on? Tell me clearly so I can make a judgment. Li Yun frowned slightly. It's like this. I had a dream one night. I suddenly turned into a cloud of black mist, floating in the dream world. I wanted to wake up, but I couldn't. It was as if I was trapped by something. Moreover, every time I struggled, there was a kind of drilling and stabbing sensation that came over me. It was as if my soul was going to be torn apart. After a pause, Li Yun continued. This morning when I got up to freshen up, I found two of me in the mirror, and I couldn't tell which one was my true form. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. A dream? Could it be that you're being nightmarish? Nightmare? Li Yun blinked in confusion. What does that mean? Yang Xian deliberated for a moment before organizing his wording. To put it simply, it means that when you were sleeping, you sleepwalked and entered another dimension. Chapter 88, The Mysterious Man in White. So, Li Yun suddenly realized. Tightly frowning eyebrows finally loosened. Then what should I do? Yang Xian also encountered such a thing for the first time. Slightly tricky. After all, in the dream world, everything is variable. He simply cannot predict what will happen in the future. Seeing Yang Xian pondering, Li Yun hurriedly added, Of course, if Mr. Yang has the ability to save me, I'm willing to pay any price and I'll try my best to cooperate with you. Yang Xian pondered for a long time before raising his eyes to look at Li Yun. This matter is temporarily given to me to take charge of. After I figure out your crux, I'll tell you how you should deal with it. You don't have to worry, just stay at ease. Li Yun was delighted. This is very good. I have friends waiting for me, so I'll leave first. Yang Xian turned around and went up the stairs, finding the room that Demon Girl and Little Fatty had booked. Are you two okay? It's fine. Did you catch that evil spirit you were talking about? The Demon Girl's eyes lit up, obviously excited about the battle she hadn't seen. Mentioning this, Yang Xian nodded his head. That's natural. If I step in, how could I let it get away? Banshee bristled. I knew it. Surely I don't need my help. Hearing this, knowing that they were minding the fact that they didn't bring them along, Yang Xian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. That's not true. I'm just afraid of dragging you guys down with me. Humph. Don't think of us as people who are greedy and afraid of death, the demoness delicately said. Besides, even if I can't defeat the evil spirits, there's still you. Fatty nodded heavily as well. Seeing this, Yang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Alright then, let's set off together. Just in time for us to explore the lair of that evil spirit. Yang Xian rubbed his fists. The ghosts have all been collected by themselves. It would be a real loss if we didn't find something good from the middle of its lair. After the three of them had packed up, they left the hotel. Along the way, they saw many people rushing in the same direction. Seeing this, Fatty couldn't help but be curious. Brother Yang, what's the situation? Yang Xian indifferently swept a glance at him. Don't care about them. Focus on our business. Fatty scratched the back of his head and didn't press the issue. He had followed Yang Xian for so long, and he still had great trust in Yang Xian. And since Yang Xian didn't say anything, there must be a deep meaning. The speed of the few people was extremely fast, and they arrived at their destination in just one incense stick of effort. Sure, this is the place? Fatty stammered. Why did he always feel as if this place had a gusty wind? The demoness patted his shoulder. Don't worry, with Yang Xian around, you'll be fine. Little Fatty hid behind Yang Xian with a palpitating heart. Yang Xian couldn't care about those. He just looked around. This place was deserted. Not much people. No wonder that evil spirit wants to hide its lair here. It seems to be emboldened. Yang Xian muttered and whispered. He was just about to walk forward, but he suddenly sensed something. His footsteps stalled and he slowly twisted his head to look. A cold aura flashed through his dark pupils. Come out. After sneaking around for so long, did you think I wouldn't notice? Yang Xian drank in a cold voice. As the words fell, a man in white silently surfaced, wearing a silver mask that covered his entire face, revealing a pair of dark and deep eyes that shone with a morose and cold light that sent shivers down one's spine. As expected of someone who was able to break my spells, I've already disguised myself so stealthily, but I'm surprised that you've still recognized it. Hearing him say that, Yang Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh, you recognize me? The man in white tugged at the corner of his lips, staring contemptuously at Yang Xian, a little opera master. How dare you show off in front of me? After he said that, he only saw his wrist flipping, and a long whip appeared in his hand, which he fiercely threw out. At once, the air resounded with a whistling sound, as if it was about to tear through the void. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes as he did not make a move, instead focusing his attention on the trajectory of the long whip coming at him. When the long whip was only half an inch away from Yang Xian, it suddenly stopped. The man in white gazed at Yang Xian. Not bad. Still has some guts. Let you go for now today. Next time you won't have such a good chance. After the words, the man in white disappeared. Looking at the back of the man in white leaving, Yang Xian frowned and thought, who the hell is this guy? Inexplicably so, and a sense of giving himself away. It's not like he knows him himself. Brother Xian, who is that person? Little Fatty tugged on Yang Xian's coat corner and asked weakly. It's not clear. Yang Xian shook his head. Maybe it's some family sent to test us. Upon hearing this, Fatty couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Scared me to death. Looking at his appearance, Yang Xian couldn't help but laugh and scold. Are you that afraid of that person? Fatty touched the tip of his nose and smiled sarcastically. Even though we met for the first time, he gave me a very strange feeling. How is it strange? Can't say. Anyway, there's just a sense of danger. Yang Xian fell silent. He had a similar feeling in his heart, but now was obviously not the time to consider this. Xian, what are we going to do next? Continue searching. Yang Xian looked at Demon Ji. Besides that evil spirit's lair, I'm looking for a corpse. The demoness was slightly stunned, and then she nodded her head in agreement. She had long guessed what Yang Xian was looking for, only that they hadn't encountered that kind of situation before, which caused her to not know how to open her mouth and ask, Brother Xian, there shouldn't be any other ghosts or monsters existing in this neighborhood, right? Little Fatty said carefully. The atmosphere here was too weird for him to stand. It's fine. We'll find it slowly. Yang Xian shrugged and said it was nothing. Only his expression remained grave as he sensed a powerful aura peering at them from the shadows. It looks like it should be the man in white from earlier. The demoness glanced at the dark mountain forest in the distance. Her eyebrows knitted. Yang Xian, why don't we go a different way? Yang Xian waved his hand. Just go here. I have a hunch that the corpse is around here. The demoness had no choice but to follow Yang Xian's orders. An hour later, Yang Xian finally arrived at the cave he was looking for. It was a giant cave with a roof that was several meters high, as if it were an Optimus Prime. It seems that my intuition was right. Standing at the edge of the cave, Yang Xian looked into the distance. This is not only the lair of that evil spirit, but also the place where Guan Yu's bones were scattered. Guan Yu's bones? The demoness stared round in surprise. What are you looking for this thing for? I'll explain this matter to you later. Let's take a look into the cave first. Yang Xian stepped into the pitch-black cave, with Demon Ji and Little Fatty following closely behind. A piercingly cool wind blew in his face. Yang Xian shivered and couldn't help but speed up. Chapter 89, Attack of the Python. The deeper they went into the cave, the lower the temperature became, and in the end, it actually gave them a sense of awe. Demoness gritted her teeth. Yang Xian, why do I feel that it's gloomy here? As if something is approaching us? Yang Xian nodded. Well, I felt it too. So do we still have to keep moving forward? Fatty swallowed, a little hesitant. Of course. Yang Xian looked up at the dark cave wall. We're all the way here. How can we stop halfway? At those words, the demon girl was helpless. Fine. The three of them continued to walk towards the inside, and the further inside they went, the more the icy coldness became more and more compelling. Gradually, Yang Xian realized that the stone walls around him became red, like walls painted with blood, and he could even smell a faint fishy smell. Be careful. Suddenly, Yang Xian shouted in a low voice. Demon G and Fatty were alerted at the same time, and then, they only heard a loud rumbling sound coming from behind them, and a huge boulder crashed down, completely blocking them in. Yang Xian frowned. I don't think we've touched the prohibitions here. The demon girl shook her head. I didn't feel it. Then why did this boulder fall? Little Fatty was filled with horror. I don't know either. Yang Xian spread his hands, indicating that he wasn't sure of the situation either. At that moment, a footstep came. Click, click, click. The sound of tiny footsteps echoed through the cave, accompanied by a chilly, cold wind. The siren gripped the pistol at her waist tightly, looking on guard as she looked around, trying to find a place to hide. Just then, a huge object suddenly crashed down from the top of the cave, instantly hitting the ground. Yang Xian's trio fixed their eyes on it and froze in place, their eyes shocked. What he saw in front of him was a giant python that was a foot long. Its body was reddish. Its skin was rough and hard. The snake's letters were scarlet, spitting out scarlet cores, and a pair of copper bell eyes were covered with bloodthirsty rays of light. My goodness, didn't they say no sperm after the founding of the country? What is this thing? Little Fatty sucked in a mouthful of cool air. His legs softened in fear, and he hurriedly hid behind Yang Xian. Brother Xian, help! Yang Xian held his forehead. Shut up and be quiet. Being scolded by Yang Xian, Little Fatty immediately came down honestly. Roar! Just then, the giant python roared, its scarlet eyes staring at Yang Xian's trio as if it wanted to eat them alive. Hideous and heart-stopping. What bad luck! Yang Xian sighed. Since this wants to eat us, we can only send it to report to Hades. Before the words fell, Yang Xian took the lead and moved. He simply pulled out his soul-devouring dagger and leapt up, waving it to stab the python's 7-inch position. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and viciously bit into Yang Xian. Yang Xian sidestepped and avoided it. The soul-devouring dagger smoothly cut through the python's scales and stabbed into his body. Blood spurted out as the python howled in pain and rolled and struggled. It twisted its huge body and swept across towards Fatty and Demon G. Be careful! Yang Xian bellowed, alerting the two. Little Fatty couldn't dodge in his panic, and watched as a bloody tail smacked his chest and his body flew a few meters away, crashing into the wall. Put! Fatty spat out a mouthful of blood directly. He always felt like he was going to be dead fat. The giant python smelled the flavor of blood and immediately opened its huge mouth towards Little Fatty, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. The demoness reacted swiftly, shrieked, and directly drew her gun and shot. But the python's scales had amazing defense, and it couldn't hurt the slightest bit. However, the demon girl's behavior was what attracted the python's attention. The demon girl hastily retreated, while Fatty escaped as a result. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and contemplated for a moment before picking up the soul-devouring dagger and rushed up, slashing the python's neck. The python cried out miserably, and the huge snake head rolled to the ground. Yang Xian, you! Demon G looked dumbfounded. She didn't expect Yang Xian to actually dare to kill the python. There's no time to explain. Yang Xian wiped the blood from his dagger and said indifferently, hurry up and get out of here. We still don't know what dangers we'll encounter. Saying that, Yang Xian carried the unconscious Little Fatty and ran towards the way he came. The demoness pursed her thin lips and quickly followed Yang Xian as well. Yang Xian's speed was very fast, and with the demon G chasing after him with all her might, she was still much slower than him. Yang Xian sped along with the unconscious Little Fatty, but a gust of cloudy wind suddenly blew in this cave. It was eerie and cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Yang Xian, stop! Demon G's face turned slightly white. There seems to be a ghost domain ahead. Yang Xian frowned as he looked up, and he found an anomaly, a blurry shadow floating vaguely in the darkness in front of him. The shadow was very large, giving off an extremely fearful sense of oppression. Yang Xian's footsteps stalled as he slowly put down the unconscious Fatty. Seeing this, the demon girl breathed a sigh of relief. Demon G, help me carry Little Fatty back. I'll stay and see what happens. Yang Xian looked grave. Don't! It's too dangerous. I can't let you take the risk. The demoness shook her head in refusal. Yang Xian laughed. How come? My life is precious. After a pause, Yang Xian continued. Believe me, if we really fight, you definitely won't be able to run away. Instead of losing both of you, it would be better for you to go first and wait for me to figure out the situation before coming back to join you. The demoness furrowed her eyebrows. But, Yang Xian waved his hand and interrupted the demoness. No buts. Do as I say so that you can leave safely. The siren hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head in agreement. She picked up the unconscious fatty on her back and turned to leave. Remember, protect yourself at all times. Understand? Yang Xian exhorted. The demoness nodded. Aha! She looked deeply at Yang Xian before quickly moving away. After the demoness disappeared, Yang Xian gathered his smile, gripped the soul-devouring dagger, and quietly approached the darkness in front of him. Yang Xian held his breath and listened quietly, and suddenly, a fine sound came from his ears. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his gaze instantly locked onto the void in front of him. A flash of cold light burst out from the darkness and attacked Yang Xian directly. Yang Xian's figure retreated violently while raising his dagger in front of him. Ding! Sparks splashed everywhere, and the strong impact caused Yang Xian to stagger, nearly falling to the ground. When the blow missed, the thing in the darkness didn't retreat. Instead it continued to attack with deadly strokes. If you have the ability to come out and fight on your own, what's the point of arranging this rarity? Yang Xian spat. He was very fast and sensitively dodged all the attacks, but the other party's speed was even faster and bizarrely unpredictable. Yang Xian couldn't even completely fathom where exactly the other party was and what he was doing. Suddenly, a cold, damp wind met his face. Yang Xian's face changed drastically as he snapped his head down, only to see a fishy tongue curling towards him, while his abdomen was wrapped in a chain, making it impossible for him to dodge. Chapter 90, The Past of the Red-Clothed Ghosts. A red-robed stern ghost appeared from the shadows. Are you the human who broke into the Forbidden Land? The red-clothed stern ghost's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Use your flesh to compensate me today. It clawed at Yang Xian. Yang Xian, however, twisted his body and managed to avoid it, but he was still slightly injured. Aren't you the red-clothed stern ghost from the Huang family village? How did you come here? Yang Xian asked. Humph, so you know me. The red-robed stern ghost laughed coldly as it saw Yang Xian's wound. Your bloodline is really special. It's just right to replenish my essence, it said, extending its tongue and licking the corner of its mouth with a greedy expression. Yang Xian's eyes were ice-cold as he dodged the attacks of the red-clothed stern ghosts while observing his surroundings. Don't forget that you still have a bilocation in my hands. If you're not afraid of damage to your bilocation, just let your horse come over. I'll accompany you to the end. Yang Xian said. Upon hearing this, the red-clothed stern ghost hesitated, although it had recovered some of its strength. But a doppelganger was a doppelganger after all, and if it was damaged, it would not be able to be repaired in a short period of time. Yang Xian took the opportunity to pull away as he stared at the red-clothed stern ghost. A hint of cunning swept through his eyes. He, red-clothed night ghost, since you're afraid of the damage to your detachment, you should be more sensible and leave obediently. The red-robed stern ghost snorted as it sneered at Yang Xian. Kid, do you think I'll believe you? Yang Xian raised an eyebrow. He pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he was a little apprehensive. If the red-clothed night ghost insisted on making a move, then he would have to do his best. Yang Xian's fingers curled slightly, his body's aura surging, ready to strike at any time. Just then, the red-clothed stern ghost's eyes changed a few times, and then, its sight was cast into the distance. I can spare you. However, I need you to do something for me, the red-clothed stern ghost said. Yang Xian's eyes lit up and then dimmed. What is it? It's simple. Help me carry my bones over and put them into the coffin, the red-clothed stern ghost said. Yang Xian froze slightly. Can't you go get it yourself? How can I just move? The red-clothed stern ghost spoke in a gloomy tone. If I go, I'm afraid that corpse will become ashes. Yang Xian was silent for a moment. Okay, I promise you. However, you must make a vow to never seek revenge on me. The red-robed stern ghost narrowed its scarlet eyes as it stared at Yang Xian dead in the face. Kid, do you think I have to lie to you? Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Of course he wouldn't think that the red-clothed stern ghost would lie to him. Okay, let's make a deal. I hope you won't go back on your word. After the red-robed stern ghost finished speaking, his figure slowly faded and gradually hid in the darkness. If you dare to break your oath, your fate will be worse than death. After saying that, the red-clothed stern ghost completely dissipated. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly saying that it was a close call. If he hadn't been cautious enough just now, I'm afraid he would have been accounted for here. The strength of the red-clothed night ghost has recovered quite a bit, and by the looks of it, This forbidden land is indeed very uncomplicated. Yang Xian muttered as he looked up at the dark cave and walked forward with heavy footsteps. The deeper it went, the more eerie the temperature became. And Yang Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva as goosebumps popped up all over his body. The cave was winding and rugged, as if leading to the 9 hells of purgatory, with a gloomy wind that whistled and pierced the ears. Soon, Yang Xian stopped outside a huge stone door. The stone door was circular in shape, about 5 meters high, about 3 inches thick, and covered with cracks. Yang Xian stood in front of the stone door with a heavy heart and carefully sensed the inside of the door. The inside of the stone door seemed to harbor some sort of extremely dangerous creature that made Yang Xian scornful. Could it be that the body of the red-clothed stern ghost is buried inside? Yang Xian guessed. Thinking of this, Yang Xian felt creeped out as he gritted his teeth and stepped in with a hard head. 1 step, 2 steps. Every step forward was like stepping on the tip of a knife, and the slightest mistake could lead to the end of all life. The stone room was very dark, and Yang Xian barely adapted before he could see the scene inside. It was a sealed chamber with nothing but oil lamps on the stone walls. In the center position of the stone room, a huge sarcophagus was placed. The sarcophagus was ancient, rusted and covered in dust. Is there really a red-clothed stern ghost lying in the coffin? Yang Xian was skeptical. He slowly approached the sarcophagus, then squatted down and placed his hand on it. Feeling a cool touch, Yang Xian held his breath as he kept mobilizing his aura in an attempt to break the seal. After a long time, the sarcophagus did not move. Yang Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that he's mistaken? And the coffin isn't the corpse bones of the red-clothed stern ghost at all? No, the red-clothed stern ghost definitely died here. Yang Xian said firmly. But why can't I open the sarcophagus? Yang Xian pondered for a moment and pressed his palm on the sarcophagus, closing his eyes and concentrating. In an instant, a brilliant light blossomed from his palm. Many images suddenly appeared in Yang Xian's mind. He traveled through the alleyways of a city where the streets were filled with vagrants and beggars, their faces pale and their eyes empty and numb, like the living dead. And in a dimly lit alleyway, there were 2 children, who were about 7 or 8 years old and powdered looking. They held each other's little hands and sold flowers by the side of the road. In Yang Xian's mind, the image shifted and the 2 children arrived in front of a villa. A wailing sound came from the villa. Yang Xian pushed open the door, and what met his eyes were 2 babies that had been stripped of their skin, dripping with blood and miserable. Yang Xian incredulously stared wide-eyed. He saw a woman sitting in a pool of blood wailing in pain. She was holding a swaddled baby boy in her arms, and was tearing her heart and lungs crying, "Baby! Mommy's baby ah!" The 2 children tried to pacify the woman, but they were slapped, and after a flurry of punches and kicks, the 2 children collapsed in a pool of blood, dying. The scene shifts again and Yang Xian returns home. A woman, worried about her son and daughter, came to look for them, only to see that the 2 children had died of gas, leaving behind only 2 pieces of paper stained with blood. The woman mourned, knelt in a pool of blood, lost her voice, and finally hanged herself here in a red dress. Yang Xian's heart was shaken. These 2 mutilated images were actually what that red-clothed stern ghost had experienced in his previous life? How could this happen? Yang Xian was dumbfounded. His head roared as his entire world became heavenly and fainted. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Xian snapped his eyes open as he gasped for air. His head covered in cold sweat, and he was in shock. Those 2 images just now were too real, as if they had really happened. But Yang Xian clearly understood that it was just an illusion. Yang Xian wiped the sweat from his cheeks and looked down at his chest. A flag hovered silently, flickering with hazy white light, revealing a mysterious and incomparable aura. Yang Xian's pupils shrunk. How did the Soul Race flag come out? Chapter 91, Difficulty of Confrontation. He hadn't taken the initiative to get it himself, but the Soul Clan flag had fluttered out on its own. What the hell is going on here? Yang Xian really couldn't figure it out, so he had to put away the flag for the time being and prepare to study it slowly later. Looking around, there was nothing else in the stone room. When he returned to the position he had just been in, he found the stone door closed and the sarcophagus intact. Yang Xian tried a few more times and still couldn't open the stone door. He couldn't help but shake his head. Looks like, we still need to think of another way. This sarcophagus must be opened. Maybe the Red Knight's body is here somewhere. If he was able to subdue this red-clothed stern ghost, he would be able to accomplish 1/10 of his mission. Moreover, the ability of this red-clothed stern ghost seemed to be on par with the Yellow Springs Ghost King, which would be the same as having 2 fighters of his own in the future. Machete Kid is currently specializing in cooking for himself. That old geezer was specializing in finding treasures for himself. Returning to the sarcophagus, Yang Xian began to study it. The surface of the sarcophagus was engraved with some runes and patterns, and after staring at it for a moment, Yang Xian vaguely detected a hint of abnormality. These lines seemed to contain a hint of strange energy. Could it be a ceiling? Yang Xian muttered. Who are you and why are you here? A sudden voice rang out, causing Yang Xian to jump. Yang Xian hurriedly turned back, only to see the gap on the stone door getting smaller and smaller, and a cloaked, black as ink thing walked out. Yang Xian's heart was beating furiously and his forehead was sweating because this thing looked exactly like the ghost he had encountered before. He couldn't help but grip the dagger at his waist and watch the ghost warily. The ghost didn't seem to be afraid of Yang Xian. It walked straight towards Yang Xian, a pair of ghostly green eyes staring at Yang Xian in death, giving Yang Xian the creeps. Yang Xian took a deep breath, raised the soul-devouring dagger in his hand and stabbed at the ghost. The ghost stretched out its withered claws and grabbed Yang Xian's shoulders, easily dropping him to the ground. At the same time, Yang Xian only heard a crunching sound as his ribs instantly snapped, causing him to almost vomit blood in pain. Who are you? The ghost asked sorrowfully. Who are you again? Yang Xian sat up with strong support and gazed at it warily. I am suppressing it. The ghost laughed coldly. Those who trespass here will be killed without pardon. With that, the incredibly ugly ghost swung its sharp claws and rushed over. You don't speak of martial virtues. Yang Xian couldn't help but spit out. Then summoned Guan Yu to help himself. Second master help. Yang Xian shouted. Guan Yu soon appeared within Yang Xian's line of sight, picking up his green dragon crescent blade. Little brother, I'm coming. Guan Yu bellowed with bravado and leapt out to meet the ghost. Yang Xian felt a huge force coming at him and almost stood unsteadily. Luckily Guan Yu pulled him in time, otherwise he would have fallen down. This ghost is just too strong. Guan Yu frowned, his expression serious. This was even more powerful than the evil spirit they had encountered in the mountains before. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and looked for the system to exchange a few pills and swallowed them. The injuries on his body healed quickly. Second master, let me help you. Yang Xian carried the soul-devouring dagger and rushed over again. Ha! The corner of that ghost's mouth raised in a sneer. I don't know how to die. After the words were spoken, the ghost waved its incomparably sharp claws and slashed down viciously. Guan Yu blocked it with his sword across his body and was immediately shaken back a few meters. Yang Xian frowned. What the hell is this? Ridiculously strong. It looks like the second master's wish is really bad to fulfill. Little brother, you retreat first. I'll stall it. Guan Yu said to Yang Xian, his tone resolute. Guan Yu's meaning was simple, telling Yang Xian to hurry up. Second master, you don't need to worry about me. Let's finish him off together. Yang Xian said in a deep voice. Guan Yu waved his hand. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Let's find a way to escape before we do. Yang Xian still refused to give up, but Guan Yu was insistent. The two of them faced each other for a long time before Guan Yu suddenly let out a low roar and lunged up. Yang Xian also rushed up without hesitation and fought Guan Yu back to back. The strength of this ghost was extremely terrifying, and ordinary people were no match for it. Although Yang Xian and Guan Yu tried their best, but the ghost was too strong. Gradually both of them showed defeat. Even the last bit of victory was lost. The two of them, Yang Xian and Guan Yu, had been cornered by the ghosts and had nowhere to hide. Little brother, I might not really be able to take you out. Guan Yu looked guilty and said, sorry. After saying that, Guan Yu raised his green dragon crescent blade and slashed violently at the ghost. This Guan Yu is indeed a man of righteousness, and would even rather sacrifice himself than protect himself. But Yang Xian absolutely couldn't let him be sacrificed. Ding dash. In a flash of lightning, Yang Xian once again took out the Soul Clan banner to defend against the ghost's attacks. Ha! What is this? The ghost looked surprised, and then it snorted coldly. No matter what it is, you must stay today. Yang Xian sighed darkly. He knew that with the strength of himself and Guan Yu, it was absolutely impossible to win over this ghost. The only thing they could do was to try their luck and hope that at the last minute, the Soul Clan banner would come into play and make the ghosts jealous. Guan Yu also knew this, so he did not hesitate to fight for his life. The two soul bodies frantically fought. Their moves were harsh and vicious. Yang Xian dealt with the ghosts while stealing glances at the movements of the Soul Clan's flag, expecting the Soul Clan's flag to have an effect. But the ending was disappointing. This Soul Race flag never changed again except for emitting a faint golden aura. Second master. Yang Xian gritted his teeth. He knew that Guan Yu was about to be unable to withstand it. After all, he was still unable to exert his full power. Every second was a consumption of essence and blood, and he could not support him for long. Guan Yu's face was pale as he gasped for breath while bitterly saying, Little brother, go now. I can't fail you. Yang Xian shook his head. Since I've promised someone, I'll definitely do it. The ghost laughed hideously. In that case, stay for the old man. With that, the ghost opened its bloody mouth and gushed out monstrous ghost mist. The fog was so fishy and foul-smelling that it made people want to vomit. Yang Xian held his breath and activated the Soul Clan banner, trying to resist the dense ghost fog, but the result was unsatisfactory. He couldn't stop the weird ghostly mist from entering his body at all. A few moments later, he was burning as if he was in a blazing fire. Little brother, Guan Yu roared in grief as his eyes glazed over. Second master, don't worry. I'm fine for now. Yang Xian barely opened his eyes and saw Guan Yu's face of pain and anxiety. With a word of comfort, he closed his eyes and continued to urge the Soul Clan banner to resist the dense ghost fog. However, the ghost fog was too thick, and it became increasingly difficult for Yang Xian to bear it. Suddenly, the Soul Clan's flag exploded with a dazzling golden aura, illuminating the entire stone cave. Chapter 92, Special Uses. While a defense circle was formed around Yang Xian and Guan Yu, the ghost fog was expelled without a trace and the air was filled with freshness. Guan Yu was slightly stunned for a moment, then surprised. This is aura? Yang Xian's mind turned. The soul race flag actually had this kind of use? He himself was just in time to nurse his wounds and restore the aura in his body. Yang Xian sat down on his knees, placed the soul-devouring dagger on his lap, and applied his energy to refine the aura released by the Soul Clan's flag. Seeing this, the ghost laughed sorrowfully. Kid, you are quite smart. You know how to heal your wounds with the help of aura, but do you think that you can escape from me? Simply delusional. After saying that, the ghost rushed towards Yang Xian, intending to kill him while he was healing. The ghost fog instantly covered the entire stone room, and the ghost's speed was strangely fast, appearing in front of Yang Xian in the blink of an eye. Just how could the protective shield released by the Soul Clan's flag be so easily broken? Bang! The ghost bombarded the protective shield with all its might, but it still didn't manage to shake it by half. What's going on? Why can't it break? This is impossible. The ghost stared with wide eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. What kind of treasure was this Soul Clan banner? How was it able to easily block its own attack? It's been trapped here for thousands of years and has never encountered anything like this. At this point, Guan Yu finally found an opportunity to raise his green dragon crescent blade and slash at the ghost. Click dash. With a crisp ringing sound, the ghost's left arm was cut off hard by Guan Yu. Ah! The ghost wailed in pain. Kid, I'll remember you. The ghost glared viciously at Yang Xian before quickly leaving. It didn't dare to linger any longer because the strength of Yang Xian and Guan Yu far exceeded its expectations. When the ghost had completely escaped, Guan Yu let out a long breath and then showed some signs of dissipation. The battle just now was too intense. He had long ago overdrawn all of his strength and was now weak. Second master, thank you for saving me. Yang Xian arched his hand in gratitude. Guan Yu waved his hand and said somewhat weakly, little brother is overstating things. If it wasn't for helping me fulfill my heart's desire, I wouldn't have been reduced to this. He paused for a moment. Little brother, hurry up and get out of here before that ghostly creature makes a comeback. Things aren't done yet. There's no way I'm leaving. Yang Xian firmly said. But, Yang Xian shook his head, his tone determined. There's nothing but, if we're friends, we can't leave our friends to escape alone. Good. In that case, I won't persuade you. Guan Yu gave a bold smile. You rest first. I'm going back to make repairs as well. Aha. Yang Xian nodded. After Guan Yu left the stone cave, Yang Xian immediately cultivated with his legs crossed. He had already lost a lot of essence blood from the ghost mist infestation just now, and he had to recover as soon as possible before he could do so. Otherwise, he would be in danger when the ghost fog attacked again. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and murmured in a tone, finally recovered. He stood up and moved his muscles. Suddenly, Yang Xian noticed the soul race flag he was holding in his right hand, and he reached out his fingers to touch it. All of a sudden, a warm stream of qi drilled into his body, moisturizing his limbs and bones. Ha! This thing actually contains a majestic aura. Yang Xian was surprised. He scrutinized the surface of the Soul Clan's flag, which had arcane and complicated patterns on it. Moreover, the lines seemed to be different, carrying a hint of mystery. I only knew about waving the flag before and didn't know what else it did, but today's unexpected discovery. Yang Xian frowned, always feeling that there was something odd about the soul race flag. Just as he was thinking about it, a sudden throb came from the depths of his mind. It was an extremely strange and familiar wave, as if he had experienced it many times before, which made him inexplicably close and feel joyful. In the next moment, the Soul Clan's flag shook violently, and its light flickered like a star blossoming with light. Yang Xian stared blankly at the soul race flag, his eyes filled with doubt. Just as he was about to retract his fingers, the soul race banner unexpectedly flew over and wrapped around his wrist. Yang Xian was taken aback as he tried to remove it. However, the Soul Clan flag seemed to grow on his wrist, and no matter how hard Yang Xian tried, it was useless. Finally, the Soul Clan banner slowly became smaller and fused into his body. Yang Xian was astonished beyond measure, a scene he had never encountered before, and at that moment, The aura transformed by the Soul Clan's flag surged into all parts of his body, causing his originally weak body to become even stronger. He felt that his physical strength had increased by more than several times, and even his spiritual sense had become more condensed and sharper. What a divine weapon! Yang Xian marveled in awe. He hadn't expected the Soul Clan banner to be able to bring such a great benefit to him. Yang Xian excitedly clenched his fist. Feeling the strong power, a pleased smile appeared on his face. It seems that the Soul Clan banner is indeed extraordinary. Not only can it resist the erosion of the ghost mist, but it can also heal my injuries. He closed his eyes and quietly experienced the changes in his body, gradually falling into a cultivation state. 3 days later, Yang Xian woke up from his cultivation state. At the moment, his body was filled with strong power, as if he had endless energy. This had been going on for 2 days and 2 nights, and he was getting stronger and stronger. It looks like the next time you'll have to learn the book of spells. The ghost didn't know where it had gone, and looking at the sarcophagus that couldn't be opened before, Yang Xian was ready to try again. Yang Xian raised his hand and pressed the sarcophagus, pushing it to the other side with all his might. Crunch! The dull voice rang out suddenly. The lid of the sarcophagus was moved to the side by Yang Xian, and the scene inside was reflected in Yang Xian's vision. The space inside the sarcophagus was narrow, but it was filled with piles of corpses, and the red-robed ghost reappeared. It's not just my bones here. There are others. The red-robed stern ghost saw Yang Xian and said indifferently. Yang Xian swept a glance at her before locking his gaze on a skeleton that emitted a golden glow. What's that? Yang Xian realized that the skeleton was covered with dust, looking like it had been stored for a long time. However, he could vaguely guess a little bit of the end. This was afraid that this was Guan Yu's corpse. After thinking about it, Yang Xian still summoned Guan Yu. Second Master, are these your bones? Yang Xian asked. Guan Yu nodded slightly, a look of pain flashing across his eyes. That's right, it's none other than my corpse. That's good. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally found it. Now he just needed to return the same way. I guess Fatty and Banshee are waiting impatiently. Yang Xian didn't know how long he had been in, and his cell phone had long since died. Second Master, we should leave. The evil here is too dense. If we continue to stay here, it will not be favorable to your soul body. Yang Xian proposed. Chapter 93, Taking Out the Night's Ghost. Good. Guan Yu agreed and the 1 man and 2 ghosts prepared to leave. Yang Xian kept walking towards the deep mountain hinterland. Right at this moment, Yang Xian stopped violently and turned his head to look in a direction. He saw that there were several dark shadows rapidly approaching towards him. These black shadows were very fast and instantly appeared near Yang Xian, blocking his way. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and surveyed the group of black shadows in front of him. Good lord, they're all ghosts. The environment here was very suitable for them, and after absorbing enough fury breath, they had already become Ghost Emperor level. Yang Xian's gaze fell on the stern ghost at the very front. By destroying all of these few severe ghosts, he had directly completed his mission. Daring to barge in here, not a small amount of guts. The leader of the stern ghosts laughed. No matter what you're doing here, you're going to die here today. Yang Xian's tone was flat. Don't you guys just want to take the body? At those words, the surrounding severe ghosts froze. How did you know what we were up to? The knight was shocked. Could it be that before they even got close to Yang Xian, Yang Xian had already discovered their intentions? Yang Xian grinned. The stench on you guys can't hide it. Hearing this, the stern ghosts were instantly enraged. This was something they were proud of, but it was easily revealed by Yang Xian. It was simply a blatant mockery of them. Kill him. The severe ghosts pounced on Yang Xian. Their teeth and claws were hideous and terrifying. Yang Xian didn't panic and casually waved his hand. Boom! The wind was raging and sweeping all around. The power of the Soul Clan's flag had fused with Yang Xian, and a casual wave of his hand was the same as waving the flag. The violent hurricane blew the severe ghosts to the east and west, unable to get close to Yang Xian at all. Seeing this, the stern ghosts let out miserable roars and stared at Yang Xian with spiteful eyes, itching to cut Yang Xian into 1,000 pieces. Yang Xian didn't care as he slowly approached the stern ghosts with a leisurely pace. As he walked, he said, "You trash! You're worthy of fighting me? Be a good boy and die." The severe ghosts hissed madly and desperately rushed towards Yang Xian, but unfortunately, they were all overturned by the hurricane and fell heavily to the ground. This is the flag of the Soul Clan? What exactly are you? Fear rose in the hearts of the souls as they recognized the flag in Yang Xian's hand. Since you guys know about this soul race flag, you must also be clear that the end of annoying me will be miserable. Yang Xian smiled coldly, a cold light appearing in his eyes. How dare you? The Li ghosts were scared out of their wits and dodged Yang Xian's attacks. But how can they escape? Yang Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Every move and every stance carried a thunderous pressure, defeating all of the severe ghosts. After a few moments, All the stern ghosts disappeared. Their souls were all collected by Yang Xian. Go back and you can still give it to the Yellow Springs Ghost King to devour. Yang Xian retrieved the soul race banner and turned to leave. When he stepped out of the cave, the outside world was still sunny and hadn't changed at all. With a sigh of relief, he hurriedly took out his cell phone, intending to contact Banshee and Fatty. That's when I remembered that my cell phone was dead. I'll go. Yang Xian couldn't help but burst out, almost forgetting about this important matter. Let's go find a place nearby to recharge first. Yang Xian muttered and left the cave, preparing to find a store. Suddenly, a cracking sound struck, a bullet flew in, and the target was clearly Yang Xian's head. Danger is coming. Yang Xian's face changed slightly, and he hastily dodged sideways, managing to avoid the bullet's attack. Yang Xian raised his head, only to see several figures standing in the woods not far away, looking at him with cold smiles. The young man at the head of the group was wearing a white shirt, black slacks, and a silver and white dial on his wrist, making him look rather expensive. This man was handsome. Only at this moment his face revealed a sinister color. Behind him stood 5 or 6 bodyguards, all with fierce expressions. It's them. Yang Xian frowned. This man was the one he met at the station a few days ago, the man who was possessed by a ghost. What is this man doing following himself? Yang Xian couldn't figure it out as he looked at the youth and asked in a deep voice, "Is there something wrong?" The youth laughed coldly. "You preferred to meddle in the matter, collecting that ghost and spoiling my good deed. Now, I just have to waste you." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian came to a realization. It turned out that the man had caught up with himself because of this incident. Yang Xian shook his head and lost his smile. "With you guys? Humph. No need for nonsense. Go, let him know the consequences of offending me," the youth said indifferently. "Yes, young master." Before the words fell, 5 or 6 black-clothed bodyguards swooped down on Yang Xian in unison, all kinds of punches and kicks showing. However, facing the pincer attack of 5 or 6 masters, Yang Xian was unafraid and was able to swim with ease. In just 2 minutes of work, all 5 or 6 of these bodyguards were lying on the ground wailing. The youth's face changed when he saw this. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, Yang Xian's strength had actually become so strong. "Kid, count me out today. Next time we meet again, I will never spare you." The youth gave his harsh words, and then fled in a hurry with his bodyguards. Looking at the back of the youth who left in a sorry state, Yang Xian smiled coldly. This person is also sensible. Knowing that he can't afford to mess with it, he immediately left. Yang Xian suddenly frowned. Just now the youth said he wanted that ghost? What's the point of asking for it? Not being able to figure it out. Yang Xian simply didn't want to. Finding a random store to charge his cell phone, Yang Xian immediately contacted Banshee. "Where are you guys now?" "I'm coming out. Boss, we're still at the hotel. Get over here." Hanging up the phone, Yang Xian quickly ran out and stopped a car to go straight to the hotel. Inside the hotel room, Yang Xian saw the Demon G and Little Fatty duo. "Brother Xian, you're finally back." Little Fatty was so excited that he jumped into Yang Xian's arms, whimpering and crying. "You know what? I thought you were dead." Seeing that the demon lady also had red eyes, Yang Xian's heart was warm. But still, I couldn't control my emotions, and pushed Fatty away. "You and I are male to male. Stay away, Brother Xian." Little Fatty tearfully looked at Yang Xian with a grimace. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. "Don't scream. I don't have anything to do with you." Demon G bared her teeth and laughed out. She pulled Little Fatty's sleeve, signaling him to stop. "Yang Xian, where on earth have you been these days? You don't know. Little Fatty is worried to death about you, and he can't eat well." Hearing these words, Yang Xian rolled his eyes greatly. How nice it would be if the girl wanted to be herself, in favor of Fatty. The dead weight. What a sin. Cough cough. Yang Xian dryly coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Subsequently, Yang Xian briefly told the two of them what had happened during this period of time. "What?" Fatty's eyes widened in shock. "Why would the red-clothed stern ghost from the Huang clan village appear here? Could there be some treasure hidden here?" Chapter 94 Massage. The Demon G's eyebrows knitted lightly as she fell into thought. "As far as I know, this red-clothed stern ghost is not an ordinary stern ghost. It is very spiritual and is unlikely to attack people on its own accord. What's more," she paused and continued, "I always feel like they have a purpose to contact Yang Xian." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep breath. "I have the same feeling. You couldn't meet them before, but now you can run into ghosts just by going to any place. Is it hard to believe that you're just like the Shinigami schoolboys?" The demoness nodded her head, her tone full of praise. "Not bad. It seems that you have become more and more mature after experiencing a few battles. This is something that makes my sister very pleased." The corners of Yang Xian's mouth twitched and he spread his hands helplessly, expressing his speechlessness. The demoness, however, smiled sweetly and charmingly. Alright, since you've returned safely, let's get out of here first, demoness suggested, fearing that she would cause unnecessary trouble. Wait, let's just leave like this. Aren't we afraid of that kid's retaliation? Little Fatty was still a little confused. Yang Xian waved his hand, his tone disdainful. Don't worry, that kid won't dare to come to me, unless he's tired of living. Hearing this, Fatty and Demanji were both a bit surprised, but they chose to respect Yang Xian's decision. After the three of them checked out, they took a cab and rushed to the train station. After tossing and turning for another whole day, they returned home. Looking at the familiar place, Yang Xian was thrilled. Xian, I'll take a nap first. Fatty yawned and went back to his room to sleep. Yang Xian, what's wrong with you? Demon G suddenly realized that Yang Xian's complexion was a bit strange, as if he had something on his mind. Yang Xian shook his head and smiled faintly. It's fine. With that, he took off his shoes and socks and got into his bed, covered himself up and closed his eyes to sleep. Looking at Yang Xian's tired appearance, the Demon G was heartbroken and couldn't wait to hold Yang Xian and tenderize him. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and ruffled the broken hair that fell down in front of Yang Xian's forehead. Yang Xian's sleep was extremely light, and the moment the Demon G's hand approached, he snapped his eyes open and grabbed the Demon G's wrist. Brother Xian, you're awake? Seeing Yang Xian's sudden reaction, Demon G was startled. Yang Xian tightly gripped Demon G's wrist and said with a serious expression, Demon G, don't mess with me anon. I know you don't like me, but you don't harm me either. The demon lady's willow eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a puzzled look. What do you mean? Who doesn't like you anymore? You're talking nonsense. Yang Xian sighed and laughed bitterly. I'm a timid person since I was a child. If you tempt me like this, what if I get beastly? At those words, the demoness froze, then pursed her lips and laughed softly, a touch of redness appearing on her pretty face. Then let's just get on with it. Yang Xian was stunned. Then he let go of his hand, powerlessly paralyzed on the bed with a look of resignation. The demoness snorted out a laugh and poutingly crossed Yang Xian's eyes, coquettish to the extreme. She sat down next to Yang Xian, her beautiful face with a charming smile. Alright, just teasing you. Look at this bit of talent of yours. Yang Xian skimmed his mouth and ignored her. Seeing this, the demoness couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll rub your temples for you, and I promise to make you much more refreshed and no longer have nightmares. Hearing these words, Yang Xian's eyes brightened up. Really? What's the point of lying to you? The demoness rolled her eyes, then took out her own little medicine chest and took out a bottle of essential oil. She gently patted Yang Xian's shoulder and said warmly, lie flat. I'll give you a massage. It might be a bit painful, so bear with it. Oh. Well, you go right ahead. Yang Xian closed his eyes and immediately lay down on the bed in an attitude of letting himself be slaughtered. The demon girl guffawed and squeezed the medicinal oil into her palm, then slowly applied it to Yang Xian's head. When the medicinal oil touched his skin, the cool and silky feeling quickly spread all over his body, making Yang Xian's body quite comfortable. Suddenly, a burst of pain came from his head, causing Yang Xian to stifle a grunt, his face muscles twitching in apparent agony. However, in order to live up to the good intentions of the demon lady, he clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain without uttering a single word. The demoness had been watching Yang Xian, seeing him sweating profusely and in unbearable pain but still silent. She couldn't help but secretly praise. This guy is quite tough. It seems that he was still underestimated before. The demoness gathered her mind and increased the amount of medicine, while cupping Yang Xian's neck with her hand, so that the medicine would flow more rapidly to Yang Xian's limbs and bones. Gradually, Yang Xian's expression eased, and his breathing became long and steady, as if he had fallen asleep. It's finally okay. Looking at the quiet Yang Xian, the demoness sighed in relief and closed the small medicine box, preparing to rest for the night. Early the next morning, Yang Xian woke up and only felt soothed. He moved his muscles and twisted his stiff neck, and found that his neck had returned to normal. Ha! Yang Xian was surprised. A miracle. Banshee? Yang Xian shouted. Yang Xian, you're awake. How did you sleep last night? The door to the room was pushed open, and the demon girl wearing cartoon slippers walked in. Quite good. Thank you, Banshee. Yang Xian thanked from the bottom of his heart. The demoness smiled sweetly. It's fine. Just a show of hands. It's not worth mentioning. She walked over to the bed and sat down. By the way, what do you want to eat today? I'll go grocery shopping. Yang Xian pondered for a moment. Banshee, have you ever had a boyfriend before? Had. Why? You want to fall in love with me? The demoness smiled badly and approached Yang Xian in a flirtatious and seductive pose. Cough cough. Yang Xian hurriedly coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. The demoness giggled and flirted. I don't mind if you're willing. After all, you're handsome and your skills certainly aren't bad. Sister, I'm kinda looking forward to it. Yang Xian, this woman, she's really getting feisty. Where are you thinking? Yang Xian blankly glanced at the demon girl. I'm just asking if you've ever had a boyfriend. It's not like I want to fall in love with you. You've misunderstood. Che, you're so innocent. I don't care to fall in love with you. Banshee shrugged. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Do you have any work today? Yang Xian thought about it, just in time to see Fatty come out. A flash of light. I'm going to the hospital today. To the hospital for what? Banshee asked in wonder. Check your body. Yang Xian also wanted to see what kind of changes would occur after the Soul Clan banner was integrated into his body. It dawned on the siren. Wait, I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles and fill your stomach before we leave. After saying that, the demoness left the room and ran towards the kitchen, leaving Yang Xian with a beautiful back. Yang Xian touched his nose and muttered, women, are really fickle. Fatty came over. Brother Xian, you and Sister Banshee won't be in love, right? Yang Xian glared at Fatty. What's all this nonsense? Hurry up and go wash and change your clothes. Chapter 95, Physical Qualities Unusual. Hey, I get it. Fatty grinned and ran his ass into the bathroom. Yang Xian shook his head and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. When Yang Xian walked to the living room again, Banshee happened to be carrying 2 bowls of noodles onto the dining table. She looked up at Yang Xian. The noodles are cooked. Eat them while they're hot. Yang Xian nodded, settling the noodles in 3 or 2. Yang Xian picked up the car keys and headed for the door. Brother Xian, do I have to go too? Little Fatty chased after him. Well, all 3 of us will go for a physical examination. Yang Xian nodded. Little Fatty happily agreed and then followed Yang Xian with his butt. The hospital was not far from the villa area. 15 minutes later, the trio arrived at their destination and found a vacant ward for a physical examination. After the doctor's examination, he looked at Yang Xian with surprise. And this physical quality is simply beyond the ordinary. Doctor, do you think I'm particularly healthy? Yang Xian asked tentatively. The doctor froze as he sized up Yang Xian for a few seconds before finally nodding. Indeed. Yang Xian sighed with relief in his heart. It seemed that the Soul Race banner was very effective in transforming his body. Thank you, doctor. It's fine. The doctor waved his hand, then frowned again, looking at Yang Xian with a desire to speak. Doctor, you can say what you want to say. It's not hard to keep it inside. The doctor let out a helpless sigh. Young man, although your physical quality is fantastic, you must not be negligent, because everyone's physical quality has a limit. Your body has already been modified to be very strong. If you do any strenuous exercise or use too much strength in the future, then it is highly likely that your body will not be able to withstand it or even burst. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the changes in his body to be so serious that even ordinary doctors knew about it. It seemed that the extent of his transformation was even more impressive than he had expected. Alright, go back and rest. Remember, make sure you don't strain yourself too much, the doctor admonished. Yang Xian, Demon Ji and Fatty left the hospital. Sitting in the car, Demon Ji suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Xian with a complex expression. Brother Xian, I heard the doctor say that your physical quality has surpassed that of normal people? Pretty much. Yang Xian smiled faintly. Fatty interjected from the sidelines. Sister Banshee, why do I feel that Brother Xian is even more handsome than the male protagonist he plays on TV? Banshee bristled. Where's the comparison to those fresh meat on TV? Fatty spat out his tongue. Anyway, in my heart, Brother Xian is the most handsome. Yang Xian laughed. Fatty, you're so smooth with this ass kissing. Demon Ji blankly glanced at Yang Xian. Don't be poor. You too, Yang Xian. Since your physical quality surpasses that of an ordinary person, I suggest that you, from now on, insist on exercising every morning and evening. Good. Yang Xian nodded. Sister Demonji, then Brother Xian is counting on you. Fatty hemmed and hawed. Sister Demon Ji, if you're too busy, I can help you too. You need to train as well. Demonji glanced at Fatty. Your physical fitness has gotten a lot better too, though it's not as perverted as his. Yang Xian smiled without saying anything, but Fatty was bitter. Sister Demon Ji, you don't know. I didn't like exercising since I was a kid. My body can't take it at all. The demoness raised her willow leaf eyebrows. You have to eat even if you can't. You're now Yang Xian's bodyguard and driver. You have to work hard to improve your strength. With that said, Banshee pulled open the car door without a second thought and got into the passenger side. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders helplessly and looked at Fatty. Brother, cheer up. Fatty muttered something, but just got into the driver's seat and started the car. Half an hour later, the car arrived at a villa estate on the outskirts of the city. This manor occupies a whole 3 hectares, with pleasant scenery and beautiful environment, and surrounded by a hill with green trees and flowers. Just like a paradise-like existence. Holy, this is your home? Yang Xian's eyes widened. He didn't think that what that demon suppressor talisman said to himself earlier was true. The demon lady was really a rich woman. After Fatty parked the car, the three of them stepped out of the car one after another. Yang Xian looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Such a beautiful place. Actually letting you live as a goblin. What a waste. Demon Ji blankly glanced at Yang Xian. This manor was left to me by my parents. It's useless for you to be envious and jealous. Cut. Yang Xian grunted and lazily ignored her as he walked straight towards the manor. Little Fatty followed closely behind Yang Xian, his eyes constantly dribbling around, scanning left and right, and smiling lewdly from time to time. Hey, brat, don't peek. Look again and believe it or not that my lady gouges out your eyeballs? The demoness viciously gouged out little Fatty. Fatty was caught in the act and smiled awkwardly. Sister Banshee, I'm just casually looking. The demoness snorted coldly and ignored him as she continued to walk deeper into the manor. After passing through the long cobblestone paved path, Yang Xian saw the chic design of the manor's interior. The spacious courtyard is planted with a variety of potted plants, rockeries and running water, pavilions, flowers and birds, just like an earthly paradise. Yang Xian scanned and couldn't help but praise that the demon girl was really good at enjoying herself. Brother Xian, the decoration style of Sister Damanji's home is completely laid out in the classical luxury style. I can guarantee that the value of this manor is definitely more than $10 million. Little Fatty came to Yang Xian's ear and whispered, 10 million? Yang Xian smacked his lips. This girl was really extravagant. However, after observing carefully, his heart suddenly dawned on him. The demon lady's parents are definitely not ordinary people, and it makes sense that they can live inside such a luxurious manor. The three of them chatted all the way towards the depths of the estate. A few moments later, they arrived in front of a large villa. Inside the villa, the decorations were opulent, gilded and immaculate. The demoness led the two to the second floor and pointed to the side of the room. From now on, this room will be yours, and little Fatty's room has other arrangements. Yang Xian walked to the window and pushed open the curtains, only to see several speedboats slowly traveling along the coastline in the distance. At this time the sun was setting. The sea level haze, the azure seawater seems to be inlaid with a layer of rubies, glittering with a charming light. This place is really scenic. No wonder you chose this place. Yang Xian joked. The demon girl laughed and didn't chime in. Yang Xian averted his gaze and looked outside the manor, only to see that outside the manor was a dense forest. Suddenly, his eyelids fluttered. What's wrong, Brother Xian? What happened? Fatty on the side asked. Yang Xian shook his head and didn't say anything. He always felt as if something was staring at him. He closed his eyes, emptied his consciousness and scrutinized it. Chapter 96, The Yin Fury Breath. I always feel as if something is staring at us here. Yang Xian's face was gloomy. This feeling is not unwarranted. It's really felt. It's hard to believe that there's filth in the house of the demoness. 2. Yang Xian didn't continue to think more. Now it was imperative to take care of the red-clothed stern ghost and Guan Yu's bones as soon as possible. In this way, those ghosts captured earlier could also be shared equally between the red-clothed night ghost and the Yellow Springs Ghost King, being able to enhance the strength of his ghost servant. Yang Xian wouldn't miss it. However, the demoness suddenly clutched Yang Xian's clothes. Did you just say that I have a problem with this house? Not bad. Yang Xian's face was as usual. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Is it hard for me to let you be captured by a ghost? Only after hearing Yang Xian say this did the demoness breathe a little sigh of relief. Fatty also quickly nodded his head in agreement. Right, Sister Demon Ji. With Brother Xian around, no ghost would dare to come looking for trouble. Aha! The demoness nodded gently, a scarlet blush appearing on her face. Yang Xian glanced at Fatty and then looked at Demon Ji. He. Fatty immediately reacted. Oh, I understand. Brother Xian, Sister Demon Ji, I wish you two an early birth and grow old together. Yang Xian kicked up and cursed. Get lost you. Fatty let out a playful laugh and hid behind the demon girl. Demon Ji blankly glanced at Yang Xian and pouted. Brat, still shy. Hurry back to your room and rest. Yang Xian skimmed his mouth and didn't say much as he turned around and walked inside the room. The place is extremely well decorated. Simple yet luxurious. Everything speaks to the owner's taste and temperament. Yang Xian was satisfied as he lay down on the soft bed, stretched out, and then closed his eyes comfortably. Ugh, finally a good night's sleep. Just as Yang Xian was drifting off to sleep, suddenly an extremely cold and gloomy wind blew into the room. Yang Xian frowned and opened his eyes, looking around vigilantly for that creepy gale, but he looked left and right for a long time, and still didn't find anything unusual. But the ghastly wind did exist. Strange. Didn't see the presence of ghosts either. Yang Xian scratched his head, puzzled. Could it be that this place is haunted? Just as Yang Xian was puzzled, he suddenly saw Demon Ji standing in the doorway, staring at himself with a strange expression. You're awake? Yang Xian greeted awkwardly. The demoness snorted coldly. Humph, did you find something? She knew that Yang Xian was highly skilled, and if he found anything, he definitely wouldn't hide it from himself. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian bitterly touched his nose. I'm just blindly guessing. I don't dare to be sure. He did discover something just now, only that he didn't dare to act rashly. What exactly did you find out? The demoness frowned slightly. After Yang Xian hesitated for a long time, he finally decided to tell the demon girl. I feel a cloud of sinister qi around this villa. There must be something hidden there. The fiendish qi? The demoness murmured. Can't it be that someone once died in this villa? Maybe. Yang Xian sighed. He had a premonition in his heart that perhaps something was going to happen next. He got up from the bed and straightened his instruments. Let's go check it out. I'd like to see what's inside this house. Yang Xian took the lead in stepping out of the room. After a moment's hesitation, the demoness followed suit. Yang Xian walked around the villa with the demoness, but never found any clues. He was a bit puzzled. Banshee, why do I feel like there's nothing wrong with your villa? The demoness was similarly confused. According to what you said, there is indeed something odd about this villa. It's just that, for the time being, I can't find out where the oddity lies. Yang Xian stroked his chin in silence. This villa could not see anything special at all except for a faint smell of blood. Moreover, the smell of blood was so faint that it was almost hard to detect with the naked eye. You wait. Yang Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes flickering as if he had made a discovery. After a careful inspection, he violently raised his hand and touched the inner wall of the bedroom on the second floor, and a secret chamber was opened. Look! The demon Ji looked in the direction Yang Xian pointed to, and her pupils suddenly shrunk, revealing a look of horror. There were surprisingly 2 coffins affixed there. Banshee shivered in fear. How did this place get here? The 2 coffins were covered with black cloth, and through the gaps one could even smell the rotting smell seeping out from inside. Don't be nervous for a moment, demon girl. These 2 coffins shouldn't be in danger. Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling that the demon lady didn't need to worry, because although these 2 coffins were pressed against the wall, the lids were not closed, revealing a gap, and it was from there that the eerie ghastly wind came. The siren took a deep breath and tried to compose herself. She slowly approached, then stretched out her jade onion-like index finger and stabbed it in the direction of the gap in the black cloth. Hiss! In an instant, a piercingly gloomy wind emanated from the slit in the black cloth, burrowing right into her skin and causing her to wince. There really is something. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. The demon girl took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and lifted off the black cloth as soon as she could. In an instant, the darkened room was much brighter. One coffin rested quietly beside the bed, while a man lay in the other. The man was shriveled and withered, and his face was bloodless. He has been dead for a long time. The demon girl saw the man. Her heart thumped, and her pretty face was as white as paper. No! Not only did the body turn into a dry corpse, but it also had corpse spots. Yang Xian frowned and carefully observed the man's entire body, realizing that the corpse was actually strewn with corpse spots. Corpse spots? The demoness murmured, looking down. Is it hard to die of poisoning? The demon girl suddenly remembered that back then, her grandfather had also died in the midst of poisoning, and his body was also strewn with corpse spots. This discovery lifted the spirit of the demon Ji, and she hurriedly pulled Yang Xian. Yang Xian, come over here and look. This corpse is covered with corpse spots, the same as my grandfather's death by poisoning, which means that this person has also been poisoned. Oh, is it really such a coincidence? Yang Xian was slightly surprised. Spinning around, he approached the body for closer inspection. The result was the same as what the demon girl said. The corpse was covered with corpse spots, which were greenish-purple in color and emitted a strong and pungent stench. Yang Xian squatted and sat on the ground, picking up the sleeve of the corpse's coat and sniffing it lightly for a few moments. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes instantly blossomed into a fine light. Not right. The aura on this corpse doesn't look like an ordinary poison. Hearing this, demon girl hurriedly came over. What's wrong? Yang Xian raised the corpse's right hand, and in the position of his palm, there were several ancient and obscure patterns imprinted. This is the runes of a formation? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, and it's still a crippled formation. Chapter 97, The Mysterious Guy. Formation? What's that? Demon girl wondered. Yang Xian patiently explained. Formation is an extremely mysterious technique that can gather the aura of heaven and earth and condense a large number of elements into a variety of attacks. It can be said to be powerful, and the more perfect the formation is, the more powerful it is, but this is the first time I've seen a formation appear in a person's hand. Such a powerful thing actually survives? The demoness's beautiful eyes were round, obviously a little surprised. Yang Xian nodded. This formation is indeed very powerful. If I'm not wrong, this formation should be able to collect people's souls. It should be someone using their souls to practice evil arts. The demoness frowned. She finally figured out why these two coffins were attached to the wall. It turned out that they were both used to seal these ghosts with. Then won't these ghosts be difficult to handle? The demon lady's heart was filled with worry. After all, this is your home. She had confidence in Yang Xian, determining that this guy was definitely capable of solving this thorny problem. Yang Xian smiled and patted her shoulder. Don't you worry. It's just a small formation in the district. It's not hard to defeat me. He stood up. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared into the void in front of him. Since you dare to mess with me, I'll let you all know tonight what it means to suffer. Yang Xian snorted coldly before lifting his leg and taking a step forward. In an instant, a layer of golden light enveloped him, and the two black cloth-covered coffins suddenly moved at this time. Immediately afterward, the lid of the coffin slowly moved away an inch. Yang Xian's gaze swept over the two coffins, and the corners of his mouth curled into an icy arc. The next moment, he took another step. Along with Yang Xian's step, the entire house trembled. At the same time, a majestic and vast pressure spread out, shaking the house and making it seem like it was about to collapse. The terror of this pressure was simply appalling. Even the demoness beside her felt her chest tighten. When did Yang Xian become so powerful? In reality, Yang Xian was just quietly letting Guan Yu possess him and borrowing the aura from him. However, even though Guan Yu was only possessed, he still gave off an invincible intimidation. Suddenly, the coffin exploded, splattering smoke and dust. Banshee hurriedly hid behind the wall, carefully poking her head out only when the dust had settled. She found the interiors of the two coffins empty. No sign of any creature at all. What's going on? Is it hard to believe that these two coffins are decorations? The demoness frowned slightly, a little puzzled. She was just about to rush out and ask Yang Xian, but she was suddenly pulled by Yang Xian's wrist. Hush, don't talk. I have a feeling someone will be here soon. Who? The demon girl's willowy brows locked. Yang Xian didn't reply, his gaze looking out the window with a hint of gravity. Sure enough, in the next second, a black shadow swept in violently. The black shadow smashed hard on the floor, causing a loud noise as if it was an earthquake. The demoness was terrified and lost her color. The black shadow had a huge body, wrapped in a black robe, and was thin and short, like a worm, looking very strange. Is this a zombie? The demoness exclaimed, trembling in fear. Although she had never seen a zombie, she had watched television, which often showed zombie movies. So, upon seeing this monster in black robes, Dimanji guessed that he was a zombie, only alive. Yang Xian, however, shook his head. Zombies don't have a thinking consciousness, whereas he does, and it's clear. Saying that, Yang Xian slowly walked up to the monster and looked down on him. Who is your excellency? Why are you trespassing into my room? Jia, you've come after all. The black-robed monster lifted his head, revealing a withered and pale face. His eyes were deep-set and his mouth was filled with dense, sharp teeth. I've been ordered to kill you. The black-robed monster's tone was eerie and filled with a wave of resentment. Yang Xian, you must pay the price for seizing this father's treasure. The honored one? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. The black-robed monster grinned. Not bad. This is none other than the 1,000-year demon fiend corpse king. A 1,000-year-old demon fiend corpse king? Yang Xian froze. What the hell is this? You haven't heard of it? You really are a loner. It's in vain that you've cultivated for so long. The black-robed demon fiend corpse king laughed maniacally. This is a 1,000-year-old corpse king. My flesh is so strong that ordinary cultivators can't do anything about this. Oh, so? Yang Xian nodded with a sudden realization. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed it towards the forehead of the black-robed demon fiend corpse king. The black-robed demon fiend corpse king snorted. How foolish. Actually using your finger to poke my father's brow. Do you want to find death? Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. So what? Saying that finger of his had landed on the forehead of the black-robed demon fiend corpse king. You're right, aren't you? However, with a light press of his finger, the black-robed demon fiend corpse king's face changed instantly. The black-robed demon fiend corpse king's eyelids jumped as he looked down at the blood sliding down his brow. A strong shock on his face. At the location of his brow, there was actually an additional wound, and dark blood flowed down his forehead and dripped onto the floor. Hiss! The demon girl covered her cherry mouth and sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her face full of incredulity. She had just clearly seen with her own eyes that Yang Xian's finger had touched the black-robed demon fiend corpse king, and as a result, the black-robed demon fiend corpse king's brow had inexplicably broken through a hole. How many secrets is this Yang Xian hiding from me? Demon Ji had a complicated look on her face. She vaguely felt that Yang Xian's strength was even stronger than before. Yang Xian had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Now, tell me, who sent you? The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's face was gloomy. Obviously, Yang Xian's words had completely angered it. Brat, you actually dare to humiliate this father. This father wants you dead. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King roared angrily as his body abruptly sprang out, turning into a stump to pounce on Yang Xian. It's fast as lightning. Demon Ji's pupils shrunk dramatically, and before she could even react, the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King had already appeared in front of Yang Xian. It's so fast, said the demon girl, staggering secretly. Worthy of being a legendary zombie, his strength was truly extraordinary. Bang! Yang Xian's face was indifferent as he swung his fist to blast the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's chest. He is now possessed by Guan Ershi. Think you're still the same minion as before? How can a zombie hurt you? However, Yang Xian had underestimated this zombie. This punch of his was unexpectedly grabbed by the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King with his bare hands. Jia, this is your strength? The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King laughed viciously as he clenched his fist hard and lifted Yang Xian up hard. With that, the other claw lifted up and slapped Yang Xian on his abdomen. Put. Chapter 98, Strength Enhancement. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Yang Xian's 5 organs and 6 bowels suffered serious damage. His face was as white as paper in an instant. Yang Xian, the demon girl called out eagerly, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Yang Xian coughed a few times and waved his hand to signal the demon lady not to worry. Jia, boy, you are too weak to withstand a move from this father. Obediently bind your hands. After saying that, the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King loosened his arms and sprinted towards Yang Xian once again. This time, the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King came straight for his neck. Damn it, he's actually able to manipulate corpse chi? Yang Xian was appalled in his heart. He could perceive the corpse chi released by the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King, all of it surging into his body. At this moment, a thin layer of green mist emanated from Yang Xian's body, making him look ghostly and intimidating. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's eyes narrowed into slits as his palms poked out and grabbed Yang Xian's head. Jia, kneel down for me. However, Yang Xian did not move at all, and no matter how much force he exerted, he was never able to make Yang Xian bend his knees. Why are you still standing? The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's eyes widened. He had overlooked one thing, and that was Yang Xian's strong physical body. His sharp nails, which could even slice through steel, but had no way to cut through Yang Xian's skin, was simply unbelievable. Your fleshly body seems to be very strong. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King snorted coldly. Yang Xian laughed coldly. Since you know that, why don't you hurry up and run for your life and stay here waiting to die? Escape? Ha ha ha. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King laughed maniacally. This father has traveled thousands of years and has never been afraid of anyone. Today, this father will definitely tear your bones apart. Roar! Along with the roar of the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King, black smoke rose from his body, and the hair on his body began to rapidly proliferate, as if his entire body had turned into a chimpanzee. His eyes were red and ferocious, and he violently raised both fists to smash Yang Xian's chest, bound to burst Yang Xian's internal organs. Out of your depth. Yang Xian shook his head. Just now he was the one who was gullible. That's why the other party seized the opportunity. His right foot slightly moved by half an inch to avoid the attack of the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's double fists landed in the air, and his body staggered 2 steps, then violently turned around, opened his teeth and claws, and ruthlessly killed towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian's face was cold, and he greeted him nonchalantly. He and the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King engaged in a fierce battle. Every move and every stance of Yang Xian was terrifyingly powerful. The most crucial thing was that Yang Xian had also taken out the soul-devouring dagger, which was specialized in restraining these ghosts. Whether it's a ghost or a zombie, it's not a good thing anyway. Only to hear a giggle. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's clothes were torn out of a hole, revealing the skin inside. You actually dare to destroy my father's clothes. I'm going to kill you alive. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King was furious as he frantically urged the corpse chi around him in an attempt to suppress Yang Xian. Yang Xian was undaunted as he put up resistance while sneering. Ha! You want to suppress me even with your little corpse chi? What a big joke! Bastard! Looking for death. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King was furious. He no longer had any reservations and used 10% of his strength. In a flash, the eerie corpse chi rolled and tumbled, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Within this area, other than Yang Xian, it was Demon Ji and Little Fatty. Banshee is at least still on the scene. Little Fatty was originally sleeping and was affected by this aura. It opened its eyes in a daze and was instantly scared to pee. Nima, what is that thing? Fatty cowered on the ground shivering in horror. Demon G also felt that terrifying aura as she looked at the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King with a pale face. Is this his strongest state? It's too terrifying. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's body became more and more massive, reaching a height of more than 4 meters, more lanky than a normal tank, and could even be described as a behemoth. A puff of black smoke rose from his body, and he held a black scythe in each hand, like a demon descending. Jia. This father likes to eat your human souls the most. Ji. The black-robed devil fiend Corpse King laughed hideously and strangely. So, that corpse was your doing, Yang Xian said with certainty. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King did not reply. He could not wait and raised the black scythe in his hand to chop at Yang Xian. Clang. However, when the black scythe collided with the soul-devouring dagger, a crisp metallic clanking sound was deafening. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's expression was stunned as he looked down, only to see that his black scythe had unexpectedly broken and turned into two. This is a spirit weapon? The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He had never expected Yang Xian's weapon to be a spirit weapon. Holy, brother Xian is awesome. Fatty jumped up excitedly. The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's eyes gurgled and his mind raced as he made an instant decision and prepared to seize the road and flee. Where to go? Yang Xian shouted angrily and swung his soul-devouring dagger, piercing through the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King's right leg with a single blow, causing him to fall to his knees. You don't want to have your way. Even if this father dies, he will still pull you on his back, the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King hissed. In the next moment, he threw his head back and let out a long roar as his body expanded steeply. Rumble! The black-robed demon fiend Corpse King exploded into a rain of blood that showered the entire cemetery. I can't die in peace. I am the titular demon fiend Corpse King. How could I lose to a mole cricket? Unwillingly. Before his death, the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King still didn't admit defeat, and his resentment and hatred coalesced into a monstrous curse that swept through the entire villa. A touch of coldness flowed between Yang Xian's brows as he raised his head to look into the void, his tone icy cold. Since you're not willing to reincarnate, then disappear forever. As the words fell, Yang Xian threw out the soul-devouring dagger. In an instant, the soul-devouring dagger spun up quickly, bringing up a harsh wind that whistled and stabbed into the void. The soul-devouring dagger was like slicing tofu, instantly piercing through the bizarre dark cloud. Within the dark clouds, there was a mournful scream from the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King. In the next moment, the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King completely dissipated. The soul-devouring dagger, on the other hand, hovered beside Yang Xian, spinning around. Yang Xian, thank you for saving me. The demoness walked to Yang Xian's side and said from the bottom of her heart, it's just a little thing. Yang Xian smiled faintly as he looked around and frowned. The location you guys chose for this villa is really outrageous. Although this place was remote and desolate, dozens of powerful evil spirits had gathered nearby. In fact, Yang Xian had long guessed that these guys were probably related to the black-robed demon fiend Corpse King. This villa is really unsafe. I'm going to change my house, Banshee said helplessly. She'd encountered this sort of thing several times, and each time, the villa had nearly suffered. Well, you guys move as early as possible, Yang Xian said. At that moment, Fatty ran over. Oh, Xian, I'm so scared. Little Fatty flopped down on his knees and cried tearfully. Why didn't you guys just wake me up? Do you know just now I was almost scared to death? Chapter 99, A Sudden Confession. Yang Xian squatted down and stroked little Fatty's furry head. Alright little Fatty, you're already fine. Don't worry, brother Xian. How can you be so calm? That group of monsters is so scary, said Fatty convulsively. Yang Xian was slightly stunned and then dumbfounded. Originally, Fatty looked naive and dumb, but at this time, it seemed that Fatty was simply a playwright. He patted Fatty's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, with brother here, no one dares to bully you. Little Fatty sniffed and immediately stopped sobbing as he grinned. Brother Xian, will you really protect me? It has to be, Yang Xian affirmed. I knew you were the best to me, brother Xian. Fatty broke into a smile. The demoness couldn't help but shake her head. Yang Xian, you guys chat first, I'll go buy food and cook. The demoness smiled gently, then twisted her waist and walked into the villa in a graceful manner. Yang Xian stood up. He rubbed little Fatty's doggy head. Alright, let's get down to business. Little Fatty's eyes lit up as he rubbed his paws together and asked, Brother Xian, where should we start? There should be quite a few valuable things in here. Yang Xian pointed at the villa. Hen, how did you know? Because. Yang Xian showed his teeth and smiled. I just saw it. After saying that, he stomped in, followed closely by Fatty. Brother Xian, those things won't swindle, right? Fatty asked vigilantly as he walked inside. No way. Yang Xian waved his hand and said, look carefully, There should be quite a few valuable contraptions. Oh, got it. Fatty hurriedly searched for it. Soon, the two rummaged through every corner of the villa. Eventually, they found a couple of boxes at the head of the stairs. Yang Xian took the box down and opened it. The box is filled with some gold and silver jewelry, jade and jadeite and other precious treasures. TSK, get rich. Fatty rubbed his palms together excitedly. Brother Xian, do you think, if we sell these things, how long will it be enough for us to eat? At least 3 years. Yang Xian replied casually. Fatty was so happy that his mouth was watering. By this time, the demon girl had also finished the meal and brought it to the table. Fatty, don't giggle. Hurry over and wash your hands, it's time for dinner. The demoness gave the two a blank look and urged. Fatty rushed over to help. Soon, the three of them sat down and beautifully enjoyed the delicacies cooked by the demoness herself. The demoness clearly had something on her mind today, and her face didn't look too good. Yang Xian, thank you for saving me. Suddenly, the demoness looked at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was stunned, then smiled lightly. What are you being polite to me for? We'll be brothers from now on. Hearing these words, the demoness felt warmth in her heart, as if she had been filled with honey. She was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. Yang Xian, there's something I've been holding in my heart for a long time, but I've never dared to say it. The change in the demon lady's expression caused both Yang Xian and little Fatty to be stunned. Just say what you have to say. Yang Xian asked suspiciously. Demon Ji took a deep breath, looked at Yang Xian with a complex expression, and slowly said, Yang Xian, I want to go out with you. Yang Xian was stunned, seemingly not expecting the demon Ji to make such a request. Sister, this is not proper, right? Fatty scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. The demoness glared at Fatty and reprimanded. Shut up about this. Fatty bristled and muttered. I'm not stopping you guys. Demon Ji ignored Fatty and continued to stare at Yang Xian, expecting his answer. After a long time, Yang Xian sighed. You've misunderstood. I only see you as a friend. Yang Xian said very frankly, did not have half concealment. After all, he and the demon girl is not a relative. Why cover up? I know. The siren lowered her head. But, I'm falling for you. What? Fatty's mouth opened wide in shock. Sister Banshee, how did you fall for him? The demoness raised her head, her steely gaze gazing at Yang Xian, and said seriously, he's the first boy who made my heart flutter when I grew up. Yang Xian, what do you think? The demoness was filled with hope and looked at Yang Xian. It was a pair of soulful eyes, full of love and affection. Banshee. Yang Xian opened his mouth to speak. Although Yang Xian was suave and dashing, he was not a promiscuous person. Besides, if he agreed, wouldn't he be failing the demoness? Moreover, he had a pretty good impression of the demon girl, so if they were forced to be together, it would always be insecure, or even, it would lead to disaster for her. More importantly, he had only known the demon girl for a few days, and there was no need for him to cut short his happiness for her. I'm sorry, Banshee, Yang Xian shook his head apologetically, and before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Demon Ji. Yang Xian, you don't have to say anything, I understand everything. The demoness smiled bitterly. She lowered her head and muttered, I should have known that you didn't have feelings for me. She looked up and tried to squeeze out a small smile. It's okay though, I'm sure one day you'll realize I'm better than any girl. Yang Xian frowned and was about to console her. Right at this moment, the demoness suddenly changed the topic as she smiled playfully. Yang Xian, have you ever thought of marrying me after you've made a name for yourself? Yang Xian was dumbfounded and nodded. If there's a chance. The demon girl snorted and laughed. You guy, you still talk in such a simple and rough way. Cough. Yang Xian pretended to cough twice and digressed. Fatty stole a glance at Demon Ji and Yang Xian. His eyes filled with envy and jealousy. It's called a match made in heaven. Unable to help himself, Fatty rubbed his stomach. Why can't I meet such a pretty girl? Yang Xian, let's not eat first. Come on, let's go to the bar and have a few drinks. Yang Xian froze slightly. A bar? Don't you dislike that place? That place has a good environment. And besides, we've done something big today, so I'll treat you to a celebration. Fatty patted his chest. The demoness grunted softly. Dead Fatty, I think you just want to drink. Fatty hemmed and hawed. How can it be? Between our brothers, how can we be so outgoing? Alright, don't even argue. Just follow little Fatty. Yang Xian smiled and shook his head. He. The demoness revealed a bright smile as she took the initiative to hold Yang Xian's arm. Since it's like this, let's go. Fatty shook his head helplessly. I really can't do anything about you guys. Afterward, little Fatty took Yang Xian and Demon Ji and left the room to the next house. This place is a bar. It's all lights and paper. Chapter 100. Alcohol paralyzes the nerves in everyone's brain to forget sadness, pain, anger. Come on, let's have a toast. Little Fatty poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed them to Yang Xian and Demon Girl. Hey, Fatty, are you sure you're not lying to me? Is this really a bar? Yang Xian said suspiciously. Of course. Fatty nodded. This is the hottest bar in the city. Night charm. As long as you dare to think about it. Are you still afraid of not being able to find a girl here? After saying that, he picked up his wine glass again and clinked it with Yang Xian and Demon Ji. Ha ha, your kid is too damaging, isn't he? The demon lady let out a delicate laugh and reached her hand towards Fatty's armpit, tickling his itchy flesh. At that moment, Fatty couldn't help himself. Banshee, stop it. Spare me your life. Ha ha ha, telling you to damn well pit me again. Banshee. Oh no. Banshee's sister, please let go. The two of them fooled around for a few moments before Yang Xian slowed down and took the wine cup. Alright, let's drink first. The 3 of them raised their glasses and clashed, then tilted their heads back and drank. Yang Xian took a deep breath. This flavor, it's not bad. Of course, this is the red wine I specially chose. The price is exorbitant, nah. Fatty lamented. As soon as the words fell, suddenly a shapely, sweet-looking young girl walked towards Yang Xian. Handsome, would you like to dance too? Yang Xian looked up at the young girl and then shook his head. I'm accompanying a friend. Really? So can I ask you to dance? The young girl blinked her watery eyes. Yang Xian hesitated for half a second before finally nodding. Aha! The young girl smiled sweetly and immediately wrapped her arms around Yang Xian's neck, pulling him close to herself, sticking to Yang Xian's ear, blowing hot air. You can't run. Yo, later, I'm going to kiss you. Yang Xian frowned slightly, and sighed in his heart. This sister, also too loosesome, right? How then the demon girl also bold. Ah, you guys take your time to play. The young girl smiled flirtatiously at Fatty and Demon G, and then led Yang Xian onto the dance floor. Oh, Banshee, you see that your man is being targeted by other girls. I can tell you, you have to take advantage of the opportunity. Yo, Fatty said with a bad smile. Cut. Who knows if he's deliberately pretending to be reserved. Later on, I'll definitely seize the moment and teach him a hard lesson. The demoness gritted her teeth and said. Fatty shrugged his shoulders. Okay, I can't help you anyway. But, in the future, if you need it, just give me a call, and I promise to go to hell in a handbasket. The demoness gave him a blank look. I don't need you to go through fire. That's good. Fatty sighed in relief. The demon girl bristled and turned around, ready to leave. Suddenly, but a scream was heard from the dance floor. The demoness followed the sound and her face changed violently and dramatically, her eyes widening, only to see that Yang Xian was being surrounded by a group of youths in the center. A group that was, quite literally, all boys. All but 2 of the girls in this group of boys were stocky, strong men. What are you going to do? Yang Xian said in a deep voice. A strong man at the head sneered and raised his arm to point at Yang Xian. Brat, dare to pick up my sister? I think you're damn tired of living. The words did not fall. The pure girl on the side hurriedly stepped forward to stop in front of the strong man, lowered her head. Brother, you misunderstand. He is not my boyfriend. Yang Xian frowned as he scanned around the group of youths, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Sister, don't be afraid. With brother here today, no one can bully you. The strong man glared at Yang Xian. Kid, hurry up and kneel down to confess. Otherwise, believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. After saying that, the strong man swung his right palm and was ready to greet Yang Xian's face, just in the nick of time. Stop! Demon girl suddenly rushed over and pushed the burly man away. The burly man was caught off guard and staggered back several steps. Demon G held Yang Xian, her tone concerned. Yang Xian, is everything alright? Yang Xian shook his head. It's fine. Spinning around, he looked at the burly man. Who exactly are you people? Ha! The burly man snorted. What are you asking for? Could it be that you think you're qualified to know? The burly man gazed at Yang Xian indifferently, his tone haughty. Kid, do you know that we're from the Black Tiger Hall? Black Tiger Hall? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of this organization. What exactly do you guys want to do by looking for me? Humph. The burly man grunted. Kid, you don't have a lot of guts. Even my Black Tiger Hall's people dare to rob. Do you know who our boss is? Who is your boss? Yang Xian asked. Humph. Our boss is Wang Ba, the Wang family's Wang Ba. Have you heard of him? The burly man said proudly. Yang Xian nodded lightly. Oh, so it's the Wang family. I didn't know. Even if it's some powerful family, some powerful organization. So what? It's not like you have to come begging for yourself when you encounter a ghost. The burly man's face stiffened slightly. Then he snorted coldly. Kid, it seems that you don't understand our Black Tiger Hall at all. Is that so? Yang Xian said blandly. Since that's the case, then tell me, just how powerful is your Black Tiger Hall? Humph. Let me tell you, our Black Tiger Hall is spread all over the country, with forces in every corner, and our oldest, Wang Ba, is the successor of the four great families, the Wang family, the strong man proudly said, the four great families of China, the Wangs? Yang Xian froze for a moment, then laughed out softly. Sorry, I still haven't heard of it, but I've understood now, so you're just a bunch of bandit leaders Upon hearing this, anger surfaced on the burly man's face. Clenching his teeth, he said viciously, damn it, toast or not, brothers, give me a beating. At that moment, a group of black-clothed youths rushed in and wrapped Yang Xian in a group. Yang Xian sneered, I really don't know. Where did you get the courage to come and mess with me? The burly man snorted coldly. Kid, don't bull ***** me. I'm going to let you know why the flowers are so red today. With those words, he directly swung his fist and smashed it towards Yang Xian's cheek. Humph. Yang Xian lightly grunted and directly grabbed the strong man's arm and kicked out. The strong man stifled a grunt. His entire face instantly twisted into a pig's liver color as he covered his stomach and fell to the ground. The rest of them were secretly horrified when they saw this. You know, this burly boss of theirs is known to be an expert. Killing a coyote with one punch on a normal day was simply ferocious. But now, he's been taken down easily by this kid? They glanced at each other, each seeing the gravity and scorn in the other's eyes. But they didn't retreat. Instead, they became more determined to teach Yang Xian a lesson. After all, behind them stood Wang Ba. Yang Xian's expression remained indifferent. You bastards, you don't think you can bully me just because there are more people, do you? Humph, you talk too much nonsense. A yellow-haired man snorted coldly. Do it. Yang Xian didn't want to get his hands dirty, so he simply summoned the Yellow Springs Ghost King and the red-clothed Stern Ghost. I'll leave these guys to you. Why do it yourself when you can be lazy? Chapter 101 Claiming Rewards. New mission. Yes, Master. The two ghosts came out and headed towards the men. Although this was a bar with more people and it was not good for them to show up, possession was still possible. It was then that he saw those people follow Yang Xian out together. The gangsters who were with these guys saw their boss go out and thought that there would be a good show next also followed. But when I went out, I realized that things didn't seem right. Why was his own boss following behind that man? The bottom line was how it felt like they were going to places that were getting more and more remote and didn't even have a camera. Although he had joined the special labor section, Yang Xian was not someone with a big heart. Since these people were bullying themselves, he was definitely going to bully them back. Coming to a dead end, Yang Xian snapped his fingers. The red-clothed Night Ghost and the Yellow Spring Ghost King immediately came out from those two. What's going on? How did we get here? The two burly men looked at each other. What the hell did you kid pull? Why are they not impressed at all? Old boss, you guys followed them here voluntarily. Those few punks looked at this instantly scared out of their wits. After all this time, his own boss didn't follow him of his own accord, but was lured here by those two. But what the hell did they do in favor of it? No way. How could Lousy come with them? A burly man couldn't believe it, but he still decided to make a move on Yang Xian first. Yang Xian, however, just smiled faintly. You may appear facing this kind of bad guy. It's not necessary to take matters into your own hands. Just arrange for a ghost. As long as you don't kill them, it's okay to terrorize them. Anyway, there's still Du Qing and the others to wipe their asses. Little Fatty and Demon G then looked at Yang Xian adoringly. Yang Xian, it's still you. Being able to think of this. If they were on their own, they'd probably mostly just admit it. Or just do it. Yet the male lead side didn't bother with a single effort. There's a labor force that doesn't use it. You guys are cuties. Yang Xian glanced at them helplessly. These two guys are now as their assistants. But they always do stupid things like this. He's even thinking about keeping them on. On second thought, it's kind of good that they're here. Just like the Siren's house is in many places. So if you go out to run errands, you can figure out how to make it easier. It's just a shame about the lavish estate house. I'll leave it to you guys. Not wanting to see what happened next, Yang Xian took the two of them and prepared to return to the hotel they were staying at. Although the red-clothed Stern Ghost had only just come to his side and wasn't very knowledgeable, there wouldn't be any trouble with the Yellow Spring Ghost King keeping an eye on him. Suddenly, she remembered that she hadn't seen Zhao Tianyang since she had taken him as a ghost servant. Yang Xian was a bit puzzled for a while. This guy hasn't been indulging in cultivation, has he? Picked up the pace of his feet. The three returned to the middle of the hotel. Little Fatty still cried a little when he remembered what happened during this period of time, and didn't dare to live alone. Wanting to live with Yang Xian, Yang Xian decisively rejected the matter. Leaving aside the possible consequences, he still had a lot of things to do. All these things were to be hidden from the demon girl and Fatty. Yang Xian didn't have 100% trust in them yet. Hurry up and climb. In order to avoid Fatty taking the opportunity to sneak in, Yang Xian entered the door with a backhand and locked it. Xian, you can't do this. Fatty kept wailing outside. We've been comrades for so long. Not for long. I'm normal in my orientation, so don't you come and get me. After saying this, Yang Xian sat down on the big bed and sorted out the bones of the red-clothed stern ghost, Guan Yu's ashes, which he had found some time ago. Yes, it's Guan Yu's ashes. After all, how could it still be that well preserved after thousands of years? It's good enough to have some ashes. What I saw in the sarcophagus at that time was indeed a bone, but with a light touch, those bones turned to ash. Master Guan Yi, where do you wish your ashes to be buried? The male lead instantly summoned Guan Yu. After these few days of recuperation, and with the ashes right by his side, Guan Yu's strength had obviously increased a few more points. Little friend, thanks to you for this matter. I still hope that you can find me a feng shui land for burial in this neighborhood. Just as Yang Xian opened his mouth and prepared to speak, a mechanical tone suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for destroying evil spirits times 10. Reward the host with a feng shui book. Ding! New mission, find a feng shui location to bury Guan Yu's ashes. 3 beeps sounded in succession, and Yang Xian froze in place. Why is this system suddenly sending out missions again out of the cold? However, looking at the rewards of the last mission, Yang Xian came to be interested. According to this, what he now has at his disposal already has the power of feng shui as well as the complete book of formations. Will there be other skills in the future? That is, even without inviting these deities to possess him, he is able to acquire his own instincts. It's almost worth it. Always rely on divine possession if you have to worry about whether or not the gods will show up and how to explain these unusual phenomena. But if you master it yourself, you can even build up your numbers no matter where you cast it. Then this is great. Don't worry, second master. I will definitely find you a very good feng shui treasure. Yang Xian smiled lewdly. Although I don't know what kind of rewards I'll get after this quest is completed. Feng shui book. With this reward, wouldn't he be able to go and read feng shui for those rich people? It's just a great way to make money. He himself only had 12 million merit values left in his account right now, but there wasn't really much cash. Think of the manor house where you lived before. Now this was Yang Xian's number one target. He's going to auto buy a house. After Guan Yu went back to rest, Yang Xian summoned Zhao Tianyang again. Well, how was the cultivation during this time? In the midst of one's ghost servant space, the speed of cultivation could be increased. It could be seen that those ghost chi on Zhao Tianyang's body had obviously solidified a few points. Thank you, master. If it wasn't for master, I'm afraid I'd still be in that cave. Zhao Tianyang's hunched waist became even more bent. Originally, he was thinking that Yang Xian was leaving on his own, and he was afraid that it wasn't a good thing. But when you actually get to that place, you realize that it's just heavenly. His ghostly aura had coalesced into a solid body. In the old days, this was unthinkable. Zhao Tianyang was originally an old ghost, and this scene made Yang Xian's mouth twitch a little. There's no need for that. I've taken you in as a ghost servant. Naturally I have things to explain to you to do. As long as you can do what I've arranged for you, I won't care about the rest of anything. Yang Xian had always looked at these more openly. Chapter 102, Searching for Feng Shui Treasure Land. Besides, he needed the old ghost to go poking around for himself, and compared to his 3 ghost servants, this old ghost was obviously a bit more oily. Only such a ghost servant could go poking around. As long as it's something that master has arranged, the old slave will do his best to accomplish it. Zhao Tianyang's eyes were glowing, thinking of the 10,000 points of yin virtue value that Yang Xian had given himself. Tears flowed down from the corners of his mouth. If he did a good job for Yang Xian and was able to obtain those, he would follow Yang Xian for the rest of his life. Okay, you go back too. Looking at the old ghost's worthless appearance, Yang Xian was somewhat helpless. After organizing everything, Yang Xian went into sleep. We have a big day tomorrow. Early the next morning, Yang Xian came to the next room and thumped on the door. Hurry up and get up. We have business to do today. I'll take you with me to see feng shui. What the hell? Fatty opened the door and drove fast. Previously, he only knew that Yang Xian could sing in opera, and this was the first time he heard Yang Xian talk about reading feng shui. Do you really know how to read feng shui? Fatty was dumbfounded. The hero was somewhat helpless. Let's just say that even though you're the only one living alone, can you wear a pair of pants? The image is just too hot. Looking at Fatty standing naked in front of himself, the male lead thought he might have to grow pink eye and go back to wash his eyes. It was only then that Fatty realized with hindsight that he was not wearing an inch of clothing. Ah! A sharp pop passed. Fatty shut the door quickly, while panicking and getting dressed. I forgot. Brother Xian, it's all your fault. If you hadn't said to read feng shui, how could I have been attracted? Waiting to open the door again after getting dressed, Fatty changed into a fawning look again. Brother Xian, can I learn feng shui from you? Sure. As he was talking, he heard a pleasant sound of high heels. Since this fatty has learned it, do I have to learn it too? The demoness flirtatiously put her hand on Yang Xian. Look at this guy once again starting to get undignified. Yang Xian gently used his index finger and thumb to pinch her hand up and put it back in place. Don't make a scene. As my assistants, you can learn if you want to, but you absolutely cannot go and do bad things. Don't worry, it won't. Little fat flies rubbing their hands together. He was aware of the art of feng shui. If one learns it well, it's practically a moneymaker. He himself was just trying to make money. That's why he kept following Yang Xian around. I didn't realize that this was really an opportunity of its own. Che, people only confessed to you yesterday, but today they can be so heartless. Sure enough, men are all big pig's hooves. The demon girl withdrew her hand resentfully, although he confessed to Yang Xian himself just to tease him. But looking at it like that now, his heart was still a little uncomfortable. But luckily, the only person of the opposite sex around Yang Xian right now was himself. But where did that scream come from just now? The siren was the one who heard that scream and came out to check on the situation. Yang Xian glanced at Fatty. You can't ask me about this. You have to ask our Fatty. Skulking around here early in the morning. Banshee? Walking a bird? Where are the birds? Why don't I see them? The siren even looked around. This bird is not the other bird, Yang Xian said in a pretense of sophistication. Seeing this scenario, how could the demoness not understand it? And immediately made a big red face. Cough cough cough. Didn't we say we're still going to see feng shui today? Let's go early. Changing the subject. She's a pro. Don't look at the demoness who was usually bewitching, but in reality, she was still a yellow flower girl, and she had only molested Yang Xian. It was just as well that everyone was ready now, so Yang Xian was ready to set off immediately. Searching for a feng shui treasure was not something that could be accomplished in just a few minutes. The first thing to do is to come to a view of the whole map, finding one of the most prominent dragon veins in the area, and after getting it, you have to go back and find the most suitable place to bury the ashes. If it is fast, it may take a day. If it is slow, it will take 2 to 3 days. The three of them left the hotel and headed in a different direction from the mountain they were on that day. Are you sure we're going to climb a mountain this high? Fatty was dumbfounded. If this really goes up, won't he become a dead weight? It's okay, I don't feel high. Don't you want to learn the art of feng shui? Then stick with it, the male lead said, and began to explain the situation here. I took a look at the map before we set off. This vein is where the dragon vein of this entire city is located. A place like this would be very beneficial to future generations if they chose to be buried. It will also enhance wealth, etc. Wait. Little Fatty interrupted Yang Xian's words. Is it true that if I move my ancestors' grave here as well, my fortune will be especially good in the future as well? In principle, yes, but the most suitable place has not yet been found. Not to mention that if the place you're looking for has been targeted for a long time, even if you move your ancestral grave, someone else will dig it up, Yang Xian said seriously. He hadn't seen a lot of these things before. It's better then. Although the original ancestral grave's fortune wasn't very good, but at least it's a peace of mind. As long as one learns that art of feng shui, one can also make a lot of money and doesn't have to waste all their time on it. The demoness was about to say something when she suddenly received a phone call. Looking for me for what? The person on the other end of the phone didn't know what to say, and the demonji's face was a bit ugly. We know about these things. When we're done with this side of things, we'll go over immediately. Good. After putting down the phone, he realized that Yang Xian and Fatty were waiting for him. The siren wiggled her way to the duo. Got some not so good news for you guys. Wanna know? Don't want to, Yang Xian and Little Fatty said in unison. It was the first time the duo had ever united as a front like this. It's not a good thing when you hear it. Yang Xian, in particular, felt a pang of panic for no reason. What are you doing? I don't know what kind of problems have arisen on the hell side lately. Before, at least we were able to make a contact once in a while, but now we can't get in touch at all. A large number of ghosts have appeared on Earth and we are needed to make arrests. Those that are weaker. The people from the special engineering section have already split up to make arrests, but there are some more powerful ghosts that may need to rely on you. Demon G's gaze stopped on Yang Xian. This is no small thing. This is happening all over the country. Even those ghosts seem to have consciousness generally gathered together. After hugging into a group they are even more bad to capture. This thing. Yang Xian was still hesitating. This is a big problem. After all, it's not just one or two, but many, which means that one may be traveling a lot in the future. Du Qing said that he can add money. The demon lady's gaze tightened on Yang Xian. Chapter 103, The Beast. I'll take it. Yang Xian blurted out without even thinking. This is just heaven-breaking richness. How could one miss it? It's really the god of wealth sending himself wealth. Wait, how did you know to use the money increase thing to get me to agree? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the demon girl critically. The demoness hemmed and hawed. After being with you for a long time, who could not know your money-grubbing nature? Alright, aren't we going to look for a suitable cemetery? Let's hurry up and try to get it done earlier and go back earlier. Don't we still have to catch ghosts? Demon Ji kept urging. Yang Xian skimmed his lips, then followed the footsteps of the duo. Soon, they arrived halfway up the mountain. Looking at the waist-high bushes all over the place, Fatty frowned. How many years must it be since no one's been in this place? That's not necessarily true. You don't see that the path next to this is full of footprints. Yang Xian was helpless as he pointed at the path next to him. This has been stepped on as a road. And you're actually saying that no one came? Let's just speed up, lest the good position be snatched by someone by then. Yang Xian had already thought about it. After settling Guan Yu's ashes, he also had to lay a misty trail formation nearby. It's the only way to make sure you're not disturbed by other people. Otherwise, in case any lackadaisical person broke in and found Guan Yu's ashes, it would be a lot of fun. The three of them quickly burrowed towards the deep forest, and some wild beasts emerged from all around them, roaring incessantly in an attempt to scare off the three of them. Yang Xian and Demon Ji did not put these beasts in their eyes at all. The two of them held weapons in their hands and swung them continuously. Knowing he couldn't help, Fatty simply helped them carry their backpacks at the very back. I say, you guys, you slow down. Little Fatty couldn't help but shout while chasing after Yang Xian's duo. The sudden loud noise scared the nearby birds. Almost instantly, all sorts of sounds suddenly came from within the still silent woods, as if all the beasts had awakened and become active. Asterisk. You kid, run faster. Yang Xian heard Fatty's panting breath and turned his head to curse. I'm telling you, don't run around later, or lose your life, I don't care. Fatty wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. I'm not stupid. Of course I can't run around. Yang Xian snorted coldly and continued to walk forward, his figure gradually disappearing from Fatty's sight. The demoness suddenly stopped in her tracks as she looked around warily. Something's not right. It's as if something is staring at us. What is it? Yang Xian asked with a frown as his gaze swept around, but he didn't notice anything unusual. I'm not sure. I always feel. The demon girl was just about to speak, when a sudden gust of cloudy wind blew and rolled up her long skirt, revealing her snow-white and slender legs. Fatty was also startled and immediately reached out to cover his eyes. However, his ears were perked up, listening carefully to the movements around him, as if looking for traces of the enemy. Suddenly, a fishy odor attacked Yang Xian. He turned his head violently, only to see a corpse lying not far behind him. Asterisk. You guys, look over there. Little Fatty's voice resounded throughout the entire forest, bringing great fear. The demon girl looked in the direction that Fatty was pointing, and immediately drew in a breath of cold air, only to see that there, densely filled with wild beasts, each one, with teeth and claws, hideous to the extreme. Their scarlet eyes stared deathly at the three, their throats gushing as if they were about to pounce at any moment. The demon girl's face was pale. What the hell are these things? Fatty gulped. Is it, like, a zombie? Yang Xian shook his head. It should be a group of beasts that feed on corpses. There was a battle here and the corpses were partially gnawed away, causing these guys to revive. OMG. So ferocious. Fatty's body couldn't help but tremble. The demon girl's pupils narrowed. How do you know these are beasts and not zombies? Because the fangs of these guys are stained with the smell of rotting meat on top of them. Yang Xian slowly explained. The demoness froze for a moment. No wonder they all have a foul odor emanating from them. It seems that these guys, indeed, have eaten quite a few of them. We'd better hurry and escape. Little Fatty shivered and spoke. There were just too many of these guys to kill, and if they stayed here any longer, sooner or later they would be torn apart by these guys. There's no escape. Suddenly, Yang Xian raised his head and looked somewhere in the forest. Since they've already come out, there's even less of a way for us to leave here. At those words, the bodies of Demon Ji and Fatty shivered in unison, only to see several black figures suddenly appear in the midst of the densely packed bushes. Asterisk. Little Fatty let out a shriek and rolled and rushed to Yang Xian's side. Brother Xian, help! Fatty wailed, clearly terrified. Those beasts, they were simply four unlike each other. Their heads were hairless, their bodies were pitch black, their two blood-red eyes were exceptionally oozing, and their sharp canine teeth were flashing with a cold aura, as if they could take someone's life at any time. Holy! Yang Xian's pupils shrunk slightly and he sighed in his heart. What the hell is all this? These things. I'm not quite sure what they are, but the only thing I can be sure of is that it's definitely not a normal creature. The demoness pondered for a moment and said seriously, after I go back, I will report this matter to the people in the special engineering section. Yang Xian nodded. Don't panic first. Although they are fierce, they are just unintelligent beasts. Not enough to worry about. But remember, you must never let them touch you. The demon girl sullenly agreed. Just then, a wolf-shaped beast rushed towards them, its sharp fangs glowing with coldness, as if it wanted to snap the two off in one bite. Little Fatty was horrified and hid behind Yang Xian, and Demon Ji also raised her own short knife and stabbed towards the beast. With a snort, the sharp dagger sliced through the beast's thick fur, and blood spurted out. However, the beast acted as if it had no sense of pain and continued to attack them frantically. Yang Xian's reaction was extremely fast. He didn't have any powerful weapons. He could only rely on that dagger of his. Although he didn't know if the soul-devouring dagger would do any damage to real creatures, he had no choice. Just as the beast was about to grab Yang Xian's shoulder, he violently swung the soul-devouring dagger. The sharp dagger instantly sliced through the beast's neck, and blood sprayed out. The beast collapsed to the ground with a rumble, struggling to get up from the ground. But what was left of its consciousness rendered it powerless to support itself, and it eventually collapsed. Roar! On the other side, another beast roared in anger, spittle dripping from the corners of its mouth as it quickly rushed towards the demon girl. Chapter 104, Corpse-Eating Beasts. The demoness gripped the short sword in her hand with a grave expression as she watched the beast get closer and closer to her. Brother Xian. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, only to see a rock slam down, knocking the beast that was charging at the demoness away, while Fatty rolled into the bushes with the boulder in his arms. Yang Xian hurriedly chased after him and pulled Fatty out. Who dash? Little Fatty was panting heavily. His face reddened. Obviously, he had just used all his strength to carry the boulder. Yang Xian checked Fatty's body and sighed in relief after seeing no injuries. Are you alright? Yang Xian inquired with concern. It's fine. It's fine. Little Fatty patted his chest, then looked suspiciously at the soul-devouring dagger in Yang Xian's arms. Ha! How did this thing turn black? Demon Ji walked over and took a look at the soul-devouring dagger. Her face changed slightly. What a strong baleful aura. If you hadn't beheaded that beast with this dagger, I'm afraid that the two of us would have been in danger just now. What quality of treasure is this dagger? Yang Xian let out a bitter smile. I'm not sure. I only know that it seems to be much harder than any other weapon. Is that so? The demoness frowned slightly. So, this dagger, it's likely to be a spirit weapon level treasure? Aha. Yang Xian nodded. The demoness took a deep breath and her eyes burned as she looked at the soul-devouring dagger in Yang Xian's arms. In that case, perhaps you'll have a chance to build your own weapon. The demoness smiled and opened her mouth. She knew that this kind of treasure could not be used by anyone, and that it needed to be gifted. Hearing this, Yang Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately revealed a look of joy. Indeed, this soul-devouring dagger was indeed extraordinary. If it could be made into a suitable weapon for himself, then he would be able to have a card to play against those high-level ghosts in the future. Yang Xian glanced at the demon lady and suddenly asked, what about you? Is there any weapon that you can use while you're at it? Oh, my words. The demon girl laughed softly. I cannot be as lucky as you although I am well endowed, but I do not have any fixed weapons available. This short knife is still prepared for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's eyes showed some regret. You don't have to worry either. When I find a suitable weapon of my own, I will definitely get one for you as well. Yang Xian comforted. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the demon lady's heart warmed slightly. Roar! Just as the two men were talking, a low hissing sound came, causing their eardrums to tingle. Looking around, they only saw a huge black shadow standing at the entrance of the valley, those scarlet eyes staring indifferently at the crowd. Mom ya! What kind of monster is this? Little Fatty was so scared that he almost peed his pants and shivered as he cowered behind the demon girl. Yang Xian raised his head and looked at the giant beast with a grave gaze. He was able to sense that the aura emanating from this beast was in no way weaker than the three beasts he had encountered before. Damn! How on earth did this guy find his way here? Yang Xian cursed, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. The two of them, he and Damanji, looked at each other and nodded their heads in tacit agreement, simultaneously pouncing towards the giant beast. Demon Ji held a short sword and slashed towards the beast's neck, while Yang Xian brandished his dagger and stabbed into the beast. The two of them worked together quite perfectly and quickly subdued the beast. Brother Xian, thank you for saving my life again. Little Fatty looked at Yang Xian with gratitude. Yang Xian shook his head and didn't say anything, but his gaze fell on the beast that he had nailed to the rock wall and frowned. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Could it be that this thing is worth a lot of money? Little Fatty could see Yang Xian's abnormality. Yang Xian shook his head. I always feel that there is something odd about its corpse. Corpses? The demoness walked over and carefully examined it. Then her face changed. Oh no! Within this thing's body, it actually contains a high level of poison. Fatty was dumbfounded. Brother Xian, What should we do now? Yang Xian pondered for a moment. Dig a pit and bury this guy first. He crouched down and picked up the soul-devouring dagger. And just as he was about to put away the soul-devouring dagger, a message from a system prompt suddenly surfaced in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player who triggered the hidden quest. Killing the ghoul beast, 1 out of 10, rewards 50. 000 merit value. Failure deducts 30. 000 merit value. Seeing this message, Yang Xian froze. Originally he was planning to bury this corpse, but now he changed his mind and directly used the soul-devouring dagger to disembowel this corpse-eater and rummaged around inside. Ghouls should be worth their weight in gold as well. Sure enough, not long afterward, Yang Xian found a crystal-clear bead. Moreover, the bead contained an extremely pure in-evil chi. In-evil bead, it can absorb the surrounding in chi and increase the wearer's strength. This thing is quite rare. Yang Xian muttered and immediately put it into the system space. Brother Xian. At this moment, Fatty walked over from the distance, his face pale and bloodless. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with your face? Just now, when I fell on the ground, I was scraped by this grass. Little Fatty pointed to the ground in a withered green grass, said bitterly. Yang Xian followed the direction and saw that the withered grass had already rotted, and it was covered with densely packed small holes, and in the center of these holes, a wisp of black smoke wafted out. Are you alright? Yang Xian asked, reaching out to touch Fatty's forehead. No, it's fine. Fatty shook his head. The demoness came over and couldn't help but snort a laugh when she saw the scars on Fatty's face. Ha ha, Fatty, you look really funny now. Sister Demonji, this is not all because of you. Fatty glared at Demonji. Look at you. You've caused me a lot of trouble. The demon girl skimmed her lips. Who let you guys run around? You deserve it. Fatty muttered. That can't be blamed on me. I'm not trying to help. Yang Xian waved his hand. Alright, since it's fine, let's continue our journey. After saying that, he left the valley with a few people. However, without going far, Yang Xian's footsteps suddenly stopped and he violently twisted his head to look at the bushes on the side. Who? Yang Xian shouted coldly, gripping the soul-devouring dagger in his hand. At the same time, among the bushes, a sizzling movement rang out. A dark shadow slowly poked its head out from inside the bush. This was a young girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with a clear and lovely little face hung with a hint of timidity, looking pitiful. Brother Xian, she's not a ghost, is she? Fatty was surprised. It shouldn't be. Yang Xian frowned. I can sense that she's not in danger. You guys don't have to worry. Chapter 105, Yi Yuhan's joining. The young girl hesitated and slowly walked out from the bushes, timidly looking at Yang Xian's trio. Looking at this young girl, a surprised expression appeared on the demoness' face. What's your name? Yi Yuhan. Yi Yuhan replied obediently, then looked at Yang Xian and timidly shouted, Brother. Yi Yuhan? Yang Xian was stunned, looking at Yi Yuhan's tender little face. He couldn't help but think of his sister whom he hadn't seen for a long time. They were of average age. Where are your mom and dad? Banshee asked with concern. Dead. Hearing the word parents, Yi Yuhan lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Dead? The demoness sighed inconsoled. Condolences. The dead are gone, and the living need to be strong even more in order to do so. Yi Yuhan nodded and wiped the tear tracks on her cheeks. By the way, I heard from the villagers that many ferocious beasts have appeared in the neighborhood, right? Yi Yuhan looked around and inquired. Yang Xian nodded. Indeed, those ferocious beasts, do they eat people? Yi Yuhan asked. It will eat humans, but it won't eat them casually. After all, humans are also a great tonic for ferocious beasts. Yang Xian explained. However, ferocious beasts of that level are another story. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuhan's face instantly became grave. Are these ferocious beasts very powerful? Very scary. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. The ones we encountered just now were corpse-eating beasts. It is rumored that corpse-eating beasts are brutal and bloodthirsty by nature, and they love to eat human flesh and bone marrow the most. So if you encounter a swarm of corpse-eating beasts, don't fight hard or else you'll die for sure. Ah! Hearing Yang Xian's words, Yi Yuhan's face turned white with fear. Then let's run away. You guys follow me closely. Yang Xian pondered for a moment, then took a step forward. Phew! Finally dodged it. It was so scary. Behind them, little Fatty patted his chest. Just now if those ferocious beasts really came out and attacked them, he would definitely be dead. Good thing those ferocious beasts didn't come after them. Yang Xian and the others chatted as they hurried along, and they realized that the forest here seemed to be particularly lush. Why are there so many tall plants here? The demon girl scratched her head in some confusion. Yang Xian raised his head and looked around, then frowned slightly. It seems like the environment here is somewhat different from before. Yeah, the demoness sighed softly, But, little sister, what are you doing following us if you're not going home? Yi Yuhan bit her lip and lowered her head. I don't want to go back. Yang Xian looked at Yi Yuhan, a touch of tenderness rising in his heart. Do you know where we're going? Yi Yuhan shook her head, her gaze looking straight at Yang Xian. I know. Yang Xian smiled. If you know, you should understand that being with us is a dangerous thing. Yi Yuhan pursed her lips and said stubbornly, I'm willing to take the risk. I just hope that you can take me in and protect me. Yang Xian sighed. Actually, we are going to kill the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts are very ferocious. You are a girl. Following us will only put your life in danger. I'm not afraid of danger. Yi Yuhan looked at Yang Xian seriously. Although I'm scared, but I want to learn martial arts. Learn martial arts? Yang Xian froze for a moment. Why do you want to learn martial arts? Because I want to be strong. Yi Yuhan clenched her fists. I want to take revenge. My loved ones were killed by ferocious beasts. I must kill them. Revenge. Demon Ji's face was cloudy, silent for a moment. Little girl, you have a dream is good, but I advise you to give up. This idea is better. This world, in addition to force, there are also intellect and luck. Yi Yuhan cocked her head and pondered for a moment, and said with a straight face, I think that as long as there is strength, it's enough. It's true that there is strength, but there are also many things in this world that are more important than force, such as wisdom, wealth, and even power. Demon Ji patiently gave Yi Yuhan about it. Yi Yuhan blinked her eyes after listening attentively. But, I think, if you don't have the strength, what can you do with more money? The demoness let out a bitter laugh. Your theory is novel, brother. Yi Yuhan looked at Yang Xian expectantly. Yang Xian touched Yi Yuhan's little head. I promise you, you'll follow me from now on. Yang Xian hadn't been able to be ruthless after all. After all, it's easy to think of your own sister when you're the same age as her. Thank you, brother. Yi Yuhan jumped up happily. Then will you teach me martial arts? Looking at Yi Yuhan's eyes that were full of expectation, Yang Xian slowly stretched out his hand and gently rubbed her head. Good. Yay. It's awesome. Yi Yuhan cheered. Seeing this scene, the demon Ji on the side couldn't help but shake her head, then looked at Yang Xian. Since you decided to bring this little girl, why don't you let her join our team? Yang Xian was stunned and looked at Demon Ji, then at Fatty, and finally rested his gaze on Yi Yuhan. It's better to let her make up her own mind on this matter. At those words, Yi Yuhan wrinkled her nose. I want to join. I want to go hunting ferocious beasts with you guys. Yang Xian pondered for half a second, then nodded. Okay, you can join, but you can't drag us down. Understand? Yi Yuhan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, brother, I definitely won't drag you down. I'll help you guys. Fatty looked at Yi Yuhan with complicated eyes, then looked at the dagger in his hand. What about me? You? Yang Xian swept a glance at Fatty and said indifferently. Seek your own fortune. Fatty skimmed his mouth, seeing color and forgetting friends. Xian, at the expense of my weekdays still call you a brother. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, no matter if it's me or Yuhan, they won't take care of you. You can do whatever you like. Yi Yuhan looked at little Fatty's aggrieved appearance and couldn't help but smile, then pulled Yang Xian. Brother, it's so late now. Let's go and find a cave first and take a rest. It's okay. As night falls, the stars twinkle and the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Yang Xian and Banshee sat by the campfire, quietly burning the wood. Brother Xian, let's sleep in a tent tonight? Little Fatty took out a simple tent from inside his backpack and shouted at Yang Xian. I've already set up the tent. Come over here. Good. Yang Xian stood up and patted the dust on his ass, then walked towards where little Fatty was. While at this moment, Demon Ji was staring at Yang Xian's back in deep thought. Yi Yuhan lay on a tree branch looking at the stars in the sky. The corner of her mouth hooked up a light smile. Worthy of the stars, it's so beautiful. Chapter 106, Pastimes. Demon Ji came back to her senses and turned to look at Yi Yuhan, who was lying on the branch of a tree and looking at the stars, and couldn't help but sigh. Yuhan. Ah, how did you survive until now? Yi Yuhan looked at the Demon Ji suspiciously, then sat up. Sister Demon Ji, are you worried about me? Don't worry, I definitely won't die. Moreover, I still plan to become a strong man. The demoness rolled her eyes helplessly. You think strong people are street cabbages? Anyone can be one? Being strong requires effort? Yi Yuhan cocked her head. Isn't everything possible? Don't forget how old you are. The Demon Ji said helplessly. You have to know that this world is as big as it is strange, and if you want to be a strong person, you have to put in more effort than normal people. Otherwise, you will never be able to reach your heart's desire. Sister Demon Ji. Thank you. Yi Yuhan smiled and said. Don't worry. I understand. Looking at Yi Yuhan's well-behaved look, the demon girl sighed. In fact, I used to be similar to you. Only, alas, forget about it. You rest well. Aha! Early the next morning, sunlight poured through the cracks into the tent. Yi Yuhan woke up in a daze. Feeling the warmth of the sun, she sat up sharply and looked around. Banshee is awake and is making breakfast. Seeing Yi Yuhan waking up, the demoness waved her hand at her, signaling her to hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, several people began to depart. Along the way, Yang Xian kept observing his surroundings as if trying to find some clues. Brother, what are you looking at? Yi Yuhan asked in disbelief. Yang Xian looked up at Yi Yuhan, watching the surroundings for any danger. Oh, Yi Yuhan drifted off. Brother, didn't you say that last night? There won't be any danger here. No. Yang Xian frowned slightly. I always feel weird. Yi Yuhan was puzzled. Where's the weirdness? Can't say. Yang Xian was silent for a moment. But intuition tells me that we have to be wary of anything around us, especially since there are signs of wild beasts infesting this place. We have to be careful. Oh, Yi Yuhan nodded in agreement. After all, this place was indeed a bit weird. The demoness suddenly stopped her footsteps, looked around vigilantly, and let out a low growl. Be careful, there are animals approaching. Yi Yuhan instantly became wary. Sister Demon Ji, you've heard wrong, haven't you? No. The demon girl's tone was grave. It's just 30 meters away from us. No? Yi Yuhan was shocked. Sister Demon Ji, how are you so powerful? How can you hear sounds coming from so far away? Upon hearing this, the demoness glanced helplessly at Yi Yuhan. Do you think I'm a fool like you? Yi Yuhan spat out her tongue and said no more. The demoness then continued to look around, only to find that, apart from the rustling of the grass, there were no traces of wild beasts being present. The demoness sighed in relief and was just about to continue walking forward when she was suddenly pulled by Yi Yuhan's sleeve. Sister Demon Ji. Yi Yuhan's face paled as she pointed ahead. Demon Ji looked in the direction Yi Yuhan was pointing, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. Little, be careful. Before the words fell, two black and red pythons were seen scurrying out of the grass. The two pythons wrapped around the left and right arms of the demoness respectively and opened their bloody mouths to bite towards the demoness. Yang Xian frowned and drew out his soul-devouring dagger and flew to cut down the two pythons. Hisses. The two pythons twisted their bodies in pain. Looking at Demon Ji and Yi Yuhan, Fatty couldn't help but gulp down his saliva and muttered, Holy, it's too scary. The demoness glared at Fatty, then squatted down to check on the two pythons. After a long time, the Demon Ji stood up and gazed at Yi Yuhan with an icy gaze. This should be the poisonous python you mentioned before. Well, it should be. Yi Yuhan nodded. I thought you said last night that these two pythons grew in this forest? Exactly. That's right. The demoness indifferently said. Since it's something that grows in the forest, how could it possibly run out of the forest to hunt outside? At those words, Yi Yuhan froze. Sister Demon Ji, do you mean that there is no way for them to leave this forest at all? The demoness said softly. I don't know what causes them to leave this mountain, but if they ever leave the forest, they will soon die. Hisses. The two pythons struggled for a long time and finally lost the last of their vitality, completely paralyzed on the ground. No movement. Yang Xian looked at Demon Ji and Yi Yuhan and slowly said, What do you two think? Yi Yuhan pondered for a moment. Since they can't get out, I do think we can make use of them. Anyway, their corpses are right here, so let's use them to study them. Maybe there's some good use for them? That's fine. Yang Xian nodded. When we find a water source, we'll move them to the river and we can still roast them for meat. The crowd continued to walk deeper and deeper, and by this time, the trees were thinning out and the terrain was getting flatter and flatter. Yang Xian raised his soul-devouring dagger and said to the crowd, Be careful, I feel something following us. Following us? Yi Yuhan frowned. Why didn't I realize? Yang Xian pursed his lips. Your cultivation is not high enough. Yi Yuhan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Then let's go quickly. The crowd immediately quickened their pace. But just then, suddenly, the air around them suddenly lowered, and the gusts of wind were eerie. Not good. There's an ambush. Demon Ji shouted with a serious expression. Both Yi Yuhan and Fatty couldn't help but shiver. And at this time, a corpse-eating beast drilled out from each of their front and back, surrounding them with their mouths wide open, as if they were ready to pounce on them and bite them to death at any time. Yi Yuhan swallowed her saliva and looked at these ferocious and bloodthirsty corpse-eating beasts. Demon Ji sister. I'm a bit scared. The demon girl rolled her eyes, helpless. Yang Xian looked at these corpse-eating beasts, frowned, and said in a deep voice, It seems that today, we can only go hard. Let me try. The demoness said, gripping the short sword in her hand and rushing forward. Seeing this, Yang Xian immediately stopped in front of Demon Ji and blocked the attacks of these corpse-eating beasts. and Banshee took advantage of this opening, circling around behind the ghouls and slashing them hard in the neck. Blood spurted out, staining the ground red. Yi Yuhan and Little Fatty hid far away, not daring to go forward, looking worriedly at the duo in the battle. Banshee wielded her short sword and fought the ghouls. She showed no mercy with every move, not the least bit of pity for dealing with these corpse-eating beasts. Chapter 107, The Illusionary Realm. And right at this moment, Yang Xian had also finished solving all the ghoul beasts on his side. He wiped the beads of sweat from the corners of his forehead and looked up at the demon girl. Well, almost done. There are a few corpse-eating beasts left. Just leave it to me. The demoness packed up her short sword and said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, her entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the group of corpse-eating beasts, decapitating several of them in a row. Yang Xian also quickly joined in and fought side by side with Banshee. Demon Ji and Yang Xian worked well together, one person specializing in picking the throat of the corpse eater while the other was responsible for mending the battle. And soon, the battle was over. Yi Yuhan patted her chest in celebration. Yang Xian and Demon Ji walked up to her. See? That's the direction you're going to proceed in from now on. Yang Xian is not a fanatic who favors his sister. Since Yi Yuhan was going to join them, she definitely needed to master combat skills. Now first, we deal with these realistically existing monsters, then it's off to deal with the ghosts later. Got it. Yi Yuhan nodded in understanding. By the way, Sister Demon Ji, I have a question. Yi Yuhan thought about it and opened her mouth to inquire. The demoness gave her a look. Ask. Only then did Yi Yuhan feel relief to open her mouth. Sister Demon Ji, this forest, is it controlled by some kind of power that formed this appearance now? The siren narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in thought. Ryoko shook her head. I don't know. Yi Yuhan scratched the back of his head awkwardly. At this time, Yang Xian, who was on the side, suddenly interjected. Perhaps, I can tell you the answer. Yi Yuhan turned her head and smiled sweetly. Really? Brother Yang Xian? Aha. Yang Xian nodded and looked at Demon Ji. Have you ever heard of the word illusion? Mirage? The demoness wrinkled her eyebrows, obviously not having heard of it. What does illusion mean? An illusion is something that gives people visions. Yang Xian said seriously. Yi Yuhan suddenly realized. So, you're saying that those monsters, they became like this because they were controlled? Aha. Yang Xian nodded. And in this forest, there is more than one powerful force. I guess, there should be a relationship with this forest. This place is really too strange. Yi Yuhan looked at the forest thoughtfully. Aha. Yang Xian nodded. Let's hurry. We must leave here before dark. Otherwise, the night will be more dangerous. Good. Yi Yuhan answered obediently. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan walked together, while Yang Xian and Demon Ji were at the forefront to open the way. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder suddenly exploded. The sky instantly clouded over and thunder rolled. The sky, which was originally quite clear, was now as if a storm was approaching, with thunder and lightning. Crap! It's going to rain heavily, Yi Yuhan muttered. Sure enough, before the words left his mouth, bean-sized raindrops fell from the sky. Yang Xian looked up at the weather and frowned. Going on like this isn't a solution. He looked around, his eyes locking on a large, leafy tree. Yang Xian jumped lengthwise and landed steadily on top of the tree trunk. Yi Yuhan tilted her face up and looked at Yang Xian in surprise. Brother Yang Xian is so powerful. She couldn't help but applaud. Demon Ji snorted coldly. Che, your family's brother Yang Xian is powerful in many ways. You experience it slowly. Yi Yuhan spat out her tongue. Yang Xian stood on the treetop and closed his eyes to feel the movement around him. Found it. Yang Xian opened his eyes and a streak of light crossed his eyes, only to see him leap, directly jumping down from the treetops and landing beside Demon Ji and Yi Yuhan. The demoness was alert. What's wrong? What happened? Yang Xian pursed his lips and pulled the hands of several people, running in a direction. Follow me. The four of them soon arrived outside a cave. Yang Xian touched the mountain wall with his hand. This should be a shortcut to the top of the mountain. Let's climb up along this mountain crevice. Yi Yuhan and Demon Ji nodded their heads. Yang Xian squatted down and used a stone to probe the cave for a moment. Afterward, he stood up and led the crowd onward. The further you go, the deeper the cave gets. Yi Yuhan was a bit overwhelmed and stumbled, nearly falling. The demoness held her up in time, shielding her in her arms. Little girl, are you alright? Yi Yuhan waved her hand. Thank you, Sister Demon Ji. I'm fine. Don't be brave. Yang Xian stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around Demon Ji's waist, taking Demon Ji into his arms. The demoness struggled, but couldn't argue with him, so she could only let him hold her, and she glared at him viciously. Yang Xian hooked the corner of his mouth and ignored her anger. Yi Luhan, the way brother Yang Xian and sister demoness get along is quite special. Yi Yuhan stole a glance at the demoness and laughed in her heart. Finally, Yang Xian brought the three of them to the halfway point of the mountain. Yang Xian let go of the demoness' waist. Take a little rest here. I always feel that there will be bigger troubles later. Yi Yuhan nodded and sat cross-legged on the stone block, starting to recover her strength. The demon lady was similarly cultivating on her knees. Yang Xian leaned his back against the rock wall, arms hugging his chest as he looked into the distance. At the top of this mountain, a palace could be vaguely seen, which was carved with dragons and phoenixes, and was resplendent with gold. Why would there be a palace in a place like this? Could it be the remains of an ancient construction? At that moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed by, and Yang Xian immediately chased after it. When he had chased him a few hundred meters away, he stopped again. He frowned. Just now he seemed to see something that looked very much like a child slipping out from under his nose. Yang Xian let out a low curse. That's bad luck. It's not like someone's raising a ghost, is it? No, the kid wasn't even alive. It was a dead body? Yang Xian rubbed his forehead. Never mind. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll help that little brat get over it by the way. Thinking like this, Yang Xian returned to the mountain stream again, ready to catch that little brat. At this time, the demoness had also regained her strength. She stood up, patted the dust on the corner of her skirt and looked into the mountain stream. Hey, Yang Xian, what are you doing to go? Catching ghosts? Yang Xian responded. Ghosts? Where is there a ghost? Banshee wondered. I saw it. Bull ********. Where are the ghosts? The demoness rolled her eyes. Alright, let's forget about it. Let's hurry up and go first, or else it'll be really dark. You guys wait for me here. After saying these words, Yang Xian leaped into the mountain stream. Ugh. You. The demon girl was just about to block it, but it was already too late. Yi Yuhan lightly laughed and shook her head. Sister Demon G. Don't worry. Brother Yang Xian will definitely solve it. You trust him that much? The demon girl raised an eyebrow. Yi Yuhan blinked her starry eyes and playfully said, because he's brother Yang Xian. Ah. The demon girl was slightly stunned. Yang Xian is indeed an extremely good man, but she always felt that the way Yi Yuhan looked at him was rather different. Perhaps this is a uniquely female acumen. Chapter 108, Tracking Alone. Demon G gathered up her messy emotions and looked at Yi Yuhan with a smile. Little girl, you like Yang Xian? Pooh cough. Hearing this from the Demon G, Yi Yuhan was choked and hurriedly covered her own chest and coughed. How can that be? I just treat him as a brother. Ha ha. Banshee covered her mouth and snickered. Yi Yuhan glanced at Demon G angrily, her tone delicate. Demon G sister, don't talk nonsense. Oh, the siren laughed meaningfully. I know. Yi Yuhan pouted in dissatisfaction and ignored the Demon G. The other side. Yang Xian chased after the direction in which the brat had left. Soon, Yang Xian came to a cliff. Yang Xian stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he eyed the cliff at least 5 or 6 feet away. If he rashly jumped down now, even he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to survive. Yang Xian gazed at his eyebrows and pondered over the countermeasures. He remembered that the little brat's figure just now didn't seem to be very big, and it was strangely fast. If he had found another way down, he probably would have taken advantage of the opportunity to escape. Yang Xian was silent for a long time, finally deciding to take the risk. He lifted his foot, leaped and jumped into the 10,000 feet deep abyss. At this moment, he was already within the abyss of 10,000 feet. In addition to the whistling of the wind, there is no other noise in the ears. There's something here? Yang Xian suddenly sensed something. He quickly pulled out his dagger and swung it towards his left bearing. A huge hole instantly appeared in the empty ground. Yang Xian frowned. It's amazing what's in this place. Could it be a formation? No, it wasn't a formation. If it was a formation, then he had to find the key point to break it. Yang Xian carefully observed the large pit. Soon, he realized that there were several stone tablets scattered around this large pit. Yang Xian picked up one of the stone tablets and carefully scrutinized it. There were words engraved on the stone tablet, but due to the age, the words on top of the stone tablet had long become blurred. Yang Xian stared at the content on the stone tablet for half a second. Suddenly, Yang Xian had a flash of insight. The writing on this stone tablet is a ritual text. Moreover, it was written in blood, so even after 1,000 years, there were still some traces left. Yang Xian's gaze fell on the 2 small stone tablets next to the stone monument, which were engraved with 2 rows of small characters, which were sacrificial texts, and it's inscribed in Chinese characters. Yang Xian guessed that these 2 stone tablets should belong to the same source as the one just now. Could it be that the owner of this stone tablet, and the owner of that little brat just now, were the same person? Yang Xian tentatively picked up the 2 stone tablets as he tried to place them together. Sure enough, the 2 stone tablets quickly fused together. On the stone monument, there were densely engraved patterns, as well as many written symbols that Yang Xian couldn't name. Yang Xian closed his eyes and tried to calm his mind to digest the huge amount of information in his head. After a few moments, Yang Xian opened his eyes and his face became a little pale. He muttered spitefully, "What the hell is this?" Immediately afterward, he looked down at the picture engraved on the stone tablet. The more Yang Xian looked at it, the more his eyebrows twisted dead tight. The pattern is indeed bizarre and unpredictable, but there was always something strange about it. Yang Xian stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he thought of something and simply listed the 2 stone tablets in the auction house through the system. After doing this, Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief. He rubbed his brow. Just now, his mind was really chaotic, so that's why he forgot about it. Stone monument aside for the moment, first catch the little ghost is important. The key that is still not ordinary ghosts, but living corpses, walkers. Just thinking about this term made Yang Xian feel uncomfortable, because this kind of creatures can't even be considered as living organisms, more accurately described as walking corpses. Their lives are only sustained by sucking the blood of the yin and yang realms. Yang Xian shook his head and shook off those unnecessary thoughts. All he wanted now was to catch that walker as soon as possible. With that, he stepped forward. I don't know how long he had been walking, but Yang Xian stopped in his tracks. He looked around, and all around him were blackened mountain walls. He stood on top of a mountain peak, looking down on the desolate land with a light breeze. The land was so barren that not an inch of grass grew. Only yellow sand littered the landscape, with a few dead plants occasionally emerging from the mountainside. Suddenly, Yang Xian keenly sensed an abnormality, and he turned around violently, gazing coldly at the right side. In the moment he turned around, a black shadow struck like lightning. The black shadow held a sharp blade in his hand and pushed straight into Yang Xian's neck. Yang Xian reflexively inclined his head to avoid it. His reaction was extremely fast and he managed to dodge the black shadow's harsh attack. At the same time, he backhanded and cut off the black shadow's arm that was holding the knife. The black shadow ate the pain and wailed miserably. Yang Xian took advantage of the situation and stepped forward, pressing the black shadow to the ground. The black shadow struggled, but was never able to move. Seeing this, Yang Xian snorted coldly. Then, he raised his eyes and coldly surveyed the black shadow. It's a woman's body. She was wearing ancient clothes and skirts, which were quite similar to that little ghost. It seemed that this place was really an excellent place to raise corpses, and this female corpse was actually able to survive for so long without decaying. Ah! At that moment, the female corpse suddenly opened her mouth and screamed. Afterwards, her nails crazily skyrocketed and turned into sharp claws, ruthlessly plunging into Yang Xian's arm. Yang Xian frowned and flew up to kick the female corpse in the chest. The female corpse instantly flew out several meters and heavily hit a boulder. Yang Xian looked at the female corpse that had been kicked out by him and was lying on the ground dying. The skin on the female corpse began to gradually fester, revealing the eerie white bones. Jia jia jia. A harsh, strange laugh escaped the female corpse's throat. Immediately after, she slowly climbed up and continued to pounce at Yang Xian. Seeing this, Yang Xian's eyes slightly narrowed and his body exploded back. Although he had never seen a walker, he knew that creatures like walkers were extremely ferocious. Moreover, the attack method of the walkers was very special, and once they were in melee, they basically had no chance of winning. However, when the female corpse pounced on Yang Xian, she suddenly stopped in her body. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at the female corpse suspiciously. In the next second, a scene that surprised him appeared, only to see the female corpse suddenly turn around and run towards the outside of the valley. Looking at the fleeing female corpse, Yang Xian did not chase after it. Ha! I thought you were such a tough character, but it turns out you're just a goon. Yang Xian mocked. Yang Xian could see that the female corpse was injured, which was why she chose to flee. Otherwise, with its living corpse instincts, it would definitely fight Yang Xian to the death. After waiting for a moment, Yang Xian didn't bother with the fleeing female corpse. After all, the walker was already injured and couldn't make any waves. Chapter 109 A Kid? A 1,000-year-old zombie. Yang Xian continued to search for that brat, hoping to find some clues. Gotta admit, he got lucky. It didn't take long for Yang Xian to follow the trail of the female corpse's escape and find a river. The river was about 100 feet wide and up to 3 feet deep, and the water was ice cold and bone-chilling, carrying a gust of frigid air that was intimidating. Unfortunately, there was a thick fog of miasma floating inside the water, and ordinary people would definitely die if they were to be contaminated. Yang Xian frowned and looked at the river. This miasma fog, he was not afraid of it. He was just worried that if he jumped into the river in such a hasty manner, he was afraid that he might run into danger, resulting in a lost cause. While Yang Xian was hesitating, the little kid's figure reappeared. This time, it was still standing on that mountain peak. its eyes dull and staring blankly at the river. Yang Xian froze for a moment and then realized. He guessed what the kid was thinking. Apparently, the brat was trying to jump into the river. Yang Xian didn't stop and let the little kid leap into the cold and turbulent river. The fog of miasma in this river was indeed thinner. The little ghost was very fast and soon swam to the bottom of the river. The kid churned hard, setting off a huge whirlpool as the river tumbled and roared, sending up a wave of water. Not long after, somewhere in the silt at the bottom of the river, there came the sound of gulp, gulp, gulp. Immediately afterward, in Yang Xian's shocked expression, he only saw the little ghost drilling out of the silt, its body hanging in the air, its cheeks covered with lime green hairs. Finally, it landed on the shore. It stuck out its tongue and licked it, seemingly not quite satisfied. Yang Xian watched in wonder. The little kid had this look of a well-fed, hungry wolf. The little ghost twisted his head, his scarlet eyes locking onto Yang Xian. Its eyes leaked the slightest hint of bloodlust. In the next second, it suddenly jumped off the cliff and rushed towards Yang Xian. Its target was clearly Yang Xian. Yang Xian's eye pupils shrunk. He had long felt that the little ghost was somewhat evil. He didn't hesitate to pull out his legs and run. The little ghost was chasing behind him, and every time, he was close to Yang Xian's body, almost brushing against him. Yang Xian was secretly staggered. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough, or else he would have been pounced upon by the little brat, and would certainly have been in dire straits. The little ghost moved extremely fast, overtaking Yang Xian in the blink of an eye and getting closer and closer to him. Yang Xian stopped violently and glared back at the brat. "What the hell do you want?" The little ghost grinned, his scarlet tongue licking his dry lips, his scarlet eyes glowing with greed. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of white and sharp teeth, heading straight for Yang Xian. This was the second time the brat had attacked Yang Xian, and its strength and speed were much higher than before. Yang Xian didn't dare to fight hard with him and hastily dodged sideways. However, the moment Yang Xian avoided it, a black shadow unexpectedly appeared behind him. The black shadow was silent and swift as electricity, slamming into Yang Xian's waist and stomach area. Put! Yang Xian stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body suddenly lost control and fell heavily on the riverbed. He forced himself to endure the pain and climbed up, but he was horrified to find that the little kid had come to him at some point and opened his mouth to bite at him. Yang Xian panicked and hastily raised his hand to block his body. A crisp ringing sound rang out as a piece of flesh was torn off his right arm by the kid, leaving it a bloody mess. Instinctively, he grabbed a rock on the ground and slammed it hard into the kid. Ah! The brat screamed in pain and retreated to a safe distance, eyeing Yang Xian viciously. At this moment, Yang Xian's right arm was dripping with blood. His injuries were severe, and his face was as white as paper. He couldn't be bothered to check his injuries, but instead gazed around. He always had the feeling that the thing that had just attacked him was not something else. Just then, another strange roar came from a gut-wrenching sound. Yang Xian had goosebumps all over his body and immediately followed the sound. His pupils suddenly shrunk and his face turned white as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, only to see, not far away, a male corpse floating in mid-air, legs dangling in the air, constantly shaking. His head dropped to his chest, a shocking crack appearing at his neck, blood gushing wildly. Is this being killed by a ghost? Yang Xian was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to linger. He made a snap decision to turn and run. The kid was in hot pursuit. Yang Xian tried his best and couldn't get rid of it even after fighting for his life. Yang Xian wanted to cry. This damn brat! What a ghost! Suddenly, the little kid picked up speed and transformed into a ghostly black shadow. Almost at the same time, it came to Yang Xian and violently opened its mouth, biting towards Yang Xian's head. This was to bite Yang Xian's head to pieces with one strike and take away Yang Xian's essence. At the critical moment, Yang Xian dodged to the side and managed to avoid the bite. However, the brat's fangs were so sharp that they still cut through his shoulder, dripping crimson blood. Yang Xian was furious, turning his head to stare at the little kid with hatred. Little thing, if I don't beat you into submission tonight, my damn name won't be Yang. After saying that, Yang Xian drew out his mahogany sword and performed the ghost-catching sword technique. Fortunately, he had just spent 10,000 merit value to exchange for the reply pill, as well as this ghost-catching sword technique. It will come in handy right now. He swung out with a sharp chop, and a stern sword light swept to the little kid's side. The little ghost dodged with a sensitive figure and rushed towards Yang Xian once again. This time, Yang Xian didn't choose to dodge, but met it. He's going head-to-head with the kid. The two fought each other fiercely. The little ghosts, after all, had no intelligence and were acting only on instinct. Yang Xian has the advantage. The kid was pinned down by him and was losing ground, only able to take a beating. In no time at all, the brat's body was covered in wounds and blood. Yang Xian's face was pale. with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth as he panted heavily. Finally, the little kid couldn't hold out any longer and hissed like crazy, then fled. Yang Xian collapsed on the ground, panting heavily and exhausted. This brat's strength, speed, and other aspects exceeded Yang Xian by too much. If the fight continued, Yang Xian would definitely lose. After resting for a moment, Yang Xian took out the healing medicine and swallowed it to recover a little strength. Immediately after, Yang Xian found his bearings and tracked towards the place where the brat had fled. Although the little ghost was strong, it didn't have much intelligence after all, so it could easily get lost. Yang Xian followed the traces of its disappearance all the way. An hour later, Yang Xian followed the brat through the jungle. He was suspicious. What was the brat doing taking him into the deep forest? Suddenly, the kid's figure stalled under a high mountain. Yang Xian frowned slightly and slowly approached the past. He stood on top of a high mountain and looked down. Only a giant skull rested on the flat lawn below. The skull's eyes burned with eerie green flames in their sockets. Hideous and terrifying. There were countless white bone skeletons piled up around the skull. Chapter 110, The Great Ghost. Yang Xian's heart contracted violently and his face instantly turned white. He had never seen such a horrific image. The green flame burning inside that skull seemed to have magical powers that could evoke the darkest side of his heart. Especially when he saw a pair of ice-cold eyes open in that skull. He was chilled all over and his pores were creeped out. LOL. Suddenly, an odd sound came from the skeleton, which was numbing to hear. Immediately after that, the surface of the skull gradually wriggled, as if there was liquid flowing. Gulp. Yang Xian swallowed hard. In the next second, the writhing of the skull's surface stopped, and a dark, illusory figure floated out of the skull. It was a ghostly creature shrouded in black mist. He had no features, only a vague outline, and his body was filled with an evil aura that was palpable. What is this? Yang Xian exclaimed and hurriedly took out his mahogany sword. The aura of a ghostly creature was extremely strong, and even without a substantial body, the intimidation alone was terrifying enough. Without hesitation, he decisively urged the peachwood sword and used the ghost-catching sword technique to attack the ghosts. Shoo! In a flash, the peachwood sword transformed into a golden aura and shot out. The ghostly creature's eyes flashed with a ferocious and hostile light, and its body swayed, easily avoiding the attack of the mahogany sword. Just then, the brat from before reappeared. The little ghost seemed to have been seriously injured, his body covered in wounds, and blood was still bubbling in some places. Little beast, today is the day you die. Yang Xian shouted angrily and attacked with his sword. The little ghost glared at Yang Xian with spiteful eyes and then pounced on him. Just then, the large ghostly creature suddenly moved. But the other party wasn't dealing with Yang Xian, but had eaten that little kid. Yang Xian looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't believe his eyes. This big guy actually ate even ghosts? He felt a chill run down his spine. After the big ghostly creature finished devouring the little kid, it turned its head towards Yang Xian and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Damn you! Why me again? Yang Xian wailed in his heart and pulled out his legs to run. The big ghostly creature took a step to follow. Its speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it closed the distance between it and Yang Xian. It stretched out two fingers and headed straight for Yang Xian's neck. Damn it! Yang Xian cursed lowly and hurriedly swept his mahogany sword out horizontally. However, his reaction was ultimately half a beat slow. The large ghostly creature dodged the mahogany sword and its sharp claws grabbed him by the shoulders. Yang Xian stifled a grunt as his entire arm was scratched and bloodied. He gritted his teeth and exploded with all his might, trying to get rid of the big ghostly thing. However, no matter how Yang Xian struggled, he was never able to shake off the big ghostly creature. Seek death. The demoness suddenly appeared and slashed with her short sword. What's different is that there's a rune stuck on the top of the short sword. Why are you guys here? Yang Xian turned his head in surprise. It wasn't just Demon Ji. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan were also here. After you left, our side was worried that we'd run into some other ghostly thing, so we all snuck up on you. It's just that the front was going really fast, and with you still jumping right in, we delayed a bit and dragged it out. The siren explained briefly. Truly, this was the first time they had fought side by side. Thank you. Yang Xian smiled bitterly. Though this is a dangerous situation where a little carelessness can kill you. Cut the crap and run away. Demoness reminded a word. Aha. Yang Xian nodded and immediately fled outside. This big guy was not something they could mess with. Leaving before it was too late was the way to go. Seeing this, the corners of the big ghostly creature's mouth curled up with mockery as it slowly followed. Yang Xian and the others desperately ran wildly, but it was not helped by the fact that this big ghostly creature was incredibly fast and soon caught up. Yang Xian sighed in the bottom of his heart, knowing that it was hard to escape. He simply gave up and violently reversed his direction and rushed towards the big ghostly creature. Yang Xian, don't do anything stupid. Demon G's pretty face changed drastically as she exclaimed. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I've tried the taste of a human. It's just right for me to have a taste. The big ghostly creature Jiejia let out a strange cry, and its scarlet tongue licked its lips. Yang Xian, come back quickly. The demoness' beautiful eyes flooded with tears. Yang Xian ignored her and killed the big ghostly creature straight away, his eyes determined and resolute. The large ghostly creature grinned. Human mole cricket, since you sent me to the door, I will fulfill you. After saying that, the big ghostly creature opened its arms to meet Yang Xian. Yang Xian held the soul-devouring dagger in his hand and referred to the Demon G's method of attaching a ghost-repelling talisman to the blade, followed by a slash. The large ghostly creature snorted disdainfully, and a cloud of dense black smoke suddenly rose from its body, blocking the fatal blow. Yang Xian frowned. The strength of the great demonic creature was far beyond imagination. The big ghostly creature laughed hideously and raised its foot, wanting to step on Yang Xian's head. When Yang Xian panicked, his left foot stomped to the floor, his body flipped upside down, and he was able to avoid the fatal blow. Little Fatty was also anxious when he saw this. Brother Xian, be careful. This one's strength is much more powerful than the one before. The big ghostly creature's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he leapt up. His right hand condensed black energy and ruthlessly smashed at Yang Xian. Yang Xian's face was grave to the extreme as he gripped the soul-devouring dagger with both hands, searching for his opponent's weakness. The power of the big ghostly creature was overbearing, and Yang Xian resisted very hard. Moreover, not only was the other party's defense strong, but his strength was also exceptionally great, leaving him powerless to fight back. The more Yang Xian fought, the more strained he became. His forehead veins rippled, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. Now in this situation, we can only continue to invite God to come down to earth. But who should I invite? Against this kind of ghost thing, Zhong Kuei and Guan Yu are not working. Who else can catch ghosts? Suddenly, Yang Xian thought of an existence. He had a flash of inspiration and cried out on the spot. Xia Bian, help! Hearing his plea for help, Yi Yuhan, Little Fatty and Demon G froze. Who are you yelling at? There's no one else here. The demon girl stared at him suspiciously, thinking that he must be mentally unbalanced. Hen is calling the ghost. Fatty added. Ghost your sister. I'm calling the gods. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. Divine immortal? The three demonesses were even more confused, having never heard of the term gods and goddesses. Yang Xian didn't bother to explain to them. He shouted once again. Xia Bian, help quickly or I'll die. He didn't know if Shibian would come to his rescue, but it's too much to care now, so let's just try it first. As expected, right at this moment, a volatiline wind blew up out of nowhere. The wind whistled, the ghosts cried and howled, and the shock was incomparable. Immediately afterward, a man wearing an ancient official uniform stepped on the wind and came, just like an exiled immortal descending. Xia Bian. Yang Xian was ecstatic. The demon lady's few people were filled with dismay, not understanding what was going on. Brother Xie, save me, Yang Xian shouted. This is white impermanence. He can always help himself, right? Xia Bian glanced at Yang Xian, then looked at the behemoth. Is this the awesome ghost thing you were talking about? He asked. Yeah, clean it up. It's very powerful. Yang Xian nodded repeatedly. Chapter 111, Xia Bian's Heart's Desire. Now, white impermanence was his only hope. If even white impermanence couldn't handle this stern ghost, he was really in danger today. A mere ghost, how can it escape the palm of this impermanence's hand? White impermanence said proudly. Brother Xia is mighty. Brother Xia is mighty. Yang Xian gave a thumbs up in appreciation. Upon hearing this, white impermanence revealed a receptive expression. As they watched the two talk, Demon G and the others were completely dumbfounded. Where on earth did Yang Xian meet these guys? How come they're all more powerful than each other? At this time, white impermanence twisted his head. His gaze swept the Demon G trio, then indifferently said, it's enough to leave this place to this impermanence. You and the others retreat. Yang Xian gritted his teeth, and after a moment of silence, he led Yi Yuhan, Little Fatty, and Demon G to leave, although he also wants to stay here to take the opportunity to steal a few moves. But now this situation. Forget it, or life is important. After this matter is over today, find a way to fulfill Xia Bian's heart's desire, and in this way, he himself will have Xia Bian's divine power. After Yang Xian walked away with the demon lady several people, white impermanence lightly waved his sleeve, and a horrible wind swept away. In an instant, the black mist dissipated into nothingness, revealing the original appearance, which was a rotting corpse. In addition, there was a mangled skeleton frame. The skeleton bones were covered with dense spikes, obviously injured by sharp weapons. There was a cold, soul-devouring dagger sticking out of the skull. penetrating as much as half an inch deep and nearly chopping the skull in two. Surprisingly, it was able to break this impermanence yin and yang technique. White impermanence narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a playful smile. Yang Xian is still a little relieved after taking the three of them far away, and I don't know if Xiabian can solve it. Just then, Xiabian appeared beside him. Little brother, how did you summon me? After solving that big ghostly creature, Xiabian still chose to come to Yang Xian, inexplicably being summoned to the Yang world. This matter is likely to be a big mess if they don't figure out their hell. Yang Xian glanced at the three people beside him and pulled over Xiabian. Lord Impermanence, I am a Yin Opera Master, and because of chance I have gained some special abilities. I am able to summon you to come to the Yang world to help out, but accordingly I need to fulfill your heart's desires as well. I wonder what Lord Wunderkind has in mind. Yang Xian briefly introduced the cause and effect, and then began to pursue the question. Shibian is a big network. If one could obtain Xiabian's divine power, even if one encountered those difficult ghosts in the future, it would be easier to deal with them accordingly. The most important thing was the wailing stick in Shibian's hand. Yang Xian had been thinking about it for a long time. I don't know if I can get one myself. Xiabian pondered for a moment and replied. This impermanence wish is quite simple, and that is for you to join the Hellmouth and become a member of my command. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth twitched. Isn't this wish a bit too outrageous? To go to hell by yourself and work for Xiabian? Isn't that letting yourself die early? Seeing through Yang Xian's inner thoughts, Xiabian smiled. Little brother needn't worry. This impermanent will grant you status. Not only that, my hell even has many cultivation resources for you to use. Absolutely no shortchanging you. Yang Xian's eyebrows moved. I didn't think that the hell really had something good. Such a condition was simply impossible to refuse for the average person, right? But Yang Xian was not an ordinary person. He shook his head and refused outright. I think it's more comfortable for me to continue wandering the earth. Yang Xian smiled faintly. Little brother is overcautious. I mean, let you be walking impermanent, not let you go to death. With your ability, if you join me in the hell, you will certainly soar, and even. Xiabian wanted to say. Yang Xian, however, understood Xiabian's thoughts that hell was not a place of kindness. I'll think about it. Yang Xian finished speaking and turned around to leave. Seeing this, Xiabian hurriedly followed. We can take our time to discuss. Yang Xian was also torn to fulfill Xiabian's wish, but he himself is not willing to do this walk of impermanence. Just as Yang Xian was getting tangled up, Demon Ji, who didn't know what was happening, walked over. What are you talking about? After glancing at the demon lady and then at Xiabian, Yang Xian had a flash of light and had an idea. Ha ha, Lord Irregular, I've thought of something. Yang Xian suddenly grinned with a pleasing expression. Oh, have you thought about it, little brother? I wonder if you'd be willing to take in other gifted people to be walking irregulars. Yang Xian's fawning appearance fell in the eyes of the Demon Ji trio, and immediately stunned the trio's eyes. You sure? After hearing Yang Xian's words, Xiabian froze. Of course, Lord Irregular, I'm going to introduce you to my partner. That's her. After saying that, Yang Xian pushed out the demoness. The demon girl was a bit confused. What was Yang Xian doing? However, since Yang Xian had already pushed himself out, it was no good for the demoness to avoid it any longer, and she stiffly went forward to greet Xiabian. Lord Unconventional, how are you? My name is Demoness. The demoness was just halfway through her introduction when she felt a strong and unrivaled aura pressing down on her. It made the demon girl feel like her body was about to shatter. The pressure was too strong, and the demoness couldn't help but puff out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale. At this time, Xiabian finally reacted. He hastily collected his aura and apologized. Sorry, I just wanted to test your strength just now. It's okay. The demon girl wiped the corners of her mouth and waved her hand. It's fine. Looking at the performance of the Demon Ji, Yang Xian secretly nodded his head. It seemed that the Demon Ji was not bad. Little brother, this girl is not bad, but our hell is not suitable for girls. Xiabian shook his head and said. Yang Xian frowned. This Xiabian did not follow the rules. Either way, let's lure the demon girl into hell first. Lord Irregular, I know what you think, but I think that the Hellmouth should place more importance on ability. And although the demoness is a woman, she has high talent and potential. Upon hearing this, Xiabian lapsed into silence. The demoness didn't say anything either, waiting quietly. Okay, I promise. After several full seconds, Xiabian suddenly raised his head and smiled brightly. Really? Yang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Xiabian nodded. Not bad. I'm willing to give you this face. Your companion is welcome in our hell. Great. Yang Xian almost jumped up in excitement. He originally thought that this time was definitely hopeless, but he did not expect the peak to turn around. and the darkness of a village awe. In that case, as long as the demoness joined the Hellmouth, wouldn't she still have a big help for herself? The bottom line is that Shepard's wish will be accomplished. Chapter 112 Training. This is the first time the mission has gone so well. The Demon G seemed to have sensed Yang Xian's excited thoughts and gave him a puzzled look, not understanding why Yang Xian was so excited. Ahem. Yang Xian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and pretended to act as if nothing had happened. Since you guys have decided, then from now on, the demoness will be the hell walking irregular. Xiabian smiled slightly. I need to take her on a trip for training. For her part, the demoness was baffled. She still couldn't figure out what was going on, but by the looks of it, it should be that the other party had agreed to join the hell. Thinking about this, the demon girl was relieved. You go back first. I'll come find you sometime, Xiabian said as he looked at Yang Xian. Yang Xian hesitated for a moment. Lord Impermanent, your Hellmouth should be responsible for other duties besides capturing ghosts, right? What do you want to say? Xiabian asked. Yang Xian took a deep breath. Lord Impermanent, if the Hellmouth lacks helpers or encounters difficulties, you can tell me and I will try to help you. Hell, after all, is an organization that transcends the mundane, and if it does run into trouble, it may not always be able to solve it. Yang Xian wanted to get on good terms with them so that he could sell them favors in the future. Well, if it really comes to that situation, don't worry, the hell will not forget your contribution, Xiabian said as he patted Yang Xian's shoulder. Yang Xian hemmed and hawed. That's good, that's good. After saying that, Xiabian disappeared with the demoness. Fatty's eyes widened. Where's Banshee Man? With everything that had just happened, Fatty thought he was dreaming, but now it looked like how this seemed to be real. Yi Yuhan blankly glanced at Fatty, with a few moments of dislike in her eyes. Yang Xian touched his nose. I don't have a way to explain this matter to you right now, but don't worry, if there is a similar opportunity in the future, I will definitely recommend you to go. After all, Fatty is also his own assistant. Can not favor one over the other. Fatty nodded, but didn't ask anything more. Right, Brother Xian. Little Fatty suddenly remembered something. I heard that there are rules in hell that don't allow mortals to touch the yin and yang realms, but why are you not restricted? It simply doesn't make sense according to the logic of Fatty's mind. It was impossible for mortals to know about the existence of the yin-yang realm, and it was fine for Yang Xian to be an exception, but it turned out that he was still able to make a connection with those deities. It's simply anticlimactic. I'm not too clear about the specifics. You don't care. I won't harm you, Yang Xian said vaguely. Fatty scratched his head, and although he was very reluctant, he could only nod his head in agreement. Yang Xian looked at Yi Yuhan. You come out with me. I have something I want to say to you. Yi Yuhan blinked her big watery eyes twice and followed Yang Xian. Yang Xian pulled Yi Yuhan's hand and walked to a secluded place. Do you also know something about ghosts? Yi Yuhan was silent for a moment and gently nodded. She didn't hide it. How did you know about these things? Yang Xian frowned. Yi Yuhan had joined his team now. He had to figure out the other party's intentions so as not to bring trouble to himself. My family's ancestral physiognomy can foresee the future and peer into the heavens, Yi Yuhan replied flatly, without the slightest sense of showing off. Instead, he was a bit cautious. Your family's ancestral physiognomy has this effect? Yang Xian was surprised. He hadn't thought that the Yi family was hiding this trick. Yi Yuhan observed Yang Xian's expression. Ancestral training does not allow leakage of information. So, Yang Xian nodded. Alright, but in the future, if you encounter trouble that you can't solve, don't fight hard. I'll help you out. Yi Yuhan raised her eyes and glanced at Yang Xian. Then she nodded. Got it. I'll protect myself. Let's go and rendezvous with little Fatty first, Yang Xian said and pulled Yi Yuhan out of the place. Fatty sat on the ground in boredom, staring at the sky. Yang Xian walked over and reached out to pop his head. Hey, what are you gawking at? Fatty rubbed his head, which was sore from the knock, and couldn't help but complain. Where have you two been? It's fine. Let's continue to look for a place. Go back earlier after you're done with your work. This damn place is too evil. Yang Xian couldn't help but spit. There was no telling when the demoness would return, and in the meantime, he had to make sure everyone around him was safe. After searching for a long time, Yang Xian chose a cave and decided to take a short rest here to wait for the return of the demon girl. Yang Xian built a wooden board in front of the cave to prevent any wild beasts from coming out. This mountain range was relatively barren, and basically no villages could be seen anymore. As night fell, the surroundings became silent. A cold wind blew, and Yang Xian shrunk his neck. Feeling a cool chill on his back, he sighed. It's a damn grueling day. One really just doesn't have the bitterness to eat hard and has to run to this whole hellhole to seek abuse. Just as Yang Xian was thinking things over, Yi Yuhan walked out. Brother Yang Xian, can't you sleep? Yi Yuhan asked softly. In this forest, there are actually a lot of unknown things. I haven't seen them, but I've heard of many. Listening to the young girl's words, Yang Xian's heartbeat inexplicably beat half a beat faster. What have you heard? I've heard that there was once a great battle of the ages here, which ended up causing the entire forest to become a death zone, and no one dared to set foot in it from now on. This I know. I also heard. Yang Xian was about to speak, but suddenly silenced, because he smelled a smell of blood, a strong smell of blood coming through his nose. A hissing sound resounded throughout the forest immediately afterward. In the darkness, dozens of pairs of flashing green eyes appeared, slowly approaching towards the two. There are wolves. Yang Xian didn't hold back and burst out, hastily dragging Fatty to his side. Wolves? Wolves? Fatty was so scared that his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. The wolves approached slowly. The wolf's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Xian's men. Fatty closed his eyes and didn't dare to open them, fearing that this pack of wolves would swarm him, but strangely enough, the wolf stayed at a position 3 meters away from Yang Xian and stopped moving forward. Ha? Why did you stop? They don't bite you? Yang Xian asked in confusion. I don't know. They seem to be scornful of me. Little Fatty muttered in a small voice. Could it be that these beasts are afraid of me? Ha! Yang Xian looked at Fatty with disgust. Don't tease. What do you have to fear from them? Fatty, since they won't bite us, let's go inside the cave and rest for a while. Yang Xian proposed. Yi Yuhan nodded. She also felt quite tired. After such a toss and turn, she really needed to take a break. Chapter 113, Sacred Qi Entering the Body. One night passed. Early the next morning, Yang Xian walked out of the cave, and the wolves had already disappeared. What the hell is going on with those wolves? Yang Xian couldn't figure out what was going on. Suddenly a pack of wolves appeared, and these wolves inexplicably did not actively attack, and now it's disappeared. Really unable to figure it out, Yang Xian simply gave up on this matter. After waiting for another day and still not seeing the figure of the demon lady, Yang Xian decisively left this forest with Yi Yuhan and little Fatty. Are we going back this way? What else? Yang Xian blankly glanced at Fatty without any good humor. There are so many dangers here. If we don't prepare well, is it possible that we're waiting to be used as rations for others? Going back is to prepare the guys. Yi Yuhan suddenly spoke. Actually, I know a place that is very good if you are looking to settle someone's bones. What place? Yang Xian was a bit surprised and was about to ask Yi Yuhan how she knew, when she suddenly remembered what Yi Yuhan confessed to herself yesterday. It was no wonder that Yi Yuhan was able to find herself and join her team. She must have her own ideas. And according to now, Yi Yuhan not only didn't add trouble to them, but even brought a lot of convenience. Yang Xian also accepted the teammate easily. You guys come with me. Yi Yuhan walked in the forefront, leading Yang Xian and little Fatty towards another area. About an incense stick later, the two finally stopped. Yi Yuhan pointed to a small dirt slope in front of her. This is it. My grandfather brought me here before. He said this place is especially good. Hearing Yi Yuhan say this, Yang Xian immediately surveyed his surroundings. It was a rather secluded place, and the surroundings were kind of nice. It was just a shame that there weren't any trees and it seemed a bit desolate. This place is really nice and it's out of the way. Yang Xian glanced at Yi Yuhan and smiled. Since your grandfather told you the address of the tomb, then this place shouldn't be simple. Yi Yuhan was a little embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. This is indeed quite uncomplicated. This is the place then. Yang Xian didn't bother looking for another place. He directly dug a pit here and buried Guan Yu's ashes here. While little Fatty was busy digging a pit, Yang Xian took out the things in his bag and set up a spirit gathering formation around him. What are you doing? Little Fatty raised his head and looked at Yang Xian in confusion. The Yin Qi here is too heavy. If we don't set up a spirit gathering formation, it won't be favorable for any of us. Yang Xian explained. Oh, little Fatty came to a realization, and then began to continue digging the hole. Soon after, Yang Xian buried the grave and set up a protective shield to keep it from being eroded by the outside world. After completely doing all the work, Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. Fatty was so tired and sweaty that he sat down on the ground. OMG. I'm exhausted. I really haven't seen such a tedious process. You lazy bastard. Even digging a hole takes half an hour. Yang Xian glared at Fatty without any good humor. Alright, hurry up and rest for a while. Aha. Fatty nodded. Yang Xian also sat down and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a strange smell came into the tip of his nose. Yang Xian snapped his eyes open and sniffed towards the air. His face suddenly changed and he quickly ran to Fatty's side and pulled him up. What's wrong? What happened? Fatty was startled. Quick, cover your ears with your hands and hold your breath. Yang Xian reminded Fatty. Although little Fatty was puzzled, he did as Yang Xian instructed. Ah! Suddenly, Fatty screamed miserably. What's wrong with you? Yang Xian was startled and hurriedly checked up on Fatty's state, realizing that Fatty was covered in black smoke and twitching as if he was electrocuted. What's going on here? Yi Yuhan looked at Yang Xian worriedly. Fatty couldn't speak a single word at this moment, just trembling unconsciously. Not good. Yang Xian's heart sank and he cursed his carelessness. The smell that I just smelled was the fury. Fury was something condensed from resentment, anger, and death, and once it was tainted, it was extremely menacing. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Xian carried little Fatty behind himself while running the spiritual energy in his body. Yi Yuhan also knew the severity of the matter by looking at Yang Xian's appearance. She also followed Yang Xian's example and sat down with her legs crossed, adjusting her breathing. Yang Xian channeled a steady stream of spiritual energy from his body into little Fatty's body, helping little Fatty suppress the fury. Ah! Suddenly, there was another scream from Fatty. This time, the fury completely took over Fatty's body, and Yang Xian was helpless. He tried several times to expel the fury, but found that it did not help at all. It was as if this baleful aura was innate, firmly sticking to Fatty's skin, and there was no way to get at it. No! It must be saved immediately. Yang Xian frowned. If this baleful qi remains in little Fatty's body, I'm afraid it will injure the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. By then, it will be too late. Yang Xian's tone was a bit anxious. This baleful gas stayed in little Fatty's body. It was equivalent to a bomb. No one could predict how much power it would explode. More importantly, Yang Xian didn't dare to guarantee at all that he could remove it 100%. Now there is only one way. Yang Xian took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his palms against Fatty's chest position. In a flash, the baneful qi that was originally flowing on the surface of little Fatty's body instantly surged into Yang Xian's body. Little Fatty's original pained expression gradually calmed down and returned to its previous mildness. Yang Xian took a long breath, stopped his hand movements, stood up, and wiped the sweat above his forehead. What are you doing? Yi Yuhan, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled. Aren't you afraid of being revolted when you get the bane into your own body? Yang Xian waved his hand. Don't worry, I have no problem. Yi Yuhan wanted to say something else, but Yang Xian interrupted her before her. This baneful qi is not harmful to me. Don't worry about it. Seeing Yang Xian say this, Yi Yuhan could only choose to believe Yang Xian. After all, Yang Xian was not an ordinary person. Yang Xian looked at Fatty who was lying on the ground in a coma, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Now you owe me a favor. You have to repay me properly. Fatty finally awoke after sleeping for about a day. Ouch! With a cry of pain, Fatty rubbed his head. Why do I feel like I've been sleeping my whole life? Cut the crap! Yang Xian patted Fatty's shoulder. How are you now? Fatty was unsure. It's okay, I feel like I have a lot of energy. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Is that so? You don't feel any discomfort anywhere? Chapter 114, The Return Journey. Fatty touched his stomach. Hungry. Yang Xian, do you still remember what all happened before you passed out? Yang Xian cried and laughed a little. This guy actually wanted to eat? I forgot. Fatty scratched his head. I just remember passing out. Yang Xian shook his head and didn't say anything. The three of them continued to walk out. The mission had been accomplished and there was no point in continuing to stay here. Suddenly, a strong stench hit his nose. Little Fatty's face instantly became ugly as hell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? It stinks. Shoo! Yang Xian hurriedly stopped Fatty. Following the direction the stench came from, Yang Xian found a corpse. The corpse's abdomen was so high that it looked like it had been pregnant for months. Various articles of clothing and even some organs were scattered around the body. Vomit. Fatty couldn't help but vomit. He couldn't stand the stench. Yi Yuhan was relatively calm and squatted next to the corpse to observe it. This corpse should have died not long ago. Yi Yuhan speculated. You guys look closely at these limbs. They should have been left over from when the infant was dissected out. Yang Xian nodded, recognizing Yi Yuhan's point of view. Holy, so brutal? Little Fatty froze directly after hearing Yi Yuhan's description. These beasts are simply heartless. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Yuhan glanced at Fatty. Oh. At this time, Yang Xian looked at the corpse and pondered. What's wrong with you? Yi Yuhan noticed that Yang Xian looked abnormal. Yang Xian stared at the corpse. I always feel that this corpse isn't quite normal. Not normal? Fatty came over to take a look. At this look, Fatty also froze. Hiss dash. The corpse did look very strange, but Fatty didn't see anything else and didn't know what Yang Xian was talking about. Yi Yuhan, on the other hand, was pondering. She always felt that this corpse gave her a familiar feeling, but for a moment she couldn't recall. Let's leave first. Yang Xian proposed. This matter isn't something we can manage. Turn around and report this matter to the special engineering section. Specifically let Du Qing and the others deal with it. Yang Xian was also tired. After running for several days in a row and being chased by ghosts, he had long been exhausted and needed to find a place to rest. Aha! Yi Yuhan nodded, although she didn't know why the corpse was so weird, but since Yang Xian said so, he must have his reasons. Finally, after some twists and turns, they boarded the train back to the capital city. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had been tightening his spirit for the past few days. He must have a good sleep when he went back. But what's the deal with Shipian's wish not being fulfilled yet? Yang Xian was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the siren hasn't passed her training yet? Shaking his head, Yang Xian stopped thinking about these things and waited until after he returned home. This mission is considered to be successfully completed, and Guan Yu's wish is completely over. Yang Xian felt a long-lost freedom. On the train, Yang Xian closed his eyes and rested his mind, but he felt that someone was looking at him. Yang Xian opened his eyes and looked towards the direction he had just been in, but realized that there was no one there. Strange, Yang Xian murmured. Could it be an illusion? Maybe it really is just a hallucination of your own. Yang Xian sighed and closed his eyes again to fake sleep. At this time, Yang Xian suddenly felt a trace of coolness creeping up from his back. The coolness sent shivers down his spine. Yang Xian immediately sat up straight and looked around vigilantly, but found that it was still empty and there was nothing. Is it just me? Yang Xian shook his head, banishing the uneasiness. Yang Xian frowned and was just about to lie down to sleep when he realized that the coolness had come back. This time, Yang Xian clearly felt the coolness drilling into his body from his ears, as if it was cold and piercing to the bone. What the hell is going on here? Yang Xian cursed and immediately sat down cross-legged. However, no matter how he applied his energy to resist that coolness, it was to no avail, and in the end, he simply gave up struggling, and with his eyes closed tightly, he began to guide that coolness to swim all over his body. Gradually, the coolness grew less and less and less until it was gone. Yang Xian took a long breath. The whole person was almost deflated. He slowly opened his eyes with more than a hint of bewilderment in them. What the hell was that chill just now? Yang Xian was puzzled, so he stopped bothering and fell into a deep sleep. Before I knew it, it was dawn. Yang Xian yawned, stood up and stretched, moved his aching arms and prepared to get off the train. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan followed Yang Xian closely, and the three of them returned to Yang Xian's villa together. Yang Xian was a little glad that he had changed his house before, or else he might not really be able to accommodate so many people. Yi Yuhan was a bit restless. After all, she had never seen such a luxurious and extravagant place before. Yuhan, let me help you carry your luggage. Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuhan standing at the door and thought she couldn't lift it, and took the initiative to go forward to help her carry her things. Yi Yuhan hastily refused. No need to trouble you. I can carry it myself. Don't be polite. Fatty smiled. They are all friends. By the way, you also hurry to rest. Rest while I take you to a place. Hearing this, Yang Xian was a bit puzzled. Fatty, what's he up to again? But seeing as Fatty had helped himself to a couple of large packages, he'd let him fool around. Yi Yuhan was also curious about what little Fatty's so-called place was. Yang Xian returned to his bedroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed for a beautiful sleep. When he woke up, it was already sunrise. Yang Xian rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked outside the balcony to bask in the sun. It's still a comfortable day like this. Yang Xian couldn't help but lament, suddenly remembering that he hadn't looked at the auction house for a long time. Yang Xian went back to his room and opened it to look at it for a few moments. It's all useless stuff, nothing of value. Alas, seeing these boring things, Yang Xian couldn't help but sigh. Ding ring dash the phone rang. Yang Xian picked it up casually. Hello? Who? Hello? Is this Mr. Yang Xianyang? My name is Chen Shui. It's like this. We've encountered some troubles on our side and we need you to come and help us deal with it. A female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Yang Xian frowned slightly. Say, what is it? Chen Shui was obviously a bit hesitant, as if she was afraid of angering Yang Xian. Say it. What is it? Yang Xian became impatient. His tone became serious. Don't stammer. Say something straight. It's related to ghosts. Chen Shui took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth. Ghosts? Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Where's the ghost? We don't know. Last night after we fell asleep, something broke into the room. Chen Shui was a little afraid, and told in a broken voice. When we woke up this morning, we found that several people had died in the room. Chapter 115, Psychic Incident. Yang Xian's brows furrowed. How did this matter sound strange? Ms. Chen Shui, please speak in more detail, or else I have no way to judge what exactly is going on your side. Chen Shui's voice was obviously still trembling, and she didn't know what kind of experience she had encountered. After taking a deep breath, This barely regained his composure. It's like this. We've been working overtime for a while because of work. At first everything was fine. Then suddenly one day the power went out at the company. And right after that all that mess happened. Not only is there often some woman's crying, but even the computer turns on automatically. Even though she had already experienced it once. When it was brought up again, Chen Shui was still unable to maintain her composure. Who would dare to believe that such a thing could be encountered in this modern age? Didn't we agree that no one would be allowed to become a sperm after the founding of the country? Is that all? Yang Xian was a bit puzzled, but as he spoke, he also remembered something else. It seems that a while ago, I heard Du Qing had mentioned that because of the revival of the aura, a lot of ghosts had run into the real world. Probably has something to do with that, too. That's all there is at the moment. And besides us, other people in our building have also encountered similar situations, and the severe ones are even in a coma right now. Chen Shui had already brought on a crying tone. Although she was a strong woman, who could remain calm when it came to such things? Send me your exact address and I'll take someone over there to take a look. Without delay, Yang Xian immediately took little Fatty and Yi Yuhan and prepared to depart. Although it is not clear when the demon girl will come back, but the demon girl herself has legs and can find her way back. So Yang Xian did not think much about it. It was just back from a break and I didn't expect to have to leave. Little Fatty's mind was millions of points of reluctance. Brother Xian, what are we going to do this time? Originally thought that following Yang Xian, he only needed to help out every day to play a hand on the line. But after half a day actually have to catch ghosts. Fatty was also in shock, but he's significantly better now than he was before. At least the guts are a lot bigger too. What else can it be besides catching ghosts? Yang Xian helplessly glanced at Fatty. This guy's guts were obviously raised a few points. Before, when he heard the word ghost, Fatty would be able to be scared out of his wits. And then there's the very beginning when you meet Fatty in the Xihua Valley. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can I not go? Little Fatty cried out. I consumed a lot of fat inside that forest a few days ago. Can you give me a good rest? No. Yang Xian didn't even think about it and decisively rejected Fatty's claim. Haven't you always wanted to go and learn some of my skills? How can you learn if you don't follow? Besides, isn't this painless weight loss bad for you? Yang Xian, 2 words will be small fat words blocked back. This small fat more and more happened to have no love. Yi Yuhan covered her mouth and snickered from the side. I can't believe you guys usually get along like this. Doesn't look like it. The corner of Yang Xian's mouth rose. It's fine. Spend more time with us and you'll understand. You. Fatty was instantly filled with black lines. This bastard is storing bad taste, right? Yi Yuhan couldn't help it. Having long gotten used to the two disliking each other, Yang Xian packed up his things and then drove to his destination. Before that, he had gone through the information Chen Shui had given him. Based on what she had said, Yang Xian was basically certain that this matter could not be dissociated from the revival of aura. Not only that, I'm afraid there's a deeper secret hidden behind this. The car slowly pulled into the company parking lot. This should be it. Looking at the building in front of him, Yang Xian muttered. According to the address given by Chen Shui, the building was called Aquamarine Mansion, which was considered to be the most luxurious office building in the capital city. If you are able to rent this kind of high-end office building in the capital city, your status is by no means idle. Yang Xian took Fatty and Yi Yuhan up to the top floor in the elevator. Ding! After the elevator door opened, Yang Xian's trio walked towards the front. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? Just after stepping out of the elevator, Yang Xian was stopped by the welcoming lady. My surname is Yang. Chen Shui invited me here. Yang Xian simply explained. Just a moment. After saying that, the welcoming lady picked up the intercom on the table and informed the situation. A moment later, the welcoming lady respectfully introduced Yang Xian's few people into a room. Mr. Yang, Mr. Chen is in a meeting right now, and he'll come over immediately after it's over. The welcoming lady smiled, and then backed out, closing the door behind her in the process. Yang Xian didn't care and pulled out the chair and sat down, waiting for Chen Shui to arrive. After about 5 minutes or so, the door to the room pushed open, and Chen Shui walked in briskly through the door. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chen Shui said while signaling the waiter to bring in tea. Yang Xian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Since you've already come over, then tell me about the current situation in detail. Chen Shui looked at Yang Xian excitedly. Help has finally arrived. We just want to resolve this matter as soon as possible now. After all, it's not good for our company if the matter of the building being haunted gets out, Chen Shui said after a moment of contemplation. I don't know if you have any CCTV footage here. We'd like to take a look at the footage at that time. Yang Xian said indifferently. This, Chen Shui hesitated, not knowing whether she should tell Yang Xian or not. Seeing Chen Shui stammering, Yang Xian frowned. Do you suspect me of having ulterior motives? Of course not. Chen Shui shook her head in panic. I am worried. If you see that thing, will you feel scared? Scared? Yang Xian let out a light laugh. Sorry, I don't know what fear is, but if you don't tell us, then there's no need to talk about this matter. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. You. Chen Shui gritted her silver teeth. Alright, I'll tell you, but you must promise me that if you look at this no matter what you find out, you must not be afraid or run away. You have to trust me, and you all know my strength well, so don't worry. Yang Xian spoke in a gentle tone. Chen Shui sighed. Actually, that ghost we suspect is a human being turned into a human being. When our company was just founded, there were so many co-workers who disappeared inexplicably, and then there were some rumors and gossip. Some people said that those people died, and some people said that they were eaten by ghosts. Then I got a professional feng shui master to measure it and said that the building was a murder house, but I couldn't find out exactly what went wrong. Also, we've pulled video footage from around the building, but none of it can find anything out of the ordinary. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. So strange? Chapter 116 Changing Feng Shui. Yeah, that's why I asked for your help. Chen Shui pursed her thin lips. You must believe me. This matter has too much impact on the company. We don't want to bury the entire company because of our selfish desires. I understand. Yang Xian nodded. I'll do my best. Chen Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling that there was no harm in it. This matter is not urgent. Wait until I finish confirming it first before making plans. Chen Shui nodded. That's what I mean. The most important thing now is to stabilize the military. My suggestion is that you stay away from the office for a while and let me make the arrangements. When things are pretty much taken care of, you guys can come back to work. Yang Xian said righteously. Chen Shui agreed without even thinking about it. No one wants to work for the company in this situation, and it's better to work from home than to be on edge all day. Come back when it's all taken care of. Good. Then we won't be coming over for the next few days. After saying this, Chen Shui briefly explained a few sentences and left the building as if she had fled. At this moment, in addition to the security guards, only Yang Xian, Fatty, and Yi Yuhan were left in the building. Thinking about the surveillance images he had just seen, Fatty's heart was straight up in fear at the moment. Brother Xian, we're not really going to stay here for a few days, are we? Although the building also has the restrooms inside that were equipped for employees in the first place, the place is haunted. What if you live in this place, sleep, and open your eyes when you fall asleep and a ghost suddenly appears in front of you? Yang Xian was a bit helpless, but still tried to pacify Fatty as much as possible. Where's the hang-up? Really? Of course it's true. Don't worry. No matter what happens, Yuhan and I will be by your side. Hearing Yang Xian's promise, Fatty was slightly relieved. But Xian, Fatty hesitated. We have to know what happened in this building. Yi Yuhan nodded her head in agreement. After all, she was also curious as to what had happened to the building to make it look like this. I would like to think that there is some secret. Here, Yi Yuhan thoughtfully, when I just came in, I also feel that the feng shui here is not quite right. Oh, Yang Xian stared at Yi Yuhan with interest. How so? Can't say exactly. Anyway, it feels weird, but then again, it feels pretty amazing. Yi Yuhan shrugged her shoulders. Moreover, the gloomy feeling in this building is just too strong. It's like underworld? Fatty picked it up. That's right. Yi Yuhan nodded, then laughed. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Yang Xian sighed helplessly. In that case, let's go and adjust the feng shui here first, lest we really run into something at night to scare you guys. After saying that, Yang Xian took the lead and walked out, while Yi Yuhan and Fatty followed behind him. Brother Xian, Fatty weakly called out to him, his tone filled with worry. He was afraid that Yang Xian had been led into a ditch by himself. What if there really were ghosts in this building? Yang Xian paused in his steps, twisted his head to look at Fatty, and smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, I have something in mind. That's a relief. Fatty nodded. The two men altered the layout in this building as Yang Xian had instructed. The originally darkened house instantly brightened up, as if the sunlight had pierced through the dark clouds and sprinkled down on top of the earth, dispelling the gloom of the night. Yi Yuhan couldn't help but tsk as she looked at the refreshed appearance of the place. Brother Xian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You even know this stuff. Yi Yuhan exclaimed. Her eyes filled with admiration and even had some stars twinkling. Yang Xian lost his smile and reached out to lightly scratch the tip of her playful nose. So easily mesmerized? Not at all. Yi Yuhan pouted. I just think you know more. Let's go. Yang Xian clapped his hands and turned towards the door. This place has already been settled. Staying here won't be dangerous. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan nodded their heads, and the uneasiness in little Fatty's heart decreased by a few points. The three of them left from the interior of the building, and after they stepped out of the building, they were greeted by a cool, invigorating breeze. Wow, so refreshing, the air has gotten better here. Fatty took a deep breath with a face of enjoyment. Yi Yuhan also took a deep breath and squinted her eyes. Yes, it's true that the air here is a bit better than in the city. What's the point here? Fatty wondered. Every city will have its own unique aura that belongs to it. Yang Xian spoke indifferently. And this is the capital city. This city has a rich aura. This aura will prompt the surrounding plants and trees to grow vigorously. And there will be a layer of blessings on the people in this city. These blessings will allow them to turn evil into good. Hearing Yang Xian's words, Yi Yuhan came to a realization. No wonder the plants here grow so well. So it's because they are tainted with this aura. Yang Xian smiled without saying anything and continued to walk forward. The three men walked slowly down the street. The streetlights were dim but soft, giving them a warm feeling. The streets were crowded with pedestrians, and the hot and bustling voices reached the ears, giving the impression of a prosperous and flourishing world. It's a complete polar opposite from the middle of that building. Brother Xian. Fatty wanted to say something. His eyes stayed on top of the shelves of the street vendors. Brother Xian, let's go eat. Good. Yang Xian didn't refuse as he also felt hungry and complied with Fatty's proposal, finding a small restaurant to sit down. After ordering a few plates of food and rice, the three of them ate and chatted with each other. Right, Brother Xian, you said earlier that the aura is reviving, so can we also go and practice some so-called longevity spells? Little Fatty's two eyes were glowing. Since ghosts exist, are they able to live for a long time to come? Longevity spells? Yang Xian froze for a moment, then shook his head. As far as I know, it's impossible, unless you become a ghost. Little Fatty, however, revealed a look of disgust. How can that be? I don't want to be a ghost. Even if you become a ghost, you can't see your relatives and friends. How pitiful. Yang Xian and Yi Yuhan glanced at each other and laughed out. You just realized this now? Wouldn't that be too late? Fatty smiled sarcastically. I don't want to become your good wife as soon as possible. No need to work that hard. Yang Xian shook his head. You only need to ensure your own safety. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Little Fatty nodded obediently and suddenly thought of something. Brother Xian, then do we still have to go back to that building today? Chapter 117, An Old Acquaintance. Of course you have to go. Yang Xian looked at Fatty doubtfully. Things haven't even been resolved yet. How can I not go over there? Just because we just changed the feng shui of that building doesn't mean that what's going on inside was resolved. Now there needs to be a way to figure out what's going on. Speaking of which, Yang Xian was also a bit puzzled. The so-called surveillance video, which he'd watched, was nothing more than a few points that seemed to make it seem unexplainable. It seems to be related to the paranormal, but it's not certain if the event is man-made or not. What does this mean? Fatty's eyes widened. Is it hard to believe that this thing was done by a human? It's possible. Yang Xian didn't say too much. Although it was true that they had come this time to catch ghosts, it was still not even clear how this matter had actually arisen. It does seem a bit too arbitrary to say that ghost hunting is also a bit too arbitrary. If there really are any evil spirits doing evil things, then they must be eradicated before they can be eradicated. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Otherwise this type of thing will still happen again. Yi Yuhan sniffed and nodded in agreement. That's right. These evil spirits are too bad. Yang Xian smiled and didn't say anything. When Fatty had finally finished eating as well, the three of them re-entered the building. It was obviously much warmer than the gusts of cloudy wind earlier. Fatty's room was right next door to Yang Xian, but despite this, Fatty still didn't feel quite at ease. Can I really not be in the same house as you? Fatty hugged his pillow with a grimace. Yang Xian nodded slightly. It's best not to. I still prefer to sleep alone. Besides, you've had this time to fall asleep long ago, so how could you possibly see a ghost? Okay. After hearing Yang Xian's words, Fatty skimmed his lips and could only unhappily release the pillow in his own arms. After waiting for little Fatty to leave, Yang Xian lay on the bed, constantly thinking about this matter. The impact of the revival of the aura is very significant. The key thing is that one has to go and fulfill the wishes of those gods. I don't know what kind of situation will be in the future. What do I care what he does? Just take a step and see what happens. Now that White Impermanence's wish was soon to be fulfilled, he could consider meeting the next deity himself when the demoness returned. There's no telling how hard the next deity's heart's desire will be to fulfill. So far, only Guan Yu's heart's desire has been the most painful and laborious. Thinking like this, Yang Xian prepared to sleep. As a result, the building's lights suddenly flickered on and off. Yang Xian was immediately alert as he looked around and there was no movement. However, he always felt that something was staring at him in an uncomfortable way. Suddenly, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and Yang Xian violently turned around to look towards the back. Yet he found nothing. This feeling intensified and grew stronger, as if it was going to swallow Yang Xian into the darkness. Suddenly, Yang Xian felt that his eyelids were heavy and his head was dizzy. He reached up and rubbed the corner of his forehead, trying to wake up. Unfortunately, it was simply futile, and gradually, Yang Xian lost consciousness. After opening his eyes once more, Yang Xian suddenly realized that he had changed places. He was in the middle of an empty wilderness, surrounded by towering mountains. The style here is very different from the inside of the building. An eerie aura came to his nose. Yang Xian winced and instantly regained his senses. He lowered his head and realized that his feet were suspended in midair. What the hell is this? Yang Xian's heart suddenly beat violently as he raised his eyes to look, only to see a skeleton wreckage floating densely around himself. Yang Xian was so scared that his face turned pale and hurriedly retreated towards the back. What the hell is going on here? How did one suddenly end up in a place like this? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came out, and the Shihua Ghost King, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of Yang Xian. I didn't expect it. I've been lying in wait for so long just to seek revenge on you. The Shihua Ghost King looked at Yang Xian with indignation. I thought that Yang Xian had arranged for the Yellow Springs Ghost King to steal his treasures and even beat himself up fatly. He even broke his own teeth and sold them. Sell your entire ghost in the end. This whole thing is a disgrace. Now that he had finally found the opportunity to be able to kill Yang Xian with his own hands, he naturally refused to give up easily. Ha! Yang Xian laughed coldly twice. Do you think that you can deal with me just because you hide in the shadows and sneak attack? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Although he said this on his lips, Yang Xian couldn't help but feel emotional in the bottom of his heart. This Shihua Ghost King was indeed a guy who could bend and bend. To actually be able to lie in wait. TSK, 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 TSK. It's no wonder that his strength has soared. Is that so? The Shihua Ghost King snorted, then commanded those ashes and floated towards Yang Xian. The ashes turned into a black mist in midair, enveloping Yang Xian. At the same time, in the black mist, countless stern ghosts surged towards Yang Xian from all directions, seemingly to completely tear him apart. Yang Xian snorted coldly as a golden light erupted from within his body. The golden light formed a shield and blocked the attacks of these severe ghosts. Sculptor's little skill. Yang Xian indifferently glanced at the black mist, contempt filling his eyes. Ah! Along with the miserable cries of the Shihua Ghost King coming from the black mist, those severe ghosts that had been frantically surging towards Yang Xian also slowly came to a standstill. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Still not dead? Shihua Ghost King's voice slowly came from the black fog. Kid, I admit that your strength is stronger than I expected. But, I still have a backstroke. Yang Xian glanced indifferently. Cut the crap. If you want to make a move, just do it. The black mist gradually dispersed, and the Shihua Ghost King burrowed out of it. I didn't expect that the Shihua Ghost King had actually advanced. Yang Xian was a bit surprised, but remained calm. After all, the current Shihua Ghost King was still not worth mentioning in his own eyes. Yang Xian, suffer death. The Shihua Ghost King's eyes became blood red, like a blood-sucking bat, giving people a creepy feeling. In the next second, he opened his bloody mouth and spat out a scarlet bead. The beads exuded a rich yin aura. Yang Xian frowned, vaguely feeling in his heart that there was something odd about the beads. With all his strength, the Shihua Ghost King threw the scarlet beads into the air, which quickly swelled away and eventually transformed into a huge tomb. The grave was several hundred meters wide and took up half a block. Yang Xian, aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? I'm going to let you know now what will happen if you anger me. The Shihua Ghost King laughed hideously as he stood beside the coffin, looking at Yang Xian who was trapped in the center of the grave, his face full of mockery. Aren't you very powerful? Have the guts to break through my magic weapon? Yang Xian clenched his teeth as he struggled to control his body, wanting to leave that tomb. Chapter 118, Fighting Again. However, he had just taken his first step when the tomb began to shake. Yang Xian was stunned as he hastily took 2 steps back and watched graves' movements in horror. Bang! The graves exploded and countless corpses crashed to the ground. Yang Xian's face suddenly paled as he realized with horror that countless skeleton soldiers had appeared around him. Damn! Is this Shihua Ghost King high on drugs? Why is he suddenly so powerful? Jia Jia. Shihua Ghost King laughed strangely and walked towards Yang Xian. His eyes were cold and merciless, like demons. How about it? Scared, right? Ha ha. Yang Xian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No matter how many means you have, I'll accept them all. What a big mouth. The Shihua Ghost King sneered. You won't even have a place to cry later. Yang Xian indifferently scanned the circle. With these trash? You also want to stop me? Before the words fell, Yang Xian directly summoned the Soul Race banner. The lines on the Soul Clan's flag flickered for a few moments, and then, Yang Xian's entire body disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already reached the Shihua Ghost King's heel. Yang Xian clenched his fists and gathered all his aura and strength as he blasted his fist at the Shihua Ghost King. Shihua Ghost King's pupils shrunk slightly as he hastily resisted. Only a click could be heard, and the Shihua Ghost King fell back several steps while his right arm hung limply on his shoulder. Your strength. Shihua Ghost King's tone was filled with shock. He had originally thought that with the pills he had taken and the formations he had refined, he would definitely be able to decimate Yang Xian. However, he didn't think that he had still underestimated Yang Xian's ability. Yang Xian sneered. It's just a treasure. What's the big deal? As soon as the words fell, Yang Xian once again performed an instantaneous transfer and attacked towards the Shihua Ghost King. His target was very obvious, and it was clearly the neck of the Shihua Ghost King. You die! The Shihua Ghost King roared angrily, his eyes red, and an endless hostile aura erupted from within his body, only to see that the coffin steeply levitated and then ruthlessly smashed towards Yang Xian. The coffin was covered with dense runes, which were intertwined with each other and eventually formed the shape of a sharp sword. The power of the sharp sword was enormous, rushing towards Yang Xian with devastating power. Yang Xian didn't dare to be slow as he hurriedly dodged, but even though he reacted quickly enough, he was still a little late. The sharp sword grazed his body, leaving a blood-soaked wound. Yang Xian stifled a grunt and raised his foot towards the Shihua Ghost King, but who knew that the Shihua Ghost King's body suddenly twisted strangely for a few moments. Yang Xian's leg penetrated the Shihua Ghost King's body, but the Shihua Ghost King's other arm hit his abdomen heavily. With a poof, Yang Xian sprayed out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly paled. His body even stumbled backward a few steps involuntarily. This Shihua Ghost King, he actually knows how to use schemes now? Yang Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the Shihua Ghost King. He. The Shihua Ghost King grinned, his tone morose. Little bastard. I had long guessed that you would do this, so I purposely modified some things. Did you think I only prepared one set of formations? Yang Xian's face became more and more ugly. This Shihua Ghost King was too cunning. Although he didn't know what exactly the Shihua Ghost King had done, he knew that he had to fight quickly at this moment. Otherwise, when the Shihua Ghost King continued to add other things, then he would be in danger. It was fortunate that both Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan were not here, or else he would only have more trouble. It was easier to fight alone now instead. Yang Xian took a deep breath to relieve himself of the pain, and at the same time recovered some of his aura. Yang Xian, since you're obsessed, I'll send you to the west today, the Shihua Ghost King shouted coldly, and then, his figure surged. A moment later, the Shihua Ghost King turned into a 3-foot-tall giant, his body muscles bulging as if they were lumps of iron. Holy, it can actually be played like this. Yang Xian's eyes burned, his heart beating violently. The Shihua Ghost King in this state increased his combat power by at least 2 times. If this were to go to auction once more, wouldn't it be possible to directly sell over 40 million merit values? Yang Xian secretly swallowed his saliva. The Shihua Ghost King snorted coldly. Then he reached out and grabbed the coffin, throwing it towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian took out his soul-devouring dagger. His own weapons were still pitifully few, and he didn't know if he could mix a crying stick over from white impermanence. Whatever, let's get rid of this guy first. There. Only an ear-piercing tearing sound rang out as the coffin was directly split by the soul-devouring dagger. And at that moment, an eerie roar suddenly came from inside the coffin, as if something was awakening. He, Yang Xian, now you should be finished, right? The Shihua Ghost King looked at Yang Xian triumphantly. Only a huge hideous head came out of the coffin. The head was cloudy and reeked of decay. But on the contrary, it was this head that made Yang Xian feel a strong sense of crisis. Shihua Ghost King's voice rang out. Do you know what this is? This is a puppet that I spent a lot of Yin Qi to refine. Much more powerful than ordinary ghost soldiers. At those words, Yang Xian's brows furrowed as he felt tricky. At that moment, the huge puppet moved. Roar! It opened its bloody mouth and its scarlet tongue spat out. Yang Xian hurriedly moved to the side to avoid being stained by that tongue. Yang Xian kept dodging. The puppet was extremely fast and powerful. Whenever Yang Xian got close, it would always use a brutal impact. A strong force struck Yang Xian and he was directly lifted out. His body fell heavily to the ground. His chest was hot and raw, and even gasping for air became difficult. The strength of the Shihua Ghost King was truly terrifying. Without the protection of the Soul Clan's flag, that hit just now would have been enough to pulverize Yang Xian. Yang Xian, keep running away if you have the ability. The Shihua Ghost King laughed. This gigantic puppet was carefully refined by him, and in addition to possessing strong strength, it also possessed a powerful intelligence that knew how to match Shihua Ghost King's offense. Damn it, what to do? Yang Xian gritted his teeth as his mind raced. This giant puppet's attack was too furious, and moreover, it was as fast as lightning. If there was no way to find out what was broken, there was no way to get rid of the giant golem. Yang Xian kept dodging, but gradually, he had shown defeat and was in a precarious position. Yang Xian, don't dream of struggling. The Xihua Ghost King laughed strangely. The strength of this giant puppet can be much stronger than ordinary ghosts and monsters. Even I have a hard time controlling them. There's no way you can win it. Yang Xian missed his dodge and was slapped out by the giant puppet. Chapter 119, Life and Death. Yang Xian lay on the ground, powerlessly spitting out a mouthful of blood. This guy was also a little too difficult to deal with. The giant puppet swung its fist round and smashed it down against Yang Xian's chest. Yang Xian's pupils suddenly shrunk as his body flashed towards the right side, barely dodging. The dull voice resounded. This punch slammed into the stone wall, instantly caving in the entire wall. Ha ha ha, Yang Xian, surrender obediently. The Xihua Ghost King was smug. If you want to live, just hand over that dagger. A dagger? Yang Xian froze for a moment and then realized something. You want my soul eater dagger, right? Is it because this dagger can cause you harm? Yang Xian said contemptuously. This Xihua Ghost King's desire to seize the soul-devouring dagger was obviously similar to what Yang Xian had guessed. Kid, you are quite smart. The Xihua Ghost King licked his lips. That's right, your soul-devouring dagger can indeed cause damage to my soul body. But, I have ways to heal my soul body. Oh, is that so? Then you try. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. Kid, you underestimate me too much. The Xihua Ghost King smiled sorrowfully, and then he made a seal with both of his hands, and a streak of black aura erupted from the fingertips of the Xihua Ghost King, transforming into a chain. The chains instantly wrapped around Yang Xian's limbs and neck. Yang Xian's arms, legs, feet and neck were all bound by chains, and he couldn't break free at all. In this way, Yang Xian was equal to being firmly imprisoned by the Xihua Ghost King. Yang Xian's eyes were bitterly cold. He didn't panic but tried to calm his heart and carefully observed the situation around him. Suddenly, the Xihua Ghost King's soul shadow disappeared in place. At the same time, Yang Xian felt a coldness coming from his back, followed by a sharp pain that spread throughout his body. Yang Xian's face turned pale and his body stumbled, nearly falling. Kid, I'll see how arrogant you still are. The Xihua Ghost King sneered sorrowfully. Yang Xian gritted his teeth and looked up in the direction of the Xihua Ghost King. However, he saw that the spirit body of the Xihua Ghost King had already arrived at the top of Yang Xian's head, and a pair of dark and deep eyes were looking down at Yang Xian. He grinned his large mouth full of fangs, as if he wanted to swallow Yang Xian into his stomach. Yang Xian's face stared as he immediately drew out the soul-devouring dagger and threw it towards the Xihua Ghost King. The Xihua Ghost King was startled, and his figure retreated violently by several meters, narrowly avoiding it. The soul-eater dagger fell to the ground and plunged into the dirt, splattering smoke for a moment. The Xihua Ghost King looked at Yang Xian, his face uncertain. Kid, how dare you sneak attack this king? Seek death. Yang Xian snorted disdainfully. I'll be damned. With this trashy thing of yours, you still need a sneak attack? Yang Xian's tone was extremely mocking, which angered the Xihua Ghost King. Brat, I think you're really a toast. The Xihua Ghost King's gaze became fierce and murderous, itching to tear Yang Xian apart right now. I'll give you one last chance to honestly explain the secret of the soul-devouring dagger. Otherwise, I'll let you die a miserable death. The Xihua Ghost King threatened viciously. Just by you. Yang Xian also found out that this Xihua Ghost King didn't know what secret method he had used to hold on until now, but he was just at the end of his strength. If the Xihua Ghost King in this state could still defeat Yang Xian, then its strength was too strong. The shadowy eyes of the Xihua Ghost King narrowed, and his stare at Yang Xian became even more resentful. It seems that you really don't want to talk about it. In that case, then don't blame me for being impolite. The Xihua Ghost King snapped. Die for me. As the Xihua Ghost King's words fell, the giant puppet pounced once again. Yang Xian broke free of that chain and waved his soul-devouring dagger, fighting to fend off the giant puppet. Yang Xian was not paying attention and his shoulder was hit, struck by the giant puppet's iron fist. His clothes shattered and his skin was cut, seeping out bright red liquid. Ma! Yang Xian couldn't help but spit out. This puppet's strength wasn't great, but its defense was so high that it was downright perverse. Seeing this, the Xihua Ghost King laughed triumphantly. You brat also have today? I will definitely hang you up in the auction house to sell today. Jia. Yang Xian frowned. Sell me? Did you get your head caught in the door? This guy is also really daring and trying to sell himself. Xihua Ghost King didn't care and manipulated the giant puppet to attack Yang Xian, who was beaten back step by step. The Xihua Ghost King laughed hideously. Brat, do you think you can escape? Let me tell you, the more you resist, the more intense the attacks you will receive. Be a good boy and admit defeat. This body of yours isn't bad at all. It should be worth quite a bit of yin virtue value. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. This guy was too cheap. If I had known that I would have given the Yellow Springs Ghost King to devour last time, I would have saved myself so much trouble now. The Xihua Ghost King was frantically taunting Yang Xian while frantically attacking him. It was as if it wasn't afraid of getting hurt. In a desperate stance. I'll see just how long you can hold out. The Xihua Ghost King laughed fiercely. I'm going to take a good revenge today. I'm going to wash away all the shame from before. Yang Xian didn't even bother with a single word about this guy. All he had to do now was to stall for time. When Xia Bian appeared, he wanted to see if this Xihua Ghost King could still be so arrogant. The Xihua Ghost King could see Yang Xian's intentions as it snorted coldly. Want to wait for help? Hey. Unfortunately, it's too late. The Xihua Ghost King maneuvered the giant puppet to unleash a fatal blow, which went straight for Yang Xian's face. Yang Xian raised his soul-devouring dagger to block, but he was still sent flying several feet away. Now you don't even have the strength to fight back. The Xihua Ghost King was rampant. Yang Xian covered his chest and stood up, wiping the blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Brat! It's better to obediently hand over the soul-devouring dagger. The Xihua Ghost King teasingly looked at Yang Xian. Otherwise, I will definitely beat you half to death and then sell you. Who says I can't fight back? The corner of Yang Xian's lips hooked up in an arc, like a smile, and the aura of his entire body steeply skyrocketed. Only Yang Xian's breath surged around his body, and a supreme pressure spread out on Yang Xian's body. Xibian is possessed by divine power. Yang Xian finally waited. It wasn't Xiabian himself, but it was good enough to at least bring out some of Xiabian's strength. As Xiabian's divine power descended, both the Xihua Ghost King and the giant puppet froze. They only felt as if the space around them had frozen, and an unspeakable pressure enveloped them, making them uncomfortable. The aura on Yang Xian's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the surrounding yin spirits were also affected and were shivering with fear. The Xihua Ghost King's face was incredibly gloomy, and the giant puppet was even completely incapacitated. How is that possible? The Xihua Ghost King stared incredulously. Chapter 120, Crushing. Yang Xian sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the Xihua Ghost King and the giant puppet flew out and ruthlessly hit the wall. The giant puppet didn't move, and the Xihua Ghost King didn't attack anymore, but looked at Yang Xian with suspicion. Why do you have the aura of white impermanence on your body? Xihua Ghost King asked in a trembling voice. Yang Xian didn't say anything and just swept it lightly. A cold aura instantly assaulted the Xihua Ghost King's entire body, and a wave of fear surfaced in its soul. Could it be that you are white impermanence? The Xihua Ghost King was horrified. No, it's impossible. If you were white impermanence, how could you have ended up in this situation? Yang Xian didn't have the time to keep babbling with the Xihua Ghost King. Xiabian's divine power could only temporarily suppress the other party. When the Xihua Ghost King reacted, he would strike again. And what Yang Xian wanted to do was to take advantage of this time to directly exterminate the Xihua Ghost King. Now, you can go to hell. Yang Xian's voice carried an unquestionable tone of command. An extremely strong force swept out from Yang Xian's body, instantly sweeping around. The Xihua Ghost King was horrified. It wanted to escape, but it was simply too late. That power descended directly above its head, and in the next second, the Xihua Ghost King's body disintegrated inch by inch, turning into powder and dissipating. The giant golem was so stunned that it froze and didn't move. A few moments later, the Xihua Ghost King's body only recoalesced. Only now the Xihua Ghost King was already weak. Where there was still the previous pomp and circumstance? I admit defeat. Please let me go. Xihua Ghost King wailed and prostrated on the ground, cowering and shivering. Yang Xian swept a glance at it and ignored it. If the Xihua Ghost King was sensible, Yang Xian might have spared its life and let it be his subordinate. But what the Xihua Ghost King did before had already hurt Yang Xian's principles. Such a fellow would be of little use even if he stayed. It would be better to just wipe it out. Thinking of this, Yang Xian didn't hesitate and summoned the Yellow Spring Ghost King. You swallow this guy. The Yellow Springs Ghost King looked at the Xihua Ghost King and without saying a word, his body flashed to the Xihua Ghost King and swallowed it in one bite. The Xihua Ghost King's body quickly became smaller and turned into a ray of light, entering the Yellow Spring Ghost King's body. Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, well done. Turning around, he walked over to the giant golem, which was still holding the same look it had a moment ago. Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. No one knew how nervous he had just been. If it had been any later, I'm afraid he would have really hiccuped. Can you swallow this thing? Yang Xian looked at the Yellow Springs Ghost King. This giant puppet was also a good thing. Although it wasn't strong, the materials used to make it must be very good. If he could devour it, it would definitely be a great tonic for the Yellow Springs Ghost King. No problem. The Yellow Spring Ghost King grinned. it just doesn't taste good. After saying that, the Yellow Springs Ghost King's figure turned into a stream of light, pouncing on the giant puppet and swallowing it with his mouth open. The giant puppet could not resist at all, and after struggling a few times in the Yellow Spring Ghost King's mouth, it disappeared. Yang Xian was slightly stunned. He thought that the giant puppet could struggle for a while, but he didn't expect it to be handled so easily. That was awesome. Yellow Springs Ghost King. Just as Yang Xian was about to leave this place, a voice came from the distance. You guys are really bold. You dare to touch the person my Xihua lineage has its eyes on? Yang Xian's face changed slightly and he turned around fiercely to look, but he saw an old man in a Taoist robe walk out. Who are you again? Yang Xian frowned. His heart was on guard, but his face didn't move. The old man stared at Yang Xian for a while and suddenly laughed. I am a deacon elder of the Xihua lineage. Today I would like to see how you dare to offend someone from my Xihua lineage. Yang Xian was unmoved. You're too late. The Xihua Ghost King has already been killed by me. How dare you? How dare a mere mortal in the district be so wild? The old man became furious. Kid, just you wait. I'm going to break your bones, extract your soul and refine your spirit, so that you can't be allowed to live for eternity. Yang Xian's eyes jumped. Should it be so exaggerated? Isn't this guy a bit too mysterious? Even if he says that he's going to throw bones and ashes and extract souls, he's also going to let me never be able to go back to my life. What did I ever do to you? You mind your own business first. Yang Xian said indifferently. Humph. How dare you be so arrogant when you're at the end of your life? The old man snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hand as countless ghostly shadows appeared around him. Each ghostly shadow released a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows, not expecting this old man to be quite capable. But these ghosts and shadows are simply not enough in front of him. Break me! Yang Xian raised his hands and an invisible force surged. Luckily, Shibian's divine power is still there. In an instant, all of the ghostly shadows all went up in smoke. The anger on the old man's face had not yet disappeared when he saw Yang Xian lightly exterminate those ghostly shadows, and he was dumbfounded for a long time. What the hell are you? The old man's face turned white. How could he not expect this kid to be so powerful? Actually, even the ghostly shadows of the Xihua lineage couldn't deal with him. The old man was trembling. He knew he had met a tough opponent and wanted to escape. But how could Yang Xian give him a chance? Waving his hand and releasing a huge force to fix the old man in place. The old man couldn't move even if he wanted to. I said that you will definitely die today, even if you are stronger. So what? Yang Xian smiled faintly. The old man's face changed slightly. Panicked. His eyes filled with fear and anxiety as he looked at Yang Xian. What are you doing? Nothing. Just exterminating you. Yang Xian said indifferently, slowly raising his hand. Seeing Yang Xian's action of raising his hand, the old man's body shook as a great sense of fear grew from the bottom of his heart. This man, he's going to kill him. No, he don't want to die. Don, kill me. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your servant as long as you let me go. The old man panicked. Yang Xian gave him a disgusted look. You're too weak to look at. It's better to let my Yellow Spring Ghost King clean you up. Old man? The Yellow Spring Ghost King was overjoyed to hear this, and came to the old man's side, and swallowed him with one mouth. The old man didn't even utter a word, and didn't even have the time to scream miserably. The Yellow Spring Ghost King burped greatly after swallowing the old man. Yang Xian's brain was down. He was just getting high, but he didn't realize that the Yellow Springs Ghost King was really swallowed by this old man? No way. Alright, things are settled here. Let's go back first. Yang Xian sighed. Helpless. I was inexplicably moved to that middle of nowhere while I was sleeping, and now I have to figure out how to get back to the company building. Chapter 121, Strange Sculpture. The key to his cell phone is still at Fatty's. After a lot of hard work, Yang Xian finally returned to the building. Looking at little Fatty sleeping sweetly, Yang Xian was furious and went up and kicked little Fatty's ass hard. Fatty woke up with an ow and shouted, Asterisk, which dog attacked me? Me. Sneak attack your sister. Yang Xian yelled without a good breath. I'm such a big living person missing, and you all didn't realize it? Yi Yuhan is also even. After all, not in the same room, but Fatty was with himself and sleeping so much. What was he trying to do? Brother Xian, what are you talking about? I can't understand. Fatty asked in a daze. Yang Xian rolled his eyes. The ghosts inside this building still exist, so be careful. It could pull you into the ghost domain at any time. Yang Xian said, looking serious. Little Fatty was instantly too scared to speak, and quickly nodded his head. I understand, Brother Xian. Don't worry about it. Yang Xian waved his hand to indicate that he knew, then walked over to the sofa and sat down, resting his eyes. When he fought with the deacon elder of the Xihua lineage just now, he had consumed most of his divine power. Although he was supported by the divine power left behind by Xiebian, Yang Xian estimated that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long, and with the status of the Xihua lineage, someone would definitely come over to check out the situation. Therefore, Yang Xian needed to recover his strength as soon as possible. Little Fatty sat beside Yang Xian, his eyes blinking. At this time, Yi Yuhan also woke up, saw Yang Xian and Fatty both sitting on the sofa, and asked curiously, "What is going on?" "The Xihua Ghost King just came to seek revenge," Yang Xian said. "What?" Fatty froze for a moment, then reacted and asked, "That Xihua Ghost King, dead?" Yang Xian smiled and said, "Well, it's already been eaten by the Yellow Spring Ghost King." Hiss! Fatty sucked in a breath of cool air. He had seen the Xihua Ghost King, and he did not expect that this Xihua Ghost King would be so unbeatable in Yang Xian's hands. "Is there a problem?" Yang Xian glanced at Fatty and continued to close his eyes. Fatty hemmed and hawed and shook his head. No problem." Yi Yuhan was a bit puzzled. She had never seen another ghost before, and hearing the two of them talk about it, she only felt curious. But instead of asking more questions, she lay back on the couch and stared at the ceiling in disbelief. After a while, Yi Yuhan suddenly thought of something and her face became odd. Yi Yuhan's odd face immediately caught Yang Xian's attention, and he couldn't help but ask, "Yuhan, what's wrong with you?" Yi Yuhan returned to her senses, glanced at Yang Xian and little Fatty, lowered her head and said, "No, nothing." "Oh," Yang Xian faintly answered, not putting it on his mind. After an hour or so, Yang Xian opened his eyes when he felt the divine power in his body recharged. Seeing Yang Xian waking up, little Fatty and Yi Yuhan stood up and surrounded Yang Xian's side. "Brother Xian, when are we going to deal with the ghosts in this building?" Little Fatty was a bit anxious. For some reason, he always felt creeped out, especially after the previous experience of the Xihua Ghost King coming to his door. Yang Xian raised his head and glanced at the wall clock, and said indifferently, "There are still 2 days left. There's still plenty of time now, so there's no need to be in such a hurry to make a move." Yang Xian stood up and scanned the surroundings. The corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. "Now we have time. But some people, they may not be able to wait." Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan looked at Yang Xian uncertainly, not understanding who exactly were the some people Yang Xian was talking about. At this moment, at the corner of the stairs on the second floor, a pair of eyes were secretly observing them, their eyes resentful. When Yang Xian's words fell, those eyes disappeared. "Let's go. Go down and take a look." Yang Xian finished speaking and walked in front, strutting down the stairs. The small fat duo behind them looked at each other and then followed. Yang Xian's trio came to the first floor, and after scanning around, they finally fixed their eyes on the statue in the middle of the hall. "What? Did Xian find something?" Fatty asked curiously. Yang Xian didn't answer, but said as he walked, "Yuhan, you be careful." Yi Yuhan looked up at Yang Xian in surprise, then nodded. Soon, Yang Xian walked to the center of the hall and came next to the statue. The surface of the statue was shiny and clean, without any dust, and there was no dirt on it. Only an opening appeared in the palm area of the statue. "There seems to be something wrong with this thing, ah?" Fatty scratched his head and asked strangely. Yang Xian raised his eyes to look at the ceiling. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "That's right, there is something wrong." "So, what's wrong?" Fatty inquired curiously. Yang Xian didn't answer him, but reached out his hand to touch the opening in the statue's arm. The statue seemed to have sensed the aura emanating from Yang Xian's body, and its originally stationary body suddenly trembled, as if it had encountered something terrifying. "Ah, so scary." Yang Xian was just about to ask for clarification when he suddenly heard a weak voice that entered his ears. Yang Xian turned his head and saw that Yi Yuhan's face was pale and she was trembling with fear. "Yuhan, are you alright?" Yang Xian hurriedly said with concern. Yi Yuhan tried to stabilize her emotions and took a deep breath, which calmed her down. She gritted her teeth and said, "I am fine, just scared." "Scared? What's to be afraid of?" Fatty couldn't help but frown. Right at the moment when Fatty's words fell, the entire hall suddenly darkened, and for a moment, he couldn't see his fingers. Hiss! What's going on? Is this haunted or something? Little Fatty sucked in a breath of cool air. He only felt an icy cold sensation that spread from his back to his entire body, making him unable to resist a cold shiver. Yi Yuhan was similarly chilled for a while, but compared to Fatty, it was quite a bit stronger. At this moment, the statue in the center of the hall was trembling violently, emitting a whimpering and wailing sound, which looked very bizarre. Moreover, as the statue trembled, the surrounding atmosphere became heavier and heavier, giving people a depressing feeling. Yang Xian closed his eyes and felt the pressure from all directions. His brows furrowed tightly. Although he couldn't feel the fluctuation of divine power, this pressure was on the verge of reaching the limit of what he could resist. If he couldn't get rid of it, He was afraid that he would encounter some trouble when the time came. So, it has to be done quickly. Little fatty. Yu-han. Remember one word for me. No matter what happens later, don't mess around and protect yourself. Yang Xian suddenly spoke. Chapter 122, An Old Acquaintance. His words were filled with seriousness and earnestness, causing both Fatty and Yi Yuhan to not dare to be the slightest bit careless. At the same time Yang Xian's words fell, the statue that was originally shaking suddenly stopped trembling. Immediately after that, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan's eyes widened a few points, and their eyes were filled with panic inside. Yang Xian, however, was not the least bit surprised, calmly looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, finally coming out. Humph, kid, to be able to know of my existence, you are still somewhat capable. The massive black shadow let out a strange laugh. Yang Xian raised his head to look at him, his eyes narrowed. Just by you? The shadow was the same guy who had been sneaking around in the shadows watching him earlier, a familiar ghost of sorts. It was precisely the doppelganger of the evil spirit that had previously chased Yang Xian in Xihua Valley. It was only because it was too far away at that time and its aura could not be felt that it was mistakenly thought to have no entity. But now that Yang Xian had finally come into head-on contact with it, he naturally felt the other party's presence with ease. When that evil ghost's doppelganger saw Yang Xian's appearance, his face became distorted and he laughed. Kid, since you can discover my main body, that means, you have some means, but these means, in front of me, are not enough at all. He. Yang Xian snorted. Is that so? Kid, you don't believe me? The mass of black shadows laughed strangely. Humph. Yang Xian let out a cold snort of disdain, and then he stopped paying attention to him. Seeing that Yang Xian didn't answer, the black shadow said again, Kid, you actually dare to ignore this seat. There were a few hints of annoyance within his voice. Yang Xian raised an eyebrow. I'm telling the truth. You're just a doppelganger. What qualifications do you have to deserve my attention? When the black shadow heard this, he immediately became furious. His tone was grim. Good. Very good. Brat. You have the balls to actually dare to insult me like that. As the words fell, he, who was still floating in place, instantly moved in front of Yang Xian, and a huge pressure swept over him. It made the temperature in the entire hall drop by several degrees. A cold wind that blew steeply. Yi Yuhan and Little Fatty's two faces changed drastically, and their feet stomped back. Little Fatty even fell on his butt and sat on the ground. Under that terrifying pressure, Yi Yuhan was also a bit overwhelmed. Her pretty face was pale and she was barely able to support herself, but her body could not move the slightest bit, as if she was being pressed by a 10,000 June mountain. In the face of this situation, Yang Xian did not make any moves, not even a slight change in color. Seeing this situation, the black shadow was even more furious, and the aura emanating from his body became more and more terrifying. Yi Yuhan's petite body was trembling, and Fatty was even unable to even speak. Humph! Yang Xian suddenly snorted coldly. The black shadow froze, seemingly not expecting Yang Xian to actually make a sound. If you don't leave again, I'll let your soul fly away. Yang Xian's voice was icy cold. When the black shadow heard this, his face turned ugly, and his body slowly rose into mid-air. It seemed to be frightened by Yang Xian's words. It had just sensed the aura entwined around Yang Xian's body, an even more profound aura than its own, which was why it chose to retreat for the time being. Yang Xian didn't pay any more attention to him, but turned his head to look at Fatty and Yi Yuhan. Don't leave this circle. After saying that, Yang Xian drew a circle on the ground with his soul-devouring dagger and told them to stand inside the circle. Brother Yang Xian. Yi Yuhan was interrupted by Yang Xian just as she opened her mouth. You guys stand here and don't move. I'm afraid it will hurt you later. Yang Xian didn't care about this. What he wanted to do now was to finish off this evil spirit completely. But, Yi Yuhan was full of hesitation. But she still obeyed Yang Xian's words and stood in that circle, not daring to leave half a step. Fatty's eyes were hollow, as if his soul had been emptied. Yang Xian couldn't care less about this and took out the Soul Clan banner, intending to fight this black shadow to the death. For some reason, he always had the feeling that the dark shadow was still hiding his clumsiness, and it was just as powerful as the Xihua Ghost King. It was still uncertain how it had done it, but there was definitely something wrong with it. Just in case, Yang Xian was also cautious and did not completely relax. The black shadow looked at the flag Yang Xian was holding in his hand and suddenly laughed. I can't imagine that after all this time, you can still only use the soul race flag. What a waste. This seat thought that you would be able to find some other treasure. Yang Xian's gaze was cold as he gently threw the soul race flag in his hand into the air. The flag fluttered in the wind, transforming into countless streaks of blood-colored light that rushed in the direction of the black shadow. Sculptor's little skill. The black shadow laughed coldly. its body suddenly became transparent, and those rays of light that shot over passed through its body but couldn't hurt it. When Yang Xian saw this, his pupils shrunk slightly and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. I didn't expect that the Soul Clan banner wouldn't have much effect on this evil spirit either. It seemed that the other party's strength had increased with the help of more than just something else. The Black Shadow laughed loudly. Yang Xian, you don't have to go through all the trouble. All of your current undercards are useless to me. You're dead today. Yang Xian looked at him coldly and didn't answer. Just because the Soul Clan banner was ineffective didn't mean that, well, anything else wasn't effective either. Thinking of this, Yang Xian took a deep breath and closed his eyes tightly as he tried to contact Xiaobian. If you can get the crybaby over here, you'll just take off on your own, okay? Sure enough, Xiaobian's voice soon sounded in Yang Xian's mind. What's the matter, kid? Want me to go over there and help you with the fight? Yang Xian grinned. No need. As long as you give me the wailing stick. Xiaobian didn't understand what Yang Xian was doing, but it was also true that he couldn't go to the mortal world right now. What do you need the weeping stick for? Of course it's a dry run. I've got an evil spirit here, so lend me the wailing stick. Of course, I will return it to you. Yang Xian rubbed his hands and asked in his head. Xiaobian sniffed and fell silent. Hurry up. Senior Xia, Yang Xian urged. For a while, Xiaobian sighed quietly. Okay, but I have to warn you first, the wailing stick is lent to you. It can only be used in places where the yin qi is thick. Otherwise, there will be a backlash. So take it easy on yourself, and if you can't bear it, I'll take it back. Don't worry, Yang Xian assured with a smile. Xiaobian's voice was sinister. Kid, you'd better not pit me. Yang Xian heatedly smiled. Don't worry, Senior Xie. As he spoke, Xiaobian's voice had already been transmitted, and Yang Xian's divine sense moved, and he immediately felt a powerful yin qi. It was the power of the wailing stick that penetrated into his bone marrow, and his body shivered with cold. He then opened his right hand, only to see a light black light that suddenly appeared, hovering continuously in his palm. Chapter 123, The Power of the Wailers. Xiaobian's voice rang in his head. Use it carefully, don't overuse the weeping stick or you'll have a backlash as well. Got it. Yang Xian grinned and stopped talking, turning his head to look at the Black Shadow. Do you really think you're good? Get the hell out of my way. In the next moment, Yang Xian raised his right hand, and the wailing stick in his hand suddenly swung down. A black stream of light blasted towards the Black Shadow like a meteor. Seeing this scene, a cold aura flickered in the Black Shadow's eyes. Brat, you actually took the crying stick out against me, or else. Yang Xian laughed coldly, and the movement of wielding the weeping stick did not stop in the slightest. The Black Shadow was somewhat afraid of the wailing rod. After all, this was a magic treasure that restrained ghosts. Not to mention his level, even the Supreme Ghost World would have to be afraid of coming here. Yang Xian was now using the wailing stick against him, and he was naturally scared in his heart. However, now that he was at the end of his rope, he could only grit his teeth and face Yang Xian. The Black Shadow roared. The black chi on his body condensed into a ghostly face, and a piercing sound came out of his mouth. The black gas quickly coalesced towards the front, actually forming a ghostly claw that quickly flew towards the direction of the wailing stick. Roar! The power that erupted from the weeping stick instantly shattered the ghost claws in front of it. Yang Xian's eyes widened. This crying stick, it was too good. With just one swing, it took out so many of the Black Shadow's attacks. On the side, Fatty and Yi Yuhan stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. The two men's faces were filled with shock. They didn't expect that the evil spirit would actually fear Yang Xian's weapon. Yi Yuhan carefully looked at Yang Xian. Brother Yang Xian, what is that thing you just used? Why does it feel so powerful? Yang Xian grinned and lowered his voice. That's the weeping stick, specialized in dealing with such things. Yi Yuhan looked at the weeping stick in surprise. Is that thing really that powerful? Of course, look at that Black Shadow. It can't even resist a single blow from the weeping stick. Yang Xian spoke with confidence. The Black Shadow was also a bit unwilling. It originally thought that this time it had a great chance of winning. Even if it couldn't deal with Yang Xian, it could still retreat in one piece. But it didn't think that it was now forced to this point. The wailing stick in Yang Xian's hand was too powerful. Even he was not sure that he could carry it. But it couldn't care less about that now. The opportunity was only this time. If it didn't seize it, when Yang Xian became stronger again, there would be even less hope. Brat, if I let you go today, I'll take your name. The Black Shadow spoke sternly. In the next moment, the surrounding black chi suddenly accelerated and all of them surged towards Yang Xian, then flew in the direction of the weeping stick. In an instant, the wailing stick was surrounded by black gas, making Yang Xian somewhat unable to see what was inside. Yang Xian's face changed. What was going on? He was about to use his spiritual power when he realized that all of those black chi suddenly rushed towards the weeping stick. This scene made Yang Xian frown. These black auras were obviously trying to rush inside the whaler. Just why would it do that? It was too late to think much. Yang Xian suddenly had a bad idea. It's not possible that this black gas is going to enter his body through the whaling stick, is it? Thinking of this, Yang Xian's cold sweat ran down. If that was really the case, then it would be bad. Once that black gas entered his body, I'm afraid that all of his body would be affected by then. Yang Xian didn't know what he should do now. He could only continue to grip the whaling rod tightly to keep those black chi from going in. But as if the black shadow expected him to do this, it kept increasing the pressure, making it impossible for Yang Xian to stop these black chi from going in. Fatty looked at Yang Xian worriedly. Brother Xian, you have to be safe. Yang Xian couldn't care less about them. His eyes remained fixed on the whaling rod in his hand. At this time, the pitch-black lines on the whaling rod had disappeared. In its place was a black aura that was constantly traveling inside the whaling wand, as if it was looking for a breakthrough. Yang Xian, who saw this, instantly had cold sweat running down his face. Don't break the whaling stick, or you won't be able to explain to Xie Bian. The boy will definitely refuse to let himself go when the time comes. Seeing that the power in the whaling stick was almost gone, the black shadow sneered. Brat, I'll see what you do now. He, you think you're very powerful? Today I'll let you know what's truly awesome. Yang Xian's eyes widened angrily as he raised his hand and slammed the stick down. The black shadow had just wanted to escape when it suddenly realized that it couldn't move. It was bound by the black aura above the whaling rod. The power of the whaling stick should not be underestimated. Now that it had been held by the power of the weeping stick, trying to get out of it seemed impossible. Dark Shadow's pupils shrunk hard. Asshole, what have you done to me? The dark figure panicked and kept struggling, only to be bound tighter. The power of the whaler's rod terrified it, and as much as it wanted to break through the restraints, it still couldn't do it. Yang Xian sneered and raised his hand to strike another stick. The black shadow was directly hit by this stick and spat out blood. It was enraged and fought back even with all its might, but it still couldn't escape the whaling rod. Under the attack of the whaling stick, the black shadow gradually became pale. It's starting to realize things are bad, but it's too late now. The weeping stick's power continued to explode, quickly turning the black shadow into a vapor. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that these ghosts were not as scary as rumors had it. At least they were weak in front of the whaling stick. The black shadow was still holding on to his breath. His tone hideous. Bastard, I want you dead. Yang Xian skimmed his mouth. Just by you? He kept moving his hands and continued to attack the black shadow. Seeing the situation, the black shadow hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, don't kill me. Yang Xian snorted coldly. Begging for mercy only now. Don't you think it's too late? The black shadow saw that he was about to be blown to death by the whaling rod. He hurriedly spoke. I know that Lord Evil Fiend Ghost King once left a spell in a place. As long as you let me go, I can take you there. That spell can make ghosts stronger, and there are also many other secret techniques. As long as you spare me, I'll hand these things over. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing this, a flash of light flashed in Yang Xian's eyes, but he quickly shook his head again. This black shadow was obviously on the verge of being finished, and what it said could not be fully believed. Who knows if it said that on purpose to delay recovery? Do you think I'll believe what you say? The corner of Yang Xian's mouth flared up with a sneer. The black shadow cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do but continue to beg for mercy. Big brother, I really didn't lie to you. I know you humans don't believe in ghosts and gods, but I can swear that everything I said is true. As long as you spare me, I can lead you to the place where Lord Ghost King left his spells. It's absolutely not a lie. Please give me a chance. The black shadow begged bitterly. Chapter 124, Searching for the Sealing Place of the Evil Fiend Ghost King. It really didn't want to die. If it died, then there would be no possibility of revenge in the future. Also, it was interested in that spell. After all, methods that could help ghosts become stronger were also very rare in the ghost world. Yang Xian hesitated. How do I know if you're telling the truth? The black shadow swore hastily. I can swear on my own nether virtues. Yang Xian was a bit moved by what he heard, but he still wasn't quite willing to believe this ghost. Why should I believe you? Can you show some sincerity? Dark shadows. This human is downright cunning. However, in this situation now, there was no way for it to do anything to resist. Okay, I know you don't believe me, so here's the deal. If you're willing to let me go, I can tell you everything I know. The black shadow finally made a compromise. Yang Xian smiled. Are you telling the truth? The black shadow gritted his teeth and nodded. It's true. I'm not lying to you. Quickly release me. Seeing that it had no other choice, Yang Xian used his magic power to yank it out of the whaling stick and then sealed it with a talisman. The dark figure fell weakly to the ground, his eyes desperate and gray. Yang Xian sneered and glanced at it. Lead the way. The Black Shadow had no choice but to take Yang Xian out of the area and retrace his steps to the secret realm in Xihua Valley. Before leaving, Yang Xian specially instructed that Fatty take Yi Yuhan back. Anyway, with the building settled, there was little point in continuing to stay here, so he might as well go back and wait for himself first. Yang Xian followed the Black Shadow and searched for about a few hours and came to a deserted mountain forest. This was a place Yang Xian had never reached before. Deadly mountain ranges, filled with weeds and dead trees and almost no other life. The Black Shadow pointed to a mountain peak in the distance. That's where the spell left behind by Lord Ghost King is located. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked. Are you sure? The Black Shadow nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course I'm sure. This is what Lord Ghost King himself told me. It can't be wrong. Yang Xian frowned, observing the neighborhood. If that's right, then why haven't we heard of this place before? The Black Shadow was also helpless. It only knew about this place by chance. No one has ever come looking for this place before. And naturally no word has gotten out, but that was a long time ago. Yang Xian felt that this made sense. After all, this ghost had existed for a long time. Okay, I'll believe you once, if you dare to lie to me. Before Yang Xian could finish his sentence, the Black Shadow hurriedly interrupted. It won't happen. I definitely won't lie to you. It really didn't look like it was lying. Yang Xian glanced at it. Go find something first. Are you sure it's a spell left behind by the evil fiend Ghost King? Of course. The Dark Shadow's tone was firm. It did hear it in the evil fiend Ghost King's palace, and it was unclear if anyone else knew about it. However, no one should have known about it. Otherwise the secret could not have been kept until now. Yang Xian stopped talking and walked towards that mountain peak. The Black Shadow didn't dare to say any more nonsense and just followed silently by the side. One person and one ghost walked for about an hour or so before finally arriving at the foot of this mountain peak. Yang Xian looked up and frowned slightly. This mountain is very odd. The dark figure froze. What's odd? It also noticed what was going on in the hills. Yang Xian pointed to the top of the mountain. There's a black gas there. It doesn't feel right. The Black Shadow then realized that there was actually a black mist at the top of the mountain. Its gaze instantly became suspicious. What is going on here? I remember there was none last time I came. What is this black mist all about? Yang Xian looked at the fog with a deep gaze. I'm afraid there's a change. He had a vague premonition in his heart that something big seemed to be about to happen. The Black Shadow also felt that the atmosphere had become grave. It didn't dare to ask any more questions. It only looked at Yang Xian with a gaze of help. What to do? Should we go up or not? Yang Xian looked down at it. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Don't you want to live very much? Black Shadow nodded his head in a hurry. I want to. Of course I want to. It's impossible to not want to get killed in this situation. As long as there was a chance of survival, no one was willing to just sit here and wait for death. Yang Xian, however, deliberately delayed. Unfortunately, I won't care about you. It's fine if you want to go up. Don't blame me if something happens. Seeing that he had made up his mind to ignore himself, the Black Shadow was both anxious and helpless. It is not a little cutie. How could it possibly put its little life in someone else's hands just to stay alive? But if it didn't stay with this human, then it would probably die. What should we do now? The Black Shadow was anxious when he suddenly saw Yang Xian take a few steps to the side. The Black Shadow subconsciously followed him. And immediately afterward, he saw Yang Xian holding the weeping stick and directly pumping it towards the black mist. Boom! After a loud bang, the black mist was smashed apart. The Black Shadow was stunned, simply not knowing what kind of expression he should use to face Yang Xian. Yang Xian let out a laugh. Let's go. With that, he headed for the top of the hill. The Black Shadow didn't dare to dawdle any longer, so it obediently followed him. Yang Xian quickly went up to the top of the mountain. This is a relatively open space. Below the halfway point of the mountainside is still lush with a lot of plants, but here it is bare without any plants, only some stones and sand. Yang Xian looked at the bare land in front of him and his face couldn't help but sink a few points deeper. Strange. I clearly felt a powerful aura here. How did it turn out like this? The Black Shadow had climbed to the top of the mountain by now, and it was surprised to see the scene in front of it. I don't understand it either. It remembers that this was clearly a place shrouded in thick fog, so how could it have turned into such a scene as it is now? Yang Xian squinted his eyes and looked around, always feeling that something was wrong here. You've been here a couple times before, so you should know the terrain, right? Dark Shadow nodded. Been here a few times, but it remembers that this place is still bare. How come it has become like this now? A sudden flash of insight occurred to Dark Shadow, and a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that the boundaries here have been broken? Yang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as a stern light flashed in his eyes. Vandalized. He had vaguely detected the trace of the black chi before, and had originally thought that it was a spell left behind by the evil fiend Ghost King, but now it seemed clear that it was someone deliberately covering up the true nature of this place. Yang Xian's fists holding the wailing stick were slightly clenched, and on his face was undisguised anger. Who, exactly, actually vandalized this place? Go! Let's go look for it. The dark figure was just about to do that, and hurried to follow him, fearing that if he was slower, he would be left behind. Chapter 125, The Underground Palace. Yang Xian looked around and his brows couldn't help but furrow. He clearly sensed someone's aura, but why couldn't he find anyone? Had he misjudged? Did you discover something? The black shadow looked at Yang Xian's cold face and couldn't help but ask. Yang Xian didn't answer his question, but turned his head to look in a certain direction, and the black shadow followed suit. There was a pile of rocks over there, which looked no different from ordinary piles of rocks, but Black Shadow always felt that something seemed a bit off about the situation over there. Go over there. Yang Xian took a step in the direction of the messy pile of rocks. The Black Shadow naturally didn't dare to lag behind and could only speed up to follow him. When he reached the vicinity of the pile of rocks, Yang Xian stopped. The dark figure also stopped and looked at him curiously. Yang Xian looked at the pile of messy rocks for a while. His face changed slightly, and suddenly raised his foot to kick over. Ka-chow! A crisp cracking sound came from one of the stones. Yang Xian lifted his foot and kicked that broken stone away, and he suddenly realized that there was a black hole underneath. Found it! Yang Xian shouted in delight and took out a yellow talisman from his pocket and pasted it on the hole. Immediately afterward, he pulled the dark figure into the hole in the ground. The Black Shadow didn't know what to do, but could only honestly follow Yang Xian into the room. Yang Xian pulled the Black Shadow inside for about a dozen meters, and a more spacious passage appeared in front of him, and the Black Shadow was planning to continue forward, but was stopped by Yang Xian. Yang Xian glanced around vigilantly to make sure that no one was close to the area before continuing on. Yang Xian walked in front, the Black Shadow followed behind, and did not worry that the Black Shadow would sneak attack himself. After all, the wailing rod was in his hands. Even if the Black Shadow had the intention to do something, he had to think about it. After walking for half a day, Black Shadow finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "So what? Where have we gone now?" Yang Xian stopped and looked back at the Black Shadow. "If you ask me, who am I going to ask?" After saying that, Yang Xian even rolled his eyes. This path was all brought to himself by the Black Shadow, and as a result, the Black Shadow even asked himself. The Black Shadow also realized that he had asked a very stupid question, and after a moment of embarrassment, he closed his mouth tightly, not daring to ask again. Yang Xian shook his head breathlessly and continued to lead the Black Shadow forward. I don't know how long it took, but Yang Xian suddenly heard the sound of gurgling water coming from his ears, which seemed to be very close to him. Immediately he quickened his pace, and after passing through a narrow gap, it opened up before him. Wah dash! The endless blue lake in front of us came into view, and the clear water of the lake was reflected in the blue sky, making the whole lake beautiful. Yang Xian's eyes widened in shock when he saw the scene. So beautiful. How could he not expect that there would actually be such a place in this underground palace? It had to be said that the evil fiend Ghost King was indeed a guy who knew how to enjoy himself. To be able to make your palace look like this after your slumber. Fortunately, the spirit elixir of the evil fiend Ghost King had already been thrown to the Yellow Springs Ghost King by himself in the beginning. If not, in case the evil fiend Ghost King showed up, I was afraid that there would still be a lot of repercussions. Yang Xian stood next to the turquoise lake and took a deep breath. Immediately he only felt refreshed. Even his fatigue and injuries seemed to have disappeared. This place, it's so cozy. Yang Xian couldn't help but marvel. The Black Shadow glanced in the direction where Yang Xian was without a trace, then followed again. Yang Xian didn't notice its small movements and only looked down to revel in the scenery in front of him. He kept going and finally stopped. This should be the location where the evil fiend Ghost King is sealed. He looked around carefully, trying to discover where the evil fiend Ghost King was hiding. This place is indeed not simple. Not only is it full of yin qi, but it's also laid with very complicated spell formations. It's not that easy to get in, the Black Shadow said beside Yang Xian. It looked around and suddenly stretched its neck and sniffed. Do you smell something? Yang Xian gave it a puzzled look. He didn't smell any special odor. The Black Shadow pointed to Yang Xian's right side. This smell, it should originate from over there, right? Looking in the direction that the Black Shadow was pointing, Yang Xian realized that there was a dense bamboo forest over there. At the moment, a strong scent was emanating from there. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression. This rich fragrance is so refreshing that it definitely can't be ordinary. He hesitated to go over and check it out, because the scent over there was just too tempting. Since we're here, we might as well give it a try. Yang Xian clenched his teeth and walked towards the place where the strong fragrance came out. The closer he got to that side, the stronger the scent became, and Yang Xian could no longer even smell the turbid air he had originally exhaled. Not far away was a huge tree with a straight trunk, sticking straight up into the sky, enough to require 3 people to hug it in order to encircle it. Yang Xian raised his head to look up at the ancient tree, and his heartbeat inexplicably sped up a lot. This tree, it looks similar. Yang Xian tried to recall, but couldn't figure out where exactly he had seen this tree. Even as he was meditating, the dark shadow came up to him. The scent here is very odd, and although I don't recognize what it is, I have a vague feeling that there must be some kind of treasure here. Yang Xian didn't speak, just quietly observing everything in front of him. His gaze locked onto the giant tree, and he slowly pulled out the soul-devouring dagger, gently stroking it a few times before violently slashing towards the giant tree. The giant tree still stood there unharmed, its roots rooted in the land without the slightest sign of damage. Yang Xian's eyes were wide with disbelief. That strike just now could be said to have used all of his strength. However, even with such a strong slash, there was actually no way to shake the giant tree in the slightest. Yang Xian frowned as he stared at the giant tree, his mind spinning rapidly, trying to find a better way. Suddenly, he was struck by a thought and hurriedly called out to the system. System, is there anything that can cut this tree down? The system, which hadn't squeaked for a long time, finally appeared. Mechanical sounds are interspersed with current sounds. Host, if you want to cut down a tree, you can use the power pill to increase your strength, or purchase the heaven opening axe for only 10 million merit values. Sure enough, the system was as pitiful as ever. After weighing things up, Yang Xian still chose to buy the power pill, and in order to prevent the medicinal effect from being insufficient, Yang Xian bought 10 at once and swallowed them together. At that moment, Yang Xian only felt strength filling his entire body. He took a deep breath, raised the soul-devouring dagger in his hand, and viciously chopped towards the giant tree in front of him. In just an instant, Yang Xian felt a huge rebound force coming from the soul-devouring dagger, which almost didn't make Yang Xian unable to hold it. Fortunately, he was prepared and stabilized his stance. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have fallen to the ground. Chapter 126, System Loss of Connection. What's going on here? Yang Xian strained to hold the soul-devouring dagger and looked at the huge tree in front of him that hadn't changed. His face was filled with confusion. I just don't believe it. He once again lifted the aura in his body and frantically poured it into the soul-devouring dagger, wanting to split the giant tree. But a strange thing happened. No matter how much he prodded the soul-devouring dagger, there was never any movement. This is not scientific, Yang Xian muttered with an incredulous expression. The soul-devouring dagger was claimed to be able to break through all solid objects in the world, so why would it be defeated on the giant tree? He really couldn't figure out the reason for it, but since he couldn't destroy it, he would find another way. Yang Xian took the soul-devouring dagger back into his storage ring and turned to leave. This is leaving? Black Shadow asked curiously as he followed behind Yang Xian. Let's get out of here first. Yang Xian ignored the Black Shadow's nonsense and quickly fled the area. Only after leaving that area did Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief and his entire body sat paralyzed on the ground. Holy, tired old me. He rubbed his shoulders, but his mind was still reeling. The Black Shadow was here too, and if there was really something good in that tree, it might grab it from itself. Might as well wait until the end. It's just that in that case, I'm afraid that I really need to exchange that heaven opening axe. Think about your current balance. Yang Xian wanted to cry. In total, there were just over 20 million merit points left, and buying an axe of some sort would cost over 10 million. You earn fast and spend fast yourself. Yang Xian sighed and continued to rush forward, intending to cross this strange area as soon as possible. It looks like some kind of misty forest if you go forward. The dark figure suddenly spoke. He had been here before. Where they were now was close to the outskirts of the misty forest. Of course, this is compared to the outer perimeter. If you are really walking inside, it's not enough. Yang Xian was a bit puzzled. What misty forest? The Black Shadow explained. This is a dangerous forest, which is said to be inhabited by all sorts of ferocious beasts and ghosts. Moreover, there are also rumors that the forest harbors a terrifying existence. Yang Xian was silent. After listening to the Black Shadow, he became even more suspicious of what was in this forest. What the hell is this evil fiend Ghost King thinking? The place where he was sealed still had a whole lot of strange and weird things on it. Wasn't he worried that he would be partaken of by those things during his slumber? Thinking of this, Yang Xian's face became serious as he carefully walked forward. For some reason, ever since he stepped into the forest, Yang Xian felt a chill down his back, as if a pair of icy eyes were watching him. System, is there any way to dodge that weird feeling? Yang Xian secretly asked the system. However, it was as if the system had lost contact. No matter how Yang Xian called out, it never appeared. Yang Xian couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Shouldn't there be something here that can block out the system? Why else would even the system not be able to help itself? Thinking of this, his heart grew more and more nervous, and he was filled with scorn for the unknown enemy he was about to meet next. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a violent halt, and the hairs on his body instantly stood up. He slowly looked up ahead, his pupils shrinking slightly. A pitch-black, slender rattan extended out from the void, wrapping around his waist like a snake. What the hell is this? Yang Xian was alarmed. He lowered his head to take a closer look and realized that the black vines were actually burrowing out of the soil. He was just about to swing his sword and chop it off when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, which turned out to be the vine suddenly tightening. System, you big shot, you'd better help me. Yang Xian's pain tore at his heart and lungs, and he desperately cried out. But no matter how Yang Xian shouted, the system never responded. With no other choice, Yang Xian could only place his eyes on the black shadow on the side. But the black shadow revealed its true colors at this moment. Ha ha ha, yellow-haired child, just by you want to be able to help me. Although it was unclear why the vine didn't attack itself, but how could Black Shadow miss such a good time? Thinking of how he had wagged his tail in front of Yang Xian just now, a trace of anger flashed in the Black Shadow's eyes. When has it ever suffered such an indignity? With a scream, it lunged over and bit straight into Yang Xian's throat. At the same time, the cane lashed down in a smooth motion. Holy! Yang Xian was scared out of his wits and hurriedly protected his head with his hands. Slap! A crunching sound came out. He stifled a grunt, only to feel a numbness in his arm. Asterisk 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 so hard? Yang Xian could no longer care about the sudden mutiny of the Black Shadow as he looked down at his arm. The vine lashed against his arm, catching him a bit off guard. But this jerk, instead of hurting him halfway, completely shattered the sleeves of his arms, revealing his sturdy muscles. The Black Shadow couldn't help but suck in a cool breath after seeing it. A pair of scarlet eyes glaring round. Why are you okay? I did my best with that one just now. Yet Yang Xian is like a nobody. That his own behavior just now. The dark shadow's eyes went black. Sloppy. Although Yang Xian was still subdued by the vines, he looked at the Black Shadow and sneered. I knew your words couldn't be trusted. You liar. Just wait. As soon as I break free, you'll be the first to die. In the face of Yang Xian's blatant threat, the Black Shadow barely thought and instantly turned around to escape. But how would Yang Xian let him escape? He violently stomped on the ground with his right leg, then rose up in the air and fiercely crashed towards the Black Shadow. The vines were pulled along with them. The Black Shadow also seemed to notice Yang Xian's movements and hurriedly dodged away. Yang Xian landed on the ground and stepped in the mud puddle, splashing water countless times. Bastard! I can't spare you, the Black Shadow said indignantly, but he knew in his heart that he was no match for Yang Xian. I'm afraid this is really over. Yang Xian smiled coldly, then rushed towards the Black Shadow with an arrow step. The dagger in his hand was raised high and slashed down in a smooth manner. The Black Shadow was horrified, and it hurriedly jumped up and managed to dodge this. But at this time, Yang Xian once again bullied his way in. The Black Shadow was shocked. It instinctively wanted to flee, but it realized that it was shrouded by a black mist, and was unable to fly away at all. In the black mist, Yang Xian's mouth held a cold arc. I told you I'd kill you. As the words fell, the soul-devouring dagger sliced through the black fog with a wind-breaking sound and stabbed at the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow trembled in fear as it twisted its body as hard as it could, trying to avoid the deadly attack. The Black Shadow howled miserably as its chest was pierced by Yang Xian's dagger. It growled frantically, attempting to struggle, but to no avail. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. Just being backstabbed by this Black Shadow once was enough. How could there be a second time? Chapter 127, The Search Continues. It's just a shame. If I can list this ghost on the auction house, I'm sure I can make a lot of money. After collecting his mind, Yang Xian then focused on dealing with the vines that trapped him. Damn, if the tiger doesn't give out, you all think I'm a sick cat. Yang Xian coldly cursed. This vine was indeed bizarre. It actually possessed a consciousness and knew how to conceal itself. If it hadn't been exposed, it was estimated that Yang Xian wouldn't have been able to discover the secret of this vine. Yang Xian cursed as he waved his soul-devouring dagger and cut the vine into several sections. But he soon realized that the vines were not as easy to fix as he thought, because after breaking off, it actually regenerated very quickly and would even take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Plants, how dare you shade me? Yang Xian was on fire. He took out his lighter and wanted to try to see if he could light it, yet the vine remained firm and didn't even leave any traces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell is this thing? Is it a legendary beast? Yang Xian wondered. If it wasn't, it would be outrageous for something so strange to be fighting so well. Just as Yang Xian was entangled, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from not far away. He twisted his head to look, only to see that a few more skeletal corpses had been added less than 3 meters away from him. Yang Xian froze in place, a chill rising in his heart. He had just entered this place and hadn't even had time to check out the neighborhood before he encountered such a bizarre presence. He always felt that this forest would not be as quiet and peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Ka-chow. Suddenly, the skeletons actually stood up, then slowly approached towards Yang Xian. Damn it! Yang Xian cursed and hurriedly ducked behind the tree. At this moment, Yang Xian was incomparably glad that he had broken free from the control of the vines, otherwise he was afraid that he would have to stay here as fertilizer. What the hell is this laborious evil demon king up to? When you find its body yourself, you must drag it out and flog it. Other than this, Yang Xian suddenly had some regrets. Shouldn't have gotten Black Shadow killed so early. At least keep it and explore. It's a shame. It's a shame. Yang Xian sighed repeatedly, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Since he had already embarked on this path, he could not fear death. Although the danger in front of him was beyond imagination, the more excited Yang Xian became in turn. Only when those skeletons left did Yang Xian carefully walk out from where he had been hiding before. This is. Yang Xian stared in astonishment. He saw, right next to where he had ducked before, a boulder. The shape of that boulder was very special, and it was even bent like a human arm, taking on a bow shape, and around that boulder, there were many white bone fragments as well as various weapons and blades scattered. Obviously, this was the result of being run over by a boulder. Could it be that this boulder was also made by the evil fiend Ghost King? Yang Xian was puzzled. Could it be that this evil fiend Ghost King has some sort of ability to summon skeletons? Just as Yang Xian was rambling, suddenly, two more skeletons stood up. They moved their feet and slowly approached Yang Xian, their bodies stiff and incomparable, as if they were puppets. Holy, you really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Yang Xian's face changed slightly. Then he snorted coldly. I have to let you know today to know why the flowers are so red. With that, he raised his soul-devouring dagger and charged straight at one of the skeletons. Yang Xian used all his strength and ruthlessly chopped on top of the skeleton's head. Instantly bone foam flew and splattered all over the place. But something shocking happened, only to see that after the skeleton was wounded, it actually didn't stop and still walked towards Yang Xian. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how can this thing not be killed? Yang Xian frowned. Just then, another skeleton pounced over. It stretched out its withered claws and grabbed onto Yang Xian's body. Yang Xian instantly felt a sharp pain all over his body, as if he was pierced by a sharp sword. Immediately afterward, Yang Xian watched as the skeleton's mouth split open, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth and biting down. Tearing pain attacked his entire body. Yang Xian couldn't help but scream out in misery. Looking down, he realized that the skeleton had actually ripped a piece of clothing off his chest along with the flesh. The blood was soaked and shocking. And that wasn't all. The skeleton opened its fangs and was actually ready to do it again. Nima, I'll fight you. Yang Xian was furious and swung his soul-devouring dagger to violently attack the skeleton. However, the skeleton didn't care about him at all, still biting Yang Xian to death and devouring his blood crazily. Forced to do so, Yang Xian ended up taking out his weeping stick. Although Xiebian had warned Yang Xian that he couldn't use it frequently, there was really no way out of this situation right now. The weeping stick struck out with a single blow, and half of the skeleton's brain exploded, scattering the white cranium in all directions. At the same time, the skeleton let go of its mouth. Ha ha, deserved. Yang Xian smiled, finally taking revenge. But the smile on Yang Xian's face suddenly came to an abrupt end. This was because he suddenly noticed that a yellowish liquid was actually flowing from the wound on his chest. What is this? Yang Xian was startled and hurriedly covered his wound. But soon, a sharp pain hit him, and he wailed in agony. Yang Xian's forehead was permeated with fine sweat, and his face was twitching, extremely uncomfortable. That thing won't be poisonous, Yang Xian muttered, and at this moment, he was incomparably regretful. Seems like it would be a good idea to train Fatty and the others. In the future, you won't have to face these dangers alone. Thinking like this in his heart, Yang Xian had already begun to prepare to properly drill little Fatty and Demon G and the others when he returned. This way, they could also accompany themselves to other places to explore in the future. Even if you are in danger, you are not alone. The situation now should be to treat your wounds as soon as possible. But the system is out of touch again. Yang Xian could only try his luck in the neighborhood to see if he could find herbs to stop the bleeding. Soon he picked a green weed from a tree. Yang Xian hurriedly put this herb into his mouth and chewed it. Soon the bleeding gradually stopped and the pain was much less. His body had almost recovered. And only then did Yang Xian continue to look for the grave of the evil fiend Ghost King. It had to be said that the evil fiend Ghost King was indeed very good at hiding. The location he chose for the tomb was hundreds of meters away from this place. At a normal person's speed, it was estimated that it would take a day, or even longer, to get there. With his strong perception ability, Yang Xian didn't take too long and quickly found the grave of the evil fiend Ghost King. Only to his amazement, the underground palace was literally riddled with holes. Chapter 128, Breaking the Seal. It looks like a number of ghosts should have come here to explore. Moreover, in this, Yang Xian also felt the aura of the Shihua Ghost King and the Black Shadow just now. No wonder their netherworld boosted so quickly. It turned out to be an opportunity here. It's ridiculous that Black Shadow is still there pretending to know nothing. Yang Xian didn't continue to dwell on the matter. There was a more important thing to do now, and that was to break the seal of the evil fiend Ghost King. At least the evil fiend Ghost King had to be released first to figure out those things he wanted to know. This will then put the evil fiend Ghost King into the auction house to sell. It's simply earned. Yang Xian also couldn't help but feel that he was really too resourceful. Just as Yang Xian was pondering how to break the seal, suddenly, a light flashed up. Immediately, the illusory figure of a black-robed man stepped out from among the seals. Ha! Someone actually broke into my grave mound. It seems that my offspring really couldn't wait. The voice of the evil fiend Ghost King was transmitted over, hoarse and eerie, sounding extraordinarily creepy. Yang Xian looked up and realized that this evil fiend Ghost King was hideous and scary-looking. Its entire body was shrouded in pitch-black armor, and its helmet covered most of its face, revealing only 2 pairs of scarlet eyes. Who are you? Why are you trespassing into my grave mound without permission? Realizing that the person who came to his grave was not an offspring, the evil fiend Ghost King was alarmed. Yang Xian was somewhat speechless. What's the point of pushing me when your grave is being turned over by other people and you don't go to those people to settle the score? Saying that, Yang Xian casually pointed to the surrounding places that were devastated with thousands of holes. It's all done by other ghosts or your offspring. Only then did the evil fiend Ghost King notice the scene around him, his eyes full of disbelief. How is that possible? That its descendants would dare to destroy its tomb is nothing short of audacious. The evil fiend Ghost King was furious and didn't care if Yang Xian did it or not. He instantly roared and turned into a cloud of gray mist, rushing towards Yang Xian. However, when the evil fiend Ghost King rushed to Yang Xian's side, it bounced back as if it had hit a bronze wall. Yang Xian smiled cheaply with a very beaten look. I advise you better not move. Otherwise you'll die a miserable death. The evil fiend Ghost King stopped attacking, and his face was covered in gravity, because it sensed that the young kid in front of it contained a huge amount of power within his body. If he made a move rashly, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. What's more, his own spirit elixir was nowhere to be found, and his strength could not be released perfectly at all. Although the evil fiend Ghost King was violent, his brain was not stupid. After thinking for a moment, the evil fiend Ghost King finally calmed down. Who are you? And what is the reason for coming to my tomb? My name is Yang Xian. I came here because I heard that there is a secret method that can raise the yin chi of ghosts and thus increase my strength. Yang Xian slowly said. Humph. Is my inheritance not something that you mole crickets can get your hands on? The evil fiend Ghost King snorted, obviously very clear about Yang Xian's purpose. Since you understand my purpose, let's save some words. Yang Xian indifferently said. Hand over the secret method to raise yin chi and I'll spare you from death. Yang Xian's attitude made the evil fiend Ghost King very unhappy. Its expression became more and more gloomy. Do you think you can kill me with your current strength? I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to fight me one-on-one. Yang Xian looked at the evil fiend Ghost King with cold eyes. It's just a sealed Ghost King. You really think you're some kind of big shot? The evil fiend Ghost King's expression changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. What an arrogant brat. I would like to see how strong you are. I will take your flesh and blood to sacrifice my soul today. Oh, it seems like you're very conceited. I wonder how many more of your bottom cards you have. Yang Xian's mouth carried a curve. The evil fiend Ghost King stared coldly at Yang Xian as its figure gradually changed and transformed into a skeleton covered in black smoke. At the same time, the black robe on its body instantly dissipated, and an extremely dense and chilly aura spread out. Immediately after that, the evil fiend Ghost King's figure slowly swelled and finally turned into a 5 or 6 meter tall huge thing. This is my best weapon, the Bad Fury Banner. After saying that, the evil fiend Ghost King raised the flagpole in his hand, which was filled with black gas, and waved it. At that instant, countless grievous souls surged out from within the evil fiend streamer, densely filling the entire space. Those unjust souls were a bit vicious and looked at Yang Xian with hatred in their gazes. Yang Xian didn't panic and took out the Soul Clan flag. Don't think you're the only one who has one. I have a flag too. Yang Xian smiled smugly. Watch the move. Saying this, Yang Xian waved the flag of the Soul Clan. At that instant, a majestic and vast soul fluctuation spread out from amongst the Soul Clan's banner. Oh, a low and mournful wailing sound resounded, and those originally clawing souls were scattered and fled in a matter of moments. How is that possible? Seeing this, the evil fiend Ghost King's eyes widened in shock. His flag was condensed from 10,000 years of grievances, and was so strangely powerful that even an ordinary ghost emperor would have to be afraid of it when he encountered it. However, Once Yang Xian's Soul Clan banner came out, his banner immediately crumbled away. How about it? This soul race flag of mine is much better than yours, Yang Xian said smugly. The evil fiend Ghost King couldn't help but feel the urge to curse. The soul soldier that he had worked so hard to refine was destroyed in the blink of an eye. It made it so heartbreaking it was hard to breathe. Stop it for me. I'm willing to tell you how to raise a ghost scene chi. The evil fiend Ghost King shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian gathered up the Soul Clan banner and looked at the evil fiend Ghost King with a smile. It would have been so much better if this had been the case, so why waste so much of my strength? The evil fiend Ghost King gritted his teeth, endured the pain and took out a token, throwing it to Yang Xian. It is recorded on here how to raise the ghost scene chi. Take it and comprehend it. I hope it can be helpful to you. The evil fiend Ghost King sighed and said. Yang Xian didn't expect this evil fiend Ghost King to be so good at talking. He took the token unceremoniously. After all, this was the secret to raising yin chi. If one didn't let one's ghost servants seize the opportunity to practice it, when the Xihua lineage came to the door, there would be big trouble then. Alright, since you're so sincere in delivering something to me, then I'll trust you for the time being, but this mausoleum of yours has already been destroyed by me, so in the future, you'll stay here in peace. Yang Xian patted his ass and walked away. The evil fiend Ghost King wanted to cry. He had originally planned to use the yin chi of the tomb to reshape his body and then come out to scourge the world. As a result, it was destroyed by Yang Xian, and now not only was his strength severely damaged, but he had to continue to hide inside the mausoleum to survive. How does that make it sweet? Chapter 129, Trying to Cultivate. However, the evil fiend Ghost King couldn't do anything about it. After all, its soul had just awakened and its foundation was not yet solid, so it would only lose out if it were to fight hard. Yang Xian didn't know the evil fiend Ghost King's intentions, and after he left the mausoleum, he went straight to a nearby valley. The location of this valley was secluded, the environment was elegant, and the surrounding peaks towered like a fairyland. Yang Xian walked into it, and there was a burst of floral fragrance that refreshed his lungs. He sat down under an ancient tree, closed his eyes and meditated for a while, then pulled out the token that the evil fiend Ghost King had gifted him. Although he had never practiced before, Yang Xian still wanted to try this cultivation method specifically for ghosts. Could he apply it himself? If it didn't work, it could only be taken back for the 4 ghost servants of his family to practice. Other than that, go ahead and try to see if you can bribe Shepherd. This whaling stick was indeed very smooth to use, and if possible, Yang Xian wanted to use this token to exchange it for a whaling stick that belonged exclusively to him. Whatever, let's cultivate first and see. Yang Xian took a deep breath. His eyes closed tightly as he focused his attention into the token and began to sense the yin chi contained within. Well, the yin chi in here is really more than twice as much as other places. Yang Xian was secretly surprised and then began to run his energy to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes as he revealed an excited expression. He could clearly feel that the yin chi in his body had increased a lot. Not only that, Yang Xian was able to feel that the yin chi was constantly converging around him. It really works. It seems that this token is quite beneficial to cultivation. Yang Xian laughed in delight. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Yang Xian hurriedly ran out of the valley. On the other side of the valley he found a mound of graves. It seems to be the lair of the evil fiend Ghost King, so I guess there should be quite a few ghosts and monsters inside. Yang Xian muttered. The evil fiend Ghost King once ruled over the Xihua lineage, and naturally there was no shortage of dead souls under his command. If one could devour all these dead souls, wouldn't one's power be stronger as well? It's not clear exactly how this power is divided, though. However, Yang Xian still planned to go and devour all the ghosts. He couldn't always rely on the system as well as the gods. If one were to encounter another situation like today's where the system was out of contact, wouldn't one be bound to die? Still have to find a way to grow my strength. I'll have to go back and ask if there are any other techniques that allow one to cultivate oneself. The thoughts flashed by, and Yang Xian took a step towards the mound. With an unobstructed path, Yang Xian arrived at the very center of the mound. A bronze coffin 2 feet high was erected here. Yang Xian carefully pushed open the lid of the bronze coffin, and immediately a dense and extremely gloomy atmosphere came to his face. At the same time, a hideous and terrifying ghostly figure crawled out from within the coffin. These ghostly shadows were so densely packed that they could not be counted, and they hissed and roared, appearing extraordinarily oozy. Yang Xian's face changed slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly took out the token and placed it in front of him. In an instant, the token erupted with a bright and dazzling light. An eerie aura spread out, wrapping Yang Xian within. Under this aura, those ghosts and shadows retreated, not daring to take half a step closer to Yang Xian. Yang Xian nodded with satisfaction, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. During this period of time, Yang Xian used these ghosts as practice objects, crazily absorbing the yin qi in their bodies. Without realizing it, 3 days passed by. Yang Xian snapped his eyes open, his eyes flashed with essence, and a majestic yin qi erupted from his body. As if summoned, this yin qi instantly merged into Yang Xian's body, nourishing his body. The surface of Yang Xian's skin was covered with a layer of faint black gas, as if it was clad in a piece of armor, which was hard and unparalleled. Yang Xian stood up and lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, finally promoted to Ghost Soldier. Through the token, Yang Xian also finally figured out the division of abilities in the ghost world. The first grade is the Ghost Soldier, and the next grade is the Ghost General, Ghost King, Ghost Emperor, Ghost Father. Yang Xian's cultivation had reached the Ghost Soldier level, and he had already been considered to have stepped into the realm of Ghost Realm cultivation. My power has increased several times now, so if I were to fight the night ghosts, I might still be able to win, Yang Xian whispered. Just then, footsteps came from behind him. Yang Xian turned his head to look. A woman with a hot body was walking towards him. She was wearing a short red dress, which perfectly outlined the exquisite curves and filled her with a hint of temptation. There was a seductive aura in those beautiful eyes that was hard to resist. It's just that the face looked so familiar. After fixing his eyes on it for a while, Yang Xian couldn't help but let out a *******. Demon G, you're back? Looking at the Demon G, who was even more demonic than before, and even had a hint of a hidden aura on her body, Yang Xian simply stared in disbelief. Hasn't he gone to hell to become an impermanent? How come she's so beautiful? The demoness smiled charmingly. What? Don't you welcome this girl? Yang Xian coughed dryly. How could I? You're my dear siren girl. I couldn't ask for more. The demoness hummed. That's more like it. Yang Xian was bitter in his heart. He was only at the level of a ghost soldier now. Looking at the Demon G this way, he should already be a ghost general. He himself could not even compare to the Demon G. Demoness, where have you been these past few days? Why did you suddenly appear here? Yang Xian inquired curiously. The demoness pursed her lips and then said, Lord White Impermanence ordered me to familiarize myself with the working matters of the Hellmouth. And when I was done, I was sent here. But what is this? Just now, she only focused on talking to Yang Xian, and the demon girl then realized that this place was so unfamiliar. What the hell are you running off to explore again? The demoness bristled in disdain. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. He didn't bother to explain anything now. Seeing this, the Demon G also had the sense not to continue to pursue the matter. By the way, what is this token? That it is able to suppress this group of ferocious evil spirits. Well, I'm not sure for now. I only know that this is a token given by the evil fiend Ghost King. Yang Xian replied after pondering for a moment. Evil fiend Ghost King? The demoness sniffed, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. What? What's the problem? Seeing the demoness frown, Yang Xian asked suspiciously. This evil fiend Ghost King is a famous murderer in the ghost world. His strength is very terrifying, and his character is vicious and murderous. It's basically very hard for those who are targeted by him to survive. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble if you take the token he gave you? Demon G looked at Yang Xian worriedly and asked. Afraid? I'm naturally afraid. Yang Xian rubbed his nose, but what can I do? Since he gave me this token, it's fine for me to keep it. Besides, there can be cultivation techniques to enhance yin qi in here, so why would I reject it? Chapter 130, The Return of the Demoness. Saying that, Yang Xian suddenly felt something was wrong. Ha, demoness, I haven't seen you in the past few days. How come you've gotten prettier? Is it possible that hell can make a woman more beautiful? The demoness' pretty face flushed and she glared at Yang Xian angrily. Oily, by the way, you just mentioned hell. Are you not going to stay in the Yang world in the future? Yang Xian asked. The demoness sighed and gave Yang Xian a grudging look. You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for you asking me to be this walking impermanent, how could I possibly have to stay in the netherworld for a long time in the future? Don't I also want to help you? Yang Xian said weakly. Who needs your help? You can just hide in the ghost realm by yourself, causing me to have to accompany you on your adventures, and I'm not allowed to complain a few times? The demoness huffed. Yang Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, it's all my fault. Looking at Yang Xian's good attitude and admitting his mistake, Demon G pouted. That's just it. I'll forgive you this time. Immediately afterward, the demoness' face suddenly revealed a wry smile. But the source of all of this is caused by you, so I must be compensated in another form in order to make it up to me. Yang Xian froze. What other forms are there? The demoness' jade hand rested on Yang Xian's shoulder, came to his ear and blew a mouthful of hot air, and softly said, Let's cave in tonight. Yang Xian winced. What the hell? Our cave-in night? You're kidding me. What? Is it hard for you to be afraid? The demoness blinked her big eyes. with a look that if you dare not agree, sis will immediately bite you to death. It's not. Banshee, you stop it. The two of us are not suitable. Besides, Yang Xian wants to speak and stop. Looks extremely tangled. Seems to be somewhat unable to speak. Besides what Banshee asked, blinking her big watery eyes. Yang Xian took a deep breath. Besides, our ages are too different. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the demon girl immediately exploded. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This young lady is only 25 years old. You will soon be 22. Where is the big gap between us? Saying that, the demoness raised her pink fist and pounded Yang Xian's chest. Besides, sis is still a yellow flower girl. You don't suffer. Put. Yang Xian sprayed when he heard Demon G's words. I say sis, can you be normal? The demoness gave Yang Xian a blank look. Normal? This young lady has never joked with a man before. You are considered the first. And you actually dislike me for not being normal. Ahem. After listening to the explanation of the demon girl, Yang Xian's heart was called a remorseful. If he had known that this girl was so spirited, he would have been absolutely honest to be a simple child. But things have already happened. Now think more will not help. Yang Xian only hoped that in the future away from this little ancestor a little farther. Otherwise I sooner or later by her drained cannot be. Stop it. I don't have anything to do over here anymore. Let's get ready to go back. Yang Xian didn't forget about little Fatty and Yi Yuhan who he had left behind. But now the demon girl has also stepped into the tipping point of cultivation. I'm going to let little Fatty and the others try to cultivate as well. What do you think? Yang Xian sought the opinion of the demon G. After all, little Fatty and the others had followed him for a long time, and the two of them had a very strong relationship. Moreover, now that his power was growing, there was a lack of experts around him, and the qualifications of little Fatty, Yi Yuhan, and the few of them were relatively mediocre. But if one cultivates, in the future, when one invites the gods to come down to earth and encounters a dangerous situation, one can also have the gods possess little Fatty and Yi Yuhan. This way, their safety was guaranteed and they were able to have help themselves. Well, the demoness pondered for a moment, and then said, this is a pretty good idea. Anyway, they don't have much to do right now, so it's good to find something for them to do. Humph. Yang Xian turned around and was ready to leave this evil fiend Ghost King's territory. With their current strength, it was indeed a bit difficult to strangle this evil fiend Ghost King. One could only temporarily seal the other side once more. It was a good thing that the right to use the Xihua Valley was in his own hands, and without his permission, it would be difficult for others to come here. The duo soon returned to the capital city. Looking at little Fatty and Yi Yuhan who were nestled on the sofa watching TV, the corner of Yang Xian's mouth twitched. I'm out there working myself to death, and these two guys are still out here getting away on it. It seems like it must be on the agenda to get the practice going. Only then, in the future, when there was danger, they could arrange for Fatty to meet the enemy. You can get away with some of this yourself. At that moment, the footsteps of the demoness sounded, and she walked over to Fatty and sat down. Hey, Stinky Fatty, have you ever thought about getting stronger? Demoness asked with lightly pursed thin lips. Fatty raised his head and looked at Demonji in confusion, not knowing why this girl suddenly asked this kind of question. If you want to get stronger, then train hard. After finishing her speech, Demon G's gaze fell on Yi Yuhan. And you, since you've come to our team, you should cherish what you have now. Understand? Demon G spoke to Yi Yuhan in a serious tone. Yi Yuhan cocked her head, her face in a daze, completely confused. Sister Demon G, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. Yi Yuhan nodded solemnly. Well, that would be best. The demoness smiled faintly. Looking at the three people in front of him, Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I'll go back to my room and sleep first. There are still tasks to be explained to you tomorrow. As for the cultivation, let the demon girl teach you at that time. As the demoness watched Yang Xian leave, she couldn't help but snort coldly. Humph, just fool around. When this young lady's strength increases, let's see if I don't abuse and cry you. The next day, Yang Xian had just woken up when the demon Ji rushed to his house. Yang Xian. Demon girl pushed the door and barged into Yang Xian's bedroom. Looking at the disheveled demon girl at the moment, Yang Xian frowned. What are you doing, wearing such a revealing outfit? Aren't you afraid that I'll have an animalistic outburst and do you in? Upon hearing this, Demon G glared at Yang Xian. Cut the crap. Didn't you ask me to bring little Fatty and the others to cultivate? I want to ask you, can the people from the special engineering section come over to study together? Anymore, it's your old family. Not to mention that without the special engineering division, there would be no sirens today. With such an opportunity, it was only natural that the demoness would not forget her old buddies. Can As long as they are willing, they are all welcome. Yang Xian froze for a long while and then agreed. He didn't resent the demon girl's dealings with the special engineering section, as it would be beneficial to himself if the strength of the people in the special engineering section increased. Not only that, but their arrival might also boost his combat power a bit, so he was happy to see this situation. Alright then, I'll inform them to go. Saying that, the demoness directly walked out of the house. Chapter 131, Collective Cultivation. Yang Xian shook his head, washed up and walked out of the house, ready to exercise his body. Just walking to the living room, Yang Xian was surprised to see the two of them, Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan. Moreover, the two of them even lay on the sofa and huffed and puffed. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian smiled helplessly and bitterly. These two guys really didn't take their words seriously. Yang Xian slowly came to the side of the two, looking at the two who were both frowning tightly in their sleep. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Fatty, your mental quality is terrible. Did you have another nightmare last night? Yang Xian patted Fatty's shoulder and laughed lightly. Brother Xian, I didn't. Fatty opened his eyes in a daze and rubbed his bleary eyes. Brother Xian, When little Fatty stopped in the middle of his words, he looked at Yang Xian who was standing in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat. He had just slept too well and didn't even notice that Yang Xian had already come to his side. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid he would have been dead already. Not only that, what was even more terrifying was that they hadn't even noticed when Yang Xian had come to their side. Brother Xian, when did you come to us? We actually didn't notice you at all. Little Fatty swallowed his saliva and trembled. It's not like I've been here for a while. Your vigilance is too low. Yang Xian shrugged. Hearing Yang Xian say this, Fatty slightly felt weak. After all, it really wasn't a very honorable thing for the two of them, himself and Yi Yuhan, to sleep on the side while Yang Xian silently observed them. Brother Xian, don't be angry. We are just too sleepy, so we fell asleep. Little Fatty explained. Alright, it's not a big deal. You guys continue to rest. There's still business to be done later. Yang Xian waved his hand and turned towards the kitchen. Fatty let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly jumped up from the sofa and followed. Brother Xian, do you need help? No need. I'm cooking. You two continue to catch up on your sleep. Yang Xian casually said. Looking at Yang Xian's back, Fatty scratched his head. When did Brother Xian learn to cook? How come I don't know? Fatty, I'm not sure when Brother Xian knew how to cook, but his level is definitely much higher than yours. Yi Yuhan's teasing voice came from the side. At those words, little Fatty's face changed violently. Sister Yuhan, how can you turn your elbow outward? I'm your favorite Fatty brother. Fatty muttered and walked quickly toward the kitchen. Brother Xian, your level is really superb. Looking at the steaming soup in the pot, Fatty couldn't help but lick his lips in praise. Yang Xian smiled faintly and turned off the fire. Don't brag here. Hurry up and eat. There's still business to be done after eating. Yang Xian didn't forget that the people from the special engineering section would be coming over later. When the time comes, the demoness will uniformly lead everyone in cultivation. Fatty sat down in a hurry, picked up his bowl and chopsticks and ate. In a short while, Fatty rubbed his belly in satisfaction after finishing the entire pot of braised pork. Brother Xian, is this meal okay? Fatty asked. Yang Xian nodded slightly and then added. Later on, whatever the demoness tells you to do, you just follow. Yang Xian wasn't going to stare. He had other things on his mind. Return the weeping stick to White Impermanence, and at the same time, go deal with the token that the evil fiend Ghost King had given himself. I don't know if I can successfully bribe the White Impermanence. Good. Fatty agreed readily. After all, Demonji had already reminded them before. They only needed to do what they could today. Fatty put down his chopsticks and suddenly seemed to think of something. Brother Xian, aren't you going to accompany us to train? No need. I still have things to do. Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and eat. Oh, although he didn't understand what exactly Yang Xian's purpose was, Fatty didn't continue to pursue the question. Anyway, it wasn't his turn to tell him what to do now. After eating, Yang Xian returned to his room alone. In his heart, he kept chanting Xiabian's name, and in a short while, he saw that Xiabian finally appeared in front of him. Lord Irregular, you have finally appeared. Yang Xian's heart was full of emotions. The wailing wand is here. Thanks for temporarily lending it to me in an emergency the other day. Yang Xian returned the wailing wand to Xiabian. Immediately after that, he took out the token. When Xiabian saw the token, he visibly applied for a stutter. Where did you get it from? The evil fiend Ghost King gave it to me. Yang Xian said truthfully. Evil fiend Ghost King? Xiabian looked grave. Aha. Yang Xian nodded. No wonder you found me here. So it's because of it. Xiabian pondered for a moment. Take this. It's good for you, but be careful. Don't be controlled by it, otherwise, it'll be really troublesome when the time comes. I've basically memorized the feats in here, and I just wanted to ask if I could use this token to exchange for a whaling stick by looking for you to come over today. Yang Xian spoke his thoughts with a smile on his face. There was no use in keeping this token in one's hand, so one might as well replace it with a weeping stick. This is the way to make the most out of it. No way. However, Xiabian directly rejected Yang Xian's request. Yang Xian's expression instantly stiffened. Why? Our whaling stick. Unless it is gifted by Lord Yama himself, no one who gets the whaling stick will be able to use it. The one you took before was mine, so you can use it temporarily, Xiabian said in an icy tone. So, Yang Xian shook his head in disappointment. It looked like he was going to return empty-handed this time. Hold your horses for a moment. I'll tell you one more way that maybe you can try. Suddenly, Xiabian seemed to change his mind. Oh, Yang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, puzzled. What other methods are there? By absorbing the power of the soul. Enhance your spiritual power so that I can introduce you to Lord Yama, and when the time comes, you can go to Lord Yama to ask for the whaling stick. Xiabian slowly spoke. This method is quite good. Yang Xian's eyes lit up. If he did this, then wouldn't he be able to obtain more merit values? But then, I'm afraid I'll be in danger. After all, those ghosts and monsters are not to be messed with. But how should I absorb the soul power? Yang Xian frowned and asked with some distress. Soul power is not the same as ordinary spiritual power. Ordinary spiritual power can be raised through meditation. Soul power can only be accumulated slowly. Xiabian said patiently. I see. Yang Xian nodded slightly. Let me teach you how to absorb soul power, Xiabian said. Then I would like to thank Lord Wunderkind. Chapter 132, Absorbing Spiritual Power. Yang Xian followed Xiabian and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes. As Yang Xian's state of mind changed, the free auras in the air around him surged towards him. Yang Xian's body seemed like a vortex, crazily absorbing aura. Gradually, fine sweat seeped from Yang Xian's forehead and his breathing became more and more rapid. Spiritual energy is still too little and not enough. Yang Xian secretly gritted his teeth and forced down his deepest desires. Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a strong color of determination flickered in the bottom of his eyes. It was a longing that he had never felt before. The spiritual energy here simply can't afford to feed me. I must find another way. Yang Xian muttered and whispered, then stood up and pushed the door open. Little Fatty and Demon Ji were making preparations in the compound, and after Yang Xian shouted 2 sentences, he turned around and returned to the house, preparing to cultivate. As soon as he walked into the house, Yang Xian froze violently and stared in shock. This, the mechanical voice of the system popped up. In view of the fact that the host has begun to cultivate, a set of cultivation spells is now rewarded. System, why did you disappear into thin air before? Yang Xian hurriedly asked after him. When he was at the evil fiend Ghost King's place, the system suddenly disappeared into thin air and couldn't be contacted in any way. Now that it's good to show up, it's only natural to clear up this issue. However, the system did not answer Yang Xian's question. At the same time, a set of subtle and obscure cultivation dharma emerged in Yang Xian's mind. This kind of dharma decision, Yang Xian had never seen it before, but it felt a bit inexplicable. Yang Xian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down his mind, then followed the running track of the spell to meditate and exhale. Gradually, Yang Xian's surroundings were haunted by wisps of white mist-like gas. As time passed, the white gas gradually dissipated. However, right at this moment, the anomaly was steep, and the white gas unexpectedly coalesced again. This time, the white gas was thinner and vaguely visible as a blurry image. Yang Xian looked at it for half a second and really couldn't figure it out, but still continued to carry on with his cultivation. As Yang Xian cultivated, the fog that filled the surroundings gradually weakened. Around Yang Xian, a huge vortex formed as white gases rapidly converged. Yang Xian's entire coat was windless. All of this was watched by Fatty and Demon Ji, as well as Yi Yuhan outside, and the 3 of them glanced at each other. What's going on with Yang Xian? A sudden epiphany? Demon Ji said with a face full of surprise. I don't know ya. Yi Yuhan shook her head. Although she wanted to help Yang Xian with his worries, but after all, she was only an ordinary person. It was impossible for her to interfere in these matters. Is Yang Xian going off the deep end? Little Fatty frowned. The 3 of them once again probed towards the inside of the inner room, but unfortunately they couldn't see anything clearly. Yang Xian is fine. He's just concentrating on his cultivation. Demon Ji softly comforted Fatty. Fatty gave an osa subtly and didn't respond otherwise. After about 2 hours, the entire house was completely surrounded by white mist. Yang Xian's entire body was submerged in it and could not be seen with the naked eye. What's going on here? Why isn't there any movement at all? Fatty stared round-eyed at what was happening in front of him. Yi Yuhan was also curious. Looking at the demoness again, she was calm, as if everything was under her control. Unconsciously more than 10 days had passed, and all the white gases in the entire room had been inhaled by Yang Xian. The entire room was clean, leaving nothing behind and not a single energy fluctuation. Yang Xian was lying on the ground, his entire body not moving, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Yang Xian's body trembled, and immediately afterward, opened his eyes. In the next moment, a brilliant light flashed across the bottom of his eyes. I didn't expect. Yang Xian took a deep breath and murmured to himself. Yang Xian's cultivation level had directly soared to a level equivalent to that of a ghost general, knowing that his previous level was that of a ghost soldier. Although the cultivation level was only raised by a small level, it was actually a big leap. Yang Xian's face carried a slight look of excitement. The increase in cultivation brought Yang Xian no small benefits. Just this is not enough. Yang Xian let out a dark sigh, then closed his eyes. Little Fatty and the others heard the commotion and all ran over to check the situation. You three come in and learn the Dharma decree as well, so that when you encounter danger in the future, you'll also have some more means of preserving your lives. Yang Xian opened his mouth. His tone was extremely flat, but it contained an unquestionable majesty. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan were fine. After all, they were the ones who followed Yang Xian. The only one who was left was the demoness, whose eyes were a little bleak. Banshee, what's wrong with you? Yang Xian noticed that the demon Ji did not look right and casually inquired. It's okay. The demon girl forced a small smile. Yang Xian glanced at it and left it alone, closing his eyes and starting to continue regulating his breath. Just after entering into the cultivation state, he felt the spiritual energy in his body tumbling and boiling, like a wild horse running around out of control. Yang Xian frowned and clenched his teeth as he struggled to hold on. In this way, it was only after a whole day and night that Yang Xian stabilized all the spiritual energy in his body. Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was covered in cold sweat. Fatty saw this and scrambled up to check it out. Brother Xian, are you having a hard time? Fatty asked nervously. Yang Xian shook his head and slowly raised his palm, a blinding light emanating from the center of his finger palm. Congratulations, Brother Xian. Your cultivation level is now at the Ghost Martial level. Fatty was full of excitement and shouted loudly. Brother Yang Xian, you're awesome. Yi Yuhan clapped her hands, her eyes filled with admiration. Yang Xian, Du Cheng and the others also want to come and cultivate. Is it convenient to let them come over? Demon Ji still opened her mouth. Before, she only talked about teaching them, but now they also wanted to come over. This must be agreed to by Yang Xian. Yes. Yang Xian nodded. The demoness was relieved to see Yang Xian agree. Soon, Yang Xian had all the people come into the room and instructed them in cultivation. It had to be said that Yang Xian's memory was amazing, being able to recall the precise meridian routes that flowed through each meridian, something that not even Demon Ji could do. It wasn't long before a few people from Duqing arrived here as well. Seeing the door of the room closed, Duqing's few people were a bit puzzled. What's this kid doing? Why did you close the door? Duqing was a bit puzzled. However, just as Duqing had just reached the door position, the door of the room opened. Yang Xian walked out with a smile. Seeing Yang Xian, a touch of strangeness appeared on Duqing's face. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yang Xian asked curiously. Nothing, nothing. Duqing waved his hand. Yang Xian, you're really good. Your cultivation has risen so much again. Overpraise? Do you guys want to come and cultivate the spell? Yang Xian asked with a smile. Come. Of course I'm coming. Chapter 133, Supply of Pills. Duqing's several people were overjoyed and immediately followed Yang Xian into the room. 8 futons were placed in the room, and Yang Xian made the people sit on them individually. And then, according to the route in his memory, he taught the method of meridian operation to several of them. With Yang Xian's guidance, the crowd progressed very quickly. Even Yi Yuhan, who had the worst strength, had reached the stage of a ghost soldier. The entire cultivation process lasted for a full week. As Duqing's few people exited from their cultivation state one after another, the room fell into silence. Yang Xian took the lead to stand up from the ground and moved his muscles a few times, only to feel the bones in his body crackling. Indescribably comfortable. Yang Xian turned his gaze to the others. Little Fatty, Du Cheng, and Yi Yuhan all got up from the ground as well, looking slightly tired, but their faces were obviously very different from before. Well, it's really too heaven-defying. Little Fatty also didn't expect that he would actually be able to take steps towards cultivation one day. The most crucial thing was that since he had started cultivating, he felt that his physical qualities were all that much better. Before, whenever he exercised vigorously, he would gasp for air. But now, things are completely different. Why do I feel that your training style is not quite the same as mine? Demon Ji frowned at Yang Xian. Isn't it all taught by Lord Xiebian? The two of us are definitely different. Yang Xian was a bit helpless. Why was this girl so stupid? As a walking irregular, you have specialized cultivation techniques. But I'm different. I'm nothing more than an ordinary person. And my kind of ordinary feats are still adapted. Yang Xian wouldn't tell others that this kind of gongfu was still deliberately modified by the system. At least the system can't be talked about until now. So it is. The demon lady came to a realization. Then walked over to Du Qing. Section Chief. I'll focus on Yang Xian's side from now on. Du Qing is also already aware of the matter of the demon lady becoming a walker of impermanence. Although the demon lady will not go to the office in the future, but they are also considered to have a card. The demoness is not what she used to be. Go go go. Du Qing waved his hand, then looked at Yang Xian with an eager face. I don't know if there can be a few more of these walking irregulars? I have a few others on my side. Like the monkey, the demon suppressor talisman. You can arrange for them to go over. That's a big deal. Du Qing naturally wouldn't miss it. Yang Xian, however, rolled his eyes helplessly. Do you really think that this kind of thing is rotten cabbage that you can just ask for if you want it? Originally, Xiabian wanted me to be this walking irregular. It was me who was unwilling to do so, and that's why I recommended the demon lady to him. If it comes back, it probably won't work. Alright then. Du Qing's voice obviously carried a few points of depression. Originally thought of picking up a bargain, but really, he still thought too much. This toss was more than half a month. Seeing that everyone around him had already reached the threshold of cultivation, Yang Xian was preparing to go out and take on a mission. Before he left, he heard Du Qing mysteriously say to himself, can this gong method be taught to others? It's the army. Yang Xian understood Du Qing's meaning, which was nothing more than wanting more people to learn these feats and enter into a state of cultivation where their original physical qualities would be enhanced. That's harmless enough. It's fine for them to cultivate, but you have to realize that the aura here is just too thin. Plus everyone's talent is different. As for the effect, it's not the same. The specifics are up to them. This I understand. As long as Yang Xian could agree, it would already be the best outcome. Du Qing naturally wouldn't ask for anything else. Sure enough, he had made the right decision in trying to pull Yang Xian into their special engineering section. If they hadn't shaken themselves out of it at the time, I'm afraid they'd be missing out on quite a bit of good stuff right now. Thinking of this, Du Qing smiled and took a look at Yang Xian. Thanks for this time. If there's anything you want, let me know and I'll go up there and request it for you. Yang Xian wanted to refuse, but on second thought, if he could make Du Qing hemorrhage once, why not? And one does contribute. Anything? Yang Xian smiled and looked at Du Qing. For some reason, Du Qing suddenly felt a little hairy, always feeling as if he was being stared at by some big-tailed wolf. It's okay, but don't think about emptying my family's pockets. Du Qing looked at Yang Xian warily. Don't worry, I don't want your merit values. The last thing Yang Xian lacked right now was merit value, but he needed something else. And the treasure. I've heard that your special engineering section seems to have quite a lot of talisman paper and elixirs. Right. Can you get me some? Although the system also has elixirs. But the pitfalls. Yang Xian then thought of getting some from the special engineering section and carrying them with him just in case. Du Qing thought that Yang Xian was going to ask for a lot of money, but he didn't realize that he just wanted these things. So he immediately agreed quickly. Alright, as much as you want. I'll have someone on my side to refine it for you. Although the herbs that were spent were not a small amount, it was really too much better than the 2 million merit points that had to be paid to Yang Xian before. How much do you need? We'll practice as much as we can for you. Don't worry, we'll definitely prioritize tightly. I didn't realize there was such a windfall. Du Qing, who had always been stingy, actually gave Yang Xian a lot of benefits this time. Yang Xian was naturally good at talking as well. Don't worry, if there's a similar opportunity in the future, I'll definitely prioritize the people from the special engineering section. I can't promise that, though. No problem, as long as you have this heart. Du Qing guessed right. He really impressed Yang Xian by doing this. That way if there's a similar opportunity to go uncanny in the future, they'll definitely be prioritized. It's really a very good thing for their special engineering section. It was hard to send these people away, so Yang Xian planned to take a look at the newly received quests, and only when he walked over, he saw Fatty wrinkling his eyebrows and his face was a bit embarrassed. What's going on here? Yang Xian looked at Yi Yuhan and Demon Ji beside him in confusion. Just now all good. How this little fat suddenly become like this? Yi Yuhan couldn't help it. Little fat brother just didn't hold back a fart. The result was a strange smell. He was afraid that you would smell it, so he thought to hurry up and get rid of it. But as a result, he didn't expect you to come back so fast. Isn't this a normal thing? Yang Xian looked at Fatty helplessly. I've already given you guys the marrow cleansing pill before this. It's just that at that time, you guys hadn't bothered to try to cultivate yet. so you never had any side effects. But now that you have also entered the state of cultivation, all the impurities in your body will be eliminated. 134. New missions. You have nothing to be embarrassed about, because everyone else will be the same. As if to verify Yang Xian's words, the demon Ji at the side's face changed drastically. Just now, she was laughing at Fatty, and at this moment, she was also panicking and running to her room, knowing that this was her first time cultivating, and in that unprepared state, of course she would have an abnormal reaction. It seems like I have to familiarize myself with how to control my power before I can do that. Yang Xian cried and laughed as he looked at the two men, not expecting this first cultivation to have such a big side effect, but when you think about it, it makes sense. After all, both spiritual power and Tao magic need to be cultivated from a young age, and if one grows up and then learns it, all sorts of anomalies will surely appear. After all, 20 years of impurities is no small amount. Don't worry, it'll be back to normal after a while. Seeing Fatty's worried face, Yang Xian comforted him before turning to the computer and started to check the details of the new mission. Sorting by time, Yang Xian easily found the latest news. It's been a long time since he's been to an opera, and Yang Xian still misses it. However, thinking about what happened when he sang the opera earlier, Yang Xian's head couldn't help but ache a little. I also don't know if I'll meet that guy again. Yang Xian sighed, then thought of something else. Forget it, as long as you're careful, nothing should happen. Originally, Yang Xian was still pondering when the phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, is this Master Yang Xianyang? On the phone was an eager and flustered voice. Obviously the other party was in a very bad mood, otherwise they wouldn't have made that noise over the phone. It's me. What's the matter? Yang Xian frowned slightly. I wonder if you could come to my place for a moment. I've had an accident at home. Oh, what happened? Yang Xian's tone was calm. The man didn't know what to say. After all, it's kind of a family scandal. Originally he hadn't wanted to tell anyone about it. After all, he was afraid of influencing others. But now that I've met Yang Xian, he knew that if Yang Xian wasn't allowed to resolve this incident, then he was afraid that the entire family would be dragged down. You know, these psychic types of things are the hardest to deal with. If you can't get a competent master to do the job, you'll have to watch your family fall apart when the time comes. If you don't speak up, I don't mind hanging up this phone. Yang Xian said indifferently. I have limited time and don't want to waste it. I say. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the man quickly agreed. It's like this. My daughter was now in a coma a while ago. We have seen many doctors, but they can't wake up. But her stomach is inexplicably large, and the doctor cannot find out the reason. I heard people say you are a master, so I want to ask you to come and take a look. Okay, what's the address and what's a good time for me to go over there? Yang Xian thought about it and thought that he should go over there and take a look before saying anything. After all, it's not a joke if you don't cure this kind of thing. You can come over now. I live in room 6 on the second floor of FT Zone 7. Okay, I'll come over now. Also, don't let other people disturb me. Yang Xian nodded. Since he had decided to go over, it was better to go early and return early to avoid any complications. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yang Xian got up and headed for the door. Banshee, you're coming with me. Looking at little Fatty and Yi Yuhan who both had a lifeless expression, Yang Xian didn't even think about it and shouted for Demon Ji to go over with him. There was no way. Who let little Fatty and Yi Yuhan are ordinary people. I'm afraid that going there would cause more trouble. On the contrary, Banshee is different. With her there, although she wouldn't speak, her deterrent power would definitely be much greater than Yang Xian's. Just like that, Yang Xian and Banshee left the house, got into an SUV, and headed towards the FT area. Are you sure the address is okay? Watching the car drive further and further out of the way, Damanji asked Yang Xian. Don't worry, I didn't remember it wrong. Yang Xian shrugged his shoulders. He had always believed in his own memory. Aha! The demoness nodded back and didn't say another word. Soon the car pulled up in front of an upscale neighborhood in the FT district. The building was protected all around. As soon as Yang Xian and Banshee stepped out of the car, they were immediately greeted by a few burly men in suits. Master Yang. Aha! Yang Xian nodded and followed the burly men inside. Mr. Yang, this way please. The one walking in front was a middle-aged man who led Yang Xian around in 7 different directions and finally stopped in front of a villa. Mr. Yang, inside please. The middle-aged man made an inviting gesture and took the lead. Yang Xian and Demon Ji followed closely behind. There was an old man sitting in the living room, and at the moment his face was full of gravity and sadness. Seeing Yang Xian and the others walk in, the old man hurriedly stood up. Mr. Yang, you finally come. The old man looked at Yang Xian with an expectant face. Aha! Yang Xian gently nodded. Show me around. Good. The old man took a deep breath and led Yang Xian towards the house. Coming to a bedroom, Yang Xian saw a cold and stiff body lying on the bed with a pale face and black lips. Mr. Yang, this is the little daughter. Looking at the person on the bed, the old man's eyes instantly moistened. The old man's name was Zhang Wenhua, and he had a significant position in the FT district. But now, his only daughter is in such a sorry state. Mr. Yang, please save my daughter, Zhang Wenhua pleaded. I'll try my best. Yang Xian nodded slightly. This state rather felt like losing his soul, but he had never encountered such a situation before. He examined it carefully, but did not see the half of it. Mr. Yang, you. Zhang Wenhua looked anxious. He already held the mentality of a dead horse. I know. Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling that Zhang Wenhua didn't need to worry. I'll check again. If I really can't find the cause of the disease, there's nothing I can do. Yang Xian closed his eyes after he finished speaking and began to carefully feel Zhang Wenhua's daughter's breath. A moment later, Yang Xian snapped his eyes open, basically certain of his thoughts. Her soul is gone. Ah, a soul? When Zhang Wenhua heard this, his face swished pale and he almost didn't faint. Yes, the soul is missing, which caused her to fall into a coma. Yang Xian sighed and said, this. Zhang Wenhua was completely confused. How could he not expect things to become so serious? Mr. Yang, do you mean that my daughter is dead? Zhang Wenhua asked with difficulty. Yang Xian frowned and pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. To be precise, she only has her physical body left. Chapter 135, Saving Zhang Wenfei. Hearing Yang Xian's words, Zhang Wenhua's eyes instantly lost their luster, and his entire body seemed to have aged 10 years. Yang Xian patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm still able to wake her up. As long as I can make her awaken, she might still be saved. Zhang Wenhua looked up at Yang Xian with a look of hope on his face. Master Yang, please. After saying that, Zhang Wenhua knelt in front of Yang Xian and kowtowed 3 times. Yang Xian hurriedly supported Zhang Wenhua as he sighed and shook his head. He understood how Zhang Wenhua felt at the moment. After all, whoever was stumped with this kind of thing would probably not be able to accept it, let alone the fact that Zhang Wenhua still only had one daughter, and she had been victimized like this. Master Yang, thank you, please help me save my daughter. Zhang Wenhua wiped away the tears on her own cheeks and urged in a loud voice. Yang Xian nodded. Don't worry, I'll do my best to save her. Zhang Wenhua let out a sigh of relief. He believed that since Yang Xian had promised himself, he would definitely try his best to save his daughter. With that, Zhang Wenhua retreated to the side. Yang Xian, on the other hand, walked slowly towards Zhang Wenhua's daughter. At this time, she was still unconscious, but the bruises on her face had dissipated quite a bit, although it was still very scary, but at least it was much better than what she looked like just now. Whew! Yang Xian let out a long breath. His right hand pinched the spell, and a flash of golden yellow light emerged, gradually wrapping around Zhang Wenfei's body. Yang Xian cast a spell to appease the soul while observing Zhang Wenfei's situation. He realized that the black mist that had originally wrapped around Zhang Wenfei's body was actually gradually weakening. If this continues, I guess it won't take long for this evil spirit to be removed. Yang Xian muttered. Suddenly, Yang Xian felt that Zhang Wenfei's soul seemed to fluctuate, and it was very strong. Murphy! Yang Xian suddenly reacted. His eyes flashed with an excited essence. Effective! Yang Xian didn't dare to be slow and increased the output of the spells in his hands. Buzz! In a flash, a muffled sound resounded within the room, and a layer of moonlight light shroud enveloped Zhang Wenfei. At the same time, beads of sweat appeared on Yang Xian's forehead as he gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain in his soul. This was healing Zhang Wenfei's wounds, and if she failed, Zhang Wenfei was afraid that her soul would simply fly away and disappear from the world forever. Master Yang, how are you? Zhang Wenhua said with a concerned face. Uncle Zhang, take it easy, I'm treating her injuries. Yang Xian said back. Ugh. Zhang Wenhua sighed and didn't continue to say anything. He also understood that he had gone a bit overboard with this, but he really had no choice. Right at this moment, Yang Xian let out a puzzled cry as he realized that the black mist around Zhang Wenfei had actually started to slowly fade away. Strange, Yang Xian murmured, and then he spun his spiritual energy to its limit, speeding up the output of the spell. Bang! Finally, the black mist around Zhang Wenfei completely disappeared into thin air, and her face regained its calmness. Did it work? Zhang Wenhua looked at Zhang Wenfei with a look of surprise in his eyes. Master Yang, is she alright? One last stimulation is still needed. I have to rest for a while now. Yang Xian said with a bitter smile. His body trembled and nearly fell to the ground. The pressure he had just endured was so great that it was nothing short of terrifying. Luckily, it worked out fine in the end. Master Yang, thank you, Zhang Wenhua said excitedly as he hurriedly took out a tissue to wipe away the sweat stains on Yang Xian's forehead. No need to be polite. Yang Xian waved his hand, then sat down on the bed with his knees crossed to meditate. At the moment, his entire body felt incredibly tired, and it was difficult for him to even move a finger. It was only after a full half hour that Yang Xian slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and moved his muscles, feeling soothed to the core. Master Yang, thank you for your hard work, Zhang Wenhua said respectfully as he walked over, his face filled with gratitude. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Yang Xian smiled indifferently and did not take it to heart. Zhang Wenhua took a deep breath before bowing seriously to Yang Xian. Solemnly, Master Yang, please forgive me for taking the liberty of asking you a question. Yang Xian raised his eyebrows lightly and looked at Zhang Wenhua in surprise. May I ask where you are from? Why do you know so many strange things? Yang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into silence. A moment later, the corner of his mouth lifted up a playful arc, looking at Zhang Wenhua with a smile. Mr. Zhang, you should know that there are some things that you can't pry into, or else you will only invite trouble. Zhang Wenhua froze when he heard this and couldn't help but curse himself for being confused. Although he was a businessman, he also understood that there were people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. Not to mention, he met a high-level person like Yang Xian today. Master Yang, you said it. Zhang Wenhua coughed dryly twice to hide his embarrassment. Mr. Zhang, you don't have to be nervous. Besides, you and your daughter need 2 more treatments. We are considered partners. Yang Xian gently smiled and said, Master Yang, then thank you very much. Zhang Wenhua cupped his fists and said gratefully, Yang Xian had saved his daughter. This was a great favor. You and I are both businessmen. It's only right to help each other. Yang Xian smiled lightly. However, I hope that Mr. Zhang will not forget what he said today in the future. Yang Xian's tone suddenly turned cold, causing Zhang Wenhua to tremble and feel a little uneasy in his heart. Master Yang, what do you mean by this? Yang Xian lightly grunted and didn't say anything more. Zhang Wenhua touched his head, his heart filled with doubts. Alright, I'll leave first. Yang Xian dropped these words and left the ward straight away. Demon Ji was waiting for Yang Xian at the door. After seeing Yang Xian come out, she immediately greeted him and asked worriedly, How is it? Are you alright? It's fine. Yang Xian shook his head. The demoness breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time she had seen Yang Xian in such a weak state and it really worried her. You take me to the side to find a hotel. Yang Xian commanded. Aha! The demoness nodded, and then the 2 of them headed outside. On the way, when the demon Ji saw Yang Xian's pale face, she hesitated for a long time before carefully asking, Yang Xian, is your injury serious? Yang Xian sighed softly. It's very serious. It almost used up 2/3 of the spiritual energy in his body. Ha! The demoness was startled. Doesn't that mean that you won't be able to cast any more spells in the short term? That's not true. It's just a bit weak. Yang Xian shook his head. That's good. The demon girl breathed a sigh of relief. What? Could it be that you're keen for my injuries to be more serious? Yang Xian teasingly glanced at Demon Ji. Ugh, who would want you to be vain? The demoness snapped. Yang Xian shrugged. If you don't want me to be false, then why are you so worried about me? Chapter 136 Sun Ximia entered the dream. The demon lady's pretty face was scarlet as she glared fiercely at Yang Xian before she turned her head away, not bothering to take care of Yang Xian. Yang Xian let out a light laugh and stopped teasing the demon girl. 20 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the hotel. Yang Xian opened a room and prepared to wash and rest. I'm leaving first. Good night. The demoness said goodbye to Yang Xian and then ran away. Yang Xian smiled faintly and then lay down on the bed. Within a short while, Yang Xian had already fallen asleep. In the dream, Yang Xian came to a strange place where an old man was boiling medicine. Yang Xian frowned. What is this place? At this time, that old man suddenly turned his head and gazed at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was startled and hurriedly covered his chest and took 2 steps back, looking at the old man warily. What are you? Yang Xian asked. The old man hemmed and hawed. Me? I am Sun Ximiao. Sun Ximiao? Yang Xian blinked his eyes, a little confused. Something about the name sounded familiar, but couldn't recall it. Young man, what is your name? Sun Ximiao drank a bowl of medicinal juice while looking up to Yang Xian and asked. My name is Yang Xian. Yang Xian replied. Oh, Yang Xian. Sun Ximiao smiled. Yang Xian, I've heard that you can summon deities down to earth, and you can also fulfill wishes, right? How do you know? Yang Xian looked at the man in front of him warily. Hey! Sun Ximiao laughed and didn't answer Yang Xian. He continued. Yang Xian, in fact, what about my looking for you today? Is that there is something to trouble you? You want me to do something for you? Yang Xian froze and interrupted Sun Ximiao. Well, I was hoping you could help me find an heir to learn my healing arts and pass them on. Hearing this, Yang Xian finally reacted to why he found the name Sun Simiao familiar. Isn't this a ing miracle cure? I didn't realize that there were gods who actively sought themselves out and taught the art of healing. Alright, since you need an heir, then I'll promise you. Yang Xian nodded and agreed. Really? Sun Simiao was overjoyed and hurriedly took out a few books from his side and handed them to Yang Xian. What is recorded here is my life's learning. I'm giving it to you. If you can learn all these things, it will also be your fortune. Yang Xian took the books and casually flipped through a few pages. Many of these books were obscure and difficult to understand, and Yang Xian felt his head was drowsy after reading them just a few times. Obviously, the medical skills contained herein are too deep and complex. Kid, I'll only teach you half of it. The rest of the other half relies on you to comprehend it on your own. Sun Simiao said. Of course, if you can't comprehend all of it, I won't blame you. Good. Yang Xian nodded heavily and placed the books into his arms. When Sun Simiao saw this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he turned to leave the room. Yang Xian suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. I thought it was just a dream, but I didn't realize I was actually holding those books in my hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it's true. This deity could actually take the initiative to come to himself. It was too heaven-defying. Not only that, Yang Xian realized that his memory had become much stronger. All those boring medical texts from before had become clear, and even the rhythm of each breath was memorized. It looks like I've met a nobleman this time. Yang Xian's mind moved slightly. Although he didn't know much about divine Dr. Sun Simiao's medical skills, if he learned them, he would definitely benefit greatly in the future. Looks like I'll have to learn it the hard way. Yang Xian sat up with his legs crossed and closed his eyes, carefully comprehending these medical books, and trying to memorize every breath, and every word. In this way, Yang Xian's comprehension of medical theory increased by leaps and bounds. One night passed. At dawn, Yang Xian finally got up from the bed. His face flushed red. It was because he realized that his physique had changed and seemed to possess some kind of special energy. He tried to utilize this particular energy. Bang! Yang Xian clenched his fist and hit the table. Instantly, a circle of white marks emerged on the tabletop, and the hard wooden material instantly cracked and crumbs fell. Ha ha, I did it! Yang Xian waved it excitedly before stopping and exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Yang Xian felt a trace of special energy surging out of his body, filling his limbs and bones. These energies were very pure and contained no attributes, yet they made one feel refreshed and soothed. He felt full of power now, and at that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. The demoness walked in. A flash of surprise flashed across her pretty face as she saw Yang Xian standing still. Yang Xian, have you recovered from your injuries? Aha! Yang Xian nodded. His gaze fell on Demon Ji and he couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. Awesome body. The siren's body was tall, and her slender legs were wrapped in black stockings that were concave and convex. Especially the delicate melon face is more attractive. The demoness' beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Xian. Then she lowered her head and glared at him in shame. Stinking rascal. Yang Xian touched his nose and let out an embarrassed laugh. The demoness then walked over. Are you still visiting Zhang Wenhua's house today? Of course I'm going. Yang Xian also wanted to try how strong his body was since now. He practiced just a little bit last night, but the effect was obviously good. The fatigue in his body disappeared and his spirit was full. Seeing Yang Xian's confident demeanor, the demoness couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, pursed her red lips, didn't say anything else, and followed Yang Xian to Zhang Wenhua's home. Master Yang, you're here. Zhang Wenhua was respectful to Yang Xian. After Yang Xian performed his first treatment yesterday, Zhang Wenfei's condition was much better. After a night of conditioning, it had recovered a lot. Well, let's get started. Yang Xian nodded. Zhang Wenfei was still lying motionless on the bed, but her face was obviously much better. Yang Xian first took Zhang Wenfei's pulse and observed Zhang Wenfei's qi color. A moment later, he nodded. Boss Zhang, your daughter's current condition is much better than yesterday. Her soul has already returned to 7 or 8. However, she is still very weak. I'm going to apply needles to stabilize her, and then conduct another invocation later. Yang Xian said, taking out a set of silver needles and placing them on the bed. Alright, Master Yang. Feel free to cast it, and feel free to order whatever you need. Zhang Wenhua nodded. Yang Xian took out 2 silver needles and stabbed them at Zhang Wenfei's eyebrows and chest respectively. He pinched out spells with both hands, controlling the silver needles to tremble gently, emitting gusts of golden aura. Immediately afterward, another series of hand seals were struck out, and a golden light merged into Zhang Wenfei's body. A moment later, Yang Xian stopped moving, his forehead sweating and his face slightly pale. After doing this, Yang Xian sat cross-legged in front of the bed and rested for a while, waiting for the aura in his body to completely recover. Chapter 137 Zhang Wenfei Awakens. After about half an hour, he reopened his eyes, and at this time, Zhang Wenfei had already turned into her original appearance. Only, she still hadn't come to her senses. Boss Zhang, it's ready. Yang Xian packed up the silver needles and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Zhang Wenfei's face gradually became moist. Her breathing was steady, and she seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Xian wiped his sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he had expended no small amount of energy in administering needles to Zhang Wenfei and using his aura to maintain his qi and blood running. Master Yang, is it really better? Zhang Wenhua stepped forward and asked. It's fine. Yang Xian nodded his head and agreed. However, in order for her to be completely cured, she still needs to take another dose of medicine, and she needs to wait until midnight. I will just treat her once more. Well then, many thanks to Master Yang. Zhang Wenhua hurriedly made a bow of thanks. Yang Xian nodded his head slightly. This Wenfei's state had obviously gotten much better. All that needed to be done now was to attract all of her remaining souls back. It's the only way to get sober. This just now had consumed a lot of Yang Xian's spiritual energy. Yang Xian came to the guest room that Zhang Wenhua had temporarily prepared for himself to make adjustments. The demon girl followed suit. Since when do you have such a knack for treating people? Demon Ji looked at Yang Xian suspiciously. Yang Xian was a bit helpless. I can do a lot of things. Besides, she's lost her soul. After the soul is recruited back, then the silver needles will be used to stimulate the acupoints to stabilize it, so that the soul won't leave the body again. Although there were some things that Sun Simio had taught himself here, it was just that right now Yang Xian didn't want to publicize this matter. He has his own secrets. Although Banshee was now her own assistant, in the end she was still very loyal to the special engineering section. If he told this kind of thing, it would be hard to guarantee that in the future, when there was trouble on the side of the special labor section, they wouldn't come to him. And by then, even if Yang Xian said that Sun Simio had taught him, who could believe it? I'm afraid that ordinary people will just take this absurdity as a pipe dream. So that's it. The demoness came to a realization. Yang Xian nodded slightly and sat cross-legged on the side, harmonizing the aura in his body. The aura in his body was now basically exhausted. Seeing this, the demoness didn't make a sound to disturb him, but instead stepped to the side and shielded him, because the demoness had once helped Yang Xian do things before. Plus, Yang Xian didn't deliberately hide anything from her, so in her eyes it seemed that Yang Xian was no longer as simple as a human being. Yang Xian's magic was also an existence that was difficult to explain to Demon Ji. However, the mysterious aura emanating from Yang Xian's body was able to give the demon lady a sense of peace of mind. Yang Xian sat cross-legged, and at the dantian in his body, those golden mists slowly operated. Although he had consumed a portion of this aura in his body earlier, he was able to recover quickly with a little bit of energy. This is the benefit of the dantian. When the dantian was cultivated to a certain point, the aura inside would become so abundant that it would even act like a storage barrel, constantly storing the aura from heaven and earth to enhance one's cultivation. As a little bit of time passed, the aura in Yang Xian's body filled up a little bit. At the same time, a vortex similar to a cyclone was formed within Yang Xian's body, and aura was constantly being drawn into it. After more than half an hour, Yang Xian gradually opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed from his eyes. Taking a deep breath, Yang Xian got up and moved his muscles. He only felt that his body was soothed and relaxed. Although he hadn't completely harmonized all of the aura in his body yet, he had at least recovered 70 to 80% of it now. And the next step was to just make use of the night time to do it again. How are you feeling? Demon Ji hurriedly came forward to inquire. Looking at Yang Xian's face with concern, Yang Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. It's fine. It's all recovered. There's no need to worry. That's good. You're getting more and more mysterious now. I can't even figure out what your origin is. Demon Girl said with a smile. I'm a human. Ah, where did I come from? What other origins? Yang Xian shrugged and said. You're wrong. If you're a human, then why do you possess such amazing abilities? Previously I thought you were some old ancestor who was in closed-door cultivation, but I also realized that you only started cultivating recently. Demon Ji looked at Yang Xian somewhat strangely. I said, there are people outside of people. Yang Xian looked at her with a smile. The demoness stared at Yang Xian for a few moments and shook her head. It doesn't seem like a lie, but how could there be an existence like you in this world? She knew that Yang Xian was definitely unwilling to tell himself his true identity and origin. In that case, there's no point in asking. However, in her heart, she was curious about Yang Xian's identity. She would like to follow Yang Xian around to take a good look at what kind of god this guy was. Tonight at 8. Remember to remind me. Yang Xian waved goodbye at the Demon Ji and walked straight towards the outside. After Yang Xian left, the demoness stood alone in the room, recalling the conversation between herself and Yang Xian, and couldn't help but laugh. Time quickly arrived at 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Xian called on the demon girl to go to Zhang Wenfei's room together. Coming to Zhang Wenfei's bed heel, Yang Xian carefully checked her condition. Her face was pale and she seemed to be in a coma. Yang Xian drew out the silver needle and then began to mobilize his aura. Aura, coalesce. As Yang Xian let out a low gulp, the aura surged rapidly and immediately converged towards Zhang Wenfei's brow center position. Yang Xian's fingers flew fast and silver needles were stabbed into Zhang Wenfei's brain by him. Chi, gather, buzz. Under the effect of the aura, some strange flushed color suddenly appeared on Zhang Wenfei's pale face. A cyclone that was indistinguishable to the naked eye appeared at the location of Zhang Wenfei's brow. The aura converged and slowly penetrated inside her body along her brow. Wherever the aura passed through, Zhang Wenfei's body would produce some slight reactions, especially when the aura came into contact with Zhang Wenfei's soul. Her body actually trembled violently. The spirits are reacting. Yang Xian watched Zhang Wenfei's expression change in surprise, and the movements in his hands were even more unceasing. Spiritual energy continued to seep into Zhang Wenfei's brow as the aura ran through her body, quickly finding where Zhang Wenfei's soul was. As the aura poured into her soul afterward, more changes appeared on her face. Her eyes opened slightly a crack as she looked around in a daze. Yang Xian saw that she had already reacted, so he stopped and removed the silver needle on her head. Well, almost. As soon as Yang Xian's words fell, a blast of wind blew in from outside. The windows were left open, so the gale blowing outside could be clearly felt from their position. Chapter 138, Sneak Attack. Yang Xian couldn't help but frown. He felt that this gale was coming very strangely and there was something strange about the sound of the wind. Does that mean someone is coming over? However, at this time, Zhang Wenfei slowly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment appearing in his eyes. Who are you? Zhang Wenfei frowned. Yang Xian just smiled. Your father asked me to treat you. It's good that you're awake now. You're still weak and need to rest more. Leave the rest to me. Yang Xian patted Zhang Wenfei's shoulder and encouraged her with a smile. He then walked to the door and pulled it open. Zhang Wenhua was standing in the doorway. Watching Yang Xian walk out, Zhang Wenhua hurriedly asked, Master Yang, how's it going? Don't be nervous, it's already fine. Yang Xian said, pointing at Zhang Wenfei next to him. She opened her eyes, just not in the best of spirits. Zhang Wenhua breathed a sigh of relief and walked forward with a joyful face. Fei, are you better now? Zhang Wenfei blinked her eyes and her gaze landed on her father. A flash of surprise surfaced in her eyes. Dad, why are you here? In fact, he had just been eavesdropping outside the door and had seen Yang Xian go in to treat his daughter with his own eyes. Although he didn't know what Yang Xian's treatment was, it looked like there shouldn't be any problem, and he also felt his daughter recovering. Yang Xian, on the other hand, turned to the side. He had no interest in staying in the room, so it was better to go outside. Demon Ji was waiting outside and was surprised to learn that Yang Xian had already saved Zhang Wenfei's life. That fast? She didn't expect Yang Xian to treat Zhang Wenfei for just half an hour would be enough. This is too fast. Not too fast. Well, I transferred spiritual energy over to her. It's fine now. We can go back. Yang Xian walked outside after saying that, and Demon Ji hurriedly followed when she saw this. The two walked out of the villa and it was already 11 o'clock at night outside. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. And just at this time, a huge black shadow suddenly pounced on Yang Xian's head. No good. Yang Xian screamed in his heart, but it was already too late to dodge. The huge black shadow came directly towards his head. This scene happened to be seen by the demoness on the sidelines, but unfortunately she only had time to barely react. Bang! Yang Xian was heavily knocked to the ground by the giant shadow. Yang Xian only felt a huge force hit his head. His brain seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and he instantly went blank. The black shadow landed on the ground, and Yang Xian happened to be lying on the ground. He barely braced himself to stand up when he saw a figure standing in front of him. Who are you? Yang Xian asked. He vaguely guessed that it was the sound of the wind just now, and he was afraid that it was caused by the person in front of him. But it's also really mind-boggling that the wind can turn into a flesh and blood person. Me? Of course it's the one who wants you dead. The other party snorted coldly, a pair of eyes staring tightly at Yang Xian. Yang Xian was shocked in his heart. This person looked very odd. His body revealed an unspeakable sense of strangeness. What the hell are you? Yang Xian was about to make his move when he suddenly heard a scream from behind him. Ouch! When I looked back, it was actually the demon girl who had been knocked to the ground. Banshee! Yang Xian's heart was shocked, and he hurriedly ran forward to help the fallen demon lady up. Why don't you duck? Yang Xian's face couldn't help but change when he saw that the demon lady was injured. He had clearly seen that wind attacking towards him just now, and with the demon Ji beside himself, he could have completely dodged it. Demon Ji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and shook her head at Yang Xian before pointing at the black shadow and saying, "It's not that I don't dodge, it's that he's too fast." Yang Xian's eyes widened at the words. a look of shock on his face. Too fast? How could it be so fast that the demon girl couldn't even dodge in time? How? Yang Xian stared at the black shadow in disbelief. Yet the black shadow did not answer his question. Hand over the evil fiend Ghost King's token and I can spare your life. The black shadow's voice was hoarse, like the sound of sandpaper grinding glass, making it hard to hear. The evil fiend Ghost King's token? Yang Xian frowned, not expecting that this person was actually attracted by that token. But he had also gone through a lot of effort to get that token from the evil fiend Ghost King, so how could he hand it over so easily? Besides, the right to use the token was now in the hell. Even if he was willing to hand over the token, he was only afraid that the black shadow would not just let them go. Thinking of this, Yang Xian narrowed his eyes. What makes me believe that you will let us go? Besides, I don't even have any of the tokens you mentioned on me. Humph, do you think I can't see it? That thing is on you. Isn't it ridiculous for you to try to hoodwink me? The black shadow slowly dissipated as it spoke, then actually turned into a storm and darted towards Yang Xian. No good. Yang Xian's pupils shrank and he was about to retreat, only to be directly lifted to the ground by this wind. Ah! Yang Xian let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, unable to move. The impact was so strong that Yang Xian even felt like he was going to break. The demon lady was also startled, not expecting her opponent to directly transform into a storm to attack. However, she could only be anxious because there was nothing she could do to help Yang Xian. Just then, the black shadow attacked once more, this time even stronger and more powerful than earlier. The demon girl's heart lifted, but she didn't dare step forward to help. She knew that going up there was just a death sentence. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to end her life just yet. Yang Xian fell to the ground and only felt a sharp pain on his body. He barely raised his head and looked at the incoming storm. His eyes sank as he directly took out the soul-devouring dagger and the Soul Clan banner at the same time. The only two weapons he had. He planned to try with the soul-devouring dagger first. As long as one blocked the blow slightly, then there was still a chance. Break me! Yang Xian clenched his teeth. His eyes widened and his hand holding the soul-devouring dagger stabbed violently. That storm was already less than half a meter away from Yang Xian. Yang Xian's heart was ruthless and the soul-devouring dagger stabbed directly into the storm. Just when the storm was about to hit Yang Xian, the soul-devouring dagger steeply blossomed with dazzling light. The light instantly enveloped the surroundings, and the storm was actually shaken apart. What power! Yang Xian was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect the soul-devouring dagger to possess such a terrifying energy. But this is good. As long as we can kill this monster, then everything will be over. Yang Xian's eyes flashed with determination. Then he made another move with the Soul Clan banner. And all of a sudden countless black rays of light erupted above the Soul Clan banner as well. And immediately after that the guy was slapped out of the room. This thing had no entity, and Yang Xian's attacks could pass through his body, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of his offense. But since it can hurt the guy, it's a good thing. Chapter 139, Treatment of Injuries. It was just that this person seemed to be immortal, and Yang Xian had tried several times but was unable to defeat him completely. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Xian cursed, and then he violently rushed forward, once again waving the Soul Clan flag in his hand at the guy. After a few times in a row, it finally worked. Boom! That guy's body unexpectedly split into pieces and turned into a gust of wind floating in the air. Yang Xian was slightly relieved, but at that moment, he felt his body start to soften. Obviously he had just been hit by that storm and suffered internal injuries. He reached up and touched his chest, realizing that his shirt was all banged up and he had a bruise on his chest. Cough cough cough. Yang Xian coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of saliva with blood. It was then that he felt the pain coming from his arm, and when he looked down, he only saw blood flowing from his elbow, obviously cut by the storm just now. Phew! Yang Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fortunately he hadn't been too seriously injured. Demon Ji looked at Yang Xian guiltily and whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm the one who got you into trouble." Yang Xian ignored the Demon Ji, but walked to the corner and sat down, starting to regulate to recover his internal injuries. Seeing this, the demoness walked up. "Are you okay?" "It's fine. Just this injury. It's nothing." Yang Xian waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. The demoness couldn't help but laugh bitterly at the situation. This guy didn't know if he was just being tough-talking or if he really didn't care. "But you're obviously hurt so badly." The demon girl hesitated. "Are you really okay?" Yang Xian looked up at Demon Ji and grinned. "Don't you know my ability yet? Don't worry, I'll be fine. But your injuries." Before the demoness finished speaking, Yang Xian had already sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. "What are you?" Demon Ji froze, not knowing what Yang Xian wanted to do. However, she saw that Yang Xian seemed to be very tired, so she didn't say much and only stood quietly by the side to guard him. Yang Xian was running his gongfu to repair the injuries in his body, although the injuries were very serious. But he was not an ordinary person after all, so he was still able to recover very quickly. It was only after about a quarter of an hour that Yang Xian's breath became steady. It was just that his face was pale, and it looked like he was still hurt pretty badly. How's it going? Demon Ji saw Yang Xian open his eyes and hurriedly came forward to ask. It's fine. I'll just rest for a while. Yang Xian smiled indifferently and got up and walked to the side to find some herbs. These are herbs to stop the bleeding. They should work. He mashed up the herbs and applied them to the wounds on his arms and chest. Only then did he take out the soul-devouring dagger and the Soul Clan banner and scrutinize them for a while. These two items had been with him for a long time, but they were just a bit insufficient when it came to danger. So it seemed that he still needed to find a way to get some other powerful weapons. Where is the better weapon to use in a fight with a ghost? Is it hard to use the peachwood sword from before? The mahogany sword was too weak, even inferior to the soul-devouring dagger in his hand. I'm afraid I'm going to have to exploit the treasures of a few other ghost kings again next. Yang Xian thought and decided to go to their trouble after a while to see if he could scavenge other goodies. The demoness looked at Yang Xian's way of talking for a while and then pondering for a while, and was a bit puzzled. What's going on here? Why is Yang Xian like this? Let's go back quickly. Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan and the others are still at home, and I was thinking of taking you guys to do some exploring in the mountain ranges elsewhere to see if we can get some suitable weapons over. At least it was going to look for other weapons before the whaler gave himself, and there might be some treasures appearing in these mountains. The Demon Ji was a little excited when she heard Yang Xian's words. She had long wanted to go out and practice, but unfortunately, her strength was limited, so she didn't dare to venture out at all. Now that Yang Xian had taken the initiative, it was a very good thing for himself. As night fell, Yang Xian returned home with the demon girl, and when the two arrived in the living room, they found the table covered with food. Yang Xian and Demon Ji were both stunned. Who actually prepared such a sumptuous dinner? Yi Yuhan smiled and walked out from the kitchen. I guessed you guys should be back, so I prepared some food in advance. Yang Xian and Demon Ji glanced at each other, both revealing shock. Yang Xian scratched his head and smiled a little awkwardly. I always thought you couldn't cook. I didn't expect. Yang Xian originally thought that Yang Xian wouldn't be able to do this kind of housework, but he didn't expect Yi Yuhan to prepare such a table of dishes. It's true that girls are not what they seem. Who knows if she's as gentle and skillful on the inside as she seems to be on the surface. It's nothing. Yi Yuhan smiled and said, I just think that it's hard for you to go outside and work hard, so I thought to make some food for you to make up for it. If you like it, I'll often make it for you in the future. The demoness smiled and said with wide eyes and a surprised look, Really? Yuhan, you can cook so many delicious dishes? Yi Yuhan nodded. Of course, but there's a lot more that my mom taught me. Speaking of her parents, Yi Yuhan's eyes were a bit dim, but she quickly hid her inner loss and turned her face to Yang Xian and Demon Ji. Eat more tonight. It's kind of an extra meal I'm giving you guys. Yang Xian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. When did this little girl become so gentle? The same shocked look appeared on Demon Ji's face. She didn't expect Yi Yuhan to be able to make such a dish. It seemed that their family was really extraordinary. They were definitely not ordinary people. Thinking of this, Demon Ji's heart couldn't help but have a few more speculations and curiosity about Yi Yuhan's identity. After all, a family of her level was certainly not simple. Yang Xian picked up a bowl of rice and buried his head in it. Yi Yuhan, on the other hand, sat on the side quietly watching the two eat with a faint smile on her face. Suddenly, Yi Yuhan's eyes landed on Yang Xian's hand. Her face suddenly changed, and she stood up all of a sudden. Your arm is bleeding. Yang Xian froze for a moment and looked down, only to realize that the wound on his arm had once again started to bleed. Only he was so focused on eating at the moment that he didn't notice it. Quickly sit down. I'll help you treat the wound. Yi Yuhan hurriedly made Yang Xian sit down and picked up a handkerchief to help him bandage it. Yang Xian looked at Yi Yuhan with some surprise and a faint smile crossed his face. I didn't realize that this girl was still so concerned about herself. Yi Yuhan asked while bandaging it, Why are you fighting so hard? You can't let yourself get hurt even if you're in trouble. It can't be helped. I want to protect myself as well, but some things just have to be done. Yang Xian sighed, a hint of helplessness in his tone. If we don't do this, the consequences will be even more serious, and will even affect the safety of all of us. Chapter 140, Invitation or Kidnapping? Yi Yuhan was stunned to hear this, and a hint of movement flashed in her eyes. She understood why Yang Xian did this. It was precisely because Yang Xian was looking out for everyone's safety that he fought to save others. I know, brother Yang Xian. I will always support you, Yi Yuhan whispered. Yang Xian's heart surged with warmth when he heard her words. He knew that Yi Yuhan would definitely not betray him, and he also knew that his payment was worth it. Thank you, Yuhan. Yang Xian gently hugged Yi Yuhan, his tone gentle. Yi Yuhan, on the other hand, smiled faintly. Haven't we already been good friends for a long time? Hearing Yi Yuhan's words, Yang Xian felt a wave of emotion in his heart. Yes, if it wasn't because of herself, Yi Yuhan wouldn't have become what she is now, right? It's okay, Yuhan. As long as you're willing to trust me, I'll always protect you, Yang Xian said with a smile. Yi Yuhan gently nodded her head, her eyes full of trust. After having dinner, Yang Xian and Demon Ji returned to their rooms early to rest under Yi Yuhan's urging. Yang Xian was lying on his bed, his mind still constantly thinking about what happened today. He really didn't understand why there were so many strange and bizarre things, and they were all in areas that he didn't understand. He's worried that he's going to get caught up in a vortex that he can't control. Even though he was mentally prepared enough, he could never forget the things he had experienced. Suddenly, Yang Xian heard a knock on the door from outside. Who? There was no answer at the door, but soon the knocking started again. Yang Xian frowned tightly, knowing that this person must be rushing towards him. At that moment, he quickly put on a jacket and got up and walked over to open the door of the room. Who are you? Yang Xian questioned. Standing in the doorway was an ordinary-looking man, probably in his mid-20s, dressed in a black suit, hair neatly combed, holding an envelope. The man saw Yang Xian open the door and immediately handed it over. Hello Master Yang. I'm the grandson of Xia Yuchen, the richest man in the capital city. My grandpa doesn't know what's going on lately. The whole person is in a state of delirium. I heard that you're very good at reading faces and catching ghosts, so I want to ask you to take a look at my house. I don't know if you can honor me with your presence? Yang Xian frowned tighter. He had naturally heard of Xia Yuchen's great name, the richest man in the capital city and a well-known figure in China. But this person came to his door and invited him to be his guest. Why did Yang Xian always feel that something was wrong? And he made a point of mentioning his face reading to catch ghosts, which made him even more suspicious. Yang Xian pondered for a moment and said coldly, I'm sorry, I don't have such an interest. The man obviously didn't expect Yang Xian to refuse, and couldn't help but be stunned, a hint of surprise flashing under his eyes. He had already investigated long ago. Yang Xian was indeed a very capable person, but whenever he encountered something, there was nothing that could not be solved. I didn't think that this kid in front of me would have such a big stance that he would dare to reject them all. The man's face changed, his gaze fixed on Yang Xian. Coldly, he said, Master Yang, this is Xia Yuchen's invitation. Do you really not want to consider it? If you don't even give face to the Xia family, I'm afraid you'll have a hard time mixing in the capital. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes cold. You're threatening me? The man smiled coldly. I'm just being honest. Yang Xian was silent for a while, then spoke. Fine, I can make a trip, but let's say it in advance. If I don't find anything out of the ordinary, you guys don't blame me for being impolite when the time comes. Of course there's no problem. Please. The man reached out and respectfully guided Yang Xian into the car. Yang Xian glanced around and his face was grave. Originally, he had wanted to bring Demon Ji and Fatty and the others to go there together. But now it seems that these people are afraid that they have done something immoral and are afraid of being known. So they are bullying themselves to go alone. In that case, he wasn't going to bring anyone else with him. He didn't want to put them in danger as well. After arriving at Xia Yuchen's house, Yang Xian was led into a room. The whole room was very empty and contained nothing more than some simple furniture. Master Yang, this is the room you are temporarily staying in. You can take a good look around and see if there is anything suspicious. The man smiled slightly. Yang Xian looked around and didn't find anything special, except for a faint smell of medicinal herbs wafting in the air. What about me? Yang Xian casually pointed to a thin man. The man immediately compensated with a smile. Don't worry, Master Yang. If you rest here, we will all take turns to protect your safety. Yang Xian glanced at him and nodded. You go out. He would have to check it out alone. After all, agreeing to it so quickly would surely put others on their guard. The man saw him agree and hurriedly nodded his head and headed out the door. Yang Xian carefully surveyed the surrounding pattern and finally fixed his gaze on a vase in the corner. He walked over and picked up the vase and put it under his nose to smell it, and a fresh scent hit his face and went straight to his heart. It's psychedelics. Yang Xian's heart shook. No wonder he felt such a strong scent of herbs. It turned out that something else had been added to this psychedelic drug. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt the presence of this drug at all. No wonder he agreed so readily. It turned out that someone had deliberately put the LSD in the vase. Xia Yuchen really had something to ask of him this time. Yang Xian squinted his eyes and continued to observe for a while before finally settling his hand on top of the handle on the door of the room. He closed his eyes and used his divine sense to perceive it. And sure enough, he felt an extremely subtle aura. Is this what they want? Just as Yang Xian was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and realized that it was actually a call from Banshee. He raised an eyebrow and hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. Where have you been? How come you suddenly disappeared? Demon G's voice was a bit tense. She had just been looking for Yang Xian, but she hadn't found him at all. I'm at a friend's house. I'll be back later, Yang Xian softly explained. The demoness was visibly stunned. Friends? Since when do you have friends in the capital city? Where? Yang Xian looked at the distant scenery with an unknown light flashing in his eyes. He slowly spat out a few words. Xia Yuchen's grandson. As soon as Yang Xian's words left his mouth, the screams of the demon girl came from the other end of the phone. How do you know that asshole? Yang Xian's brows knit deeper and he spoke helplessly. Don't worry too much. I'll be fine. This isn't the time for idle chit-chat. You pay attention to your safety. Hang up. Chapter 141, The Xia Family's Problem. Hey, wait. The demoness called out to him sharply and asked again. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Alright, don't ask. Yang Xian felt a bit distracted. I'm going back soon. Wait until I come back. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Looking at the cell phone in his hand, Yang Xian couldn't help but sigh. Ever since coming to the capital city, nothing has gone smoothly. I also don't know what this Xia Yuchen looking for himself to come over is actually so-called. A character like Xia Yuchen, if he looks for himself, it is definitely not a small matter. It's just one of those metaphysical feng shui things, so as long as you're a little more cautious, there's not much of a problem. Just for some reason, Yang Xian always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. Just then, a few footsteps came from outside the door. The man just now pushed the door in from outside with an anxious face. Master Yang, it's bad. It's bad. Something's happened. Something's happened to the Xia family's old mansion. Yang Xian's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked at him. What's going on? Our old lady. Old lady, she is dead. The man screamed excitedly. Yang Xian sat up straight violently. What did you say? The man gulped. Master Yang, I asked you to come over. On the one hand, because my grandfather Xia Yuchen is not feeling well, and lately he always dreams about his ancestors at home, and my grandmother, the old lady, often acts strange, as if she is possessed by a ghost. So my father and I discussed it and prepared to ask you to come over to check it out. Only we didn't expect that something would actually happen to grandma her. The man's eyes turned red even as he spoke. Where's the body? Where is it? Yang Xian frowned tightly and suddenly got up to ask. The man froze and rushed ahead to lead the way. Yang Xian followed the man to the Xia family's old mansion, and when he walked into the hall, what met his eyes was a chair collapsed on the ground, while a pale woman lay on it. The woman's face was pale and her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen some extremely horrifying image. Yang Xian walked forward, squatted down, and carefully examined it, and his face immediately sank. How come? The man on the side saw that Yang Xian didn't say anything and couldn't help but tremble. Master Yang, isn't it true that my grandmother she was really haunted by ghosts and gods? Otherwise how? Why did she suddenly die? Yang Xian looked at him and sighed lightly. When the man saw Yang Xian looking over, he was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Master Yang, you must save us. I beg you. Help me. There's no problem with how much money you want. Yang Xian's face still didn't ease by half. Get up. Things aren't that simple. The man sniffed, a little confused. He gritted his teeth, raised his head to look at Yang Xian, and asked with difficulty, Then Master Yang, what exactly is the situation with my grandfather and grandmother? Yang Xian stood up and walked out while saying, I'm going out. This is the first time I've seen this matter in your family. There might be changes. It's best to ask some powerful people to come and help out before you guys don't join in the fun. The man hurriedly caught up with Yang Xian and pulled him to a halt. Master Yang, where are you going? Going out to do something, Yang Xian said, breaking away from his hand and walking forward. The man tightened his face, wanting to shout at Yang Xian to stop, but he was afraid that Yang Xian wouldn't want to come over anymore. It was so hard to find someone who could solve their family's problems. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? The man hesitated for a moment, but had to bite his tongue and follow. Yang Xian went out of the Xia family's old mansion, straight to his car, and drove towards the outside. He didn't drive toward the city, but directly toward the river. Yang Xian had an ominous feeling in his heart, a feeling that made him very uneasy. The car traveled for some time before stopping at a riverside. Yang Xian got out of the car and came to the riverside, letting his eyes empty and letting the river wind pour into his body recklessly. The man stood beside Yang Xian and asked cautiously, Master Yang, what should we do now? Yang Xian clasped his hands to his chest, looked up at the sky, and closed his eyes. Don't worry, I came over here to look for something. For some reason, Yang Xian always had a feeling that things in Xia Yuchen's family weren't that easy to solve. Perhaps, there will be a big change. It was a strange feeling, but Yang Xian didn't want anyone else to suffer, much less Xia Yuchen's family. Looking for something? Master Yang, what are you looking for? The man looked at Yang Xian nervously. Yang Xian shook his head and said nothing as he turned straight away. The man hurriedly followed. Master Yang, you haven't found it yet. Why are you leaving? Yang Xian turned back and glanced at him. Go back to the car first. Don't let anyone else disturb me. The man was shocked and nodded his head repeatedly. Alright, don't worry. Master Yang, I know. I'll just sit in the car and wait for you. Yang Xian nodded and without further ado, walked straight into the grass and began to search. The man looked at Yang Xian with some concern, although Yang Xian didn't tell him what exactly he was looking for. But looking at Yang Xian's expression, he knew that things must be serious. Watching Yang Xian enter the middle of the woods, the man didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly returned to the car, waiting for Yang Xian to come out. Yang Xian couldn't care about anything else at this moment. He only thought about hurrying to finish things here. Coming into the grass, Yang Xian closed his eyes and carefully felt the surrounding aura, hoping to perceive a hint of something wrong. However, Yang Xian closed his eyes and quietly felt for half a day without feeling the slightest abnormality. What's that supposed to mean? Yang Xian frowned, his heart filled with doubts and worries. Xia Yuchen was on the verge of not being able to hold on anymore. However, this place did not have any unusual scent. So what's the deal with? Yang Xian was a bit puzzled and could only continue searching. It's just that searching in this place requires a huge amount of mental energy. For several hours in a row, Yang Xian was searching. However, other than occasionally being able to sense some sense, other times, he simply couldn't detect anything out of place. Yang Xian frowned, his brows locked together. The matter of Xia Yuchen's family seemed to be more troublesome than he had imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult for him to cope with. Asterisk. Yang Xian cursed in a low voice. He wanted to leave. But, thinking that Xia Yuchen's family was still waiting for him to come back to save their lives, Yang Xian felt that he couldn't leave again. After thinking about it, he simply sat down with his legs crossed and began to adjust his breathing. In any case, stabilize yourself first. And I don't know how long it was. Chapter 142 Strange Breath. Yang Xian suddenly felt that there was a force that was rapidly running towards this place from a distance, carrying a strong sense of oppression and ruthlessly crashing towards himself. My God! Finally! Yang Xian opened his eyes and a flash of light flashed under his eyes. Without half a moment's hesitation, he immediately got up and came to the location of that aura, and carefully searched for it, and he saw a small object emitting a black aura. Yang Xian let out a sigh of relief and reached out to pinch the little thing, clutching it in his palm before turning away. The man's heart was relieved when he saw Yang Xian return and he hurriedly greeted him. Master Yang, did you find anything? Yang Xian nodded expressionlessly and said nothing, going straight back to his car before driving back to the city center. When he returned to the city center, Yang Xian's face was no longer visible. He parked his car in front of Xia Yuchen's house, then took out a small bottle, uncorked it, and put the trinket in his hand, closing the lid. Master Yang, what is this? The man asked curiously. Yang Xian glanced at him. This is the aura from Xia Yuchen. If I'm not wrong, what happened in your family is somewhat related to this. When the time comes, you'll give this to him and he'll understand. The man looked at the bottles and jars in his hands and couldn't help but gulp. Xia Yuchen. Relevant? The man looked at Yang Xian. Master Yang, is this true what you said? I kind of don't quite believe it. Yang Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. You're on your own. The man quickly said. No need to look at it. I'm going to give it to my grandfather. Great. Just great. After saying that, he carefully held the glass bottle for fear of breaking it. This was the future hope of their family. What if it broke? Yang Xian glanced at him and said in a cold voice. Don't delay. Hurry up. The man nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, don't worry, Master Yang. I will definitely deliver it to Grandpa personally. I won't fake it out. After that, he got out of the car and drove towards his house. The man drove the car with excitement, pondering in his heart that he must treat Yang Xian, the master, better in the future. Now, Yang Xian's position in his heart was completely different from before. Moreover, Yang Xian was Xia Yuchen's savior, and this was something that could never be forgotten. Yang Xian glanced at him and didn't say anything as he started the engine and continued to drive towards his residence. Although the man's heart was overwhelmed with excitement, he also knew the priorities, so he didn't stay for too long. Instead, he hoofed it home. At this moment, Xia Yuchen was at home, pacing back and forth anxiously. Although none of them were clear about what happened before, they were able to feel that unusual aura, so they were all worried in their hearts. Xia Yuchen had been wandering around the living room and couldn't help but get nervous when he saw the man return. Xiao Rui, how was it? Did Yang Xian promise to help? The man, that is, Xia Yanrui rushed up, pulling Xia Yuchen with him and handing him the bottle in his hand. Master, take a look at what is this. Xia Yuchen took that bottle and opened it. only to see a black bauble inside. He blushed slightly. That's right, Gramps, it's the same strange aura that was in our house before. Saying that, Xia Yanrui then spoke in detail about what he had seen at Yang Xian's place. When Xia Yuchen heard what he said, he only felt his mind shake. He looked at the bottle in his hand, and a cold aura flashed under his eyes. It turns out that everything that happened in their house had something to do with this little gadget. This is just horrible. No wonder they had encountered so many weird things before. They didn't realize that this was a conspiracy. What should we do next, old man? Xia Yanrui couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Xia Yuchen let out a bitter smile and rubbed his head. I've never encountered this kind of thing before, and I'm not sure how I should solve it. He sighed and turned to look at Xia Yanrui. Xiao Rui, let's put this matter aside for now and see if anyone else has a solution. Xia Yanrui nodded. Well, I know. Xia Yuchen nodded and didn't say anything more as he turned to leave. Yang Xian returned home, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw Demon Ji, Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan sitting there, sitting upright. What's wrong with you guys? Yang Xian was a bit surprised. He had only left for a while. What were they up to? Why did they look strange? The demoness looked up at him, a flash of worry in her eyes. Then she looked down and pursed her lips. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes, walked over, took hold of Demon Ji's shoulders and whispered, "Why don't you say anything? Is something wrong?" The demoness pursed her lips. "It's nothing." "Yes?" Yang Xian raised his eyebrows. Was he that untrustworthy? It seems that this girl is hiding something from him. Yang Xian's eyes rolled. Say, what's going on? Do you know that right now your behavior is very heartbreaking and it makes me very suspicious? Well, Demon Ji looked up at Yang Xian. You went out without us. We're really worried about you. What if something happens? So, you're worried about my well-being and there's no way you'll be able to settle down at home and wait for me to come back? Of course not. We were afraid that we would be uneasy without you around. Yang Xian smiled and rubbed her hair. Little cutie. I don't know. I was taken away by force. Taken away by force? The demoness was slightly startled, turning her head to look at Yang Xian. Her eyes filled with worry. Who actually did this? Why did they take you? Yang Xian shrugged. For you, Xia Yuchen, their house is a bit odd. As soon as I went in, I felt that the house was filled with yin qi. It just so happens that you're now a walking wunderkind, or else you can go over there with me and take a look. The demoness was stunned. Now, but shouldn't I be practicing at home? Yang Xian shook his head. Going changeless means that you need to practice in order to grow faster. You staying locked up at home is not the way to do it. Saying that, Yang Xian directly pulled the Demon Ji up and looked at the dumbfounded Little Fatty and Yi Yuhan. Go together, and I'll also bring you guys a long way to see the world. Once Yi Yuhan heard this, she became interested, and she also wanted to go over to see what was going on. After the three of them packed up their things, they followed Yang Xian and headed towards the Xia family. After arriving at Xia's house, he found that the door was open, and when Yang Xian walked in, he could not help but knit his brows as he felt a strong ghostly aura. When he walked to the front door, he saw Xia Yuchen, and that man just now, Master Yang. It just happened so suddenly that I didn't have time to introduce myself. My name is Xia Yanrui, the man hastily added. Chapter 143, Dealing with the Xia family crisis. Yang Xian waved his hand, not caring too much, just glancing at the two people in front of him. You've seen that scent. I need to know what exactly happened to your family now. Otherwise, even with my hand, it's useless. Xia Yuchen sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. Ugh. He shook his head. Actually, I don't know. At first, it was just the housekeeper at home who said that he always felt something. I thought that he was too tired and that's why he was hallucinating. But then, I actually dreamed of my deceased ancestors and was threatened by an inexplicable shadow. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes filled with gravity. Threat? What do you mean? Xia Yuchen thought about it, but still shook his head. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, it's just a strange feeling. After that, I've been feeling like someone is secretly watching me. And I've been feeling bad in my chest, and I always feel like something is going to drill out. Then, it was last month, I felt that someone was spying on me in the dark, and then, the housekeeper at home was possessed, and after that, I took him to the hospital, but he became mentally deranged, and right after that, there was a bloodbath in the house, so I asked Master Yang to come over and take a look. Yang Xian nodded. Right now, I have a feeling that there is someone in the shadows, wanting to take advantage of the unrest in your family home to make something happen to the Xia family. You mean, there's something wrong with this house? Xia Yuchen looked at Yang Xian in front of him with some surprise. How could he have never thought that it would turn out like this? Yang Xian nodded. Yes, so next, I'll stay here and see what's going on. Xia Yuchen couldn't help but look at Yang Xian with gratitude on his face. Really, thank you very much. Master Yang. In the future, if there's anything I need help with, please feel free to order. Yang Xian nodded. Don't be polite. I'm staying here because I want to find out what's going on. You guys don't have to worry too much. If there's nothing special, there won't be any more problems. Xia Yuchen nodded, but he saw the demon girl next to him, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. This young lady, is it? The demon girl spoke first. Uncle Xia, it's me. I'm Wang Yutong. Yang Xian was also a bit surprised, thinking that the demon girl mentioned Xia Yuchen at that meeting because she had misheard. She didn't expect that they knew each other. Xiao Tong Ah, why are you here? Do your parents know? Xia Yuchen rushed forward to hold her up. Come, quickly come and sit over here. Damonji smiled, but she felt a bit stuffy in her chest. Uncle Xia, I'm currently Yang Xian's assistant, following him to see what is happening in your house. So that's how it is. No wonder. Good boy. So young and capable. Not bad, not bad. Xia Yuchen couldn't help but praise. Then he looked at Yi Yuhan. This is Yang Xian's disciple. Yi Yuhan snatched the answer. Xia Yuchen looked at Yang Xian again. These two girls, they're both very good. Yang Xian pursed his lips and didn't say anything more. Xia Yuchen said to himself, then in that case, I won't bother. When the evening comes, I'll have someone prepare a good meal to receive the master. Thanks then. After Xia Yuchen left, Yang Xian went to the backyard to check the specifics of the Xia family's old mansion, which was built according to the Yin Yang Bagua, so Yang Xian could easily know some clues. Demon Ji also followed behind him. Yang Xian, is there something wrong with the Xia family's old mansion? Yang Xian nodded. Aha. So do you see anything? No, but I do know something. The people here were used a strange invocation spell, inviting the souls of the dead to possess them, and that's why it caused the Xia family to go into a trance. The person who used the soul recruitment technique is not at a low cultivation level, and to be able to use this method is enough to show that he has a high level of magical power. Soul invocation? The demoness was shocked when she heard this. Doesn't that mean that everyone here is possessed? Yang Xian nodded. It should be. What should we do then? The demoness couldn't help but get anxious. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet. The soul invocation technique is only part of it. There are more important things to solve. That is. Yang Xian paused when he said this. His gaze flickered. That is, in this mansion, there are still ghosts, and there's more than one. The demoness stared at Yang Xian with wide eyes. Incredulously, how could there be a ghost? She was walking impermanent, but she didn't even feel it. Yang Xian shook his head slightly disgusted. How is it that you, a walking impermanent, can't even feel ghosts? The demon girl is aggrieved. This walks impermanent, anything is good. Is no perception ability, but where there is in chi, unless the ghost appears in front of her. Otherwise she cannot feel it. But what was in front of her now clearly had a very strong yin chi, and she hadn't noticed it at all. Seeing that the demon Ji was a bit lost, Yang Xian was busy comforting her. Don't be sad. When you're done with this busy period, I'll think of a way to open the heavenly eyes for you, and you'll be able to feel it by then. Only when she heard Yang Xian say this did demon Ji feel better in her heart. Thank you, Yang Xian. Yang Xian just smiled and didn't say anything. Fatty came over again. Brother Xian, are you finding something now? Yang Xian nodded. Like I just said, there are ghosts here, and not just one or two. You guys must be careful, although you guys are also practicing now, but your strength is too weak. You must not try to be strong. Understood, Fatty said firmly. Demon Ji and Yi Yuhan both nodded seriously as well. Seeing that they all took their words to heart, Yang Xian also let out a long breath. At least he didn't have to worry anymore. Now all that's left to do is figure out the secret hidden here. Why would something like this happen in the old Xia residence? There must be a man-made reason here. That means that someone deliberately recruited these dead souls back, thus working against the Xia family. Who the hell is this guy? Could Xia Yuchen know something? While Yang Xian was thinking about it, Xia Yuchen came and said he invited for dinner. So Yang Xian followed. Xia Yuchen took them to the restaurant, which was ancient and looked particularly charming. Master Yang, I'm more of a nostalgic person, and I'm deeply attached to this house, so I'll continue to stay here. Xia Yuchen explained simply. Yang Xian didn't say anything, just responded on the side, but didn't show anything else. Xia Yuchen didn't care and just continued to introduce himself. I've had a little specialty prepared. I don't know if it's to your liking. Yang Xian spoke politely. Trouble. You're welcome. It's my honor that Master Yang is willing to show his face. Xia Yuchen smiled. Chapter 144, Ghosts in the Night. Fatty sat down with Banshee, and the two of them didn't speak. Yi Yuhan, on the other hand, was with Yang Xian. Mr. Xia, would it be convenient to visit your family's ancestral tomb tomorrow? Yang Xian was still thinking about what Xiao Yuchen had said earlier about always dreaming about his ancestors. It's possible that it has something to do with ancestral graves. If something did go wrong with the ancestral graves, then things would be complicated. Xiao Yuchen froze for a moment, seemingly not expecting Yang Xian to ask such a question. Master Yang, are you suspecting the ancestral tomb? Yang Xian nodded. It's possible, but of course, it might not be. What if it is? Xiao Yuchen asked rhetorically. If it is, we need to do something to fix it soon or there will be a bigger problem. The bigger question. What does it mean? Yang Xian deliberated. It may be that the family home is unsettled. When he heard the words family house is restless, Xiao Yuchen's face changed. He knew exactly what that meant. If this really happened, it would mean that the Xia family was going to be in great trouble. If it's really the family home that's unsettled, then we need to solve it quickly. Master Yang, you must solve this problem and not let it continue to worsen. He looked at Yang Xian with a few moments of earnestness in his eyes, hoping that Yang Xian could resolve this matter as soon as possible. Yang Xian nodded his head and agreed. Xiao Yuchen looked at Yang Xian's certainty and seemed to feel much more relieved. The food was quickly served and the 5 men sat down. Xiao Yuchen greeted everyone very warmly, while Yang Xian responded to him politely. Everyone was nodding and looking polite. It was just how both Fatty and Damanji ate these things that Xiao Yuchen noticed this detail. Master Yang, are they disliking these things? Yang Xian hesitated and nodded. Pretty much. Xiao Yuchen then had new dishes replaced, and only then did little Fatty and Damanji start eating. When dinner was served, everyone got up and left. Xiao Yuchen sent Yang Xian to the guest room. Grandmaster Yang, if you are able to solve our Xia family's problems, I will definitely thank you heavily. Xiao Yuchen patted Yang Xian's shoulder and said. Yang Xian, on the other hand, smiled and pushed back. Mr. Xia doesn't have to be polite. Since I'm going to earn your money, I'll naturally take care of things. So don't worry. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yuchen felt more at ease. He sent Yang Xian to his room and left. Yang Xian looked at the huge room and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The people who lived here were really rich. Lying on the bed, Yang Xian closed his eyes and was about to sleep. A little bit of time passed. For some reason, Yang Xian was dead set on not being able to go to sleep, and was about to get up to practice his feats when he opened his eyes and saw a ghostly face in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Xian was genuinely shocked. He hurriedly turned on the light. The thing disappeared immediately. But in the end, he still saw it just now. And Yang Xian felt uncomfortable all over. He sat up and looked at the bed, wondering in his mind if he should get a Taoist talisman or something to suppress it. This sudden appearance is a bit scary. Although he is not afraid of ghosts and even still catches them, the faces of those ghosts are the same as they were in their lifetime. And that ghost doesn't seem to mean any harm. Yang Xian hesitated to go over and take a look. Forget it, just take a look. Yang Xian said and got off the bed, heading towards the door. He opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, then saw a figure in a wedding dress floating in midair. Is this human? Yang Xian stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, feeling as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. I'm not willing to do this. The woman's miserable voice rang out. Yang Xian froze for a moment. What was this situation? Why did it feel not quite the same as what he had expected in the beginning? Xiao Yuchen would hit a ghost. It must have been because of some accident. But if this female ghost was what caused the other party to hit a ghost, there must be some other reason for this. Xiao Yuchen didn't tell himself the truth. Yang Xian felt it keenly. Why didn't you tell yourself the truth? Yang Xian felt the need to investigate. The female ghost realized that she was seen by Yang Xian. Her scarlet eyes looked straight at Yang Xian, and that looked very scary. Yang Xian frowned as she watched. She floated down from upstairs and stood in front of Yang Xian. Yang Xian stared at the female ghost, always feeling as if he had seen it somewhere and couldn't remember. You know me? Yang Xian asked. Don't recognize it. Oh. Yang Xian felt that this female ghost spoke a bit strange, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was strange, so he didn't care. Are you going to help Xiao Yuchen? The female ghost asked eerily. Yang Xian nodded. I took someone's money, so naturally I have to help him get things done. Help him get things done? Oh. Yang Xian listened to her words and felt a little hairy in his heart, not knowing if she was saying this on purpose or wanted to tell herself in this way. If the other person is really trying to remind him or her, it means that there is more misunderstanding involved. So now can you tell me who you really are? I was Xiao Yuchen's once unmarried wife, and for the sake of power, he abandoned me and married a woman 10 years older than me, who was even pregnant. Hearing this, Yang Xian only felt that this female ghost could be really pitiful. If Xiao Yuchen had really abandoned her because he loved that woman, this female ghost would have resigned herself to her fate, but that was not the case. But it was decades ago, and this female ghost is actually still around. Rather, it's also a bit fishy. Maybe it was somehow related to other ghosts appearing here. Since you're Xia Yuchen's unmarried wife, you're also his ghost wife, right? That's right. I died in his hands and became an unjust soul. She stared viciously at Yang Xian. If you want to help him suppress me, then I'll break you into pieces. This female ghost is pretty scary. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. Although he had the ability to protect himself, Yang Xian subconsciously didn't want to make a move on her. It's a poor man in the end. I didn't realize that Xia Yuchen had actually abandoned his wife and children when he was young. Men like him really aren't trustworthy after all. Yang Xian sighed and was about to leave when he heard an angry roar, followed by Xia Yuchen walking out of the study, looking pale with fear written in his eyes. What's wrong with you? Ghost, ghost, ghost. He kept repeating those 3 words. Yang Xian did not move and glanced at the female ghost, and the other party immediately hid in the corner. Xia Yuchen looked like he was in pain. Yang Xian went up to him and tried to pull him to his side, but Xia Yuchen was simply indifferent. Mr. Xia, just relax and come over here first so I can take a look, okay? Yang Xian tried to make his voice sound as soft as possible before he stepped forward and pulled Xia Yuchen, heading in his direction. Chapter 145, Getting to the Truth. When the other party sat down, Yang Xian extended his hand to take his pulse. After taking his pulse, Yang Xian looked at the female ghost that had disappeared in the corner. He retracted his gaze and looked at Xia Yuchen. There's nothing wrong with your body. It's probably an illusion. Yang Xian subconsciously hid the matter of the female ghost, always feeling that there might be other problems present here. And now Yang Wan just wanted to investigate the truth of this matter as soon as possible. Impossible. I clearly saw a figure just now. Xia Yuchen remained firm in his thoughts. The scene that just came was too terrifying. Are you thinking that my words are not trustworthy? Yang Xian also turned cold when he saw this. Although the other party was the richest man, it didn't mean that he would tolerate him unconditionally. What's more, he himself was coerced by the other side to come over in the first place. Seeing Yang Xian change his face, Xia Yuchen calmed down. Master Yang is really sorry. It's because I was a bit too fearful just now that I said something unreasonable to you. I still hope you can bear with me. Xia Yuchen said and handed out another check to Yang Xian. This is the cost of this entire treatment. I'll pay it to you first, and I also hope that you can forget about it. Hearing this, Yang Xian didn't move and took the note from him. 8 digits in total. We're gonna get rich, okay? It looked like there should indeed be some hidden agenda here, or else it wouldn't have made Xia Yuchen want to spend money to eliminate the disaster. Even though he thought so, Yang Xian still accepted the check. It's a little cute to have money and not earn it. What's more, although he wanted to know the truth, it didn't mean that he had to help Xia Yuchen. Seeing that Yang Xian accepted the check, Xia Yuchen left the corridor contentedly. Yang Xian, on the other hand, returned within his room. After thinking about it, Yang Xian used the ghost invocation technique. In a short while of work, the figure just now reappeared, standing so straight in front of Yang Xian. But instead, Yang Xian was startled. Many thanks to this master for not helping Xia Yuchen. The female ghost had naturally seen what Yang Xian had just done, realizing that Yang Xian didn't have the intention of accepting herself. At this moment, she was also finally calming down. I want to find out what happened between you. If indeed he did hurt you, I'll help you get justice. The female ghost hesitated a bit. It's what I just told you. Is that really so? Yang Xian looked at the female ghost with a smirk, obviously not quite trusting the truthfulness of her words. The ghost girl was silent again now. You might as well tell me what your name is and where the baby in your belly went. Hearing this, the female ghost looked up violently. How could she not expect that Yang Xian had even discovered this? After further hesitation, the female ghost still spoke slowly. My name is Li Juxiang. I'm Xia Yuchen's former fiancé. This has already been told to you. At that time, our whole family's money was used to supply him to go to school and start his own business. But I didn't expect that he hooked up with a rich lady for the sake of his future. And you'll know what happened behind the scenes, which is nothing more than abandoning his wife and son. And he even had someone get us killed. A line of blood tears flowed across the female match's face. And at this moment, the aura on her body even changed. And the entire ghost body couldn't help but be stern. Seeing this scene, Yang Xian frowned. Calm down. It would be a shame to become a night's ghost at a time like this. If you remain as you were, at least you'll be able to send you and your child to reincarnation and you'll be able to renew your relationship. Yang Xian persuaded in a low voice. His words still had an effect, and the female ghost finally calmed down. Impossible. How can one still enter the wheel of reincarnation? Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Just tell me everything you know. And when it's done, I'll definitely send you to hell to enter reincarnation. Yang Xian spoke with a strong voice. Originally he had the intention to send this Li Juxiang to hell. I just didn't expect Xia Yuchen to actually do so many things, even though he had come here only to treat him, but when it came to something like this, what should be dealt with should still be dealt with. Maybe they'll be able to get a crybaby stick for themselves too. Through the approval of the King of Hades, Yang Xian had long ago taken aim at the reincarnation well and the Red Lotus karmic flame in hell. If he really succeeded in getting the weeping stick, then he could also borrow the well of reincarnation and the Red Lotus karmic flame in the future. Thinking like this, Yang Xian once again opened his mouth. What I promised you will definitely be done. You can wait quietly to check. And also they actually did so many evil things. It means that their Yin virtues have long been lost. You can apply for the position of ghost messenger after arriving at the hell, so that after waiting until all of these evil people have passed away, they will definitely be sent to the 18th layer of hell, and at that time, you can unfold the torment of them, and also do not breaking the law. Yang Xian was thoughtful. This can vent the anger in Li Juxiang's heart on the one hand, and on the other hand, it will not let himself or Li Juxiang carry a murder. It's simply a great thing. Is it really okay? A heartfelt look clearly appeared on Li Juxiang's face. It's fine, but you have to get that child of yours back first. Yang Xian pointed at Li Juxiang's stomach. Even though you're wearing clothes, the scent of that ghost baby is always there. Yang Xian was also helpless. At the very beginning he only found the ghost Li Juxiang. Who would have thought that there was actually a brat hidden away? One could only rely on Li Juxiang herself to summon that ghost back, or else she would force herself to summon it and might even break the other's soul. Li Juxiang had obviously believed Yang Xian's words, without knowing what was done. A bloody ghost baby soon appeared in front of Yang Xian. Master, I wonder how we are going to proceed now. Aren't you waiting to see what happens to Xia Yuchen? Yang Xian was a bit surprised as to how this Li Juxiang was going to leave when she said she was leaving. Just now, he was making a scene trying to make Xia Yuchen pay. When he looked around, he saw that Li Juxiang's originally bloody face was now white. Thanks to the master's words, I've also figured out now that instead of burying myself and my child in unnecessary people, it would be better to go to hell first to seek an official position and live well on my own, so that I can also see that he gets the chastisement he deserves 100 years from now. At this moment, Li Juxiang had already recovered her original appearance. It looks nice and clean. Yang Xian couldn't help but skim his mouth. With such a good fiancé, that Xia Yuchen actually didn't know how to be satisfied. But yes, who can hold back in the face of great benefits? Then I'll send you to hell first, and when Xia Yuchen comes down, I'll settle the score with him. Okay, then, thank you master. Li Juxiang held the child in one hand and just stood quietly in front of Yang Xian. That child, though still a ghost baby, was unusually quiet around his own mother. Chapter 146, Sent to the Next Life. Yang Xian didn't think much about it and instantly summoned White Impermanence. Lord Shibian, I'd like to trouble you about something. Yang Xian smiled and looked at White Impermanence with a pleasing expression. Xiabian also found out that Yang Xian was looking for himself either to ask for help, or to ask for something, or else there would be no good things. Subconsciously, he rolled his eyes. What is it? No matter what, Yang Xian had helped himself to fulfill his wish, so naturally Xiabian would not be guilty of pettiness in such a matter. What's more, if there was any need in the future, he could also go to Yang Xian to help himself. Yang Xian pointed his finger in the direction where Li Juxiang was. White Impermanence also looked over, and with just a glance, White Impermanence's face was extremely ugly. You have not yet reached the end of your Yan life. How could you? Especially at the sight of the tiny ghost baby beside him. White Impermanence's brows knitted tightly. My lord, I was victimized by a traitor, and that is why I. Speaking of which, Li Juxiang sobbed. Yang Xian sighed, then walked forward and whispered what Li Juxiang had just told him to Xiabian. That's about it. You see if you can find this Li Juxiang an errand or something in hell, or go to the 18th floor of hell for guarding. After all, this Li Juxiang has been wandering the earth for so many years. Yang Xian didn't finish the latter words, but Xiabian already understood what Yang Xian meant. It's nothing more than saying that this matter is still a failure of duty on their part in hell. Although he was a bit upset in his heart, what Yang Xian said was indeed also the truth, so he had no choice but to walk over to Li Juxiang. Will you go and guard the 18 layers of hell? According to what you said, this Xia Yuchen will definitely go to the 18th layer of hell after his death, and you can take care of it there at that time. In addition, you will become an official of the hell, and when you want to reincarnate, you will be given priority in the queue. Li Juxiang froze and looked at Xiabian. Looking at the two of them just moving around like this, Yang Xian was still a bit anxious. No, if you agree or disagree, say something. What are you standing here for? I was just a little too excited. I didn't think that I could actually have such an opportunity. Li Juxiang spoke incoherently. I really appreciate you guys. Li Juxiang didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. Even though she had been wandering around the earth for so many years, she had thought about taking revenge, but once she saw her child, she was worried that the child would be implicated, so she hadn't done anything about it. As a result, now she could actually take revenge without any bloodshed. How could Li Juxiang not be excited? Especially you, Master Yang. I thought at first that you were here to help Xia Yuchen to destroy me. I really didn't expect you to actually help me. It's not like I'm a scumbag. Yang Xian was also helpless. This was a little too embarrassing. Saying this, he saw the demon girl push open the door and walk in. Yang Xian, how do I feel that Lord Uncommon is in your place? The demon girl was talking, and when she raised her head, she saw a room full of ghosts. For a moment his face was pale. However, soon after, the demoness remembered her identity as a walking irregular and stood beside Xiebian. Lord Irregular, what brings you here? Looking at the way the demon girl was not big or small in front of herself, but was respectful in front of Xiebian, Yang Xian silently rolled his eyes. This dead girl is actually like this. What a loss to be so nice to her. It was Yang Xian who called me, Xiebian said silently. After hearing Xiebian's words, Demon Ji also looked at Yang Xian. What is it? Look at you guys making such a fuss. It's nothing. It's just a request for Lord Xiebian to come over and help send someone to hell. Speaking of this, Yang Xian suddenly remembered something, and then he placed his gaze on the demon girl. You're also a walking impermanent now. Can't you send ghosts to hell? It's okay. The demoness was confused and really didn't understand what Yang Xian was talking about. Yang Xian's eyes widened. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, then wouldn't I not have had to find Xibian to come over? You didn't ask me either. The demon girl was innocent. Seeing the demon Ji with such an expression, Yang Xian completely tensed up this time. It seemed like he indeed hadn't asked the demon Ji about these things. Yang Xian again placed his gaze on Xiebian, who was on the side. Lord Uncanny, I would like to ask how this walking uncanny usually sends ghosts to hell? The demoness was about to go up and cover Yang Xian's mouth, but she didn't expect Xiebian to speak first. It's simple. Her own soul leaves her body. Just use the soul bag to send the ghost to hell. Speaking of which, your work clothes are done. Xiebian smoothly pulled out a white uniform, which was exactly what the white impermanence must have. In addition to that, there was a cell phone and a crybaby stick. The weeping stick will be your weapon from now on. As for the cell phone, it's for the hellmouth. Usually if there's any mission or contact, you can go through the cell phone. Seeing the things that Xiebian handed over to the demoness, Yang Xian was inexplicably a bit greedy. These are good things, and he wants them. Perhaps it was because Yang Xian's gaze was just too warm. Xiebian turned his head to silently gaze at Yang Xian. What kind of eyes are you looking at? I want the crybaby too. Yang Xian flattened his mouth, then made a pitiful look at Xiebian. Xibian only felt spicy. It's all men. You don't have to mess with it like that. Besides, it's the standard for walking the ungodly. You're not walking the ungodly. There's no way I can configure it for you. It's not my fault that you didn't want to be a walking wunderkind in the first place. Xibian also spread his hands. Of course Yang Xian still remembered the events of that day. It was just that if he really became a walking impermanent, he would have more troublesome things to deal with in the future. In Yang Xian's current condition, it was not suitable to bother with such messy things. I can't help it. With a sigh, Yang Xian then looked at Xiebian again. Didn't you say before that if you gained the approval of the King of Hell, you could obtain a whaling stick? I want to meet the King of Hell. Xiebian wanted to refuse, but on second thought, instead of letting Yang Xian wear himself out so much every time he saw him, he would rather throw this mess to Yen Wang. It is possible. I see that your current cultivation level has already reached Ghost General, and you have the qualifications to meet the King of Hell face to face. It's just that Yen is away these days. Or else wait? I can't wait. Yang Xian is very annoyed. Now is the time when he desperately needs weapons. But it's just that Yen Wang is not there. In case you meet any more powerful ghosts. During this period of time, Yang Xian could be said to have been badgered with knowledge of ghosts. Before, I always thought that evil ghosts and severe ghosts were very powerful. But now I realized that both of them couldn't take up the top 3 among the ranking of ghosts. One could imagine that dealing with these two types of ghosts was so tricky. If he really encountered the top 3 ranked ghosts, then wouldn't Yang Xian only have one way to die? Chapter 147, Tertiary System. Not to mention that there are some other ghosts who are able to enhance their strength through some special means. Yang Xian didn't want to be chased by ghosts and scurry away again. While he was frowning, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Dormitories can be upgraded by upgrading the system, thus summoning an additional deity to come down to earth. What does it mean? Yang Xian murmured in his heart. It's hard to believe that in the future I'll be able to summon 2 deities at the same time. Yes, the host. How much merit value is needed to upgrade the system? Thinking about the last time he upgraded the system, which cost him so much merit value, Yang Xian had a bad feeling. A total of 30 million merit points are required. You guy didn't calculate that I have 30 million merit points to say that. Yang Xian frowned. He had exactly 30 million points on his account, but if you use it all up, in case of danger, never mind. It's better to find the right weapon. With weapons, are you still worried that you can't deal with those ghosts? Gritting his teeth, Yang Xian finally nodded his head. Okay, to upgrade. Good host. 10 seconds remaining in the upgrade countdown. As he watched the countdown gradually end, Yang Xian inexplicably felt a sense of excitement. The system had upgraded itself with the function of completing a heart's desire the last time it was upgraded. There was no telling what kind of function would be upgraded this time. Upgrade completed. The current level of the Een Opera system, level 3. The host can invite two deities to come down to earth at the same time, or allow the deities to attach themselves to other people's bodies to fight. The deities appear alone, and cannot fight with their divine power, but only by attaching themselves to other people's bodies. The host opens a high-level mall, where high-level pills, talisman paper, and feats can be exchanged. Seeing this series of hints, Yang Xian's heart constantly moments. That's all that's new? What a waste of the more than 30 million merit points he had. But now it was a good thing to be able to ask two deities to come down to earth at the same time, and to be able to have them possess their partners. Xia Bian looked at Yang Xian moving over there and was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with you? Mainly Lord Yan is not here right now. Even if I want to help introduce you, there is no. Before he could finish his words, he saw Yang Xian suddenly make a seal with his fingers. Immediately after that, the rotating king just appeared in front of him. Looking at the face of a confused rotating king, Xia Bian, almost a national curse exports, really did not think that Yang Xian ability is actually so big, but also to the rotating king to invite. My subordinate pays his respects to Lord Rotation King. The Wheelblock King had already recovered from his initial surprise and surveyed the environment he was now in before speaking slowly. Who summoned me? It's me. Yang Xian took a step forward. King of Reincarnation. I want to obtain the crying rod of hell. After all, if you usually catch ghosts, you can't do it without a competent weapon. The rotating king sized up Yang Xian, then frowned. I can feel the aura of the Soul Clan's flag on you, and it seems that you also have the soul-devouring dagger. Isn't it enough to have these two things? Not enough. Yang Xian hurriedly began to cry. This now. I don't know what's going on, but suddenly a lot of ghosts have appeared, and there are even some secret treasures through which the ghosts can grow stronger, and I can't always beat it. Facing the rotation king, Yang Xian didn't have so many worries and directly started hugging his thighs and crying. After all, how can you get what you want if you don't sell yourself short? You get up first. The rotating king was a bit lost for a moment by Yang Xian. What is this? But there is such a thing as a ghost staying in the human world. The wheel-turning king saw Li Juxiang standing behind white impermanence and suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. This king said how some ghosts on the Book of Life and Death have not returned to their places until now. It looks like. The reincarnation king's words were so strange that Yang Xian didn't understand how. The next moment he saw the wheeljack smiling and approaching himself. Your name is Yang Xian, isn't it? I heard that you also got us a walking impermanent in the hell. Let's do it this way. I can give you the weeping stick, but I have one request. You have to work for us in hell. Although he didn't know how he appeared here, but since Yang Xian was able to summon himself here, he must have his secrets. Maybe it's even the great airbender. By letting someone with this kind of chi to do work for the Hellmouth, whatever they did in the future would be easier, and they could even sell it for a good price. This, Yang Xian is a little hesitant. One has already been lulled into joining the special labor section. Is it hard to go back into hell now? Isn't that a bit too much of a stretch? But I don't want to be walking irregular. It's just a name. We'll contact you through this walking irregular if we need anything during the day. And of course if you're helpful, we'll do what we can. As you found out, we usually can't leave the Hellmouth without permission unless we hook a soul. But now that ghosts have somehow suddenly appeared in the midst of the present world, we predict that a great catastrophe may arise. So we need your help to destroy these ghosts. Or if you want any favors, we'll do our best to accommodate. Seeing that Yang Xian didn't move, the rotating king began to continuously lure him. In addition to the wailing stick, sometimes I may use the red lotus karmic flame of your hell. Is that okay? Yang Xian suddenly opened his mouth. The rotating king was momentarily speechless, but nodded his head remembering the words he had just let out. Could be. There are also some more wronged ghosts that I wish to send into reincarnation, as well. Yang Xian, that's enough already. You can't make any more wishes. Originally it was very difficult to agree to these things, but considering that you were able to bring peace to the hell, that's why I reluctantly agreed to these few conditions. The rotating king's face held a bit of redness. After all, it's true that it's a bit awkward to change your own words now that you're the one who said them. Yang Xian was somewhat helpless. I just want to say I agree. So if you don't willing, how could I be unwilling? The wheel-turning king heard Yang Xian loosen his tongue and hurriedly responded. It was hard to be able to have such an opportunity, so he naturally couldn't possibly miss it. One man and one ghost have thus come to an agreement. Xiaobian was watching from the side. He really didn't expect Yang Xian to have such a skill, actually able to fool their lord rotating king. And you? Only then did the rotating king look at Xiaobian again. You were able to contact someone from the outside world. Why didn't you inform them earlier? My lord, you've been away from the hell for a while, so my subordinate would like to go and give a briefing. Xiaobian was a bit stifled. This reprimand of his own was completely unwarranted. It wasn't as if he was unwilling to report on the matter. It was clearly the fact that the rotating king had been away from hell. Chapter 148 Treating Xiaoyuchen. It was only then that the rotating king remembered what he had gone to do in the past few days, and for a moment, he was a little embarrassed. He smiled sarcastically, then turned his head. In that case, let's give you 3 days paid vacation. Your sister go back and have a good rest, but this newly appointed Li Wu Chang, you have to give me a good lead. It could be seen that the demon lady and Yang Xian had a good relationship. If they could keep the demon lady in hell all the time, then they wouldn't have to worry that Yang Xian would leave at a later stage. My lord, what about my wailing rod? Yang Xian didn't forget his main purpose and kept asking questions. The reincarnation king waved his big hand, and then a black wailing rod appeared. This one belongs to my special authorization, so its power is also a bit more powerful than ordinary wailing rods. It's the same strength as the one in Xiaobian's hand, and stronger than the one in the demon lady's hand. After a brief introduction, the wheel-turning king then looked at Yang Xian with difficulty. Yang Xian, there are still many matters to be carried out in the hell. I'm afraid I don't have the time to continue chatting with you here. If there's anything you can do, you can just directly butt heads with Xiaobian. Okay. Seeing that the rotating king was about to disappear, Yang Xian suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something he hadn't told him. My lord, I forgot to mention that I can fulfill one of your wishes, as long as it's not too difficult for you. The reincarnation king was pleased to hear this and wanted to say something more, but at this moment, he had already implicated the ghost gate of returning to hell and was being teleported back. The words that came to his lips just froze. After returning to the hell, the wheel-turning king was so angry that he cursed. This damned ghost gate pass. Why does it return so fast and still can't go out? That's annoying. No matter how angry the wheeljack was, he had now returned. He could only wait until the next time he saw Yang Xian again to present his wish. The other side. Xiaobian just stared blankly at the rotating king appearing and disappearing. Even he vaguely heard the rotation king's broken voice. Curses are haunted. Xiaobian, why does it always feel like I might get a beating when I go back? Now that you have the wailing stick, is there anything else? In order to go back earlier, Xiaobian urged Yang Xian. No. If you want to get busy, go ahead and get busy. You can just contact the demon girl directly if there's anything anyway. Okay then, I'll go first. After saying that, Xiaobian left the place with Li Jushan's mother and son. Only Yang Xian and Demon Ji were left inside the room. Demon Ji had a dumbfounded look on her face. She had actually met such a big shot today. What exactly is Yang Xian's identity? Why does he still have access to King Yin? Even Yama was able to be so respectful to Yang Xian. Are you hiding something from us? The demoness narrowed her eyes and just gazed at Yang Xian steadily. Yang Xian was looked at in his heart. It is true that he hid some things from these people, but it is true that these things were not convenient to tell them. Yes, but I can't tell you now. I'm sure I'll tell you all about it later when I get the right opportunity. You just need to know that I won't hurt you. Yang Xian said as calmly as possible, but the more he did, the more the demon girl felt a little less real. That's true. When have I ever lied to you guys? Yang Xian rolled his eyes. Then he got up and wanted to check how Fatty was resting. There was such a big commotion over here just now, and I don't know if the others were woken up. Now that Li Juxiang has been sent back to the middle of the hell, Xia Yuchan's illness still needs to be treated, and after the treatment, it is possible to consider sending the evidence of his crime to the police station. In this way, let him be sentenced by the law, and it won't be long before he can also go to the 18th floor of hell to meet Li Juxiang. Demon Ji followed behind Yang Xian and came to Fatty's room together. Seeing that little Fatty was sleeping so soundly, and even the snores were still overlapping, Yang Xian awkwardly closed the door of his room, and then returned to his own room. It was true that one's worries were just redundant. Fatty was always the most unexpected one when danger came. Anyway, no matter what, now that you've become a walking wunderkind, just follow Xiaobian well in the future. I'll be in touch if anything comes up. Listening to Yang Xian's careful explanation, the doubts within the demon Ji's heart were reduced by a lot. Also, although it was true that Yang Xian had some secrets that he didn't tell them, Yang Xian had never hurt them. Even Yang Xian gave himself such a big opportunity. What else is there for one to pursue? Just do what Yang Xian wants. This side of things is over for now. Early the next morning, Xia Yuchen woke up with the feeling that the house seemed to be missing a yin qi. Out of doubt, Xia Yuchen still asked Yang Xian, Master Yang, do you have any feeling? The ghosts of your family have been sent away by me, and when you are ready, we can set out for your ancestral grave. Yang Xian said without changing his face. It was as if he had never met Li Juxiang. Seeing that Yang Xian's reaction was so normal, and even said that all the ghosts in his home had been sent away, Xia Yuchen was inexplicably a bit excited. Half of the problems that have been plaguing me for so long have been solved. Truly, Yang Xian is a true master. In his excitement, Xia Yuchen took out another check and placed it in front of Yang Xian. This one will be taken as Master Yang's payment for exorcising the ghosts for me. Yang Xian didn't refuse. While it's true that the money is not clean, it could be used for charity. It was also only after a brief communication with the system last night that Yang Xian realized that it was possible to donate the money so that he could also gain some extra merit value. Only less. It's only $10,000 that can only be exchanged for 1 point of merit value. It was no wonder that the previous special labor section was so poor, with such an exchange ratio. If all of it was converted into money, one would have become the richest man in the country long before. Alright, hurry up and get ready. I have other things to do when I get back after working on your side of things. Just before collecting the check, Yang Xian saw a text message on his phone. Someone over in Magic City had asked himself to do an errand, and even offered a much higher price than Xia Yuchen. Yang Xian only wanted to finish solving Xia Yuchen's matter as soon as possible now, so that he could go over to the Magic City to help with his business. I'll get ready. Xia Yuchen was busy arranging for people to prepare the things that needed to be brought. On top of that, little Fatty was also following in busy, and a group of 4 people just followed Xia Yuchen along to their family's ancestral tomb. Xia Yenrui didn't follow for whatever reason, but it's just as well he's not coming. Yang Xian didn't want to have anything to do with this person who kidnapped himself over, and the guy wasn't clean. After arriving at the Xia Yuchen family's ancestral tomb, Yang Xian surveyed his surroundings without even thinking about it. Chapter 149 Investigation of Evidence of Crime. This is indeed a windy place, but the ancestral graves have obviously been touched. Dig out the coffin inside and take a look, Yang Xian said without changing his face. But these words drew a big change in Xia Yuchen's face. I'm afraid this isn't quite right. People have been gone for so many years, and then digging out the coffin. Isn't this a flogging of the corpse? It's up to you if you dig or not. I'm not the one who gets dragged into anything that goes wrong with my ancestral grave anyway. Can't you see such an obvious mark on it? Yang Xian casually fingered the footprints next to him. Obviously, your family's ancestral tomb has long been tampered with. Do what you want. After seeing that footprint, Xia Yuchen's face became more and more ugly. How could he not have expected that something had actually gone wrong on his family's ancestral grave? Thinking of the unwarranted disasters he had suffered during this time, Xia Yuchen immediately grimaced. This will be dug. With a wave of his hand, those workers behind him immediately came forward to dig the grave. In just a moment's time, the whole grave was dug up, and the top of the coffin inside was splashed with dog's blood, and there were even some pitch-black nails. Xia Yuchen looked at Yang Xian with disbelief. It was true that they didn't have these things when they were first interred, and now they had inexplicably appeared on top of the coffin and were connected to the family's qi. I suggest you dig up the bones inside and bury them somewhere else. This place is no longer clean. The only way to break it is to be buried somewhere else. I'm sure you know a feng shui master who knows more about this area, so you can go ahead and ask them for help. I don't know much about feng shui, so I'm sorry if I can't do it. After saying that, Yang Xian smoothly exchanged another power pill worth 100 points of merit value from the system. As for the areas of discomfort on your body, once you take this pill, you will be restored to your former self and will not experience similar symptoms again. My mission is complete, so if there's nothing else I'll leave. Yang Xian was still in a hurry to go back and investigate the nasty deeds done by Xia Yuchen and didn't want to spend time here. Wait, Master Yang. Xia Yuchen called out to Yang Xian in a hurry. But I'm worried that there will still be ghosts. Yang Xian strongly interrupted Xia Yuchen's words. There won't be any. Just don't worry about it. Since I said the matter over there has been resolved, it's absolutely impossible for it to reappear. Or else wouldn't I be smashing my own signboard? Whether Xia Yuchen believed it or not. But at least there was no more pulling Yang Xian. Yang Xian simply returned to his home with a few people, until he sat down in the living room. Fatty still had a feeling of unreality. What the hell just happened here? How does it feel like you just went and showed up and things have already been fixed? And Yang Xian's speed in dealing with things was so fast that Fatty basically didn't learn anything. Xia Yuchen is no good. You'd better stay away from him and don't deal with him. This was why Yang Xian would only open his mouth and tell him what to do, but not do it himself. Once you are dragged into it, you yourself will be pulled into the karma. I know, the relationship between the Demon Ji and the Xia family was still relatively good, but since Yang Xian had said this, the Demon Ji had also made up her mind to keep a distance from them in the future. After all, how could it be possible that those who could make Yang Xian personally open his mouth and say that they were bad were good people? Yi Yuhan, on the other hand, bowed her head in deep thought. What are you thinking about? Yang Xian obviously also saw Yi Yuhan's perversity and was somewhat puzzled. Only then did Yi Yuhan raise her head. Just now. I don't know if it's an illusion or what, but I always feel that there's a dark aura shrouding the Xia family's ancestral tomb. Yang Xian was subconsciously about to open his mouth, but suddenly remembered that Yi Yuhan also knew a little bit about the art of feng shui. In comparison, Yi Yuhan's feng shui was even better than what he had read. For her to say that, it proves that something must have gone wrong, or something very difficult to fix. Yang Xian had to celebrate. Luckily, I was smarter and slipped away quickly, or else I'm afraid I would have really gotten caught up in it. This Xia Yuchen is a great evil. Yang Xian couldn't afford to put himself on the line for him. After some tossing and turning, the few people finally had a hot meal and remembered that they hadn't seen their ghost servants for a long time. Yang Xian then simply summoned them all, just in time to introduce you all today as well. These 4 are my ghost servants: Machete Kid Head, Yellow Spring Ghost King, Red Clothed Night Ghost and Zheng Tianyang. Considering that all 3 of you are too weak right now, I'm going to place a ghost servant beside each of you, who can protect you and also help you with certain things. This was a decision that Yang Xian had made after much thought. However, Little Fatty and Demon Girl only knew that they had Machete Kid Head and Yellow Springs Ghost King by their side before, and they had not seen these 2 ghost servants later on. Let them follow us? The Demon Girl was a little surprised. However, the Demon Girl didn't have much resistance to the idea. Although she was now as a walking impermanent, she had only just entered the profession, and there were still a lot of shortcomings in terms of strength. Even to go out and accomplish the task, there are many difficulties. If Yang Xian's arrangement was followed, having these ghost servants by his side for help would instead serve a good purpose. Can I choose the Yellow Springs Ghost King? Demon Ji had seen the Yellow Spring Ghost King, who was one of the strongest in here. With the help of the Yellow Springs Ghost King, he would no longer have to worry about safety even if he was out catching ghosts in the future. Sure, then Little Fatty will be with the Red Clothed Night Ghost, and Yi Yuhan and Zheng Tianyang will be in one piece. What do you guys have to say? Yang Xian casually arranged everything. By leaving the machete brats at home, they could help them cook, and anyway, when they needed it, they only had to summon them and they would be there. No problem. Fatty looked at the red-clothed stern ghost, and for some reason, always felt that this ghost was somewhat beautiful. It has even exceeded its own expectations. I thought it would be hard to accept having a ghost following by my side, but it didn't seem like it would be impossible if it was such a beautiful female ghost. Alright then, you guys take the time to go out and familiarize yourselves, and don't forget to practice your feats. They'll be practicing with you. Remember to ask if you don't understand something. After making some simple arrangements, Yang Xian returned to his room and prepared to rest. There were more things to do next, and there was no way he was going to waste all his time on protecting everyone. What's more, there was a trip to the Magic City coming up next, and it was uncertain what kind of things would happen after arriving there. That's why it's important to get them up to speed in the shortest possible time. Sitting on the bed, Yang Xian began to run his energy.